Yesterday, the Beast Management Bureau of Jiang City issued an urgent notice, warning that several ferocious beasts had broken into the city. If it's not necessary, try not to go out. Classmates, please turn to page 10 of your textbooks. Today, we will learn about the types of ferocious beasts and their living habits. Inside the classroom, the teacher was lecturing on the basics of martial arts. Li Qingshan sat at the desk in the last row, quietly slipping a chicken drumstick into the drawer. A small snake, thin as a chopstick and entirely azure blue, slowly slithered out. This was his doppelganger, a gift he received after transmigrating. The little snake caught the scent of meat and blood, wriggling its body up to the drumstick, and began to devour it in big bites. The single drumstick was quickly consumed by the electric snake. Consumed 1 chicken drumstick. Electric snake's chi and blood plus 0.1, chi and blood feedback plus 0.1. The next moment, Li Qingshan felt a warm stream surge into the sea of blood within his body. This was the chi and blood power he had painstakingly cultivated, now directly fed back to him through the electric snake's consumption. Over the past few days, through his phone and the internet, he had gained a general understanding of this world. This place was 10,000 times larger than Earth, but its nations and geographical distribution were roughly similar except it had countless man-eating beasts. The living space for humans was becoming increasingly compressed. Aside from specially constructed cities, the wilderness was teeming with ferocious beasts, turning it into a forbidden zone for humans and rendering it uninhabitable. Every resident of Jiang City was required to participate in a martial aptitude test upon reaching adulthood. A few days ago, his test results came back as D-level, the lowest tier of martial talent, barely passing the threshold to enter martial arts university. Students without martial aptitude were sent to ordinary universities instead. As for this doppelganger and the system, he had only just obtained them this morning. He opened his personal panel. Main body asterisk Li Qingshan. Strength asterisk level 0 martial artist. Chi and blood asterisk 0.1/10. Talent asterisk D level, electric snake ability acquired, thunder attribute chi and blood talent. Doppelganger asterisk electric snake. Strength asterisk level 0 beast. Chi and blood asterisk 0.1/10. Talent asterisk D level, can evolve into thunder python at level 10. Evolution path confirmed as Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon, ancestral dragon. A single chicken drumstick provided 0.1 chi and blood. With 100 drumsticks, he could feed back 10 chi and blood points, enough to become an official martial artist. 100 chicken drumsticks weighed approximately 20 pounds. If he slaughtered a pig weighing around 300 pounds to feed the electric snake, wouldn't the feedback chi and blood allow him to rapidly break through to a level 10 martial artist? In the classroom at Martial Arts University, all the students were freshmen, most of whom were not yet martial artists. With this doppelganger, he had already far surpassed his peers. Thinking of this, Li Qingshan couldn't help but get excited. Li Qingshan, are you here? During class, a graceful figure suddenly appeared at the classroom door. She was dressed in a white dress, none other than Wang Qingcha, the campus belle and genius of Jiang City Martial Arts University. Wow! All eyes in the class instantly turned to Li Qingshan. Isn't that the campus belle of our university? Why is she looking for Li Qingshan? I heard Li Qingshan has S-level martial talent. He's bound to become a goddess of war in the future. What? S-level talent? I'm only C-level, the gap is way too big. Before entering university, Wang Qingcha was already a powerful martial artist, though no one knew her exact strength. The classroom erupted into chatter. Wang Qingcha, what brings you here? The teacher, who clearly recognized her, asked. Li Qingshan, your family is so shameless, clinging desperately to the engagement between me and you. She stood at the door, her face full of anger and disdain as she stared at Li Qingshan. Your martial talent is no more than D-level, and your family has fallen into decline. What makes you think you're worthy of me? A toad wishing to eat swan meat, is that even possible? Don't you understand this simple truth? The classroom fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared at the two in shock. What? The campus belle and Li Qingshan actually have an engagement? Damn, Li Qingshan is so lucky. That's the campus belle. What's the use? He's being rejected, isn't he? If it were me, I'd reject him too. Li Qingshan's talent is only D-level, while Wang Qingcha is S-level. They're not even in the same league. The Wang family is a prominent household in Jiang City, protected by a female war god. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, comes from an ordinary family and lives in low-cost housing. Exactly. A toad dreaming of swan meat. One stood at the pinnacle, the other was of humble status. How could there even be an engagement? The classroom grew noisy again as everyone's eyes fell on Li Qingshan in the last row. Rejected? Li Qingshan felt utterly dumbfounded. Wang Qingcha was indeed beautiful, but to publicly humiliate him in front of the entire class? That was completely unnecessary. He had just begun to build relationships with his classmates over the past couple of days, but now they would all fall apart. A toad? Great, now who would want to talk to or cooperate with this toad? Yet, as he tried to retort, Li Qingshan couldn't come up with a single word. Judging by talent alone, he indeed wasn't worthy of that beauty. As for the system, he didn't dare to reveal it to anyone. Wouldn't that just force him into a corner? This engagement was arranged by my grandmother before she passed. She reminded us multiple times. If not for her wishes, what difference would it make if your Wang family broke off the engagement? And yet, you dare come to school and humiliate my son? That's just too much. At that moment, a couple hurried into the classroom. They were none other than Li Qingshan's parents, shouting angrily. Following them were Wang Qingcha's parents, dressed in luxurious clothing and accompanied by two martial artist bodyguards standing behind them. Their presence was imposing, their aura suffocating. Wang Wei sneered, "Humph, back then, your mother, what a vixen. Who knows if she seduced my father to secure this engagement?" The marriage between Li Qingshan and Wang Qingcha had been personally arranged by his grandmother and the old master of the Wang family. Both were top-tier martial artists. Later, his grandmother disappeared during a mission. The Wang family patriarch and others claimed she had become a traitor. With his grandmother gone and disgraced, Li Qingshan's parents and uncles were expelled from official organizations. The family was swallowed up by prominent families in Jiang City, sinking into decline. A vixen? What nonsense are you spouting? Don't push it, Wang family. Li Tiejuan's eyes turned bloodshot as he clenched his fists and roared in anger. Push it? If we, the Wang family, are bullying you today, what can you do about it? What? Are you going to have your son tell me not to bully the poor? Wang Wei sneered, his face full of disdain. A useless father isn't worthy of my daughter. And a useless son thinks he can marry her? Let me tell you, the Wang family has already arranged a marriage alliance with the Zhao family from the Magic City. If the Li family is smart, you'd better sign this agreement to annul the engagement immediately. With those words, Wang Wei's gaze fixed on Li Qingshan, a palpable sense of oppression filling the air. The atmosphere became so heavy that it was hard to breathe. Your Wang family is truly too much. At that moment, a crisp female voice rang out beside Li Qingshan, drawing the attention of the classmates around them. She was dressed in a white long dress, the hem of which just covered a third of her thighs. Her slender, fair legs rested on a wheelchair, flawless in appearance. It was my lame deskmate, Su Baizhou. She usually wore a lady's bamboo hat, with a veil of white gauze covering her face. Other than the one time I secretly glanced at her during lunch, none of our classmates had ever seen her face. When the seating arrangements were made, no one wanted to sit with someone disabled. I, however, volunteered to sit with her, not for any particular reason, just because I thought her name sounded pleasant. When I saw her face for the first time, I held my breath, stunned. I never expected my deskmate to be so beautiful. She was like my moonlit muse. A cripple? What right do you have to spout so much nonsense? Wang Wei's eyes flashed with malice as he glared at Su Baizhou. Cripple? Say that again. The next second, Su Baizhou slowly lifted the white veil covering her face, her clear, spring-like eyes meeting Wang Wei's directly. Wang Wei and his wife froze when they saw her face, their expressions filled with astonishment. It seemed they hadn't expected her to be so stunning. The young lady from the Su family can't be dismissed so casually, can she? Wang Wei's tone softened. The Su family? Su Baizhou is from the Su family? The Su family from the Magic City? Judging by Wang Qingcha's father's attitude, which other Su family could it be but that one? What? The Su family's young lady is attending our Jiangchang Martial Arts University? No way, Su Baizhou is this beautiful? Who would have thought that such an important figure was hidden in our midst? Li Qingshan has a pretty good relationship with Su Baizhou, doesn't he? Lucky guy. With that kind of beauty, if she had taken off her veil and hat earlier, she could have easily won the campus belle title. But now it's too late. Damn it, if I'd known earlier, I'd have chosen Su Baizhou as my deskmate. What a missed opportunity. The 300-something students in the class, watching the scene unfold, all had eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Resources were limited in Martial Arts University, and it was common for classes to have 300 or 400 students. Calling off the engagement is one thing, but do you have to humiliate people like this? What do you mean by a toad lusting after a swan? And then adding another insult about being shameless? Su Baizhou's tone was cold, yet carried an air of nobility. Mom, Dad, let's just call off the engagement. I don't want to spend my life with someone I don't like. Li Qingshan spoke up. Now that he had his golden finger, he was destined to rise to greatness. Why would he care about some fiancée? Once he became powerful, what kind of woman couldn't he have? Li Taijun fell silent when he saw that his son also wanted to break off the engagement. A hint of hesitation flashed across his eyes. After all, this was his late wife's dying wish. But in the end, he let it go. Forget it, his son's happiness was more important. Li Qingshan, it seems your parents aren't entirely convinced. Very well, let's settle this another way. Today, let me show your parents the difference between us. From this moment on, we're people from two completely different worlds. 1 month from now, at the Martial Arts University Freshman Competition, let's fight. If I win, you and your family must stop bothering me. How about that? Wang Qingcha stared at Li Qingshan as she spoke. And if I win? Li Qingshan frowned, asking in return. You win. She let out a cold laugh. You're just a D-class martial artist, while I'm an S-class. What makes you think you can beat me? But if you do win, I'll become your concubine, taking care of your wife and your other women during their postpartum recovery. How's that? Wang Qingcha's eyes were filled with disdain, her arrogance resembling that of a proud swan. A concubine? Hearing this, Li Qingshan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Wang Qingcha to say such a thing. But the thought of this haughty woman kneeling before him someday, completely at his mercy, filled him with secret delight. It's a deal. It's a deal. In front of more than 300 classmates and teachers, Li Qingshan and Wang Qingcha finalized their wager before leaving the campus. Li Qingshan, do you want to take the day off and go home with your parents? The martial arts instructor, noticing the situation, asked with concern. Thank you, teacher. Li Qingshan nodded as he looked at the instructor, who was dressed in black. On the way home, Li Qingshan and his parents remained silent. It wasn't until they returned to their shabby rental apartment that he finally spoke. Mom, Dad, can I have some pocket money? Of course. Li Taijun immediately nodded, pulling 500 yuan from his wallet. Go out, have some fun, and get yourself a good meal. Don't dwell on this too much. Even if you lose a month from now, it's no big deal. All right. Li Qingshan nodded, took the money, and headed to the meat wholesale market. With the 500 yuan and his own savings, he purchased 20 pounds of frozen pork that had been stored for many years. At 50 yuan per pound, the price was high due to the fact that ordinary people could only live in cities, which had led to a significant reduction in the production of grains and meat. Additionally, martial artists needed to consume meat to strengthen their bodies, causing meat prices to skyrocket. Fresh pork was even more expensive, costing about 100 yuan per pound. After the family's decline, his parents had lost their jobs. They now relied on hard labor to make ends meet, which was why they were living in such cheap housing. 20 pounds of meat would be enough for now. By the time he returned home, his parents had already left for work. Li Qingshan placed the frozen meat into a basin to thaw. Then, he took out his electric serpent. Though only as thick as a pair of chopsticks, it was ferocious, with sharp teeth and a sturdy body. At the very least, it could catch some mice, no problem there. He just needed to raise it a bit more. Once it was bigger, he could even send it out to hunt, saving him a lot of money. An hour later, the long-frozen pork was fully thawed. Li Qingshan tossed the meat to the electric serpent. The enticing aroma of the meat stimulated the serpent, which began wriggling its body and tearing into the pork. Electric arcs flickered as its sharp teeth bit through the flesh. After devouring the meat, its stomach showed no signs of bulging. How strange, where did all that meat go? Devoured 1 pound of pork, electric serpent's vitality +1, vitality reverted +1. Devoured 1 pound of pork, electric serpent's vitality +1, vitality reverted +1. Devoured 2 pounds of pork, electric serpent's vitality +2, vitality reverted +2. In the end, the 20 pounds of pork increased Li Qingshan's vitality by 10 points. His blood sea felt noticeably energized, a sense of power coursing through him. Open personal panel. Main body, Li Qingshan. Strength, level 0 warrior. Vitality, 10 out of 10, upgradable. Talent, grade D, electric serpent ability acquired, thunder element vitality talent. Clone, electric serpent. Strength, level 0 beast. Vitality, 10 out of 10, upgradable. Talent, grade D, can evolve to electric python at level 10, evolution path confirmed as Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon, ancestral dragon. Click upgrade. Li Qingshan successfully broke through and became a level 1 warrior. The electric serpent broke through and became a level 1 beast. 2 messages flashed by. Li Qingshan could distinctly feel the vitality within his body become more abundant. It was easier to mobilize his vitality, and he could unleash greater strength. Am I a warrior now? His face lit up with excitement. On the ground, the 20-centimeter-long electric serpent visibly grew to 25 centimeters. The sky was still early. Li Qingshan tucked the electric serpent into his chest and headed toward a nearby chicken farm. Zhangcheng Chicken Farm No. 3 happened to be part of the Wang family's business. Since he didn't have much money to buy meat, the chickens raised by the Wang family were perfect for feeding the electric serpent to devour. The electric serpent, only 25 centimeters long and as thin as a chopstick, could easily sneak into the chicken farm undetected. To produce more meat, all the chickens in the farm were kept in rows of cages. From birth to death, the chickens moved less than 2 meters in their entire lives. This made hunting exceptionally convenient for the electric serpent. Li Qingshan hid in an unnoticed corner and immersed his consciousness into the electric serpent's body, quietly slipping into the chicken cages. One chicken noticed Li Qingshan. It immediately lunged at him to peck. Snap! A crisp sound echoed, but the electric serpent's smooth scales remained entirely unharmed. The electric serpent was a level 1 beast. How could it be easily harmed by a mere chicken? It swiftly coiled around the chicken's body. Discharge! Zap! The chicken, entangled by the electric serpent, was instantly paralyzed, convulsing on the ground without a sound. The electric serpent then began tearing into the chicken meat with gusto. Unlike ordinary snakes that swallow prey whole, the electric serpent had sharp fangs capable of shredding chicken meat to pieces and swallowing it. The hunger within its body was immediately eased. Devoured 1 5-pound chicken, electric serpent vitality +5, feedback vitality +5. One chicken was completely consumed, granting 5 points of vitality. For an ordinary person to become a level 1 warrior, they needed 10 points of vitality. To level up from level 1 to level 2 required 20 points of vitality. In other words, eating just 4 chickens could elevate him to a level 2 warrior? Martial arts universities had just started their semester, and fewer than half of the students had managed to reach level 2 warrior status. Most who had achieved this relied on superior talent, consuming elixirs, or the blood and flesh of beasts. And he only needed 4 chickens? This was incredible. Time to continue eating. The electric serpent coiled around another chicken, discharging a surge of electricity that instantly rendered the chicken unconscious. It then began tearing into its meat. Devoured 1 5-pound chicken, electric serpent vitality +5, feedback vitality +5. Devoured 1 5-pound chicken, electric serpent vitality +5, feedback vitality +5. Li Qingshan opened his personal status panel. Main body, Li Qingshan. Height, 18 centimeters. Strength, level 1 warrior. Vitality, 20/20ths, upgradable. Talent, grade D, electric serpent ability acquired, thunder element vitality talent. Clone, electric serpent. Length, 25 centimeters. Strength, level 1 beast. Vitality, 20/20ths, upgradable. Talent, grade D, can evolve to electric python at level 10, evolution path confirmed as Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon, ancestral dragon. After devouring 4 chickens, Li Qingshan clicked to upgrade. A surge of mysterious energy flooded into his body, enhancing his vitality. His physical body grew stronger. He could distinctly feel an increase in his strength and vitality. When circulating his vitality, he could even faintly hear the sound of electricity coursing through his body. This was the electric serpent's talent, thunder element vitality. Throwing a punch, not only did it carry vitality, but it also unleashed a powerful thunderous force, making it far more destructive than ordinary martial techniques. The electric serpent's body also grew larger, extending from 25 centimeters to 30 centimeters. The next upgrade would require 40 points of vitality. With its larger body, both hunting and devouring speed improved significantly. It coiled around another chicken, discharged electricity to incapacitate it, and began devouring. Devoured 1 5-pound chicken, electric serpent vitality +5, feedback vitality +5. Devoured 1 5-pound chicken, electric serpent vitality +5, feedback vitality +5. 8 chickens in total were consumed, granting 40 points of vitality. Li Qingshan clicked to upgrade again. The electric serpent's length increased to 35 centimeters. The next upgrade required 80 points of vitality. Li Qingshan and the electric serpent both advanced to level 3 warrior and level 3 beast. Devoured 1 5-pound chicken, electric serpent vitality +5, feedback vitality +5. Devoured 1 5-pound chicken, electric serpent vitality +5, feedback vitality +5. Exhausting 80 points of vitality, they successfully reached level 4 beast and level 4 warrior, with the electric serpent's length increasing to 40 centimeters. Exhausting 160 points of vitality, they reach level 5 Beast and level 5 Warrior, with the electric serpent growing to 45 centimeters. Exhausting 320 points of vitality, they reach level 6 Beast and level 6 Warrior, with the electric serpent growing to 50 centimeters. Exhausting 640 points of vitality, they reach level 7 Beast and level 7 Warrior, with the electric serpent growing to 55 centimeters. Exhausting 1,280 points of vitality, they reach level 8 Beast and level 8 Warrior, with the electric serpent growing to 60 centimeters. Exhausting 2,560 points of vitality, they reach level 9 Beast and level 9 Warrior, with the electric serpent growing to 65 centimeters. Exhausting 5,120 points of vitality, they reach level 10 Beast and level 10 Warrior, with the electric serpent growing to 70 centimeters. At chicken farm number 3, Li Qingshan consumed a total of 2,000 chickens, approximately 10,000 pounds of meat, finally reaching level 10 beast status. The electric serpent's body had grown to 70 centimeters, its scales now adorned with lightning and thunder patterns. Electric arcs occasionally danced across its surface, emanating an intimidating aura. The chickens in this farm had been entirely devoured. Li Qingshan immediately controlled the electric serpent to head toward the next chicken farm. While the staff remained unaware, he would eat as much as possible. At the second chicken farm, the electric serpent, now nearly a meter long, slithered into the cages to continue its feasting. However, this time, leveling up to level 11 Warrior required 10,000 points of vitality. Only after all the chickens in this farm were consumed did the vitality requirement suffice. Li Qingshan clicked to upgrade. Evolution available. Asterisk consume 1,000 points of vitality. The electric serpent begins evolving. Evolution time, 10 minutes. Please find a safe location to commence evolution. Asterisk evolution countdown, 30 minutes remaining. You may end the countdown early. Asterisk. Evolution takes 10 minutes? Li Qingshan's heart tightened. He quickly pulled the electric serpent out of the chicken farm and brought it back to his side. The once 20-centimeter creature had now grown to nearly a meter in length. He clicked End Evolution Countdown to begin evolution. In the next moment, the electric serpent's body began to grow rapidly. Its girth and length visibly expanded, becoming more ferocious and terrifying. The patterns on its scales became even more pronounced. 10 minutes later, the electric snake, originally only 70 centimeters long, had evolved into a 2-meter-long giant serpent, standing taller than Li Qingshan. Its body had thickened from the width of chopsticks to the size of a wrist, with solid muscles, becoming an 11th-level ferocious beast. Li Qingshan opened his personal panel. Main body, Li Qingshan. Height, 18 centimeters. Strength, 11th level martial artist. Vitality, 0/20,000. Talent, C rank. Abilities, Lightning Vitality, Thunder Hammer, acquired the Python's talent, Thunder Hammer. Avatar, Electric Python. Length, 2 m. Strength, 11th level ferocious beast. Vitality, 0/20,000. Talent, C rank, can evolve into a Thunder Anaconda at level 21, evolutionary path confirmed to be Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon, Ancestral Dragon. The electric python had already reached 2 meters in length, with a C-rank talent. The next step of evolution into a Thunder Anaconda made Li Qingshan particularly excited. After the electric snake evolved into an electric python, Li Qingshan himself also gained a new talent, Thunder Hammer. Previously, the electric snake had given him the talent of Lightning Vitality, which imbued his vitality with the power of lightning during battle. Now, the electric python granted him the Thunder Hammer. This was not an ordinary combat skill but a talent ability, one that required no learning and could be directly used. Li Qingshan activated the vitality within his body. Zzzzzzz. The next moment, a Thunder Hammer appeared in his hand. It was entirely blue, condensed from pure thunder power, exuding a strong aura of destruction. But he still didn't know just how powerful this Thunder Hammer was. As the sky darkened, chaos erupted in the chicken farm. It was clear that someone had discovered the disappearance of 4,000 broiler chickens. Now it was impossible for the electric python to sneak in again to steal chickens. Its size had grown too large, and entering would easily get it noticed. If it drew the attention of Jiang City's Beast Management Bureau, it would be a big problem. The city prohibited the presence of ferocious beasts. Li Qingshan stuffed the electric python into a large backpack, which bulged noticeably. He took a taxi to Han Lake. The lake there was vast, filled with fish and shrimp, making it an ideal place to release the electric python. Not only would there be no worries about its food supply, but it could also remain well hidden. In the future, he could find ways to bring more meat over to help the electric python devour and evolve. After settling the electric python, Li Qingshan hurried home. His parents hadn't returned, likely still working overtime. Back in his room, he eagerly switched perspectives to control the electric python as it hunted and devoured fish and shrimp in the lake. Hong Lake had plenty of fish, but they were mostly common species like carp, crucian carp, grass carp, loaches, and eels. By the end of the night, the electric python had consumed about 200 pounds of fish, gaining only 200 vitality points. This pace was too slow. It would be much more efficient to directly buy pork for it to devour. But pork was too expensive, money was the issue. As daylight broke, Li Qingshan realized his parents hadn't returned home last night. He called them and was relieved to hear they were still working overtime. At Jiang City Martial Arts University, news about Li Qingshan and Wang Qingcha from the previous day had spread among the freshmen. After all, no one had expected the campus belle of Jiang City University, the wealthy heiress of the Wang family, to have already been engaged. And her fiancé turned out to be a nobody. A D-rank martial artist talent, someone like that had no promising future. It was simply wishful thinking. This became the reason for everyone to mock Li Qingshan. Along the way, many people pointed at him, their faces filled with ridicule and schadenfreude. See that? That's the infamous toad of Jiang City University, daring to dream of marrying Wang Qingcha. How ridiculous. Damn, that guy is my goddess's fiancé? I'm gonna beat that loser to the ground with my third-level martial artist strength. Don't make a move yet. Look, someone's coming. Isn't that Zhang Hao? I heard he was chasing Wang Qingcha at the beginning of the semester with his Swift Eagle combat vehicle, but she ruthlessly rejected him. He's probably here to cause trouble for Li Qingshan. This is going to be good. I heard Zhang Hao is already a 4th-level martial artist with an A-rank talent. The passing students, upon hearing this, stopped in their tracks, their eyes fixed on Li Qingshan and Zhang Hao. So, you're Li Qingshan? Zhang Hao's massive frame blocked Li Qingshan's path, exuding intense hostility like a beast ready to pounce. Zhang Hao, a 4th-level martial artist and an A-rank talent, was also a suitor of Wang Qingcha. You're here because you can't stand me and think I'm unworthy of Wang Qingcha, right? So, you want to beat me up, don't you? Li Qingshan smiled lightly, looking at Zhang Hao and asking casually. Zhang Hao was briefly stunned, somewhat taken aback. You're wondering how I knew, aren't you? Li Qingshan glanced around the crowd before continuing. Though my talent isn't great, I'm not blind. How about a fight? A wager of 1 million dragon coins. If you lose, you pay me. If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. Deal? 1 million? What? Zhang Hao stared at Li Qingshan, his mind unable to process the proposal. Are we fighting or not? Don't back out if you're broke, you penniless loser. Li Qingshan glared impatiently at Zhang Hao. 1 million dragon coins, enough to buy 20,000 pounds of pork. That would suffice to boost his electric python's level. Are you sure? A glint of cold light flashed in Zhang Hao's eyes as he stared at Li Qingshan. For someone like him, a rich second-generation heir, 1 million was a significant amount but still within reach. Moreover, he didn't see Li Qingshan as a worthy opponent. To him, this money might as well have been free. Not to mention, he planned to teach this kid a brutal lesson, at least breaking his legs so that Wang Qingcha would look at him differently. Sure. Stop talking and start now. Li Qingshan urged impatiently. All right. Zhang Hao quickly pulled out an anonymous dragon card from his pocket and threw it in front of Li Qingshan, his gaze icy. Holy crap, are they really going to fight? Has Li Qingshan lost his mind? He's actually daring to fight a 4th-level martial artist like Zhang Hao. Isn't he afraid of dying? This is suicide. Zhang Hao, break that loser's legs and kick him out of Jiang City Martial Arts University. We don't welcome toads like him. The surrounding students were thrilled, shouting uproariously. Listen up, boy. Zhang Hao's blood boiled. The humiliation he suffered yesterday had filled him with rage, and now he could finally vent it all out. A useless trash like you dares to be Wang Qingcha's fiancé? Go to hell. Ha! As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhang Hao threw a fierce punch at Li Qingshan. His vitality surged from his dantian, unleashing explosive power. Li Qingshan stood motionless with his hands behind his back, coldly watching Zhang Hao's attack, a faint sneer playing on his lips. Trash! Boom! The next moment, a fist shot forward. With a dull thud, Zhang Hao was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. A bitter taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had lost. The scene fell silent immediately. Everyone stared at what had just happened in utter shock, unable to believe their eyes. Zhang Hao had lost? Impossible. Zhang Hao was a level 4 martial artist. Moreover, his family provided him with elixirs and body-strengthening potions. With his A-grade talent, he had barely managed to reach level 4. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, came from a poor family and only had D-grade talent. How could he possibly defeat Zhang Hao? At that moment, not only were the surrounding students stunned, but even Zhang Hao himself was dazed. What had just happened? Why had he been sent flying with just one punch? This guy's strength felt peculiar. Li Qingshan had only used the simplest blood energy power earlier, he hadn't even utilized his electrical energy. Picking up the dragon card worth 1 million lying on the ground, he looked down at Zhang Hao and said, coldly, "You little runt, not convinced? Let's go again. Wager 2 million this time. If I lose, I'll drop out of Zhongcheng Martial Arts University. If you lose, you're allowed to use weapons. How about it?" Little runt? And he's letting him use weapons? Li Qingshan, you're too arrogant. Zhang Hao gritted his teeth, climbed to his feet, and quickly swallowed a bottle of healing potion. Then, he asked, "Are you sure I can use weapons?" "Absolutely." Li Qingshan nodded. "All right, you said it." Zhang Hao then pulled an alloy longsword out of his nearby bag, his tone filled with pride. "An A-grade alloy longsword, my father personally forged this for me after I got into the martial arts university. Cutting you will be as easy as slicing meat." After speaking, he pulled out a dragon card with a 2 million balance from his pocket, his last one, and tossed it onto the ground. "Let's see what you've got." Is Li Qingshan crazy? He actually plans to fight Zhang Hao barehanded when Zhang Hao's wielding an alloy longsword? With one wrong move, Li Qingshan could be cleaved in half on the spot. This guy is way too arrogant. With an alloy longsword, Zhang Hao could easily defeat martial artists stronger than himself, let alone an A-grade longsword. Li Qingshan's overconfidence will be his downfall. The surrounding students began murmuring among themselves. No one expected a good outcome for Li Qingshan. After all, Zhang Hao was now enraged. Even if he killed Li Qingshan on the spot, no one would dare say much. After all, the Zhang family had influence, while Li Qingshan came from a poor background. If he died, no one would mourn him. Swoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air as Zhang Hao swung the A-grade alloy longsword toward Li Qingshan. The blade whistled through the air. "Giving you that alloy longsword is such a waste," Li Qingshan sneered, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Too slow. Zhang Hao's movements were far too slow in his eyes. With a swift step, he dodged the strike. Then, he threw a punch. Boom! With a heavy thud, Zhang Hao's longsword was snatched away by Li Qingshan, and Zhang Hao himself was sent flying like a cannonball. He crashed heavily to the ground, raising another cloud of dust. This time, Zhang Hao wasn't so lucky, he lost consciousness immediately. Everyone froze, their expressions shifting dramatically as they stared at Li Qingshan in shock. No way, did he win again? That was a level 4 martial artist wielding an alloy longsword. This guy must have been hiding his strength all along, this is insane. Pathetic. Li Qingshan snorted coldly, picking up the dragon card. With one hand, he discreetly hid the alloy longsword behind his back. "Freshmen at Zhongcheng Martial Arts University, all of you are trash. Spread the word, if anyone's not convinced, come to my class and challenge me. But there's a 1 million challenge fee. If I lose, I'll drop out of Zhongcheng Martial Arts University immediately." Arrogant. Incredibly arrogant. The surrounding students were stunned by Li Qingshan's words. Is this guy insane? Is he planning to go up against the entire freshman class? Zhang Hao's strong, but he's not the strongest. If the real powerhouses among the freshmen hear about this, they won't let him off. This is big news. Fuge. Without even bothering to request leave, Li Qingshan walked straight out of the school gates and headed to the wholesale market. His arrogant display at school had immediately caused an uproar among the freshmen. Many were displeased with his arrogance. Several prodigies even went to Li Qingshan's class to cause trouble, only to find that he wasn't at school. Did Li Qingshan chicken out? After saying such arrogant things, who wouldn't want to beat him up? If he's not scared, why would he run? He must be waiting for the school authorities to step in and mediate, forcing him to make a public apology. Otherwise, the prodigies won't let him off. Exactly. His situation with Wang Qingcha already made a lot of people unhappy, and now he's acting so arrogantly, it's like he's asking for death. The students gossiped among themselves. Although Li Qingshan had been rejected by Wang Qingcha, people still disliked him. After all, how could Li Qingshan, of all people, still have someone like Su Baizhou as his deskmate? It was infuriatingly enviable. "Boss, this is an A-grade alloy longsword. The price you're offering doesn't seem fair," Li Qingshan said. 3 million, no more. Take it or leave it, the weapon shop owner, Tang, replied firmly. In the end, Li Qingshan pulled out 3.5 million in dragon cards, added to the 3 million he already had, making a total of 6.5 million. Overnight riches? No, this was early morning riches. Are you serious, buddy? 6.5 million on frozen pork? Really? The frozen goods vendor was stunned, looking at Li Qingshan in disbelief. Here's a 3 million dragon card as a deposit. Deliver all the goods to one warehouse, Li Qingshan said, handing the card to the vendor. At first, the vendor could hardly believe it, but when he saw Li Qingshan really pull out that much money, he immediately got to work. In less than 2 hours, 130,000 pounds of frozen pork were all piled into a warehouse. Li Qingshan then shut off the freezer. In this weather, the meat would thaw quickly. Actually, even if the meat didn't thaw, it wouldn't be a problem for the electric python. For a beast like that, frozen meat was as delightful as popsicles. Its teeth were exceptionally sharp. After paying the remaining balance, Li Qingshan brought the electric python back from Han Lake and placed it directly in the warehouse. He warned the vendor not to let anyone approach before leaving. Upon seeing the 130,000 pounds of meat before it, the electric python immediately went wild. Crunch, crunch. The crisp sound of meat being devoured echoed continuously. Large amounts of blood and chunks of meat were stuffed into its stomach, satisfying its intense hunger. 130,000 pounds might sound like a lot, but it could probably only fill 2 bedrooms at most. Devouring 1 caddy of pork flesh, electric serpent chi and blood +1, rebound chi and blood +1. Devouring 10 caddies of pork flesh, electric serpent chi and blood +10, rebound chi and blood +10. Devouring 199 caddies of pork flesh, electric serpent chi and blood +199, rebound chi and blood +199. The system's voice echoed continuously in his mind. At this moment, Li Qingshan had already returned to his school classroom, just in time for the lunch period. Teacher, I fainted in the restroom earlier but just woke up now. Seeing the homeroom teacher in black silk stockings substituting for the class, Li Qingshan casually made up an excuse. Fainted in the restroom? Li Qingshan, that might be the worst excuse I've ever heard. Go back to your seat. The homeroom teacher, Li Qianya, looked Li Qingshan up and down. She wore a white shirt with buttons stretched taut over her ample chest. Her figure was slender, especially her long legs wrapped in black silk stockings, which were so graceful they drew everyone's gaze. Thank you, teacher. Under the curious eyes of his classmates, Li Qingshan returned to his seat. Li Qingshan, were you going crazy on campus this morning? Not long after sitting down, his deskmate Su Baijiu whispered, Do you know how many people want to beat you up right now? That would be perfect. Let them come one by one, and I'll knock them down one by one. If 2 come, I'll knock 2 down. Li Qingshan replied with a grin. 1 person is worth 1,000,000 long coins. 2 people make it 2 million. If 10 come, wouldn't that be over 10 million? Plus, my electric python clone could devour more meat and evolve even faster. You're hopeless. Su Baijiu frowned, then added, Try not to leave the classroom before school ends. If anyone comes looking for trouble, I'll hold them off for you. What if I need to use the restroom? Hold it in. Class dismissed. As soon as Li Qianya spoke, all the students turned their attention to Li Qingshan. Something dramatic was certainly about to unfold. Sure enough, after class, many people heard that Li Qingshan was back and started spreading the word. Consumed 20,000 chi and blood points, successfully upgrading to level 12 warrior, level 12 fierce beast. Li Qingshan could feel the chi and blood power surging in his Dantian's blood sea. His bones, muscles, and organs had all been significantly enhanced. Level 12 warrior. I've gotten stronger. Da. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed from outside the door. A group of people hurried over, led by a man in a white suit. Han Bin. A freshman at Jiangcheng University and this year's prodigy. S-class talent. In just a few days since the semester began, with the support of his family, he was already a level 6 warrior. With strength, talent, and a powerful family background, he was among the elite at Jiangcheng University, adored by countless fangirls. Whoa, it's Han Bin, the level 6 freshman warrior? Li Qingshan is doomed. Oh my god, Han Bin is so handsome, brimming with charisma. Li Qingshan was way too arrogant this morning. Someone needs to teach him a lesson in humility. Arrogant people never meet a good end. The classroom erupted in chatter. Which one of you is Li Qingshan? Han Bin strode into the classroom in his white suit, sweeping his disdainful gaze over the students. His face was full of contempt. Poser, are you looking for me? Li Qingshan slowly stood up, meeting Han Bin's gaze directly. Poser? Did he just call me a poser? As soon as he spoke, all the students turned their eyes to Han Bin in unison. As expected, Han Bin's face turned slightly red, his lips twitching as he gritted his teeth. Li Qingshan, you're really arrogant. Here's 1,000,000 long coins. Want to fight? Sure, poser. Hearing this, Li Qingshan couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Before Su Baizhou could stop him, he agreed immediately. Li Qingshan, are you crazy? That poser is a level 6 warrior. Su Baizhou glared at Han Bin and said, get lost. Han Bin was momentarily stunned, startled by her words. If it had been anyone else, he would have beaten them black and blue by now. But this woman was the daughter of the Su family. Han Bin wouldn't dare offend her. Li Qingshan, do you always hide behind women? Han Bin sneered. Not necessarily. Sometimes I like being under them too. Li Qingshan replied, patting Su Baizhou on the shoulder. Don't worry, little girl. Watch me teach this poser a lesson. With that, under everyone's watchful eyes, he walked out of the classroom. He didn't forget to size up Han Bin's outfit from head to toe. Wearing a suit in the middle of summer, if you're not the biggest poser, who is? Li Qingshan, you're asking to die. Han Bin's face turned ashen. A surge of qi and blood exploded from his body, and his intense aura spread in all directions, causing the surrounding freshmen to hold their breath in fear. Is this the aura of a level 6 warrior? It's so overwhelming. Li Qingshan carefully observed Han Bin, secretly calculating in his mind. 1,000,000 long coins won't be enough for me, I need to scam more. These second-generation rich kids all have plenty of money, especially these prodigies. They have endless resources and funds backing them. So the first time I take Han Bin down, I can't crush him completely. I have to make him think it was just an accident. Then, he'll be confident enough to challenge me again, and I'll scam him for another 1,000,000, making it a total of 2,000,000. Satisfied with his plan, Li Qingshan nodded to himself. At this moment, Su Baizhou also maneuvered her electric wheelchair out of the classroom. Watching Li Qingshan and Han Bin face off, a trace of worry flickered in her eyes. On the rooftop of the teaching building. Li Qianya, your student is quite audacious. A D-class talent, yet he dares to talk so big? Next to Zhao Qianya stood a girl in short shorts, her long, fair legs exposed. Her high ponytail and sneakers exuded youthful energy, a stark contrast to Zhao Qianya, who wore black silk stockings and high heels. This morning, Li Qingshan defeated a level 5 warrior. Zhao Qianya stared at the classroom entrance where Li Qingshan stood, her tone serious. I'm curious just how strong this kid really is. Could he have been hiding his strength this whole time, just to scam these rich kids' long coins? Scamming long coins? That does seem possible. He doesn't look like he's from a wealthy family, Han Yunyan, the girl beside Zhao Qianya, chimed in. I think he might have the strength of a level 7 warrior. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare fight Han Bin. Agreed. Zhao Qianya nodded. Li Qingshan, take this. Han Bin roared, charging at Li Qingshan in his white suit. His energy erupted, causing the air to whistle as he moved. Everyone held their breath, their eyes locked on the unfolding battle. Swish! In the next instant, Li Qingshan moved. His figure vanished from his original position and reappeared right in front of Han Bin. He threw a fierce punch, landing squarely on Han Bin's chest. With a muffled thud, Han Bin was sent flying, landing heavily on the cement ground. The impact was almost identical to how Zhang Hao had been knocked down earlier that morning. Han Bin lay there, his chest heaving as he gasped for air, his face pale. Damn! The crowd's expressions changed dramatically as they stared at Li Qingshan in shock and disbelief. How strong is this guy? For a moment, everyone's perception of Li Qingshan began to shift. If someone still claims he's a loser, not even a warrior, that would truly be a joke. Everyone here isn't blind. This guy has been hiding too deeply. It's one thing to defeat a level 5 warrior, but now even a level 6 warrior isn't his match? Su Baizhou stared at the powerful surge of blood energy emanating from Li Qingshan, momentarily stunned, a look of astonishment flickering in his eyes. Wasn't this guy supposed to be a D-level talent loser? How could he be this strong? On the rooftop, Zhao Qianya and Han Yunyan exchanged glances. This kid was clearly far more formidable than they had anticipated, a level 7 warrior. No doubt about it. The blood energy Li Qingshan just unleashed was proof enough that he was a level 7 warrior. However, most of the freshmen couldn't tell at all. They just stared at him, clueless and bewildered. 1,000,000 dragon coins, this is mine now. Li Qingshan's face lit up with excitement as he picked up the dragon coin card on the ground. He then turned to Han Bin, smirking, Mr. Show-Off, want to keep going? I'm not convinced. Han Bin's fury ignited as he noticed the skeptical looks from the girls who used to admire him. Besides, he he could tell that Li Qingshan wasn't invincible. It was just a sneak attack, coupled with his own lack of preparation and underestimation, that led to his defeat. 2 million dragon coins. Second round starts now. If I lose, I'll leave Zhengcheng Martial Arts University immediately. If you lose, you'll pay me 2 million dragon coins. How about it? Li Qingshan proposed. Fine. 2 million dragon coins it is. At this moment, Han Bin's blood surged, throwing caution to the wind. He pulled out a dragon coin card from his pocket. There are 2 million dragon coins in this card. No password. He tossed it onto the ground carelessly. A glint of sharpness flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. In the next instant, his blood energy erupted, and his figure blurred, leaving only a shadow in his place. By the time he reappeared, he was already in front of Han Bin. Boom! Han Bin's body was sent flying, crashing into a concrete pillar behind him with a dull thud. Even the pillar trembled slightly from the impact. Damn! Feeling the collision behind him, Han Bin couldn't help but curse under his breath as he fell heavily to the ground. His blood energy was chaotic, his facial features twisted in pain, and he was in utter agony. His eyes, full of resentment, fixed on Li Qingshan. The second round, Han Bin lost again. Kid, what's your real strength? Han Bin asked as he stared at Li Qingshan. A level 7 warrior. Just a bit stronger than you. Li Qingshan sneered. In fact, I started practicing martial arts in high school. Although my family has fallen from grace, they were once quite wealthy and left behind an excellent elixir. That elixir helped me break through several levels, making me a level 7 warrior. I've been hiding my strength all this time, and now it's finally paying off. Han Bin, I know you're not convinced. What man doesn't want to win? I'll give you one more chance. This time, you can use alloy weapons or even a battle suit to fight me. 3 million dragon coins on the line, how about it? Li Qingshan's lips curled into a smug smile as he stared at Han Bin. A level 6 warrior equipped with an A-grade alloy weapon could theoretically defeat a level 7 warrior. After all, the difference made by alloy weapons was enormous. Alloy weapons were ranked from low to high, D, A, Sig, B, S, SSS. The starting price for an A-grade alloy weapon was around 3 million dragon coins, as some ordinary people couldn't afford unless they came from a powerful family background. If not for Han Bin's decent talent, he wouldn't have been equipped with this alloy longsword. I don't have 3 million dragon coins anymore, but if you win, this set of alloy weapons is yours, Han Bin said, pulling out an A-grade alloy longsword and a black alloy shield. A sword and a shield. The shield was about the size of a helmet. It could be strapped to the arm, leaving the hands free for movement. The longsword was worth about 3 million dragon coins, and the shield about 2 million. Together, their total value was 5 million. Dragon coins. Adding the 3 million dragon coins wagered, if Han Bin lost, his total loss would amount to 8 million dragon coins. There was no denying that having a strong family background brought immense wealth. Oh, you said it yourself? Li Qingshan's eyes lit up with delight. He pointed at Han Bin and said, "Go ahead, Mr. Show-Off. I can't wait any longer." As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, Han Bin finally erupted. Gripping the alloy longsword and shield, he charged toward Li Qingshan. Powerful blood energy surged around him, exuding a murderous aura. The alloy longsword gleamed with a chilling light. Anyone struck by it would undoubtedly be torn apart. Who would have thought this kid, Li Qingshan, is already a level 7 warrior? But that's all thanks to the elixir passed down from his ancestors. Once it's used up, he'll go back to being a D-level talent. We'll catch up soon enough. Exactly. Before long, we'll surpass him. Li Qingshan had just humiliated Han Bin, so it was certain that Han Bin harbored murderous intent. He wouldn't let Li Qingshan off easily. With an A-grade alloy longsword and shield, defeating an opponent of a higher level was a piece of cake. If Li Qingshan lost, he'd have to drop out of school. Without access to such high-quality education outside, he'd be doomed to a life of mediocrity. At noon, the students were buzzing with discussion. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed as Li Qingshan's fist struck the alloy shield. The shockwave rippled outward. The alloy shield only trembled slightly, completely unscathed. As expected of an A-grade alloy shield, remarkably sturdy. At that moment, Han Bin seized the opportunity to thrust his alloy longsword fiercely at Li Qingshan with astonishing speed. These freshmen, lacking systematic training, didn't know how to evade a sword attack and could easily get hit. But Li Qingshan was a level 12 warrior. Although his strength dropped to level 7 when unleashing his blood energy, his reflexes remained sharp. A trace of disdain flickered in his eyes. That earlier punch had merely been a test of strength. The alloy shield was indeed durable. But if he used his thunder-infused blood energy, could the shield still withstand it? Li Qingshan's figure flickered, leaving behind an afterimage. He easily dodged the long sword attack, maneuvered to Han Bin's side, and delivered a powerful punch. Not good. Caught off guard by the sudden punch, Han Bin didn't have time to react. Li Qingshan's fist struck him squarely in the chest. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through his body as he was sent flying through the air. He landed heavily on the ground, skidding several meters before coming to a stop. Coughing up several mouthfuls of blood, Han Bin passed out on the spot. A-grade alloy longsword, A-grade alloy shield, they're mine now. Li Qingshan exclaimed excitedly as he picked up the two alloy weapons. He then pushed Su Baizhou, who was sitting in a wheelchair, toward the classroom, smugly saying, "So, didn't I tell you I could do it?" Su Baizhou stared at Li Qingshan's relaxed demeanor, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Is this guy really just a level 7 warrior? No way, he lost? Impossible. How could Li Qingshan win? That was an A-grade alloy longsword and shield. A pay-to-win player losing to a regular player? Is the world going crazy? Unbelievable. I'm floored. Is this guy really a level 7 warrior? I was a bit suspicious. He must be hiding his true strength. The surrounding classmates began discussing fervently. At the classroom door, Li Qingshan turned back and shouted loudly, Li Qingshan, declare that all freshmen of Zhengcheng Martial Arts University are trash, trampled under my feet. If you disagree, come and fight." As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of commotion erupted behind him. He pushed Su Baizhou back to their seats. At the Martial Arts University, it was common for students to fight and spar. As long as both parties agreed and it wasn't lethal, the school wouldn't intervene. The school doctor arrived, pulling the unconscious Han Bin away for emergency treatment. The other students and teachers weren't surprised at all. This kind of thing happened every day. This student really knows how to hide his abilities. His reflexes are far beyond what a level 7 martial artist should have, Han Yunyan said while watching Li Qingshan return to the classroom. Unfortunately, he only has the talent of a D-level martial artist. At most, he might fool a few people during the freshman period, but once everyone starts cultivating, he'll be left far behind, Zhao Qianya said coldly, wearing high heels that showcased her slender, straight legs wrapped in stockings. Then there's no need to pay much attention to him. Agreed. In the afternoon, Li Qingshan's arrogant words quickly spread throughout the entire freshman cohort. Everyone thought he had gone mad, openly challenging all the freshmen. Although Han Bin was strong, he wasn't considered one of the top freshmen. The real powerhouses were the 3 demon kings chosen from within the school, trained in martial arts. Since childhood, their martial skills and levels were awe-inspiring. They were the core contenders for the upcoming freshman exams and were known as Jiangqing's 3 demon kings. Although Li Qingshan had defeated Han Bin, no one truly admired him. His strength, bolstered by some ancestral elixirs, had already reached its peak. With only a D-level talent, his future was destined to be at the bottom. Like an autumn grasshopper, he might jump around a bit but would soon be stomped flat. In the afternoon, the substitute teacher was still Zhao Qianya. Her smooth, stocking-clad legs caught Li Qingshan's eyes. In his previous life, he had rarely seen such beautiful legs. She exuded a mature, dominant aura. Li Qingshan glanced at Zhao Qianya before sneaking a look at Su Baizhou's legs, sitting beside him. Each has their own charm. Su Baizhou's legs looked soft, exuding a faint fragrance. What are you looking at? Su Baizhou noticed Li Qingshan's gaze, her voice cold. Oh, Su Baizhou, is your leg disability congenital or acquired? Li Qingshan asked. I was fine at birth. It started gradually when I turned 3, Su Baizhou replied coldly. Are you still looking? One glance is sneaky. Staring continuously is a sign of respect, Li Qingshan said, staring at her legs. So white, such a pity. What are you pitying? What did the doctors say? The doctors couldn't figure it out. It might be a muscle issue, or maybe nerves or bones. Everyone had a different opinion, but none were helpful, Su Baizhou said, a hint of frustration in her tone. If you touch it now, do you feel anything? Li Qingshan asked curiously. No feeling. Then it must be a nerve issue. The doctors said the same, but the treatment didn't work. All right then. Li Qingshan glanced at her legs a few more times before shifting his gaze back to Zhao Qianya's stocking-wrapped legs. Seeing Li Qingshan's gaze shift to Zhao Qianya's legs, Su Baizhou's expression showed displeasure. She quietly reached over and pinched him hard. Unfortunately, as a level 12 martial artist, Li Qingshan didn't feel a thing, leaving Su Baizhou gritting her teeth in frustration. The class ended. The substitute teacher for this session discussed the classification of alloy weapons and the basics of battle armor. This class was really boring. Li Qingshan's gaze once again secretly fell on Su Baizhou's legs. No feeling? He quietly reached out and touched Su Baizhou's thigh. Soft, so white. The next moment, Su Baizhou glared at him with an icy, murderous look, her voice as cold as the whisper of death. I said my lower leg has no feeling, not my thigh. Oh, sorry. Li Qingshan froze for a moment and quickly moved his hand from her thigh to her lower leg. If looks could kill, Su Baizhou felt she had already killed him hundreds of times with her glare. Still no feeling? Li Qingshan quietly activated his lightning-infused energy and placed his palm on Su Baizhou's lower leg. Ah! Su Baizhou suddenly let out a soft moan, her lower leg trembling as she looked at Li Qingshan in disbelief. The whole class went silent. The next second, all the classmates and the female teacher on the podium turned to look at them. Wait, what was that sound just now? A moan? This is still class time. What exactly are you two doing back there? Jealous gazes shot toward Li Qingshan from all directions. Realizing what had just happened, Su Baizhou's face turned crimson. Now it was obvious, everyone knew what had transpired. A good girl, teased again. First, it was Wang Qingcha, and now Su Baizhou. Classmates, please focus. It's class time. Whatever it is, discuss it after class. The female teacher on the podium gave Su Baizhou a meaningful glance before continuing. Now, let's talk about the use of battle armor and how it enhances martial artists' abilities. The classroom order was restored. Li Qingshan looked at Su Baizhou and asked, You didn't possibly feel something just now, did you? Yes. Su Baizhou nodded solemnly, puzzled. It's strange. My lower leg couldn't feel anything before, but when you touched it, I could clearly sense someone touching me. Try again. Really? A smile appeared on Li Qingshan's lips as he stared at Su Baizhou. Hurry up. Su Baizhou's face turned even redder, but she nodded in agreement. The energy in his inner sea of blood began to circulate. Li Qingshan's hand, wrapped in lightning energy, slowly touched Su Baizhou's fair, delicate lower leg. Ah! Su Baizhou bit her lip, unable to suppress another soft moan. All the classmates once again turned their heads in unison toward Li Qingshan. The substitute teacher's gaze showed a hint of dissatisfaction, and Li Qingshan quickly withdrew his hand. The envious stares of the other classmates once again converged on him, wishing they could throw him out on the spot. Li Qingshan, are you free after school? Su Baizhou, not daring to let him touch her again under everyone's watchful eyes, hurriedly asked. Nope. Li Qingshan shook his head. He had just obtained 2 alloy weapons and 3 million dragon coins, planning to buy some meat in the evening to feed his electric python. Consume 1 pound of pork, electric python chi and blood +1, rebound chi and blood +1. Consume 10 pounds of pork, electric python chi and blood +10, rebound chi and blood +10. Consume 100 pounds of pork, electric python chi and blood +100, rebound chi and blood +100. He closed the panel visible only to himself. His electric python continued devouring relentlessly. Over 130,000 pounds of pork had already been consumed, with more than half gone. As soon as it finished, tens of thousands more pounds had to be prepared. This creature truly had a monstrous appetite. The accumulated vitality had already surpassed 100,000 points, enough for an upgrade. Silently, Li Qingshan initiated the upgrade. By consuming 20,000 vitality points, his main body was upgraded to a level 13 warrior, and his clone advanced to a level 13 fierce beast. By consuming 40,000 vitality points, his main body reached level 14 warrior, and his clone ascended to level 14 fierce beast. Li Qingshan could distinctly feel the vitality in his dantian growing stronger. He had successfully advanced to a level 14 warrior, and the electric python had also reached level 14. The python's body had grown to 3.5 meters in length. With each upgrade, it gained half a meter. By the time it reached level 20, its body length was estimated to be around 7 meters. Su Baizhou, hearing that Li Qingshan was unavailable, showed a hint of disappointment on her face. She simply replied with an "Oh. I may not be free after school, but I do have time after 11 at night." Li Qingshan thought for a moment and said. Upon hearing this, Su Baizhou gave him a suspicious look. Li Qingshan quickly explained, "I honestly only have time after 11. Well, alright, she replied. Can you come to my house after 11? I don't know why, but when you touched my calf earlier, I actually felt something. Su Baizhou gritted her teeth and said, Are you inviting me to your house in the middle of the night? Of course, I can. Li Qingshan nodded solemnly, secretly delighted. Finally, he'd have something to eat at night. I'll send the address to your phone, Su Baizhou said, then sent her current address to Li Qingshan. After school, Su Baizhou pushed her wheelchair out of the campus, quickly got into a car, and disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan hurried toward the weapons market. The shop owner frowned as he saw the A-grade alloy long knife and alloy shield that Li Qingshan brought in. These things, you didn't rob and kill someone to get them, did you? Of course not. What kind of joke is that? Li Qingshan replied. I won them in a bet. For these two, is 5 million enough? What, you're planning to buy 8 million's worth of frozen pork? Can't you offer a discount? Volume's large, the best I can do is give you a 10% discount. This stuff doesn't have much profit margin. Alright, send it to the usual warehouse, Li Qingshan said. He first had the electric python hide away, then instructed the shop owner to deliver 8 million's worth of frozen pork, approximately 180,000 pounds of frozen goods, to the warehouse. Finally, Li Qingshan asked the owner to round it up. Ordinary people could never enjoy such a privilege. A full 180,000 pounds of frozen pork, enough to replenish 180,000 vitality points. 180,000 pounds equaled 90 tons. Li Qingshan glanced at his electric python, its muscular body covered in electric blue arcing patterns. If only I could get my hands on the flesh of a fierce beast, he thought. The pork from ordinary livestock increases vitality too slowly. He had heard that a few days ago, more fierce beasts had appeared in Jiang City, wreaking havoc. The entire Fierce Beast Management Bureau was working overtime to hunt them down. If his electric python were discovered, it might be classified as a fierce beast, so it was better to keep it hidden. At least until he had enough power to protect himself, it was safer to keep a low profile. After finishing his tasks, it was already past 9 at night. Li Qingshan took a car to the outskirts of Su Baizhou's neighborhood. It was a high-end villa district, and the security wouldn't let him in. He had no choice but to call Su Baizhou, who then sent her servant to escort him inside. The house was filled with a delightful fragrance. Su Baizhou was focused on studying martial arts manuals. Because of her limited mobility, she couldn't pursue traditional martial arts paths and had chosen a different route, martial arts analyst. The power of warriors primarily came from three aspects: the warrior's own strength, alloy weapons and armor, and martial techniques. Warrior combat typically involved physical confrontations, akin to ancient martial artists, only faster, more explosive in power. However, everyone had their unique techniques. Martial techniques were like ancient manuals, and martial arts analysts specialized in customizing and improving techniques tailored to different individuals. This profession required exceptional talent. Miss, the guest is here, the maid said respectfully. Leave us, Su Baizhou instructed upon seeing Li Qingshan, happiness flashing in her eyes. She quickly dismissed the maid. Yes, miss, the maid nodded respectfully and left, taking out her phone to make a call. In the distance, in Magic City, a Meteor-class fighter jet rapidly took off, heading straight for Jiang City. So this is your home, Su Baizhou. Wealthy people truly have it nice, Li Qingshan said, enviously gazing around Su Baizhou's room, filled with luxury brands. Well, then you'd better work hard to become wealthy, Su Baizhou replied. Forget it. I'm just a D-level warrior with poor talent. You're probably the most extraordinary person I'll ever meet. In this lifetime, Li Qingshan said. I'd rather not think too much about it, living a simple life is enough for me. What, you still remember things from your previous lives? Su Baizhou wheeled closer, lifting the blanket off her legs. Why don't you try again? All right. Li Qingshan nodded, curious about what changes his lightning-based power might bring. Lightning power had never appeared in the history of human warriors. Vitality was just vitality. To imbue vitality with attributes like fire, ice, or lightning, one needed to cultivate specific martial techniques and skills to unleash these elemental forces. But Li Qingshan was the only one whose vitality inherently contained pure lightning energy. Channeling the lightning vitality within his body, he placed a hand on Su Baizhou's calf. Ah, Su Baizhou let out a soft gasp, biting her lip as she said, I can feel the warmth of your hand. It's a little tingly. Don't move, stay there. Before she had finished speaking, Su Baizhou grabbed Li Qingshan's wrist, holding his hand in place on her leg. Her cheeks flushed even deeper. Ah, 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 soft moans echoed continuously in the room as Li Qingshan's lightning power steadily flowed into Su Baizhou's calf. The stronger his lightning power grew, the more sensation Su Baizhou could feel in her leg. But if his lightning weakened, her sensory range would shrink again. After about an hour, Li Qingshan roughly understood this pattern. He increased the lightning power in his hand, fully enveloping Su Baizhou's slender calf. Try standing up now, he said. Stand up? Su Baizhou looked at him in astonishment. Is that even possible? You won't know until you try, Li Qingshan said confidently. Gritting her teeth, Su Baizhou made up her mind. She focused on the sensations coming from her legs and slowly exerted force, attempting to stand up from her wheelchair. However, it had been so long since she had used her legs that she momentarily forgot how to properly exert strength. Despite multiple attempts, she couldn't stand. Even so, she could clearly feel that she was regaining control over her legs. Her eyes were filled with excitement and elation. As long as you practice more, you'll definitely stand firm. Madam! The servants of the Su family respectfully greeted Su Baizhou's mother. Where is Su Baizhou? Su Baizhou's mother, Han Shunyu, asked. At this moment, Han Shunyu was dressed in a black spaghetti strap dress, perfectly showcasing her full figure with an air of elegance, especially her upright chest. Her long, beautiful legs, fair and slender, were a perfect genetic gift passed on to Su Baizhou. She wore a pair of stiletto heels, wrapping her fair ankles. Although she was nearly 40, she still exuded charm and was incredibly captivating. She's in her room, madam, the servant respectfully replied. Han Shunyu, stepping lightly in her high heels, ascended the staircase silently and appeared outside Su Baizhou's room. Soon, sounds emerged from the room. It feels so good. Yes, just like that, harder, don't stop. Put it there, put it there. Hurry up. Alright, I promise you, just put it down first. No, I can't take it anymore. The sounds from the room made Han Shunyu's eyes flash with coldness and anger. She wanted to push the door open and teach the man inside, who was mistreating her daughter, a lesson. But just as she reached out to push the door, she stopped. If she barged in now, her daughter would surely know she had been eavesdropping. What had already happened couldn't be undone. She decided to first figure out who the man was and then find a way to separate him from her daughter. A man from the city clearly didn't deserve her daughter. Rushing in now would only embarrass her daughter. With this in mind, Han Shunyu clenched her teeth, quietly left, and returned to her room. She instructed the servant not to mention that she had come by. Time ticked by, and soon it was 1 a.m. Li Qingshan had already been there for 3 hours, and the sounds from the room continued without pause. Han Shunyu came by from time to time. Listening to the ongoing noises inside, she clenched her fists but had to admit that this man truly had some stamina. So long? My daughter's boyfriend can last this long? Pretty impressive. Pa! What nonsense am I thinking? Success! Li Qingshan looked at Su Baizhou, who finally stood up, a gratified smile on his face. Thank you, Li Qingshan. Su Baizhou's eyes reddened as she looked at him with gratitude. Since she was 3 years old, she had never thought she would ever stand up from her wheelchair one day. But now, she had done it. So this is what it feels like to stand. Do you want to try taking a step? Li Qingshan suggested. Yes. Su Baizhou nodded and tried to move her foot forward. However, she accidentally lost her balance, and her body tilted to the side. Li Qingshan quickly caught her, her soft body pressed against his, her heartbeat quickening. Too fast. Su Baizhou's face flushed with a rosy hue. We've known each other for days. Li Qingshan smiled. Do you like me? Su Baizhou bit her lip, her face full of innocence as she asked. I do. Li Qingshan nodded. He liked all beautiful girls, and of course, he liked Su Baizhou too. We're progressing too quickly. Other people go step by step. Su Baizhou lightly bit her lip. After speaking, her fair and slender hand moved with the agility of a snake. It was 2 a.m. Li Qingshan, full of energy and in a good mood, left Su Baizhou's house and hurried back to his own. In her room, Su Baizhou shook her sore wrists and asked the maid to prepare a late-night snack for her. The exertion was too much, and she was starving. The next morning, the first thing Li Qingshan did was open his personal panel. Host, Li Qingshan. Height, 19 centimeters. Strength, level 14 martial artist. Vitality, 25/80000, upgradable. Talent, grade C. Abilities, Thunder Vitality, Thunder Hammer, Electric Python talent acquired, Thunder Hammer. Avatar, Electric Python. Length, 3.5 meters. Strength, level 14 Ferocious Beast. Vitality, 25/80000, upgradable. Talent, grade C, evolvable to Thunder Boa at level 21, evolution route confirmed as Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon, Ancestral Dragon. With almost all the stored pork consumed, Li Qingshan didn't hesitate to press the upgrade button. Successfully consumed 80,000 vitality points, upgrading the main body to level 15 Martial Artist and the avatar to level 15 Ferocious Beast. The next upgrade would require 160,000 vitality points. Successfully consumed 160,000 vitality points, upgrading the main body to level 16 martial artist and the avatar to level 16 ferocious beast. The next upgrade would require 320,000 vitality points. He leveled up twice in one go. Li Qingshan could clearly feel the surging vitality within the blood sea of his Dantian. He hoped someone would come looking for trouble today so he could loot some good equipment. Zhangcheng Martial Arts University. The first-year learning model wasn't very different from high school. There were no elective courses, all foundational courses had to be systematically studied. Only in the second year could students choose electives based on their talent routes. So, everyone attended lectures in the large classroom. Early in the morning, a man wearing a black tactical jacket appeared in the classroom. He exuded a menacing aura, making him look extremely hard to approach. In the classroom, students entered one after another. The moment they saw the man in the black tactical jacket, they exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was too familiar with him. He was one of the three great tyrants among the freshmen at Zhangcheng Martial Arts University, and his photo was even displayed on the school's wall of honor. The school intended to rely on him to compete for the championship in the National 100 Schools League. The man in black before them was none other than Li Changyue. Isn't this Li Changyue, one of our school's three tyrants? Why is he in our class? Isn't it obvious? It must be because of Li Qingshan's arrogant remarks yesterday that he's here. That Li Qingshan is really asking for trouble. Isn't his strength just a temporary boost from his rare inherited physique and a single pill? Why is he acting all high and mighty? He'll be surpassed by us sooner or later. He's just a D-grade talent. I heard that Li Changyue is already a level 11 martial artist. Don't you know? A level 11 martial artist is on a completely different tier compared to anything below level 11. Even if Li Qingshan is an 8th or 9th level martial artist, he stands no chance against Li Changyue. Damn, it's only been a short time since school started, and he's already at level 11? What do you know? Talented people like Li Changyue have been tested for their aptitude and trained in martial arts early on. The moment they turned 18, they dedicated themselves to martial arts, combining it with various pills and medicinal baths to reach level 11 so quickly. Reaching this level within half a month of school starting is normal. For us, we'd only be at level 5 or 6 at most, given our talents. The students in the class stared at Li Changyue, who stood at the lectern, discussing him in hushed tones. Su Baizhou, pushing her wheelchair into the classroom, frowned upon hearing the murmurs around her. A trace of worry appeared on her face. Li Qingshan quickly arrived at the classroom. He looked at Li Changyue, who was wearing a windbreaker, and before the latter could speak, he said, one of the three freshman overlords of Zhangcheng University, Li Changyue, an 11th level martial artist, right? Oh? Li Changyue slightly furrowed his brows, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You should know why I'm here. Of course I know. Then let's fight. But I won't play with you for free. Li Qingshan sneered. I know the rules. 1 million dragon coins. Li Changyue said as he took out a dragon card. No, this time it's different. Li Qingshan waved his hand and continued, Zhangcheng Martial Arts University has 3 overlords. Fighting you one by one is a waste of time. Call the other 2 as well. And I'll take on all 3 of you at once. If I lose, I'll drop out immediately, and you can make me do anything. But if the 3 of you lose together, give me 30 million dragon coins. How about that? 1 against 3? The moment his words fell, everyone in the classroom widened their eyes, filled with shock and disbelief. No one could believe it. Li Qingshan was being too arrogant. Those were the 3 giants among the freshmen. And he dared to challenge them all at once? Li Qingshan, aren't you being a bit too cocky? Li Changyue looked at Li Qingshan with a faint smile, full of disdain. If you can bring the other 2, then we'll fight. But if you can't, I won't make a move against you. You alone aren't worthy of my attention. Zhangcheng University had a rule, students could duel, but it had to be consensual on both sides. If you want to fight me one-on-one, no way. Unless you wait for the freshman martial arts competition a month from now. But even then, you might not even have the chance to face me. Li Qingshan held his ground, meeting Li Changyue's imposing aura head-on. Fine. I'll go get them. Li Changyue snorted coldly and turned to leave. Getting those 2 to show up was no challenge at all. Hurry up, don't dawdle. My time is valuable. Li Qingshan called out, staring at Li Changyue's retreating figure. The classmates were still in shock as Li Qingshan returned to his seat. Do you still want me to come over to your place tonight? Li Qingshan asked softly. Sure. Su Baizhou's cheeks turned slightly red as she asked, last night, it wasn't bad, was it? Absolutely great. Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction and added, "Before I left." "Ah, I get it." Su Baizhou's face flushed red to her ears, and she quickly pinched him lightly. The news that Li Qingshan wanted to take on the three overlords spread quickly among the freshmen, shocking everyone. They all thought he was completely insane. But deep down, they were excited, eager to see him get taught a harsh lesson by the three overlords and reveal his true self. The matter also reached the ears of Zhao Qianya and the other instructors. However, hearing that Li Qingshan had taken a family heirloom pill, a divine elixir left by the legendary female war god of the Li family, they didn't pay much attention. After all, the Li family had produced a female war god, so it wasn't surprising they possessed such miraculous pills to enhance strength. Li Qingshan's talent was only at the D-level martial artist rank. From now on, his abilities would be essentially fixed, with no chance of further breakthroughs. The instructors only cared about true geniuses and had no interest in someone like him. Upon hearing the news, Wang Qingcha said, "Might as well meet him, it'll be a brief farewell." The other two freshman overlords of Jiangcheng University, upon hearing about Li Qingshan's arrogance, were instantly furious and decided to teach him a lesson. They agreed to show up together. By noon, the three overlords of Jiangcheng Martial Arts University were already waiting on the training field for Li Qingshan. Many freshmen had also gathered to watch, their faces full of excitement. Finally, there was going to be a good show. Li Qingshan was too full of himself and needed to be put in his place. A martial artist with D-level talent, acting all high and mighty every day. If it weren't for his family's divine pill, he wouldn't amount to anything in this life. He might not even graduate as an 8th-level martial artist. I heard he's even hooked up with Su Baizhou, the daughter of the Su family. Can you believe good things like that end up with him? Exactly, why not me? Just because he's a cripple? What's so great about him? Wasn't he dumped by Wang Qingcha long ago? Ha, well said. Where is that guy? Why isn't he here yet? Did he chicken out? The freshmen on the training field chattered away, eagerly waiting for Li Qingshan to appear. After another 10 minutes, Li Qingshan finally arrived, walking leisurely. The crowd parted to make way for him as he spoke to the three overlords. "Have you prepared the 30 million dragon coins?" "Humph." Li Qianyue snorted coldly and pulled out a dragon card. "There's 30 million on this card. Is that enough for you?" "Yes, it's enough." Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. "All right, all three of you come at me at once. Hurry up, I've got other things to do." "Ha, Li Qianyue, this guy really is as arrogant as you said. You two watch, I'll teach him a lesson first. Let him understand that trash is still trash, and luck won't change that. In the face of true genius, he's nothing." As soon as the words fell, one of the freshman overlords charged at Li Qingshan, his entire body surging with energy and blood, like a bull in full charge, carrying the force of a storm. He was also an 11th-level martial artist. He made his move. The crowd was thrilled, holding their breath, watching as the overlord prepared to thrash Li Qingshan. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed. The freshman overlord was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground, raising a cloud of dust. His chest ached, his energy churned, and he felt incredibly uncomfortable. He had lost. The crowd was stunned. They hadn't even seen how Li Qingshan had made his move. How could he lose so quickly? That was one of Jiangcheng Martial Arts University's freshman overlords, an 11th-level martial artist. What level is Li Qingshan at? The other two overlords began to take him seriously, their gazes sizing him up. Ha ha, so this is what the so-called freshman overlords amount to? Li Qingshan chuckled disdainfully. Li Qingshan, what level are you at now? Li Qianyue asked. 11th level martial artist. Li Qingshan replied. 11th level? Weren't you just at 8th level yesterday? Li Qianyue asked angrily. Are you joking? Or are you lying about being 11th level? Forgot to tell you. Li Qingshan said smugly. The divine pill my grandmother left behind doesn't work all at once, it continuously enhances strength. Just overnight, I broke through to the 11th level. Li Qingshan let out a cold snort, a proud smile on his face. As for you useless guys, most of you probably haven't even reached 3rd level yet, have you? Li Qingshan began to mock them outright. What did you say? This guy is too much. How dare he say that? He's acting like we're nothing in his eyes. Don't forget, I have a B-level talent. One day, I'll surpass him. This little arrogance of his is nothing. 11th level martial artist? Li Qianyue frowned and exchanged glances with the other two freshman overlords. Without hesitation, they charged toward Li Qingshan. 3 against 1. In an instant, the air was filled with a dense killing intent, and the surrounding atmosphere surged with bloodlust, shaking everyone to their core. Everyone held their breath. Bang! 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 Three muffled sounds echoed as three figures were sent flying heavily, crashing to the ground. Although they weren't severely injured, they were clearly overpowered. 30 million dragon coins in hand. Li Qingshan looked at the three fallen individuals and said, "You can try again with alloy weapons, each of you wagering 30 million dragon coins. But if you lose, your alloy weapons will belong to me. How about that? Newborn three demon kings? I see nothing more than three little bugs, nothing impressive. Trash. Take him down. Just 30 million, huh? We have to take him down. Go for it, I'll pitch in 10,000 dragon coins to support taking him down. This guy is way too arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, we'll never be able to hold our heads up at Jiangcheng Martial Arts University, especially losing to someone with a mere D-rank martial talent." The surrounding students chimed in, their faces burning with fury. Li Qingshan had clearly provoked them to the limit. The three so-called newborn demon kings who had been knocked down were still in a daze. Yet upon hearing Li Qingshan's words, they immediately scrambled to their feet. Three little bugs? Just 30 million? Let's take him down. Li Changyue gritted his teeth. We must crush him. If we don't, I won't be able to get over this, it'll haunt me forever. Take him down. The three demon kings quickly pooled together 90 million dragon coins, an insignificant amount for heirs from wealthy families like theirs. These were funds their families had poured significant resources into cultivating them. Although they were injured, they could afford to wager this amount, especially since they wielded S-rank alloy weapons. Each weapon was worth at least 10 million dragon coins. 3 S-rank alloy long blades were worth at least 50 million. Fantastic! Seeing the 3 S-rank alloy weapons, a sharp glint flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. It was wise to hold back against these guys earlier. This guy does have some skills, Wang Qingcha, standing amidst the crowd, remarked with a hint of surprise. She then chuckled lightly, but, facing martial artists wielding S-rank alloy long blades won't be easy. Asterisk swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh, asterisk. In the next moment, the three enraged demon kings charged toward Li Qingshan. The wind howled as 3 alloy long blades slashed through the air, emitting a chilling gleam. Their killing intent was palpable, aimed directly at Li Qingshan's head. The air around them turned noticeably colder. The surrounding students watched with unblinking eyes, afraid to miss a single thrilling moment of the fight. Whoosh! Li Qingshan's figure blurred, leaving behind a faint afterimage as he easily dodged the attacks of the 3 alloy long blades. Asterisk bang! 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 Asterisk. 3 muffled sounds rang out once again as the trio was sent flying, just like before. However, this time, they were completely drained of financial resources. Li Qingshan showed no mercy. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from their lips as they collapsed on the ground, unable to get up. Their eyes filled with terror as they helplessly watched Li Qingshan pick up their alloy long blades. With a triumphant grin, Li Qingshan taunted, "Thank you for the generous gifts, my friends." Ha ha ha. Li Qingshan, who would have thought that in just a few days, you could defeat the 3 newborn demon kings of Jiangcheng Martial Arts University? At this moment, Wang Qingcha stepped out from the crowd, looking at Li Qingshan with a mix of disdain and amusement. Wang Qingcha? Regretting it now? Li Qingshan said indifferently. Even if you regret it, it's too late. Don't forget to show up for the duel in a month. By then, you'll immediately be my concubine and take care of my wife during her confinement. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. Wang Qingcha sneered, you really think you're invincible just because you defeated 3 newborn demon kings? Deep down, you know exactly how your strength came about. It won't take long before those 3 leave you far behind. A D-rank martial talent is still just a D-rank martial talent. And one more thing, I'm leaving Jiangcheng Martial Arts University starting today. I've already been selected to join the War God training camp. I'll be reporting there tomorrow. From now on, we'll be worlds apart, like heaven and earth. Little bug, remember the gap between you and me. War God training camp? Gasp. As soon as Wang Qingcha finished speaking, everyone present couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. War God training camp? I heard only martial artists with the potential to become war gods can enter. The Wang family already has 1 war god. If they produce another, they'll undoubtedly become the #1 family in Jiangcheng. And I've heard that Wang Qingcha is also engaged to the Zhao family from the Demon City. The Wang family is now the strongest in Jiangcheng, backed by the powerful influence of the Demon City. But the War God training camp is said to only select true geniuses. Wang Qingcha is just an S-rank martial talent. How could she get in? Exactly, even SS-rank martial talents can't qualify. You'd need at least SSS-rank talent and still have to pass rigorous assessments. but Wang Qingcha has been attending classes these past few days. When did she have time for the assessment? Could it be that she pulled some strings? Don't be ridiculous. While the Wang family is powerful in Jiangcheng, the War God training camp is a national-level institution. They couldn't possibly pull strings to get someone in. True, even if you wanted to pull strings, you'd need real skills. Families sending their kids there would at least have SSS-rank martial talents. As soon as the term War God training camp was mentioned, the surrounding students exploded into discussion. Everyone knew what a lofty existence it represented. For Wang Qingcha to get in? It was almost unbelievable. Hearing the doubts from the crowd, Wang Qingcha lifted her head high, her posture proud like a swan. She continued, to be honest, I awakened the Golden Crow's sacred body a few days ago, which is why I was specially recruited by the War God training camp. Golden Crow sacred body? The scene fell silent in an instant. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone stared at Wang Qingcha in shock. Golden Crow sacred body? That's an extraordinary sacred physique, even beyond SSS rank. Having a sacred physique almost guarantees being a future war god, with the potential to break through to even higher realms. Whoa, the Wang family is truly blessed this time. Their daughter has the Golden Crow sacred body? She's undoubtedly one of the future female war gods. Li Qingshan? He's not even worthy of licking her boots. The Golden Crow's sacred body is one of the top-tier special physiques. No wonder the Zhao family from the Demon City chose her as their daughter-in-law. So this was the reason. From now on, Jiangcheng will undoubtedly bow to the Wang family. The Wang family produced a phoenix, while the Li family produced a failure? Ha ha ha, well said. The surrounding freshmen discussed enviously, throwing disdainful glances at Li Qingshan. Didn't you act all high and mighty just now? Turns out you're still completely outclassed by Wang Qingcha. Li Qingshan, compared to her? Ha, sorry, you're not even in the same league. Golden Crow sacred body? What's so special about that? If you've got the guts, let's fight right now. Li Qingshan snorted coldly, unable to suppress his urge to prove himself. Fine. You think I'm afraid of you? Wang Qingcha sneered, her internal energy surging as a cold glint flashed in her eyes. However, just as she began to circulate her qi and blood, the sharp cry of a golden crow bird echoed from within her body. Her previously upright posture suddenly collapsed, and she fell heavily to the ground. A flicker of flame flashed through her eyes. Her body was still in the awakening stage. Using her qi and blood at this point could easily lead to injury or even death. Su Baizhou wheeled over and said, Qingshan, let it go. Let's wait until a month later to compete. After all, even if she loses now, she might renege and refuse to become your concubine. After speaking, she secretly beckoned to Li Qingshan. He hastily approached and heard Su Baizhou whisper, if she reneges, this duel won't count. Let's wait until a month later. If she doesn't agree to be your concubine, who's going to help me take care of my postpartum recovery in the future? After saying this, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Miss. At this moment, a stern shout came from afar. A middle-aged female martial artist dashed over at full speed, scooped up the fallen Wang Qingcha, and quickly ran off into the distance, exclaiming, Miss, hang in there, it'll be fine soon. Guess there's no fighting now, she's been taken away, Li Qingshan remarked as he watched the hurriedly retreating female warrior. He shrugged helplessly. Fine. In a month, I'll defeat her fair and square and take her as my concubine. Su Baizhou pouted coquettishly, looking at Li Qingshan with dependence. After seeing Su Baizhou off, Li Qingshan walked out of the school gates. He immediately sold 3 S-grade alloy longswords, earning 50 million dragon coins. The weapons shop owner gave him a peculiar look. This kid comes here every day to sell alloy weapons. Surely he's not involved in some shady business like killing and looting, he muttered. First, he had made 30 million, then another 90 million, totaling 120 million. Adding to that the 50 million from selling alloy weapons, he now had 170 million dragon coins. With this much money in hand, Li Qingshan headed straight to the frozen goods wholesale market, intending to quickly convert his wealth into strength. That afternoon, Li Qingshan single-handedly defeated 3 demon kings with ease. Meanwhile, the news spread throughout the campus. Wang Qingcha turned out to possess the Golden Crow's sacred body. However, many people didn't hold high hopes for Li Qingshan's strength or potential. They believed he was temporarily boosting his level with pills and would eventually be surpassed by more talented martial artists. Boss, do you have any fierce beast meat for sale? Li Qingshan asked. Yes, but it's a bit pricey. Do you want some? The frozen goods vendor replied. I do. Do you have meat from level 20 fierce beasts? Li Qingshan nodded. The higher the level of the beast, the more chi and blood it provided. Most importantly, it would spare his electric python the effort of devouring lesser beasts. Of course, we have level 20 beast meat. But you know, it's not sold by weight but by the whole beast. That's because a level 1 black fong rat provides the same strength as a level 1 ironback pig. For level 20 beasts, they're 1.6 million per beast. How many do you want? You can even choose the species, the vendor explained. Do you have any smaller-bodied ones? Li Qingshan inquired. Yes, iron armor silver fong rats, about 10 kilograms each. How many do you want? The vendor responded. Not too many. Just enough to spend 170 million dragon coins, Li Qingshan calculated. What? How much? The vendor was stunned and quickly called over his colleagues to gather a large number of level 20 fierce beasts. They even gave him a discount. In total, he acquired 108 beasts. The vendor helped store the meat in the warehouse. Once the vendor left, the electric python slithered out from a corner and began devouring the level 20 beast meat in large bites. As the electric python consumed each level 20 beast, the system echoed. Electric python has devoured a level 20 fierce beast, gaining plus 1.7 million chi and blood. Chi and blood have been reciprocated to the host, plus 1.7 million. The system voice repeated with each beast devoured. Finally, Li Qingshan opened the system panel for a quick glance. Host, Li Qingshan. Height, 19 centimeters. Power, level 16 martial artist. Chi and blood, 1.836 billion/320,000, upgradable. Talent, C grade. Abilities, Thunder Chi and blood, Thunder Hammer, Electric Python talent acquired, Thunder Hammer. Companion, Electric Python. Length, 4.5 meters. Power, level 16 fierce beast, upgradable. Chi and blood, 1.836 billion/320,000. Talent, C grade, at level 21, it can evolve into a Thunder Anaconda, with the evolution path confirmed as Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon Ancestral Dragon. He spent 640,000 chi and blood to upgrade himself to a level 17 martial artist and the electric python to a level 17 fierce beast. Spending 1.28 million chi and blood, he upgraded to level 18. The electric python also reached level 18. By using 2.56 million chi and blood, he ascended to level 19, taking the electric python alone. Then, with 5.12 million chi and blood, he advanced to level 20, again upgrading the electric python. Finally, spending 10 million chi and blood, he reached level 21, triggering the electric python's evolution. The system prompted. Evolution will take 10 minutes. Proceed immediately? Start, decline. Since the warehouse was a safe environment, Li Qingshan clicked start without hesitation. 10 minutes later, the electric python's body rapidly expanded, growing from under 10 meters to 15 meters in length. Its body thickened, covered in dense patterns glowing with electric light. Li Qingshan opened the system panel. Host, Li Qingshan. Height, 20 centimeters. Power, level 21 martial artist. Chi and blood, 1.63 billion/20 million, upgradable. Talent, B grade. Abilities, Thunder Chi and blood, Thunder Hammer, Thunder Shadow Triple Speed, Thunder Anaconda talent acquired, Thunder Shadow Triple Speed. Companion, Thunder Anaconda. Length, 15 meters. Power, level 21 fierce beast, upgradable. Chi and blood, 1.63 billion/20 million. Talent, B grade, at level 31, it can evolve into a Thunder Flood Dragon, with the evolution path confirmed as Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon Ancestral Dragon. The system panel showed new changes, with the most notable being the talent upgrade to B grade. Each time the Thunder Anaconda evolved, its talent improved. If it evolved into a Thunder Flood Dragon next, the talent would advance to A grade. Beyond that would be S grade, then SS, and finally SSS. Although talent didn't significantly impact Li Qingshan, he didn't dwell on it. There was still over 1 billion chi and blood remaining, enough for him to continue leveling up. More importantly, after evolving into the Thunder Anaconda, he acquired a new talent, Thunder Shadow Triple Speed. This was a set of speed-based skills. Once activated, it allowed for lightning-fast movements, leaving countless afterimages behind, making his actions unpredictable and eerie. As for its effectiveness, only a truly formidable opponent could test its mettle. The next evolution, would it be a Flood Dragon? In his past life, Li Qingshan had seen many pythons and various types of snakes. In this life, he had also encountered pythons and river snakes. But this was the first time he had ever seen a Flood Dragon, and he hadn't expected to witness such a sight in his lifetime. Level up. Spending 20 million blood energy, the main body successfully advanced to level 22 martial artist, and the Thunder Python advanced to level 22 beast. Spending 40 million blood energy, the main body successfully advanced to level 23 martial artist, and the Thunder Python advanced to level 23 beast. Spending 80 million blood energy, the main body successfully advanced to level 24 martial artist, and the Thunder Python advanced to level 24 beast. In the end, Li Qingshan spent a total of 140 million blood energy, successfully raising himself and the Thunder Python to level 24. Don't underestimate level 24. At Jiangcheng Martial Arts University, students' graduation wasn't strictly divided by academic years. There were 2 ways to graduate. The first was to complete 3 years of study and graduate. The second was to reach level 30 as a martial artist and graduate immediately. So as long as one reached level 30, they could graduate early. Now that he was at level 24, even among third-year students, he was considered an exceptional existence. Not bad. Now, he could directly challenge the top experts on campus and was bound to gain significant benefits. His Thunder Python had also evolved to a body length of 35 meters. Its massive form coiled in the warehouse, incredibly intimidating. If the Thunder Python were to transform into a flood dragon, it would probably grow to over 100 meters long, and the warehouse wouldn't be able to contain it at all. After leaving the warehouse, Li Qingshan returned to school. In the classroom, the way his classmates looked at him had changed. There was envy, jealousy, and even disdain. They thought that, with their own talents, it wouldn't take long for them to catch up to him. A bunch of losers. What are you looking at? In the entire Jiangcheng University, not to mention you first years, even the second and third year students are all a bunch of losers. Humph. After saying this, he sat back in his seat. Li Qingshan's words caused an uproar in the class, and soon enough, it spread throughout the campus. Of course, with Li Qingshan's current strength, his classmates didn't dare mock him to his face, they only gossiped behind his back. What's so great about him? Isn't he just relying on his family background? Exactly, what's he so arrogant about? By the time we're in our second year, everyone will be at least in their teens or even level 20. What will he be then? If second and third year students had heard this, they would have probably given him a good beating. After school, Li Qingshan called his parents, only to find out they were still working overtime. He really didn't understand what kept them so busy, working overtime for several days in a row. Left with no choice, he headed to Su Baizhou's villa. This time, besides Su Baizhou, he also met another woman. Han Chunyu. Su Baizhou's mother, no less, still full of charm with an impeccable figure. Especially those long, slender legs. No wonder Su Baizhou's legs looked so good, they were inherited. Su Baizhou, is this your classmate? Han Chunyu looked at Li Qingshan with a hint of hostility in her gaze. That's right. Su Baizhou nodded, ignoring her mother, and said, Li Qingshan, help me push the wheelchair upstairs. All right. Li Qingshan agreed without paying attention to Han Chunyu's expression. He pushed Su Baizhou into the elevator, heading upstairs. Wait, Su Baizhou. I have something to say to you. Seeing her daughter and Li Qingshan heading upstairs, Han Chunyu hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. All of Li Qingshan's information had been thoroughly investigated by Han Chunyu the day before. She had reached a conclusion. This kind of man was absolutely not worthy of her daughter, no matter what, and she had to stop it. Let's talk in the room. Su Baizhou frowned and said. Thus, Li Qingshan, Han Chunyu, and Su Baizhou entered the room together. The atmosphere grew a little tense. Li Qingshan glanced at Han Chunyu's long legs in high heels and secretly swallowed hard. Not bad. Mom, what do you want to say? Su Baizhou got straight to the point. Han Chunyu looked at her daughter and the unfamiliar man in front of her, frowning deeply. Su Baizhou, while I respected your decision to attend Jiangcheng Martial Arts University, you must also respect your father and me. I absolutely forbid you from dating in Jiangcheng. Dating? Madam, you must be mistaken. Li Qingshan glared at Han Chunyu and said, I'm here to treat your daughter's injury, and there's already been significant progress. What? Treating her injury? What injury? Han Chunyu's frown deepened as she stared at Li Qingshan. You're just a martial artist from a small town. Do you think you also know medicine? For my daughter's condition, the Su family has hired the best doctors in the country to treat her. Even top-notch expert teams and powerful martial artists have been involved, but to no avail. Su Baizhou's leg ailment is congenital. No one can cure it. And you say you can? You're no different from those street scammers. I know how much my daughter longs to stand up, but I absolutely won't allow her to be deceived by someone like you, giving her false hope only to face disappointment again. Madam, I really can cure your daughter. At the very least, I can help her stand up, Li Qingshan said patiently. If it weren't for Su Baizhou, he wouldn't have bothered saying so much and would have turned around and left. Stand up? Ha! As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, Han Shunyu sneered, her gaze full of contempt as she looked him up and down. And how exactly do you plan to make my daughter stand up? Go ahead, tell me. Han Shunyu nearly burst out laughing. Even the top doctors couldn't achieve this. If Li Qingshan could pull it off, those renowned physicians might as well go jump off a building. Let me touch your daughter's legs, and you'll see, Li Qingshan said. Touch my daughter's legs? Hiss. As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of anger surged through Han Shunyu's head. Her body trembled slightly, and she almost unleashed her blood energy to teach this pervert a lesson. He actually dared to say he wanted to touch her daughter's legs? The audacity! Li Qingshan, do you dare repeat what you just said? Han Shunyu clenched her fists, her blood energy starting to circulate, ready to strike. Mom, what are you doing? Seeing this, Su Baizhou quickly stood up from her wheelchair, shielding Li Qingshan and grabbing her mother's arm. I won't allow you to hurt him. Su Baizhou, you're my daughter. Don't let this scammer fool you, you're being utterly irrational. If this guy can really make you stand up, I'll kneel down and massage his feet for the rest of my life, Han Shunyu said. Massage feet? For the rest of your life? Li Qingshan's eyes lit up as he looked Han Shunyu up and down, excitement welling up inside him. Time to put on a show. Madam, don't make such careless statements. Li Qingshan cleared his throat before speaking. I mean it. If you can truly make my daughter stand up, I'll massage your feet for the rest of your life. What of it? Humph. Han Shunyu snorted coldly. Just like this. Li Qingshan spoke as he placed his hand on Su Baizhou's fair and delicate calf. The thunderous energy within his body began to circulate, and a gentle flow of lightning power was infused into her leg. The next moment, something unexpected happened, shocking Han Shunyu. Su Baizhou actually managed to push herself up from the wheelchair, standing up slowly and with great effort. Although she wobbled slightly, she was indeed standing. This. Han Shunyu was stunned, waves of disbelief surging in her heart. A top-tier medical team had examined her daughter's condition hundreds of times, yet none could cure her leg ailment. And now, this nameless young man had managed to heal her? How is this possible? Could this truly be real? Mom, I told you, Li Qingshan is helping treat me. Now, leave the room. Su Baizhou huffed indignantly. Ah, yes, I'll leave, right away. Han Shunyu, seeing her daughter actually standing, was too overjoyed to argue and hurriedly left the room. Hey! At this moment, Li Qingshan suddenly called out. I'll wait for you. The next moment, a faint voice reached Li Qingshan's ears. It was Han Shunyu's voice, but she had already walked far away, making it impossible to hear her so clearly. Could this be a special ability of a powerful martial artist? Li Qingshan looked at Su Baizhou. His expression remained calm, and it was clear she hadn't heard her mother's words. Next, Li Qingshan continued treating Su Baizhou's leg condition in the room. Would you like to contract the Phoenix hatchling? Just as Li Qingshan and Su Baizhou were feeling overjoyed, a system prompt suddenly appeared before his eyes. Yes, no. Note, once the contract is successful, the system will modify the Phoenix hatchling's body, enabling it to bear the soul's power within and completely cure the lame leg. Phoenix hatchling? Li Qingshan was momentarily stunned as he looked at the dazed expression on Su Baizhou's face, his eyes full of doubt. Clearly, this was a human. How could she be a Phoenix hatchling? Could it be a human body with a phoenix's soul? Or perhaps the reincarnation of a phoenix? No matter the truth, if a contract could be formed, Li Qingshan would certainly not pass up the chance. He immediately clicked, yes. Contract successful. You've obtained a contract partner, Phoenix hatchling. The system panel is now activated, binding the two parties. The Phoenix hatchling is now 100% loyal to the host, ****. The contracted partner's power will increase, providing a boost to the host's vitality. Would you like to immediately heal the Phoenix hatchling's leg ailment? Yes, no. 3 hours later, it was already early morning. Li Qingshan, looking at Su Baizhou, who seemed more radiant than before, asked, Su Baizhou, do you feel anything different? Something different? Su Baizhou, wearing white socks, curled her slender legs. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. I think I'm becoming more and more attached to you. After speaking, she bit her lip gently, her face flushing red. It seems Su Baizhou was unaware of the changes, but her increasing strength would still provide Li Qingshan with a boost in vitality. Li Qingshan opened the system panel. Host, Li Qingshan. Height, 20 centimeters. Strength, level 24 martial artist. Vitality, 0.2 billion/1.6 billion. Talent, Grade B. Skills, Thunder Vitality, Thunder Hammer, Thunder Shadow Triple Speed, Acquired Thunder Python Talent, Thunder Shadow Triple Speed. Avatar, Thunder Python. Length, 35 meters. Strength, Level 24 Beast. Vitality, 0.2 billion/1.6 billion. Talent, Grade B, will evolve into Thunder Jiao at level 31, with evolution route confirmed as Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon, Ancestral Dragon. Contract Partner, Phoenix Hatchling. Name, Su Baizhou. Strength, Level 0 Martial Artist. Talent, SSS Grade, Phoenix Divine Body unlocked at level 10. As expected, the system panel displayed simplified information about the Phoenix Hatchling at the bottom. Li Qingshan hadn't anticipated that Su Baizhou would possess an SSS Grade martial talent. However, once she reached level 10 as a martial artist, her talent would evolve into the Phoenix Divine Body, similar to Wang Qingcha's Golden Crow Sacred Body. Su Baizhou, I actually have a way to completely heal your leg ailment. Would you like to be able to stand up? Li Qingshan asked. Yes. But, no. Su Baizhou's face showed a conflicted expression after hearing his question. Why both yes and no? Li Qingshan pressed further. If my legs were healed, my mom would surely take me back to Magic City, and then I wouldn't be able to see you anymore. But I also want to stand on my own. Still, things are pretty good as they are now. Biting her lip, Su Baizhou said, being with you is the happiest time of my life. I want this happiness to last a little longer. Actually, you could just pretend to still be lame. Wouldn't that be better? Li Qingshan suggested. This. Su Baizhou froze for a moment, her eyes lighting up. Why didn't I think of that? Such a simple solution, and I didn't even consider it. Yes. Li Qingshan immediately clicked to treat the Phoenix Hatchling's leg ailment, placing his hand on Su Baizhou's leg. The next moment, Su Baizhou felt sensation returning to her previously numb legs, and they began responding to her brain's commands. Even when Li Qingshan withdrew his hand, she could clearly feel the strength in her legs. Slowly, she stood up from the wheelchair. Li Qingshan, I stood up on my own? Su Baizhou was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down her face. Yes. From today onward, you can walk the path of a martial artist. With such great talent, you mustn't waste it. Work hard. Li Qingshan encouraged her. Indeed. The harder Su Baizhou trained, the more vitality she would feed back to Li Qingshan. I will. Su Baizhou nodded earnestly, still immersed in the joy of being able to stand. An hour and a half later, Li Qingshan left the room, satisfied, and leaned against the wall as he made his way outside the villa. The next moment, a figure blocked his path. Wearing a black camisole and high heels, Han Shunyu, she stood there, staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. Li Qingshan's heart tightened. There was an ominous feeling. After all, she was a powerful martial artist. Madam Han, please show restraint. Killing is against the law, Li Qingshan said cautiously. Ha! Han Shunyu chuckled lightly, her voice crisp. Earlier, I acted impulsively. I thought you were just a lecherous fraud trying to take advantage of my daughter. I didn't expect you were actually treating her. My daughter hasn't been this happy in a long time. What do you want? As long as it's not excessive, I can grant it. Of course, as for the foot massage, you'll need to give me some time to prepare myself mentally. Money? Li Qingshan got straight to the point. I have 2 dragon cards with a 1 billion limit each, 2 billion in total. Take them and use them as you wish. Han Shunyu said as she retrieved 2 cards from her ring and handed them to Li Qingshan. What's this? Li Qingshan glanced at the ring on Han Shunyu's hand, a trace of envy flashing in his eyes. Is that a spatial ring? If you like it, I'll have one sent to you tomorrow. Han Shunyu nodded. 2 billion in dragon currency, plus a precious spatial ring, these were nothing compared to her daughter's happiness. Thank you, madam. Li Qingshan felt a surge of joy in his heart, he hadn't expected to obtain a spatial ring in the end. Leaving the villa, Li Qingshan hurried back home right away. Jiangqing Beast Management Bureau. Hello, it's Beasts South Mansion Community. There are so many beasts in the South Mansion community. Help! Please save us. The call was suddenly cut off, and alarms immediately blared throughout the Management Bureau. Hundreds of martial artists clad in special combat gear quickly drove toward the South Mansion community. At this moment, the South Mansion community had turned into a bloody hell. A large number of fierce beasts had stormed into the community, wildly attacking the residents. These beasts had long infiltrated Jiangcheng, hiding deeply, and only today did they fully reveal themselves, launching an attack on the South Mansion community. The Jiangcheng Beast Management Bureau had long known that many beasts were lurking in the city, but their motives were unclear. Now, with a large-scale beast assault on the South Mansion community, the mystery was about to be unraveled. 10 minutes later, hundreds of martial artists arrived at the scene. On the community square, the grass and the roads, severed limbs and broken corpses were scattered everywhere. The air was thick with the nauseating stench of blood, making it sickening to breathe. The cries of beasts and the screams of civilians echoed incessantly. In one apartment on the 7th floor, a beast suddenly burst in. In terror, the homeowner leaped from the windowsill, crashing heavily onto the hard ground below. His body shattered, blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and his eyeballs rolled across the ground. Help! Help! Another resident desperately crawled toward the martial artists, with an ironback wolf viciously tearing at his legs from behind. Blood streamed freely, leaving only exposed white bones. The scene was horrifying beyond words. Even so, the man continued to struggle, fighting desperately to survive. The ironback wolf's muscles were solid and compact, its back covered in black, hard armor that provided formidable defense. Its mouth reeked of a foul stench as sharp claws glinted with a chilling light, exuding an overwhelming ferocity. In the corridor, a giant python coiled around a beautifully shaped woman, dragging her into its blood-red maw as it began to devour her. Meanwhile, green-furred rats slipped silently into rooms. Taking their targets by surprise, they used razor-sharp claws to tear open abdomens, spilling intestines and internal organs all over the floor. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Move out immediately. Exterminate all the beasts in South Mansion community. The captain of the 7th Squad of the Jiangcheng Beast Management Bureau commanded, and hundreds of martial artists swiftly charged into the community to begin the suppression. The Jiangcheng Beast Management Bureau consisted of 10 squads in total. This time, the 7th Squad was responsible for the South Mansion community, while the other 9 squads were stationed in various other areas of the city. Report to the captain. The first team of the 7th Squad is in position and has started monitoring the entire area. Report to the captain. The second team has arrived and is clearing Building 1. The third team is in place, clearing the beasts on community roads. The 10th team has reached the west gate, ready to prevent any beasts from escaping the community. Comrades, let's all return safely. Yes. Yes. Instantly, the martial artists within the South Mansion community erupted with immense power. Their blood surged with energy, and their killing intent filled the air. Boom! A heavy punch struck an ironback wolf on the head. The wolf was sent flying, crashing into a wall, which cracked open with a large fissure. The ironback wolf wobbled as it climbed back to its feet, one of its eyes already burst and bleeding profusely. It bared its fangs in a snarl, still ferociously charging at the martial artist. The martial artists, wearing alloy gauntlets and battle armor, combined their physical strength with their blood energy to launch a relentless assault on the ironback wolf. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. Fist after fist landed on flesh, the sound dull and heavy, causing the entire building to tremble. This kind of battle scene played out continuously throughout the community. One martial artist had his battle armor torn apart, and a berserk gorilla beast was biting into his flesh. His body was a mangled mess of blood and gore, emitting a chilling aura of murder. The entire South Mansion community had instantly turned into a living hell, with corpses strewn about both human and beast. 2 hours later, the martial artists gradually gained the upper hand, and the beasts began to retreat step by step. Team 1 reporting, a level 22 beast has escaped through the south gate, it's a black-clawed blood wolf. Team 1 reporting, a level 28 beast has fled through the east wall, it's another spider. Team 1 reporting, a level 21 beast has appeared at the west gate's underground parking exit, it's a berserk frost wolf. Team 10 received, moving to intercept. Team 10 received, heading there immediately. On the intercom, voices came one after another. Everyone was tense, carefully dividing tasks and ensuring they fulfilled their roles. The night was eerily quiet. Emergency call. Emergency call. The level information on the berserk frost wolf is incorrect. It's not level 21, it's level 26. Our team members have already fallen. Our team members have fallen. Requesting backup. Send backup immediately. A level 25 female martial artist cried out in terror, her voice filled with desperation as she repeatedly called for help. Hold on. Backup is arriving in 3 minutes, just 3 minutes. It's too late. It's really too late. The Jiangcheng Beast Management Bureau's female martial artist watched helplessly as the berserk frost wolf crept closer and closer. Beside her were the corpses of 2 fallen comrades, and her heart was filled with despair. It's over. This time, I probably won't make it out alive. Asterisk howl. Howl. Howl, asterisk. The berserk frost wolf let out an excited and ferocious roar. With its icy fangs gleaming coldly and carrying the heavy stench of blood, it lunged toward the female martial artist. The scene was utterly horrifying. No! The female martial artist screamed and instinctively raised her arms in front of her. But the excruciating pain she expected didn't come. Opening her eyes, she was met with a sight that she would remember for the rest of her life. A young man stood before her, his entire body surrounded by the power of thunder and lightning. Terrifying arcs of electricity danced across his body, radiating an aura of destruction as though he were a thunder god descended to earth. The berserk frost wolf hesitated, retreating several steps. Its claws were scorched black as it stared at the young man, Li Qingshan, letting out a low growl. "Aunt, are you okay?" Li Qingshan turned to look at the woman behind him. "Qingshan? Is that you?" Li Hongmei stared at Li Qingshan in shock, her beautiful face filled with disbelief. "Why can't it be me?" The corners of Li Qingshan's mouth curled into a faint smile. The berserk frost wolf lunged at Li Qingshan again, its killing intent even more intense, exuding an overwhelming aura. "Aunt, we'll talk later. I'll deal with this beast first." Li Qingshan let out a low growl as the thunderous energy in his body surged. He charged toward the berserk frost wolf. His grandmother had given birth to 3 sons and 2 daughters. His father was the 3rd child, and this aunt was the youngest, the 5th. After their grandmother went missing, the family was devoured by other families in Jiangcheng, gradually declining and forced to seek new paths. This aunt, Li Hongmei, worked at the Jiangcheng Beast Management Bureau. "Qingshan, this is a level 26 beast. Be careful." Li Hongmei watched Li Qingshan's back with worry, her emotions in turmoil. She remembered that Li Qingshan had just started his first year of university this year, hadn't he? It had only been a few months since school started, so how had he broken through so many levels? Judging by his current blood energy strength, he seemed to have already reached level 24. Not to mention, he was practicing thunder techniques. Thunder techniques were advanced martial skills extremely rare and incredibly difficult to master, requiring exceptional talent. She never would have expected her nephew to be practicing thunder techniques. Could she have remembered wrong? Was he actually a sophomore or junior? Impossible. Li Hongmei looked at Li Qingshan, full of shock. Roar! 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 The rampaging frost wolf let out a furious howl as it charged toward Li Qingshan. Its entire body shimmered with frost, and its teeth were razor-sharp. Its claws were unyielding, with a mere swipe, it could slit open a person's stomach, spilling their organs all over the ground. A level 26 ferocious beast? Then let me see how strong you really are. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. This was perfect, he was eager to test the true extent of his current combat strength. Swoosh! In the next moment, Li Qingshan threw a punch. His blood energy surged, intertwined with the power of thunder, and the night sky crackled with electrical light, exuding a destructive aura. Boom! With a dull crash, Li Qingshan's fist collided heavily with the rampaging frost wolf's sharp claw. Asterisk sizzle. Sizzle, asterisk. Thunder erupted from within Li Qingshan's body, instantaneously wrapping around the rampaging frost wolf. The beast's once snow-white fur was instantly scorched, as if it had been electrocuted like a stray dog. Its massive body was flung into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, filling the air with the acrid scent of burned flesh. The rampaging frost wolf was gravely injured. It struggled to move, its charred fur peeling off in large patches, revealing raw, bloody flesh beneath. Blood dripped incessantly from its wounds. So powerful? Li Hongmei stood behind Li Qingshan, her eyes filled with astonishment. Li Qingshan's blood energy strength was roughly equivalent to that of a level 24 martial artist, and he hadn't even used alloy weapons or battle armor. Yet the ferocious beast before them was undeniably a level 26 mighty beast. What on earth had this nephew of hers experienced? Li Hongmei was utterly stunned. The team leader of the Beast Management Bureau, who had rushed over for backup, was also dumbfounded. From afar, the leader had seen Li Qingshan enveloped in thunder, suppressing a level 26 ferocious beast with just the strength of a level 24 martial artist. No, he wasn't just suppressing it, he was completely overpowering it. The level 26 beast struggled to rise from the ground, its body swaying, but it soon collapsed again, convulsing and writhing, without even a chance of survival. Li Qingshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, secretly marveling. With my thunder-infused blood energy talent, I was able to directly defeat a beast stronger than me. If I were to use the thunder hammer technique and the lightning shadow triple strike, I could undoubtedly subdue even more powerful beasts with ease. Are you a student at Jiangcheng Martial Arts University? The leader of the Beast Management Bureau's 10th squad approached, dressed in black, and glanced at the fallen beast before asking. Yes. Li Qingshan turned and nodded. Impressive strength, and you even know thunder-based martial arts techniques. You must be a third-year student, right? What's your name? I can apply to make you an honorary student later, the squad leader continued. I'm a first-year student, Li Qingshan replied. Oh, a first-year student. What? A first-year student? The squad leader, Xin Lian, widened his eyes in disbelief. First-year classes just started less than a month ago. Are you sure you're a first-year? Yes, a first-year student. Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan nodded and looked at Li Hongmei. Right, Aunt? Li Hongmei's mouth twitched. Although Li Qingshan was indeed a first-year student, seeing his level of strength made it incredibly hard for her to believe. In the end, she could only nod reluctantly in acknowledgement. A first-year student, able to subdue a level 26 ferocious beast, this is truly unbelievable. Among the so-called 3 demon kings of the new students, I don't recall seeing your name, Xin Lian said, staring at Li Qingshan in shock. Nope, Li Qingshan said nonchalantly. Those level 11 martial artists aren't even worth mentioning. True. Shen Lian's eyes sparkled as if he were looking at a rare treasure. How about it? Are you interested in taking on a part-time role with our Beast Management Bureau? A part-time role? Li Qingshan was momentarily taken aback. That's right. Our Beast Management Bureau provides part-time opportunities for outstanding students, and you can even join us directly after graduation. The job primarily involves subduing beasts within the city and ensuring the safety of its residents. Compared to the military's external combat missions, the Beast Management Bureau's work is relatively safer, with decent benefits, and it allows for better care of your family in the future. Xin Lian paused briefly before continuing. If you join, I can help you apply for a squad leader position. What? Li Hongmei immediately widened her eyes upon hearing this. A squad leader? Is Qingshan's strength really enough for that? Don't underestimate him. Your nephew's potential is limitless. Granting him a squad leader position is definitely achievable. Xin Lian's gaze remained fixed on Li Qingshan, treating him like a priceless gem. So, what do you think? Or do you have other requests? Feel free to ask. Li Qingshan, a first-year student and a level 24 martial artist, what did this signify? To reach this level as a first-year student was practically equivalent to graduating on the spot. Whether it was civilian martial arts organizations or the military, they would all be clamoring to recruit such a genius. If the Beast Management Bureau didn't act now, the competition in the future would be fierce. If I subdue a beast, can I keep its body? Li Qingshan thought for a moment and asked the most critical question. Of course. Xin Lian nodded solemnly. The beast will belong to you, and you'll also earn merit points, which can be exchanged for alloy weapons, battle armor, pills, and more. Really? Li Qingshan's interest was piqued. The value of beast blood and flesh was skyrocketing, and he could make a decent profit even while studying at Jiangcheng University. Once he accumulated enough wealth, his true strength would be revealed. At that point, continuing to earn money at Jiangcheng Martial Arts University using his current methods would be nearly impossible. However, his clone urgently needed a large supply of blood and flesh. Subduing beasts in the city was not only safe but would also allow him to bring the beast corpses back to feed his clone. Moreover, the Beast Management Bureau provided free intelligence, informing him of the locations and strengths of beasts. Subduing beasts would also grant him merit points, which could be exchanged for equipment and pills. This was a rare opportunity. And there was even a squad leader position on offer. Alright, I'll join. Li Qingshan nodded. Great. Come with me to meet the captain. The 10th squad leader was overjoyed and immediately led Li Qingshan toward the Nanfang residential district. Li Qingshan didn't forget to drag along the rampaging frost wolf. It was, after all, his own source of blood energy points. At the Nanfang residential district, the battle was nearing its conclusion, with team members clearing out the last remnants of beasts. The captain of the Jiangcheng Beast Management Bureau's 7th Battalion sized up Li Qingshan and said, "Check his records." Yes. The secretary beside him nodded, quickly typing Li Qingshan's information into the holographic computer. His file was soon pulled up. Captain, the records show, Li Qingshan, 18 years old, resides in the slum district, parents are alive, first year. Student at Jiangcheng Martial Arts University. Martial artist talent, D level. Current strength, not yet recorded. What? Captain Zhang Heihu froze for a moment, then turned to the secretary. D-level martial artist talent? Is there a mistake? That's what the file says, the secretary replied. A first-year student, with only D-level talent, yet possessing the strength of a level 24 martial artist? Zhang Heihu frowned. This is indeed quite unusual. He looked at Xinlian. Are you sure this kid really killed that level 26 Berserk Frost Wolf? I'm sure. I saw it with my own eyes. Xinlian nodded, his expression firm. And Li Hongmei also witnessed it. Heh, Xinlian, you must have been seeing things. This kid didn't use alloy weapons, nor was he wearing battle armor. How could he possibly defeat a level 26 beast above his level? The leader of the 9th squad interjected with a smile. The leader of the 6th squad also doubted it. A freshman with barely any combat experience, defeating a beast above his level? Everyone finds this identity too suspicious. Less than a month since school started, and he's already at the strength of a level 24 martial artist? Almost unheard of. Let alone killing a level 26 beast without alloy weapons or battle armor. Li Qingshan glanced around at the skeptical faces. Blood surged through his body, and an aura of killing intent spread wildly. It's true. The aura of a level 24 martial artist. The expressions of the squad leaders turned serious. It really is level 24. If he's truly a freshman, he might be the top of his grade. The 3rd squad leader speculated. Could it be that you started training in martial arts before you turned 18? That would explain being ahead of your peers. But people who start training before 18 usually suffer physical damage, their strength declines quickly, and they end up as useless. Someone added. No, that's not it. Li Qingshan quickly explained. I only started training after 18. I took a pill passed down through my family, which rapidly boosted my strength to level 24. It was just good luck. So it wasn't natural talent, but external help. If everyone thinks I'm unworthy of joining the Beast Management Bureau because of this, I have nothing to say. His words made everyone suddenly realize the truth. So it's because of a miraculous pill. This means he used some extraordinary medicine with terrifying effects. However, with only D-level talent, his future achievements won't be high unless he keeps relying on such divine pills. For a moment, everyone lost interest in Li Qingshan. Even Zhang Heihu, the captain of the 7th Brigade, became indifferent. What seemed like a genius turned out to be someone who simply climbed up through medicine. The leader of the 10th squad, who had recommended Li Qingshan, looked embarrassed. He thought he had recommended a future star, but instead, roar! Roar! Suddenly, a berserk black-armored bear burst through the housing complex's wall, fleeing rapidly. A level 27 beast, the berserk black-armored bear, has escaped from the east wall. Dispatch someone to pursue immediately. The observer's voice came through the earpiece. Level 27? Someone exclaimed. I'll go. The 3rd squad leader prepared to act. Wait. Zhang Heihu stopped him, his gaze fixed on Li Qingshan. Kid, do you want to give it a try? If you can kill this berserk black-armored bear, I'll immediately recruit you into the Beast Management Bureau and grant you a squad leader position. How about it? The beast's corpse will be mine? Li Qingshan asked. Of course. Zhang Heihu replied. All right. Li Qingshan's eyes turned cold as he looked at the fleeing bear. In the next second, his blood surged, and he charged out swiftly. The other squad leaders and captains followed closely behind. Now, let's see how Li Qingshan performs. This kid is fast, far beyond the level of a mere level 24 martial artist. A squad leader remarked as he trailed behind. The berserk black-armored bear had already been intercepted by 2 level 27 martial artists, but the bear had entered a berserk state, making its strength equivalent to a level 28 beast. The 2 martial artists were quickly overwhelmed, forced into retreat. Without their alloy weapons and armor, they would have already perished. The berserk black-armored bear is in a frenzy, with strength equivalent to a level 28 beast. Kid, are you sure you still want to go up against it? Zhang Heihu's gaze locked onto Li Qingshan, only to find that he had already disappeared, suddenly reappearing in the center of the battlefield. This kid is insane. The berserk black-armored bear is in berserk mode, its strength doubled. A squad leader frowned. If he can withstand 3 moves, no, even just 1, without being instantly killed, it would prove he's not completely useless. Another squad leader commented. Roar! The berserk black-armored bear, seeing someone charging at it, let out a low roar. Its body erupted with terrifying killing intent, pouncing directly at Li Qingshan. The bear's physique was incredibly robust, like a heavily armored tank, its body covered in thick black armor. It was extremely difficult to defeat and exceptionally ferocious. Even martial artists with battle armor and alloy weapons dared not confront it head-on. They would typically choose to flank or ambush it to subdue it. Yet, Li Qingshan charged directly at it without hesitation, neither dodging nor seeking its weak points. This must be a newbie, a freshman with no combat experience, daring to go head-to-head like this? the berserk black armored bear would force even martial artists of the same level to use ambush tactics, and even those a level higher wouldn't face it directly. Is this kid out of his mind? The squad leaders of the 7th Brigade exchanged glances, shaking their heads, not optimistic about Li Qingshan's chances. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as Li Qingshan's lightning energy surged into the berserk black armored bear's body. Its tough black armor couldn't resist the impact of the thunderous strike. In an instant, the bear's entire body went numb, its strength completely dissipated, rendering it powerless. It was as if a heavily armored tank had been blown away by Li Qingshan's punch, crashing heavily onto the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. However, it was still a level 27 beast. Despite its berserk state giving it the strength of a level 28, its defense remained at level 27, far stronger than the Frostwolf from before. After being struck by the thunderous energy, the berserk black armored bear struggled to its feet, shaking its head. Its massive body swayed slightly, and its gaze upon Li Qingshan was filled with fear. Yes, fear. It was genuine, deep-seated terror. With that single punch, Li Qingshan completely silenced all doubts and mistrust from the martial artists present. Damn, so strong? This is a level 27 beast, equivalent to level 28 after going berserk, and it was subdued with just one punch? Did you see that? That bear actually had fear in its eyes. It's scared, truly scared. 2 level 27 warriors from our Beast Management Bureau couldn't handle it, yet this kid took care of it alone? And he's only a level 24 warrior, so fierce. This is martial skill. His thunder technique is terrifying, capable of unleashing unprecedented lightning power. He must be a genius in cultivating thunder techniques. Even with average talent, mastering thunder techniques can make one a top fighter. Captain, what do you think? Several warriors on the scene simultaneously turned to the captain of the 7th Squad. Take him down for me. At this moment, Li Qingshan charged forward again. He hadn't even used the thunder hammer yet. This beast was simply no match. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds echoed as Li Qingshan's punches landed one after another. Lightning power surged through his body, with visible arcs of electricity. The explosive black armored bear, corroded by the thunder, let out painful howls. Its body was paralyzed and powerless, unable to muster any strength. Under Li Qingshan's relentless attacks, it quickly collapsed. A level 27 beast, a level 28 beast, how many blood energy points could they bring him? This kid is indeed ruthless. Setting aside the D-level warrior talent, his age, strength, martial skills, and mindset are all exceptional. Any more beasts? I haven't had enough yet. A trace of excitement appeared at the corner of Li Qingshan's mouth as he turned to look at the captain of the Beast Management Bureau. There are still some remaining beasts in the Nanfu district. Go ahead. From now on, you're a member of our Beast Management Bureau and will serve as the leader of the 11th Squad. As for the team members, I'll arrange them for you as soon as possible. Zhang Heihu secretly admired him. This kid is definitely not simple. You can't judge a person solely by their warrior talent. Making him a squad leader is no problem at all. Alright. Li Qingshan felt a surge of joy and immediately rushed into the Nanfu district. What others saw were just beasts. But Li Qingshan knew these were all his blood energy, his wealth. The beasts on the roads of the district were almost all cleared out, leaving only a few hiding inside buildings. A bone-devouring python, as thick as a water barrel, easily smashed open a door. Inside, 2 girls screamed in terror. The 2 girls huddled in a corner, full of fear, their bodies trembling slightly as they clung tightly to each other. The entire room was filled with despair. The python flicked its crimson tongue, its massive body writhing as it opened its blood-red maw, lunging fiercely at one of the girls. In the next second, the girl's waist was bitten by the python. With a sudden pull, she was instantly dazed and swallowed whole into the snake's mouth. It didn't even bother to chew, directly sliding her into its stomach. Ah! The other girl let out an even sharper scream, her voice echoing throughout the district. Previously, such screams and panic had been constantly reverberating. After finishing off one girl, the python's eerie green eyes locked onto the other. Its tongue flicked in the air. Then, its blood-red maw opened again, lunging fiercely at the second girl. Sizzle! 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 Just as the python was about to devour the second girl, Li Qingshan had already rushed over, killing it with a single punch. Electric currents roared as azure lightning instantly coiled around the python, the immense destructive power piercing straight through its flesh. A hiss. The fierce python let out a miserable cry, its body twisting violently, but Li Qingshan grabbed its thick tail. Thunderbolts struck repeatedly, numbing its entire body and rendering it completely uncontrollable. It could only struggle desperately. Before long, the fierce python collapsed to the ground, emitting the aroma of charred meat. The girl hiding in the corner of the bed looked at Li Qingshan, who was radiating powerful lightning energy, with a mix of fear and admiration in her eyes. At that moment, a seed was planted in her heart that she would never forget. After dealing with the fierce python, Li Qingshan didn't pause and continued rushing upstairs to search for the remaining beasts. 1 hour later, all the beasts in the Nanfu residential area were cleared out. To prevent any oversight, the authorities had arranged for all residents to evacuate. The Beast Management Bureau personnel were busy handling the aftermath. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, happily pulled a cart full of beast corpses toward his warehouse. Beast meat can be processed in 2 ways. One is to take it back and use it however you like. The other is to hand it over to the Beast Management Bureau, which can exchange it for money or merit rewards, with little difference between the two. Therefore, most bureau personnel choose to hand it over. Only Li Qingshan cheerfully takes it back himself. Night fell. Quietly, Li Qingshan opened the warehouse door, and the 30-meter-long thunder python coiled inside, its scales glinting. With a few more levels, the thunder python could evolve into a flood dragon. Sensing the scent of blood in the air, the thunder python wriggled its body and crawled toward Li Qingshan, beginning to devour the pile of beast corpses behind the cart. The next moment, a large amount of data appeared on Li Qingshan's system panel. Thunder python devoured a level 27 beast, main body blood vitality feedback plus 200 million, clone blood vitality plus 200 million. Thunder python devoured a level 26 beast, main body blood vitality feedback plus 100 million, clone blood vitality plus 100 million. Thunder python devoured a level 28 beast, main body blood vitality feedback plus 420 million, clone blood vitality plus 420 million. In the end, Li Qingshan gained 1 billion blood vitality points, consumed 160 million blood vitality points, main body upgraded to level 25 warrior. Thunder python clone upgraded to level 25 beast, consumed 320 million blood vitality points, main body upgraded to level 26 warrior. Thunder python clone upgraded to level 26 beast. Open system panel. Main body, Li Qingshan height, 20 centimeters. Strength, level 26 warrior blood vitality, 480 million/640 million talent, B-level abilities, thunder blood vitality, thunder hammer, thunder shadow 3000 strikes, thunder python talent acquired, thunder shadow 3000 strikes. Clone, thunder python length, 45 meters strength, level 26 beast blood vitality, 480 million/640 million talent, B-level. Can evolve into Thunder Flood Dragon at level 31, evolution route confirmed as Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon, ancestral. Dragon, contractor, Phoenix hatchling name, Subaijo strength, level 0 warrior talent, SSS level, Phoenix divine body. Unlocked at level 10, at this moment, Li Qingshan and the Thunder Python strength had already reached level 26. The Thunder Python was only 6 levels away from evolving into a Thunder Flood Dragon. The next upgrade breakthrough would require over 600 million blood vitality points, and he already had nearly 500 million blood vitality points. In other words, as long as he devoured the flesh and blood of one more level 27 beast, he could level up again. Unfortunately, there were no more beasts in the Nanfu residential area. What a pity! However, he still had 200 million in cash on hand and planned to visit the frozen goods dealer tomorrow to buy some monster flesh for the Thunder Python to eat. It's estimated that he could reach level 27 tomorrow. Becoming a level 27 warrior, the Thunder Python's size grew even larger, now reaching 45 meters in length. Its massive body exuded an intense sense of oppression. When it evolves into a Thunder Jiao at level 30, its length might reach 100 meters. By then, it won't even fit in the warehouse, which will be quite troublesome. No, it won't even be able to stay hidden in the city and will have to be taken outside. Outside the city lies the Fallen Zone, where ferocious beasts are rampant, but for the Thunder Python, it could also be a great opportunity. As for its contractor, Subaijo, still an ordinary person and not yet a martial artist, it might take another 2 days to succeed. The next day, Li Qingshan bought some level 20 ferocious beast meat from the frozen goods vendor. he fed it all to the Thunder Python. A large amount of blood energy was continuously replenished, eventually accumulating a blood energy strength of 700 million. Consuming 640 million blood energy points, the main body successfully upgraded to a level 27 martial artist, and the Thunder Python clone successfully upgraded to a level 27 ferocious beast. Within the blood sea in his Dantian, Li Qingshan clearly felt a stronger flow of blood energy, and his physical body was also strengthening. Originally, his height was only 1.85 meters, but after the strength upgrade, his height grew to about 1.9 meters, with well-defined muscle lines all over his body. Powerful martial artists are generally not short, but the fastest growth occurs during adolescence. The older one gets, the slower the growth. Normally, when martial artists first enter their freshman year at martial arts university, even the strongest, like the three overlords, are only level 11 martial artists, and their height barely increases by a few centimeters. Unlike himself, now nearing level 30 and preparing to graduate. At Jiangcheng Martial Arts University, Li Qingshan arrived at school early and noticed that everyone on campus was looking at him differently. It was likely that yesterday's provocation had already taken effect. Next, he just had to wait for the fish to take the bait. Sophomore and junior students should have more money than freshmen, especially for alloy weapons and battle armor. In the classroom, his classmates' gazes toward him had shifted from jealousy and envy to admiration and fear. This is the change brought by strength. When you're slightly stronger than others, they may envy you or even try to harm you. But when you're many times stronger, like a low-ranking official facing a high-ranking one, the low-ranking official will only respect and fear you. Before Li Qingshan defeated the three overlords among the freshmen, most of his classmates looked at him with jealousy and envy. But now, most of them looked at him with admiration and fear. Although Su Baizhou could stand up, she still sat in a wheelchair, only having removed her mask. Her pure, moonlit face was exposed to everyone. Her stunning beauty had already spread throughout the school, and many sophomore and junior students secretly came to see her, successfully earning her the title of Campus Belle. Wang Qingcha had already left the school and gone to the War God training camp. This is something my mom asked me to give you. Su Baizhou handed a box to Li Qingshan when he arrived. Li Qingshan took the box, and inside was a metal ring. Delighted, he said, "Is this the legendary spatial ring?" "Yes." Su Baizhou nodded. "Try it on." "All right." Li Qingshan put on the ring, and it fit perfectly. He channeled his internal blood energy into the ring and quickly mastered its usage. Inside, there was a space approximately 100 meters in length, width, and height, enough to store a large number of ferocious beast corpses. Generally, private organizations hunting ferocious beasts would carry a spatial ring, which was very expensive and unavailable on the market. "All students, please come out to welcome the third-year seniors who brought honor to our school by placing in the top 3 of the Summer 10 School Martial Arts Competition." At this moment, Zhao Qianya walked out wearing black stockings, her face excited as she said, "This competition is the preliminary round of the 100 Schools League. As long as we make it to the top 3, we can start directly from the second round of the league." "Wow, top 3 in the 10 schools martial arts competition? Our school hasn't achieved that in over a decade, right? Amazing, this must be thanks to senior Jiang Lang from the 3rd year." "Jiang Lang? The number 1 in the entire school, well deserved." Jiangcheng Martial Arts University. All the students, under the organization of their homeroom teachers, led by the vice principal and guided by the principal, stood neatly on both sides of the road at the school gate. Each person held a small flag in their hand, waiting quietly. It was said that Zhang Lang performed brilliantly in the 10 schools martial arts competition and won 3rd place. Hasn't Jiangcheng achieved such a good ranking in over a decade? That's right, and there's the 100 Schools League in a month. If Jiang Lang can achieve a good result, he might even qualify for the War King training camp. That would truly be a meteoric rise. Jiang Lang is no ordinary person. It's said that several girls at school have paid a price for him, and even 2 were expelled. Any woman Jiang Lang sets his sights on is bound to be conquered. Handsome, strong, talented, and from a good family, what woman could resist? Outside the school gate, the students chatted and discussed among themselves. "Everyone, quiet down, quiet. Before Jiang Lang returns, anyone who dares to make noise will be taken directly to the field for punishment." At this moment, the vice principal heard the commotion outside, a flash of anger crossing his face as he sternly reprimanded them. Sure enough, as soon as he spoke, the scene immediately quieted down. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to meet the vice principal's gaze. The vice principal of Zhengcheng Martial Arts University was known for his strictness. Anyone who dared to provoke him would undoubtedly suffer. Time ticked by, minute by minute. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. Soon, it was lunchtime, but Jiang Lang still hadn't appeared. What's going on? Why isn't he here yet? It's almost time to eat. I didn't have breakfast this morning, and now I'm starving. If I'd known we'd have to wait this long, I would have eaten earlier. Yeah, why is it taking so long? Is he even coming? The waiting students began to whisper among themselves again. Quiet. The vice principal's angry shout immediately silenced the crowd. Just then, the vice principal's phone rang, and he answered the call. Hello, Lao Bai, when will the car arrive? Principal, don't worry, it's already noon. Jiang Lang plans to have lunch first, and we're driving to the restaurant now. Alright, no problem. Take your time eating, I'll have the students keep waiting. After hanging up, the vice principal scanned the surroundings with a cold gaze, and no one dared to make a sound. Anyone who dared to speak would undoubtedly be tied to the big tree on the field and severely punished. It was a scorching summer day, and the sun was blazing. As a martial artist, Li Qingshan didn't mind, no matter how intense the sun, he could endure it. But Su Baizhou, sitting beside him, was different. She was just an ordinary person. And after being exposed to the sun for so long, she was already feeling unwell. If this continued, she would undoubtedly suffer from heatstroke. Let's go back. Su Baizhou found the sun blinding and was struggling to breathe. Li Qingshan pushed her wheelchair, intending to head back into the school and stop waiting. All right. Su Baizhou nodded. The sun was simply too harsh. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you understand what was said? The vice principal's face darkened as he walked over and shouted angrily. Get lost. Li Qingshan retorted bluntly. What vice principal? Expel me if you want. I don't care about learning that useless stuff. Get lost? Li Qingshan's words left the surrounding second and third-year students wide-eyed in shock. They couldn't believe their ears. Is this guy crazy? That's the vice principal. Kid, say that again? The vice principal was stunned, not expecting someone to dare confront him like this. Does he want to be expelled? Get lost. Li Qingshan stared disdainfully at the vice principal, cursing under his breath. It's infuriating. Everyone came out to wait for someone, and we ended up standing under the sun all morning. Tie this kid up and bind him to the railing on the playground. The vice principal roared angrily. Stop. Just then, the principal hurried over. Seeing Su Baizhou's pale face, he felt a sense of foreboding. Xiaohong, what are you doing? Quickly apologize to Miss Su. She's from the Su family of Magic City. Su family? As soon as the principal finished speaking, the vice principal froze, and the name of the Su family from Magic City immediately flashed through his mind. A chill surged through his heart instantly. This girl is the daughter of the Su family from Magic City? How is that possible? The Su family's young lady attending Zhengcheng Martial Arts University. How come I haven't heard a word about it? Indeed, the news of Su Baizhou enrolling at Zhengcheng Martial Arts University was only known to the principal and the education department. Even the vice principal was unaware. Later, when Su Baizhou revealed her identity herself, it was only spread privately among the students. The vice principal, who rarely interacted with students, naturally didn't know. Su, Miss Su, it's all my fault. I let you suffer. Under the sun, it's entirely my negligence. Quickly, escort Miss Su back to the classroom. The previously stern and tough vice principal suddenly changed his demeanor, looking respectfully at Li Qingshan and pleading. Miss Su, to express his apology, our school's vice principal has decided to voluntarily forego the education department's subsidies and salary for a year. The principal quickly chimed in to help apologize. As soon as the words fell, the vice principal felt a pang of heartache but dared not object. The education department's subsidies include resources like elixirs, alloys, and battle armor. A year's worth is a significant fortune. Even for him, it was painful to give up. But offending the Su family's daughter, using a year's worth of resources to beg for forgiveness, was already the best choice. Li Qingshan pushed Su Baizhou back to school. The cafeteria was closer to the school gate, and since it was lunchtime, they went straight to the cafeteria. At this time, the cafeteria was empty. After ordering, the food was served quickly. I didn't expect your status to be so effective, even the vice principal doesn't dare mess with you, Li Qingshan said with a smile. Borrow it from you next time. Su Baizhou smiled sweetly. How to borrow? Li Qingshan was momentarily stunned. You'll become the Su family's son-in-law in the future, won't you? Su Baizhou revealed a meaningful expression, her slender hand quietly reaching toward Li Qingshan. Like a flexible snake. It's fine, no one's watching here. She continued. After eating, let's go straight home. I don't know when Jiang Lang will return, and there'll probably be a celebration party this afternoon. I doubt there'll be any classes today, Li Qingshan said. Okay. Su Baizhou nodded in agreement. The two pushed the wheelchair and walked toward the school gate. Welcome, 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 welcome. Outside the school gate, many students waved flags enthusiastically, welcoming Jiang Lang's return. The vice principal, and others followed behind. 7 people participated in this competition, but the decisive factor was Jiang Lang, who naturally stood in the most prominent position. Jiang Lang, all the students have come out to welcome you and thank you for bringing glory to the school. The vice principal stood behind, fawningly saying that in the future, Jiang Lang's achievements will definitely surpass his own. It's the right time to build connections now. But why aren't these 2 guys standing at the door to greet him? At that moment, Jiang Lang suddenly pointed at Li Qingshan and Su Baizhou, who had just come out of the cafeteria, and said harshly, let them come over and explain. To me. Are you Jiang Lang? Jiang Lang's arrogant voice reached Li Qingshan's ears. Before Jiang Lang could finish his arrogance, Li Qingshan pushed Su Baizhou forward and retorted, a junior at Jiangcheng Martial Arts University, the strongest in the school, right? Is that so? Ha ha, Jiang Lang sneered, his gaze sweeping over Su Baizhou. That's right, I am the strongest in the school. By the way, what's this young lady's name? The strongest at Jiangcheng Martial Arts University? I think you're just trash. Do you dare to fight me? Li Qingshan sneered coldly, openly challenging him. In front of the entire school. Trash? At this moment, students standing outside the school began to walk in, hearing everything clearly. Wow, why are these 2 arguing? One is the freshman Demon King, and the other is the veteran Demon King. This is going to be interesting. No matter how strong Li Qingshan is, he's just a freshman. He actually dares to challenge a junior. Bold move. He's up against a tough opponent. Jiang Lang is the 3rd place winner in the 10 schools martial arts competition. The students watching discussed fervently, curious about the conflict between Li Qingshan and Jiang Lang. A fight? A freshman being this arrogant needs to be taught a lesson. Fine, let's fight. But if I win, the young lady beside you will have to have a meal with me and leave her contact information. How about that? Jiang Lang's gaze swept over Su Baizhou, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. She's so beautiful. So pure. She's simply the goddess in every man's heart. How did I not notice this beauty a few days ago? Jiang Lang was moved. As for fighting Li Qingshan, his purpose was clear, to get Su Baizhou's contact information and get closer to her. With his family background, looks, and talent, what woman wouldn't be utterly captivated by him? Moreover, this young lady was a cripple. This makes it even more interesting. By then, he wouldn't even need to tie her legs, he could do whatever he wanted. Thinking of this, Jiang Lang was so excited he almost jumped up. Impossible. Li Qingshan immediately rejected sternly, I am me, and she is her. You can bet on my things, but you absolutely cannot bet on someone else's, especially hers. It's okay, Qingshan, I trust you. Su Baizhou's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. What if you lose? If I lose? The prize money for this competition, along with all the resources prepared by the school, will be converted into dragon coins, 1 billion dragon coins. I'll lose it all to you. How about that? Jiang Lang's face showed a hint of pride. 1 billion dragon coins just to bet on. A contact number. Young lady, you must be very important to me. Ha ha. But Su Baizhou snorted coldly and directly pulled out a dragon card. There's 30 billion in here. If you win, besides having a meal with you and giving you my contact information, you can take the 30 billion. If you lose, you owe me 31 billion. How about that? Su Baizhou trusted Li Qingshan. He would never do anything he wasn't confident about. Someone who could heal her legs was definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, she was Li Qingshan's woman, so she should fully support him. 31 billion? Hiss. As soon as Su Baizhou said this, all the teachers and students in the school gasped, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. No wonder she was the eldest daughter of the Su family. Casually throwing out such a number was enough to scare people to death. The vice principal and principal standing behind exchanged glances. Should we stop this? The vice principal asked softly. No. Miss Su must have her reasons for doing this. If we intervene, we'll inevitably offend her, so let's leave it alone, the principal replied. The vice principal nodded, pretending not to see anything and refraining from meddling. The other teachers dared not say a word. Zhao Chenya, wearing stiletto heels, looked at Li Qingshan with a complex expression. 3,100 million? Zhang Lang frowned, a trace of embarrassment appearing on his face. He only had 1 billion, far from the required amount. A level 26 beast corpse can sell for 1 billion. A level 27 one can sell for 2 billion. As Jiangcheng University's top expert, Zhang Lang often followed his teachers to hunt beasts, and, with family support, he had accumulated quite a few dragon coins. You don't even have 3,100 million, do you? Li Qingshan mocked, staring at Zhang Lang. If you don't have money, you can ask your classmates to lend you some. If you win, you pay them back double. If you lose, you pay them back yourself. I'm sure they'll be willing to lend you money. 3,100 million. Truly worthy of being my woman. With that amount, I can immediately buy beast blood and flesh for Lei Meng to devour, gaining at least 30 billion in vitality. That would be enough for me to break through to level 28, maybe even directly to level 29. Breaking through to level 30 would be just around the corner. Lei Meng's evolution into Lei Jiao wouldn't be far off either. Borrowing money. That's indeed a good idea. Zhang Lang turned to his classmates behind him. Everyone, I, Zhang Lang, am gathering funds here, with a minimum of 10 million. If I win, I'll pay back double. If I lose, I'll pay back the full amount. If you're willing to lend, go directly to the vice principal to register. Zhang Lang, arrogant and confident, directly treated the vice principal as his secretary. The vice principal frowned, feeling somewhat displeased but dared not oppose Miss Su Baizhou's arrangement. It wasn't about giving Zhang Lang face but rather Su Baizhou. He could only cooperate obediently, thinking to himself, Miss Su's 3 billion is probably going to be wasted. Although Li Qingshan is impressive among the freshmen, there's still a big gap. Compared to third-year students, especially Zhang Lang, a level 30 expert with formidable strength. He's particularly skilled in alloy weapons and battle armor, otherwise, he wouldn't have shown in the 10 schools martial arts competition, leading his team to the top 3. But how strong is this Li Qingshan kid to make Su Baizhou put up 3 billion to support him? I'll lend 20 million. I'll lend 50 million. Count me in, this is practically free money. Are Li Qingshan and Su Baizhou crazy? They dare to challenge Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang is a big shot who ranked in the top 3 of the 10 schools martial arts competition. Isn't this a guaranteed win? I have money too, count me in. Instantly, a wave of lending money to Zhang Lang surged, one after another. Everyone took out their dragon coins and handed them to the vice principal, who was responsible for registration. 20 billion was quickly gathered. After all, just Zhang Lang's teammates contributed several billion, along with other wealthy third-year students and some who dislike Li Qingshan. 30 billion was already collected. How will we fight? Zhang Lang's eyes flashed with a cold smile as he looked at Li Qingshan disdainfully, analyzing silently. The girl in the wheelchair seems to have some feelings for this guy, otherwise, she wouldn't have put up 3 billion to support him. If I want to win her over, I must first deal with this guy, preferably cripple him so he can never practice martial arts again. As long as he is turned into a cripple, the girl in the wheelchair will no longer like him. After all, no woman would like a useless man. Thinking of this, Zhang Lang had already made up his mind. Move aside, let's fight right here, Li Qingshan said fearlessly. The students on site quickly cleared a large space, leaving only Li Qingshan and Zhang Lang. Are they really going to fight? This is so exciting. Is Li Qingshan a freshman? How strong is he? His strength is unclear for now, but he defeated the 3 freshman kings. The strength of the 3 Freshman Kings is equivalent to level 11 martial artists, so Li Qingshan should be at least level 12, right? Probably. Not above level 15 though. After all, it's only been half a month since school started, and even with pills, it's impossible to improve strength so quickly, right? What? A martial artist below level 15 dares to challenge Zhang Lang? This guy is insane. Zhang Lang is top tier among level 30 martial artists. This time, he might lose 3.1 billion dragon coins for nothing, along with his girlfriend's contact information. Truly lamentable. A level 15 martial artist challenging level 30? Li Qingshan is definitely the first. Not just in Jiangcheng Martial Arts University, but it's hard to find a second one in the world. He's so arrogant, but his death will be tragic. The surrounding students discussed fervently, not optimistic about Li Qingshan's prospects. They also envied Zhang Lang a bit. Easily winning 10 billion. How satisfying. Kid, before we start, I need to ask your strength level. I'm afraid you're too weak, and if I kill you with one punch, it won't be fun, Zhang Lang said, sizing up Li Qingshan with mocking eyes. Enough nonsense, let's go. Li Qingshan snorted coldly, his entire body suddenly erupting with vitality and blood. A terrifying aura quickly spread out. Level 27 Vitality Strength. Li Qingshan revealed his strength without reservation, directly displaying it to everyone. Level 27 Martial Artist. Give me a free gift. Level 27 Martial Artist? A freshman, and it's only been half a month since school started? Hiss. Damn. The students on site gasped in shock, their faces full of disbelief. They rubbed their eyes, afraid they were seeing things. What kind of pills did this guy take? Are there pills that work this fast? Breaking through to level 27 in just half a month? Unprecedented nationwide? Level 27? I don't feel bad about losing. This guy actually said he was only at level 10 or so. What a scam. The recently discharged freshman king said angrily. Breaking through to level 27 in half a month since school started. Has already broken the national record, right? At least I've never heard of anyone improving their strength so quickly. Are there such geniuses? There are. Top-tier institutions have them. At this moment, Zhao Qianya explained, domestic universities are divided into 3 types. The first type is ordinary martial arts universities, like Jiangcheng Martial Arts University. Then there are key martial arts universities. Above key martial arts universities, there are 3 top-tier institutions, Huaxia University, Huaxia Military Academy, and Yanhuan University. These 3 schools are located in the Magic City and the capital. Some top-tier geniuses there can break through to level 25 or above within half a month of starting school. But the students at these schools have extremely abundant resources and strong family support. For example, the Zhao family heir, who is set to marry Wang Qingcha, is a student at Yanhuan University. Li Qingshan doesn't have strong resources or powerful martial artists helping him train. He also didn't practice martial arts before entering university. Breaking through to level 27 in half a month is truly unbelievable. So, does this mean Li Qingshan's strength can rival students from the top 3 universities in the country? Don't forget what the homeroom teacher said, it takes a strong background and resources to achieve that. Li Qingshan's family can barely afford to eat, and under such conditions, breaking through to level 27 is simply unbelievable. He said he consumed some mysterious ancestral pill? That explanation makes some sense, but it also sounds like a story. Breaking through a dozen levels might be possible, but directly jumping to level 27 is too exaggerated. Li Qingshan's talent is only D level, how could he advance so quickly? I bet he must have taken some kind of miraculous ancestral pill, otherwise, it would be impossible. Li Qingshan broke through to level 27 in just half a month, but Zhang Lang is a level 30 martial artist. In the past, he always bullied freshmen in fights. Now, facing Zhang Lang, it's completely a weaker opponent challenging a stronger one. This time, luck might not be on his side. Exactly, even though Li Qingshan's strength is shocking, Zhang Lang is still 3 levels higher than him. He's bound to lose this match. That's right, Li Qingshan is destined to lose this duel. Our money will multiply several times. How satisfying. On campus, among the student crowd, discussions buzzed incessantly, and everyone was shocked by Li Qingshan's strength. A freshman at level 27. Ha, you have the right to be proud, but facing me, Zhang Lang, you're bound to lose. A flash of killing intent and impatience appeared in Zhang Lang's eyes. Damn it. I didn't expect this kid to have such strong talent, reaching level 27 just half a month after the semester started. Today, I've really offended him. Not only did I ask for his girlfriend's contact information, but I also had a meal with her. This is practically a slap in his face. If this kid rises to prominence in the future, he definitely won't let me off. So, in this fight, I not only have to win but also cripple him. It wouldn't even be too much to kill him outright. At the very least, I need to make sure he loses his ability to fight, to prevent any future retaliation. Thinking of this, a ruthless glint appeared in Zhang Lang's eyes. The principal of Jiangcheng Martial Arts University nervously dialed a number, hiding in a corner as he spoke. Hello, is this the Jiangsu Provincial Department of Education? Yes, this is the principal of Jiangcheng Martial Arts University. Our school has a promising talent who's qualified to join the War King training camp. He reached level 27 as a martial artist, just half a month after the semester started. What? You need to send someone to verify? No problem, no problem. Zhao Xianyao also made a call. Teacher, there's a promising talent at Jiangcheng Martial Arts University. Should we consider him? He's already a level 27 martial artist just half a month into the semester, and he's only a student at an ordinary martial arts university. You need to send someone to verify? No problem. Stop watching. Let me show you what I'm capable of. Li Qingshan looked down from above, his gaze cold and contemptuous. Humph. Courting death, Black Tiger Fist. The next moment, killing intent erupted in Zhang Lang's eyes, his entire body surging with energy and blood. A terrifying aura spread in all directions, as if a ferocious black tiger had awakened within him. He took a step forward, like a black tiger descending from the mountain. The ground trembled slightly, the concrete surface cracked, and the fissures spread rapidly. His steps were steady yet swift, his speed astonishing. His momentum resembled a black tiger, his punches fierce, and his combat power significantly enhanced. After all, Zhang Lang was a third-year student. He had already trained in martial techniques, unlike freshmen whose combat power was weaker. Swoosh! Seeing this, Li Qingshan showed no fear. His entire body erupted with energy and blood, surrounded by lightning energy coursing through his body, arcs of electricity dancing around him. Thunder-style martial technique? Boom! In the next moment, Li Qingshan and Zhang Lang's fists collided violently, producing a dull explosion. Li Qingshan didn't retreat an inch, however. Zhang Lang, relying on his level 30 strength, gained the upper hand at the moment of collision. Yet, the lightning power in Li Qingshan's fist invaded Zhang Lang's body, causing severe damage to his physical form and instantly draining his strength. Immediately after, Zhang Lang was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. So strong. A level 27 martial artist can actually knock a level 30 martial artist flying? Damn, he won? No way. Isn't Zhang Lang a level 30 martial artist? How could he lose to Li Qingshan? This is impossible. Although Li Qingshan is a genius, his strength is clearly inferior to Zhang Lang's. It's the thunder technique martial skill. At this moment, one of the three new demon kings who had previously fought Li Qingshan stepped forward and said, "When I fought Li Qingshan, our vitality was about the same, but his thunder technique martial skill was terrifying. As soon as you make contact, your body suffers severe damage, leaving you powerless and ultimately defeated." Zhang Lang must have been injured by the thunder technique martial skill this time as well. Thunder technique martial skills are extremely rare and are usually kept as secrets by prominent families, never easily revealed. Moreover, mastering this skill requires exceptional talent, which ordinary geniuses can't achieve. This Li Qingshan is truly remarkable. From today onward, the number one at Jiangcheng Martial Arts University will undoubtedly be Li Qingshan, right? Martial arts genius Li Qingshan, he's so damn cool. The number one at Jiangcheng Martial Arts University, absolutely incredible. For a moment, all the students at Jiangcheng Martial Arts University looked at Zhang Lang, who was lying on the ground, and began to elevate Li Qingshan to godlike status. Only half a month since enrollment, he directly reached level 27 as a martial artist, and even defeated a level 30 expert. The number one at Jiangcheng University. A young genius. Truly enviable. Zhang Lang, 3.1 billion dragon coins, handed over, Li Qingshan said with a cold smile. Do you admit defeat? What a bunch of losers. I only used the power of lightning and vitality to defeat him. If I had used the thunder hammer, I would have instantly crushed him. And there's still the thunderstorm 3000 strikes. Damn it. I didn't even get a chance to use them. However, Li Qingshan also understood that in the early stages of martial arts, the difference in strength wasn't significant. Only in the later stages would the gap become increasingly apparent. Level 30. That's the standard for an ordinary university graduate. Level 40. That's the standard for a key university graduate. Top universities don't have fixed graduation levels. You have to study for 3 years, complete assessments, and earn credits to graduate. At Jiangcheng Martial Arts University, he would graduate very soon. By the time he faced Wang Qingcha in their final battle, who knows what level his strength would have reached. Golden Crow's sacred body. So what? In just 1 month? I don't believe your strength will improve faster than mine. When the time comes, I'll definitely paralyze that woman with electricity. Didn't she say she wanted to be my concubine? I'll electrocute her every day. Damn it. Thinking of Wang Qingcha's arrogant and insulting attitude toward his parents back then, a surge of anger rose in Li Qingshan's heart. I don't accept this. If you have the guts, let me wear my battle armor and alloy weapons. I always use these in combat and duels. Who fights barehanded? Zhang Lang said indignantly. Then what else do you have to bet this time? Li Qingshan sneered, staring at Zhang Lang. I'll bet my battle armor and alloy weapons. They're worth at least 1.5 billion. How about that? Zhang Lang gritted his teeth and said. This guy's vitality wasn't as strong as his own, his strength relied on the thunder technique. But alloy battle armor could effectively resist fire, ice, and lightning attacks. Although it couldn't provide 100% defense, it could weaken more than half of the damage. Moreover, with the alloy weapon, Li Qingshan couldn't even get close to him. Relying on this battle armor and his powerful vitality, he was confident he could suppress and kill Li Qingshan, avenge his previous grudge, and reclaim everything he had lost. Oh, it's up to you, Li Qingshan said with a hint of excitement at the corner of his mouth. If I lose, this 3.1 billion will be yours. The alloy weapon was manageable, but the battle armor was extremely expensive, starting at least at 1 billion. The battle armor Zhang Lang was using should be of bronze grade. 3.1 billion, plus the 1.5 billion battle armor, makes a total of 4.6 billion. That's enough for me to buy a large number of beast corpses and restore 5 billion vitality. With that, I can not only break through to level 28 but even directly aim for level 29. I'm just one step away from becoming a level 30 warrior. Amazing. Alright, Li Qingshan, you said it, Zhang Lang replied, a trace of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, his killing intent growing stronger. This kid must not be spared, or I won't be able to handle his revenge in the future. A spatial ring lit up. In the next moment, a set of battle armor flew out from the Qinquan ring, disassembling into countless parts and quickly assembling onto Zhang Lang's body, emitting a bluish glow. Immediately after, a black iron-grade alloy longsword appeared in his hand, far superior to the alloy longswords used by freshmen. The battle armor seemed alive, rising and falling with his breathing, fitting tightly to his body. It covered him entirely, even the eye area was shielded by the armor. As the battle armor appeared, the atmosphere on-site instantly became oppressively tense, sending chills down everyone's spine. Li Qingshan, prepare to die. Zhang Lang shouted. As soon as his words fell, he swung the black iron alloy longsword, causing sonic booms to erupt in the air, deafeningly loud. Swish! In the next moment, Zhang Lang, clad in his battle armor, charged directly at Li Qingshan. With the enhancement of the armor, his speed and combat power skyrocketed instantly. Especially the alloy longsword in his hand, which emitted a cold, chilling light, making no one dare to approach. Only those who donned battle armor and reached level 30 could be considered true warriors. Only such individuals were qualified to venture into the outer city. The students of Jiangcheng Martial Arts University watched the intense battle before them, their blood boiling with excitement, their faces filled with exhilaration. Battle armor. Truly the most perfect equipment in this world. At this moment, all the students of Jiangcheng University firmly believed that Zhang Lang would not lose. Zhang Lang's eyes were full of confidence. Who? Li Qingshan took a deep breath, staring at the charging Zhang Lang. The thunderous vitality within his body began to circulate. Thunder hammer. In the next moment, arcs of electricity flickered across Li Qingshan's body, and a giant hammer formed entirely of lightning suddenly appeared in his right hand. The air was filled with a destructive aura. The electric arcs danced like the rhythm of death, exuding an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Zzzzz, the power of lightning raged wildly on the thunder hammer, coiling and spiraling. Many students could even feel the impact of the electricity, their hair starting to stand on end. Suppress! Li Qingshan shouted, charging toward Zhang Lang's battle armor. His body left behind blue afterimages as he moved. Electric light flickered, and the thunder hammer was raised high, smashing down fiercely onto Zhang Lang's battle armor. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed. The thunder hammer collided heavily with the alloy longsword. The power of lightning surged wildly, penetrating through the alloy longsword and directly attacking Zhang Lang's body. Zhang Lang, who had been suppressing Li Qingshan, suddenly felt his entire body go numb. His strength vanished in an instant, and his face showed fear. His hand holding the sword trembled. Almost losing grip, the thunder hammer struck the chest of the battle armor again, directly sending Zhang Lang flying. Impossible! Zhang Lang stared at Li Qingshan, his eyes full of disbelief and fear, unable to comprehend his defeat. How could this guy's thunder power be so strong? The battle armor and alloy long blade were supposed to resist part of the lightning, but when this terrifying force invaded his body, he regretted agreeing to this duel. Li Qingshan's thunder martial arts were clearly stronger than ordinary ones, and his lightning energy was more abundant. Zhang Lang crashed heavily to the ground. Although his battle armor remained intact, he was already numb from the electricity, unable to even get up. A sweetness rose in his throat. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was severely injured, especially his internal organs, which were directly damaged by Li Qingshan's thunder power. From now on, his martial arts path would be limited, his potential greatly reduced, and the title of genius was completely ruined. Feeling the pain in his body, Zhang Lang seemed to have reached a dead end, his life appearing bleak. Looking at Zhang Lang, who was lying on the ground unable to move, Li Qingshan let out a long breath. This guy had murderous intent from the start. He hadn't expected himself to be this strong. Damn, he lost? Li Qingshan didn't even wear battle armor or use alloy weapons, yet he directly defeated Zhang Lang? Jiangcheng University's top martial artist, truly impressive. So cool. A freshman, only half a month into school, already unbeatable, so thrilling. Was that thunder hammer just now also a thunder martial art? So awesome. I want to learn thunder martial arts too, it's so cool. Our school doesn't offer thunder martial arts, and even if it did, with your talent, you might not be able to learn it well. That's right, thunder martial arts require extremely high talent, but that thunder hammer just now was indeed amazing. A rising star at Jiangcheng University. The students at the scene looked at Li Qingshan, their eyes full of shock. This guy was truly extraordinary, mastering thunder martial arts to such a level. Zhao Qianya crossed her arms, wearing high heels, her eyes filled with admiration. Li Qingshan stripped Zhang Lang of his battle armor and alloy long blade, directly throwing them into his spatial ring, then pushed Su Baizhou's wheelchair and headed off campus. He also pocketed the dragon cards, all 31 billion. In no time, Li Qingshan's name was known by everyone at Jiangcheng Martial Arts University, even spreading throughout Jiangcheng. Many people learned from the university students that Jiangcheng Martial Arts University had a dazzling genius who, less than half a month into school, had already dominated the entire campus, with no one daring to challenge him. After sending Su Baizhou home, Li Qingshan went straight to Jiangcheng's weapon shop and sold all the black iron-grade battle armor and alloy long blades. Looking at the items Li Qingshan handed over, the shop owner really wanted to call the police and investigate this guy thoroughly to see if he was involved in murder and robbery. In the end, Li Qingshan left with 15 billion dragon coins, holding a total of 46 billion dragon coins. He then went to the frozen goods wholesale boss and bought a large amount of beast meat, including meat from level 25, 26, and 27 ferocious beasts. Li Qingshan stored the meat in a warehouse and directly fed it to the thunder python, devouring a level 26 ferocious beast, main body vitality plus 1 billion, clone vitality plus 1 billion. Devouring a level 27 ferocious beast, main body vitality plus 2 billion, clone vitality plus 2 billion. Devouring a level 28 ferocious beast, main body vitality plus 4.3 billion, clone vitality plus 4.3 billion. The system notifications kept popping up on the panel. The beast flesh bought with 4.6 billion dragon coins was all devoured, converted into vitality, consuming 1.28 billion vitality. The main body upgraded to level 28 warrior, and the clone upgraded to level 28 ferocious beast, consuming 2.56 billion vitality. The main body upgraded to level 29 warrior, and the clone upgraded to level 29 ferocious beast. Finally, Li Qingshan felt a massive influx of vitality into the sea of blood in his dantian, his physical body rapidly strengthening, ultimately stopping at level 29. There were 1.2 billion vitality points left. The next upgrade would require 5 billion vitality. A level 30 ferocious beast could provide over 1.5 billion vitality, so the gap wasn't too large. Now, he only hoped to hunt more ferocious beasts and quickly break through to level 30 and 31 warrior. The Thunder Python had completely evolved into a flood dragon. He really wanted to see what this flood dragon looked like. After returning home, Li Qingshan stared at the silent room, his brows furrowed. His parents had been working overtime for several days and hadn't returned. He decided to call them. Just as he picked up his phone, the ringtone sounded. The caller ID showed it was the captain of Jiangcheng Ferocious Beast Management Bureau's Team 7. Li Qingshan, hurry to the Jiangcheng Ferocious Beast Management Bureau. There's a big mission tonight. I'll also introduce you to a few new team members. Zhang Heihu's urgent voice came from the other end of the line. Is it to deal with ferocious beasts? Li Qingshan's heart leaped with joy, his tone filled with eagerness. You brat, you get excited the moment ferocious beasts are mentioned, don't you? Zhang Heihu laughed. Dealing with ferocious beasts is one of my few pleasures. Any ferocious beast below level 35, leave them all to me. Li Qingshan thought for a moment and said, you're only a level 24 warrior, and you want to leap over 10 levels to kill level 35 ferocious beasts? Getting more confident, aren't you? Don't worry, tonight's ferocious beasts will definitely satisfy you, Zhang Heihu said confidently. Wait for me. Li Qingshan hurriedly ran downstairs. First, he called his parents. They were still working overtime, transporting some confidential cargo outside the city, unable to disclose much. Then, he called Su Baizhou to tell her he couldn't make it tonight because he had something to do. Su Baizhou expressed her understanding and even mentioned that she was planning to break through the warrior realm tonight. Li Qingshan expressed his support and also wondered how much vitality Su Baizhou could bring in daily after her breakthrough. At the Jiangcheng Ferocious Beast Management Bureau, Li Qingshan arrived at the entrance and saw Xin Lian, who had been waiting for him, and followed him inside. The Ferocious Beast Management Bureau was mainly responsible for the city's safety and sometimes cooperated with the military to fight outside the city. Besides the Management Bureau, Jiangcheng also had the Military Department, whose members were also warriors. Inside the Management Bureau, everyone was a warrior, and there were many experts. They all wore uniform attire, stood straight, and exuded a sharp aura. Li Qingshan was taken to Team 7's office. A new sign hung on the door, reading Group 11. Li Qingshan entered and saw Team 7's captain, Zhang Heihu, along with a few unfamiliar faces. One was a girl wearing glasses, exuding a strong presence, like a recent graduate from a martial arts university. She had a great figure, her shirt stretched tight by her chest. There was also a man and a woman, both wearing Management Bureau uniforms. The woman had a lowly style, wearing black knee-high socks and a pleated skirt, revealing a section of fair, slender legs. With a sweet appearance, the young man had a cold expression and sharp eyes, appearing very shrewd. Li Qingshan, these three are the new members of your Group 11. The one wearing glasses is your liaison officer, Zhu Suqing. These two are combat personnel, Shangwan Xiaoxiao and Ouyang Quan. Zhang Heihu introduced. Alright. Dominant lady, sweet girl, shrewd guy, hello. Li Qingshan glanced at the three and greeted them. Dominant lady? Sweet girl? Shrewd guy? As soon as he finished speaking, the three were stunned, looking at Li Qingshan with confused expressions. What do you mean by dominant lady? Is shrewd guy supposed to be impressive? Zhang Heihu coughed and said. Since you are members of Jiangcheng Group 11, you must take on the responsibility. Considering that your group has just been formed and lacks manpower, you will mainly be responsible for the safety of Jiangcheng's D25 district. You can ask your liaison officer for the specific location. As for patrolling and stationing methods, figure it out yourselves. After Speaking, Zhang Heihu was about to turn and leave. Wait a moment. Li Qingshan stopped him. I joined the Beast Management Bureau to deal with beasts, not to sit in an office. Where are the beasts? The beasts have been particularly active these days. The area you're responsible for is likely to encounter them. When the time comes, you can get to work, Zhang Heihu said and quickly slipped away. Dealing with beasts, always shouting about dealing with beasts, but if the beasts don't show up, how can we deal with them? Li Qingshan understood that this guy just wanted to leave him in the office, waiting for the beasts to show up on their own. How long would he have to wait? Group leader, should I take you to see the area you're responsible for? The liaison officer, a dominant lady, asked. You three handle the district. I'm going out for a walk, Li Qingshan said, turning and leaving the office, planning to wander outside. How could they choose this guy as the group leader? He's so unreliable, doesn't seem capable at all. The shrewd guy stared at Li Qingshan's back, his face showing a dissatisfied expression. The dominant lady and sweet girl exchanged glances. Although they said nothing, they were also a bit worried about Li Qingshan's personality. Could someone like him really be a good group leader? After all, the Beast Management Bureau was full of dangers, often requiring direct confrontations with beasts, where even a small mistake could lead to being torn apart. While wandering around the bureau, Li Qingshan soon noticed many vehicles parked in the yard, with warriors gathering and departing one after another. So many people moving out at the same time must mean beasts had been discovered. What if he joined them and went out in one of the vehicles? The next moment, a glimmer of light flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes as he quietly approached a military truck. Quick! Quick! Hurry up! A large number of beasts are attacking the psychiatric hospital, get there fast! A squad leader shouted urgently. Dozens of team members quickly jumped onto the truck. Although this squad leader wasn't from Group 7, beasts meant action. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan jumped onto the truck as well, hiding in a corner to avoid drawing attention. The interior of the truck was dim. The next second, Li Qingshan felt the truck speeding forward at an incredible pace. These past few days, the beasts have been acting like they're on stimulants, rampaging through the city. Haven't had a good night's sleep in days. The military says beasts are pouring into Zhengcheng in large numbers. Seems like they're preparing for a beast tide to attack the city. The major families have already started evacuating. Hey, brother, haven't seen you before. Are you new? A team member glanced at Li Qingshan and asked. Yes, new. Li Qingshan nodded cautiously. Don't rush to the front, just observe and learn first. Got it. The truck sped forward at an incredible pace, with blue flames trailing from its rear. If it gets any faster, it might just fly out. The psychiatric hospital is here. Get off! A loud command was issued, and everyone quickly jumped off the vehicle, following the instructions of the commander to swiftly deploy. Screams and wails echoed from inside the psychiatric hospital, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. No one knew why these ferocious beasts were attacking this place. But none of that mattered now. Li Qingshan's entire body erupted with energy and blood as he charged into the psychiatric hospital. The beasts roared, exuding intense killing intent. Numerous combat personnel from the Beast Management Bureau also rushed into the hospital, engaging in fierce battles with the beasts. Ha! Li Qingshan shouted angrily, his energy surging, surrounded by azure lightning that unleashed destructive power, intimidating everything around him. A level 30 Gale Wolf, having just torn apart a medical staff member, glared at Li Qingshan and let out a low, angry growl. It swung its sharp claws and lunged at Li Qingshan with explosive speed, causing continuous bursts in the air. Bang! Li Qingshan chose to confront it head-on, unleashing the power of thunder, instantly enveloping the Gale Wolf. The wolf, once brimming with vitality, was paralyzed in an instant, its strength greatly diminished, scorched black by the lightning, and sent flying. Its heart convulsed violently, attempting several times to get up from the ground, but all efforts were in vain. Too strong. Li Qingshan charged forward again, delivering a punch that directly finished off the Gale Wolf. He stored it in his spatial ring. A level 30 beast, with at least billions of vitality points, what a thrill. Coming to a place like the Beast Management Bureau was definitely the right choice. Help! Help! At this moment, a cry for help came from ahead. A hapless member of the Beast Management Bureau had provoked a level 31 beast. The Earth Armor Bear. This name wasn't given lightly. The beast was covered in heavy armor, impervious to ordinary alloy weapons. However, if the Earth Armor Bear found an opportunity, a single punch could smash through even battle armor. Beside the Earth Armor Bear, a martial artist from the Beast Management Bureau had fallen, covered in blood, his body torn apart and in a miserable state. Another martial artist's face was filled with terror, his alloy weapon stuck in the Earth Armor Bear's body, unable to be pulled out, as he collapsed heavily to the ground, despair filling the air around him. It's over. Could this really be the day I die here? Roar! 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 The Earth Armor Bear roared furiously, charging at the martial artist, swinging its heavy claws, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Bang! Just as the martial artist was feeling hopeless, a man surrounded by blue lightning suddenly appeared in front of him. With a punch, the power of thunder erupted instantly, lightning dancing wildly around, even causing the nearby martial artist to feel a strong electric current, his hair standing on end. Swish! Swish! The lightning pierced through the Earth Armor Bear's heavy armor, penetrating its body. What is this armor? The electric current rushed directly into its internal organs, destroying its internal structure. The bear's momentum quickly faded, its muscles paralyzed, its strength greatly reduced, and it stumbled backward in panic. The Earth Armor Bear's face was filled with fear. Before it could react, Li Qingshan charged forward again, surrounded by lightning, arcs, jumping, and an overwhelming aura of destruction. His momentum was astonishing. Bang! 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 A series of muffled explosions erupted as terrifying thunder continuously struck the beast's body. After just a few rounds, it collapsed heavily to the ground. Though it appeared fine on the surface, its internal organs had already been destroyed. A level 31 beast, taken down. Li Qingshan's face lit up with an excited smile as he tossed it into his spatial ring. He continued searching for the next target. Inside Qingya Psychiatric Hospital, people often saw a warrior surrounded by flickering arcs of electricity, using thunder techniques to actively hunt ferocious beasts. Yes, he actively sought out beasts to fight. The captains of 3 brigades and the deputy director of Jiangcheng Beast Management Bureau stood on the top floor of Qingya Psychiatric Hospital, their eyes fixed below, searching for the mastermind behind the beast siege on the hospital. Li Qingshan's performance was too dazzling, especially in the dark night. His entire body flickered with arcs of electricity, like a glowing light bulb, illuminating wherever he went. Hey, is that guy from your 2nd or 3rd brigade? The captain of the 1st brigade asked, noticing Li Qingshan below. The other 2 brigade captains and the deputy director also looked down and indeed saw Li Qingshan suppressing a level 32 ferocious beast Gale Wolf General. Level 32, 3 levels higher than Li Qingshan. Holding the thunder hammer, his body surrounded by arcs of electricity, he looked like the god of thunder descending, each strike landing on the beast with a muffled boom. Every surge of thunder power ravaged through, attacking the blood-covered internal organs. The Gale Wolf General let out a piercing howl but couldn't land a hit on Li Qingshan. Each time the thunder hammer struck it, its muscles would go numb, slowing its movements. Li Qingshan seized the opportunity to reposition and delivered another heavy blow. Its fur was already scorched black, and it was in unbearable pain. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan killed the Gale Wolf General with ease, effortlessly. He's not from our brigade, we don't have warriors who use thunder techniques. He's not from our team either, no one in our team uses thunder techniques. The 2 brigade captains exchanged glances and shook their heads. Indeed, thunder techniques were not only rare but also required exceptional talent to master. At least, their brigades didn't have anyone like that. That guy's blood level seems to be only level 29, but that beast is level 32. With such a big gap in strength, he can still hold his own and even has the upper hand. He doesn't seem simple. The captain of the 1st brigade watched the battle below and sighed. Our bureau doesn't seem to have anyone who uses thunder techniques, right? At this moment, the deputy director of Jiangcheng Beast Management Bureau suddenly spoke. What? As soon as the deputy director spoke, the 3 brigade captains looked at him in confusion. It seems like our bureau really doesn't have anyone who uses thunder techniques. I also remember that we don't. Thunder techniques are not only rare but also require high talent to cultivate. People in this area simply don't have the aptitude. Then, where did this guy come from? The few people on the rooftop all turned their gaze downstairs. At this moment, Li Qingshan was having a great time, enjoying the thrill of using thunder techniques to kill beasts. One ferocious beast after another fell before him, then he casually tossed them into his spatial ring. The few old-timers on the rooftop exchanged glances. Again, their faces full of confusion. "Deputy Director, why don't we go down and ask him?" the captain of the 1st Brigade suggested. "Let's go downstairs." The deputy director frowned and finally led the 3 brigade captains downstairs. "Are you from Jiangcheng Beast Management Bureau?" The deputy director approached Li Qingshan, who had just finished off a beast, and asked. "Of course. Who are you?" Li Qingshan responded impatiently. Right now was prime time for dealing with ferocious beasts. He had no time to waste talking to these people. These beasts were his blood and life. Damn, he had never felt so confident before. After this battle, Lei Mang's evolution into Lei Jiao is definitely not a problem. "Do you know the crime for impersonating a Beast Management Bureau warrior?" The deputy director glared at him. A powerful killing intent instantly enveloped Li Qingshan, making the air heavy and his blood seemingly freeze. A master. This person in front of him was definitely a master. In the Beast Management Bureau, he was at least at the level of a squad captain. "Better clarify my identity first, then continue dealing with the beasts. Team 7, this is my ID." Li Qingshan took out his ID and tossed it to him. "Team 7? A member of Zhang Heihu's team?" The deputy director and the 3 squad captains exchanged glances, opened the electronic ID, and entered the information. Sure enough, they could access all of Li Qingshan's details. "That's right, he's a member of our bureau, from Team 7, just joined 2 days ago, and is a freshman at Jiangcheng Martial Arts University. The records show he's a level 24 warrior," one squad captain said, looking at the information on the tablet. "What? A freshman? Impossible." The other 2 captains and the deputy director exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. He was level 24 2 days ago, and now he's level 29? This guy advanced 5 levels in 2 days? This level could be faked, but a freshman at Jiangcheng Martial Arts University is legit. They've only been in school for half a month, and now he's already a level 29 warrior? Doesn't that mean he could graduate just a month after starting school? The 4 of them stared at Li Qingshan in shock, their eyes filled with doubt and amazement, almost unable to believe. This guy in front of them was still a freshman. "My ancestors left behind a heaven-defying elixir. After I took it, my strength skyrocketed, and I quickly reached level 29. Is that a problem?" Li Qingshan shrugged. "Nonsense, there's no such elixir," one squad captain sneered. "Since he's from Team 7, let him practice Team 7's martial techniques," the deputy director said, pulling out his phone and dialing. "Zhang Heihu, come to Qingya Mental Hospital." "Yes, hurry." After hanging up, the 4 of them stared intently at Li Qingshan, looking at him like he was a monster. How could this kid be a level 29 warrior after just half a month of school? If there's nothing else, can I continue dealing with the beasts?" Li Qingshan looked at the surrounding beasts, eager to get started. He came here to deal with beasts, not to prove anything to these old guys. Go. The deputy director waved impatiently. This kid was clearly addicted to dealing with beasts. Smack! In the next moment, Li Qingshan flashed in place, instantly appearing in front of a fire fang rat and kicking it. Crack! Thunderous power erupted, sending the fire fang rat flying. Li Qingshan followed up with a punch, shattering several of its sharp fangs. The deputy director and the 3 squad captains exchanged glances, a meaningful glint flashing in their eyes. One squad captain thought, "This is a talent, I need to find a way to recruit him." The second squad captain, "Does this kid have a girlfriend? My daughter is the same age as him." The third squad captain, "The guys from Squad 1 and Squad 2 will definitely try to recruit him." "No way, I need to find a way to bring him over." The deputy director, "This guy is truly a talent, I need to find a way to take him as a disciple." After receiving the deputy director's order, Zhang Heihu hurriedly left his office, preparing to drive to Qingya Mental Hospital. However, just as he stepped out of the office, 3 people, smart brother, cool sister, and sweet girl, rushed over, their faces full of anxiety. "Captain, something's wrong." Li Qingshan suddenly went missing. The last known location was Qingya Mental Hospital. "I just checked the intranet, and Qingya Psychiatric Hospital is now in a state of combat readiness. Li Qingshan won't be in trouble, right? Qingya Psychiatric Hospital? Missing? As soon as Yujie finished speaking, Zhang Heihu's eyes suddenly contracted, and a bad premonition immediately surged in his heart. Under normal circumstances, team members wouldn't lose contact unless something happened, like death. No wonder the Deputy Bureau kept urging him to go over earlier. Could it be that Li Qingshan's body was found at Qingya Psychiatric Hospital? Damn it, how did something happen so quickly? Perfect timing, I'm heading to Qingya Psychiatric Hospital too. You all come along. In the end, Zhang Heihu couldn't hold back and didn't tell the three people in front of him that their team leader might already be dead. He drove the car, taking the three of them at high speed toward Qingya Psychiatric Hospital. The speed was extreme, with scorching flames spewing from the tailpipe. Captain, what exactly happened to our team leader? Yujie asked softly. The atmosphere inside the car gradually grew tense. The Deputy Bureau called me earlier too. Li Qingshan's last known location was Qingya Psychiatric Hospital. It's very likely something happened there, Zhang Heihu said, his brows furrowed. Why did he go to Qingya Psychiatric Hospital? That place isn't even within our jurisdiction. Smart guy adjusted his glasses. But honestly, how could someone so unreliable become our team leader? I heard he hasn't even reached level 3 martial artist. Even students from Martial Arts University are stronger than him. At least graduates from Jiangchang Martial Arts University are all level 3 martial artists. Among the members of Squad 11 of Unit 7, Li Qingshan was indeed the weakest in terms of strength. This was also why Smart Guy had been dissatisfied in the office back then. Why let the weakest one become the team leader? We're here. The car quickly stopped at the entrance of Qingya Psychiatric Hospital. Zhang Heihu was the first to jump out of the car, followed closely by the other three. They soon met the Deputy Bureau and the captains of 3 other units. Deputy Bureau, why did you call me here so urgently? Did something happen? Zhang Heihu asked, panting. Do you know Li Qingshan? Jiangchun's Deputy Bureau asked. Li Qingshan? Damn it! At this moment, Zhang Heihu's mood instantly plummeted. But strangely, the other 3 unit captains stared at him with greedy eyes, making him feel a chill in his heart. What are these 3 guys up to? I'm already married. What happened to Li Qingshan? Did something happen? Sweet girl asked anxiously. The others also turned their attention to the Deputy Bureau. Li Qingshan? Come out here. The Deputy Bureau scanned the surroundings but didn't see Li Qingshan, so he could only shout loudly. Boom! As soon as the words fell, a muffled explosion sounded. Li Qingshan burst out forcefully from the 5th floor wall, crashing heavily to the ground. His entire body was surrounded by lightning, arcs of electricity jumping around, unleashing destructive power like a thunder god descending. One hand was still gripping the neck of a level 3 ferocious beast, a bloodthirsty bear, as they both smashed into the ground. Boom! Another loud crash. The bloodthirsty bear's bones shattered, its fur scorched black by the electricity, and debris from the ground scattered everywhere. A large pit appeared on the previously flat surface. It was a shocking sight. A level 3 ferocious beast, the bloodthirsty bear, instantly killed. Li Qingshan stored it in his spatial ring, then stepped toward the Deputy Bureau and the others, coldly saying, Old Deng, why are you calling me? Stay away from me. The Deputy Bureau, seeing Li Qingshan covered in lightning with his hair standing up from static electricity, immediately gave an annoyed order. Oh, sorry. Li Qingshan retracted the lightning and, seeing Zhang Heihu, Smart Bro, and the cool sister Sweet Girl, was momentarily stunned. You guys are here too? Came to fight fierce beasts with me? Fight fierce beasts? Looking at the arrogant Li Qingshan in front of them, Smart Bro and the cool sister were dumbfounded, their faces full of shock. A level 29 warrior can easily take down a level 3 fierce beast? Is this guy a monster? We thought he was dead, but he ended up here fighting fierce beasts, killing above his level, effortlessly. Even with battle armor and alloy weapons, taking down a beast 1 level higher is already impressive. To surpass 2 levels is terrifying to the extreme. But this guy? No alloy weapons, no battle armor, and he directly punches a beast 4 levels higher to death? That's insane. If this guy didn't look human, Smart Bro and the cool sister would suspect he's not human but a cub of some ancient fierce beast. Zhang Heihu, is this your man? The Deputy Bureau Chief asked. Yes, he's my team member, Zhang Heihu nodded. Your team member? Then why is he at Qingya Psychiatric Hospital? Do you understand the importance of following orders? Jiang Chun's deputy, bureau chief deliberately gave Zhang Heihu a hard time. Li Qingshan, why did you suddenly show up here? Explain yourself. Immediately. Zhang Heihu was completely confused, having no idea what was going on. He could only turn back to Li Qingshan and ask, what happened? I hitched a ride here myself. Why? Of course, to fight fierce beasts. What else? Come here to fall in love? Li Qingshan shrugged. Li Qingshan, you're so undisciplined. When we get back, I'll make sure to deal with you properly. Zhang Heihu glared at him, preparing to explain to the deputy bureau chief. No, old Zhang, this doesn't make sense. Didn't you say there was a big operation tonight? That's why I rushed over, but I didn't get to do anything. If I didn't hitch a ride to fight fierce beasts, where else would I go? Li Qingshan patted his chest. Fighting fierce beasts is the right thing to do. Fighting fierce beasts is the right thing to do? Zhang Heihu felt a headache coming on. Was this guy holding a grudge against fierce beasts in his past life? Why is he always thinking about fighting them? Unbelievable. At this moment, Smart Bro and the Cool Sisters secretly gave Li Qingshan a thumbs up in their hearts. They were completely impressed by this guy. While others feared facing fierce beasts, this guy couldn't wait to dive into their lairs, sleep with them at night, and kill them in the morning. He must have been a butcher in his past life. Respect. Ahem, Li Qingshan, have you considered joining our first squad? We have plenty of fierce beast emergencies. If you join us, I guarantee you won't have a single idle day. You'll have the chance to fight fierce beasts every day. What do you think? If you agree, I'll submit a report immediately, and the deputy bureau chief will approve it right away. The first squad captain stared at Li Qingshan, his eyes full of anticipation. Damn! As soon as he finished speaking, the other two squad captains turned to look at the first squad captain in unison. That was fast. Li Qingshan, don't listen to the nonsense from the first squad. They barely go out to fight all year. Why not join our second squad? We're the Jiangcheng Fierce Beast Management Bureau's Beast Squad. Don't get the wrong idea. Beast doesn't mean we're perverts. It means we work like oxen and horses, going out every day to handle fierce beast incidents. The most important thing is, I have a daughter about your age, currently studying at a university in Modu. If you join the second squad, today's Sunday, and my daughter happens to be home for dinner, you can come along too. How about it? The second team leader looked at Li Qingshan with anticipation. Li Qingshan, my sister-in-law is quite charming. The third team leader quickly joined in the fun. Hey, I'm not dead yet. Aren't you guys blatantly fighting over someone right in front of me? Zhang Heihu looked at the deputy director, his face full of grievance. Deputy director, these three are just too shameless, aren't they? You three, your behavior is really disgraceful. The deputy director glared at the third team leader with an unpleasant expression, then turned to Li Qingshan. Our Jiangcheng Beast Management Bureau's special team happens to be short of one person. Would you consider joining? Click. As soon as the deputy director said this, the four team leaders felt as if the sky was falling. This was just too unfair. The deputy director personally stepping in to recruit someone? What does the special team mean? Li Qingshan asked, slightly stunned. It's a special team independent of the 10 squads, with authority higher than the team leaders, but slightly lower than the deputy director. Members can freely participate in any operation and also undertake special missions. The team consists of 12 people, including even a warrior of god-level strength. If you join, you might receive guidance from the warrior, which could help you progress faster. What do you think? The deputy director stared at Li Qingshan. So, I can freely participate in all operations? Li Qingshan asked. He didn't care about the warrior's guidance, as he wasn't following the usual path. He only cared about one thing, hunting beasts. That's right. The deputy director nodded solemnly, about to listen to the 7th team leader's explanation, but immediately glared him into silence. The 7th team leader, a burly man, looked aggrieved and was on the verge of tears. This was just too much bullying. The clever guy, sweet girl, and the cool liaison officer were all dumbfounded. No way, the team was just established today. And it's already falling apart? Alright, I'll join the special team. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement, then asked, Deputy Director, if there's nothing urgent, can I go deal with those beasts now? The fewer beasts in front of him, the better. He had to seize the opportunity. After all, hunting beasts in the city was much safer than outside. Yes. The Jiangcheng deputy director nodded solemnly, his face showing an excited expression. The special team. This was the department he was in charge of. With Li Qingshan in the special team, he would be completely under his control. Thinking carefully, he also had a beautiful daughter, and Li Qingshan seemed quite suitable for this position. Whoosh! Li Qingshan didn't care about any of that and directly charged toward the beasts ahead, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Beasts, don't even think about running. Stay here for me. In the next moment, lightning surrounded his entire body as he rode on the back of a serrated rhinoceros, attacking furiously. Other warriors, even wearing heavy armor, were helpless, but in the face of Li Qingshan's lightning, it was completely ineffective. He was practically the Grim Reaper for beasts. The 4 team leaders felt extremely uncomfortable but didn't dare show it in front of the deputy director. Especially the 7th team leader, who felt worse than discovering his wife had cheated on him. What, not convinced? The deputy director looked at the 4 team leaders, a mischievous smile on his lips. I'm doing this for the kid's benefit, giving him a bigger stage. The deputy director is right. The team leaders forced smiles and nodded, but they knew full well that the deputy director had come prepared, intending to use the pretext of sparring to teach them a harsh lesson. Recently, the military has reported that beasts outside the city are unusually active. You all need to pay more attention to the beasts within the city. If you find any, report immediately and clean them up right away. Also, patrol those areas that are rarely checked. Understood? The deputy director's gaze turned serious. The military has confirmed that 3 beast gods have appeared. 3 beast gods? As soon as the deputy director finished speaking, the 3 team captains exchanged glances, their expressions becoming grave. Everyone could sense that something major was about to happen. Inside Qingya Psychiatric Hospital, Li Qingshan descended like a thunderous demon god, lightning flashing wherever he went, leaving the ferocious beasts severely injured or dead. So fierce? Which team is this kid from? I haven't heard of any warrior in Jiangcheng Beast Management Bureau who can use thunder techniques. I have no idea either. Is he crazy? He can easily suppress a level 34 ferocious beast. Even the green-eyed tiger was taken down by him. He doesn't look very old, does he? Hey, go easy on it, this ferocious beast is mine to deal with. Li Qingshan's face lit up with excitement, like a lightning warrior descending from the heavens. His entire body surrounded by electric arcs, radiating dazzling blue light. In an instant, he lunged at a blood-eyed demon wolf. His fist, wrapped in thunder, struck the blood-eyed demon wolf's fur fiercely. The fur instantly scorched, emitting an unpleasant smell. The blood-eyed demon wolf struggled and bit desperately, its sharp teeth terrifying even in the dark. Under its claws, several members of the Management Bureau had already sacrificed their lives. The work of the Management Bureau is a high-risk profession, where one misstep can lead to death. Each time the blood-eyed demon wolf struggled, Li Qingshan struck it with his fist, thunder raging, leaving it paralyzed and its struggles growing weaker. Let alone trying to bite Li Qingshan, who was riding on its back. 2 level 32 warriors watched the scene in shock, their mouths twitching slightly. This guy is way too fierce. Die! Li Qingshan roared, and the blood-eyed demon wolf finally couldn't withstand the thunderous blows, collapsing and convulsing. It's over, job done. He exhaled deeply, tossed the ferocious beast into his spatial ring, and immediately rushed toward the next unlucky beast. In a short time, Li Qingshan became famous throughout Qingya Psychiatric Hospital. It wasn't until late at night that the crisis at Qingya Psychiatric Hospital was resolved. Li Qingshan let out a long breath and followed the main team back to Jiangcheng Beast Management Bureau. In the car, Smart Bro, Cool Sis Liaison, and Sweet Girl stared at Li Qingshan in shock, as if looking at a monster. After returning to Jiangcheng Beast Management Bureau, Li Qingshan prepared to leave and find his clone, Thunder Python, to help it advance to the Thunder Jiao realm. Contractor Su Baizhou successfully advanced to level 1 warrior, providing 1 point of blood energy daily. A level 1 warrior can provide 1 point of blood energy daily, a level 2 warrior about 2 points, a level 3 warrior around 4 points, and a level 4 warrior up to 8 points. At first, the blood energy feedback is minimal, but as Su Baizhou's strength grows, the feedback will increase. If there were more contractors, it would be even better. Li Qingshan just As Li Qingshan was about to leave the Beast Management Bureau, Zhang Heihu hurried over, his expression serious. The deputy director wants you to come over for something. Captain, why so serious? What's happened? Li Qingshan saw Zhang Heihu's grave expression and frowned, asking. Zhang Heihu didn't answer, quickly leading Li Qingshan into the deputy director's office. The atmosphere instantly became heavy, and a sense of foreboding surged in his heart. Deputy director, what happened? Li Qingshan asked, frowning. We just received news from the military. The team responsible for transporting supplies to the Foundation outpost has gone missing. The location is within the old Lian County town, but the exact position is unknown. The entire team has lost contact. I don't know if there are any survivors left. That area has been occupied by a large number of ferocious beasts, and the military has already dispatched a team for rescue. Unfortunately, your parents are in that team. The deputy director's face showed a heavy expression as he said this. What? Li Qingshan's heart tightened upon hearing this. No wonder Zhang Heihu called him over, he had felt something was off. Although his family wasn't wealthy, his parents had always treated him well, doing their best to fulfill his wishes. Even with the high price of meat, his parents still spent money to support his martial arts training. His parents were just ordinary martial artists, working in the city to support the family. But they chose to leave the city because the rewards outside were higher, allowing them to provide him with more support. After all, martial arts training was extremely expensive, even a single pill cost a fortune. It could be said that a significant part of their decision to earn money outside the city was for him. Here, Li Qingshan truly felt the warmth of family. So, upon hearing that his parents were in danger, his heart was particularly heavy. No, he had to go outside the city. Thank you, Deputy Director, for telling me this. Li Qingshan nodded and turned to leave. Li Qingshan, don't act impulsively. The military has already sent people to rescue your parents. Try not to wander around the city. I'm telling you this because you have the right to know the situation, the Deputy Director said sternly. Understood. Thank you, Deputy Director. Li Qingshan nodded. He turned his head, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. The Deputy Director glanced at the 17 leaders beside him and said, Zhang Heihu, follow him. Understood. Zhang Heihu nodded, his figure flashing as he disappeared into the darkness. Li Qingshan took a taxi and quickly arrived at a warehouse. He opened the door, closed it behind him, and walked into the warehouse. This kid, why did he come here? Zhang Heihu saw Li Qingshan enter the warehouse, a puzzled expression on his face. He immediately used his earpiece to report. Deputy Director, Li Qingshan has entered the warehouse. Received, noted. Lei Mang seemed to sense Li Qingshan's anger. Wriggling its body as it crawled in front of him, its massive head gently rubbing against him. It's time to evolve. Li Qingshan said, placing all the ferocious beast corpses from his spatial ring in front of Lei Mang. Seeing the large amount of flesh and blood, Lei Mang excitedly began devouring it in huge bites. Lei Mang devoured a level 30 ferocious beast. Qi and blood plus 3.3 billion, clone Qi and blood plus 3.3 billion, Lei Mang devoured a level 31 ferocious beast, Qi and blood plus 6.7 billion, clone Qi and blood plus 6.7 billion, Lei Mang devoured a level 32 ferocious beast, Qi and blood plus 13.3 billion, clone Qi and blood plus 13.3 billion. The system's voice kept ringing. The ferocious beast corpses in Li Qingshan's spatial ring allowed Lei Mang and himself to gain a total of 300 billion Qi and blood points. Consumed 5.12 billion Qi and blood. Main body upgraded to level 30 martial artist, clone upgraded to level 30 ferocious beast, consumed 10 billion Qi and blood. Main body upgraded to level 31 martial artist, clone began evolving. 10 minutes later, evolution successful, clone transformed into level 31 Thunder Jiao. The Lei Mang before him had already evolved into a 100-meter-long creature, its scales thick and heavy, gleaming with a metallic luster. Its previously bare head had become ferocious, resembling a tiger. But not entirely a tiger's head, even more terrifying, with dense hair growing behind it. The front of its body had grown claws, each claw with 3 sharp talons capable of easily crushing metal. It exuded a fierce killing intent, surrounded by thunder, its aura overwhelming. Is this the legendary Jiao Dragon? The tail was no longer an ordinary snake tail but had grown many fin-like structures, making it appear even more formidable. Li Qingshan opened the panel to check. Main body. Name, Li Qingshan height, 20 cm strength, level 31 warrior vitality, 2848.8 billion/200 billion talent, grade A abilities. Thunder Vitality, Thunder Hammer, Thunder Shadow 3000 Speed, Thunder Domain, Thunder Jiao talent acquired. Thunder Domain activated, Clone, Thunder Jiao length, 100 meters strength, level 31 Fierce Beast Vitality, 2848.8 billion/200 billion talent, grade A, can evolve into Thunderstorm Flood Dragon at level 41, evolution path confirmed as Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon Ancestral Dragon, Contractor, Phoenix Hatchling name, Subaijo Strength, level 1 Warrior talent, grade SSS. Phoenix Divine Body unlocks at level 10, now, both his talent and Thunder Jiao's talent had been upgraded from grade B to grade A. He had also gained a brand new talent skill, Thunder Domain. Once activated, the surroundings instantly turned into a sea of lightning. All fierce beasts within this domain, weak ones would be instantly killed, while strong ones would be suppressed by the lightning, unable to move. Thunder Jiao's length had also grown from several dozen meters to over 100 meters, its body thick enough for Li Qingshan to stand directly on it. A 30-story building is roughly 80 to 90 meters tall, which illustrates the massive size of Thunder Jiao's body. Moreover, as its strength continues to grow, it will become even more powerful, especially since Li Qingshan's body contains a vast amount of vitality. In addition, there was another piece of exciting news for Li Qingshan. Once Thunder Jiao reaches level 41, it can directly evolve into a Thunderstorm Flood Dragon. Flood Dragon. This signifies truly entering the ranks of dragons, growing 4 legs, and being able to soar through the clouds without walking on the ground, flying directly in the sky. Imagine standing atop the head of a Thunderstorm Flood Dragon, flying with it. How cool would that be? Continuing to level up, consuming 40 billion vitality points, the main body successfully upgraded to level 32 Warrior, and the clone successfully upgraded to level 32 Fierce Beast, with the clone's length increasing to 150 meters, consuming 80 billion vitality points. The main body successfully upgraded to level 33 Warrior, and the clone successfully upgraded to level 33 Fierce Beast, with the clone's length increasing to 200 meters, consuming 160 billion vitality points. The main body successfully upgraded to level 34 Warrior, and the clone successfully upgraded to level 34 Fierce Beast, with the clone's length increasing to 250 meters. Finally, Thunder Jiao's length stabilized at 250 meters. Its massive body and thick frame were overwhelming. The warehouse in front of them could no longer contain it. It was time to set out. The vitality in Li Qingshan's Dantian Blood Sea had also accumulated to an astonishing level. Previously, facing level 34 Fierce Beasts was somewhat challenging. Now, encountering level 34 Fierce Beasts again, Li Qingshan was confident he could easily suppress and completely kill them, then store them in his spatial ring. Li Qingshan opened the warehouse door, preparing to leave with Thunder Jiao and head out of the city toward Yanggu County. Compared to the military search and rescue team, Li Qingshan felt he was more reliable. After all, his parents were just ordinary warriors, transporting ordinary supplies. The military wouldn't expend significant effort to search for them, nor would they dispatch a powerful warrior team, just a symbolic search. If his parents were still alive and hiding in a building, the military search and rescue team might not even enter Yanggu County before leaving. One man and one Jiao slowly left the warehouse, heading outside. Zhang Heihu, who was staring at Li Qingshan, suddenly widened his eyes. What the heck is that? Zhang Heihu was so shocked he couldn't speak and hurriedly contacted Deputy Bureau. Guess what I just saw? What did you see? Stop wasting time, just say it. The impatient voice of the Deputy Bureau came through the walkie-talkie. Li Qingshan actually has a fierce beast as a pet, Zhang Heihu said. A fierce beast? Pet? The Deputy Bureau paused for a moment, then understood. That's actually quite normal. Some powerful martial artists like to tame fierce beasts as pets, especially wolf dogs and similar beasts. That's not unusual, right? No, Li Qingshan's fierce beast pet is a level 35 fierce beast, Zhang Heihu said. Level 35? Are you kidding me? Li Qingshan is only level 29, how could he possibly tame a level 35 fierce beast? The Deputy Bureau's voice was full of doubt on the other end of the line. Deputy Bureau, if I'm lying, then I'm a fool. It's really a level 35 fierce beast, and it's a flood dragon. Zhang Heihu hurriedly explained. What? A flood dragon? Zhang Heihu, are you joking with me? When has the fierce beast compendium ever recorded something like a flood dragon? The Deputy Bureau frowned deeply. There are countless fierce beasts across the country, but no one has ever seen mythical beasts like flood dragons, shilants, or tautai. Not even a trace of them. The sudden appearance of a legendary mythical fierce beast would be of great significance to fierce beast research. That's right, it's a flood dragon. I've already sent you the photo, take a look. Zhang Heihu's heart raced as he immediately sent the photo to the Deputy Bureau. The Deputy Bureau quickly opened his phone. The photo clearly displayed the information Zhang Heihu had sent. A young man stood atop a creature covered in blue scales. The creature's head resembled a tiger's, but it was even more ferocious and menacing. Its back was covered in dense fur, and its head had a raised area, where the outline of horns could faintly be seen. Its sharp fangs were terrifying, as if they could tear through anything. Its entire body was covered in indestructible scale armor. Its forelimbs had two strong claws resembling the talons of a giant eagle, capable of gripping prey so tightly it could never escape. Its tail had a structure resembling a fish fin. Flood dragon. This was exactly the appearance of a legendary flood dragon, almost identical to the myths. Since he wasn't at the scene, he couldn't feel its true power, but Zhang Heihu said it was a level 35 fierce beast, so he must be telling the truth. Wait for me, I'm heading over right now. Keep me updated on your location. The Deputy Bureau responded anxiously. Understood. Zhang Heihu quickly nodded in agreement. Li Qingshan stepped onto the Thunder Flood Dragon and directly jumped into the Nanchang River. This river led straight out of the city, avoiding the attention of other fierce beast management bureau personnel and not alarming the residents. The river's exit gate was guarded, and he could leave directly when the time came. Deputy Bureau, it looks like Li Qingshan is heading out of the city. Could he be going to find his parents? Zhang Heihu frowned and said, probably. Keep an eye on him, but don't clash with our people. Understood. As Li Qingshan approached the gate, he left the Nanchang River early, climbed ashore, and casually found an unguarded section of the city wall to climb over. Jiangqing's city wall was very long, and it was impossible to have guards everywhere. There were only cameras, alarms, and automated turrets. However, these alarms were installed outside the wall and wouldn't be triggered inside the city. Once he was outside, they would sound, but by then, he would already be far away with the Thunder Flood Dragon, so there was no need to worry. Ahead was the gate. Li Qingshan quickly left the Nanchang River with the Thunder Flood Dragon and headed toward a deserted section of the city wall. This should be the spot. Looking at the towering city walls, Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. Lei Zhao's sharp claws suddenly gripped the wall, leaving deep scratches as its body swiftly climbed up. Zhang Heihu witnessed this scene and frowned, notifying the Deputy Chief, Deputy Chief. Li Qingshan has climbed over the wall and is escaping outside the city. No problem, follow him, don't lose him. I'm almost there, the Deputy Chief replied. Understood. Zhang Heihu nodded solemnly and closely followed Li Qingshan. The over 200-meter-long Black Zhao triggered the alarm system as it passed, and the searchlights on the city wall immediately lit up, as bright as daylight. The automated turrets instantly locked onto their target. Unfortunately, the Black Zhao was heading out of the city and quickly ran out of the turret's attack range. Zhang Heihu glanced at the turrets and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Qingshan's human scent was masked by Lei Zhao, allowing him to proceed safely. Checking the electronic map, it would only take an hour to reach Yanggu County. The world outside the city was entirely different from the one within. Outside, ferocious beasts were everywhere. Those that were never seen inside the city could be found here at every turn. After walking for a while, one could almost always encounter a ferocious beast. In the forest, a massive python with fiery red scales and a strong stench slowly emerged from the woods, flicking its tongue. Its eyes were blood red, exuding a murderous aura. It was several hundred meters long, a level 36 ferocious beast. Blood Fiend Python. Attack! As soon as Li Qingshan gave the command, Lei Zhao immediately charged forward, its body crackling with electricity, letting out a roar like that of a bull. Hiss! The Blood Fiend Python hissed in response, incredulous that a level 35 ferocious beast dared to challenge it. It was courting death. The python charged in fury, and the two massive creatures clashed fiercely among the towering ancient trees. With a muffled thud, Lei Zhao's claws gripped the Blood Fiend Python's head and pressed it down forcefully. Thunder surged from Lei Zhao's body, pouring into the python. The Blood Fiend Python's Muscles convulsed from the electricity, losing its strength and collapsing to the ground. Dirt flew, the ground trembled, and cracks spread outward. Lei Jiao let out a victorious roar. Although the Blood Fiend Python's level was higher than Lei Jiao's, it had overlooked one crucial fact: the suppression of bloodlines. A level 10 ferocious rabbit could never defeat a level 10 black wolf. If this Blood Fiend Python had encountered another level 35 ferocious beast, it might not have lost. But against a level 35 Lei Jiao, it was simply unlucky. Hiss! The Blood Fiend Python flicked its tongue, struggling in pain as its body gradually stopped responding, completely destroyed by the power of thunder. Immediately, Lei Jiao began devouring the Blood Fiend Python beneath it. It tore into the flesh piece by piece, and with each bite, its vitality surged. Vitality plus 100,000. Vitality plus 200,000. Vitality plus 500,000. Li Qingshan. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice came from behind. The deputy chief and Zhang Heihu hurriedly arrived. His vitality was overwhelming, forming a blood-red mist behind him, truly worthy of being a Battle King-level warrior. Deputy Chief, Captain, why are you here? Li Qingshan was slightly stunned, looking at them with a tense heart. This is my contracted beast, Lei Jiao, not a ferocious beast. I know. The deputy chief's tone was serious. Come back with me. Yanggu County is not a place you can go. So they were here to bring him back. Li Qingshan pondered for a moment before resolutely saying, I won't go back. My conscience won't allow it, and my martial heart won't be at peace. I must go. Don't worry, Deputy Chief. If I encounter a powerful ferocious beast, I will definitely retreat. Then go. The deputy director frowned deeply and said to Li Qingshan, then don't go. The level of the beasts in Yanggu County is definitely above level 40. If you go now, it's pure suicide. If you want to avenge your parents, you need enough strength first. Deputy Director, I've already decided. Everyone has their own destiny. Perhaps this is my opportunity. Li Qingshan continued to explain, I have a feeling that this departure is my chance. Opportunity? The deputy director was firmly against Li Qingshan going to Yanggu County, as he deeply understood the pain of losing loved ones. But when Li Qingshan mentioned the word opportunity, the deputy director began to waver. Opportunities are elusive. If Li Qingshan truly sensed an opportunity, something might indeed happen. After all, great opportunities are often accompanied by life and death trials. Outside Jiangcheng, the gathering of ferocious beasts is becoming increasingly severe, possibly forming a beast tide. This is also the reason your parents met their demise. The other captains and I can't leave for too long, so you'll have to rely on yourself. If you encounter danger this time, retreat immediately and don't get trapped. As long as you survive, we have hope. The military has received information that there might be a beast king in Yanggu County. Be extremely careful, the deputy director warned sternly. Understood. Li Qingshan nodded. I know what to do. I have decent talent and won't lose my life easily. As soon as he finished speaking, the deputy director and the others felt slightly reassured. After nodding, the deputy director took out a treasure from his spatial ring and handed it to Li Qingshan. This is a Battle King level escape pod. If you encounter danger, activate it immediately to escape quickly. A Battle King level escape pod? Deputy Director, you're really going all out. The captain of the 7th team looked surprised and glanced at the deputy director. A football-sized metallic alloy sphere flew over, and Li Qingshan caught it. He recalled from textbooks that pressing the red button would instantly form an escape pod and fly to a predetermined location. At the Battle King level, its speed was undoubtedly fast. What a great item. Unfortunately, I won't be able to use it. If I activate it, it means even Lei Jiao can't defeat the opponent. If I escape, what will happen to Lei Jiao? Of course, this item is worth a lot if exchanged for beast blood and flesh. But accepting it can ease the deputy director's worries and stop him from trying to prevent me. Thank you, deputy director. Li Qingshan put away the escape pod. We're leaving now. Stay safe, the deputy director said, then turned and left with the captain. Li Qingshan let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, they were gone. Being overly cared for by others can sometimes feel like a burden. Lei Jiao devoured a level 36 ferocious beast. The main body gained plus 110 billion vitality, and the clone gained plus 110 billion vitality. Let's go. Li Qingshan rode Lei Zhao and continued forward. Before long, they encountered a level 37 ferocious beast, the blood-striped three-headed wolf. It had 3 heads, blood-red fur, and the air was filled with a strong scent of blood. Roar! 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 The blood-striped three-headed wolf roared angrily and lunged at Lei Zhao, each head bearing sharp fangs. Whoosh! Lei Zhao lashed out with its tail, producing a dull thud as the blood-striped three-headed wolf was sent flying. Normally, a level 35 thunder python shouldn't possess such strength, but it was mainly due to the power of thunder. The moment it encountered the thunder, the blood-striped three-headed wolf immediately felt powerless. It was flung far away. Lei Zhao quickly charged forward, coiling around it. One claw pinned down one head, while its massive jaws bit into another. Electric arcs flickered. The blood-striped three-headed wolf's entire body went numb and collapsed heavily to the ground, motionless. Lei Zhao coiled around it, beginning to tear and devour it, devouring a level 37 ferocious beast, the main body's vitality plus 310 billion, the clone's vitality plus 310 billion. Consuming 320 billion vitality, Li Qingshan's main body successfully upgraded to a level 36 ferocious beast, and the clone also upgraded to the same level, with its body length reaching 350 meters. Li Qingshan once again felt a mysterious force surging within the blood sea of his Dantian, his physical body becoming even stronger. With a wave of his hand, he easily crushed the bones of the ferocious beast. He continued advancing toward Yanggu County. An hour later, Li Qingshan appeared outside Yanggu County. The roadside sign was already old and decayed. If it hadn't rotted, it should have read "Welcome to Yanggu County" in 6 large characters. Now, the buildings in the city were also dilapidated, overgrown with weeds, and could collapse at any moment, which had conveniently become hiding places for ferocious beasts. Before entering the city, several swift wolves at the road junction tucked their tails and fled quickly. Li Qingshan entered Yanggu County with Thunder Jiao and began his hunting operation. Ahead were 3 Gale Tigers, level 38 ferocious beasts, charge. 10 White Fire Wolves ahead, level 38 ferocious beasts, charge. Li Qingshan wasn't foolish. Before entering Yanggu County, he had to first kill a large number of ferocious beasts, devour their vitality, and strengthen his clone to have the confidence to enter the city. Time flew by. A day passed, and Li Qingshan accumulated a large amount of ferocious beast vitality. Even Thunder Jiao was exhausted and covered in blood. Time to upgrade. Consuming 640 billion vitality, the main body upgraded to level 37 warrior, the clone upgraded to level 37 ferocious beast, body length reaching 400 meters. Consuming 1.28 trillion vitality, the main body upgraded to level 38 warrior, the clone upgraded to level 38 ferocious beast, body length reaching 450 meters. Consuming 2.56 trillion vitality, the main body upgraded to level 39 warrior, the clone upgraded to level 39 ferocious beast, body length reaching 500 meters. Consuming 5.12 trillion vitality, the main body upgraded to level 40 warrior, the clone upgraded to level 40 ferocious beast, body length reaching 550 meters. Finally, Li Qingshan's level reached level 40, just one level away from breaking through to level 41 and completing evolution. But this level required an enormous vitality consumption, no less than 10 trillion vitality. In other words, he needed to take down 6 level 40 ferocious beasts to meet the requirement. Looks like he'd have to work overtime tonight. Jiang Cheng. A purple crystal dragon lion, its body covered in scales resembling purple crystals, massive like a small mountain, exuded an overwhelming aura and unparalleled dominance. Its breathing sounded like rolling thunder. Around it lay several female beast demons of various colors and species. They slowly awakened. A powerful and terrifying aura spread out, causing countless ferocious beasts nearby to bow their heads and prostrate themselves. The purple crystal dragon lion shook its body. Roar! 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 The next moment, a deafening lion's roar shook the heavens, and supreme pressure shot straight into the sky. This roar caused the military commanders and the director of the Beast Management Bureau in Jiangcheng to open their eyes, their faces showing shock and fear. Has it begun? Boom! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out as tens of thousands of ferocious beasts gathered, surging toward Jiangcheng. Like a tide, murderous intent filled the air. A life-and-death battle was inevitable. Jiangcheng was in imminent danger. A large number of ferocious beasts were assembling outside the city, waiting for the purple crystal dragon lion's second roar to launch a coordinated attack and bathe the city in blood. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan was busy hunting ferocious beasts. Roar! Roar! Thunder Jiao let out a roar and suddenly coiled around a purple-faced golden ape. The ape's muscular body was ready to tear Thunder Jiao apart, but a terrifying thunderous force erupted instantly. The ape's entire body went numb. The burst of power it had just unleashed vanished instantly, and it fell heavily to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. The Thunder Jiao opened its massive mouth and swallowed the ferocious beast in one gulp, absorbing a large amount of vitality. Devoured a level 40 ferocious beast, gained plus 1.7 trillion vitality. The clone also gained 1.7 trillion vitality. Let's go! Li Qingshan emerged from the darkness, leading the Thunder Jiao to hunt the next ferocious beast. However, the Thunder Jiao's size was now too massive, already reaching 500 meters in length. Moving around in a city like Yanggu County would easily attract the attention of ferocious beasts. Although the Thunder Jiao clone was powerful, it was still just a level 40 ferocious beast. There were still Beast King level ferocious beasts lurking here, with levels of at least 50 or higher. The Thunder Jiao was no match for them, not to mention the other ferocious beasts guarding them. Li Qingshan, being smaller in size, was less likely to be discovered as long as he was cautious. Thus, he was always responsible for scouting, only summoning the Thunder Jiao to act when he found a suitable target. Ha! Suddenly, Li Qingshan noticed a lot of fresh supplies scattered on the road ahead. It wasn't just supplies, there were also trucks that had been scrapped not long ago, with many items overturned and scattered all over the ground, along with bloodstains everywhere. Li Qingshan's heart tightened. Yanggu County had been abandoned for a long time, filled with ruins and debris. Previously, no powerful ferocious beasts had ever appeared here. But this time, for some unknown reason, a Beast King had suddenly appeared, along with a large group of ferocious beasts, even attacking the convoy transporting supplies for his parents. Could it be that they were trying to stop the outpost from supporting Zhangcheng? That was a possibility. Li Qingshan stepped forward, intending to look for clues. Many vehicles had been destroyed, clearly torn apart by ferocious beasts, with some car exteriors shredded to pieces. The ferocious beasts were truly ruthless. Scattered on the ground were also many human remains. These remains were mixed with canned goods and fresh vegetables from the supplies. Li Qingshan carefully searched, fearing he might find traces of his parents. If he found evidence of his parents here, it would mean they had already perished. If he found nothing, there might still be a chance they had survived. Fortunately, after searching for a while, he found no trace of his parents, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief. What's this? Suddenly, Li Qingshan discovered a beast-attracting incense disc under an overturned truck, pressed tightly against the bottom of the vehicle. A bad premonition surged in his heart. He checked the bottoms of the other trucks. Although he didn't find any more beast-attracting incense, these trucks were all very old, with thick layers of dust accumulated underneath. Each truck's undercarriage had a distinct mark, indicating that beast-attracting incense had originally been placed there but was later removed. The overturned truck from earlier, being in a remote location, had gone unnoticed, leaving the beast-attracting incense underneath untouched. This was something the homeroom teacher had mentioned in class a few days ago. Once activated, it could attract nearby ferocious beasts and was used in military operations or by martial artists for defense. Moreover, this item was very expensive. Ordinary low-level martial artists had no access to it, indicating that whoever was behind this didn't care about the cost and only wanted people dead, no matter the price. Additionally, the perpetrator didn't kill directly but instead lured ferocious beasts to attack. It seemed that these ferocious beasts weren't here to block the outpost reinforcements, but were drawn to Yanggu County by the beast-attracting incense. Although these scents had long since dissipated, the ferocious beasts had not left, indicating that there were still survivors here, being treated as prey by the beasts. When Li Qingshan entered Yanggu County, he noticed another phenomenon. Weaker beasts could not enter the city at all, they only guarded the outskirts, blocking all exits to prevent humans from escaping. Stronger beasts hunted within the city, devouring humans and treating the hunt as a game. To the beasts, human flesh was an extremely delicious food. The presence of survivors meant they had not been completely consumed yet. Sizzle, sizzle. A giant-tailed venomous scorpion crawled out of the darkness and swiftly lunged at Li Qingshan. The venomous stinger on its tail gleamed coldly as it stabbed toward him, the air whistling with its speed. It was fast and dangerously threatening. This was a level 41 ferocious beast. Feeling the crisis behind him, Li Qingshan's scalp tingled, and his heartbeat accelerated. He quickly activated Thunder Shadow 3000 speed. In the next second, his figure instantly disappeared, leaving only an afterimage, reappearing dozens of steps away, with flickering lightning still lingering in the air. Electric arcs leapt, carrying destructive power. He had dodged it. If he had been even slightly slower or delayed, he would have been struck by the scorpion's venomous stinger and would have died without a doubt. Hiss, hiss. The scorpion missed its target and roared angrily, charging at Li Qingshan. Again. Its tail emitted a deadly poisonous gas, instilling fear. Li Qingshan maintained his speed. After activating Thunder Shadow 3000 speed, his body moved like lightning, leaving only thunder and electric arcs in the air. His entire body was surrounded by lightning. He suddenly appeared behind the scorpion and swung his fist fiercely. Boom! A muffled sound echoed as thunder surged into the scorpion's body. The arrogant giant-tailed venomous scorpion felt numbness and realized the danger, immediately fleeing into the distance, not daring to linger. Although the thunder had injured it, it couldn't stop its escape. At the brink of life and death, it fled at lightning speed. Li Qingshan pursued relentlessly, throwing another powerful punch. Whoosh! The scorpion's tail suddenly stabbed toward Li Qingshan. Forced to dodge, Li Qingshan had to temporarily abandon his offensive advantage. The giant-tailed venomous scorpion desperately charged forward. Li Qingshan chased closely, not letting up. Boom! At that moment, a deafening sound came from ahead. A massive dragon head, as large as a palace, crashed heavily to the ground, swallowing the giant-tailed venomous scorpion and the surrounding soil into the thunder dragon's belly. The thunder dragon's size was so enormous that it effortlessly swallowed the scorpion without any difficulty. Such a feat could only be accomplished by the thunder dragon. Other beasts wouldn't dare. This level 40 giant-tailed venomous scorpion beast could easily tear apart the flesh of other level 40 beasts and escape from within. Moreover, most beasts' defenses were concentrated on their skin and outer layers, while their internal bodies were the most vulnerable parts. Unfortunately, this was useless against the thunder dragon. Its body, both externally and internally, was indestructible. The thunderous power rampaged within, far stronger than the martial artist from earlier. The scorpion thought it could resist inside the thunder dragon, but it was instantly subdued by the terrifying thunderous power. It was crushed, digested, and completely devoured. Devouring a level 40 ferocious beast increased the main body's vitality by 3 trillion and the clone's vitality by 3 trillion. After dealing with this beast, Li Qingshan went out to hunt a few more beasts, finally accumulating enough vitality to reach 10 trillion. Consuming 10 trillion vitality, the main body upgraded to a level 41 martial artist, and the clone began to evolve. Evolution countdown, 10 minutes. The next moment, Lei Zhao's body began to undergo dramatic changes, rapidly expanding and growing. 2 claws emerged from beneath its body, each claw equipped with 3 sharp, powerful talons. On its previously round head, 2 small dragon horns grew. Though not large, they were authentic dragon horns. Its scales transformed into armor like hard plating, emitting a brilliant blue glow with immense defensive power. The thunderous energy surrounding its body became even more terrifying. Time flew by. And 10 minutes later, Lei Zhao successfully evolved, letting out a deafening roar. The dragon's cry was filled with the majesty and dominance of noble bloodlines. Its body length had reached 1,000 meters. This colossal creature blocked out the sky and sun, appearing enormous even when coiled together. A 33-story building is roughly over 100 meters tall. Yet the thunderstorm dragon before them was a 1,000-meter level terrifying existence. In both appearance and aura, it was far more formidable than before, fully embodying the essence of a dragon. Moreover, it contained a dragon pearl within its body, which, once unleashed, would emit an even more powerful aura. Its dragon claws were like indestructible weapons. Anything caught in its grasp would be crushed with a mere squeeze. The evolution was complete. A true dragon. Is this the legendary dragon? Looking at the thunderstorm dragon before him, Li Qingshan's face was filled with excitement and exhilaration. In neither his past life nor his current one had he ever seen a real dragon, and now, not only had he encountered one, but he had also become its master. Li Qingshan found it hard to believe. He opened the system panel to check, main body, Li Qingshan body length, 20 cm strength, level 41 warrior vitality, 1 trillion/20 trillion talent, S level. Abilities, Thunder Vitality, Thunder Hammer, Thunder Shadow 3000 Speed, Thunder Domain, Thunder Dragon Armor. Thunderstorm Dragon Talent acquired, Thunder Dragon Armor Avatar, Thunderstorm Dragon Body Length, 1000 meters Strength, Level 41 Beast Vitality, 1 trillion/20 trillion Talent, S level can evolve into a pureblood horned dragon at level 51, Evolution. Path set to Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon, Ancestral Dragon successfully transformed into a dragon, gained flight ability. Contractor, Phoenix Hatchling Name, Subaijo Strength, Level 1 Warrior Talent, SSS level Phoenix Divine Body unlocks. At level 10 looking at the system panel, Li Qingshan couldn't contain his excitement. His dragon could fly now? Damn! He couldn't wait to ride the Thunderstorm Dragon and experience the feeling of flight. Calm down, calm down. This hunt was too dangerous. Facing a Battle King level beast, he couldn't afford to be reckless. Once the Thunderstorm Dragon reached level 50, equivalent to Beast King strength, it would be the perfect time to make a move. Additionally, his talent had been upgraded to S level, his body successfully grew to 1000 meters, and he gained a new talent, Thunder Dragon Armor. Li Qingshan activated his vitality. Instantly, the Thunder Battle Armor formed like lightning on the Thunderstorm Dragon, covering its entire body, including its eyes, all condensed from thunder elements. While other warriors' battle armor had a modern feel, his Thunder Dragon Armor resembled an ancient and mysterious set of armor. Thunder Dragon Armor. Though its defensive power was still unclear, he was eager to test it out when the opportunity arose. There were too many beasts here. Taking down just one would allow him to absorb trillions of vitality, quickly pushing his strength to level 50. Pure Blood. Horned Dragon. This was the true maturity of a dragon. Although the Thunderstorm Horned Dragon is also a dragon, it is ultimately just a young dragon, with an incomplete physique. For instance, its horns are only simply forked. A true adult dragon has horns with incredibly complex branching. It can be said that the Thunderstorm Horned Dragon is a mixed blood dragon, while a pure-blood horned dragon is the real deal. To capture a true dragon, Li Qingshan must work harder and quickly. Level up to 50, only then will he have a chance to rescue his parents. Li Qingshan continued to roam around Yanggu County, searching for suitable fierce beasts to hunt. At that moment, a figure suddenly caught his attention, and he quietly approached. Zhao family's money isn't so easy to take. Zhao family? Jianqing doesn't seem to have a Zhao family. If there is any connection, could it be the Zhao family from Modu? Li Qingshan recalled that the Wang family had mentioned Wang Qingcha was preparing to marry into the Zhao family from Modu. Other than that, there was no other Zhao family in Jiangcheng. Could it be that this Zhao family also knows about Wang Qingcha's disgraceful matters in Jiangcheng? She even has a fiancé, though the engagement has already been annulled. But as long as he is still alive, it remains a stain on Wang Qingcha's reputation. Wang Qingcha being tarnished would also be an insult to the Zhao family, especially to the man who is supposed to marry her in the future. The best solution would be to kill him and wipe out his family. Starting what audacity? Daring to fight across levels? Tired of living? The level 43 warrior sneered, his face full of disdain. Let me crush you, you little runt. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged at Li Qingshan. Another level 44 warrior showed a contemptuous expression. Everyone's battle armor had some degree of lightning resistance. Moreover, level 43 and level 41 weren't just one level apart, they were 2 levels apart. Even if his teammate couldn't handle it, he could easily finish the job himself. No pressure. His teammate was more than capable of handling this fight. It was also a good chance to see just how strong this audacious kid really was. A cross-level challenge? Fine. With him and his teammate teaming up against one person, it would be effortless. Kid, this blade of mine has killed countless fierce beasts and warriors. Today, you'll be added to the list. A glint of coldness flashed in the level 43 warrior's eyes as he seized the opportunity, swinging his alloy longsword fiercely at Li Qingshan. The blade wind howled. Li Qingshan showed no signs of backing down, his thunder hammer smashing forward heavily, colliding directly with the alloy longsword. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed. Li Qingshan felt a strong force and sharp threat rushing toward him, but the sensation quickly disappeared. The level 43 warrior on The other side wasn't so lucky. His entire body went numb, his muscles lost control, and his battle armor was completely ineffective. Immediately after, a terrifying force struck. The level 43 warrior had no chance to resist and was directly sent flying, arcs of electricity dancing across his battle armor. Piercing pain swept through his body, even injuring his internal organs. The level 44 warrior behind him saw this and his expression changed. He hurriedly rushed forward to catch his companion. Boom! The next moment, an even heavier explosion sounded. The terrifying thunder energy from his comrades' battle armor was directly transmitted to the level 44 warrior. His hands went numb, followed by his entire arms. A look of shock appeared on his face. How is this possible? This guy's lightning martial arts are too strong, and not just one type. Could he be a genius in lightning martial arts? He quickly threw this time bomb aside, his gaze fixed on Li Qingshan. At this moment, Li Qingshan, holding the thunder hammer, had already charged in front of the level 44 warrior. The giant hammer was wrapped in terrifying lightning, arcs jumping, and the azure glow carried a destructive power that made one instinctively feel fear. Trying to escape? It's already too late. Li Qingshan rushed forward. If the opponent tried to flee, his back would be completely exposed, leading to an even quicker and more miserable death. From his spatial ring, a shield was instantly retrieved and attached to the level 44 warrior's arm, blocking Li Qingshan's attack. The warrior thought to himself, Li Qingshan's weapon was consumable. Once used up, it would need to be reformed. As long as he blocked this attack, he could seize the opportunity to finish Li Qingshan with his alloy longsword. Boom! The next moment, Li Qingshan's thunder hammer smashed heavily onto the shield, unleashing a frenzy of thunder energy. The entire floor was illuminated by the azure lightning glow, the air filled with a terrifying aura. Although the alloy shield could block part of the lightning attack, the lightning power within Li Qingshan was purer and far stronger. How could a mere shield withstand it? He slammed heavily into the concrete pillars behind him like a cannonball, shattering 3 or 4 of them in succession, before finally coming to a stop. His battle armor had been destroyed by thunderous might, leaving it tattered and broken. A metallic taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He tried to get up, but his entire body was racked with pain. It wasn't just the external wounds, hidden injuries within his body made it nearly impossible to move. Crack, the old building, unable to withstand the intense battle and the impact, finally gave way and collapsed with a deafening roar. A massive cloud of dust surged into the air as the entire structure crumbled. Li Qingshan emerged from the collapsing ruins, clutching 2 martial artists in one hand. After finding a safe spot, he removed their spatial rings and tied them up, discarding them to the side like refuse. Spare us. Everything in the spatial rings is yours, how about it? The level 44 martial artist gasped, his face contorted with pain. If I kill you, everything in the spatial rings will still be mine. And I won't have to worry about you causing trouble later. So why shouldn't I kill you? Li Qingshan sneered. There must be some reason for you not to kill us, right? The level 44 martial artist forced a smile. We're part of a team. He and I are the captain and vice-captain. Besides us, there are 5 other martial artists at levels 41 and 42. They're probably no match for you. You could summon them here. Their spatial rings would also be yours, but you'd have to eliminate them. Or, you could just kill the 2 of us now and keep it quiet. Then, you could record the whole thing on video and use it to blackmail us later, forcing us to work for you. What do you think? The level 44 martial artist suggested, adopting the mentality of sacrificing others to save himself. That's a reasonable proposition, Li Qingshan said approvingly. He pulled the level 44 martial artist's communicator from the spatial ring and tossed it to him. All of you, assemble at the coordinates I'm sending right now. Hurry! Emergency assembly. The level 44 martial artist called out 3 times in a row before finally shutting off the communicator and handing it back to Li Qingshan. What are you doing here? Answer honestly, and don't try to lie to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Qingshan said coldly, as a ball of lightning flickered into existence in his palm, radiating an aura of deadly menace. Gulp, the 2 martial artists swallowed nervously as they stared at the lightning ball in his hand, fear evident in their eyes. The strength of this young man before them had already overwhelmed them completely. Who could have imagined that the 2 of them would be so easily defeated by a single level 44 martial artist? It was almost unbelievable. They couldn't stop thinking who in the Magic City could possess such a terrifying lightning talent? It was practically unheard of, an anomaly that sent shivers down their spines. If this person ever set foot in the Magic City, it would undoubtedly cause an earthquake among the families and factions. It was horrifying, a level 44 martial artist effortlessly defeating level 41 martial artists. They even suspected that not even a level 45 martial artist could be his equal. The power of that lightning could pierce through alloy armor with ease. We're from an independent martial artist organization. Just say the word, and we'll do any job you need, escorting someone to another city, protecting a young master during his trials, assassinating enemies, or even dealing with dirty work, the level 44 martial artist explained. This time, we accepted a mission from the Zhao family in the Magic City. Our target was to hunt down 2 low-level martial artists. But we had to make it look like it wasn't the work of martial artists, it had to appear as if wild beasts were responsible. So, we used some tactics to have the beasts kill the target here, but the target escaped. We've been searching for them these past few days, he said. Li Qingshan laughed. Ha, are you kidding me? You, a group of warriors over level 40, actually let 2 low-level warriors escape? The first wave of beasts we lured was too small, and the convoy escorting the supplies was too large, with over 1,000 people. We miscalculated, and the beasts didn't manage to kill them. There were also a few strong warriors in the convoy who held off the beasts. This delayed us, which led to a large number of low-level warriors scattering and fleeing to the areas around Yanggu County. Worse still, a beast king was drawn in. So, we had to search carefully and act discreetly, the level 44 warrior said with a helpless expression. Zhao family? The Zhao family from the Magic City? Do you know Wang Qingcha? From Jiangchang. Is she engaged to a young master of the Zhao family? Li Qingshan stared at the two on the ground and continued to ask. Engaged? Zhao family? You must be talking about young Master Zhao Liangchen, right? I heard he's preparing to marry a girl from the outer city, but we don't know her exact name. Other than him, we haven't heard of anyone else in the Zhao family preparing for marriage recently, the level 44 warrior thought for a moment and said. Oh, Zhao Liangchen, got it. Li Qingshan nodded and asked again, what are your targets? Names? Li Taijun and Xinyu. Good, so it really is my parents. Li Qingshan nodded, walked up to the two, and directly snapped their necks. 10 minutes later, a few more warriors arrived, all of whom were easily killed by Li Qingshan. Just as the level 44 warrior had said, he needed to quickly improve his strength. Next, he had to hunt beasts in search for his parents. Jiangcheng. The hordes of beasts could no longer hold back, ready to flatten Jiangcheng before them, just waiting for the command. Roar! 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 Finally, a lion's roar came from afar, carrying the majesty of a king, its momentum shaking the heavens. This sound made many prominent figures in Jiangcheng feel a tightness in their hearts, sensing that something major was amiss. The beast tide began to charge into the city. The scene outside the city had long been seen by the citizens inside. Such a major event was impossible to avoid. Although they knew it was inevitable, everyone still hoped to prepare in advance. The hordes of beasts were ferocious beyond measure. The entire sky above Jiangcheng was shrouded in a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. The military lords, the director of the Beast Management Bureau, and the patriarchs of the Zhou and Wu families, these four were the top warriors of Jiangcheng, guarding the four sides of the city walls, their blood energy surging, their aura terrifying. The screens on the streets played morale-boosting songs, showcasing scenes of fierce battles and triumphant returns. The Beast Management Bureau, the military, civilian warrior organizations, and even ordinary warrior residents all stood on the city walls under official command, ready to fight. Roar! 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 Buzz! 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 Boom! 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 The roars of various beasts echoed one after another. Beasts of all sizes charged toward Jiangcheng in unison, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Some ferocious beasts were 4 or 5 meters tall, even over 10 or 100 meters, blotting out the sky and sun, their faces ferocious and terrifying, their roars earth-shaking, their killing intent overwhelming. In the sky, countless fierce birds soared, their wings like sharp metal blades capable of easily slicing through concrete buildings. Their talons were exceptionally sharp. With just one dive, they could easily kill a powerful warrior. For a moment, the outskirts and skies of Jiangcheng were filled with roaring beasts, launching a frenzied assault on the city. Activate the ground defense cannons. Activate the sky defense cannons. On the city walls, countless ground defense cannons emerged from the ground, automatically locking onto the ferocious beasts attacking the city and furiously firing terrifying shells. Boom! 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 The muffled sounds of explosions were continuous. In front of the four walls, the firepower was dense, and the beasts were blasted into bloody, mangled remains. The beasts at the front lines were covered in wounds but still did not stop their flood-like advance, madly charging toward the walls. The ground trembled, and the warriors on the walls looked solemn, ready to fight to the death. Roar! 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 The beasts roared furiously, severed limbs flying, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, creating a scene so horrific it made one's heart tremble. Finally, the first beast reached the wall. Its claws were incredibly sharp, gripping the bricks tightly as it quickly climbed up. A massive rhino, as large as a small mountain, followed suit, charging at the wall and crashing into it with a deafening boom, creating a large hole. A flood of beasts poured in, and the warriors rushed down from the walls to engage in fierce combat with the beasts. Several powerful warriors, clad in battle armor and wielding alloy weapons, charged toward the beasts below. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Beast remains and human corpses were scattered everywhere. The sky defense cannons roared continuously, raining shells on the flying beasts in the air. The ground defense cannons on the walls also fired madly. The entire world seemed to darken. Roar! 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 A giant black-haired ape roared, charging at a human warrior. Its immense strength tore the warrior apart instantly, blood and entrails spilling everywhere. The black-haired ape looked smug, pounding its chest with its fists in excitement. Swish! A warrior clad in battle armor transformed into a flash of light, slicing through the air with a cold gleam and a sharp sound. The beast was instantly cleaved in two. Blood and entrails gushed from its belly as the level 42 beast let out a miserable scream, swinging its sharp claws at the warrior who attacked it. The intense pain in its belly left it weak and powerless, causing it to collapse to the ground, its blood staining the earth. But immediately, more beasts trampled over its corpse, charging into Jiang City. Jiang City's warriors were numerous, but the beasts were even more so. The warriors could only rely on firepower and weapons within the city for support. Even so, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, and the warriors struggled to defend. Many beasts had already broken through the defenses and began attacking the city's civilians indiscriminately. Roar! 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 An ice wolf charged into a residential area, killing many residents, trampling and tearing them apart. "Sister, I'm scared, a 3 or 4-year-old girl trembled in the arms of a young woman. The two hid under a bed in their home, shaking with fear. Shoo, shoo, the young woman's face was filled with terror, her thin legs trembling slightly, but she forced herself to stay calm, signaling her sister to remain silent. Bang! The next moment, the bed frame was crushed by a massive white claw, which landed right in front of the young woman. The air was thick with the stench of blood. The little sister in her arms widened her eyes, almost screaming in fear. The young woman tightly covered her sister's mouth, simultaneously covering her own, afraid to make a sound. Scratch! The white wolf claw withdrew, and the sound of footsteps gradually faded away, eventually disappearing into the stairwell. Phew! The young woman let out a long breath, slowly releasing her sister's mouth, temporarily escaping danger. Swish! However, just as she thought they were safe, a scarlet wolf face suddenly appeared through the hole in the bed frame that had been crushed earlier, wearing a cunning, human-like smile. It turned out the earlier visitor wasn't a wolf at all, but it was two wolves. Ah! A girl's scream rang out, the scent of blood filled the air again, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. "Father, you're already so old, where are you planning to go?" A middle-aged man hurriedly stopped his 70-year-old father, his face full of worry. "Where?" "Of course, to kill the ferocious beasts." The old man stared at the beasts slaughtering the civilians, his eyes bloodshot, and said firmly, "I am also a soldier. Protecting the people is my responsibility. You, step aside. Father, you've been retired for decades, and now you're old. How can you fight those beasts?" The son anxiously tried to persuade him. "Get out of my way." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man kicked his son aside, a sharp killing intent flashing in his eyes. The aura of the old general was as imposing as ever. He shouted loudly, "Zhao Quan, centurion of Jiangqing Skyhawk Battalion, ready to face the enemy." Swish! The old man gripped his alloy spear tightly, the tip gleaming coldly, and charged steadily toward a ferocious beast ahead. Son, I have been a soldier all my life. Protecting the country and safeguarding the people of Jiangcheng is my duty. When beasts invade the city, as a soldier, I must stand in front of the people. I can never allow myself to die behind them. That would be the ultimate disgrace for a soldier. Jiangcheng fought desperately. The battle was brutal. Many warriors fell, and the beasts surged in like waves. Without technological support, they would have been overwhelmed long ago. Several top-tier warriors also joined the fight, battling fiercely. Yanggu County. Li Qingshan continued hunting demonic beasts, easily killing one ferocious beast after another above level 40. He even managed to kill level 45 beasts. Finally, he discovered the Beast King in Yanggu County, the Howling Moon Crimson Wolf. Standing over 200 meters tall, it was like a small mountain, ferocious beyond compare. On its head was a crimson single horn. This was a true Beast King. Its breathing was as thunderous as a storm. A level 55 Beast King, an exceptionally powerful existence even among Beast Kings. Li Qingshan took one look and quickly left. He was not its match yet and needed to improve his strength as soon as possible. Fortunately, Yanggu County had enough ferocious beasts for him to hunt. Time passed quickly. 1 day, 2 days. Li Qingshan accumulated a massive amount of blood energy, and his attributes continued to rise. Consumed 20 trillion blood energy, main body upgraded to level 42 warrior, clone upgraded to level 42 ferocious beast, consumed 40 trillion blood energy, main body upgraded to level 43 warrior, clone upgraded to level 43 ferocious beast, consumed 80 trillion blood energy, main body upgraded to level 44 warrior, clone upgraded to level 44 ferocious beast. On this day, Jiangcheng was shrouded in grief. The patriarch of the Zhou family, a pinnacle martial artist, had fallen. The southern wall was breached, and reinforcements were urgently dispatched. Li Qingshan was fighting relentlessly in Yanggu County, frequently engaging in battles beyond his level. After each fight, he gained a massive amount of blood energy. For instance, by killing a level 47 ferocious beast, he could gain 2 trillion blood energy, enough to level up from 44 to 45 in one go. After several waves of beast attacks, the military's rescue team finally rushed to Yanggu County. They had orders to escort any surviving civilians out of Yanggu County and to Chang City, the nearest city to Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng was no longer safe. Entering it was tantamount to a death sentence. Captain, we've received a distress signal. There's still a small group of survivors in Yanggu County, about a few dozen people, located in the heart of the county, a rescue team member said, pointing to the signal on the tablet in his hand. The survivors used a simple distress signal, which could only be detected at close range. All official rescue teams were equipped with such devices. Let's go, get inside, the rescue team leader said with a frown. Go straight in? Captain, we haven't scouted the situation in Yanggu County yet. Wouldn't it be too risky to enter so hastily? A team member said worriedly. Stop wasting time, get in there and save people immediately. Send them to Chang City, and then we can return to defend Jiang City. If we delay, we won't be part of the battle to defend Jiang City, the rescue team leader said firmly. Understood. The team members nodded in agreement. Dozens of them donned their battle armor and quickly headed toward Yanggu County. They easily defeated a large number of low-level cultivators in the surrounding area. Upon entering the city, they noticed something strange. The powerful beasts that should have appeared were nowhere to be seen. The city was empty, as if all the beasts had retreated. This puzzled the rescue team leader and the team members. Captain, something feels off. We haven't encountered any beasts above level 30 in Yanggu County. Could it be that the beasts here have all retreated? It's good for us, but we can't let our guard down. Stay alert. Yes. The team members nodded in agreement and continued heading toward the distress signal. Captain, something's wrong. The beasts are here. At that moment, the warrior responsible for scouting and clearing the path suddenly stopped, standing on top of a building and pointing at a ferocious beast ahead with a look of terror. What level is it? The rescue team leader and others quickly rushed over and asked urgently. Before the path-clearing warrior could answer, the other rescue team members had already spotted the beast resting ahead. It was awakened by the commotion and slowly opened its crimson eyes. The scarlet horn on its head emitted an aura of death. It was terrifying. Its massive body was as large as a small mountain, exuding a powerful presence. At this moment, it fixed its gaze on the rescue team members. Its enormous body slowly stood up, causing the surrounding ruins to tremble. Several rescue team members felt their legs weaken, their faces pale. Beast King. A level 56 Beast King, the Howling Moon Red Wolf. Several rescue team members froze in place, unable to believe what they were seeing. The ferocious aura made their legs tremble, their eyes filled with despair. Captain, we're doomed. How could there be a Beast King here? This is big trouble. The Beast King has spotted us. Run! It's useless, we can't escape. But even if we die, we must die with dignity. The rescue team leader trembled slightly. As a level 42 warrior, he was completely powerless against a level 56 Beast King. He had to muster all his courage just to draw his alloy longsword. The rescue team members, their eyes resolute, prepared to face death. Roar! Just as they thought they were doomed, a massive shadow suddenly appeared on the horizon, blocking out the sky. The sound was deep and carried a bloodline pressure. The rescue team members all looked up in unison. When they saw the beast in the sky, their eyes widened, their mouths agape. Unbelievable! A dragon! There's actually a dragon in the sky. A legendary dragon. A pure-blood horned dragon. Brothers, things are about to get exciting. Everyone, please show your support, I beg you. Indeed. A true pure-blood horned dragon appeared in the sky, its massive body stretching 3,000 meters long, exuding an overwhelming aura that filled the heavens and earth. This was the result of Li Qingshan's relentless hunting efforts over the past few days. The thunderstorm horned dragon had successfully evolved into a pure-blood horned dragon. It is the true Eastern divine dragon, capable of soaring to the heavens and diving into the seas. The supreme beast. At this moment, the pure-blood horned dragon hovered steadily in the air, merely staying there, and the pressure from its bloodline made the rescue team members struggle to breathe, forcing them to kneel involuntarily. Is this a ferocious beast? Are there dragons among ferocious beasts? This is too terrifying, with such a massive size, even stronger. Ferocious beasts might not be its match, as its sheer size gives it an advantage. Look, there seems to be a young man standing on the dragon's head. What? A person can actually stand on a dragon's head? Damn, there really is someone, and his aura is strong too. Riding a divine dragon doesn't seem like we have anyone this powerful in Huaxia, right? This is unbelievable. A young man riding a divine dragon. If Huaxia had someone like this, the authorities would have already widely publicized it. Judging by his appearance, he doesn't seem to be a foreigner, he should be one of us. Kneeling, why did my knees suddenly go weak? I really knelt. A group of rescue team members stared at the divine dragon and Li Qingshan in the sky, feeling the suppression of the bloodline, unable to resist prostrating themselves on the ground, their eyes filled with terror and disbelief. At this moment, the Scarlet Moon Wolf's crimson eyes were fixed on the divine dragon in the sky. It actually showed a hint of retreat. That's right. This level 56 ferocious beast, facing the level 52 pure-blood horned dragon, actually wanted to flee. It is the Beast King, the true overlord among ferocious beasts. Standing over 200 meters tall, with a body length nearing 600 meters. Although its size is significantly smaller than the pure-blood horned dragon, its strength surpasses it by 4 levels. The gap is as vast as a mountain, seemingly insurmountable. Yet, when facing the pure-blood horned dragon, the Scarlet Moon Wolf had thoughts of retreat. It had never encountered a creature capable of floating in the air, and its blood seemed to be significantly suppressed. Panic filled its heart, leading to the desire to escape. Its massive body took a step back, letting out a low growl, the sound full of menace. Ah, no way, the Scarlet Moon Wolf actually retreated? Is the Beast King afraid? That dragon's bloodline seems to be only level 52, yet it can make the Scarlet Moon Wolf back off directly. This is truly unbelievable. Could this be bloodline suppression? Among ferocious beasts, this phenomenon does indeed exist. For example, lions and tigers have a natural bloodline advantage over ferocious beasts like rabbits and goats, though we don't usually notice it. Today, it's finally clear bloodline suppression can be this powerful. It turns out bloodline suppression isn't useless, it's just that other ferocious beasts have too weak bloodlines. Only this true Eastern divine dragon possesses truly terrifying bloodlines. If this divine dragon is so formidable, then what about the young man on its head? Hiss! The rescue! Team members couldn't help but gasp, their faces showing expressions of shock, almost unable to control themselves. So cool! Absolutely stunning! At this moment, open the system panel. Subject, Li Qingshan. Body length, 20 cm. Strength, level 52. Warrior vitality, 1 trillion/4 trillion. Talent, SS level. Talent skills, Thunder Vitality, Thunder Hammer, Thunder Shadow 3000. Speed, Thunder Domain, Thunder Dragon Armor, Thunder Punishment, Pureblood Horned Dragon. Talent, Thunder Punishment. Acquired, Clone, Pureblood Horned Dragon. Body length, 3000 meters. Strength, level 52. Fierce Beast Vitality, 1 trillion/4 trillion. Talent, SS level, can evolve into 5-clawed horned dragon at level 61, evolution path set to Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon. Ancestral Dragon, Contract Beast, Phoenix Hatchling. Name, Subaijo. Strength, level 1. Warrior. Talent, SSS level. Daily supply, 1 point of vitality. Phoenix Divine Body unlocks at level 10. Now, I have advanced to a level 52 Battle King, and my clone has successfully evolved into a level 52 Fierce Beast. In the entire Yanggu County, no powerful Fierce Beast can escape my grasp. They have all been thoroughly cleared out. I have also acquired a new talent skill, Thunder Punishment. Its specific effects have not been tested yet. Later, I can try it out in front of this Beast King. Moreover, my clone has become a Pureblood Horned Dragon. A Pureblood Horned Dragon. This officially places it among the ranks of ordinary dragons, although the 3-clawed horned dragon is considered the weakest among the dragon race. The next step is to evolve into a 5-clawed horned dragon. Once it becomes a 5-clawed horned dragon, it will truly be a powerhouse, with both talent and strength greatly enhanced. Just like the ancient emperor's dragon robe, which was embroidered with a 5-clawed divine dragon. A 5-clawed dragon. That is the true king and overlord. I just don't know what kind of talent the next evolution will bring me. Furthermore, as my clone continues to evolve, my own talent has risen from the worst D level to SS level. I wonder if reaching SSS level will grant me a special physique. After all, the highest level of talent is SSS, such as Wang Qingsha's Golden Crow's Sacred Body. I also wonder what level Wang Qingsha will reach in a month. Ha! Li Qingshan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. In his mind, he had already envisioned the scene of himself overwhelming Wang Qingsha with thunder. The Howling Moon Red Wolf saw the mockery on Li Qingshan atop the Pureblood Horned Dragon and mistook it as a provocation directed at itself, its eyes flashing with ferocity. Facing the Pureblood Horned Dragon, the Howling Moon Red Wolf indeed felt the suppression of bloodline, but with its advantage in level, it quickly regained confidence. Its strength was clearly much higher than that of the dragon. What was there to fear? Today, this Howling Moon Red Wolf would achieve the feat of slaying a dragon. Roar! 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 The Howling Moon Red Wolf let out an earth-shaking roar, its voice traveling far, seemingly summoning reinforcements. Sure enough, as soon as the sound fell, 2 equally loud roars echoed from a building not far away, and 2 massive figures emerged. Standing nearly 200 meters tall, their bodies were enormous. Although slightly smaller than this Beast King, they were also Beast Kings. Moreover, they were 2 Beast King-level Howling Moon Red Wolves, exuding murderous intent and forming a triangular encirclement around the Pureblood Horned Dragon. Level 54. These 2 Howling Moon Red Wolves were both level 54 Beast Kings, 2 levels lower than the strongest Howling Moon Red Wolf before them. But even though they were 2 levels lower, they were still Beast Kings, 2 levels higher than the Pureblood Horned Dragon. The atmosphere on the scene instantly grew tense, with killing intent spreading everywhere. Beast Kings, 2 more Beast Kings? The rescue! Team members pointed at the newly appeared Howling Moon Red Wolves, their eyes wide with terror. 3 Beast Kings in a small Yanggu County? Those 2 Howling Moon Red Wolves, they seem to be female? 2 female beasts, unexpectedly, this level 56. Beast King is quite lucky. Li Qingshan, riding the Pureblood Horned Dragon, never expected there to be 3 Beast Kings here. It seems the information provided by that group of assassins earlier was completely inaccurate. Clearly, there are 3 Beast Kings, yet they claimed there was only 1. Perhaps they retreated immediately after discovering 1 Beast King, not daring to approach, and thus reported only 1? Back then, the Deputy Bureau Chief told me the same thing. Or could it be that the other 2 Beast Kings appeared later? That's not impossible either. However, now is not the time to dwell on these Details. No matter when they appeared, fight. Just fight. The pure-blood horned dragon let out a low roar, bursting through the clouds and pouncing fiercely toward a level 54 howling moon red wolf. Its massive body blocked out the sky, radiating destructive power. A thunderous dragon roar echoed through the heavens, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Its claws, like weapons piercing through time, were strong and capable of capturing any terrifying creature. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan charged directly at the level 56 ferocious beast to buy time. Thunder Dragon Armor Thunder Hammer Lightning Shadow 3000 strikes Thunder Domain Thunder Punishment. At this moment, Li Qingshan unleashed his full power, clad in dragon armor. Formed from thunder, ancient and steeped in the weight of time. It was clear at a glance that it was extraordinary. At the same time, he raised a thunder hammer that stretched hundreds of meters long, interwoven with lightning and bursting with intense energy. His body transformed into a blur, moving at incredible speed as he rushed toward the level 56 Beast King ahead. Roar! The level 56 Beast King, seeing this, let out a low growl, brimming with murderous intent, and charged head-on. Beast King versus Battle King, the clash was imminent. Thunder punishment boom. The sky was covered with dark clouds, pressing down on the level 56 Beast King's head. Countless bolts of lightning intertwined within the clouds, converging into the most terrifying thunderous force. Even the Beast King couldn't help but freeze, a look of confusion appearing on its face. Why? Is there a cloud following me overhead? What's more, this cloud not only follows me but strikes me too. Crack! A crisp thunderclap sounded, and a bolt of lightning instantly struck the howling moon red wolf's body. Its entire body went numb, and, running too fast, it tumbled over, landing flat on its back in front of Li Qingshan in a pitiful state. At this moment, Li Qingshan's thunder hammer slammed down fiercely. Boom! 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 A series of muffled impacts rang out continuously. Large patches of the howling moon red wolf's body turned charred black, and wherever the thunder hammer struck, lightning penetrated its muscles, causing unbearable pain, as if being torn apart. Awah! 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 The howling moon red wolf let out agonized howls, quickly scrambling to its feet. Its blood-red eyes were filled with hatred as it swung its sharp claws fiercely at Li Qingshan. Bang! Li Qingshan swung his hammer to counter, and the thunder hammer collided with the wolf's claws, producing a muffled explosion. The powerful impact sent him flying back several steps. The howling moon red wolf didn't feel that Li Qingshan's strength was particularly overwhelming, but the electric current from the thunder hammer caused its claws to go numb, instantly losing strength, and its body was flipped over. At this moment, another bolt of lightning descended from the dark clouds, striking the howling moon red wolf hard, rendering its entire body numb once again. Li Qingshan seized the opportunity to charge at it again. Moreover, the arcs of electricity erupting intermittently within the thunder domain carried destructive power, causing the howling moon red wolf unbearable pain. Li Qingshan's goal wasn't to kill this wolf king. Outright, there was no need. He was merely stalling for time because the real killing blow was his avatar, the pure-blood horned dragon. This battle king is just too fierce. At level 52, he can actually fight so intensely against a level 56 beast king? Yeah, truly impressive. Did I see that right? The gap in levels is so huge, a difference of 4 levels. Who exactly is this human genius? The rescue team quickly activated various recording devices to capture the battle before them, preparing to report back. Of course, all of this was done with Li Qingshan's consent, otherwise, they wouldn't dare act recklessly. Finally, the pure-blood horned dragon took down a level 54 howling moon red wolf and began devouring it voraciously. Another howling moon red wolf continued attacking the pure-blood horned dragon, but unexpectedly, the dragon soared into the air and started absorbing the mist, leaving the other female howling moon red wolf on the ground howling furiously. Devouring a level 54 ferocious beast, the main body gains 3 trillion vitality, and the clone gains 3 trillion vitality. After swallowing the howling moon red wolf, the pure-blood horned dragon immediately charged at the last level 54 howling moon red wolf. Not long after, the second level 54 howling moon red wolf was subdued, and the system notification sounded again. Devouring a level 54 ferocious beast, the main body gains 3 trillion vitality, and the clone gains 3 trillion vitality. Consuming 4 trillion vitality, the main body successfully leveled up to level 53 Battle King, and the clone successfully leveled up to level 53 Beast King, with its body length growing to 3,500 meters. In the next moment, Li Qingshan and the pureblood horned dragon's aura surged rapidly, rising directly from level 52 to level 53. Li Qingshan, who was already struggling, now appeared even more disheveled. The situation completely reversed, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Finally, it can end now. Level 56 Beast King, today is your death day. Li Qingshan and the pureblood horned dragon appeared simultaneously in front of the Howling Moon Red Wolf. A level 56 Beast King against a level 53 Battle King and a level 53 Beast King. Brothers, show some support. Thank you all for accompanying me on this journey. This book has been thrilling from start to finish, absolutely. No dragging, relying on strength to speak, and delivering satisfaction until the very end. I guarantee you'll enjoy it. Li Qingshan and the pureblood horned dragon's strength suddenly surged, even the rescue team below keenly noticed it. Their strength seems to have increased? A temporary breakthrough? Leveling up during battle? This is truly the hallmark of a genius. Wow, with such a genius in China, what is there to fear from ferocious beasts? What is there to fear from foreign enemies? So incredible, such a young battle king is sure to become a war god level existence in the future. I'm truly impressed. Oh, the Howling Moon Red Wolf, seeing Li Qingshan and the pureblood horned dragon's enhanced strength, immediately turned and fled, causing the ground to tremble. It was a level 56 Beast King, yet it couldn't quickly defeat a level 52 Battle King, and now the opponent had leveled up to level 53 during the fight. That's not all, its two female Beast Kings had been killed by the pureblood horned dragon, and the dragon itself had also broken through to level 53. 2 against 1. The Howling Moon Red Wolf knew it was no match. If it didn't run now, was it waiting to die? Roar! The pureblood horned dragon let out a furious roar, charging forward with Li Qingshan, the air filled with the sound of whistling winds. Those running on the ground could never match the speed of those flying in the air. Soon, they caught up with the Beast King ahead, its claws spreading like a rock's wings, effortlessly grabbing the Howling Moon Red Wolf on the ground. The Howling Moon Red Wolf let out a miserable cry as the dragon's claws pierced directly into its spine, rendering it immobile while dragging it into the sky. The other two claws began tearing its body apart. Oh! The Howling Moon Red Wolf howled in pain but was utterly unable to resist the pureblood horned dragon's attacks. Soon, its body was torn to pieces, large chunks devoured by the dragon. Blood and flesh, along with its vital energy, were entirely absorbed, nourishing both Li Qingshan and the pure-blooded horned dragon. Devouring a level 56 Beast King grants 10 trillion units of vital energy to the main body, and another 10 trillion to the avatar. Consuming 8 trillion units of energy, the main body advances to a level 54 martial artist, while the avatar ascends to a level 54 Beast King. The avatar's body grows to a massive 4,000 meters. After devouring the Beast King, both Li Qingshan and his avatar advanced to level 54 Beast King status, officially joining the ranks of the strongest in Jiangcheng. 3 Beast Kings, wiped out just like that. This is too powerful. It's simply unbelievable. The rescue team members were stunned, staring at Li Qingshan as he rode atop the dragon, their hearts filled with admiration. Are you the rescue team sent to Yanggu County? Li Qingshan descended from the dragon's head and asked. Yes, we are a military team sent to rescue survivors. The rescue captain immediately nodded and then inquired, may I ask for your esteemed name? My identity is not something you need to know. Li Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. Do you have any leads? The rescue team members exchanged glances before the captain nodded. Yes, we have confirmed the location. However, we were previously blocked by the Beast King and couldn't conduct the rescue in time. Then go, quickly. Li Qingshan's eyes gleamed with urgency. Yes. The rescue team promptly set off, following the location indicated by their rescue device. In less than 10 minutes, they indeed found survivors amidst the ruins. Among them were none other than Li Qingshan's father, Li Taijun, and his mother, Xinyu. Qingshan, why are you here? Li Taijun, disheveled and covered in dirt, looked at Li Qingshan in astonishment. Qingshan, the beasts outside the city are terrifying. Are you all right? Xinyu hurried to Li Qingshan's side, carefully inspecting him for any injuries. Several rescue team members exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. One of them said, Honored elders, it's thanks to your son that we were able to rescue you. You may not know this since you were hiding in the ruins, but there were 3 Beast Kings here. Your son defeated them, allowing us to enter and save everyone. If not for him, not only would you have perished here, but we wouldn't have been able to escape either. Defeated 3 beast kings? My son? Li Taijun was momentarily stunned by the rescue team member's words. Then his mouth fell open, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. How is this possible? Qingshan, didn't you just start university not long ago? How could you have possibly defeated a beast king? Let alone 3 at once? Li Taijun simply couldn't believe it. Xin Yu, standing beside him, was equally incredulous. Even their colleagues nearby stared at Li Qingshan in shock. This kid? Everyone knows he's just started his first year at martial arts university. It's impossible for him to defeat a beast king, right? This has to be a mistake. Dad, actually, my talent isn't D grade. I possess a unique, unknown physique, which allows my strength to grow rapidly. I'm already at the level of a battle king. Those 3 beast kings earlier, yes, I was the one who defeated them. The glorious era of the Li family is about to return. Li Qingshan's eyes shone with determination, his voice firm and resolute. A battle king already? In a year or 2, doesn't that mean you'll reach the level of a battle god? My heavens! Li Taijun looked his son up and down, still overwhelmed by shock. Yet, his heart swelled with excitement, as if he could see the Li family's imminent resurgence, all thanks to his son. Li Qingshan smiled faintly, saying no more. However, becoming a war god in 1 or 2 years was too slow for him. He set a goal for himself, to become a war god by the time he sparred with Wang Qingcha. Old Li, your son is truly amazing. I remember you used to say his talent was average and that he would lead a mediocre life. Now it seems you and your wife have been hiding his true potential. Qingshan, do you remember me? I held you when you were little. I never thought that after all these years, you'd become a war king. Time flies, and the younger generation is thriving. Old Li, congratulations. Xin Yu, congratulations on having such a wonderful son. The colleagues of his parents offered their congratulations, their faces full of envy. Since everyone is safe, let's set off quickly and get you to the nearest Chang city, said the rescue team leader. To Chang city? Li Taijun froze and asked, why not return to Jiang city? The beast tide is attacking Jiang city. The information we received is to first get you to Chang city and then immediately return to support Jiang city, explained the rescue team member. Beast tide? The survivors exchanged glances, their expressions instantly heavy and filled with fear. Everyone understood what a beast tide meant. Beast tides didn't happen occasionally, they erupted frequently, and each time they brought immense disaster to the city's residents. If Jiang City were breached, everyone in the city would be slaughtered by the ferocious beasts, leaving no survivors. Although the martial artists of Huaxiao were powerful, Huaxiao was vast and abundant. Cities like Jiang City were numerous, and the strong were stationed in their respective areas, unable to rush to provide support. The current Huaxiao was more than 10,000 times larger than the world he had known before. The majority of the land was occupied by ferocious beasts, with less than 1/10 of the territory considered safe, though even that was vast. For a moment, everyone fell into silence and worry. Many survivors became emotional, repeatedly requesting to return to Jiang City. Jiang City was their home, and if their families there were all lost, even if they survived, their lives would be filled with unbearable pain. Li Taijun and Xin Yu felt even heavier in their hearts. Jiang City was home to Li Tiejuan's siblings, as well as Li Qingshan's uncles and aunts. The family members had always supported each other through thick and thin. They were all still in Jiang City, including Xin Yu's 3 maternal uncles. Don't worry. After getting you to Chang City, I will go back to rescue our uncles, aunts, and cousins. Right now, the most important thing is to get to Chang City quickly. Traveling by car is too slow. Let's ride the dragon instead. Li Qingshan said. Ride the dragon? As soon as Li Qingshan spoke, everyone looked puzzled. Ride what dragon? Snap, Li Qingshan snapped his fingers, and a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky. A massive divine dragon flew in from afar, its enormous body landing behind Li Qingshan. Even though it didn't actively release its aura, it left everyone present utterly shocked. The suffocating pressure made everyone feel as though they couldn't breathe. This is really a dragon? For a moment, the survivors widened their eyes in disbelief. The level of shock far surpassed the news of Li Qingshan breaking through to the War King level. A dragon, this was a legendary creature. No one expected it to appear so openly before them. It was simply unimaginable. Everyone was stunned. Qingshan, what is this? Li Taijun pointed at the pure-blood horned dragon behind Li Qingshan, his voice trembling. That's right. This is my beast companion. Everyone, quickly climb onto the dragon's back and head to Chang City. I must return to Jiang City to provide support. As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, the group, both shocked and hurried, climbed onto the dragon's back, touching the hard scales of the pure-blood horned dragon. Their astonishment was impossible to hide. My goodness, this is simply unbelievable. Never in their lives did they think they would see a real divine dragon, let alone have the chance to ride on its back. All of this was thanks to Li Tiejuan's son, who gave everyone such a rare opportunity. The pure-blood horned dragon was incredibly fast. In less than half an hour, it had transported the group from Yanggu County to Chang City. Li Qingshan told the rescue team leader not to leave but to stay and take care of his parents and the others. The rescue team leader agreed, not daring to object. After all, leaving family members to care for the survivors was far better than having Li Qingshan stay behind. Li Qingshan also wanted to return to provide support, for several reasons. First, the ferocious beasts in the beast tide were extremely savage, making it a feast for him and the pure-blood horned dragon. Devouring the blood and aura of numerous enemies would make both him and his avatar stronger. Second, many of his relatives were in Jiang City, his uncles, aunts, and cousins. If Jiang City fell, they would all face certain death. If these relatives were the type who took advantage of others or bullied his family, he might have wished for their demise. But that wasn't the case, they supported each other and stood up in critical moments. Since he had the ability, he couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Third, saving all the citizens of Jiang City would become a major achievement for him in the human world, bringing endless benefits in the future. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan rode the pure-blood horned dragon and sped toward Jiang City. At this moment, Jiang City was a scene of carnage. Numerous warriors fought desperately, the streets littered with the remains of both beasts and humans. Many concrete buildings had partially collapsed. Top-tier warriors of the Wu family had perished. 2 war gods had already fallen in Jiang City, and more than half of the warriors were dead or injured. The battle was unimaginably brutal. However, they had successfully slain 2 beast gods, the director of Jiang City's Beast Management Bureau and the military commander, Lord Sun, were doing their utmost to resist the remaining beast gods, but they were at their limits and couldn't hold out much longer. When will reinforcements arrive? The military commander, blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth, swung his alloy saber fiercely at the back of an Anger Sky Iron Rhino, producing a dull sound but only managing to break through its outermost defense. The Anger Sky Iron Rhino roared furiously, its iron hooves slamming down toward the commander with a sonic boom, moving at incredible speed. This Anger Sky Iron Rhino was no ordinary rhino, it could stand on its hind legs, greatly enhancing its agility and combat power. Wherever its iron hooves landed, no one could stand against it. Even the military commander, a war god himself, dared not confront it head-on. The power of a beast god was utterly terrifying. Commander, beast gods have also appeared in Chang City and nearby towns. They dare not act rashly. 2 war gods and 20 war kings have been urgently dispatched from Magic City to provide support, but it will take time, as they are stationed at the East Sea defense line and must be recalled first. The liaison officer relayed the message through his earpiece. Upon hearing this, the military commander was furious. By the time reinforcements arrive, Jiang City will already have fallen. Damn it! The director of Jiang City's Beast Management Bureau also heard the news, his brows furrowed and his expression grim. They both understood one fact: Jiang City would receive no support. Troop deployment from the East Sea would take too long, the distance was too great. Jiang City was destined to be trampled by the beasts. The 2 war gods would undoubtedly perish in the city, because these beast gods would never let any war god escape. This was a battle destined to end in death. What lay before them now was only despair. Whether it was the director of the Beast Management Bureau or the commander of the army, their mood was exceptionally heavy. Should they inform the entire city? The director of the Beast Management Bureau, while dealing with a 6-armed demon ape in front of him, contacted the army commander. They couldn't let people die without understanding, they had the right to know the truth. Just tell them. Although no one could escape, at least, before dying, they could take a few beasts down with them. That wouldn't be a loss. The army commander said firmly. All right, I'll give the order now. The director of Jiangcheng's Beast Management Bureau nodded and immediately began notifying the liaison officers to prepare to spread the news across the city. ZZZZZ. At that moment, all the public speakers, televisions, and large mobile screens in the city suddenly displayed a live broadcast. Citizens of Jiangcheng, we regret to inform you of some news. Jiangcheng has no external reinforcements. Facing the beast tide, Jiangcheng can only rely on itself to resist. Perhaps we won't win this time, but at least we can die with dignity. Of course, maybe we can still win. At this point, even the official personnel in the broadcast seemed uncertain and continued. Jiangcheng residents have the right to know the current situation. Apart from the official personnel, everyone can choose to resist or give up. Everyone, see you tomorrow, or meet in another world. As soon as the news broke, the entire city fell into an uproar. Fear and oppression immediately enveloped the city. A wave of despair rose in the hearts of countless ordinary citizens. Many warriors felt the same. Jiangcheng really has no reinforcements? A young warrior listened to the message from the communicator, but for ordinary people, the only thing that awaited them was death. The three great battalions vowed to fight to the death, never retreating. The three great battalions, fight to the death. Fight to the death. On the city walls, a group of blood-soaked soldiers and warriors stood, their alloy long blades chipped and dented. Yet their fighting spirit remained undiminished. The military defenders of Du City were burning their last flames of rage and life. Retreat? Where could they retreat? Behind them was their homeland, their parents, and their children. Behind them lay the thousand lights of the homes they swore to protect. If they retreated, what would happen to the people behind them? Even if they died in battle here and now, they would never back down. Because they were not just warriors, they were soldiers. The blood-soaked military uniform was the most dazzling color on the city walls. Sacrifice was the honor of a soldier. Charge! A warrior from the three great battalions, at level 40, roared as his alloy long blade slashed through the air, decapitating a fierce beast. Blood sprayed everywhere in a scene of brutal carnage. Watch out! At that moment, a comrade urgently warned him, but it was too late. A beast's claw tore through the warrior's chest. Blood and entrails spilled everywhere, the air thick with the stench of blood. Cough, cough. The warrior coughed a few times, looking at his torn body. He turned his head and gave a bitter smile before falling silent forever. Little stone? Damn beasts, to the death! To the death! High-pitched shouts echoed. The warriors of the three great battalions, their eyes bloodshot, gripped their alloy long blades and charged forward. At this moment, Li Qingshan stood atop a pure-blood horned dragon, staring at the tide of beasts surging toward him. His eyes burned with endless killing intent. It begins! Devour to your heart's content, plunder to your heart's content. Li Qingshan patted the head of the pure-blood horned dragon before leaping off with a single bound, plunging into the battle. Roar! A black-furred ape bellowed, pounding its chest with its fists as it charged furiously toward Jiang City. However, before it could approach Jiang City, a massive blood-red mouth swallowed it whole. Its vision turned pitch black, completely unaware of what had just happened. Then, a paralyzing numbness spread through its body, followed by a sharp, needle-like pain. Its flesh felt as though it was being torn apart, but its body was no longer under its control. It didn't even have time to let out a scream. After that, its physical body was obliterated by thunderous forces, and it entered the digestive system of the pure-blood horned dragon. Yes, the pure-blood horned dragon didn't even need to kill the beasts first before swallowing them. It simply opened its massive maw. In an instant, numerous beasts were sucked into its mouth. The power of thunder swept through, killing all the beasts in its jaws before they were sent into its stomach to be digested. Devouring a level 10 beast, plus 170 blood vitality to the main body, plus 170 blood vitality to the avatar. Devouring a level 18 beast, plus 4,000 blood vitality to the main body, plus 40,000 blood vitality to the avatar. Devouring a level 36 beast, plus 10 billion blood vitality to the main body, plus 10 billion blood vitality to the avatar. Devouring a level 46 beast, plus 10 trillion blood vitality to the main body, plus 10 trillion blood vitality to the avatar. Devouring a level 28 beast, plus. At the edge of the beast tide, the pure-blood horned dragon continued to devour. Its colossal body, over 4,000 meters tall, resembled a mountain. When it opened its gigantic maw, it spanned hundreds of meters wide. Some of the beasts were only a few dozen meters long. With every bite, it devoured vast amounts of blood vitality, feeding itself in return. By consuming 16 trillion blood vitality, the main body leveled up to a level 55 Battle King, and the avatar leveled up to a level 55 Beast King. By consuming 32 trillion blood vitality, the main body leveled up to a level 56 Battle King, and the avatar leveled up to a level 56 Beast King. A frost-armored crocodile king appeared, its entire body covered in white skin as hard as armor. It was nearly 1,000 meters long, a true behemoth even among ferocious beasts. It was already a level 59 Beast King, on the verge of becoming a beast god. With a flick of its tail, a light strike shattered the towering city wall before it into pieces, bricks flying everywhere, leaving a massive breach. The warriors on the wall were blown away by the shockwave. Their bodies torn apart, blood and flesh scattering in a gruesome scene. A large portion of the city's defenses was destroyed. The human Battle King warriors were too few in number, no one could stop this Beast King. Moreover, it was a level 59 Beast King, about to ascend to Beast God. How could it be dealt with so easily? In the blink of an eye, hundreds of warriors perished under the frost-armored Crocodile King's tail. Damn it, a Beast King has appeared in the southern city. We can't hold it, a warrior reported in terror. No reinforcements. Everyone, fend for yourselves, came a helpless voice over the communicator. It was expected. Brothers, no one is coming to help us this time. But just because no one is helping doesn't mean we can stand by and let the ferocious beasts rampage. Kill it. Take down this frost-armored crocodile king. Roar. Just as thousands of warriors were preparing to gather and confront the Beast King, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed from afar. Everyone froze, their gazes shifting to the space behind the frost-armored crocodile king. A divine dragon, several thousand meters long, appeared out of thin air, riding the clouds and mist, flying swiftly toward them. Holy crap, look behind the frost-armored crocodile king. Is that a dragon? Am I seeing things? A dragon? A real dragon? The legendary dragon actually exists? Look, there's a young man standing on the dragon's head, riding a dragon? That's so cool. But is he friend or foe? The warriors on the city wall murmured among themselves, staring at Li Qingshan, who stood atop the divine dragon's head. Scram! The level 59 frost-armored crocodile king could barely utter simple human words. Once it became a true beast god, its language abilities would improve significantly. But for now, it could only manage simple words, like scram. Humph. Little crocodile, you dare shout scram in front of my divine dragon? Die. As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, the pure-blooded horned dragon let out a furious roar and charged at the frost-armored crocodile king. Its massive body, over 4,000 meters long, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. Li Qingshan wasn't idle either. Lightning and blood energy erupted from within him. Wielding the thunder hammer and clad in ancient armor, he charged toward the frost-armored crocodile king. Lightning shadow triple dash. His body left behind countless afterimages in place, moving at an astonishing speed, leaving only flashes of lightning and afterimages lingering where he had been. Thunder Domain, activate. In an instant, a terrifying Thunder Domain formed around him, arcs of electricity leaping continuously, brimming with destructive power. Any ferocious beast below level 40 that entered this domain would be instantly reduced to ashes by the lightning arcs. Even many level 40-plus beasts struggled to escape this calamity. It was a large-scale attack. Within a 10-mile radius, not a blade of grass remained, and all ferocious beasts were annihilated. Thunder Hammer. Lightning intertwined, and the hammerhead expanded to over 200 meters, smashing down fiercely toward the frost-armored crocodile king before him. In the air, arcs of electricity exploded and flickered, the destructive power overwhelming and awe-inspiring. Roar! The frost-armored crocodile king let out a low growl, swinging its broad, heavy tail fiercely at Li Qingshan. This was its most powerful killing move, capable of shattering the sturdy city walls of Jiang City. Sonic booms echoed through the air. Boom! Li Qingshan's thunder hammer collided with the frost-armored crocodile king's tail, unleashing a tremendous force. The residual thunder spread outward, sending sand and rocks flying. The scene was utterly breathtaking. A large number of ferocious beast corpses and concrete rubble were swept into the air. Even the warriors on the city wall hurriedly activated their inner strength to resist. Fortunately, the distance was far enough, and they were not seriously injured. Evenly matched. That's right, Li Qingshan, a level 56 battle king, was able to fight evenly against a level 59 beast king. The warriors on the city wall could see it clearly. In reality, Li Qingshan was only affected by the backlash force, his body unharmed, and the thunder hammer in his hand was ready to strike again. The ice-armored crocodile king's tail seemed fine, but the thunderous Power had already invaded its body, causing internal injuries and constant pain that tormented it. A trace of fear flashed in the ice-armored Crocodile King's eyes. At this moment, the pure-blood horned dragon charged forward. The ice-armored Crocodile King still swung its tail to attack, refraining from using its bloodthirsty jaws to bite the pure-blood horned dragon. Swish! Unexpectedly, the ice-armored Crocodile King's tail was grabbed by the dragon's claws. The sharp claws pierced through the supposedly indestructible armor of the ice-armored Crocodile King, directly pulling its body into the air. The pure-blood horned dragon's body exceeded 4,000 meters, while the ice-armored Crocodile King was only over 1,000 meters, a massive size difference. Coupled with the bloodline suppression of the pure-blood horned dragon, although its level was slightly low. What just happened? Is someone hunting the Beast King? So powerful? A war god? No, that's not right. There are only 2 war gods in Jiangcheng right now, and if it were them, they'd definitely have their own missions and wouldn't suddenly appear. It must be a battle king, right? But the voice sounded very young. Can you guess who it might be? Don't overthink it, it's just a hallucination before death. Everywhere is tense now, there's no spare manpower. That's true, being able to hold your own area is already good enough. How could there be a battle king level warrior with free time? Brothers, I can't hold on anymore. It's an honor to fight alongside you. An honor. An honor. An honor. 5 minutes later. The Beast King in the southern city. Area 20 has been cleared. There are still areas nearby being harassed by Beast Kings. Please private message quickly. At this moment, Li Qingshan's voice appeared again in the public channel. The channel was silent at first. I am Zhang Pingji, the person in charge of Southern City Area 20. The Beast King has been cleared. The expert who came to assist is very strong, one of our brothers from Jiangcheng's Beast Management Bureau. Nearby companions, report quickly. Immediately after, the person in charge of Southern City Area 20 began spreading the news. What the heck, Zhang Pingji, are you serious? Or joking? The Beast King in your area was level 56, right? And it was taken down just like that? There's really an expert? Too bad it's in the South City. If it were in the West City, that would have been great. Sigh. Having a battle king available means a lot to us. 3 minutes later. I am Zhao Mei, the person in charge of Southern City Area 22. The Beast King here was just suppressed by that expert. Nearby brothers, quickly private message the ID just now and clear the Beast Kings in the northern city as soon as possible. Another voice came through. Ah, so fast? Zhao Mei, what's the level of that expert? What level of warrior? Level 57, extremely strong, and there's also a dragon as a beast companion. A dragon? Are you kidding? There's no such thing as dragons in this world, they're mythical creatures. A dragon, there really is a dragon. I can testify, I'm Chen Pingji. Chen Pingji said. What the heck, really? You're not joking, are you? There's really a dragon? Is there a video? Send it over to check. Level 57, even traveling takes a few minutes. How did they take down the Beast King so quickly? Are you guys doing a drill? It's definitely not a drill. The expert has already moved to the next location. You'll hear news soon. Then we'll wait. Don't wait, the smart ones have already reported their locations. 4 minutes later. I am the person in charge of Northern City Area 23, confirming that everything said earlier is true. The expert is very strong, the Beast King has been cleared, and there's a dragon here too. Another person in charge spoke up. What the heck, there's really a dragon. The expert has already private messaged the location. I have 2 Beast Kings here, I can't hold on much longer, come quickly to assist. Expert, I can't hold on here either, I've already private messaged the location. I'm still a long-legged female warrior. What the heck, that's too much, even using seduction? The expert is that powerful? What the heck, so strong, that dragon directly strangled the Beast King, not giving it any chance to resist. The situation in the public communication room naturally reached the ears of the 2 war gods. The military commander asked, is the person handling the Beast Kings from your Beast Management Bureau? The bureau chief replied, not sure, everyone is at their posts. To clear level 57 and 58 beasts so quickly, I don't think we have many people in the bureau who can do that. Military commander, the ID is still there, have your information department check it. Director, alright. In 5 minutes. Military commander, that long? Has the result come out? Director, it has, but it's a bit unexpected. Military commander, What kind of unexpected? Director, Li Qingshan, a freshman, 18 years old, member of the Beast Management Bureau. Military commander, check again. Is it possible he was drunk? Director, checked 7 or 8 times, only then confirmed. Military commander, impossible. 18 years old, a freshman who just started school not long ago, how could he have the strength of a battle king? Director, let me remind you, he can suppress most beast kings. Many beast kings outside the city have been killed by him. Military commander, impossible, someone must be impersonating him. Director, I thought the same, but I asked the person in charge of handling the beast kings to provide video comparisons. It is indeed Li Qingshan, and there's also a legendary dragon. At this moment, everyone was shocked. The military commander and the director fell into deep thought, their minds already stirred by a massive wave. The military commander said, if this is true, notify him to leave Jiangcheng immediately. His survival is more important than his death. Even the greatest genius in Huaxia is no more than this, right? The director responded, I think so too. I've already sent someone to notify him. However, even the greatest genius in Huaxia might not compare to him, if there's no hidden trick in this. The military commander calmly said, without being a war god, he still can't ultimately change the situation. I suspect there's something fishy here, but it doesn't matter. Even if there's some exaggeration, it won't be too much. This person must not die in Jiangcheng. The director sighed, even as a war god, unless he's a high-level war god, it's hard to change the current situation. It seems the two of us might not escape today either. At this moment, consumes 128 trillion blood energy, main body strength increased to level 58 Battle King, clone strength increased to level 58 Beast, consumes 256 trillion blood energy, main body strength increased to level 59 Battle King, clone strength increased to level 59 Beast. Looking at the information on the panel, just a little bit away from breaking through to level 60, he could truly become a war god. Before reaching level 61, he would complete evolution and obtain the 5-clawed horned dragon. The 5-clawed horned dragon. Even among the dragon clan, it is considered a top-tier existence. His combat power would become even more ferocious. From then on, he would truly step into the ranks of war gods. Originally thought the 1-month deadline was tight, but unexpectedly, he broke through so quickly. Li Qingshan, leave Jiangcheng quickly. At this moment, a battle king hurriedly arrived, staring at Li Qingshan riding on the divine dragon and urging him, leave Jiangcheng? Why? Li Qingshan frowned slightly, sitting on the head of the pure-blood horned dragon, thinking, I'm just a little bit away from evolving the pure-blood horned dragon into a 5-clawed horned dragon, how can I leave now? This is the order of the 2 war gods. Your talent is extraordinary, a rare genius in Huaxia, you must not die here. If you survive, we still have hope. When you become stronger, come back to avenge us. The Battle King continued urging, brotherly, hurry up and leave. Understood. Li Qingshan nodded, then said, tell the 2 war gods, I will not leave Jiangcheng. Alright, I need to continue helping clear the beast kings. You should leave quickly or go guard the city, don't waste time. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingshan rode the pure-blood horned dragon and flew away. The Battle King watched Li Qingshan's departing figure, his brows furrowed, momentarily unsure of what to do. The director said, Li Qingshan refuses to leave, it seems he intends to live and die with Jiangcheng, the commander in the army side. Does this kid not realize that keeping him around is to have fuel for the fire? It's rare to have a genius, it would be such a pity if he died. The director said, respect his decision. But if you and I encounter him, we should still try to persuade him to leave. The commander in the army smiled bitterly, I can barely hold on. There are too many beast gods, and reinforcements can't keep up. You, I, and Jiangcheng are likely to be completely overrun. Consumed 512 terabytes of blood energy, the main body successfully advanced to level 60 warrior, and the clone successfully advanced to level 60. Ferocious beast finally entered the war god realm. At this moment, Li Qingshan clearly felt his perception and strength becoming more powerful. Next, 1000 terabytes of blood energy are still needed. And the pure-blood horned dragon can complete its evolution and transform into a 5-clawed horned dragon. A 5-clawed horned dragon is essentially a 5-clawed divine dragon. Continue clearing beast kings. Li Qingshan's speed in dealing with beast kings became faster and faster, which also attracted the attention of the ferocious beast camp. An old beast king covered in amethyst scales growled lowly. And then a female beast god quickly charged in Li Qingshan's direction. Bang! With a muffled sound, Li Qingshan and the pure-blood horned dragon joined forces and successfully killed a level 59 beast king, then began devouring. Successfully devoured a level 59 beast king, main body blood energy plus 170 terabytes, clone blood energy plus 170 terabytes. Such audacity, daring to kill our beast king at will. Just as Li Qingshan was preparing to move to the next location, a human-like female voice came from afar. Beast god? The soldiers on the city wall felt their hearts tighten and all looked toward the direction of the voice. Panic spread instantly, and the atmosphere grew tense. The beast god has descended. This is big trouble. Li Qingshan and the pure-blood horned dragon also looked toward the source of the voice in the distance. Level 63 beast god. A flash of killing intent appeared in Li Qingshan's eyes. Take her down, and the pure-blood horned dragon's evolution should be secure, right? This was Li Qingshan's only thought at the moment. The books were right, beast gods can speak human language, but do they possess human intelligence? Li Qingshan stared coldly at the blazing lion god in front of him, whose fiery red fur resembled burning flames, and asked, Lioness, what's 8+1? Damn human, how dare you kill members of my ferocious beast clan? And today, you dare insult this beast god's intelligence? This beast god will kill you immediately. As soon as the words fell, a powerful surge of blood energy erupted from the blazing lion god's body. The previously clear sky was instantly dyed blood red on one side, with an overwhelming momentum as vast as the sea, seemingly capable of summoning the forces of heaven and earth. Roar! 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 The blazing lion god growled, its angry roar sweeping through the surroundings like a storm, terrifyingly majestic and shaking all souls. Dust flew around it, and sand and stones danced chaotically. The soldiers on the city wall felt dizzy, and weaker warriors even bled from their 7 orifices, convulsing on the ground, with some dying instantly from the shock. The beast god's pressure was indeed terrifying beyond measure. It took a step forward, and the ground cracked, spreading like a spider web in all directions, creating an extremely shocking scene. Li Qingshan, you're no match for the beast god, retreat. Retreat! At this moment, a voice from a war king came from behind. It was the same war king who had tried to dissuade him earlier. Li Qingshan turned to look at him, a sneer appearing on his face, just a mere beast god, I must kill it today. Li Qingshan, don't be reckless. The war king's face was full of anxiety, and he hurriedly contacted the director of Jiangqing's Ferocious Beast Management Bureau. Director, bad news. Li Qingshan is going to kill the beast god. What? On the other end of the phone, the director's voice suddenly turned stern, is this kid crazy? The beast god and the beast king are completely different entities. Stop him immediately. Director, I'm no match for him, the battle king said helplessly. No match? This is trouble. The director frowned even deeper. He himself was entangled with the beast god, unable to break free, and his life was in constant danger. The military commander was in the same situation. A solution had to be found. Li Qingshan couldn't be allowed to die so easily. Director, we've tried contacting him multiple times, but he refuses to answer messages from the information department or your private calls. The voice of the information department liaison came through the headset. That's a true beast god. Can Li Qingshan really defeat it? In Jiangqing, apart from the 4 war gods, no one dares claim they can handle a beast god. The beast god and the beast king are entirely different. The power of a beast god is enough to dominate a region. Brother, if you can't win, retreat quickly. You're still young, you shouldn't die here, a warrior on the city wall shouted to Li Qingshan, who was riding a pure-blood horned dragon while gripping an alloy longsword. Ha ha, I'll crush this beast. Li Qingshan laughed wildly, his body erupting with thunderous energy and blood. The thunder domain unfolded, lightning covering half the sky, clashing with the beast god's energy and blood. A godlike battle officially began. The thunder dragon armor exuded an aura beyond the mortal realm, as if it had endured the torrents of time, containing terrifying power. The void remained unbroken, and the dragon armor was indestructible. Li Qingshan wielded a 1,000-meter-long thunder hammer. With ease in one hand, like a war god descending to the mortal world, unstoppable. Roar! The pure-blood horned dragon let out a furious roar, its dragon bloodline's majesty driving it to charge at the blazing lion god. The once imposing blazing lion god's aura immediately began to weaken, leaving it utterly shocked. It couldn't understand why its own aura and energy were being suppressed. Could the bloodline of this creature before it have reached such a terrifying level? Even the beast god was being suppressed. Swish! Li Qingshan's figure vanished in an instant, leaving only afterimages as arcs of electricity flashed in the air. After entering the thunder domain, the blazing lion god's aura grew even more feeble. Electric arcs danced around, blue light flickered, and the destructive energy permeated the air, causing its fur to stand on end. Whoosh! A whistling sound came as Li Qingshan swung the 1,000-meter-long thunder hammer down with immense force, the air roaring in its wake. The blazing lion god was locked in place, unable to dodge, and could only raise its claws to block. Boom! Thunder exploded, piercing through the blazing lion god's energy and blood defenses, drilling into its flesh and organs with destructive power, beginning to tear its body apart. Roar! The blazing lion god let out a miserable cry, never expecting Li Qingshan's thunder hammer to be so terrifying, directly breaking through its defenses. It was simply unimaginable. The blazing lion god had encountered thunder attribute beasts before, even fought against them. But this, the thunder power of those beasts, couldn't even penetrate the energy and blood defenses of beasts of the same level. Even if they could, the damage was minimal. But this human warrior was different. His strength was clearly 3 realms lower than its own, yet his thunder power could directly pierce through its energy and blood defenses? The blazing lion god's beastly face showed a look of shock. But there was no time to think further. The pure-blood horned dragon was already charging, its body over 7,000 meters long, blotting out the sky. Its powerful dragon claws could easily tear through any defense, like an ancient deity. Descending. The might of the beast god, no one could withstand it. Roar! The blazing lion god, seeing the situation, could only unleash its ultimate move, spewing a mouthful of scorching beast fire toward the pure-blood horned dragon. Once a ferocious beast enters the beast god realm, its power increases significantly, no longer relying solely on blood energy and physical combat. This is why beast gods and beast kings are on completely different levels. Spitting fire, spraying water, releasing poison, wind blades, summoning lightning, mental attacks, even hardening their bodies, their methods are diverse. The blazing lion god's innate ability was fire-breathing. As the scorching flames erupted, the surrounding temperature soared, and the ground scorched by the thunderstorm instantly turned red-hot. Indeed, the earth glowed like a piece of red-hot iron. Many low-level ferocious beasts were directly burned to ashes by the intense flames and began fleeing frantically. The flames surged straight toward the pure-blood horned dragon. Even the warriors and soldiers on the distant city walls felt a wave of rolling heat rushing toward them. They hurriedly gathered their energy to resist, their hearts filled with shock. Is this the power of a beast god? It's terrifying. Can the divine dragon withstand it? It's over, this is disastrous. The battle king watched the fight ahead, especially the beast fire spewed by the blazing lion god, his emotions momentarily dazed. Faced with such scorching power, if it were him, he would have been instantly killed. How much longer can Li Qingshan and the divine dragon hold on? Could China's greatest prodigy really be destroyed like this? The reality was hard to accept, leaving his heart full of unwillingness. Boom! A large amount of scorching beast fire landed on the dragon claw, engulfing and burning it. The blazing lion god's eyes revealed excitement. The opponent didn't dodge? Fine, then let me turn you completely into ashes. Swish! In the next moment, from within the beast fire, that mighty dragon claw had already emerged from the sea of flames, directly clamping the blazing lion god's lion mouth shut tightly. The lion god couldn't move, blood gushing out. Immediately, the pure-blood horned dragon's other claw gripped the blazing lion god's rear spine. Its tough fur, impervious to bullets, was easily pierced by the mighty dragon claw, blood splattering everywhere. Whimpering, the blazing lion god wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound, only struggling in place. Its eyes were filled with terror, unable to understand why its beast fire had no effect on this dragon. Ha ha! Li Qingshan laughed loudly, unable to resist mocking. Don't you know that dragons are naturally immune to lightning, fire, ice, and all elemental attacks? Ha ha! Your beast fire isn't even as good as an ordinary golden crow's, and you want to roast a dragon? How ridiculous! At this moment, the blazing lion god was completely controlled by the pure-blood horned dragon's 2 claws, suspended in mid-air. The other 2 dragon claws began tearing at its flesh, ripping off large chunks of meat and tossing them directly into the pure-blood horned dragon's mouth. Just moments ago, it had been so arrogant, proclaiming beast gods cannot be defied. Now, it had become food for the pure-blood horned dragon, soon to be digested and turned into dragon dung. How is Li Qingshan's situation? How much longer can he hold on? I want to break away and go support him immediately. The anxious voice of the ferocious Beast Management Bureau's director reached the Battle King's ears as he watched the fight. "Director, you probably don't need to come," the Battle King said calmly, looking at the scene before him. "Don't need to come?" As soon as the words were spoken, the director became agitated, urgently asking, "What's going on? Did something happen to Li Qingshan? What are you trying to do? Don't you know Li Qingshan is the future of China? Even if you die, you can't let Li Qingshan die. If Li Qingshan dies, everything is over. If you die, he will avenge you." "Director, Li Qingshan is not dead, nor is he in trouble." The War King deeply agrees. Geniuses are the future of Huaxia, especially those who have not yet fully matured. They must be well protected. When they truly grow strong, they will also protect other growing geniuses. Only in this way can Huaxia continue, and the spark of humanity can burn forever. This is also why, despite over 90% of the living space on Blue Star being occupied by ferocious beasts, humanity can still survive tenaciously. More importantly, I was once a retired military martial artist, later joining the Beast Management Bureau. As a former soldier, protecting is my greatest honor. If given the chance, I am willing to die in front of Li Qingshan, shielding him from life and death. But the key is, that blazing flame lion god was suppressed by Li Qingshan and that dragon together. The War King's tone was very calm. This does not mean he was not shocked inside. Rather, he was completely stunned. He was dumbfounded. An 18-year-old war god? Huaxia's #1 genius might truly be this young man. What? As soon as the War King finished speaking, the director of the Beast Management Bureau was completely dumbfounded as well. He could not believe what he had just heard. Hunting a beast god? An 18-year-old boy? These two terms sound normal individually, but together they are hard to accept. Isn't this a joke? An 18-year-old boy hunting a beast god? The director was stunned. Waves of shock surged in his heart. "Director, it's true, the blazing flame lion god has been successfully suppressed by Li Qingshan and that dragon. Now they have left here and are heading to the next location. Should I follow them?" The War King looked at Li Qingshan's departing figure, his voice carrying a hint of awe. "Pretty fast, I estimate I can't keep up." The military martial artists in this area were all stunned. The War King was dumbfounded. The director was dumbfounded. Soon, the military commander was also shocked to the extreme. Compared to the director of the Beast Management Bureau, the military commander was even more shocked and incredulous. An 18-year-old boy is this strong now? He can actually hunt a beast god? Military commander, I have an idea that can save Jiangcheng. Director, what idea? Military commander, was there a video recorded when Li Qingshan hunted the beast god? Include his detailed information and send it to Modu. Director, you mean? Military commander, exactly, an 18-year-old war god. This will be Huaxia's #1 war god, a powerful existence to protect Huaxia in the future. Modu might abandon Jiangcheng, but they will absolutely not abandon Li Qingshan. If Modu doesn't respond, send it to Jingcheng. Director, good idea, I'll ask right away. 3 minutes later. Director, the battle video has been obtained. Next, I will have the intelligence department send the video and information to Modu. Military commander, whether Jiangcheng can survive depends on Modu's next reaction. Jiangcheng Intelligence Department. Team member, director, the information has been processed. Should we send it now? Director, send it. Team member, received, sending, successfully sent. Modu. One of Huaxia's 3 major cities, guarding a large coastline and part of the city's sovereignty, as Huaxia is too vast. Whether it's Modu or Shendu, they must obey Jingcheng's highest instructions, though Jingcheng rarely directly issues top orders. Modu is one of the most dazzling cities in this world, with the entire city's outer walls made of alloy, known as an alloy city. Many buildings are also constructed with alloy towering city walls, almost reaching the clouds. This is a world wonder built with countless time and resources. It boasts the most advanced technology in the world. Various intelligent aircraft. For example, Su Baizhou's mother's Meteor-class fighter jet, capable of autonomously navigating to Jiangcheng, autonomously attacking and defending against ferocious beasts, with incredible speed. In a steel building complex in the Magic City, the world's most elite warriors and various talented staff are gathered. The captain, responsible for Jiangcheng's liaison, sighed deeply. In the coming period, he might take a vacation because the Magic City is about to be crushed by a beast tide. Not only does he know, but the entire Magic City knows there will be no support this time. Both the Magic City and Jiangcheng liaison officers understand. Jiangcheng is doomed. Why even send documents over? The liaison officer sighed. Helplessly, but professional habits made him open the file. Inside was information about a young man. The female liaison officer glanced at Li Qingshan's photo and found him quite pleasing to the eye. Then came various data and a video. She clicked to play. And then, the female liaison officer couldn't stop watching for 3 minutes. Female liaison officer, oh my god. She was stunned. An 18-year-old boy riding a dragon to hunt a beast god? Jiangcheng? Jiangcheng has produced a genius. Team leader, stop shouting, what's going on? A man in his 30s walked over and watched the video. Replayed by the female liaison officer. 3 minutes later, the team leader said, "Director, you need to see this video." The director frowned, "A video? I'm busy right now, where's the time to watch?" Another. 3 minutes passed. The director suddenly shouted, "Damn." This 3-minute video was quickly sent to the office of the Duke of the 9th Division of the Magic City Army. The Duke was a middle-aged man with a serious demeanor. He managed a division of the Magic City Army and held the highest Duke title among the nobility in Huaxia. It was the ultimate honor. He wore a neatly pressed military uniform, with several shining gold stars on his shoulders. He exuded an aura of authority without anger, like an ancient beast yet to unleash its fury, oppressing everyone with his every move. It could be said he was second only to one, above thousands. A single word from him could determine a person's life or death. "Duke, there's a video you need to see." A marquis, also in military uniform, hurriedly entered, holding a player in his hand, saying, "This matter requires your signature." He then placed the tablet player in front of the Duke. "What's the matter? Does it really need my attention?" The Duke frowned slightly and clicked on the tablet to start watching the video. The office fell silent, and 3 minutes passed. The Duke suddenly stood up and solemnly said to his subordinate, "Jun Ding, bring that young man to see me." "Yes." Marquis Jun Ding nodded, immediately left, and piloted a Meteor-class fighter jet toward Jiangcheng. In the office, the highest leader of the 9th Division of the Magic City Army, the Duke, watched the video, his eyes flashing with admiration and excitement. He murmured, "Huaxia still has such talent, the future is promising. An 18-year-old genius. Truly heaven's favor upon Huaxia. And that legendary divine dragon must be this genius's companion. Indeed, geniuses are extraordinary." At this moment, Li Qingshan was still in Jiangcheng hunting ferocious beasts. Consumed 1,000 trillion blood energy, main body advanced to level 61 warrior, clone began evolving, countdown 3 minutes, the next second. The body of the pure blood horned dragon began to change rapidly. Growing swiftly, its body became larger. The dragon scales on its body shone brighter, exuding an ancient and sacred aura. The dragon claws grew rapidly. 2 more claws emerged, forming 5 strong and powerful claws. The dragon head also became more majestic. Compared to the 3-clawed horned dragon, the 5-clawed horned dragon appeared more imposing and mysterious. Its entire body radiated an ancient aura. A pure-blood horned dragon is merely the basic 3-clawed dragon. Although it is a dragon, it cannot compare to higher-level dragons. However, the 5-clawed horned dragon is the backbone of the dragon race. In this world, it is almost an unparalleled existence, with extremely powerful bloodlines that naturally suppress many fierce beasts, making them too afraid to approach. 3 minutes later, the evolution was complete. Open the system panel. Main body, Li Qingshan body length, 20 cm strength, level 61 warrior vitality, 100 trillion/2000 trillion talent, SSS level talent abilities. Thunder Vitality, Thunder Hammer, Thunder Shadow 3000 Speed, Thunder Domain, Thunder Dragon Armor, Thunder Punishment, Dragon Race Dharma Aspect, 5-clawed Horned Dragon Talent and Dragon Race Dharma Aspect acquired, Avatar, Pure Blood Horned Dragon Body Length, 10,000 meters Strength, Level 61 Beast God Vitality, 100 trillion/2000 trillion Talent, SSS level, can evolve to 7-clawed. Thunder Dragon at level 71, final evolution path locked as 9-clawed Thunder Dragon Ancestral Dragon, Contractor, Phoenix Hatchling Name, Subaijo Strength, level 1 Warrior Talent, SSS level daily. Supply, 1 Vitality Point, Phoenix Divine Body unlocks at level 10, System Notification, congratulations to the host, the avatar has successfully evolved into a Beast God, and a new avatar selection is available. Please choose the new avatar evolution direction, box 1, box 2, box 3, the next moment, 3 boxes appeared in front of Li Qingshan, each representing a new avatar. This was amazing. With the Divine Dragon avatar, Li Qingshan had already gained immense benefits. If he could obtain a new avatar, his strength would surely increase even faster. The avatars could also help him hunt and return. Vitality. All he needed to do was wait for the vitality to replenish. The question was, which of the 3 boxes should he choose? Li Qingshan decisively chose box 1. Selection successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the ancestral Kunpeng avatar. Avatar, Thunder Sparrow body length, 10 cm strength, level 0 vitality, 0 to 1 talent, D, can evolve into Thunder Bird at level 11. Evolution path confirmed as Chaos Kunpeng Ancestral Kunpeng. The next moment, a tiny Thunder Sparrow, only 10 cm long, appeared on Li Qingshan's shoulder. It looked very small and fragile, seemingly unable to withstand a single blow. But don't be fooled by its current weakness, this little creature could evolve crazily in the future. Li Qingshan's flesh and blood were sufficient for it to devour. As long as it kept devouring, it would quickly grow stronger. Indeed, soon he would have another Beast God avatar. Next, Li Qingshan led the 5-clawed horned dragon to suppress the Beast King while allowing the little Thunder Sparrow to devour large amounts of flesh and blood. Consumed 1 vitality point, avatar strength increased to level 1 fierce beast, main body strength unchanged. Consumed 2 vitality points, avatar strength increased to level 2 fierce beast, main body strength unchanged. Consumed 1000 vitality points, Thunder Sparrow avatar successfully evolved into Thunder Bird. Consumed 1,000,000 vitality points, Thunder Bird avatar successfully evolved into Thunder Eagle. Devoured a level 52 fierce beast, avatar gained 7 trillion vitality points. Successfully evolved into Thunder Hawk. Successfully evolved into Great Rock. His second avatar continued to evolve, now transformed into a great rock, soaring high with a wingspan of 3,000 meters, exuding a strong hunting aura, terrifying to the extreme. Now, the Beast King could no longer capture his attention. To become stronger, he could only challenge the Beast God. No sooner said than done. Li Qingshan charged toward the location of the Jiangcheng Bureau of Fierce Beast Management's director and the military commander. At Jiangcheng's East Gate, the military commander, a level 64 war god, was fiercely battling a level 65 beast god, the 6-armed demon ape. Facing a beast god 1 level stronger than himself, the Jiangcheng commander was no match at all. Moreover, he had to divert his attention to other matters, leaving him almost effortlessly crushed by the opponent. His entire body was in a sorry state, barely clinging to life. Roar! The 6-armed demon ape let out a furious roar, throwing a punch that sent the Jiangcheng commander flying, crashing into a building, and raising a cloud of dust. The Jiangcheng commander fell to the ground, his breath weak. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his internal organs were severely damaged. It was over. He no longer had the strength to resist, his injuries were too severe. Grabbing his communicator, his voice was feeble. "Sorry, brothers, I have to retreat first." As he watched the 6-armed demon ape draw closer, despair filled his eyes. The soldiers and martial artists guarding the area turned pale. Jiangcheng's 3rd war god was about to fall. "Commander, stand up, get up. Quickly. Damn beasts, in the next life, I'll still fight you. Is it over? Is everything about to end?" From the communicator, many voices choke with emotion. "Commander, farewell, we'll follow you soon. Commander, farewell. Farewell. Farewell." The soldiers and martial artists swore to protect Jiangcheng to the death, refusing to retreat. Roar! 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 The 6-armed demon ape's face showed excitement. It was about to kill a human war god, and then it could receive a female beast god from the old beast god to reproduce offspring. What a thrill! Boom! Suddenly, a 3,000-meter-long thunder hammer appeared, releasing endless lightning and spreading a destructive aura, smashing the 6-armed demon ape away. Its chest was scorched black. The previously arrogant 6-armed demon ape let out a miserable scream, its body flying backward. "Jiangcheng, you've won." At this moment, Li Qingshan seemed like a deity, wielding the giant thunder hammer, his entire body surrounded by electric light, enveloped in a sea of lightning. Behind him, a 10,000-meter-long 5-clawed flood dragon stood tall, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. Its entire body was covered in blue, radiant scales, ancient and heavy. Above its head, a rock soared and danced, flapping its wings high, carrying the aura of a predator, dominating all directions. Indeed, the once tiny thunder sparrow had devoured the flesh and blood of numerous high-level fierce beasts, rapidly evolving, crossing the stages of Thunder Bird, Thunder Eagle, and Thunder Hawk to become a rock. This was a level 50 Beast King. With just one more level, it could evolve into the legendary Kunpeng. Kunpengs are over 10,000 meters long. They can transform into giant beasts in the ocean and soar through the skies, majestic and terrifying. What kind of dragon is this? This young man's strength is so formidable, even the six-armed demon ape, which the military commander couldn't defeat, was sent flying by his hammer? An 18 or 19-year-old war god, is he the Li Qingshan everyone was discussing on the communicator? No wonder he could easily defeat a level 63 beast god, his explosive power is incredible. Now, even a level 65 beast god is no match for him, but he seems to be only around level 63 in strength, right? A level 63 war god defeating a level 65 beast king is rare indeed. You must know, the gap between levels becomes greater as you progress for both beast gods and war gods. The six-armed demon ape was struck by surprise, which is why it was smashed away by the thunder hammer. If it were a direct confrontation, could Li Qingshan win? Yes, in a direct confrontation, could he win? For a moment, in Jiang City, the warriors fighting against the ferocious beasts all showed worried expressions on their faces. This kid, is he really this powerful? The military commander, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to get up and looked at Li Qingshan, shrouded in lightning, with eyes full of astonishment and fear. Only 18. This kid has just turned 18. Thinking back to what he was doing at 18, the commander felt a bit embarrassed. At that time, he couldn't even compare to a single strand of Li Qingshan's hair. The gap between people is truly enormous. Previously, he had said that Li Qingshan was the greatest genius in Huaxia, which seemed a bit exaggerated. But now, an 18-year-old level 60 war god. The commander could guarantee that this was indeed Huaxia's greatest genius. No one could compare. If such a genius had been discovered earlier and sent to a big city with better resources for training, he would have been even more terrifying. Beast god? Are you betraying the ferocious beast clan? The six-armed demon ape slowly climbed up from the ground, glaring angrily at the five-clawed horned dragon, hovering behind Li Qingshan. Betrayal? Ha, six-armed demon ape, are you joking? You are nothing more than a group of ordinary ferocious beasts, while the one behind me. Li Qingshan puffed out his chest and raised his head, his face full of pride, pointing his thumb at the five-clawed horned dragon. This is a divine beast. You are not even the same species, so what betrayal are you talking about? You are just ordinary wild beasts who, by chance, gained a bit of power, mere trash. But the five-clawed horned dragon behind me is the true divine beast that soars through the skies and transcends the mundane. Don't even talk about anything else. If your ancestors had been favored by the five-clawed horned dragon behind me, how could they have given birth to such useless descendants like you? Li Qingshan couldn't help but laugh. How much fake liquor have you drunk to dare claim that my five-clawed horned dragon betrayed you? What a joke, an absolute joke. Are they even worthy? Li Qingshan's words made the anger on the six-armed demon ape's face burn even fiercer. Although beast gods can speak, they have very little understanding of culture, and only a few beast gods are interested in human culture. They have no idea that creatures like dragons, phoenixes, and cheilants exist in this world. To them, the five-clawed horned dragon before them was just an unfamiliar ferocious beast. Whether it was a divine beast or not was beyond their knowledge. In their minds, all ferocious beasts are ranked by strength. The stronger the power, the nobler the status. Now, someone suddenly told it, no matter how strong you are, it doesn't matter, your bloodline is inferior, while the one behind me possesses the strongest bloodline, and you aren't even worthy to lick its shoes. If it didn't get angry, that would be strange. A mere human war god dares to defy a beast god. Die! The six-armed demon ape roared and charged at Li Qingshan. 3 minutes. Li Qingshan looked at the charging six-armed demon ape, uttered a baffling sentence, and set a countdown for himself. The rock begins evolving, countdown, 3 minutes. The next moment. Dragon Clan manifestation. Li Qingshan roared, his entire body surging. With blood energy, his body rapidly expanding under the influence of mysterious power. He grew from 1.9 meters tall to 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters. That's right. Li Qingshan's body ultimately grew to 3,000 meters, resembling a giant, towering over the six-armed demon ape. His entire body was bursting with muscles, exuding unparalleled might. Like a coiled dragon, like an ancient god descending. He reached out, and a 3,000-meter-long thunder hammer condensed in his hand, radiating a terrifying thunderstorm aura. The arc flickered, and the power of destruction spread in all directions. The five-clawed horned dragon roared. Man and dragon charged forward together. The thunder domain formed an ocean, its momentum astonishing. Whoa, that's huge. What's going on? How did that person suddenly become so big? What is happening here? Damn, I've never seen anything like this before. Quick, record it, hurry. The aura is terrifying. This young man is way too mysterious. Not only can he command a divine dragon, but his body has also grown to an enormous size. Could this be a special skill of martial artists? It's truly shocking. For a moment, the nearby martial artists all stared at the towering figure of Li Qingshan, their faces filled with nothing but admiration. Someone quickly took out recording equipment to capture the astonishing scene. Before them, even the commander of the military camp widened his eyes as he looked at Li Qingshan, who resembled a giant ancient god. Is this kid even human? No, he's more like a monster. If this matter is reported to the higher-ups, even they would be utterly baffled and shocked. However, what the military commander didn't know was that there was no need for live footage. Just the 3-minute video of Li Qingshan's fierce battle with the beast god had already left a duke in the demon city completely overwhelmed. The six-armed demon ape stared at the suddenly enlarged Li Qingshan, its beastly eyes filled with confusion and shock. Can human martial artists undergo such transformations? But now, Li Qingshan was already charging forward, gripping the thunder hammer, his speed astonishing and his aura overwhelmingly oppressive. The six-armed demon ape dared not be careless and remained extremely cautious. Although it was 2 levels higher than this human war god, it decided to proceed carefully. For some reason, this human war god exerted an unusually intense pressure on it. It had to handle this carefully. Whoosh! Li Qingshan swung the thunder hammer first, its momentum extraordinary. Lightning flashed in the air, and several nearby ferocious beasts were blasted into ashes by the arcs. It was truly a battle of gods, with ordinary creatures caught in the crossfire. The surrounding beasts and martial artists retreated one after another, fearing they would be affected. The six-armed demon ape knew that Li Qingshan's thunder hammer was not to be trifled with. Even now, its chest still bore the scorched smell and rotten flesh from being struck by lightning. Staring at the lightning on Li Qingshan's armor, the six-armed demon ape's eyes were full of dread, and fear began to creep into its heart. This was simply an impossible fight. No matter how it attacked, its fists and feet would suffer backlash. 3 of its arms were numb and trembling, its muscles ached, and its internal organs were injured, requiring time to recover. The surrounding warriors and fierce beasts were utterly confused, unable to understand why the six-armed demon ape attacked Li Qingshan but ended up suffering even more severe injuries itself. This thunder dragon armor was truly formidable. Not only was its defense strong, but its counterattack ability was astonishing. Ha, little monkey, nothing impressive, Li Qingshan sneered contemptuously, staring coldly at the six-armed demon ape. Level 65, 5,000 trillion vitality. He absolutely couldn't let it escape. Not good. Feeling the greed in Li Qingshan's eyes, the six-armed demon ape's heart tightened, and it quickly fled into the distance. It ran for its life frantically, fear enveloping its entire body. 3 of its arms hung limply, showing its panic, and its eyes were filled with terror and dread. What's going on? That level 65 beast god actually ran away? Wasn't it just dominating earlier? Why is it running now? Didn't you notice? Although Li Qingshan was hit, the six-armed demon ape was injured even more severely. It must be because of the armor he's wearing. You can't even tell what it is. His talent is too strong, his leveling speed too fast, and his basic martial skills haven't been fully trained yet. If it were another war god, they could have easily dodged the six-armed demon ape's attack earlier. Why dodge? Yeah, why dodge? Others rely on money. But this guy relies on talent. Truly impressive. Suppress. As soon as Li Qingshan spoke, the 5-clawed horned dragon behind him immediately charged forward, soaring through the clouds. Where could the six-armed demon ape escape to? It was quickly caught up. The six-armed demon ape bared its teeth, swinging its terrifying fists at the diving 5-clawed horned dragon. Boom! 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 All 6 fists struck the dragon's claws, like meteors crashing to the ground, with an astonishing momentum and immense power. This force was enough to easily destroy a skyscraper, punch a massive hole in Zhang City's walls, or send Zhang City's commander flying with a single blow. But now, when the fist struck the five-clawed horned dragon's claws, it was as if they hit an iron wall, completely immovable. The dragon claws suddenly clenched. Crack! A crisp snapping sound echoed as the six-armed demon ape's six fists were directly broken. Immediately, terrifying thunderous power erupted along its body. Sizzle! 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 Everyone saw a sea of lightning appear ahead, with the six-armed demon ape surrounded by electricity. The air was thick with the aroma of roasted meat. The surrounding warriors couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was Beast God barbecue, so fragrant. The six-armed demon ape fell heavily to the ground, unable to last until the end of the round. Then, the five-clawed horned dragon began, devouring in large gulps, absorbing a massive amount of vitality into its body. There was no other way. The six-armed demon ape's bloodline was too weak. Facing the five-clawed horned dragon with its powerful bloodline, it was no match at all. A level 10 little white rabbit beast would never defeat a level 10 wild lion beast. A dragon against a six-armed demon ape, though only 2 levels apart, the gap wasn't significant, but this dragon carried a powerful lightning attribute, so it was natural for the six-armed demon ape to lose. Devouring a level 65 beast god, the main body gains plus 5,000 trillion vitality, and the clone gains plus 5,000 trillion vitality. The six-armed demon ape was completely devoured, transformed into vitality, and absorbed by the five-clawed horned dragon. Unfortunately, there are only 5,000 trillion vitality points, but to level up from 63 to 64, 8,000 trillion are needed. In other words, 3,000 trillion are still missing. Previously, there were 500 trillion left, so now 2,500 trillion are still required. Just suppressing one more level 65 beast god will suffice. After the six-armed demon ape was subdued, the surrounding warriors instantly erupted in excitement, their faces filled with joy and exhilaration. Finally, someone stepped forward. It felt like stabilizing a crumbling building. Jiangqing's commander forced himself to stand, his face showing delight. He was not only happy to be saved but, more importantly, he saw hope for Jiangqing. Jiangqing could be saved. The clone rock successfully evolved into a Kuanpeng. Because the horned dragon came first, it did not gain additional talents. At that moment, a loud cry echoed from the sky, and the rock that had just evolved transformed into an enormous Kuanpeng. It spread its wings. The wings spanned 8,000 meters, with feathers that were azure blue, shimmering with thunder and arcs of electricity, containing immense power. Each feather was as hard as alloy. Kuanpeng. It has 2 forms, one resembling an eagle and the other a sea beast. In the sea, it takes the form of a sea beast. Once it leaves the sea, it becomes a more majestic and terrifying eagle than any other. Even the legendary golden-winged rock pales in comparison to the Kuanpeng. The current Kuanpeng is in its eagle form, soaring high with an aura of plunder, ferocious beyond measure. Wow, what a powerful presence! Is this also one of Li Qingshan's beasts? It seems. Its bloodline has truly evolved? So terrifying, so incredible. As expected of China's #1 genius, even his beasts can evolve. Five-clawed horned dragon, next round. Kuanpeng, hunt freely. As Li Qingshan finished speaking, he immediately rushed toward the position of Jiangqing's Beast Management Bureau chief. There were still 2 beast god-level ferocious beasts there. At this moment, in front of a city gate in Jiangcheng, the Beast Management Bureau chief was in a dire state, on the brink of death, his eyes filled with despair. Below, the warriors were fighting with all their might, no longer fearing death. Everyone had abandoned the hope of survival. Kill all these damned beasts. This was the only belief in the hearts of all the warriors. Thud. Thud. The Beast Management Bureau chief, engaged in fierce battle, spat out a mouthful of old blood, his internal injuries severe. He looked at the 2 beast gods before him and slowly closed his eyes. It was almost over. He had done his best. In front of the chief were a 6-armed demon ape and a golden-eyed snake emperor. That's right. Both of these ferocious beasts were beast god level. The ferocious beast team had 2 6-armed demon apes, one of which was fighting Jiangqing's commander. These 2 were specifically targeting the Beast Management Bureau chief. However, these 2 beast gods were both level 64, slightly lower than the level of the previous 6-armed demon ape. Therefore, when Li Qingshan appeared, he almost instantly defeated them. Boom! Crackle! Crackle! 2 explosions sounded, and the 2 beast gods of the ferocious beast clan were directly stunned. Especially the golden-eyed snake emperor. Entangled by the 5-clawed horned dragon, its entire body was flashing with lightning, its flesh charred and emitting a foul stench, and it was directly devoured by the five-clawed horned dragon. It had no chance to fight back. The other six-armed demon ape, under Li Qingshan's thunder hammer attack, had its fur scorched black, and was left barely alive. A successful ambush. Once again, the destructive power of thunder left no chance for the opponent to counterattack. After devouring the level 64 beast god Golden-Eyed Snake Emperor, the main body gained 1,300 trillion vitality points, and the clone gained 1,300 trillion vitality points. Devouring the 64th level beast god, the six-armed demon ape, the main body gains 1,300 trillion vitality, and the clone also gains 1,300 trillion vitality. Consuming 8,000 trillion vitality, the main body is elevated to level 64, and the clone is elevated to level 64. At this moment, Li Qingshan felt the vitality within his body become even more abundant, like a volcano ready to erupt at any moment, unleashing unparalleled power. Silence. At this time, beneath the battlefield where the director was located, all the warriors were dead silent, not a sound to be heard. Every face was filled with shock and disbelief. The beast god had fallen. Other ferocious beasts retreated one after another, including those near the position of the military commander. All the beasts backed away. Hey, director, stop closing your eyes and quickly handle the aftermath. I'm off to hunt other ferocious beasts. As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, he swiftly left with the five-clawed horned dragon. The director looked bewildered, staring at the suddenly vanished two beast gods, the dragon and Li Qingshan. A trace of confusion appeared on his face, not knowing what had just happened. It wasn't until the warriors beside him explained that he understood everything that had just transpired. He was so shocked he couldn't speak. He shook his head forcefully, unable to believe it. Only when the communicator transmitted the voice of Jiangqing's commander and the situation in Jiangqing did he begin to accept reality. Li Qingshan's actions in Jiangqing quickly spread throughout the city, as everyone had communicators. Everyone knew what had happened. Within Jiangqing's territory, 3 beast gods had fallen. China's #1 prodigy, Li Qingshan, was still frantically hunting the ferocious beasts in Jiangqing. A frenzy of hunting, a frenzy of devouring. The ferocious beasts retreated, one after another. Jiangqing was temporarily defended. The ferocious beasts within Jiangqing receded like a tide but soon gathered again at the eastern city gate. Seeing that there were no ferocious beasts left inside Jiangqing and that all the beasts had gathered at the eastern gate, Li Qingshan took the dragon and Kuanping and headed to the eastern gate. On the eastern city wall, the director of the Beast Management Bureau and Jiangqing's commander supported each other, severely injured. Seeing Li Qingshan arrive, both were a bit dazed, unsure of how to address him. Li classmate? That didn't seem appropriate. Li team member? That didn't sound right either. The remaining hundreds of thousands of warriors in Jiangqing all looked toward the director and commander. Director, commander, are all these ferocious beasts gathered here waiting for me to kill them? Li Qingshan's face was filled with excitement. Gathering together is great, saves me the trouble of running around to kill them. Li Tianjiao, the future of Jiangqing may depend on you. The director and commander exchanged glances, speaking earnestly and sincerely, completely convinced. Tianjiao? Wow, even this title is being used now. At this moment, Jiangqing's broadcast and video screens simultaneously displayed a message. Notice! Jiangqing announcement, Jiangqing Tianjiao, Li Qingshan, has successfully hunted down 3 beast gods within Jiangqing's territory and temporarily repelled the beast tide. Remember this name, Tianjiao, Li Qingshan. Roar! 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 Just then, low growls came from the ferocious beast horde below the city wall. In the distance, 30 beast gods descended. Filled with murderous intent, they charged toward Jiangqing in a frenzy. The true life and death battle had finally begun. Brothers, get ready to embrace this crazy climax. The exhilarating moment is about to arrive. 30 beast gods appeared. They lined up neatly, some with eagle heads and human bodies, some with lion bodies and human faces, and others terrifying rhinos covered in white armor, each exuding a wild and ferocious aura. The blurry figures in the distance gradually became clear. The same terrifying momentum swept toward Jiangqing, making hearts tremble with fear. These beast gods didn't need to deliberately release their aura. The natural pressure emanating from their bodies was already overwhelming. The combined presence of 30 beast gods was immensely powerful. Roar! 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 Accompanying the arrival of the beast gods, the surrounding ferocious beasts let out excited howls, their faces full of exhilaration. Previously, only 3 beast gods had failed to take Jiang City, but now, 30 beast gods had gathered together. This small Jiang city would likely fall easily, and those arrogant humans would pay a heavy price for their earlier insolence. Roar! 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 The 30 beast gods howled toward the sky, their terrifying aura sweeping over Jiang City's high walls like a storm, kicking up flying sand and stones, and shaking the earth. The once clear sky instantly turned gloomy. Just moments ago, the martial artists of Jiang City had regained their confidence after Li Qingshan's powerful counterattack repelled a wave of beast tides. But this roar shattered their hope in an instant, their faces turning grim and filled with fear. So many beast gods, they really see Jiang City as a big deal. 30 beast gods, with the strongest reaching level 67, how can we possibly fight this? Is Jiang City destined to be destroyed? Even the number 1 genius of Huaxia can't stand against 30 beast gods. If there were only 5 or 6, maybe Li Qingshan and Commander he could stand a chance. But 30. Wife, I have to go now. If the beasts break into the city, we won't survive. There are pills in the box in the bedside table, take them with our son. Mom, I can't stay with you anymore. The people need me. I have to go first. Father, I won't desert my post. You'll be proud of me. Many soldiers and martial artists, their eyes filled with despair, couldn't help but call their loved ones to say their final goodbyes. 30 beast gods were attacking the city. Jiang City was nearly impossible to defend. Even if all the war gods from neighboring cities came to help, it wouldn't be enough. Li Qingshan, the number 1 genius of Huaxia. His strength and talent were indeed astonishing. He could fight 2 or even 3 beast gods of the same level at once, which was already shocking. But 30 beast gods? It was utterly impossible. Li Qingshan, once the battle begins, the commander and I will draw the beast god's attention. You must take the opportunity to escape. Jiang City will inevitably fall today. But you cannot die here. You must live and come back stronger to avenge us. The commander of Jiang City looked at Li Qingshan with hope and said, as long as Qingshan lives, Jiang City still has hope. If you die, no one will avenge Jiang City. The director of Jiang City's Beast Management Bureau also looked at Li Qingshan solemnly. At this moment, it wasn't just them, everyone hoped that Li Qingshan would escape rather than stay and fight to the death. Boom! 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 Just as despair filled the air and everyone was losing hope, a thunderous sound suddenly came from the distance. The beast horde quickly parted to make way, and everyone's eyes turned toward the surging tide of beasts. At the forefront appeared 4 massive, muscular azure ox beast gods, each towering thousands of meters high, like 4 small mountains. Their strength was immense, and their presence was menacing. It was clear they wouldn't be easy to deal with. On their shoulders, each carried a giant staff supporting a colossal pavilion. Inside the pavilion lay a majestic amethyst dragon lion. Its entire body was covered in scales that shimmered like purple gemstones, dazzling and radiant, with defenses so strong they seemed indestructible, like a small mountain. It lounged lazily within, exuding an aura of absolute dominance. This beast god is clearly the mastermind behind this beast tide, the strongest and highest ranked. A level 69 amethyst dragon lion. Just one step away from transcending the beast god level 2. Become an even more terrifying existence. Behind the 4 green bull beast gods, there are 5 female lion-type beast gods of different breeds, each with shiny fur. These female lion beast gods are evidently the harem of the amethyst dragon lion. Now, the number of beast gods has increased from 30 to 40, including 1 top-tier super beast god. Level 69. When the amethyst dragon lion appeared before the martial artists of Jiang City, the already tense atmosphere instantly became even more oppressive. Indeed, Jiang City, this city, might be doomed. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire Jiang City, the shadow of death omnipresent, ready to claim everyone's lives at any moment. Black clouds pressed down on the city, as if ready to swallow it whole at any time. The 4 green bull beast gods stopped in their tracks, their massive eyes fixed on the humans within the city, awaiting their master's command. Who killed my beloved consort? The amethyst dragon lion remained perched in the pavilion, its fierce eyes exuding the majesty of the king of beasts, scanning the martial artists on the city walls. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Panic spread through each person's mind. At the same time, a thought arose: this beast god is so powerful, utterly irresistible, completely unbeatable. Even the director of Jiang City's Beast Management Bureau and the city's commander felt a twinge of fear in their hearts. For some reason, they couldn't muster even a shred of resistance. It was like an ordinary person facing the Supreme Emperor, filled with awe, unable to harbor any intent to kill. I killed her. The next moment, Li Qingshan stood atop the dragon's head, slowly stepping forward, brimming with confidence as he said, "Your beloved consort has already been devoured clean by my dragon." Amethyst Dragon Lion, quite an interesting name, even includes dragon? Could it be that your ancestors were favored by our dragon clan? Is that why you turned out to be such a mongrel beast? Mongrel beast? As soon as the words fell, the Amethyst Dragon Lion suddenly stood up from the pavilion and roared angrily at Li Qingshan, the sound shaking the heavens and earth, deafening. Its lion-like face was ferocious and terrifying, as if it wanted to tear Li Qingshan to pieces immediately. It growled deeply, "Human war god, you're playing with fire. How dare you defy this beast god? You deserve death. Begin. Slaughter the city. Slaughter the city." As soon as the words were spoken, the ferocious beasts and beast gods under its command charged toward Jiang City, sweeping in like a tide, carrying a terrifying aura. The ground trembled. The city defense cannons automatically activated, unleashing their final fury, blasting the approaching beasts into bloody fragments scattered across the land. The martial artists on the city walls showed no fear. Everyone knew that today was their final battle. Today was the day of glory for Jiang City's soldiers, who would sacrifice their lives to protect this place. The alloy long knives in their hands emitted a cold gleam. Yet not a single person retreated. Throughout history, in any era, soldiers have never been as willing to die for their country and people as they are today. The alloy long knives were unsheathed. Today, let them carve a bloody path. Go! As Li Qingshan finished speaking, the five-clawed horned dragon beneath him let out a low growl. Soaring through the clouds and rushing into the distance, intending to abandon Jiang City altogether. Phew, this kid finally understands reason and left. The commander of Jiang City saw Li Qingshan leave, exhaled deeply, and felt the heavy stone in his heart finally drop. Brothers! We are fortunate, at least after our deaths, someone will avenge us. The director of the Ferocious Beast Management Bureau also breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Li Qingshan, the #1 genius of Huaxia, leave, the soldiers were not angry but rather felt relieved and gratified. He is the spark of Jiangcheng, destined to represent Jiangcheng in illuminating the civilization and people of Huaxia. At the same time, he will avenge the comrades who sacrificed themselves today. Therefore, they felt more comforted than anything else. Chase down that ant for me. As the words of the Amethyst Dragon Lion fell, among the 30 beast gods, 5 avian beast gods flapped their wings and soared into the sky, pursuing in the direction where Li Qingshan had fled. The five-clawed horned dragon was incredibly fast. It quickly left the boundaries of Jiangcheng. Meanwhile, on the city walls of Jiangcheng, fierce battles had already erupted, with every soldier fighting to the death. Strangely, these ferocious beasts only fought with the warriors on the walls and did not let their underlings rush into the city to massacre ordinary people, which was somewhat unexpected. Behind him, 5 beast gods pursued relentlessly: the Azure Frost Eagle Lord, the Black Wind Eagle Lord, the Wind Shadow Crane God, the Twin-Winged Leopard God, and the Fire Luan Beast God. They flapped their wings and soared high, exuding a ferocious killing intent. Is that what humans call a dragon up ahead? The Demon Wind Eagle Lord flapped its wings. As hard as alloy, with talons gleaming with a metallic luster, capable of easily piercing any defense. It was incomparably fierce. This appearance is exactly like the dragons I saw in human computers. In the hearts of humans, dragons are their symbol and totem. Today, the 5 of us brothers will slay this dragon. The Fire Luan Beast God spoke. Ha, slaying a dragon? I like it. Everyone, speed up. Don't let this little dragon escape. With such a large body, its flesh and blood will surely be enough for us to feast on for a long time. As soon as the Wind Shadow Crane God finished speaking, it flapped its wings and quickly widened the gap between itself and the other beast gods behind, rushing rapidly toward Li Qingshan. This was a level 64 beast god. A totem symbol? It's nothing but a coward. Such a large body, yet it doesn't even have the courage to fight. Truly useless. But that ferocious bird beside it looks like a female, beast king level. Not bad. Later, I'll make sure to enjoy myself thoroughly. The Fire Luan Beast God stared at the Kuanping beside the five-clawed horned dragon, excitement and thrill flashing across its bird-like face. Heh, Fire Luan Beast God, after you've had your fun, can you let me have a turn too? Behind him, the Azure Frost Eagle Lord smirked wickedly, looking at the Fire Luan Beast God with anticipation. Kakik, it's nothing at all. The Firelwan beast god, whose wings span several kilometers, nodded, its excitement growing higher and higher. It's about time to make a move. Li Qingshan, seeing that he had distanced himself from Jiangcheng, decided to strike. Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, the five-clawed horned dragon, unable to suppress its fury any longer, turned abruptly. A mere small ferocious bird dared to defy this divine dragon, truly deserving of death. The dragon's body twisted and suddenly charged toward the nearest wind shadow crane god. Its powerful dragon claws tore through the air, carrying an unmatched force. That shocked everyone present. Still trying to struggle? Watch me suppress you. The wind shadow crane god's cold voice rang out, its figure leaving behind a shadow in an instant. When it reappeared, it was already beside the five-clawed horned dragon, its talons as hard as alloy fiercely clawing at the dragon, its eyes gleaming with excitement. The moment to slay the dragon has arrived. At that very moment, clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic scraping sounds rang out. The scales of the five-clawed horned dragon were incomparably hard, and the wind shadow crane god's talons failed to penetrate, leaving only shallow marks on the dragon's scales. How is this possible? The wind shadow crane god's pupils contracted sharply, filled with shock. The claws he prided himself on couldn't break through the dragon's defense? While foaming crane god was still bewildered, the five-clawed horned dragon quietly extended its dragon claw, instantly grabbing foaming crane god's neck, squeezing hard, and blood spurted out. Foaming crane god was shoved into the dragon's mouth. At this moment, the double-winged leopard god rushed over, trying to stop the five-clawed horned dragon from devouring foaming crane god. But Li Qingshan, wielding a 3,000-meter-long thunder hammer, transformed into a giant several thousand meters tall in an instant and smashed down fiercely. Boom! The thunder hammer collided with the claws of the double-winged leopard god, producing a muffled explosion. The residual lightning swept around, entangling the double-winged leopard god. The level 64 beast god double-winged leopard god let out a miserable scream. Its body was scorched by the lightning, flying backward and crashing hard into the mountain behind, sending dirt and rocks flying and cracking the ground. The scene was shocking. Even after falling to the ground and escaping the attack of the thunder hammer, the double-winged leopard god's body still twitched, with electric sparks flickering on its charred body. Meanwhile, the five-clawed horned dragon had already devoured foaming crane god completely. Devouring a level 64 beast god, the main body gains 2,700 trillion blood energy, and the clone gains 2,700 trillion blood energy. Roar! After taking down two beast gods, the five-clawed horned dragon and Li Qingshan exchanged a glance and continued charging toward the remaining three beast gods. Among these three beast gods, apart from the level 64 Demon Wind Eagle Lord, the level 66 Green Frost Eagle Lord and the level 67 Firelwan Beast God were also present. One man and one dragon engaged in fierce combat with the three beast gods. Li Qingshan faced the level 66 Green Frost Eagle Lord. The five-clawed horned dragon confronted the level 64 Demon Wind Eagle Lord and the level 67 Firelwan Beast God. The battle erupted instantly. Li Qingshan's thunder hammer surged like lightning, easily killing the Green Frost Eagle Lord with barely any injuries, a clean victory. The five-clawed horned dragon also swiftly eliminated the other two beast gods and began devouring a level 64 ferocious beast. The main body gains 2,700 trillion blood energy, and the clone gains 2,700 trillion blood energy. Devouring a level 66 ferocious beast, the main body gains 10,000 trillion blood energy, and the clone gains 10,000 trillion blood energy. Devouring a level 67 ferocious beast, the main body gains 20,000 trillion blood energy, and the clone gains 20,000 trillion blood energy. After easily taking down five beast gods, Li Qingshan gained 38,000 trillion blood energy, leaving only 16,000 trillion to upgrade. Consuming 16,000 trillion blood energy, the main body upgraded to level 65, and the clone also advanced to level 65 beast god. Jiangcheng. On the city wall, many warriors had sacrificed themselves, and the director of the Beast Management Bureau had also died in battle, lying in a pool of blood, leaving only a cold corpse. The military commander knelt on one knee, struggling to keep his body upright, trembling slightly due to severe pain from his injuries. The remaining warriors were also heavily wounded, lying on the ground, struggling even to get up. 35 beast gods roared toward the sky. Countless ferocious beasts howled. The citizens of Jiangcheng stood behind, trembling, not daring to look directly at the ferocious beasts. If you're going to kill, then get it over with. The military commander gritted his teeth and said firmly. Humans, this beast god offers you a way out. What do you say? The Amethyst Dragon Lion looked down at the Jiangqing commander, its massive body pressing down like a small mountain. A way out? What kind of way out? The Jiangqing commander frowned and asked. I can refrain from attacking Jiangqing and let you continue managing this place, but every year you must regularly provide a large amount of human blood to feed our ferocious beast tribe. What do you say? The Amethyst Dragon Lion stared at the commander, its tone cold. Provide human blood every year? That's treating the citizens of Jiangqing as livestock. You filthy beasts, how dare you? The commander sneered. At that moment, an angry shout came from afar. Li Qingshan, who had just left, suddenly returned. The birds chasing him had long disappeared, evidently killed by him. The five-clawed horned dragon grabbed the level 65 beast god, soared into the air, tore its flesh with sharp claws, unleashed thunderous power from within, and swallowed the torn flesh directly. Li Qingshan is back? The martial artists of Jiangqing exclaimed. Even more shocking was that Li Qingshan had actually dealt with 5 beast gods. The Amethyst Dragon Lion roared furiously, its blood surging, and flew into the air towards the five-clawed horned dragon, ready to battle. Beast gods can fly, but their speed is inferior to birds, sometimes even slower than running on the ground, and they consume a large amount of blood energy, so they generally avoid flying. But now, the five-clawed horned dragon had no choice but to face the Amethyst Dragon Lion in the air. The Amethyst Dragon Lion, massive like a small mountain, exuded an overwhelming and terrifying aura, dominating the scene as the king of all the fierce beasts present. Its roar shook the heavens and the earth, causing the martial artists on the city walls to cover their ears, their faces contorted in pain. Dragon Clan Dharma Image Thunder Dragon. Armor Thunder Domain Thunder Punishment Thunder Shadow 3000 strikes Thunder Hammer. At this moment, Li Qingshan launched a full-force attack. Facing the incoming Amethyst Dragon Lion, he swung the Thunder Hammer down fiercely. Mongrel Lion, your opponent is me. As soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder Hammer struck heavily on the Amethyst Dragon Lion. The Amethyst Dragon Lion, a level 69 beast god, was the pinnacle of the pinnacle. Its body, covered in armor like amethyst, and its powerful blood energy made it supremely confident, capable of easily withstanding any attack. Seeing Li Qingshan's hammer coming down, its eyes showed disdain. A level 65 war god? Trash! It sneered, roaring as it swung a claw full of killing intent. This human war god had just killed 5 of its subordinate beast gods. Today, this human must die. Boom! The two forces collided violently, the thunderous power piercing through the blood energy and armor, drilling into the Amethyst Dragon Lion's body. A sharp pain caused its muscles to spasm uncontrollably, and it couldn't help but let out a miserable scream, its expression shocked. Something's wrong. It quickly retreated, its previous contempt swept away, replaced by astonishment. How is this human so strong? A level 65 war god? Impossible. The Amethyst Dragon Lion was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how someone 4 levels lower could suppress its combat power. Meanwhile, the five-clawed horned dragon held onto a beast god, tearing and devouring its flesh without regard for its life, flying through the clouds. The beast god's attacks landed on its tough scales, but the five-clawed horned dragon paid no attention. Its hard scales could withstand significant damage. The gap between divine beasts and fierce beasts was immediately apparent. It was devouring and slaughtering madly. Damn, you're so weak. If I had known, I would have just killed you useless creatures earlier. Li Qingshan looked at the Amethyst Dragon Lion, unimpressed, and couldn't help but laugh. Mongrel Lion, obediently die under my hammer. Ha ha, help, help. A thorn crocodile god cried out in pain, struggling desperately, but the dragon claw held it firmly, rendering it immobile. The other beast gods were completely helpless against the five-clawed horned dragon. A sense of fear instantly enveloped all the fierce beasts, even their Kuanping was hunting other beast kings devouring a level 65 beast god, main body HP plus 5,000 trillion, clone HP plus 5,000 trillion devouring a level 66 beast god, main body HP plus 10,000 trillion, clone HP plus 10,000 trillion devouring a level 67 fierce beast, main body HP plus 20,000 trillion, clone HP plus 20,000 trillion consuming 32,000 trillion HP, main body upgrades to level 66 war god, clone upgrades to level 66 beast god consuming 64,000 trillion HP, main body upgrades to level 67 war god, clone upgrades to level 67 beast god. Jiangqing. All the warriors watching the battle in front of them were directly stunned with fear. Li Qingshan is too fierce, isn't he? One man with a dragon, easily slaughtering over 40 beast gods? The five-clawed horned dragon started off injured, but grew stronger during the battle, now already a level 67 beast god. Roar! With a furious roar, one dragon claw pinned the amethyst dragon lion to the ground, its gaze like that of an ancient dragon that had lived through countless ages, carrying a hint of disdain. Ha, what beast? Gods! All useless trash. Jiang Cheng. We held the line. Li Qingshan let out a cold snort and ordered, continue devouring beast gods. Devouring a level 69 beast god, main body HP plus 80,000 trillion, clone HP plus 80,000 trillion. Human genius. Today, you will undoubtedly die. Just as the five-clawed horned dragon was about to devour the amethyst dragon lion, a terrifying voice echoed from afar. The clear sky instantly darkened, and a massive shadow that blotted out the sun slowly appeared before Li Qingshan and his group. It's here! A being above the beast gods. The king of fierce beasts. A colossal black spider, as if crawling out from the abyss, exuding an extremely terrifying aura, like an evil god descending. Abyss Spider God. Level 70, Advanced Beast God. That's right. Above the beast gods are the even more powerful advanced beast gods. They are the true apex of fierce beasts. Each advanced beast god can easily destroy a city and slaughter thousands upon thousands of people. The amethyst dragon lion, just now, in front of the abyss spider god, was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Advanced beast gods are far more terrifying than ordinary beast gods. The most formidable aspect is their domain power, such as the abyss spider god before them. Around its body, it formed an abyssal domain, suppressing the strength of any enemy that entered it. It would also instill fear in their hearts. Do you really think so little of my Jiangcheng, even sending an advanced beast god? The commander of Jiangcheng stared at the abyss spider god ahead, his eyes wide open. Advanced beast god? I thought Jiangcheng was safe, but who would have thought, Jiangcheng is doomed. On the city walls, the warriors who had just thought Jiangcheng was saved and were preparing to celebrate, upon seeing the sudden appearance of the advanced beast god, immediately became dejected. Advanced beast god. This is not something an ordinary war god can handle, only an advanced war god can contend with it. Consuming 128,000 trillion HP, main body upgrades to level 68 war god, clone upgrades to level 68 beast god. Li Qingshan snorted coldly and charged at the abyss spider god without hesitation, the five-clawed horned dragon following closely behind. Just fight directly. Saying too much is useless and a waste of time. A mere war god. How dare you act arrogant before me, the spider god? Ignorant of life and death. Today, I will make you disappear within my abyssal domain. Suppress them. The abyss spider god, with its black gold armor-like shell, let out a roar that shook the nine nether abyss. Once an advanced beast god activates its domain, when ordinary beast gods enter, their strength will be suppressed by at least 30%, and some weaker ones may even be suppressed by 70%. Even weaker beast gods, or beast kings, will be crushed by the domain, struggling to survive. Therefore, the abyss spider god can destroy the city effortlessly. It only needs to activate its domain and walk around Zhang City a few times. Not a single person in the entire city would survive. At this moment, a meteor-class fighter jet is rushing toward Zhang City. At the front of the fighter jet, a marquis dressed in a well-fitted military uniform, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, exudes an imposing aura. He stands upright, gazing forward. Marquis, we are approximately 5 minutes away from Zhang City. A soldier in alloy battle armor hurriedly approached and reported. 5 minutes? The marquis frowned deeply and said sternly, too slow. Accelerate immediately. A high-level beast god has been detected in Zhang City. The city's director and commander are no match for it. If anything happens to Li Qingshan, we will all be held accountable. He is the future pillar of Huaxia. Understood. Accelerating will get us to Zhang City in about 3 minutes, but the meteor-class fighter jet will suffer severe damage, the subordinate reported. Execute immediately. The marquis ordered without hesitation. Yes. The subordinate quickly went to deliver the order. Li Qingshan, I hope you can hold on. The marquis stared in the direction of Zhang City, clenching his fists. According to the records, if the information is true, Li Qingshan's minimum achievement would be earning the title of marquis or even duke. Therefore, no mistakes can be allowed. Impossible. Zhang City. The abyss spider god discovered that After Li Qingshan and the five-clawed horned dragon entered its domain, they were completely unaffected, as if its domain did not exist. Shock filled its heart. Your bloodline is too inferior. The domain cannot affect the noble dragon. However, our domain can harm you, Li Qingshan said. As his words fell, the thunder domain instantly activated, transforming the area around his body into a sea of lightning. Electric arcs flickered, spreading destructive power in all directions. Suddenly, electric arcs fell around the abyss spider god, accompanied by the smell of burning, causing it immense pain and significantly reducing its combat power. At this moment, a trace of fear flashed in the abyss spider god's eyes. Even without using domain power, you are no match for me. Li Qingshan sneered. The abyss spider god let out a cold snort, and two spear-like leg tips stabbed toward Li Qingshan and the five-clawed horned dragon, whistling through the air at incredible speed. Simultaneously, a mass of thick, sticky liquid sprayed from the air, shooting toward the five-clawed horned dragon. The liquid expanded into a web-like structure mid-air, aiming straight at them. Bang! Li Qingshan's thunder hammer heavily struck the abyss spider god's leg tip, instantly unleashing thunderous power that enveloped its entire body. Blue light and electric arcs erupted from the abyss spider god's body, causing its muscles to sting painfully. It spat out green liquid from its mouth, its body trembling slightly. The fear in its eyes gradually turned into terror. The abyss spider god finally understood why the amethyst dragon lion was defeated so quickly. It was because this thunderous power was too terrifying. It had never seen any human at the war god level, or even a beast god level thunder attribute beast, possess such horrifying thunderous power. Even its high-level beast god vitality and armor could not withstand this thunderous corrosion. The power of lightning does not leave significant external injuries but attacks the internal organs, making it harder to heal than external wounds, and sometimes even impossible to recover. Thus, the abyss spider god was terrified. Watching Li Qingshan and the five-clawed horned dragon easily tear through its web, it turned and fled. If it didn't run now, it would never have another chance. Don't even think about running. Stop right there. Li Qingshan saw it fleeing, roared furiously, and chased after it. Stop chasing, stop chasing. I won't kill humans anymore, please stop chasing me. The abyss spider god desperately ran away, glancing back at Li Qingshan, who was getting faster and faster. Its 8 legs exerted all their strength, but in the end, it was caught by Li Qingshan. After a fierce struggle for several rounds, it was finally paralyzed by the electric shock from the five-clawed horned dragon and Li Qingshan. Yes, paralyzed. Its entire body convulsed, unable to move, spewing green liquid from its mouth. Li Qingshan, towering several thousand meters tall, grabbed one of the abyss spider god's legs with one hand and slammed it onto the ground. Boom! A dull thud echoed, the earth cracked, and dust rose everywhere. Trying to run? Let's see where you can. Run now. Boom! Run, will you? Boom! Run, will you? Boom! You can't escape now. Finally, Li Qingshan felt that this creature had been smashed to pieces and wasn't worth eating, so he casually tossed it to the nearby five-clawed horned dragon clone. The five-clawed horned dragon immediately rushed over and began devouring it. The martial artists of Jiangcheng stared wide-eyed, completely stunned. A high-level beast god. That was a high-level beast god. And it was killed so brutally? The number one genius of Huaxia truly lives up to his reputation. Everyone silently gave a thumbs up in their hearts, admiring him to the utmost. Li Qingshan returned to his normal form, secretly thinking, there's still more than half a month until my duel with Wang Qingcha. I need to become even stronger. Devouring a level 70 high-level beast god increased the main body's vitality by 330,000 trillion and the clone's vitality by 330,000 trillion, consumed 256,000 trillion vitality. Main body upgraded to level 69 war god, clone upgraded to level 69 beast god level 69. Li Qingshan let out a long breath. Just one more level, and he could enter the ranks of high-level war gods. By then, he would surely defeat Wang Qingcha completely. At this moment, in the distant sky, a meteor-class fighter jet rapidly approached and stopped above the city wall. A group of martial artists in advanced battle armor flew out of the armor, hovering in mid-air. The alloy battle armor gleamed brightly, exuding an imposing aura. Leading them was a man in military uniform, with golden, shining stars on his shoulders, sword-like brows, and bright eyes, radiating extraordinary presence. Marquis? Lord Marquis. The commander of Jiangcheng was astonished upon seeing the visitor. He never expected someone of such status To come to a small place like Jiangcheng. Surely, it must be for Li Qingshan? He quickly stepped forward to salute. The other soldiers on the city wall also saluted, their faces filled with respect. In Jiangcheng, every marquis was a powerful figure. The commander of Jiangcheng himself was a baron, considered a minor noble in Huaxia, but a marquis was a major noble. Generally speaking, someone of marquis status would never appear in a small place like Jiangcheng. For the martial artists of Jiangcheng, seeing a marquis was an extremely rare honor. Jiangcheng is being plagued by a beast tide. Have those ferocious beasts and beast gods retreated? Jun Ding, dressed in a crisp military uniform, looked at the ruined city and asked. Reporting to Lord Marquis. The beast tide in Jiangcheng has already retreated. A freshman from Jiangcheng University, Li Qingshan, killed 43 beast gods in this battle, including one high-level beast god. He single-handedly repelled the beast tide. The next moment, the commander of Jiangcheng stepped forward to request credit for Li Qingshan. Killed 43 beast gods, including one high-level beast god. Single-handedly repelled the beast tide. As soon as the commander finished speaking, Jun Ding and the martial artists behind him exchanged glances and looked toward Li Qingshan and his five-clawed horned dragon. Level 69? Even the experienced marquis was slightly stunned, his eyes showing shock. That dragon, and the young man. Yes, it must be Li Qingshan. Is this Li Qingshan and his beast companion, a dragon? Jun Ding asked uncertainly. Yes, this is the pride of Jiangcheng, Li Qingshan. Jiangcheng's commander nodded solemnly, his face full of pride. The warriors on the city wall also felt proud of Li Qingshan. 18 years old and at the peak of the war god realm. Isn't that defying the heavens? Hiss. At this moment, Marquis Jun Ding and his entourage gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. Becoming a war god at 18 was already unbelievable, a true miracle of humanity. Moreover, Li Qingshan was not just newly entering the war god realm, he was at its peak, only one step away from becoming a true advanced war god. Terrifying. Is he even human? Didn't the report say Li Qingshan had just entered the war god realm? Jun Ding's face still carried a look of surprise. He advanced during battle. He is now at the peak of the war god realm. Jiangcheng's commander nodded firmly. Jun Ding and Li Qingshan locked eyes, and besides the shock, there was a deep sense of enthusiasm. Of course, this enthusiasm had no ulterior motives. He had to find a way to attract Li Qingshan to his team for cultivation. Once Li Qingshan grew, Jun Ding's position as his mentor would also be solidified. Indeed, at this moment, Jun Ding had already developed the idea of taking Li Qingshan as his disciple. Li Qingshan, Jiangcheng is too small to contain you. Would you be willing to join the military? Based on your achievements today, I can help you apply for at least a Viscount title. In addition, there's a manor villa in the central district of the Magic City, and I can prioritize arranging any weapons or elixirs you need. With your talent and strength, joining the military will provide greater development opportunities and allow you to nurture future generations. Jun Ding stared at Li Qingshan, his eyes full of anticipation. A title is more valuable than any position, carrying the highest prestige. Moreover, only the military grants titles, civil officials do not have them. Jiangcheng's commander is a baron. This baron title, even if he dies or retires, can be passed down to his son and grandson, lasting for 3 generations. After the 3rd generation, the title will be revoked. His descendants will also enjoy Viscount-level benefits, such as title subsidies and certain privileges. 3 generations of barons can certainly cultivate a powerful warrior. This cycle, generation after generation, will never be broken. As for Viscount, it is a title 1 level higher than baron and can also be inherited for 3 generations. The 4th generation inherits the baron title, continuing for another 3 generations. In other words, a Viscount title can be passed down for 6 generations. Generally speaking, Viscounts are almost exclusively granted to advanced war gods. It is very difficult for a war god to earn enough military achievements, and many advanced war gods remain barons instead of Viscounts. Yet Li Qingshan, who is currently only at the war god realm, is directly being offered a Viscount title. This treatment is indeed quite high. Moreover, his military achievements in saving Jiangcheng have not actually reached the standard for a Viscount title. However, Li Qingshan did not care about these things. He had no need for such superficial honors. He knew exactly what he wanted. He looked at Marquis Jun Ding and asked, "If I join the military, will I have freedom of movement?" Freedom of movement? Jun Ding frowned. Military discipline. is very strict, and freedom of movement is indeed difficult to achieve. But that applies to ordinary people. For Li Qingshan, it would be different. He could apply for it without issue. After all, geniuses are given preferential treatment everywhere. I feel uncomfortable if I don't kill fierce beasts for a day. You want me to stand guard or handle miscellaneous tasks? No way. I must kill fierce beasts. If the army arranges a dozen fierce beasts of similar strength to mine every day for me to kill to my heart's content, I would gladly join the military. Li Qingshan patted his chest and said, "What?" As soon as Li Qingshan spoke, Jun Ding and the people around him were stunned. Everyone else fears fighting fierce beasts of the same level, with a death rate of about 50%. Who wouldn't be scared? But this guy actively requests missions to kill fierce beasts? However, Jun Ding could definitely meet Li Qingshan's request. The army has no shortage of missions, especially those involving killing fierce beasts. No problem. Jun Ding nodded solemnly and said excitedly, "So, are you willing to join the army?" "Yes, I can." Li Qingshan nodded. "Great. Get ready, and come with me to Magic City right away to meet someone. If you have any requests, you can mention them now," Jun Ding said. "No need to prepare anything, just notify my parents for me. They are in Chang City," Li Qingshan replied. "Don't worry, someone will notify them." Jun Ding nodded and immediately made a phone call. The military martial artists in Jiang City looked at Li Qingshan with envy. So young, yet already holding the title of Viscount. A small family could easily rise to prominence. Li Qingshan planned to establish himself in Magic City first and then bring his parents and relatives over. "Hello, Duke, it's settled. Li Qingshan is willing to join the army." "Alright, when will you bring him back?" "Immediately, but there's something I need to report." "Speak." "I promised him a Viscount title. What do you think?" "Viscount? No problem. With his talent and today's military achievements, a little preferential treatment is fine." Jun Ding breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "Duke, there's more to report." "More? Speak." The Duke frowned. "Li Qingshan is already a level 69 war god," Marquis Jun Ding said excitedly. "What? Level 69 war god?" "Jun Ding, there are no false words in the military." In Magic City, inside a heavily guarded office, an elderly man immediately stood up from his chair, his eyes filled with shock. 18 years old. Level 69 war god? These two terms together sounded too incredible. Add just 18 years old, he had already entered the ranks of advanced war gods. What would he be like in another 10 years? At this moment, the Duke's long-dormant passion was ignited. "Tell Li Qingshan. I will personally apply for a first-class Earl title for him. The result will be out within a day at the latest. Once it's confirmed, bring him to the 9th Division of the Magic City military immediately. Also, cut off Jiang City's network. All videos of Li Qingshan's battles taken on people's phones must be deleted. I will contact the Magic City military's information department to clean up any videos uploaded online. Furthermore, no citizen of Jiang City is allowed to leave. I will immediately arrange for the military to take over. All citizens must be relocated to the 9th Division and completely isolated from the outside world. Until Li Qingshan reappears, no contact with the outside world is permitted. The few people you bring over must be thoroughly examined upon return and sign confidentiality agreements. The fact that Li Qingshan is a level 69 war god must be kept absolutely confidential. Do you understand?" The Duke's face was stern as he issued orders. An 18-year-old level 69 war god. If this news leaks, it would be a sensational headline across all of China. Although there are no enemies targeting Li Qingshan within China, the Fierce Beast clan would certainly have. Individuals wanting the ferocious beasts had not been completely eradicated, and internal conflicts were intense. Every day, they schemed to seize other countries' territories. It was possible they would send martial artists to kill Li Qingshan. They absolutely did not want to see such a genius rise in Huaxia. Not to mention, this genius's abilities were truly terrifying. Before Li Qingshan became fully powerful, he had to remain absolutely hidden. Understood. Jun Ding nodded solemnly, clearly aware of the Duke's regard for Li Qingshan, and asked, "Duke, how should we explain the Jiangqing incident to the public this time?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. "Announce to the public that all the citizens of Jiangchang have perished, with no survivors," the Duke said coldly. Understood. Jun Ding nodded and immediately began to execute the orders. First, cut off the internet, then notify the martial artists in the city, pacify the citizens, and have the military take over. Immediately. The citizens of Jiangcheng did not object. They were already deeply grateful to Li Qingshan for surviving and dared not ask for anything more. Li Qingshan followed Jun Ding onto a meteor class fighter jet, hastily flying toward the 9th Division of the Moto military. His Kuanping and 5-clawed horned dragon followed closely behind. After settling the two beasts, Li Qingshan and Jun Ding headed together to the Duke's office. Jun Ding, who is this beside you? A relative of yours? In front of the office, a marquis dressed in military uniform with shining star insignias on his shoulders, standing tall and exuding a powerful aura, suddenly spoke. Behind this marquis stood a young man, a few years older than Li Qingshan, around 22 or 23 years old, also dressed in military uniform and radiating an extraordinary presence. No. Jun Ding glanced casually, appearing somewhat annoyed. Isn't it just bringing a relative to pull some strings? Why act so high and mighty? Marquis Zhao looked at Li Qingshan impatiently. Kid, which of Jun Ding's relatives are you? Are you crazy, looking for trouble for no reason? Li Qingshan frowned, retorting to Marquis Zhao, with behavior like yours, you'd have been beaten up hundreds of times if this were a novel. Kid, you've got guts. Before the words had even settled, Jun Ding's expression changed. The young man behind Marquis Zhao immediately stepped forward, pointing at Li Qingshan's nose and shouting angrily, do you know who you just insulted? This is the Marquis of Daxia. Apologize immediately, or I'll teach you a lesson. On behalf of my second uncle. Such lack of manners. Jun Ding was somewhat surprised. Both Marquis Zhao and himself were marquises, and he usually wouldn't dare to offend him lightly. He hadn't expected Li Qingshan to be so bold, daring to confront them like this. It was truly unexpected. Dog barking. How about a fight? Li Qingshan chuckled lightly, staring disdainfully at the young man. No holds barred. If you lose, I'll give you a meteor-class fighter jet. How about that? Along the way, Li Qingshan had been muttering about Jun Ding's meteor-class fighter jet. It was so cool. He had to get one. For himself. Dog barking, wasn't that calling him a dog? Marquis Zhao saw the young man burning with rage and immediately said, fine, a fight. Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Qingshan's fist had already slammed into the young man's chest, sending him flying and crashing hard into the alloy wall behind. A marquis, can't provoke him? Jun Ding's words instantly ignited Marquis Zhao's fury, as fierce as a volcanic eruption. This brat actually crippled my nephew. He's a direct descendant of the Zhao family in the Magic City. You say I can't provoke him? I am a marquis, a member of the Zhao family in the Magic City. What is this brat worth? Second uncle, help me. The young man leaning against the alloy wall corner had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, his hair scorched, and his skin blackened by electricity. He looked to his second uncle for help. This brat crippled my nephew, who is the future successor of the Zhao family. Even if the King of Heaven himself comes, I will cripple him. Marquis Zhao roared. As soon as the words fell, Marquis Zhao and Jun Ding's blood and energy surged, beginning a secret contest of strength. When had Marquis Zhao ever suffered such humiliation? Squeak! At that moment, the office door slowly opened, and a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped out, his blood and energy thick and powerful. His presence was like a mountain, exuding an aura of authority that made people dare not look directly at him. He frowned as he looked at Marquis Zhao and Jun Ding outside the door. A powerful aura instantly erupted from his body, pressing down on Marquis Zhao and Jun Ding. In the next moment, both Marquis Zhao and Jun Ding felt as if their shoulders were burdened with 1,000 pounds, their knees buckling as they knelt to the ground, yet their eyes showed willing submission. Grand Duke, Jun Ding, and this brat have gone too far. I originally planned to bring my nephew to visit you, but after a few words of argument with this brat, he sneak attacked and shattered my nephew's Dantian and Blood Sea, completely crippling him. Grand Duke, please uphold justice for me and support the Zhao family. If this matter spreads, everyone will think the Zhao family is easy to bully. Marquis Zhao gritted his teeth and glared angrily at Jun Ding and Li Qingshan, his eyes full of hatred. The Grand Duke's gaze swept over Jun Ding and Li Qingshan, his brows slightly furrowed. Instantly, a powerful aura surged toward Li Qingshan. Marquis Zhao watched, his heart blooming with joy. Ordinary warriors, once suppressed by such an aura, would kneel if they were below the rank of Marquis. However, Li Qingshan stood firmly, his eyes filled with disdain, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Is this all you've got? Just this? As soon as the words fell, Jun Ding, Marquis Zhao, and the Grand Duke were all stunned, their faces showing shock. This brat could actually withstand the Grand Duke's aura? How was that possible? Ordinary warriors couldn't possibly endure the Grand Duke's aura. But Li Qingshan was different. His avatar was a 5-clawed horned dragon, a true dragon bloodline, immune to the suppression of the Grand Duke's aura. Aura and domain rely either on bloodline or strength. On Blue Star, humans and most ferocious beasts have similar bloodlines, with little difference, so no one pays attention to it. Another perspective focuses solely on strength, believing that the aura and domain of the strong will inevitably crush the weak. However, a powerful bloodline can resist the suppression of strength and aura. This is why the domain of the advanced beast god Abyss Spider God is ineffective against Li Qingshan. Similarly, the Grand Duke's aura has no effect on Li Qingshan. Even if the Grand Duke activates his domain, it will be to no avail. The Grand Duke saw Li Qingshan unharmed, his brows furrowing tightly, his face showing doubt. Grand Duke, this person is him. That one. Jun Ding quickly reminded. That one? Li Qingshan? No wonder. The Grand Duke nodded. Such a thing would be hard to understand for anyone else. But Li Qingshan was different. After all, an 18-year-old level 69 war god, what miracle hasn't he seen? You too, come inside with me, the Grand Duke said. Li Qingshan finally met the legendary Duke, who commanded an army, guarded the coastline, and held a position of great power and influence. At the same time, he was also a top martial arts expert. Duke, wait a moment. Li Qingshan waved his hand and turned to the young man sitting against the wall with a vacant expression. Brother, isn't it time to hand over the Meteor-class fighter jet? Meteor-class fighter jet? As soon as the words fell, the nephew of Marquis Zhao looked embarrassed. It's over. He had agreed too quickly earlier. How could he have a Meteor-class fighter jet? Only his second uncle, Marquis Zhao, owned one. That thing wasn't cheap, even high-level war gods weren't qualified to possess one. Almost only marquises were eligible to be equipped with it. He helplessly looked at his second uncle, Marquis Zhao. Marquis Zhao was also dumbfounded. I just bought a Meteor-class fighter jet last month after finally gathering enough money. Why are you looking at me? How could I possibly compensate you? Buddy, you can't just give up like this, can you? Li Qingshan frowned slightly and looked at Marquis Zhao across from him, saying, Your Zhao family is too soft, isn't it? You crumble over such a small matter? It's just a Meteor-class fighter jet. What? Just a Meteor-class fighter jet? What do you know, kid? At this moment, Marquis Zhao wanted to curse, but the Duke clearly valued Li Qingshan highly, so Marquis Zhao didn't dare to go too far. After all, in this matter, the Zhao family was indeed in the wrong. They had lost the bet. The one who placed the bet was the direct descendant of the Zhao family, representing the family's reputation and credibility. I remember you just bought a Meteor-class fighter jet last month, right? You should contribute to the family. The Duke coldly stared at Marquis Zhao, clearly siding with Li Qingshan. Normally, in such duels between juniors, losing would just mean leaving or being expelled, and no one would fuss over it. Asking for a Meteor-class fighter jet was simply impossible. But now the Duke had spoken. If the Zhao family refused, and the Duke got angry, the losses would be far greater than just this. Marquis Zhao had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Fine, I'll send it over as soon as possible. Marquis Zhao could only solemnly nod in agreement, though his heart ached terribly. He looked at his nephew with eyes full of anger. What a useless fool! If you can't handle things, why provoke others? At the same time, he looked at Li Qingshan with eyes full of wariness. Who exactly was this kid? Why did the Duke value him so much? Only 18 years old, just starting university, even with great talent. There were plenty of young people in China with better talent than him. For example, the elder brother of this useless nephew was preparing to marry a talented girl, who happened to possess the Golden Crow's sacred body. Could he be the child of some big shot? Judging by his demeanor, it didn't seem like it. Marquis Zhao couldn't figure it out, but he didn't have time to dwell on it. His Meteor-class fighter jet gone. He coldly stared at his nephew, his gaze almost murderous. Li Qingshan, here are the honor certificate, medal, and military uniform sent by the Magic City military. Upon entering the office, the Duke directly handed a box to Li Qingshan. Regarding your matter, the higher-ups urgently discussed and approved it. I originally wanted to grant you the title of first-class Earl. However, the higher-ups decided during the meeting to grant you the title of third-class Marquis. Third-class Marquis. As soon as the Duke finished speaking, the military officer standing nearby couldn't help but gasp in amazement, his eyes full of envy. He had spent his entire life struggling to achieve the title of second-class Marquis. Yet this kid had so easily obtained the title of third-class Marquis, only one rank below his own. At first, I couldn't believe it either, but this is the decision from above. Li Qingshan, congratulations. From now on, contribute more to Huaxia. Every month, you'll receive a generous stipend as a third-class Marquis. If you have any other requests, feel free to let me know. The Duke looked at Li Qingshan with satisfaction. An 18-year-old war god. No, with this kid's talent and growth speed, he will definitely reach the strength of an advanced war god before 19. The future hope of Huaxia. I heard that because of me, Zhangcheng is going to be locked down? Li Qingshan asked. That's right. It's to protect you. Your talent is too astonishing, I have to admit. You are Huaxia's #1 genius, and you deserve this title. In Huaxia, you are a dazzling new star. But in the eyes of the murderer clan and other countries, you are a thorn in their side. I can guarantee it. They will definitely try to assassinate you. For safety, this lockdown must be enforced. Of course, once your strength grows, this restriction will be lifted, and they can reintegrate into society, the Duke said firmly. The people of Jiangcheng will be properly resettled by me. I want to ask, can my parents and family come back? Li Qingshan spoke. Of course. The Duke, understanding Li Qingshan's personality, knew he didn't play by the rules. If he refused, Li Qingshan might not join the army. It's just a family reunion, no big deal. As long as they align their stories and come to the Magic City in advance, arriving before Jiangcheng falls is fine. After all, no one will pay attention to an ordinary family suddenly appearing. Any other requests? The Duke continued to ask. Tasks? Li Qingshan said eagerly. Give me more tasks to hunt fierce beasts. I'm in a hurry to get started. Don't worry, the military cauldron Marquis already mentioned this to me. I'll personally arrange it, the Duke said. You don't need to worry about other trivial matters. I'll handle them directly. Every day, an assistant will provide you with a certain number of tasks and assist you throughout. How does that sound? The Duke asked, looking at Li Qingshan. No problem. Li Qingshan replied easily. For him, these were not difficult matters. As long as there were fierce beasts to hunt, he was satisfied. The military cauldron Marquis, standing nearby, frowned slightly, his mouth twitching. What did this mean? Was he trying to steal his man? Then wouldn't his plan to take Li Qingshan as a disciple be completely ruined? Military cauldron, arrange Li Qingshan's accommodation and family matters, the Duke said. The military cauldron Marquis quickly nodded. Afterward, Li Qingshan was assigned a room to rest by the military cauldron Marquis. Not long after, the two entered the Magic City together. As a third-class Marquis, Li Qingshan was, of course, entitled to live in a decent villa estate. Mountain water estate. This was a super luxurious mansion for the wealthy, covering a vast area of greenery. It had 3 6-story villas, 1 in the center and 2 on the sides. In front, there were large lawns, a swimming pool, and a garden. Naturally, such a large estate required servants, and Li Qingshan would have to hire them himself. He tried on his military uniform, which fit well. The stars on his shoulders sparkled, symbolizing the rank of a third-class Marquis. At the same time, his first Marquis stipend was credited to his account. 1 million trillion Huaxia currency. The next day, Li Qingshan bought some fierce beast corpses and threw them to his 5-clawed horned dragon. Plus 1 million trillion blood energy, the 5-clawed horned dragon clone consumed 1 million trillion blood points, upgrading the main body to level 70 advanced war god and the clone to level 70 advanced beast god. The Kuanpeng clone consumed 1,000 trillion blood points, upgrading the clone to level 60 beast god. Opening the personal panel, main body, Li Qingshan height, 20 centimeters strength, level 70 war god blood points, 10 million trillion / 200 million trillion talent, SSS level talent skills, Thunder Blood, Thunder Hammer, Thunder Shadow 3000 Speed, Thunder Domain, Thunder Dragon Armor, Thunder Punishment, Dragon Clan Dharma Aspect, has acquired the 5-clawed horned dragon talent and Dragon Clan Dharma Aspect, Clone, 5-clawed horned dragon length, 10,000 meters strength, level 70 beast god blood points, 10 million trillion / 200 million trillion talent, SSS level, at level 71. Can evolve into 7-clawed Thunder Dragon, evolution path determined as 9-clawed Thunder Dragon Ancestral Dragon, clone, Kuanpeng length, 8,000 meters strength, level 60 blood points, 800/2000. Trillion talent, SS level, at level 61, can evolve into Thunder-Winged Kuanping, evolution path determined as Chaos Kuanping Ancestral Kuanping, contractor, Phoenix hatchling name, Su Baijiu strength, level 2 warrior talent, SSS level daily supply, 2 blood points, Phoenix divine body unlocks at level 10. At this moment, Li Qingshan officially entered the ranks of advanced war gods. Just one more level, and the 5-clawed horned dragon could evolve into a 7-clawed thunder dragon, allowing him to gain new Dragon Clan talents. Su Baijiu's strength also increased by 1 level. Kuanping successfully reached level 60 beast god, just 1 level away from evolving into Thunder-Winged Kuanping. On this day, the Zhao family delivered a meteor-class fighter jet. This fighter jet is extremely fast, has astonishing defense, and is fully equipped, capable of directly contacting multiple official organizations. It also has an oversized storage space, capable of holding a large amount of supplies. Normally, this meteor-class bomber is stored in a space bracelet and can be summoned by warriors when needed. This is why a marquis would need half a lifetime to afford one. A city's commander is only at the Baron level. Above Baron are Viscount, 3rd-class Earl, 2nd-class Earl, 1st-class Earl. Beyond that is 3rd-class Marquis. Marquis Zhao is a 2nd-class Marquis, and the Zhao family paid a huge price for this. Li Qingshan bound the fighter jet's information to his iris. With a thought, the bracelet transformed into a giant plane appearing before him. The entire body was made of sturdy alloy, capable of withstanding powerful destructive attacks. His family and parents all came here. After helping them settle in, everyone had a meal together. He also invested a large sum of money for his father, uncle, elder uncle, and other relatives to start businesses in the Magic City. This sum of money was insignificant to Li Qingshan but astronomical for his family. After all, the family's most glorious period was when his grandmother was still alive. And his grandmother was just an ordinary war god. As for himself, he was already an advanced war god. For now, he couldn't easily reveal his identity, but soon he would have the ability to protect himself. By then, he could disclose his identity, protect the family business, and ensure the smooth development of the family's endeavors. What man wouldn't want to see his family prosper, descendants full of talent, dominating the entire dynasty? However, his real name couldn't be disclosed to the public. He had a new title, Little Marquis. This was a title for the second generation in the capital, not very famous and with average strength. His uncles, aunts, and other relatives were deeply grateful and vowed to assist the family in achieving glory, becoming the new aristocracy of the Magic City. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan had learned about Wang Qingqia's situation. The news of Jiangcheng facing a beast tide had already been reported, but the higher-ups were too busy to allocate manpower. Upon learning this, the Zhao family informed the Wang family, urging them to seek refuge in the Magic City. The direct descendants of the Wang family were now settled in the Magic City, pinning all their hopes on Wang Qingqia. This genius, possessing the Golden Crow sacred body, was about to become the Zhao family's daughter-in-law. Su Baijiu was also secretly escorted back to the Magic City by family warriors during the beast tide. After hearing the news that Jiangcheng had suffered a catastrophic disaster, Su Baijiu hadn't drunk water for 2 days. Several times, she tried to rush out of the house to search for traces of Li Qingshan and the ruins of Jiangcheng, but each time she was pulled back by the warriors guarding her. Her phone was silent with no messages. She had tried calling Li Qingshan several times, but all she got was no service area. Could it be that Li Qingshan was really dead? In the Zhao family of the Magic City, the atmosphere in a quiet room was heavy. A robust man in his 50s sat in the middle of a metallic beast-hide sofa. On either side sat Marquis Zhao, another middle-aged man, and a young man in his mid-20s, brimming with vitality. They were all warriors. Useless. I told you to take Ziqiang to meet Duke Feng, not to send him to his death. The Zhao family elder glared angrily at Marquis Zhao. The doctor just said that Ziqiang's sea of blood has been destroyed, and he can no longer practice martial arts. Marquis Zhao lowered his head, his brows furrowed. He also felt wronged about this matter, especially after losing a meteor-class fighter jet for nothing. Sai, the elder of the Zhao family, sighed, his face full of helplessness. This can't be blamed on the second brother. It can only be said that Ziqiang was unlucky. Thank you for understanding, big brother, Marquis Zhao nodded. However, the person who injured Ziqiang is somewhat unusual. I sent people to investigate, but they couldn't find any background information. As if he appeared out of thin air. Moreover, Duke Feng values him highly. It's really strange. The Zhao family elder frowned. Someone whose background can't be traced? If you can't find anything, keep investigating. You'll eventually find clues. First, figure out who the opponent is, then decide how to avenge Ziqiang. As the head of the family, I won't act rashly without understanding the enemy, to avoid suffering losses. Understood, Marquis Zhao responded. By the way, how are the preparations for Ziqian's engagement banquet? The Zhao family elder turned to ask the eldest brother. Elder, it's almost ready, scheduled for the 8th of next month. We plan to invite all the major families in the Magic City to witness it, the eldest brother replied. The elder nodded. Although the girl's family background is average, she possesses the Golden Crow's sacred body, which will help Ziqian develop in the military in the future. I heard she was engaged to a poor family boy. Has that matter been resolved? Don't worry, father. There's no need to worry about that. Jiangchang was destroyed by the beast tide, and none of the civilians survived. That poor family boy was also in Jiangchang, so he's probably gone, the eldest brother said. Ding dong, ding dong. On this rare leisurely day, Li Qingshan was lying down, preparing to rest well, as he had to hunt fierce beasts tomorrow. Suddenly, the doorbell rang from outside the manor. He looked out through the room's screen. Standing outside the door was a girl in military uniform, with straight long legs and a heroic demeanor. A goddess of the military, no less. She was extremely beautiful, undoubtedly the center of attention in the military. Her bright, confident, and proud eyes were striking. Her slender, flawless neck was like that of a noble little swan. Who? Li Qingshan asked. Your assistant, Feng Qinyu? Outside the manor, a woman in military uniform answered sternly. Li Qingshan unlocked the gate, allowing her into the villa. He got up and met his future assistant in the living room. Feng Qinyu. Compared to her appearance on the surveillance footage, she was even more exquisite and beautiful in person. Especially her neatly tied black hair, which made one want to reach out and adjust it. Her aloof demeanor resembled an elegant swan, stirring a strong desire for conquest in a man's heart. Young Marquis, please watch your gaze and behavior. Don't stare. Feng Qinyu frowned, her tone cold. Bang! Before her words had fully landed, Li Qingshan suddenly stepped forward, leaving an afterimage behind him. Before Feng Qinyu could react, his hand had already gripped her fair neck. The next second, she felt herself being lifted, a sense of pressure on her neck making it hard to breathe. Before she could process what was happening, she was thrown heavily onto the sofa behind her. Li Qingshan's strong body pressed down on her, his intense masculine presence overwhelming. It was only at this moment that Feng Qinyu realized what had happened. She hurriedly gathered her strength to resist, but found that Li Qingshan was like a mountain pressing down on her, rendering her completely immobile. She asked anxiously, Li Qingshan, what are you doing? How dare you be so disrespectful to me? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson right now? Before her words were finished, Li Qingshan's other hand began tearing at the buttons of Feng Qinyu's collar, revealing a patch of snow-white skin. A hint of madness flashed in his eyes. You're courting death. Feng Qinyu's face turned icy as she swung a slap at Li Qingshan, her movement as fast as lightning, the air whistling with the force. Smack! The next second, her hand was caught by Li Qingshan's iron-like grip and pinned to the sofa. Her other wrist was also firmly restrained. Her fair, slender wrists were flawless, like works of art. Li Qingshan observed her skin, noticing that every inch was as white as snow. His large hand reached out toward her again. Stop! Feng Qinyu screamed. Struggling desperately, but she couldn't overpower the strong man before her. She could only grit her teeth and concede. In the future, what kind of attitude should you have toward me? Li Qingshan pinched her face, a mocking smile on his lips. I should show more respect. Feng Qinyu lowered her head, though in her heart, she wished she could kill him. This man was utterly detestable. Smack! 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 Li Qingshan lightly patted her cheek. Be good. Since you're my secretary, you need to obey me. Don't act so high and mighty. Now, tell me, why did you come here today? To get acquainted. Feng Qinyu suppressed her anger, looking at Li Qingshan, who exuded an overwhelming masculine aura. Also, can you get off me? Little lady, you're the one taking advantage of me. She was so furious she couldn't speak. From now on, all your tasks will be assigned by me. I'll choose the most suitable ones for you to handle. According to the records, you're a level 69 war god, correct? Feng Qinyu quickly shifted into work mode and asked. That was yesterday. Li Qingshan replied. What? Feng Xinyu froze, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Now, I'm a level 70 advanced war god. Li Qingshan lounged on the sofa, his posture lazy, yet exuding terrifying talent and confidence, completely unlike an 18-year-old boy. Level 70, advanced war god? Feng Xinyu's eyes widened. In shock. An advanced war god at 18? Your talent is truly terrifying. But she was a step too late, he had already broken through. I didn't expect you to level up so quickly. The tasks I set before are now obsolete, and I need to assign you new ones. Feng Xinyu said. No problem, as long as there are fierce beasts for me to kill, any task is fine. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Emergency mission, A. Large number of fierce beasts are storming the Black Coastline, and the defending army is barely holding on. Traces of high-level beast gods have also been discovered. Requesting reinforcements. You should be able to sign up for this mission. If you take a Meteor-class fighter jet, you can reach there in about 10 minutes. The Black Coastline is in a very unique location, a stretch of land that curves inward. If the fierce beasts break through the defense line, they will attack thousands of cities to the north or possibly head straight for the Magic City to the south. This mission is perfect for you. As long as you don't act recklessly, the danger won't be too great. Feng Xinyu stared at the task displayed on the tablet and spoke. Understood. Let's go. Li Qingshan could no longer hold back. His only thought now was to enhance his strength. The time for the final match of his bet with Wang Qingcha was drawing closer, and Li Qingshan felt the urgency. He had to completely defeat Wang Qingcha. No one could stop him. Feng Xinyu accompanied Li Qingshan onto the Meteor-class fighter jet. After Li Qingshan issued the command, the jet quickly flew toward the Black Coastline. As for Li Qingshan's two avatars, the five-clawed horned dragon and the Kuanping, they followed closely behind. Feng Xinyu had notified the guards along the way in advance to ensure they wouldn't harm them. Currently, the five-clawed horned dragon is at level 70, and the Kuanping is at level 60. Just one more level, and they can evolve. The five-clawed horned dragon will transform into a seven-clawed thunder dragon, and the Kuanping will evolve into a thunder-winged Kuanping. 10 minutes later, Li Qingshan's Meteor-class fighter jet appeared above the Black Coastline. Looking out, the Black Sea was teeming with fierce beasts, surging like a tide, crawling madly toward the shore. The coastline stretched endlessly. It was at least tens of thousands of kilometers long, with sea beasts frantically storming the beaches. Yes, tens of thousands of kilometers. Blue Star's surface area was vast, and the Black Coastline was incredibly long. Beast landings were a common occurrence, and this was considered a small-scale assault. Compared to land beasts, the ones in the ocean were fiercer, more numerous, and stronger. Young Marquis, your information has been sent to the person in charge of the Black Coastline's 30-second segment. A tractor will arrive shortly. There's one more important thing. Try to kill some powerful fierce beasts. These will be recorded as battle achievements, which can be exchanged for rewards and used to advance your rank. Feng Xinyu said seriously. No problem. Li Qingshan nodded, looking at the endless fierce beasts ahead, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. The five-clawed horned dragons. Evolution is guaranteed. The Kuanping's evolution is also guaranteed. Whoosh! Soon, a tractor arrived. Li Qingshan entered it and flew toward the ground. Feng Xinyu stayed in the Meteor-class fighter jet, responsible for providing information and command. 2 minutes later, Li Qingshan was led by a warrior into the combat conference room of the Black Coastline's 38th segment. A man in military uniform, with a shining star medal on his shoulder, was commanding the battle displayed on a virtual projection sand table. The projection showed the full view of the 38th segment of the coastline, including the distribution of fierce beasts above the beast god level. This middle-aged officer exuded vigorous energy and an imposing presence. His face was adorned with a beard, and his sharp eyes were as fierce as an eagle's. There are too many high-level beast gods on the sea segment of the coastline. Immediately deploy 2 high-level war gods each from the F and X segments for support. Zhang Huxiao stared at the projection, his tone serious. Yes, the dispatcher in charge immediately began selecting the strongest warriors to provide support. At the forefront of the operations conference room, there was a massive screen, at least 100 meters square, capable of switching real-time battle footage from various coastlines. General, Li Qingshan has been positioned as ordered, reported the soldier responsible for positioning. The next moment, Zhang Huxiao, who was commanding, turned his head, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, sweeping over Li Qingshan with an imposing aura. His presence was overwhelming, definitely. above the level of an advanced war god. Li Qingshan, a level 70 advanced war god? Zhang Huxiao scrutinized Li Qingshan from head to toe, his brows furrowed. How are you so young? How old are you? Indeed, Li Qingshan's face still carried a hint of youthful vigor, making him appear very young. The recently received information only included his name, photo, strength, and a special note about his beast-taming abilities, but no age was listed. Warning! 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 A large number of advanced beast gods have appeared at the S-section coastline, requesting the command center to urgently dispatch warriors for support. Warning! 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 A large number of advanced beast gods have appeared at the S-section coastline, requesting the command center to urgently dispatch warriors for support. At this moment, the alarm sounded in the operations conference room. Zhang Huxiao's gaze quickly shifted to the virtual projection of the S-section coastline. Sure enough, on the virtual projection sand table, 20 to 30 advanced beast gods were charging rapidly toward the coastline, surging like a tide. The human defense line collapsed instantly. This was clearly a signal that the underwater beasts were attempting to break through the defense line. Quick, switch to the battlefield footage. Zhang Huxiao commanded. The 100-meter wide screen swiftly switched to the live combat scene at the S-section coastline. Towering alloy walls were built directly along the coastline, stretching endlessly. One by one, ferocious beasts covered in seaweed and seawater frantically stormed the shore, engaging in fierce battles with human warriors. What was even more shocking was that these underwater beasts looked completely different from those on land. On the wall, a massive advanced beast god, the Crimson Flame Giant Crab Tyrant, wielded its two enormous pincers with agility, battling a human advanced war god. Its defense was incredibly strong, almost impervious to blades and bullets, making it extremely difficult to breach. A black-clad advanced war god slashed at its shell, leaving only a shallow white mark without causing any substantial damage. The Crimson Flame Giant Crab Tyrant quickly turned, its giant pincers smashing down like hammers onto the black-clad war god, sending him flying with a dull explosion. Fortunately, the war god was wearing heavy armor, and though he crashed heavily into the ground, creating a large pit and looking battered, he was still alive. Compared to land beasts, those from the sea were far more terrifying and challenging. A netherworld jellyfish queen had even crawled ashore, its tentacles spreading out eerily and almost imperceptibly. A warrior screamed as he discovered a tentacle wrapping around his calf. The fine stingers quickly pierced through his armor and into his flesh. The venom spread rapidly, and he collapsed in agony, his breathing labored, soon losing consciousness. Such tragedies were happening far too often. As more advanced beast gods joined the fray, the S-section coastline defense line quickly crumbled. A large number of beasts climbed the alloy walls, engaging in bloody battles with the warriors. The firepower on the walls remained fierce but was clearly struggling to keep up. Brothers, if the S-section is breached, the entire number 38 coastline, and even the Black coastline, could fall. We absolutely cannot let these beasts break through the defense line we've sworn to protect. A blood-soaked general roared loudly. Behind us are thousands of cities, hundreds of billions of citizens, and one of the three major centers of Huaxia, the magic city. For the people. For the citizens. Charge with me. Fight to the death. He held an alloy long blade, like a demon king from hell, his face filled with madness and slaughter. Li Qingshan looked at him with deep respect in his heart. This was the true god of war, the real hero protecting the people. General, should we send an elite god of war team to reinforce the defense line? The adjutant suggested. Immediately order the 4th elite god of war squad to head to the S-section coastline, fill the gap, and repel the fierce beasts. Zhang Huxiao commanded. The newly arrived elite god of war will go along as well. Li Qingshan was delighted. He had just arrived and already had a mission. He immediately followed the adjutant out of the conference room. Inside the fighter jet, the 4th elite god of war squad consisted of 12 people, and with Li Qingshan, there were 13 in total, 5 women and 7 men. The captain was a middle-aged man carrying an alloy-long spear on his shoulder, with a prominent scar on his face. Captain, I heard there are over 20 high-level beast gods in the S-section, and the military only sent our squad. This battle might be tough, eh? Middle-aged god of war with dual alloy hammers at his waist frowned and asked. Didn't they say the general also sent an elite god of war for support? A slim female god of war in battle armor spoke up. If there were several elite god of wars for support, we might barely hold on. But what can one person do? Lu Yuanba frowned and said, unless this elite god of war is above level 78. The general surely knows this will be a tough battle. The god of war sent for support won't be below level 77, Captain He Zilong said seriously. Everyone, stay motivated. Don't let the supporting god of war look down on us. Yes, the entire team responded in unison. Captain He, this is the newly arrived elite god of war. He is now under your command and will join you in supporting the S-section coastline. The adjutant handed Li Qingshan over to He Zilong and quickly left. The fighter jet roared as it ascended, heading toward the S-section coastline. Swish, swish, swish. Inside the cabin, all eyes were on Li Qingshan, as if trying to see through him. So young? How strong can he be? The members of the 4th God of War squad immediately frowned. A sense of unease instantly filled their hearts. What's your strength level? Lu Yuanba, with 2 alloy hammers at his waist, was the first to speak, staring at Li Qingshan. Level 70 Elite God of War, Li Qingshan replied. Level 70 Elite God of War? Hiss as. Soon as he spoke, everyone gasped, not in shock but in surprise at how low his strength was. Only level 70? That's almost the weakest in the team. Such support is useless. What is the general thinking? Someone muttered under their breath. Why send such a weak elite god of war for support? We 12 elite god of wars are up against over 20 high-level beast gods. At least send someone above level 75. Lu Yuanba said with dissatisfaction. Exactly, Captain. We should report this to the general and see if we can get someone else. Level 70 is practically the lowest tier. Can he even hold off the weakest high-level beast god? The slim female god of war, Lu Yedao, also frowned and suggested. The other elite god of wars also turned their eyes to Captain He Zilong, all thinking the same thing, replace him with someone else. You useless lot, why are you looking at me like that? Li Qingshan noticed the strange atmosphere and felt the rejection from everyone. His face showed displeasure. I'm here to fight fierce beasts, not to listen to your criticisms. Useless? As soon as Li Qingshan spoke, several elite god of wars in the cabin turned to glare at him, their eyes filled with anger. Kid, who are you calling useless? A flash of anger crossed Lu Yuanba's face. Do you believe I could smash your head into pieces? Sir, isn't that a bit too rude? Haha, useless? You, a level 70 bottom tier advanced war god, have the nerve to call us useless? The advanced war gods in the cabin retorted one after another, their killing intent palpable. Usually, they were high and mighty who had ever been insulted like this. I became an advanced war god at 18. And I hold a marquee title. What about you? Li Qingshan said as he pulled a marquee medal from his pocket, placing it in front of everyone with a cold, mocking smile. 18? Advanced war god? Marquee? The cabin fell into dead silence. Everyone's gaze toward him changed instantly. What kind of joke was this? 18 was just the age to start college. How could someone possibly reach level 70 as a war god? This kid must be lying about his age. After all, strong individuals often appeared younger than their actual age due to their abundant vitality. Some people were even born with baby faces, making it impossible to discern their real age. 18? Absolutely impossible. A marquee title? Even more absurd. Even Captain He Zilong was only a viscount, and hadn't even reached the rank of a third-class earl. How could someone with just level 70 war god strength possibly obtain a marquee title? Could it be inherited? A second-generation marshal? Aristocrat? That seemed the most likely explanation. 18? Stop lying. Your real age is probably over 40, and having a baby face isn't unusual. As for the marquee title, it must be inherited. Don't mistake your ancestors' glory for your own ability, Lu Yuanba scoffed, completely unconvinced. If Li Qingshan had claimed to be 28 or 29 years old with a viscount or third-class earl title, Lu Yuanba might have believed him. But an 18-year-old marquis and level 70 war god? What a joke! There was no such person in all of Huaxia. This sentiment wasn't just Lu Yuanba's, it was shared by the other members of the 4th war god squad. Damn, you old geezer, do you want me to pull up my records and show you? Li Qingshan sneered, then spoke into his earpiece to the liaison. Officer Feng Chenyu, little secretary, send me my file so these old geezers can see for themselves. Alright. No matter what, this is our comrade in arms, and we're about to fight for our lives. Together. What are you all doing? Captain He Zilong frowned and looked at Lu Yuanba. Apologize to your comrade. Captain, I now. Lu Yuanba's face was full of reluctance, but he eventually cupped his fists toward Li Qingshan, and said, "Comrade, I was impulsive this time. My apologies. Young Marquis, your file has been sent to your phone." Feng Qinyu's voice came through the earpiece. "This comrade. I apologize for my lack of discipline among my men. Please don't take it to heart," He Zilong said humbly. "This battle will be tough. I originally thought the general would send a powerful advanced war god, but I didn't expect you to be only level 70. This makes the upcoming fight even harder, so everyone was a bit emotional. For that, I apologize again." Li Qingshan waved it off. "It's fine." He turned to Lu Yuanba and said, "Come on, brother, take a look at the information on my phone. Doesn't it say I'm 18? With that, he held the phone screen up to Lu Yuanba. The screen displayed Li Qingshan's photo, name, and age. Lu Yuanba glanced at it casually. It did indeed say 18. The others also took a look and saw the 18 at the end. But no one believed it. "Sure," the file said. 18, but who would think it was possible? An 18-year-old advanced war god? That had never appeared in all of Huaxia's history. Who would believe it? It must be forged data. Everyone originally wanted to expose it, but remembering the captain's earlier words, they refrained from arguing further. What everyone was more concerned about was how to face the upcoming battle against numerous high-level beast gods. S-line coastline reached. All high-level war gods prepare to parachute. At this moment, a broadcast sounded from the front of the plane. The cabin door opened, and He Zilong was the first to jump out. The others followed closely behind. Li Qingshan was the last to jump. That's right. He jumped directly off the plane without a parachute, hurtling fiercely toward the ground. The wind roared past his ears. Below was an endless coastline and a tide of ferocious beasts surging forward. Countless warriors were fighting desperately to resist. Seeing several high-level war gods descending from the sky, morale instantly soared. Reinforcements had finally arrived. For a moment, the fighting spirit surged. Bang! A dull explosion sounded as He Zilong landed first, creating a large crater. Li Qingshan, however, did not land on the ground. Instead, he stood directly atop the head of a giant dragon. The battle began. "Brothers, reinforcements are here. Fight to the death and wipe out these beasts," shouted an excited station high-level war god, boosting morale. The soldiers and warriors stationed along the coastline also witnessed this scene, their confidence skyrocketing as they gripped their alloy long blades tightly. Their blood surged, and the power of the alloy blades increased dramatically. The wind roared in the air. Morale soared. After the 12 high-level war gods landed, they quickly joined the battle, splitting into 2 groups of 6 to swiftly encircle the 2 nearest high-level beast gods, aiming to eliminate them as quickly as possible. He Zilong led one group, charging toward the Netherworld Jellyfish Queen. The other group, led by Lu Yuanba, rushed straight at the Crimson Flame Giant Crab Tyrant. He Zilong's alloy spear struck like a raging dragon, fiercely stabbing at the Netherworld Jellyfish Queen. A storm-like gale instantly swept through the surroundings. Countless low-level beasts were torn to shreds by this gale, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. The range of this powerful wind covered an area the size of several university campuses. The jellyfish's 10,000-meter-long tentacles immediately reached out to entangle He Zilong. The other 5 high-level war gods followed closely behind, wielding alloy weapons in an overwhelming offensive, creating a stunning scene. Bang! 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 Although the Netherworld Jellyfish Queen was a level 73 high-level beast god, it couldn't withstand the relentless assault of level 77 He Zilong. Numerous tentacles were sliced apart by the alloy spear. The spear, imbued with terrifying storm power, struck the jellyfish queen's body, sending flesh and blood flying. However, due to its massive size, this strike was not enough to kill it instantly. Other high-level beast gods quickly came to its aid. The remaining 5 high-level war gods rushed forward to deliver the finishing blow. The Netherworld Jellyfish Queen, covered in wounds and its body shattered, finally collapsed on the spot. On the other side, Lu Yuanba wielded an alloy heavy hammer, smashing it fiercely against the Crimson Flame Giant Crab Tyrant, causing violent explosions and deafening metallic collisions. The Crimson Flame Giant Crab Tyrant was only level 74. Lu Yuanba, a level 77 high-level war god, managed to crack its shell with the hammer but couldn't shatter its tough crab armor. This demonstrated the crab tyrant's exceptional defense. Another giant crab used its powerful pincers to clamp down on a burly level 70 high-level war god. Fortunately, the war god was wearing battle armor, otherwise, his frail body would have been directly crushed. in half by the Crimson Flame Giant Crab Tyrant. However, even with the protection of the battle armor, creaking sounds could be heard, indicating it might not hold for long. If the armor broke, the war god would be sliced in half at the waist by the pincers. Help me! At the brink of life and death, anyone would feel fear. This high-ranking war god was no exception, showing a hint of desperation on his face as he looked pleadingly at his comrades. Bang! Lu Yuanba quickly stepped aside, and another high-ranking war god immediately took his place, swinging his ally weapon fiercely at the same spot. Lu Yuanba had just attacked. The already cracked shell of the Crimson Flame Giant Crab Tyrant spread its fractures rapidly, revealing the bright red flesh beneath. The Crimson Flame Giant Crab Tyrant let out an enraged roar and tried to retreat to avoid further attacks. Unfortunately, this group of high-ranking war gods was well prepared. The weapon of the third war god struck the wound again with brutal force. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed as the shell of the Crimson Flame Giant Crab Tyrant broke apart, sending green blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Its defenses were completely destroyed. The remaining flesh was no match for the alloy weapons. They charged forward and successfully killed the Crimson Flame Giant Crab Tyrant. Just after entering the battlefield, they had already taken down two high-ranking beast gods. The soldiers and martial artists on the scene, witnessing this, were greatly boosted in morale and confidence. Other high-ranking beast gods quickly rushed toward He Zilong, Lu Yuanba, and their team to provide support. The members of this high-ranking war god squad exchanged glances, their hearts filled with excitement and exhilaration. That's right. Taking down two high-ranking beast gods right at the start had indeed eased the pressure for the battles ahead. Captain, look over there. At that moment, a high-ranking war god standing next to He Zilong pointed into the distance. In the next instant, not only Captain He Zilong but also Lu Yuanba, Willow Blade, and the other high-ranking war gods all turned their gazes toward the distance. They saw Li Qingshan, wielding a 3,000-meter-long thunder hammer, clad in ancient battle armor, surrounded by flickering lightning that formed a terrifying arc field. Any ferocious beast struck by the arcs was instantly reduced to ashes. At his feet lay a high-ranking beast god, a dark manta ray, its entire body charred and lifeless. This was a level 73 high-ranking beast god. Even more astonishing, behind Li Qingshan, a 10,000-meter-long giant dragon was devouring a poison-spined sea urchin, which was also a high-ranking beast god. In other words, Li Qingshan, with his dragon companion, had single-handedly killed two high-ranking beast gods. The members of the high-ranking war god squad couldn't help but gasp, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. This guy, he and his beast companion just killed two high-ranking beast gods? But he's only a level 70 war god, and his dragon has just recently broken through to the high-ranking beast god level. How could they have taken down a level 73 and a level 74 high-ranking beast god so quickly? It's simply unbelievable. No wonder the general sent him to support us. His speed in clearing high-ranking beast gods is incredible. Lu Yuanba, I think you owe him an apology. After all, your attitude toward him on the plane wasn't very good. Let's wait until the battle is over. Looking at Li Qingshan in the distance, Lu Yuanba was utterly convinced. The world of martial artists is simple. Whoever is stronger deserves respect. Although Li Qingshan was only a level 70 war god, he had slain high-ranking beast gods 3 to 4 levels above him. This meant he had directly bridged a gap of several levels. And the difference between these levels was immense. It was enough to prove that Li Qingshan's talent and strength were both top-tier. At this moment, not only were the members of the 12 war gods squad shocked, but the soldiers and martial artists stationed here also displayed expressions of shock and awe. Devouring a level 73 advanced beast god increased the main body's vitality by 1 million trillion and the clone's vitality by 1 million trillion. Devouring a level 74 advanced beast god increased the main body's vitality by 170 million trillion and the clone's vitality by 170 million trillion. 2 consecutive system notifications came through, and Li Qingshan's vitality surged rapidly, already sufficient for the 5-clawed horned dragon to evolve. However, Li Qingshan was not impatient. He ordered the 5-clawed horned dragon to devour the corpses of the 2 advanced beast gods just killed by the war gods squad. As for himself, he charged toward a thunder crocodile turtle, wanting to personally experience whether his thunder power was stronger or if the thunder power of this ferocious beast was superior. The 5-clawed horned dragon devoured the netherworld jellyfish demon, and no one stopped the Crimson Flame Giant Crab Tyrant either. Although the corpses of these ferocious beasts were valuable Compared to the power capable of defeating advanced beast gods, these corpses were insignificant. Let the dragon eat its fill first, so it can continue fighting, right? In an instant, 12 advanced war gods joined the battle against other advanced beast gods. 20 advanced beast gods faced off against 13 advanced war gods. Thunder hammer. The next moment, Li Qingshan roared, and the 3,000-meter-long thunder hammer erupted with fierce lightning power, smashing toward the thunder crocodile turtle ahead. The thunder crocodile turtle responded with a low growl. It also gathered powerful thunder energy, charging straight at Li Qingshan. Its massive, fang-filled mouth was ferocious and terrifying, like a bottomless black hole. Its sharp and sturdy claws unleashed astonishing power. This scene not only unfolded here but was also captured and projected onto the combat conference room of Jiang Huxiao. Who is this kid? Show me his information. Jiang Huxiao frowned, a trace of doubt appearing on his face. Yes. The adjutant nodded and quickly pulled up Li Qingshan's information, which included his name, age, photo, and other details. Li Qingshan's situation not only shocked Jiang Huxiao but also drew the attention of everyone in the conference room, who stared at the big screen in astonishment. The next moment, Li Qingshan's information was projected onto the big screen. Li Qingshan, 18 years old, level 70 advanced war god, 3rd class marquis, affiliated with the 9th division of the Magic City Army. Wow! The conference room was filled with the sound of people gasping. Everyone's faces were marked with shock, almost unable to believe the information on the screen was real. An 18-year-old advanced war god? Are you kidding me? And a marquis in the military, no less. An 18-year-old marquis and advanced war god, this is truly one of China's top talents. What an eye-opener. Today, we've finally witnessed it. So impressive, such strength and age, truly admirable. When I was 18, I was still training hard. Is this information real? It can't be fake. We just watched his battle footage, it's definitely real. The strength is real, but could the age be falsified? That's true, the age might be fake. Some people pretend to be younger, 40 years old but claiming to be 18, with good maintenance, taking some elixirs, using vitality for upkeep, wearing young people's clothes and hairstyles. It's not impossible. An 18-year-old advanced war god must be fake, right? In the conference room, many began to doubt the authenticity of the information. Even Jiang Huxiao hesitated and said, "Check again and confirm." Yes. A liaison officer immediately informed the hire department to begin verification. 2 minutes later, the general reported that the hire department had checked, and the information was accurate. The liaison officer's words were like a decisive hammer, instantly dispelling all doubts. Everyone's eyes widened, and their hearts surged with waves of shock. An 18-year-old genius. Jiang Huxiao furrowed his brows tightly, trembling as he took out his phone from his pocket and dialed a number. An 18-year-old advanced war god. As a veteran in the military, Jiang Huxiao was well aware of what this meant. The number one genius of Huaxia. The future pillar of Huaxia, possibly even a leading figure. If such a person were to encounter an accident on the battlefield, Jiang Huxiao would be a sinner of Huaxia for eternity. The situation must be clarified. If the information is true, no matter what, Li Qingshan must be withdrawn and cannot remain on the dangerous battlefield. Compared to Li Qingshan's life, everything else is insignificant. Hello, Marquis, I want to confirm something. An advanced war god has arrived in my war zone, 18 years old, and a marquis. Is this information true? What? Li Qingshan? How do you know this name? A voice full of military authority and a hint of killing intent came from the other end of the phone. He said it himself, and the information has been sent over, Jiang Huxiao hurriedly replied. Impossible. Li Qingshan's information is classified. How could it be sent to you? Who leaked it? The voice of the military authority carried urgency. If Li Qingshan's information is leaked, it would cause major trouble. The number one genius of Huaxia. Whether it's ferocious beasts or other countries, they would try every means to assassinate him. A genius who has not yet grown up is merely a genius, not a powerful warrior. Yes, it was sent by Feng Qinyu, and our liaison officer has already verified it with her. Her authority is very high, at least higher than the authority of our 38th segment coastal combat conference room. Jiang Huxiao explained. Feng Qinyu? Are you sure it's Feng Qinyu? The voice on the other end of the phone carried doubt. Yes, it's Feng Qinyu. Immediately seal all information. Temporarily control all warriors who know about Li Qingshan's information. As soon as the words were spoken, the call from the other end was abruptly hung up. Zhang Huxiu originally wanted to ask the higher-ups how to handle Li Qingshan's matter next, but the call was cut off. When he tried to call back, he found that the military authority was already on another call. The atmosphere in the combat conference room instantly became tense and eerie. Feng Xingyu, what exactly are you doing over there? How could Li Qingshan's information be leaked? Didn't the Duke tell you that it's classified information? The military authority asked anxiously. It is classified. Feng Xingyu frowned, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. It was Li Qingshan himself who requested it. He requested it himself? Didn't you report it to the Duke? Feng Qinyu's face showed a helpless expression. She had originally intended to report this matter to her grandfather, but Li Qingshan threatened her. He forbade her from reporting it to the higher-ups. Otherwise, he would completely settle accounts with her and kick her out. He felt that if she couldn't even handle the orders he gave, she wasn't fit to be his secretary. This leak of information was actually Li Qingshan testing Feng Xingyu, wanting to see whether she was obedient or not. Feng Xingyu had also asked Li Qingshan why he wanted to do this. With his current strength and age, once the information was leaked, it would undoubtedly attract assassinations from ferocious beasts and foreign warriors. But Li Qingshan provided very sufficient reasons. He said, I just want to show off. No one can stop me from showing off. As for assassination, bring it on, I'll kill one. If one comes, I'll kill a pair if a pair comes. So arrogant. As a proud little swan, Feng Xingyu had witnessed Li Qingshan's madness and was somewhat afraid to confront him. Besides, Li Qingshan's talent was indeed terrifying. He was bound to achieve great things in the future. She obediently followed his lead, knowing that the longer she stayed with him, the more benefits she would gain in the future. More importantly, Feng Xingyu feared that Li Qingshan might use forceful means against her. With Li Qingshan's status and strength, he wouldn't act directly but might secretly treat her as a maid, assigning her to serve him and clean up every day. So, whatever Li Qingshan said, Feng Xingyu thought it best to listen. I dare not disobey the orders of the young marquis, Feng Xingyu said calmly. This Li Qingshan is truly a troublemaker. Jun Ding sighed helplessly, hung up the phone, and immediately called the Duke. Upon hearing that Li Qingshan had voluntarily exposed his identity, Duke Feng frowned deeply and immediately dialed his granddaughter Feng Qinyu's contact, instructing her to reach out to Li Qingshan and have him speak with him. Li Qingshan, didn't I tell you that your identity and information must never be leaked? Duke Feng said earnestly. Come back quickly, I'll prepare a new identity for you. No need. Li Qingshan's lips curled into a smile. Returning home in wealth is like walking in fine clothes at night, meaningless. Young man, why hide? If anyone wants to assassinate me, let them come. I, Li Qingshan, can handle it. I'm hanging up now, I have fierce beasts to deal with. Li Qingshan finished speaking and directly hung up the phone. Regarding concealing his identity, he had his own plans. Since he had a golden finger, why hide his identity? It would be discovered sooner or later. Life is meant to be arrogant, meant to show off. With so many fierce beasts along the coastline, Li Qingshan was confident he could handle them. Today, the news of him being an advanced war god would spread to other countries and the beast clans. When they send assassins to kill him, sorry, I'm no longer an advanced war god. I'm an emperor of martial arts. When they discover he's an emperor of martial arts and send even stronger assassins to suppress him, sorry, I become even stronger. Li Qingshan was confident, so there was no need to hide his identity and strength. Only those geniuses without ability would hide their identities to protect themselves. He wanted to be arrogant, to eliminate fierce beasts, conquer empires, and dominate Blue Star. Consumed 2 million megajoules of blood. Energy, main body upgraded to level 71 advanced war god, 5-clawed horned dragon clone begins evolution. Evolution countdown, 3 minutes, this kid. Sigh. Duke Feng listened to Li Qingshan's voice and showed a trace of helplessness on his face. Li Qingshan exposing his identity wasn't entirely without benefits. He was the #1 genius in Huaxia. If the news spread, it could greatly boost military morale and public spirit. However, from now on, this kid would have to face countless assassination attempts. Fortunately, he was in the magic capital, where powerful fierce beasts and enemy assassins usually couldn't enter. In the combat conference room on the 38th segment of the coastline, Zhang Huxiu stared at the combat screen full of confusion, unsure how to respond. It wasn't until he received a call and instructions from the superior Jun Ding that he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't need to intervene, just observe and wait. 3 minutes later, Li Qingshan's 5-clawed horned dragon completed its evolution, its body length growing from over 10,000 meters to 15,000 meters, and its thunder power becoming even stronger. 5 claws, at this moment, it transformed into 7 claws, becoming the 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon. Its entire body was covered in azure scales with thunder patterns, exuding a violent power. Especially its dragon claws, which were even thicker and stronger, seemingly capable of tearing everything apart. An ancient aura spread from the dragon's body, instilling awe. Fierce beasts below the beast god level didn't even dare to look directly at the 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon. This was the innate suppression brought by its bloodline. Consuming 4 million trillion blood energy, the main body was upgraded to level 72 Advanced War God, and the clone was upgraded to level 72 Advanced Beast God. Consuming 8 million trillion blood energy, the main body was upgraded to level 73 Advanced War God, and the clone was upgraded to level 73 Advanced Beast God. Ultimately, after devouring a large amount of flesh and blood, Li Qingshan's clone, the 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon, leveled up continuously, reaching level 73 Advanced Beast God. Open the panel. Main body, Li Qingshan length, 20 centimeters strength, level 73 Advanced War God blood energy, 10 million trillion / 1.6 billion trillion talent, Thunder Dragon divine body talent abilities, Thunder Blood energy, Thunder Hammer, Thunder Shadow 3000 speed, Thunder Domain, Thunder Dragon armor, Thunder Punishment, Dragon Clan Dharma form, Dragon Fury, 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon talent acquired. Dragon Fury, clone, 5-Clawed Horned Dragon length, 20,000 meters strength, level 73 Advanced Beast God blood energy, 10 million trillion / 1.6 billion trillion, can evolve into 9-Clawed Thunder Dragon at level 81, evolution path set to 9-Clawed Thunder Dragon Ancestral Dragon, clone, Thunder-Winged Kunpeng length, 10,000 meters strength, level 70 blood energy, 800 trillion / 2,000 trillion. Can evolve into Purple Sky Kunpeng at level 71, evolution path set to Chaos Kunpeng Ancestral Kunpeng, contractor, Phoenix Hatchling name, Su Baijiu strength, level 2 warrior talent, SSS level daily. Supply, 2 blood energy points, Phoenix Divine Body unlocks at level 10, after the 5-Clawed Horned Dragon evolved into the 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon, it became even more majestic and ancient, with significantly enhanced combat power. It could impose severe bloodline suppression on fierce beasts of the same level. Just like the Storm Swordfish, a level 73 Advanced Beast God, directly swallowed in one bite. This Advanced Beast God didn't even have a chance to resist and was instantly killed. Devouring one level 73 Advanced Beast God, main body blood energy plus 1.3 million trillion, clone blood energy plus 1.3 million trillion. Devouring one level 75 Advanced Beast God, main body blood energy plus 5 million trillion, clone blood energy plus 5 million trillion. Devouring one level 76 Advanced Beast God, main body blood energy plus 10 million trillion, clone blood energy plus 10 million trillion. Get out of my way, don't block my prey. The next moment, Li Qingshan, like a thunder god descending, kicked aside Lu Yuanba, who was blocking his path, and charged straight toward a level 77 Advanced Beast God ahead. He was utterly insane. Prey targeted by Li Qingshan almost never escaped within 10 rounds, they were inevitably killed. Against the 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon, they couldn't even last 3 rounds. On sight, whether it was the Advanced War God Squad or the station military warriors, everyone was shocked. This strength was simply too overwhelming. The Advanced Beast Gods originally storming the beach were reduced to only 3 or 4 in an instant, isolated and helpless, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Li Qingshan and the 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon. Not good, General. We've detected over 100 unidentified signals suddenly appearing along the S-section coastline. Based on data monitoring, it seems over 100 Advanced Beast Gods are preparing to land from the S-section coast. At this moment, a monitor urgently reported in the combat conference room. The battle officially began, and the upcoming outbreak was highly anticipated. Everyone can boldly speculate to what extent the protagonist's strength will rise. Don't be limited by levels, just guess. Over 100 beast gods? As soon as the observer finished speaking, the screen quickly switched, showing the vast ocean where countless black figures were rapidly approaching the S-section coastline. There were indeed over 100 of them. Zhang Huxiao's heart tightened. Although Li Qingshan was powerful, facing over 100 high-level beast gods was clearly not something he could handle. It was necessary to consider withdrawing Li Qingshan or arranging reinforcements. General, large numbers of beast gods have also been detected at the C-section, F-section, and T-section coastlines. Just as Jiang Huxiao was about to make a decision, the observer delivered another shocking report. The next moment, the screen split into several sections, displaying the scenes of the C, F, T, and S coastlines. In the waters near these coastlines, a massive group of black shadows was rapidly approaching. Reconnaissance data showed that at least 70 to 80 high-level beast gods were closing in on the C-section coastline, at least 150 on the F-section coastline, and at least 100 each on the T and S-section coastlines. What? The observer's report immediately heightened the tension in the combat meeting room. So many high-level beast gods simultaneously attacking the 38th coastline was clearly unusual. General, large numbers of high-level beast gods have also been detected landing at the A-section and D-section coastlines. The G-section and F-section coastlines are also experiencing massive beast god invasions. The H-section coastline has also seen a large number of beast gods. The R-section coastline has reported the appearance of a beast emperor and urgently requests reinforcements. Massive high-level beast god invasions? A beast emperor appearing? The situation had become severe, no longer a mere minor skirmish. Jiang Huxiao immediately contacted Jun Ding to request support. This is Jun Ding, speak. Lord, the coastline we are guarding has been invaded by over 1,000 high-level beast gods, and even a beast emperor has appeared. Should we activate the hidden high-level war god squads? Activate them immediately. Understood. However, the 38th coastline will not receive reinforcements in the short term, as all sections of the Black Coastline are being invaded by large numbers of high-level beast gods and beast emperors. Worse still, behind these beast gods, in the depths of the ocean, there are even more beast emperors preparing to join the battle. This will be an unprecedented full-scale attack. Do you understand what this means? Jun Ding's words made Jiang Huxiao's expression grow grim. He knew that what lay ahead would likely be a tough battle. Immediately notify all high-level war gods and hidden war god squads on leave to join the fight and resist the beast invasion. Hidden war god squads 1 through 5, head to support the S-section coastline. Jiang Huxiao decisively ordered. His first thought was the S-section coastline, not because it was particularly important, but because Li Qingshan was there. The S-section coastline could be in danger, but Li Qingshan absolutely could not be harmed. 5 hidden war god squads, nearly 70 people, this reinforcement force was quite substantial. Understood, contact initiated. S-section coastline. Everyone watched in shock as Li Qingshan and his subordinate, the 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon, effortlessly eliminated the last 3 underwater beasts. Devouring a level 75 beast increased the main body's strength by 5.3 million terajoules, with the clone gaining the same amount. Devouring a level 76 beast increased the main body's strength by 11 million terajoules, with the clone gaining the same amount. Consuming 16 million terajoules of energy, the main body successfully upgraded to level 74 high-level war god, while the clone advanced to level 74 high-level beast god, consumed 32 million trillion vitality. The main body successfully upgraded to level 75 advanced war god, and the clone advanced to level 75 advanced beast god. The system's voice kept echoing in Li Qingshan's ears. Both Li Qingshan and the 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon successfully reached level 75. Their vitality increased significantly, and the aura of the 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon became even more terrifying, hovering above the sea, exuding an ancient and powerful dominance that sent chills down one's spine. He Zilong, Lu Yuanba, and others stared at Li Qingshan and the 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon with wide eyes, their hearts filled with shock. The aura of Li Qingshan, the dragon, and the Kuanping had all grown stronger. It was clear their strength had improved. Indeed, their power had visibly increased. Is this the strength of China's #1 genius? No wonder he could become an advanced war god at the age of 18, his growth rate is astonishing. I think he will soon break through to the martial emperor realm. Impossible, right? There's a significant threshold between advanced war god and martial emperor, it's not that easy to cross. Members of other war god squads shook their heads in doubt. Roar! The 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon let out a deep dragon roar, its terrifying aura spreading in all directions. In the depths of the distant ocean, hundreds of beast gods preparing to land suddenly stopped, showing expressions of panic and fear. That's right, they were scared. The previously orderly advancing beast god troops began to show signs of retreat. But in the next moment, a deep voice echoed from the depths of the ocean. The hundreds of high-level underwater beast gods, who had just been in chaos, quickly steadied their formation and continued advancing toward the S-line coastline. Alert, Level 1 alert. A large number of high-level beast gods are about to invade. Immediately prepare for the next wave of ferocious beasts. Prepare to defend. Just as everyone thought the danger had passed and began to relax, a sudden urgent alarm blared from the coastline speakers. The warriors and soldiers who had just relaxed instantly tensed up, throwing themselves into the next round of defense. Secretary, are there still underwater ferocious beasts coming to invade the S-line coastline? Li Qingshan opened the communication and asked. Yes. They're about 5,000 kilometers away from the coastline and will arrive soon. Feng Chenyu reported, according to intelligence, this time, over 100 high-level beast gods are invading the S-line coastline. Understood. Li Qingshan nodded. 5,000 kilometers might seem far in his previous life, but on Blue Star, it wasn't considered far. His 7-clawed Thunder Dragon had already reached a body length of 20,000 meters, which is 20 kilometers. In other words, that distance was equivalent to 250 lengths of the 7-clawed Thunder Dragon. Let's go! Li Qingshan stood on the dragon's head and patted the 7-clawed Thunder Dragon. In the next second, the 7-clawed Thunder Dragon let out an earth-shaking dragon roar and charged toward the sea ahead, taking the initiative to attack. That's right, Li Qingshan decided to attack proactively. Passive defense was too time-consuming. If he could eliminate this group of high-level beast gods, he might be able to reach the martial Emperor realm. The 7-clawed Thunder Dragon could also aim for the Beast Emperor level. As for exposing his identity? Li Qingshan didn't care. When those ferocious beasts and imperial warriors came to assassinate him, his overwhelming strength would surely leave them in despair. Li Qingshan, come back quickly, don't go deep into the sea. The advanced war god squad leader, He Zilong, hurriedly advised. China will join me. We will invade the ocean. Today, I'll set an example, Li Qingshan turned his head, his eyes filled with intense killing intent and supreme majesty. Indeed. He Zilong, Lu Yuanba, and others had seen similar looks when they were awarded medals in the past. Invading the ocean. This phrase sounded very peculiar. Where is Li Qingshan? At this moment, Jiang Huxiao's voice came through the communication channel. Jiang Huxiao couldn't reach Li Qingshan. In fact, no one could contact him unless through Feng Chenyu, but Jiang Huxiao couldn't reach Feng Chenyu either. He had no choice but to contact He Zilong. He went to invade the ocean. He Zilong's words echoed throughout the combat conference room. Invade the ocean? The room suddenly fell silent, and everyone was stunned. What's going on? What is he doing? Jiang Huxiao was completely shocked. He was worried that Li Qingshan was in danger and was dispatching a large number of high-level war gods to provide support. But now he was being told that Li Qingshan had gone deep into the ocean? What kind of joke is this? The dangers in the ocean are far greater than on land. Powerful underwater beasts could appear at any moment. Moreover, among the invading beasts this time, there were even beast emperors. I couldn't stop him. He Zilong said helplessly. Immediately urge all high-level war gods heading to the S coastline to speed up. Once they arrive, head straight into the ocean and bring Li Qingshan back. First Martial Emperor Squad, follow up, quickly. Jiang Huxiao issued an urgent order. This time, he not only dispatched a large number of high-level war gods but also mobilized a Martial Emperor Squad. After all, to find Li Qingshan, they had to venture deep into the ocean. With so many beasts invading here, there were bound to be many beast emperors. At this moment, Li Qingshan was racing through the ocean with the 7-clawed Thunder Dragon at an incredible speed. The thunder-winged Kuanping followed behind, transforming into a terrifying sea beast upon entering the ocean, its body brimming with thunderous power and an awe-inspiring presence. Devour. Devour. Become stronger, more terrifying. This was the ultimate goal of the 7-clawed Thunder Dragon and thunder-winged Kuanping. Up ahead, Feng Chenyu reported that the 7-clawed Thunder Dragon under Li Qingshan's command had detected the first high-level beast god and swiftly charged forward. The storm swordfish at the forefront also noticed the 7-clawed Thunder Dragon, its slender and sharp body resembling a sword, darting straight ahead at incredible speed, stirring up turbulent currents. Behind it, hundreds of high-level divine beasts were also rapidly closing in, their target fixed on the 7-clawed Thunder Dragon. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Crackle! Crackle! In the next moment, whether it was the 7-clawed Thunder Dragon, the Kuanping, or Li Qingshan himself, their entire bodies erupted with an immensely powerful thunderous force, instantly spreading outward. The entire ocean transformed into a dazzling blue light. Electric arcs flickered, carrying destructive power, sweeping across the area. In an instant, the entire sea region was enveloped by this terrifying thunderstorm. The storm swordfish at the forefront was instantly paralyzed, completely losing control of its body, its massive form convulsing uncontrollably in unbearable pain. The other sea beasts behind it suffered the same fate. Their bodies went numb. Any sea beast below level 76 was not spared, trembling all over, and some weaker high-level beast gods even flipped belly up, slowly floating to the surface. The Kuanping opened its massive mouth and began devouring a level 75 advanced beast god. The main body gains plus 10 million trillion vitality, and the clone gains plus 10 million trillion vitality. Devouring a level 73 advanced beast god, the main body gains plus 1 million trillion vitality, and the clone gains plus 1 million trillion vitality. The Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon swiftly charged forward, its powerful dragon claws directly pouncing on a level 79 advanced beast god, the Lava Crab Emperor. This Lava Crab Emperor was the strongest among hundreds of advanced beast gods, its level surpassing the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon by a full 4 levels. Li Qingshan followed closely behind. The Dragon Clan's manifestation appeared. In the next moment, Li Qingshan's body rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal beast thousands of meters tall, wielding a thunder hammer 3,000 meters long. Thunder Dragon Armor. Dragon Fury. An ancient oppressive force emanated from Li Qingshan, as if he were a primordial savage dragon, his overwhelming aura spreading in all directions. Even cultivators above level 76 had their combat power significantly reduced. Under this pressure, their eyes filled with fear. The Lava Crab Emperor, with its massive body towering thousands of meters high, possessed an indestructible defense. Seeing the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon charging forward, it revealed a disdainful look in its eyes, extending its 2 giant pincers to fiercely clamp down on the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon. Although the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon was enormous, it was exceptionally agile. The giant pincers grazed its body, producing a sound like metal colliding, reverberating through the seawater. Under the suppression of Li Qingshan's Dragon Fury, the Lava Crab Emperor's aura visibly weakened. At this moment, the dragon claws of the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon had already landed on the hard shell of the Lava Crab Emperor. However, in the face of the attack, the Lava Crab Emperor remained indifferent. The Lava Crab Emperor firmly believed in its indestructible defense. Unless its weak point was hit, it could not be breached. It looked at the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon with even more contempt in its eyes. Strange beast, you can't break my armor. Just immediately let my giant pincers crush your flesh. Ha ha ha, I haven't tasted the flavor of a sea beast like you before. Ignoring the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon's attack, the Lava Crab Emperor continued to extend its giant pincers, forcefully clamping toward the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon. Crack! But in the next moment, as the dragon claws of the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon touched the shell of the Lava Crab Emperor, a crisp cracking sound rang out. The previously arrogant Lava Crab Emperor was instantly stunned, a sense of foreboding surging in its heart. Its indestructible defense was breached at this moment. The dragon claws effortlessly carved 7 openings, tearing through the hard shell without resistance, bringing out large amounts of flesh and blood. But it wasn't over yet. After the shell was torn apart, another dragon claw followed, unleashing terrifying thunder power that rampaged and destroyed the Lava Crab Emperor's body. The powerful dragon claws were like sharp blades. No, no, no! The Lava Crab Emperor let out a twisted, agonized scream, bubbles pouring from its mouth. One giant pincer tightly gripping the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon's body in an attempt to resist. Yet it found that it was like trying to pinch steel bars with 2 fingers, completely unable to break free. Not only could the Emperor won't let us go. Kill him. Everyone, attack together. Kill them. The remaining dozen high-level beast gods, ranging from level 76 to 78, exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and immediately charged toward the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon. They dared not retreat because there was an even more terrifying presence behind them. Retreating meant certain death. Since that was the case, they could only charge forward desperately. Devouring a level 79 ferocious beast, the main body gains 1.7 points of refined blood essence, and the clone gains 1.7 points of refined blood essence. 1 refined blood essence equals 1 trillion blood essence. At the moment the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon swallowed the Lava Crab Emperor, a new system notification flashed before its eyes. Refined blood. Essence? Not bad. The current blood essence is so vast that Li Qingshan can't even count it anymore. Switching to a different unit is more convenient. Consumed 64 trillion blood essence, the main body. Advanced to level 76 high battle god, and the clone advanced to level 76 high beast god. 10 minutes later, a large number of high-level beast gods were easily killed. As for the remaining ones, the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon completely ignored their existence. Black Sea Defense Line Operations Conference Room. This room was connected via video to the conference room at segment 38 of the coastline. Of course, Marquis Jun Ding did this not because segment 38 was particularly important, but because Li Qingshan was more important. When Jun Ding learned that Li Qingshan had voluntarily invaded the ocean, he almost couldn't help but curse out loud. It wasn't until he heard that the Martial Emperor squad was dispatched to provide support that his expression eased. If anything happened to Li Qingshan at the Black Sea coastline, Jun Ding would not only lose his title as Duke but also never forgive himself. How long until the Martial Emperor squad reaches the target location? Jun Ding asked anxiously. Through satellite monitoring, only the massive waves on the sea surface could be seen, indicating that Li Qingshan and his beasts were fiercely battling the group of high-level beast gods. Who was winning? Was Li Qingshan injured? It was impossible to tell. There were over 100 high-level beast gods. Jun Ding's heart was in his throat. Li Qingshan was only level 73 or 74. This was insane. At the same time, he couldn't help but admire Li Qingshan for being able to fight head-on with two beasts against so many high-level beast gods. His strength was terrifying. 5 minutes until arrival. Jiang. Hu Xiao stared at the battle on the big screen, feeling tense. Transfer the command of the Martial Emperor squad to the Black Sea Defense Line Operations Conference Room. I will personally take command. Jun Ding ordered. Understood. Jiang Huxiao immediately granted access and completed the transfer of command. Marquis. Soon, the captain of the Martial Emperor squad supporting Li Qingshan reported in. The conference room. Proceed at full speed. Jun Ding commanded. Understood. My squad is already advancing at full speed. Please rest assured, Marquis. The captain's voice was solemn. Meanwhile, in a combat training room in Magic City, Wang Qingche's blood essence surged, her eyes gleaming with battle intent. She exuded a powerful aura, her entire presence like that of a domineering female warrior. Her long, fair legs were exposed, particularly eye-catching, and the snow-white curve of her chest was prominently visible. Her body was soft, and a faint, youthful fragrance spread around her. Phew! Finally reached level 18. She exhaled deeply, her face lighting up with joy. If Li Qingshan is still alive, I could defeat him with one hand. The Golden Crow's sacred body is truly powerful. Wang Qingche's face was full of excitement, convinced that she would soon become the most dazzling genius in Magic City, surpassing everyone. Thinking of this, a hint of confidence appeared on her pure face. The seawater gradually calmed, the blood of hundreds of high-level beast gods stained the entire sea red, and the aura of Li Qingshan and the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon rapidly surged. The Thunder-Winged Kuenpin was no exception. Finally, it was over. Hundreds of beast gods, nothing more than this. Now, for Li Qingshan and the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon, killing high-level beast gods was as simple as slaughtering chickens. Humans, how dare you slaughter our ferocious beast clan like this? You must die. Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent came from ahead. A terrifying aura swept toward Li Qingshan. In his line of sight, a shadow of a ferocious beast, tens of thousands of meters long, rapidly approached. Its face was vicious and horrifying, its fangs chilling to the bone, making one's scalp tingle. Beast Emperor. The abyssal blood shark Beast Emperor. Li Qingshan's heart tightened as his gaze fixed on the dark depths of the ocean. A giant beast, over 10,000 meters long, was slowly approaching. It resembled a demon from the abyss, with sharp fangs and a massive mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth, capable of easily crushing anything. The beast's entire body was dark red, like dried blood. Even before it got close, a strong stench of blood wafted through the seawater. However, this stench wasn't the smell of real blood but a mental perception of bloodiness. Just one glance at it filled the surroundings with a murderous atmosphere. Its enormous tail swayed, and thousands of fierce shark eyes grew at the front, sending chills down one's spine. A Beast Emperor level existence. Level 82 Beast Emperor. Indeed, the abyssal blood shark Beast Emperor before him wasn't just level 80 or 81 but a true level 82. It was the undisputed ruler of the ocean. Extremely terrifying. especially its body length, exceeding 10 kilometers, a distance that would take an ordinary person an hour to run. What was thought to be just hundreds of high-level beast gods turned out to have an unexpected bonus. A beast emperor, what a rare opportunity. If I can devour it, my vitality will surely increase significantly, and perhaps I can directly break through to the martial emperor realm. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Li Qingshan looked at the beast emperor with no trace of fear in his eyes, only excitement. Yes, if he could devour this beast emperor, his and the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon's strength would undoubtedly rise to another level. After devouring hundreds of high-level beast gods, he was already a level 79 high-level war god, and the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon had also reached level 79 high-level beast god. Just one step away from becoming a martial emperor and beast emperor. The Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon's next evolution would be into a Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon. Among the Dragon clan, the Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon was absolutely a top-tier existence. By then, the pressure from its bloodline would be extremely terrifying. Roar! Roar! The Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon let out a low growl, its eyes filled with a longing for devouring and growth. Want to devour me, Emperor? Human, you have quite the nerve. The Abyssal Blood Shark Beast Emperor sneered and continued, the gap between a high-level war god and a beast emperor is like that between a whale and an ant. You want to devour me? What a joke. The Abyssal Blood Shark Beast Emperor felt. It had heard the most ridiculous joke, its thousands of shark eyes fixed on Li Qingshan and the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon behind him. A trace of doubt flashed in its eyes as it continued, I've roamed the ocean for so long and encountered countless sea beasts and land ferocious beasts. You, this strange beast, I'm seeing for the first time. Your appearance is peculiar, but I can sense that the bloodline within you is extraordinary. If you were part of our ferocious beast clan, you would certainly achieve great things. Yet, despite your noble bloodline, you serve a human like a dog. Do you know that you have betrayed the ferocious beast clan? As soon as the words were spoken, the shark eyes of the Abyss Blood Shark Beast Emperor fixed on the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon, filled with greed. Humph! The Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon snorted lightly, completely ignoring him. Although you have betrayed the ferocious beast clan, but I can give you a chance to start over. As long as you are willing to serve me and become my empress, you will have vast oceans and abundant resources. You will also become stronger. The greed in the Abyss Blood Shark Beast Emperor's eyes was not about devouring the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon but rather its powerful and noble bloodline. Among beasts, the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon possessed a perfect form. In the eyes of the Abyss Blood Shark Beast Emperor, the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon was akin to a peerless beauty among humans. If it became his empress, their offspring would undoubtedly be extremely powerful, even easily surpassing himself. Breeding stronger offspring was the deepest desire in the heart of every ferocious beast and the mission of their bloodline. Indeed, Li Qingshan's Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon was female. Ha ha! You, a low bloodline little beast, dare to think my Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon would be your mate? As soon as the Abyss Blood Shark Beast Emperor finished speaking, Li Qingshan immediately sneered. The ancestors of your clan, as long as they were favored by the Dragon clan, their descendants were called divine beasts. And you, a little beast, dare to covet the Dragon clan's bloodline? You are the biggest joke, ha ha ha. After hearing the Abyss Blood Shark Beast Emperor's thoughts, Li Qingshan couldn't help but mock him. It's simply a toad wanting to eat swan meat. At this moment, the Black Coastline, the satellite surveillance footage of the 38th Coastline Command in Li Qingshan's location, was not only displayed in Jiang Huxiao's combat conference room but also directly transmitted to the combat conference room of Jun Ding. Jun Ding was the highest commander of the Black Coastline. The combat conference room was much more advanced than usual, but Jun Ding's attention was almost entirely focused on Li Qingshan. How long until the support team arrives? Jun Ding asked anxiously. Reporting to Marquis, 4 minutes remaining. The soldier in charge of communication immediately replied. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room became tense. Who exactly is Li Qingshan? Apart from Jun Ding, most others were unaware of his talent and strength. So they were all surprised. The Marquis was so concerned about a high-level war god. This made Li Qingshan seem particularly important. Everyone guessed that he was definitely not an ordinary person and must be a key figure. Just 1 minute later, Jun Ding spoke again. Reporting to Marquis, a powerful signal has been detected in the sea area where Li Qingshan is located. Based on calculations, the newly appeared ferocious beast should be a beast emperor. An observer suddenly reported. Beast Emperor? The conference room instantly became tense, and everyone's eyes focused on the big screen in Junding. Although Li Qingshan was a high-level war god, facing a group of high-level beast gods, he might still manage with his talent and beast-taming abilities. But encountering a beast emperor could very likely mean death in the ocean. Li Qingshan was China's most outstanding genius, reaching the level of high-level war god at the age of 18, shining brightly. If he fell on the black coastline, it would undoubtedly be a disgrace. Junding's heart tightened. He knew Li Qingshan's importance and wished he could immediately board a fighter jet to provide support. How long until the support team arrives? Junding asked again. Reporting to Marquis, my team has 3.5 minutes remaining. The support team leader replied. Too slow. Speed up, come at full speed. Junding clenched his fists tightly and urgently ordered, yes. The support squad responded immediately. But they are already advancing at full speed and can arrive in at most 3 minutes, which is very fast. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy, and everyone was staring at the big screen. Deep in the Black Sea, a giant beast, tens of thousands of meters long, lay dormant on the seabed. Its appearance was bizarre, resembling a massive abscess, covered in rough bumps and mucus. Embedded in its body were numerous eerie blue eyes. This giant beast had no fangs but exuded a terrifying aura. Li Qingshan had never seen such a colossal creature. Its power was immense, and its aura was deeply concealed. It seemed to have heard some kind of signal and slowly floated up from the seabed, resembling a small floating island. Buzz, 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 the giant beast released a strange force from within, spreading across the surrounding sea surface. Suddenly, the big screen went black, and the image was interrupted. What happened? Junding stared at the black screen and asked. Reporting to Marquis, the signal has been blocked, and the image cannot be transmitted back, the technician immediately reported. What? Junding was shocked. How could the ferocious beast block the signal? Once the signal is blocked, it becomes very troublesome. First, the orders and situation at the defense line cannot be transmitted back and can only rely on manpower to relay them, wasting a lot of time. On the battlefield, life and death often happen in an instant. Who has time to slowly pass orders? This move by the ferocious beast caught Junding off guard. He had never encountered this before. This is a powerful and mysterious force. Unless its source is eliminated, the signal cannot be restored, the technician added. From now on, human warriors are like blind men, unable to see the situation near the sea or track the ferocious beast. Most importantly, Li Qingshan has also lost contact, and no one knows what danger he is currently facing. Whether the support squad can save him has become an unknown. This is troublesome. Junding frowned deeply. He had another concern. Without technical support, could the support squad accurately locate Li Qingshan? If they deviated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Under the sea, the abyssal blood shark beast emperor stared at Li Qingshan, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in its eyes. You humans, with your inferior bloodline, dare to criticize us, the ferocious beast clan? Today, I will personally kill you. And I will study this female dragon thoroughly to see how to reproduce the next generation. As soon as the words fell, the abyssal blood shark beast emperor charged at Li Qingshan first. Its massive body carried an overwhelming murderous aura, opening its blood-filled maw full of fangs, lunging straight at Li Qingshan. In the seawater, the incoming scent of blood made Li Qingshan and the seven-clawed thunder dragon exchange a glance before immediately charging to meet the enemy. Thunder Domain. As Li Qingshan activated his domain, the surrounding seawater was instantly filled with thunderous power. Even the abyssal blood shark beast emperor felt a numbing sensation all over, with terrifying electric arcs jumping around him, causing a stinging pain. His heart trembled. No wonder this human could suppress so many high-level beast gods. The power of thunder was truly terrifying. However, a high-level war god is nothing more than an ant shaking a tree in front of a beast emperor. The abyssal blood shark beast emperor was full of confidence. The human before him was no match. He was not a newly ascended beast emperor but a level 82 powerhouse. Dragon Fury. Li Qingshan gripped the thunder hammer tightly and unleashed Dragon Fury. An ancient aura erupted from within him, sweeping toward the abyssal blood shark beast emperor. At this moment, the abyssal blood shark beast emperor's heart trembled inexplicably, his heartbeat accelerated, and a fear originating from his soul surged into his heart. This human with an inferior bloodline now made him feel an immense sense of threat and oppression. The confidence from earlier began to waver, and a sense of worry arose in his heart. Can I really defeat him? No. The human bloodline is the weakest, this guy is just a high-level war god. However, the abyssal blood shark beast emperor's heart faltered, his fighting spirit weakened, and his strength diminished accordingly. Swish! Facing the incoming dragon claw, the abyssal blood shark beast emperor suddenly twisted his body, dodging the attack of the 7-clawed thunder dragon, and counterattacked towards Li Qingshan. The 3,000-meter-long thunder hammer smashed straight towards the abyssal blood shark beast emperor. Compared to the hammer before him, he feared the dragon claw from earlier more, so he chose to endure the thunder hammer, planning to tear apart Li Qingshan's physical body first. As long as he killed this human, he could then discuss with the nearby female dragon about reproducing offspring. Thinking of the noble bloodline in the future, the abyssal blood shark beast emperor felt a surge of excitement. The thunder hammer drew closer. The abyssal blood shark beast emperor spun around fiercely, his tail whipping towards the thunder hammer, churning the seawater with astonishing power. Bang! The thunder hammer struck the tail heavily, producing a muffled boom. The intense force instantly transmitted back to Li Qingshan's arms, causing unbearable pain in his arms. After all, the gap in realms between the two was immense. The difference between the beast emperor and a high-level war god was like heaven and earth. Li Qingshan had to admit the terrifying strength of the beast emperor. But, compared to the backlash Li Qingshan suffered, the abyssal blood shark beast emperor was in even greater pain. The thunderous power penetrated his tail and rampaged through his body. His vital energy and blood couldn't withstand the thunder's penetration and were instantly shattered. His once strong physical body lost control in an instant, his strength plummeting. His muscles felt as if they were being pricked by needles, his entire body stiffened. Shock filled his eyes. He hadn't expected this human's thunderous power to penetrate his skin and vital energy, directly injuring his internal organs. The abyssal blood shark beast emperor's internal organs were damaged, and fear gripped his heart. He hurriedly tried to swing his tail to escape quickly. Unfortunately, the thunderous power entangled his entire body, making his movements stiff. Before he could escape, the sharp claws of the at this moment, Li Qingshan felt the terrifying energy and blood in his body surging within the blood sea of his dantian, advancing to the next level. When leveling up from 80 to 81, the 7-clawed thunder dragon would evolve into a 9-clawed thunder dragon. At that time, he would also gain a powerful innate ability. A large number of ferocious beasts were invading the coast. For Li Qingshan, this was simply a heaven-sent opportunity. He immediately contacted Fengshenyu to check if there were any nearby ferocious beasts, preferably beast gods or beast emperors. Ferocious beasts below the level of beast gods wouldn't significantly enhance his energy and blood. However, to Li Qingshan's surprise, he couldn't reach Fengshenyu, the signal seemed to be blocked. Li Qingshan took out an electronic map to locate the signal source, but still found no signal. It seemed something was wrong. No matter. He randomly chose a direction and quickly charged forward. The ocean was so vast, ferocious beasts couldn't all disappear. Wasn't this just a self-serve feast? Li Qingshan had just left when the support team hurriedly arrived at the scene, staring at the bloody scent in the seawater. Everyone's faces turned grim. Could something have happened to Li Qingshan? Captain, look! At this moment, a team member retrieved a giant eyeball from the sea, as large as a truck. Even though it was just an eyeball, the terrifying aura it exuded during its lifetime could still be felt. The aura of a beast emperor. Is this the eyeball of a beast emperor? The support team captain was slightly stunned, then his face lit up with excitement. The beast emperor is dead, which means Li Qingshan is still alive. Quickly search the nearby waters to see if there are any surviving beast gods or human corpses. Yes. The support team members immediately began their search. 5 minutes later, there were no surviving beast gods or human corpses found in the surrounding area. The support team captain was almost certain that Li Qingshan was alive. Let's go, retreat, he said, leading the team back to the coastline. The sea was too dangerous. Even as a martial emperor, he couldn't guarantee safety. Encountering powerful ferocious beasts could mean death at any moment. As long as they could confirm Li Qingshan was alive, they would return to report to the Marquis. The Marquis must be very worried. Black Coastline Command Center. The support team hurried back, and the captain entered the command center to meet the highest-ranking official of the Black Coastline. Marquis, this is the video footage taken at the time. Li Qingshan should still be alive, he said, handing over the player. The Marquis of the military cauldron took it, stared at the screen, and let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, he was utterly shocked. This guy could actually suppress a beast emperor? The Marquis murmured to himself, his growth is too fast. An 18-year-old advanced war god has already shaken the world. But Li Qingshan actually killed a beast emperor. This means his strength has likely reached the level of a martial emperor. An 18-year-old martial emperor. Hiss. The Marquis couldn't imagine it. In human history, there had never been such a powerful martial artist. He was simply a unique existence. Too terrifying. If the Duke and those supreme beings in Huaxia found out, who knows what their reaction would be. The Marquis's hand holding the player trembled slightly, his heart surging with waves. What a surprise! In the command room, all the military personnel and martial artists exchanged glances, unable to hide their shock in their eyes. Black coastline. Coastline no. 6, segment C. On the coastal defense wall, a group of martial artists who had just experienced battle stood ready, their eyes firmly fixed on the ocean ahead. They had already received the news. A large wave of beast gods was approaching and would soon land. Everyone held their breath, waiting to engage in a life-and-death battle with this group of advanced beast gods. The signal was blocked, even the higher authorities couldn't be contacted. Only a final message came through: hundreds of advanced beast gods were about to attack. And here, the defense line consisted of only a dozen advanced war gods. Facing hundreds of advanced beast gods, no one held out hope for survival. That's right. No one expected to make it out alive because everyone was mentally prepared for a fight to the death. If they retreated, now, they could indeed escape and save their lives. But if they fled, what would happen to the civilians behind them? Their experience in war told them that once the army retreated, the civilians' lives would become even harder. Moreover, this time the enemy wasn't ordinary humans but man-eating ferocious beasts. These vicious monsters. If the army left, the civilians behind them would become living targets. Among those civilians were their families, children, and people who needed protection. So, they would rather die than retreat. Have you all written your wills? Asked the advanced war god in charge of this coastline. Already done. I wrote that I hope my child won't blame me, even though I won't be there to watch him grow up. If I die, the country should take care of my parents. Captain, what's the plan for the battle ahead? The surrounding soldiers and warriors, with resolute determination in their eyes, looked toward the ocean. The entire coastline was filled with tense battle. Intent, and the alloy-long knives in their hands were polished to a gleaming shine. Roar! Finally, a deep beast roar echoed from the distant sea, shaking the heavens and earth, sweeping toward the coastline. Ordinary people would have been scared out of their wits upon hearing it. But the soldiers and warriors here were instead stirred with fighting spirit. They swore to kill a few sea monsters before they died. The more they killed, the greater the hope for survival for the civilians behind them. The first advanced beast god appeared. It was a ferocious sea lion beast god, its fur glowing crimson as if soaked in blood, the color left behind after drying. Its sharp fangs exuded a bloody stench. Massive in size, over 5,000 meters long, it resembled a giant beast radiating overwhelming killing intent. It swam in the seawater, its blood aura surging. Staring at the soldiers and warriors on the shore, its eyes were filled with greed, already imagining the pleasure of devouring these delicious humans. Humans! They were simply the best feast for the ferocious, but in the end, they gritted their teeth, fixed their gaze firmly on the beast gods and ferocious beasts ahead, and stood unwaveringly. So many delicious humans. This time, we'll feast to our heart's content. I'm going to eat 10,000 of them. 10,000? That's barely enough as a snack for me. I want to eat 100,000. I've heard that the stronger the warrior, the tougher the meat. This time, I'll savor every bite. Lowly humans, prepare to welcome the arrival of us ferocious beasts. Ha ha, look at how scared they are. How pitiful. In the vast ocean, hundreds of advanced beast gods were communicating with each other, discussing how to deal with the warriors on the coastline. Some of the advanced beast gods believed that every part of the humans should be properly processed, separated, and stored for a slow feast since each part had a different texture and flavor. However, other experienced beast gods thought it would be better to devour them whole without bothering to divide them up. Regardless of the method, the beasts in the sea had long considered the human warriors on the shore as nothing more than a banquet. They were getting closer and closer. The ferocious beasts in the ocean were rapidly approaching the coastline. Many warriors burst forth with their full blood energy, preparing to charge and fight the beasts with their lives at any moment. Prepare for battle. With a command from the Viscount guarding this place, all the warriors were ready for action. The atmosphere was tense, muscles taut. Unlike before, The Viscount didn't sit in the rear to command. Instead, wearing his Viscount medal, he stood at the very front, ahead of all the warriors. He wanted to convey that in this battle, there was little chance of anyone on the coastline surviving. There was no need for commands, everyone should just charge forward together. Kill as many as possible. As the Viscount and commander of the coastal forces, he stood at the forefront. While it might seem selfish, he knew he would be the first to fall. This way, he wouldn't have to watch his comrades die one by one. This was his small, selfish blessing. Apart from the Viscount, nearly all the squad leaders and officers also chose to stand on the front line. Yes, sir. The moment the Viscount finished speaking, the warriors behind him, their faces hidden by their battle armor, erupted with fighting spirit. Swoosh! The next instant, a warrior wreathed in dazzling azure lightning suddenly shot out from the ocean depths. Exuding murderous intent, he soared straight into the sky. Lightning coiled around him, illuminating the sea in a brilliant blue. In his hand, he held the corpse of an advanced beast god, which he swung fiercely. Take this! Roar! Immediately after, an enormous beast over 20,000 meters long, a 7-clawed thunder dragon, burst out of the water. It caught the corpse in its jaws and crushed it with a massive bite. Devouring a level 75 advanced beast god, the main body gains 0.05 points of essence blood, and the avatar gains 0.05 points of essence blood. What's going on? On the coastline, the Viscount commander, high-level war gods, and even the attacking advanced beast gods all froze in confusion, their gazes turning toward the direction of Li Qingshan. Damn it, there are so many ferocious beasts. All this blood energy is mine, stay here. Ha ha ha. Li Qingshan laughed maniacally, activating his dragon form. His body rapidly grew to 5,000 meters tall. Wielding a thunder hammer 3,000 meters long, he leaped high into the air and smashed it down onto an advanced beast god. The thunder hammer fell with a violent crash. Boom, crackle. A dull impact rang out as lightning raged, striking the advanced beast god beneath and sending waves of electric energy surging through the surrounding seawater. The beast god that was struck had no chance to fight back. It flipped belly up and was instantly killed by Li Qingshan's thunder hammer. Dozens of advanced beast gods nearby, along with numerous other beast gods and beast kings, were caught in the lightning waves and perished. On the spot, with one strike, he instantly took down over a dozen high-level beast gods. But it wasn't over yet. Li Qingshan's body shot off into the distance, leaving after images behind him as lightning flickered. He moved through the seawater, activating the thunder domain, fully unleashing the immense power of his thunderous energy and blood. On the surface of the sea, the remaining high-level beast gods were paralyzed, their bodies destroyed by the thunder, flipping belly up and floating lifelessly. Behind him, the 7-clawed flood dragon and the purple Skykuanping devoured flesh and blood relentlessly, their speed almost unable to keep up with Li Qingshan's pace of slaughtering fierce beasts. The thunder wing Kuanping had already evolved into the purple Skykuanping, its body now larger and reaching the level of a high-level beast god. Its cultivation was advancing rapidly, already at level 79, on the verge of stepping into the ranks of beast emperors, fully catching up to the 7-clawed thunder dragon. The once dark sea surface was now filled with the overturned bodies of high-level beast gods and other fierce beasts. Not good, run. That human is too strong, he's at the martial emperor level. Too powerful, we're doomed. Such overwhelming thunder power. Run, run. Seeing their companions die so miserably, many fierce beasts panicked and fled desperately. But how could Li Qingshan let them escape so easily? With an anxious expression, he shouted, "Damn it, I finally found a nest of fierce beasts, and now you're running? How am I supposed to break through my realm? Stop running." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingshan pursued the fleeing beasts at high speed, his entire body crackling with wild lightning. Another group of fierce beasts flipped over, as if struck by an electric fishing net. It was like casting a fishing net into the water, causing all the fish to turn belly up, ready to be scooped up effortlessly. At this moment, Li Qingshan was practically a super electric fishing machine. To him, those high-level beast gods were just big fish, while the beast gods and beast kings were nothing more than small fry. Li Qingshan even felt a bit disdainful of them. The entire sea region was dyed a deep blue. The 7-clawed thunder dragon and the purple Skykuanping were frantically devouring the fierce beasts, unable to stop. The soldiers and warriors on the coastline were stunned by the scene before them. They could hardly believe that there was such a simple and effective way to kill fierce beasts. They watched as Li Qingshan leapt into the seawater, and a massive number of fierce beasts instantly flipped belly up and died. "General, should we go and Assist him? The adjutant, watching the scene on the sea with hesitation in his voice, turned to ask the Viscount General guarding the coastline. No need. The Viscount General's mouth twitched slightly. If we rush over now, we might just get in the way. Who is this person? We've never heard of him on the Black Coastline. Could it be Feng Lei? The adjutant frowned as he looked at Li Qingshan in the sea. But Feng Lei isn't this strong. It's definitely not him. The Viscount General concluded. Feng Lei is just a high-level war god. This guy is clearly an 80-level martial emperor. There's no way his strength could have skyrocketed this much. Besides, Feng Lei's thunder techniques aren't this heaven-defying. Indeed, some warriors could use thunder techniques, but their range and power were nowhere near the level Li Qingshan was displaying now. Even thunder-type fierce beasts couldn't unleash such overwhelming thunder power. The Li Qingshan before them was like a true thunder god, commanding the thunder of heaven and earth. The soldiers on the coastline all took out their phones to capture this awe-inspiring scene, something they might never witness again in their lifetimes. They breathed a collective sigh of relief. Not a single high-level beast god was left, all had been suppressed. The coastline was finally secure. Though they were unafraid of sacrifice, everyone still wanted to live. Seeing the ferocious beasts being easily eliminated, everyone felt incredibly exhilarated. So satisfying. Killing ferocious beasts in this way is simply thrilling. The system's voice kept ringing. Devoured a level 75 advanced beast. God, name body gains 0.05 points of refined blood essence. Clone gains 0.05 points of refined blood essence. Devoured a level 78. Advanced beast god, name body gains 0.8 points of refined blood essence. Clone gains 0.8 points of refined blood essence. Devoured a level 74 advanced beast god, main body gains 0.025 points of refined blood essence. Clone gains 0.025 points of refined blood essence. Devoured a level 77 advanced beast god, main body gains 0.4 points of refined blood essence. Clone gains 0.4 points of refined blood essence. After devouring hundreds of advanced beast gods, Li Qingshan opened the system panel. Main body, Li Qingshan body length, 20 centimeters. Strength, level 80 Martial Emperor Blood Essence, 15/20ths Refined Blood Essence Talent, Thunder Dragon Divine Body, Kunpeng Divine Body Talent. Abilities, Thunder Blood Essence, Thunder Hammer, Thunder Shadow 3000 Speed, Thunder Domain, Thunder Dragon Armor, Thunder Punishment, Dragon Clan Dharma Form, Dragon Fury Clone, 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon Body Length, 20,000 meters Strength, Level 80 Beast. Emperor Blood Essence, 13/20ths Refined Blood Essence can evolve into 9-Clawed Thunder Dragon at level 81, evolution path confirmed as 9-Clawed Thunder Dragon Ancestral Dragon Clone, Purple Heaven Kunpeng Body Length, 20,000 meters Strength, level 80 Beast. Emperor Blood Essence, 2/20ths Refined Blood Essence can evolve into Devouring Kunpeng at level 81, evolution path confirmed as Chaos Kunpeng Ancestral. Kunpeng Contractor, Phoenix Infant Name, Su Baijiu Strength, Level 3 Martial Artist Talent, SSS Level Daily Supply, 4 Blood Essence Points. Phoenix Divine Body unlocks at level 10 now. Li Qingshan's strength had already reached the Martial Emperor level. Devouring these advanced beast gods to break through in strength had become increasingly difficult. Hundreds of advanced beast gods could only provide a little over 10 points of refined blood essence. At least dozens more advanced beast gods would need to be killed to accumulate enough blood essence to reach level 81 Martial Emperor. Meanwhile, a large number of ferocious beast corpses were distributed to the Thunder Dragon and Kunpeng, causing the 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon's strength to lag behind. At the same time, Kunpeng had already broken through to level 80 Beast Emperor. With the next breakthrough, it would evolve. The 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon was about to evolve into the 9-Clawed Thunder Dragon. The Purple Heaven Kunpeng had evolved into the Devouring Kunpeng. In addition, Su Baijiu had also successfully broken through to become a level 3 martial artist. As for Wang Qingsha's strength, it was unclear whether she had reached level 30 or 40. After all, she possessed the Golden Crow's sacred body. Li Qingshan couldn't afford to relax. He had to focus on improving his strength and not let her catch up. Deep in the ocean, a beast emperor sensed the intense battle ahead and silently dove into the seabed, desperately fleeing into the deep sea without looking back. This netherworld sea serpent beast emperor was panicking. Too terrifying. That human was simply too powerful. The thunderous power was utterly defying the heavens. Although that human was only a level 80 martial emperor, and the other two ferocious beasts were also level 80 beast emperors, the netherworld sea serpent beast emperor itself was a level 81 beast emperor. Yet, The Netherworld Sea Serpent Beast Emperor felt it was no match for that human. No, it had almost no chance of winning, too defying. The heavens. Killing advanced beast gods was as simple as crushing ants. There was no need to even make a move, just swimming past them caused those beast gods to flip belly up. It was too exaggerated. Escaping was the only option, ferocious beasts' lives mattered too. Fortunately, it hadn't joined the ranks of those advanced beast gods, otherwise, it wouldn't even have been able to escape. An 81st level Beast Emperor encountering an 80-level Martial Emperor and immediately fleeing, this was a first. At the same level, ferocious beasts are generally stronger because their vitality is more resilient, while humans are slightly weaker. The Netherworld Sea Serpent Beast Emperor turned into a black shadow, swiftly diving into the seabed, unaware of the massive creature lying in ambush ahead. Whoosh! Whoosh! From the depths of the sea, an even more terrifying sea beast suddenly burst out from below the Netherworld Sea Serpent's path. Caught off guard, its body was instantly bitten, and the creature leaped toward the surface with the Netherworld Sea Serpent in its jaws. Soldiers and martial artists on the coastline saw one beast emperor tearing into another, leaping out of the water and pausing mid-air. In the next moment, the massive sea beast transformed, spreading its wings like a golden-winged roc, soaring into the sky. Its sharp claws shredded the beast emperor into pieces, stuffing them into its mouth and devouring it completely in no time. On the coastline, all the soldiers and martial artists were dumbfounded, recording the scene on their phones. Once the signal was restored, this video would undoubtedly cause a sensation when uploaded to the martial artist intranet. This was insane. Devouring an 81st level Beast Emperor, the main body gained 7 points of refined vitality, and the clone gained 7 points of refined vitality. Consuming 20 points of refined vitality, the main body's strength advanced to 81st level Martial Emperor. In the next moment, 2 system notifications sounded. Li Qingshan successfully ascended to 81st level Martial Emperor. Do you know of any nearby high-level beast gods or beast emperors? Li Qingshan stood atop the 7-clawed Thunder Dragon, looking down at the Viscount General ahead and asked. At this moment, Li Qingshan only wanted to quickly eliminate the ferocious beasts, allowing the 7-clawed Thunder Dragon and the purple firmament Kuanping to both break through to 81st level. Once they reached 81st level, they could evolve, significantly enhancing their strength, and Li Qingshan could gain even stronger talents. The entire Black Coastline is under attack by high-level beast gods. If you head to other defensive lines for support, you're bound to encounter plenty of high-level beast gods or beast emperors, the Viscount General said, dazed. Let's go. Li Qingshan nodded, leading the 7-clawed Thunder Dragon toward the adjacent defensive line. These ferocious beasts had come at just the right time. The entire Black Sea defensive line was filled with high-level beast gods and martial emperors. Perfect. This time, he was sure to level up 4 or 5 times. A month later, he had a duel scheduled with Wang Qingcha. By then, he should reach the peak of Martial Emperor. Hopefully, she would also rise to the challenge and aim for level 50. Level 50 shouldn't be too hard, right? Sea Line Coastline. The Viscount General in charge of defending this area immediately showed respect upon hearing Li Qingshan reveal his identity. After all, Li Qingshan was a Marquis, a rank significantly higher than Viscount, with an Earl in between. Earls are divided into 3 tiers, and whether they gain their title through strength or family background, they command respect. Upon hearing that Li Qingshan had come to assist in repelling high-level beast gods, the Viscount General was delighted. Li Qingshan was an 81st level Martial Emperor. With his help, the pressure would be greatly reduced, and they might even hold the defensive line. In less than a minute, over 300 high-level beast gods were roaming ahead, mixed with 3 83rd level beast emperors. The entire sea area was filled with the intense killing aura of ferocious beasts, utterly terrifying. Compared to the earlier segment of the Sea Line Coastline, the pressure here was clearly much greater. Yet the station troops here were about the same strength as those at the previous Sea Line segment. 3 beast emperors, over 300 high-level beast gods? This was serious trouble. The Viscount General defending this area furrowed his brows tightly, a trace of despair flashing in his eyes. And he wasn't the only one. Other soldiers and martial artists, seeing the situation before them, also showed expressions of helplessness. However, not a single one retreated. They gripped their alloy long blades tightly, fully aware that today might very well be the day they lose their lives. Yet, they were fearless. The 3 beast emperors were all level 83, while Li Qingshan was only level 81, and his other two beasts were merely level 80. They were no match. At all. Not to mention there were over 300 high-level beast gods, while the entire coastline had fewer than 30 high-level war gods. The shadow of death loomed over everyone's hearts, but Li Qingshan's face revealed excitement and exhilaration. Perfect timing. So many ferocious beasts, just right for his beasts to complete their evolution. Ha ha, how thrilling. His eyes were filled with greed. As he stared at the ferocious beasts ahead, practically drooling. Ah, something's wrong. Someone has betrayed us. Someone has betrayed us. Enemy attack. The enemy is launching a sneak attack. They're not our Huaxia martial artists, they're Empire martial artists. Quick! Call for reinforcements. At this moment, cries for help came from afar. A group of black-clad martial artists swiftly slaughtered a large number of Huaxia martial artists. They were equipped with battle armor, flying in the air. On their armor was embroidered a flamboyant cherry blossom. There were over 100 of them. The strongest among them were 7 martial emperors, and the 100 behind them were all high-level war gods. As soon as they appeared, their murderous aura swept through the entire military camp and coastal defense line. This coastline is now under Sakura Nation's control. Huaxia martial artists, kneel and surrender immediately, or we will show no mercy in killing you. Enemy attack? Instantly, the faces of all soldiers and martial artists on the coastal defense line changed dramatically. Panic flashed in their eyes. No one had expected that, in addition to the invasion of numerous high-level beast gods and beast emperors. From the sea ahead, there would also be Empire martial artists lurking behind them. This was truly the end. The atmosphere of despair instantly enveloped every martial artist on the defense line. 7 martial emperors. This army was utterly incapable of resisting. Defeat was inevitable. But for Huaxia martial artists to kneel before this group of Sakura Nation martial artists, such extreme humiliation, no one was willing to accept it. Once they knelt, it wouldn't just be themselves kneeling, it would be Huaxia's dignity trampled underfoot. This is Huaxia's land. Are you Sakura Nation martial artists here to provoke us? Before the stationed Viscount General could speak, Li Qingshan had already flown into the air, appearing before the 7 Sakura Nation martial emperors, and said. A team quickly dispersed, heading toward the Black Coastline Command Center to report the situation and request reinforcements. Because the defense line was very likely about to be breached. Now, all signals were blocked, so they could only rely on running. 2 nations at war? What a joke. With the ocean beasts invading, Huaxia is on the brink of destruction, and you think we care about some 2-nation conflict? The leading Sakura Nation martial emperor sneered as he looked down at Li Qingshan, his gaze full of contempt. You knew long ago that the ocean beasts would attack the Black Coastline, so you prepared an ambush here in advance. This ambush wasn't set up recently, was it? Besides here, other coastlines are probably also ambushed by martial emperors and high-level war gods, coordinating with the beasts to break through the defense lines, right? Li Qingshan asked. That's right. Seeing someone as young as you already become a martial emperor, if you don't die today, you'll surely go even further in the future. You're undoubtedly one of Huaxia's top talents. Killing you here today makes our trip worthwhile. Just accept your fate. The Sakura Nation martial emperor stared at Li Qingshan and said, in the past, someone told me that if my talent were exposed, not only would ferocious beasts send powerful ones to assassinate me, but enemy nations would also send experts to kill me. At first, I didn't quite understand. Because I thought, in the face of ferocious beasts, humanity should unite to resist them together. But what I have witnessed today, it seems my enemies are not just the beasts, but an additional foe. And that is every other country. Apart from Huaxia. Today, I will annihilate all of you. Tomorrow, I will march into Sakura Nation. Man Nation must also be obliterated. At this moment, Li Qingshan's eyes gleamed with intense killing intent. These people not only refused to help in slaying the beasts but instead aided the beasts in attacking other nations. How shameful, how detestable. Such scum do not deserve to exist in this world and must be completely eradicated. Invade Sakura Nation? Boy, you dare to speak such words and even dare to think of slaughtering Sakura Nation? Today, I will ensure you die here. A martial emperor from Sakura Nation, his eyes wide with rage, roared. As his words fell, his entire body erupted with a violent surge of vitality and blood, charging toward Li Qingshan with ferocity. An 81st level martial emperor. On the same level as Li Qingshan, murderous and menacing. Within Li Qingshan's body, lightning and vitality surged equally as he gazed at the charging martial emperor. Yet, the thought of exerting his full strength didn't even cross his mind. He merely stared coldly at the opponent. That gaze was as if he was looking at a dead man. At this moment, the soldiers and martial artists stationed here all stared nervously at the scene before them. Can he win? This question lingered in the hearts of every Huaxia martial artist. Jingxia of the one-sword flow, even in Sakura Nation, stood among the top. No martial artist of the same level could withstand a single strike from his blade. An insignificant 81st level martial emperor, and he thinks he can slaughter Sakura Nation? How absurd. No matter. Today, Jingxia will teach him how to conduct himself. Why isn't this kid dodging? Has he gone mad? Jingxia of the one-sword flow once cleaved through a 7,000-meter martial emperor of the same level with a single strike. He's probably paralyzed with fear, isn't he? Jingxia was currently at a bottleneck, just one strike and an epiphany away from breaking through to 82nd level. So this is what Huaxia's so-called genius amounts to. Faced with Jingxia's attack, he's so terrified he can't even move. What a joke, what an absolute joke. Ha ha ha. At this moment, the martial artists of Sakura Nation, seeing Li Qingshan standing motionless without any reaction, sneered with ridicule. How laughable. Indeed, Li Qingshan stood still, unmoving. Even the martial artists of Long Nation watching him felt as though he had been scared stiff. For a moment, the martial artists of Long Nation felt an even deeper weight in their hearts, their eyes filled with despair. What is this guy doing? Even if he can't win, he should at least fight to the death. Has he given up entirely? If the defensive line is breached, the beast army will quickly flood in. To the north, they could plunder over 1,000 cities, and to the south, they could sweep straight into the magic metropolis. How many people would perish by then? We would all be eternal sinners. Ah, it's so frustrating. If only communication could be restored, we could call for reinforcements and surely hold out. The beasts clearly came prepared, and the martial artists of Sakura Nation are secretly colluding with them. Our great Xia Nation teeters on the brink of destruction. The Huaxia soldiers stationed here wore expressions full of unwillingness, but there was nothing they could do. The enemy was closing in. Li Qingshan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze indifferent, as if he had weathered countless storms and no longer held the affairs of the world in his eyes. Behind him, waves roared, beasts howled, and beast emperors bellowed in fury. Before him, the martial artists of Sakura Nation held alloyed long blades that glimmered with a chilling light. The air was thick with killing intent, ready to unleash a strike to end Li Qingshan. With just one strike. Jingxia murmured softly, his long blade slicing through the air, a sweeping chill of light surging forth, accompanied by a howling sound in the air. In an instant, a storm of intense killing intent formed around them, tightening everyone's chests as if a blade were pressed against their hearts. A chill ran down their spines. Underground Town's enemy, defeated with just one strike. Just one strike. The long blade drew closer and closer, a cold sneer and disdain appearing at the corner of Inashida's mouth. At this distance, no one could evade his alloy long blade. The genius from Huaxia before him was undoubtedly doomed. Whoosh! A piercing sound broke through the air as the alloy long blade reached Li Qingshan. Only a foot away. The distance was too close. There was no time to counterattack or defend. Whether it was the other 6 martial emperors from Sakura Nation or the martial artists from Huaxia, at this moment, they had all sentenced Li Qingshan to death. There was absolutely no escape. Coward! Not even a counterattack before death? As the alloy long blade drew closer, a powerful and terrifying aura erupted from within. Li Qingshan, as if an ancient god had awakened. This aura, filled with rage, surged directly toward Inashida. The heavens and earth changed color. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, as if the entire world was furious. From Li Qingshan's unfathomable eyes, Inashida saw an extreme fear that reached deep into his soul. His heart trembled violently. Even the alloy long blade in his hand stiffened. Swish! Li Qingshan suddenly reached out with one hand and directly grabbed the alloy long blade slashing toward him. Yes, with just one hand, he firmly held the alloy long blade. This was Inashida's most prideful strike. The Thunder Dragon armor shattered, split open by the alloy long blade, but that was nothing to speak of. However, Li Qingshan's physical body was so formidable it was terrifying. The alloy long blade wasn't stopped by his armor but by the sheer defensive power of his body. Indeed, Li Qingshan's body had become so strong that even the alloy long blade could hardly harm him. The Thunder Dragon Divine Body, the Kunping Divine Body. These two powerful innate divine bodies were not just for show. Now, Li Qingshan's body was almost indistinguishable from that of the dragon race, perhaps even more formidable and terrifying. Because, in addition to the dragon race's physique, he also had the Kunping Divine Body's enhancement, elevating his strength to another level. Being able to grab the alloy long blade with one hand was nothing extraordinary. At this moment, Li Qingshan's strength was clearly far superior to Inashita's. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be a match. Inashita was utterly shocked. His strike felt like it had hit an iron wall, completely immovable, unable to penetrate even a fraction. How was this possible? This was his strongest strike. The Huaxia Martial Emperor before him was only at level 81. How could he catch the alloy long blade with just one hand? Inashita felt as if the sky was collapsing. His most prideful strike had been blocked just like that? The opponent hadn't even dodged? Not only Inashita, but the martial emperors and advanced war gods from Sakura Nation behind him were also stunned. They could hardly believe it. How did this guy do it? The entire battlefield suddenly fell eerily silent. Li Qingshan's lips curled into a faint sneer as a surge of thunderous power erupted from his body. Blue lightning coursed through the alloy long blade into Inashita's body. His body instantly lit up like a light bulb, flashing with blue light as arcs of lightning danced. Ah! A miserable scream echoed. Inashita was blasted away by the lightning, his body out of control, his soul wavering. His eyes were filled with terror. Defeated? How could this be? Inashita! A Sakura Nation martial emperor hurriedly rushed forward to rescue him, but Inashita's body began to disintegrate mid-air, torn into ashes by the thunderous power. He died in vain. An 81 level martial emperor was effortlessly annihilated by Li Qingshan. And this young martial emperor hadn't even exerted any effort. It's truly terrifying. Hiss hiss. At this moment, not only the martial emperors of Sakura country but even the surrounding martial artists of Huaxia gasped, their eyes full of shock. The previous despair instantly turned into admiration. So damn strong. He can suppress a martial emperor with just one hand. Who in the world can achieve such composure? Truly worthy of being our Huaxia Marquis. Huaxia Martial Emperor. How is this possible? How could Jingxia lose? This kid actually caught Jingxia's strongest strike with one hand? No wonder he's a young martial emperor. It seems he indeed has something extraordinary hidden within him. But today, you've exposed yourself, and you're destined not to leave here. Damn it! How dare you kill Jingxia? Today, all Huaxia martial artists will be buried with him. Several martial emperors of Sakura country roared in fury. Successfully killed an 81st level martial emperor. Reward, plus 6 merit points. Merit? Li Qingshan completely ignored the voices outside and instead focused on the system screen that suddenly popped up in front of him. Unexpectedly, killing a martial emperor of Sakura country could earn merit points. But what use does this merit have? Li Qingshan eagerly opened the system panel and discovered a new section in his personal information. Merit, 6 points merit golden. Will, 6/10,000, Merit Golden Sun. Once fully condensed, a Merit Golden Sun will appear behind the host. Any enemy who attacks the host or harbors hostility will suffer significant loss of life and combat power, while enduring consecutive misfortunes. If their strength is weak or their fate is not strong, they may even die suddenly. Holy crap! Li Qingshan stared at the description of the Merit Golden Sun on the panel, his eyes wide with excitement and greed. Damn it! This ability is too insane. Not only can it weaken the enemy's power and life, but it can also make them suffer continuous bad luck. For the weaker ones, they would directly die suddenly. It's absolutely incredible. With this, when facing minor characters, he wouldn't even need to act personally. He could deal with them all at once. Especially these ocean beasts. If he first takes down a few strong ones, the remaining weaker ones, as long as they harbor hostility or dare to attack him, would all die. It's simply too satisfying. However, it requires spending 10,000 merit points to condense today's merit. The next second, Li Qingshan's greedy gaze swept over the remaining martial emperors of Sakura country in front of him, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. I didn't expect you all to still have some use. Li Qingshan's words made the remaining 6 martial emperors of Sakura country pause slightly, exchanging glances as the anger in their hearts slowly ignited. Kid, how dare you kill me? What are you trying to do? Before the words were finished, Li Qingshan had already left, an afterimage in place, charging fiercely toward the 6 Sakura Empire martial emperors in front of him. His eyes revealed a hint of madness. He laughed disdainfully, a bunch of trash. A great battle is right in front of us, yet You have nothing better to do than stir up trouble, forming cliques. All of you, die. Attack together. Suppress. This guy, the leading martial emperor of the Sakura Empire, was burning with rage, his entire body surging with energy and blood. You overestimate yourselves. Humph, 6 against 1, I want to see how much of a storm you can stir up. Today, I, a martial emperor of the Sakura Empire, will suppress you all and offer you as a sacrifice to Lord Jinshita. Roar! At that moment, a deep dragon's roar came from the side, followed by an ancient and powerful voice, with me here. As soon as the words fell, the 7-clawed Thunder Dragon and the purple Sky Kuanping immediately lunged at the 6 martial emperors of the Sakura Empire. Li Qingshan faced 2 divine beasts alone. The 7-clawed Thunder Dragon and the purple Sky Kuanping each took on 2 martial emperors. Thunder Domain, Thunder. Shadow 3000, Thunder Punishment, Dragon's Fury, Thunder Dragon Armor, ****. Li Qingshan unleashed his full power, his entire body enveloped in terrifying thunder energy, transforming the surroundings into a sea of lightning. Bolts of electricity leaped around, exuding a destructive aura. The 2 martial emperors of the Sakura Empire, one at level 83 and the other at level 85, immediately felt an overwhelming pressure, their fighting spirit greatly diminished. It was as if they were facing not an ordinary martial emperor but a terrifying monster from an ancient abyss. Moreover, the constantly leaping electric arcs around them, if touched even slightly, caused unbearable pain, severely restricting their movements. Swish! The level 83 martial emperor charged first, with the level 851 following closely behind. The second martial emperor intended to disrupt Li Qingshan's rhythm, creating an opening for a fatal strike. The alloy longsword in his hand gleamed coldly, faster, and fiercer than Jinshita's. His energy and blood surged explosively. Take this! Li Qingshan's face lit up with an excited smile as he swung his thunder hammer down fiercely. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed. Li Qingshan clearly felt the immense power transmitted through the thunder hammer. What might have been challenging before was now easily manageable. The blessings of the Thunder Dragon Divine Body and the Kuanping Divine Body had significantly enhanced his vitality and physical strength, allowing him to withstand the force steadily. But his opponent lacked such strength. Li Qingshan's thunder hammer struck the alloy longsword, sending a terrifying shockwave through it. The face of the Sakura Empire martial emperor changed dramatically, unable to believe the sheer strength of Li Qingshan. This was far beyond what a level 83 martial emperor should possess. In the next moment, Li Qingshan's thunderous power surged outward. The martial emperor felt as if needles were piercing his arms, his entire body losing control, as though his soul was about to escape. His whole body went numb, his eyes filled with terror. Electric arcs danced across his body, and his energy and armor were no match for Li Qingshan's thunderous power, which pierced through them directly. The next second, his body was sent flying, electric arcs crackling as large chunks of flesh and armor fragments scattered. His body was charred black, and his blood turned to ash. In just an instant, he had fallen. Li Qingshan was like a high-voltage power line. No matter what you were, the moment you touched him, you were paralyzed and electrocuted to death. The level 85 martial emperor behind him, seeing his companion instantly killed, turned pale, completely unprepared for such overwhelming strength from the opponent. Swish! Before the level 85 martial emperor could decide whether to continue fighting, retreat, or call for reinforcements, Li Qingshan's thunder hammer was already smashing toward him. He hurriedly pushed his energy and blood circulation to the limit, fully activating his battle armor for protection, desperately trying to withstand Li Qingshan's thunderous attack. After all, the scene of Li Qingshan instantly killing his companion earlier still lingered in his mind. Boom! The next moment, a muffled explosion erupted, and violent thunder rampaged. The level 85 martial emperor from Sakura country immediately realized he had made a grave mistake. Even with his battle armor fully activated and his energy and blood protecting him, his body was completely defenseless. The terrifying thunder power swept over him like a flood or a ferocious beast. The protection of his battle armor and energy and blood was directly penetrated by the lightning. The horrifying thunder left the level 85 martial emperor numb all over, his situation almost as dire as the previous victim. Normally, martial artists specializing in thunder techniques could withstand attacks with the dual protection of battle armor and energy and blood. But Li Qingshan's thunder attack was different. It was a talent ability. The Thunder power of the dragon race, far beyond what battle armor and energy and blood could resist. Unless the opponent's strength was vastly superior or they possessed higher quality battle armor, there was no escape from death. The level 85 martial emperor from Sakura country was struck by lightning and sent flying, his body charred black, arcs of electricity flickering, and his body burned to ashes, leaving almost nothing behind. He was instantly surpassed by 4 levels. Li Qingshan's current strength was terrifyingly immense, mainly relying on various talent bonuses, the power of thunder, the dragon bloodline, and the powerful support of the Kunping divine body. Killed. A level 83 martial emperor from Sakura country, gained plus 13 merit points. Killed a level 85 martial emperor from Sakura country, gained plus 53 merit points. Zishao Kunping killed a level 82 martial emperor from Sakura country, gained plus 7 merit points. 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon killed a level 83 martial emperor from Sakura country, gained plus 13 merit points. Killed a level 79 advanced war god from Sakura country, gained plus 1.3 merit points. Killed a level 78 advanced war god from Sakura country, gained plus 0.8 merit points. System notifications kept ringing. Li Qingshan, together with his 2 beasts, quickly eliminated the remaining martial emperors from Sakura country. The remaining advanced war gods were visibly panicked, desperately trying to escape, their faces full of terror. Li Qingshan would never let go of these precious merit points and chased them down relentlessly. Meanwhile, the 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon charged into the ocean, preparing to block the incoming beast emperors. However, as soon as the 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon approached the water, the 3 beast emperors saw that Li Qingshan had already wiped out all 7 martial emperors from Sakura country on the shore. Terrified, they fled deeper into the ocean. What was initially an invasion by Sakura country and ferocious beasts had now turned into a frenzied pursuit by Li Qingshan, the 7-Clawed Thunder Dragon, and Zishao Kunping against these fleeing enemies. Damn it, my merit points and energy. Don't run, stop right there, stop. Li Qingshan roared furiously as he slaughtered. If you have guts, face me head on. Stop hiding and running. He planned to directly invade Sakura country, otherwise, these merit points would never be enough. At this moment, deep in the ocean, the goddess of Sakura country stood tall. Her long legs were slender and fair, her skin delicate and smooth, her appearance sweet and charming. She wore a short skirt adorned with cherry blossom patterns, cherry blossom shoes on her feet, and white socks wrapped around her slender jade-like feet, exposing an enticing section of her legs, soft and alluring. Beside her stood a terrifying, ferocious beast, its gaze fixed in the direction of Huaxia, its aura godlike. This beast's lower body resembled a sea creature, with 4 claws and a body covered in hard scales, while its head bore 8 heads. It is a powerful, ferocious beast, the Yamata no Orochi. Coiled at the bottom of the sea, it exudes an intense oppressive aura, with extraordinary strength and a wildness far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. Its noble bloodline can even influence the strength of other beasts. The goddess gazed into the distance, her expression becoming grave. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, from the depths of the sea, a beast known for its speed swiftly traversed the water towards the direction of Huaxia and reported, "Holy Sun, our clan has successfully torn open multiple breaches along the Black Coastline and is now flooding into Huaxia territory. We've succeeded. Congratulations, Holy Sun. We are one step closer to the plan." The Sakura goddess respectfully said, "This time, it's all thanks to the warriors of Sakura country. Without their betrayal of humanity, our clan would never have been able to invade Huaxia so smoothly." The Yamata no Orochi Holy Sun's face lit up with excitement as he spoke. "After this is done, Huaxia will surely retaliate against Sakura country. I ask for the Holy Sun's assistance," the Sakura goddess earnestly requested. "Rest assured, the sea is the domain of us ferocious beasts. As long as Huaxia's warriors dare to enter the sea, they will surely die," the Yamata no Orochi Holy Sun said confidently. At the same time, in the command center of the Black Coastline, "How's the signal recovery going? Still haven't found the source of the interference?" Marquis Jun Ding asked anxiously, staring at the technical lead. "Marquis, we're still searching," the lead adjusted his glasses, his face equally tense. The prolonged signal disruption had severed communication with various coasts, making it impossible to understand the situation in different areas or to allocate support effectively. This had caused significant losses among the warriors. Marquis Jun Ding was extremely anxious, and the technical lead was equally distressed. Whether it was the warriors defending the front lines or those preparing to provide support, everyone was on edge, waiting for the moment the signal would be restored. Ding furrowed his brows. Besides the troubles on the front lines, he had another heavy concern weighing on his mind. How was Li Qingshan doing? Now, the Duke has arrived. At this moment, a guard's voice came from outside the operations command room. The Duke? Hearing this, Ding was startled and quickly looked towards the door. Sure enough, a man in a crisp military uniform walked in, with 2 shining stars on his shoulders, a stern expression, and an imposing aura. His entire being exuded the authority of a leader. Without needing to raise his voice, he commanded respect and seemed untouchable. Instantly, all the soldiers and warriors in the operations command room stood up and saluted the Duke. The Duke waved his hand. Everyone sat down, but their eyes were filled with admiration and respect. This Duke was a legendary figure. Otherwise, how could he have been granted the title of Duke? Duke, why have you come? Ding quickly stepped forward to ask. Where is Li Qingshan? The Duke strode in, and his first words were this question. Indeed, this showed the extent of his concern for Li Qingshan. Ding did not hold back and explained the current situation, including the last known location of Li Qingshan and the latest updates, in full detail to the Duke. Sigh. After listening, the Duke sighed helplessly, his expression heavy. That kid really doesn't let people rest easy. But it's precisely this kind of personality that gives him such great strength. Marquis, we've received news from the 6th Sea section of the coastline. At this moment, a messenger rushed in. Speak. Ding, impatient, asked directly. Yes. The number 6 Sea section coastline was invaded by 3 beast emperors and over 300 advanced beast gods, along with 7 martial emperors from Sakura Nation, leading a large number of advanced war gods to assist, joining forces with the ferocious beasts to fight against our Huaxia martial artists. Fortunately, a martial emperor with 2 giant beasts appeared on the number 6 Sea section coastline and is currently engaged in a fierce battle with those Sakura Nation martial emperors and the underwater ferocious beasts. The situation remains unclear at the moment. The messenger was instructed to report all details of the situation on site to Ding and Duke Feng. 3 beast emperors, over 300 advanced beast gods, 7 martial emperors, and swarms of Sakura Nation advanced war gods. Hearing this, Ding and Duke Feng felt a heavy weight in their hearts, sensing trouble. But when they heard about the martial emperor with 2 giant beasts, they became even more tense. There are very few martial artists in Huaxia capable of controlling beasts, let alone 2 giant beasts at the same time. However, something about this doesn't add up. Li Qingshan is only at the war god level, not a martial emperor. Unless, did this kid break through again? So quickly? Ding and Duke Feng exchanged a shocked glance. When Li Qingshan went on his mission, he had just broken through to the advanced war god level. How long has it been? Are you telling me he's already a martial emperor? What kind of joke is this? What do the 2 giant beasts of that martial emperor look like? Ding asked again to confirm. Not long after, the messenger brought in the informant from the number 6 Sea section coastline, who described Li Qingshan's 2 giant beasts, a giant dragon and a massive rock eagle. At that moment, Duke Feng and Ding finally confirmed it must be Li Qingshan. In the entire operations command room, everyone couldn't help but gasp, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. It was simply unimaginable. Insane. He became a martial emperor just like that? Are you sure the beast-controlling individual is at the martial emperor level? Duke Feng still doubted and continued to ask. Confirmed. Level 81 martial emperor. The informant nodded solemnly, having seen it with his own eyes, leaving no room for error. Level 81? Wow, he skipped straight past level 80 to reach level 81? This guy Li Qingshan never ceases to amaze. Marquis, Duke, quickly send reinforcements, or the young Marquis won't hold out. The words of Ding's adjutant snapped Duke Feng and Ding out of their shock instantly. Damn. That's right. Although Li Qingshan has broken through to the martial emperor level, the number 6 Sea section coastline has 3 beast emperors and 7 martial emperor level enemies. Even if Li Qingshan had 3 heads and 6 arms, it would be difficult to handle 10 opponents, almost all at the martial emperor level, at the same time. Not to mention, Li Qingshan is only a level 81 martial emperor, and the opposing beast emperors and martial emperors are certainly not all level 80 or 81. If luck is on his side and they are all low-level martial emperors below level 85, it might still be manageable. But if luck is bad and he encounters high-level martial emperors above level 85, it would be a big problem. Jun Ding and Duke Feng immediately felt their scalps tingle, their faces full of urgency, and quickly said, "Adjutant, you stay at the command center. I, the Marquis, will personally go to support Li Qingshan." That's right. Jun Ding had already decided to leave the command center and go directly to rescue Li Qingshan. After all, he is Huaxia's #1 genius and cannot afford any mistakes. "You're too slow, I'll go myself." At this moment, Duke Feng suddenly raised his hand to stop Jun Ding. "You stay here and resolve the source of the interference signal as quickly as possible." After saying this, he turned and walked out the door. This matter was not just making Jun Ding restless, Duke Feng was also extremely anxious. Report. Latest news from Section C of Coastline 6. Just as Duke Feng was about to leave, an urgent voice came from outside the command room. A military warrior rushed in, first saluting Duke Feng, then bowing to Jun Ding. Section C of Coastline 6? Isn't that where Li Qingshan was sent for support? The news came so quickly. Could it be that Li Qingshan is dead? A sense of foreboding instantly enveloped Jun Ding, Duke Feng, and everyone in the command room. The warrior also sensed the unusual atmosphere and felt a tightness in his chest. Could something major have happened? What is the current situation at Section C of Coastline 6? Jun Ding asked sternly, staring at the warrior. Reporting to the Duke, reporting to the Marquis. The 3 Beast Emperors, 7 Martial Emperors, and over 300 advanced Beast Gods and Britain's advanced War Gods at Section C of Coastline 6 have all been killed one by Li Qingshan and the divine beasts he tamed. Section C of Coastline 6 is now completely secure and does not require reinforcements. The warrior finished reporting the battle situation, his heart both excited and thrilled. 3 Beast Emperors, 7 Martial Emperors, plus hundreds of advanced Beast Gods and War Gods, all subdued by one person? As the news broke, the command room fell eerily silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. 81st level Martial Emperor actually defeated 10 Beast Emperors and Martial Emperors stronger than himself. Jun Ding thought to himself, if he were to face 10 opponents of similar strength, could he hold his ground? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. Even against 2 opponents of the same level, it would take everything he had to barely manage. Fighting 2 was already difficult, let alone 10. After all, the opponents also had their own equipment and martial skills. Unless your equipment and skills were vastly superior, there was no way to win. Not to mention, some of them were undoubtedly stronger than himself. Fight? What a joke! Not only did Jun Ding think this way, but Duke Feng did as well. If faced with more than 2 opponents of the same level or stronger, he would undoubtedly turn and flee immediately. Fight? Who would foolishly stay and wait to die? Only someone as monstrous as Li Qingshan could single-handedly defeat dozens of Martial Emperors and Beast Emperors of the same or even higher level. Was Li Qingshan injured? Jun Ding continued to ask. No injuries. The reporting warrior shook his head. Defeating 10 people without a scratch. Terrifying. This guy is practically a reincarnated deity. Although Li Qingshan is currently just a Martial Emperor, both Duke Feng and Jun Ding firmly believed that it wouldn't be long before he became one of China's top figures, leading the nation's destiny to glory. Where is he now? Duke Feng asked. Now. When I left, those advanced beast gods were fleeing, but Li Qingshan wouldn't let them go. He chased after them, killing as he went, and disappeared further and further away, the reporting warrior said. Duke Feng. And Jun Ding's mouths twitched slightly. This style, this momentum, it was undoubtedly Li Qingshan. Your Grace. What should we do now? Jun Ding asked, frowning. The ocean is vast, finding him won't be easy. It seems this kid always manages to create miracles. He must carry some kind of luck and won't run into trouble so soon. Continue. Guarding the Black Coastline, locate the source of the signal interference, and eliminate it as quickly as possible. I can't delay here for too long either. If these fierce beasts dare to attack the Black Coastline, they will surely target other coastlines. I must return to coordinate and arrange reinforcements, Duke Feng replied. The Duke of Feng regained his previous serious demeanor, an invisible pressure naturally spreading around him. His powerful aura commanded respect without the need for anger. This was the true presence of a high-ranking figure. At this moment, Li Qingshan had finally killed all the ferocious beasts, a trace of excitement appearing on his face. He had accumulated over 200 points of merit. Though still far from the 10,000 points required, this was because the warriors from Sakura country he had killed were too weak. They were all below level 85 Emperor rank. For example, a level 85 Emperor could provide over 50 merit points, while level 86 could yield 100 points. A level 89 Emperor, just one could contribute over 1500 merit points. Killing a few level 89 Emperors would suffice. Now, there was an excellent opportunity to enhance his strength, so naturally, he would prioritize that before attacking Sakura country. Otherwise, how long would it take to kill only Emperors below level 85? Li Qingshan had a strange feeling that the merit level might not have an upper limit. It might be possible to continue improving, but it would require more merit points. First, he decided to clear out all the high-level beast gods and beast emperors along the Black Coastline. Without hesitation, he acted, riding the divine dragon and Kunpeng. His speed in the water far surpassed all the ferocious beasts in the sea. At segment 6 of the coastline, a beast emperor roared, its body radiating a brilliant blue light, preparing to unleash a terrifying ray to annihilate the strongest human defender ahead, aiming to deliver the final blow. This high-ranking human war god's armor was severely damaged and was defeated in just one round. There was no way to resist, the gap in strength was too vast. Despair enveloped the coastline, weighing heavily on the hearts of every warrior. Boom! The next moment, a muffled explosion sounded. Everyone saw a black shadow swiftly streaking past. The Beast Emperor, who was about to unleash its ray to kill the human warrior, suddenly vanished. Yes, with just one loud bang, the Beast Emperor disappeared. What was going on? Everyone looked to the sky and witnessed a scene they would never forget. A colossal divine dragon over 20,000 meters long. Two of its dragon claws tightly gripped the Beast Emperor, while the other two claws tore at its limbs and flesh, stuffing them into its mouth and devouring them in large bites. This was a Beast Emperor. Yet now, it was being eaten like roast duck, held and gnawed on without any chance to resist. Because the Beast Emperor had first been electrocuted into spasms by the 7-clawed Thunder Dragon and then subdued directly. The rest became a feast for the divine dragon. The situation for the ferocious beasts in the sea was even worse. A warrior enveloped in brilliant blue lightning formed a thunder domain around him, resembling a living electric eel, instantly charging into the water. In the next second, countless ferocious beasts flipped belly up and floated, unable to escape. Then, a massive creature resembling a golden-winged rock suddenly leapt into the water, transforming into a giant beast over 20,000 meters long. It opened its enormous mouth, and seawater, along with the corpses of ferocious beasts, were sucked in as if being poured, swallowed clean in an instant. It didn't even chew, just swallowed them whole. As for the powerful ferocious beasts standing on the shore, those above high-level beast god rank, a brilliant blue streak of residual light flashed by, carrying endless thunderous power. With one punch, they were killed, their corpses swiftly stored in a spatial ring. Quick and efficient. Then, it left. Most of the high-level beast emperors along the coastline were dealt with, leaving only some small fry. From the start of killing beast emperors to the final departure, the entire process took absolutely no more than 5 minutes, the speed shocking everyone, but the scene just now was deeply etched in everyone's hearts. So powerful. Absolutely shocking. General, did you just deal with it? A deputy helped up the injured high-level war god and asked, with a twitching mouth. Dealt with it, I guess. The general himself was stunned, a bit unable to believe everything before his eyes. The great crisis just ended like that? Is this a joke? Damn, that was too fierce. That ferocious beast just now was so strong, its huge mouth could swallow so many beast corpses in seawater in one go. How does its stomach even hold all that? Truly unbelievable. Quickly, report the news. A powerful martial emperor suddenly appeared on the C-section D segment coastline, unleashing blue thunder power all over his body. In just 5 minutes, he suppressed all beast emperors and high-level beast emperors. Now, he has already headed south and disappeared, the station general said in a deep voice. Yes. At this moment, Li Qingshan continued to strike along the coastline, slaying a large number of high-level beast gods and beast emperors. But it was a bit disappointing. He hadn't encountered any warriors from Sakura country. Could it be that Sakura country only has such a small group of people? Truly infuriating. Without Sakura country warriors to kill, how could he earn merit points? It made him feel uncomfortable all over. Ha! Just then, Li Qingshan noticed an unusual silence ahead on the coastline. His brows furrowed tightly. A bad premonition instantly surged in his heart. The coastal defense line has been breached. Let the Orochi clan enter directly. Then we can return and report. A martial emperor from Sakura country, completely unharmed, followed by 2 other martial emperors and numerous high-level war gods, spoke. Return? Ha, I'm afraid you won't be going back anytime soon. Imperial decree. After assisting the Beast clan in breaking through the Huasha coastline, our country's martial emperors must unconditionally obey the orders of the Beast Emperor holding the imperial decree. No resistance allowed. Ascend directly to the heavens, summoned by the Emperor. The next moment, the evil-eyed sea wolf beast Emperor took out a piece of alloy-made decree, glowing with golden light and inscriptions, and directly threw it to the leading Sakura country martial emperor. From now on, all warriors from Sakura country here must obey my orders as the Beast Emperor. Stop wasting time, join us in attacking North and occupying human cities. Ha ha ha. As the evil-eyed sea wolf beast Emperor finished speaking, he licked his lips, his eyes filled with greed for humans. Yes. The Sakura country martial emperor furrowed his brows tightly but ultimately agreed. The imperial decree, who would dare disobey? Within the breached coastline, countless ferocious beasts were devouring the corpses of human warriors. These beasts were extremely cruel. Some would dismember body parts first, while others directly swallowed warriors alive, causing them to scream in pain, their eyes filled with fear and despair, before slowly dying. The entire coastline and nearby small towns had become a living hell. Everywhere were severed limbs and flesh. Under the frenzied attacks of the beasts, no one had survived here for a long time. The cruelty was extreme. Twin sisters watched helplessly as one was devoured by a beast, screaming until their voices broke, to no avail. Some mothers were even forced to make choices: should the elder son be swallowed, or the younger son die first? There were also pregnant Wong Yu 2 beast emperors. Why are you mingling with humans? The evil-eyed sea wolf beast emperor spoke in a deep and majestic tone as it prepared to head north to continue its slaughter of cities. Its massive body exuded an overwhelming aura and a savage presence. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Li Qingshan, filled with desire and greed. A martial emperor. His flesh must be incredibly delicious. Yes, I am a Chinese martial artist. Come and face your death. I will use your blood to honor the fallen souls of China and enter the cycle of reincarnation. Honor us with blood? How arrogant! You're just a lower-ranked martial emperor, and you dare to stir up trouble? Humph! As soon as the evil-eyed sea wolf beast emperor finished speaking, its massive body charged toward Li Qingshan with an intense oppressive force. The scene was shocking. Even the few martial emperors from Sakura country nearby were suppressed, their faces showing astonishment. My lord, if it weren't for the imperial decree from the national emperor earlier, ordering this beast emperor to keep us as vanguard forces, we might have been forced to stay. Its aura is too strong. Truly worthy of being a higher-ranked beast emperor. It's indeed formidable. Who is this Chinese martial artist? He looks young. Could he have some kind of rejuvenation technique? Ever since martial arts became widespread, all sorts of strange phenomena have emerged. For instance, in Sakura country, there was once an old man over 100 years old who had reached the martial emperor realm, but his appearance was like that of a 3-year-old child. This person before us looks young, but no one can say for sure his true age. No matter, after today, he will no longer exist in this world. The martial artists from Sakura country discussed among themselves. The evil-eyed sea wolf beast emperor's strength was truly overwhelming, belonging to the high-tier martial emperor level. Li Qingshan was clearly no match for it. Whoosh! In the next moment, Li Qingshan charged forward without hesitation, giving the opponent no time to react. Ha! The evil-eyed sea wolf beast emperor was startled by the sudden attack, a trace of doubt appearing on its face. This guy doesn't seem affected by my oppressive aura at all. That's a bit unexpected. But so what? Today, this guy will definitely die here, swallowed alive by me. Thinking of this, it sneered coldly, imagining Li Qingshan begging for mercy and screaming in its mouth, his flesh being torn apart bit by bit. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, An ancient and primal aura erupted from Li Qingshan's body, a fierce dragon's rage sweeping across the area, suffocating the surrounding beasts and the evil-eyed sea wolf beast emperor. The evil-eyed sea wolf beast emperor's heart tightened, feeling a trace of fear and helplessness, its expression changing dramatically. How is this possible? This guy is only an 81st level martial emperor, yet he can suppress me? The surrounding beasts and Sakura country martial emperors were also stunned, completely unprepared for an 81st level martial emperor to unleash such a powerful oppressive force. Li Qingshan was enveloped in a blue glow, surrounded by lightning, with the Thunder Dragon armor radiating a destructive aura. Shadows trailed behind him as he moved. While releasing the Thunder Domain, he simultaneously unleashed Dragon's Rage, directly weakening the evil-eyed sea wolf beast emperor's combat power by 30%. This was only because the opponent was very strong, an 86th level beast emperor. Otherwise, the suppression effect would have been even more pronounced. Humph! The evil-eyed sea wolf beast emperor roared furiously, "How dare you take the initiative to attack? Today, I will crush you, you arrogant Chinese trash." It swung its claws fiercely, creating gusts of wind and explosive sounds, its aura shaking the heavens. Boom! Li Qingshan felt a terrifying force strike him, sending his entire body flying 1,000 meters away. His chest churned with blood and energy, and his face was filled with shock. Being 5 levels weaker, it was indeed a struggle. The evil-eyed sea wolf beast emperor was also forced back several kilometers, his face full of astonishment. This guy, 5 realms below me, can actually match me? That thunderous power directly penetrated my fur and blood energy defenses. It's simply unbelievable. I've encountered many thunder attribute fierce beasts, but their fur or scales could block most of the thunder, and I only needed to use my blood energy to defend. Thunder is only lethal to beasts weaker than itself. This guy is truly unexpected. The evil-eyed sea wolf beast emperor was completely dumbfounded. The surrounding beast emperors and Sakura Empire martial emperors were also stunned. A Huaxia martial artist, with the strength of an 81st level martial emperor, could actually withstand an 86th level beast emperor head-on? And even be evenly matched? Huaxia martial artist, you are indeed strong, but if we join forces, you are absolutely no match for us. The evil-eyed sea wolf beast emperor sneered, his gaze sweeping toward the 3 Sakura Empire martial emperors and several beast emperor companions nearby. They exchanged nods, preparing to attack together. Roar! 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 The surrounding fierce beasts roared in unison, their eyes fixed fiercely on Li Qingshan. Since an 81st level martial emperor can't suppress you, then I'll ascend to an 82nd level martial emperor. Li Qingshan snorted coldly, tapping the data panel to begin upgrading. Consumed 20 points of refined blood energy, strength increased to 82nd level martial emperor. Consumed 40 points of refined blood energy, strength increased to 83rd level martial emperor. Humph, how arrogant. Strength isn't something you can break through so easily. The evil-eyed sea wolf beast emperor sneered, I want to see how you break through to the 82nd level martial emperor. Whoosh! In the next moment, Li Qingshan charged at him without hesitation. Against such useless beasts, there was no need to waste time. There was no point in wasting too much time. Who knows how long this beast invasion would last, and he still needed to kill a few more. So fast, and such strong blood energy. Could he really have broken through? The evil-eyed sea wolf beast emperor felt the aura and blood energy erupting from Li Qingshan, his expression changing drastically as he exclaimed in fear, no, it's not 82nd level martial emperor. It's 83rd level? Too late. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Li Qingshan's mouth as the thunder hammer smashed down on the evil-eyed sea wolf beast emperor. He roared, I am now an 84th level martial emperor. Boom! A dull explosion echoed as terrifying thunder rampaged wildly, directly blasting the 86th level beast emperor away. His entire body charred black. His corpse twitched, life ending in an instant. He didn't even have time to scream or regret before his life was over. Not good, run. The Sakura Empire martial emperor's expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly tried to escape. Run? Do you think you can escape? Thunder Domain, activate. As soon as Li Qingshan's words fell, the entire coastline instantly turned into a sea of thunder. Electric arcs danced everywhere, exuding a destructive aura that struck fear into people's hearts. Boom! Boom! The fierce beasts touched by the electric arcs emitted dull explosions, their bodies instantly charred black, dying on the spot. There were almost no exceptions. The other martial emperors and beast emperors who tried to escape found themselves in agony. Within Li Qingshan's thunder domain, the constantly jumping electric arcs posed a huge threat to them. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan's speed in killing enemies was astonishing. At the front, he suppressed the enemies, while the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon and Purple Sky Kunpeng devoured them from behind, rapidly absorbing their flesh and blood to feed back to Li Qingshan. Devouring an 83rd level Beast Emperor, the main body gains refined vitality plus 13 points, the clone gains refined vitality plus 13 points. Devouring an 86th level Beast Emperor, the main body gains refined vitality plus 107 points, the clone gains refined vitality plus 107 points. Killing an 83rd level Martial Emperor gains 13 points of merit. Don't kill me. I surrender. I am willing to pledge allegiance to Huaxia. I can tell you everything. The last Martial Emperor of Sakura Nation, pale-faced, looked at the approaching Li Qingshan and begged for mercy in panic. At this moment, Li Qingshan was surrounded by thunder and lightning, resembling a god of death, exuding an overwhelming aura. Speak, what is Sakura Nation's plan to assist the ferocious beasts in invading Huaxia this time? If you dare to hide anything, I won't show mercy. I've killed so many martial emperors of Sakura Nation, and I've already grasped part of your plan. Li Qingshan's eyes were cold as he stared intently at the martial emperor of Sakura Nation. Soon, the martial emperor of Sakura Nation revealed all the plans he knew. It turned out that there were open and covert struggles in the ocean, and there was a certain order among the ferocious beasts. However, the ocean was much larger than the land. Sakura Nation controlled a piece of nearby land. On Blue Star, which is 10,000 times larger than Earth, this small piece of land was still quite significant. This small piece of land was under Sakura Nation's control. Near Sakura Nation, there was a group of ferocious beasts, led by a powerful Yamada no Orochi. This invasion mission involved Sakura Nation infiltrating Huaxia first, then coordinating with the ferocious beasts as they attacked, tearing open gaps along the coastline, to allow a large number of ferocious beasts to penetrate deep and sweep through human cities. The battle had already begun. Many coastlines had been torn apart, and the next step was to head north to plunder cities. They even dispatched several powerful ferocious beasts to counter the strong martial artists in the Magic City. This invasion was jointly commanded by the young clan leader of Yamada no Orochi and the Sakura Nation's goddess. As for how they blocked signals, that was a method of the ferocious beast clan, and the martial artists of Sakura Nation were unaware. Moreover, among the ferocious beasts participating in this invasion, the strongest martial artists were not limited to martial emperors, and the strongest ferocious beasts were not just beast emperors. There were also meteor-level ferocious beasts and martial artists. Meteor level. This is a level above martial emperor, where flying and escaping underground are as easy as child's play. For example, Marquis Jun Ding. He is a meteor level expert, stationed at the Black Coastline, guarding one area. A true general guarding the pass. Upon learning this information, Li Qingshan showed no mercy and directly killed him. Let him go? Absolutely impossible. With so many souls, the corpses of Huaxia martial artists and civilians, Sakura Nation had contributed significantly to this. He must die. Many coastlines had already been torn apart, and for the parts without gaps, the ferocious beasts should have been mostly dealt with. Searching for ferocious beasts along the coastline would yield little, and with signals blocked, it was impossible to know where there were more ferocious beasts. Therefore, Li Qingshan decided to head directly into the deep sea and strike Sakura Nation. However, before setting off, Li Qingshan decided to use up all the accumulated vitality. Along the way, he had been too impatient, and the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon and Purple Sky Kunpeng had already evolved. Consuming 10 points of refined vitality, the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon breaks through to 81st level Beast Emperor, begins evolution, estimated time, 10 minutes. Consuming 10 points of refined vitality, the Purple Sky Kunpeng breaks through to 81st level Beast Emperor, begins evolution. Estimated time, 10 minutes, the Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon successfully evolved into the Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon. The Zhixiao Kunpeng successfully evolved into the Heaven-Swallowing Kunpeng. Congratulations, the clone has evolved again and can acquire a talent. Please choose one of the following talents. 1. Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon. Talent, Dragon Might. 2. Heaven-Swallowing Kunpeng. Talent, Heaven-swallowing Dragon Might once activated, Dragon Might spreads outward. The range of spread is determined by the master's strength. Within the range of Dragon Might, the master can sense the location of all creatures, and creatures within the range will be intimidated, with their strength affected. The degree of impact depends on the master's strength. Heaven-swallowing can devour all items and convert them into personal power. Among the two talent options, Li Qingshan does not need the heaven-swallowing talent. After all, he has the heaven-swallowing Kunping and Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon to help devour and even replenish his vitality. What would be the point of choosing heaven-swallowing for himself? Dragon Might is different. Now that the signal is blocked and he cannot contact his liaison Fengchenyu, he also doesn't know where the fierce beasts are concentrated. Dragon Might is just the right tool. It's like a radar that can directly search for nearby fierce beasts. Although the range is uncertain, it definitely won't be too close. Moreover, Dragon Might carries an oppressive force, causing the searched fierce beasts to feel inexplicable fear without knowing the source, naturally reducing their combat power. He chose it without hesitation. Li Qingshan decisively chose Dragon Might. Congratulations on choosing the talent. Dragon Might consumed 20 points of refined vitality. The clone successfully advanced to level 82 Beast Emperor. Consumed 40 points of refined vitality. The clone successfully advanced to level 83 Beast Emperor. Consumed 20 points of refined vitality. The clone successfully advanced to level 82 Beast Emperor. Consumed 40 points of refined vitality. The clone successfully advanced to level 83 Beast Emperor. Consumed 160 points of refined vitality. The main body successfully advanced to level 85 Martial Emperor. The system's voice kept ringing, and finally, Li Qingshan's strength stopped at level 85 Martial Emperor, while the Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon and Heaven-swallowing Kunping stabilized at level 84 Beast Emperor. Dragon Might. The next moment, Li Qingshan directly activated the talent Dragon Might, and a mysterious force instantly spread outward. Centered on himself, he could clearly sense all marine creatures within a 1,000-kilometer radius. However, he directly ignored weak creatures and only searched for traces of fierce beasts above the Beast Emperor level. Found them. So many. A smile of excitement appeared on Li Qingshan's face as he prepared for targeted strikes. Li Qingshan changed his plan to directly attack Sakura Nation. Since Dragon Might is so useful, he decided to first clean up the fierce beasts near the coastline before attacking Sakura Nation. Although he is confident, as a martial emperor, there is still a gap when facing meteor-level fierce beasts. During this invasion, meteor-level fierce beasts are present, so he cannot be careless. More importantly, he now has Dragon Might, which acts like a radar scanning a radius of 1,000 kilometers. As long as he doesn't actively provoke them, he is not afraid of meteor-level fierce beasts. However, if he directly attacks Sakura Nation, he will definitely be hunted down by meteor-level warriors. He opened the system panel. Main body, Li Qingshan body length, 22 cm strength, level 85 Martial Emperor. Merit, 243/10,000, Merit Golden Day, Vitality, 90 out of 320 talents, Thunder Dragon Divine Body, Kunping Divine Body Innate. Abilities, Thunder Vitality, Thunder Hammer, Thunder Shadow 3000 Speed, Thunder Domain, Thunder Dragon. Armor, Thunder Punishment, Dragon Clan Dharma Form, Dragon Fury, Dragon Might Clone, Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon Body. Length, 50,000 meters. Strength, level 84 Beast Emperor Vitality, 35 out of 160, can evolve into Dragon King at level 91. Evolution path confirmed as Ancestral Dragon, Clone, Heaven Devouring Kunping Body Length, 50,000 meters. Strength, level 84 Beast Emperor Vitality, 33 out of 160, can evolve into Kunping King at level 91. Evolution path confirmed as Ancestral Kunping, Contractor, Phoenix Hatchling Name, Subaijo Strength, Level 3 Martial Artist Talent, SSS Level. Daily Supply, for Vitality Points, Phoenix Divine Body unlocks at level 10. The panel showed that the next evolution of the Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon was the Dragon King. Among the Dragon Clan, this was the pinnacle of bloodlines. The strongest of the strong. The current Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon's aura was far more powerful than the previous Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon. Its massive body had reached 50,000 meters, compared to the previous 20,000 meter long Seven-Clawed Thunder Dragon. This beast's size had greatly increased, and just looking at it was enough to evoke awe and terror. Next, Li Qingshan began to clear out the beast emperors who had been intimidated by his dragon might. Boom! With a dull thud, a 10,000-meter giant beast was sent flying by a single punch from Li Qingshan. After devouring an 85-level beast emperor, the main body gained 103 points of refined vitality, and the clone gained 103 points of refined vitality. Boom! 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 3 consecutive loud crashes, arcs of electricity flashing, and thunder raging. After devouring an 86-level beast emperor, the main body gained 207 points of refined vitality, and the clone gained 207 points of refined vitality. After devouring an 88-level beast emperor, the main body gained 800 points of refined vitality, and the clone gained 800 points of refined vitality. Boom! 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 Ah! After slaying an 87-level martial emperor, 400 merit points were gained. After slaying another 87-level martial emperor, 400 merit points were gained. After devouring an 86-level beast emperor, 320 points of refined vitality were consumed, and the main body successfully advanced to level 86 martial emperor. 160 points of refined vitality were consumed, and the clone successfully advanced to level 85 beast emperor. As time passed, Li Qingshan, along with his 2 clones, feasted along the coastline while continuously increasing their strength, with the range of his dragon might expanding further and further. By chance, he encountered a meteor-level ferocious beast and decisively avoided it. After all, he only needed to devour beast emperors to be fully satiated and had no need to provoke those meteor-level beasts for now. 2 days later, under the orders of the young clan leader of the Yamata no Orochi, a large number of meteor-level ferocious beasts began invading the coastline through a rift, entering Huaxia territory. Human martial artists also began their counterattack. The military issued orders to form numerous meteor-level martial artist squads specifically to resist these ferocious beasts. However, due to signal jamming, information sharing was delayed, with reinforcements sometimes arriving late or overly concentrated. Humanity was in a passive state. In the combat command room, the military was overwhelmed with work. At the same time, they discovered that among the ferocious beasts were martial emperors and high-level war gods from Sakura country. This information was urgently reported. Duke Feng was furious and immediately took the report to the office of the highest commander in the magic capital to report to the prince stationed there, Demon King. He controls the Demon City and is one of the 3 great lords of Huaxia, alongside the capital city's king of the capital and the divine cities king of the divine. Huaxia immediately contacted Sakura Nation, questioning whether they had sent warriors to participate in the beast-tide invasion of Huaxia. Sakura Nation firmly denied it, but no one believed them. A few Sakura Nation martial emperors might not matter, but with so many martial emperors and even Starfall-level warriors appearing, who would believe Sakura Nation wasn't involved in the plan of the Yamata no Orochi? However, the counterattack plan couldn't be prepared in a short time. Duke Feng, return to defend your line immediately. I will notify the other dukes to resolve their respective defense line issues. The Yamata no Orochi won't just attack the Black Sea defense line this time. The Black Sea is merely the breakthrough point. As soon as the Demon King finished speaking, Duke Feng immediately nodded and hurried back to his defense line. The Black Sea coastal defense line was only one segment under Duke Feng's responsibility. There were other defense lines, and no one knew if the beasts would attack them. But preparations had to be made in advance. The Demon King issued an order. All warriors on the coastal defense lines, including Starfall level, Martial Emperor level, and Advanced War Gods, must enter Level 1 combat readiness. Be especially vigilant against Sakura Nation spies. A thorough investigation must be conducted within the coastal defense lines to ensure there are no Sakura Nation spies. Without orders from the Demon City military headquarters, no one is allowed to provide unauthorized support to the Black Sea defense line to avoid leaving other lines vulnerable. After issuing the order, the Demon King immediately convened an emergency meeting to discuss how to counterattack Sakura Nation and to honor the fallen heroes. At this moment, Li Qingshan had already silently infiltrated Sakura Nation's coastline. Next, let these cannon fodder from Sakura Nation help him accumulate merit. Along the coastline, towering alloy walls stretched along the shore, the standard defense for coastal nations. Compared to beasts on land, the ones in the sea are far more dangerous. Whoosh! In the next moment, Li Qingshan, who had concealed his aura, suddenly appeared. Activating the Dragon Clan's Dharma aspect, his body Originally less than 2 meters tall, instantly transformed into a 10,000-meter-long giant dragon, blotting out the sky and radiating thunder as he leapt into the coastal interior. Not good. Enemy attack. Quick, full. Alert. Beast invasion. The coastline, caught off guard by Li Qingshan's assault, descended into chaos, and alarms blared rapidly. It's too late. Thunder Domain, activate. As soon as Li Qingshan spoke, the entire coastal defense line and a small town behind it were engulfed in a sea of thunder, leaving no Sakura Nation warriors unscathed. They were all turned into a thunderous ocean. The system's notifications kept flashing, and a massive amount of merit surged into Li Qingshan's body. Amazing! At this moment, Li Qingshan could even see strands of golden light being directly absorbed, significantly boosting his merit. There were at least hundreds of thousands of Sakura Nation warriors along the coastline, and even more ordinary people in the town behind it, all transformed into merit, continuously flowing into Li Qingshan's body. Blue Star's scale is tens of thousands of times larger than his previous life. It's normal to have so many people defending the coastline. However, it's a pity that the strongest warrior here was only a newly promoted martial emperor. For Li Qingshan, they were far from enough. Dragon Might, activate. Instantly, with Li Qingshan at the center, all living beings within a radius of 2,000 kilometers entered his consciousness range. Next location, begin the cleanup. As Li Qingshan's Thunder Domain activated, sweeping across Sakura Nation's coastline, no warriors below Martial Emperor level survived. Not even a dog was spared. Countless golden rays continuously poured into Li Qingshan's body, rapidly accumulating merit. The speed was astonishing. After sweeping through, all warriors here had perished, without even having time to send out any messages. Thus, Sakura Nation remained completely unaware of Li Qingshan's rampage along the coastline. Time passed second by second. Li Qingshan didn't know how many people he had killed, but he could clearly see his merit points continuously increasing. He had torn open a massive gap along the coastline of Sakura Nation. Sakura Nation is surrounded by the sea on all sides. Their coastal defense lines are divided into 4 sections: east, west, south, and north. Li Qingshan was currently wreaking havoc on the western coastline, which was usually guarded by high-ranking war gods, and in some places, even martial emperors. However, even with martial emperors present, their strength was not particularly formidable. Each of the 4 coastal lines is further divided into multiple defense zones, similar to the black coastline, red coastline, and yellow coastline of Huaxia, with marquises stationed along each line. These marquises are all Starfall-level powerhouses. Sakura Nation is no different. The western coastline that Li Qingshan was destroying is called the Desai Coastal Defense Line, with a Starfall-level martial artist stationed at its central position for protection. Merit, 6,000/10,000, Merit Golden Day, the panel displayed. He was only 4,000 merit points away from successfully condensing the merit gold. Almost there. Sakura Nation is truly a great place. Who knows what evil deeds this place committed in the past, but killing them yields so much merit. It's exhilarating. Huaxia Coast. The black coastline was also suffering a severe invasion, but it was barely holding on with Marquis Jun Ding stationed there. Numerous Starfall-level squads had joined the battlefield, and even among the ferocious beasts, many Starfall-level ones had appeared. Each Starfall-level beast was 70 to 80,000 meters long, blocking out the sky and sun. A single roar could kill martial artists below the war god level. Therefore, in areas where Starfall-level beasts appeared, martial artists below Starfall level would retreat, leaving the Starfall-level squads to handle the situation. These squads wore advanced battle armor and wielded alloy long blades. With one swing, tens of thousands of meters of blade light would tear through the sky, exuding a murderous aura. It was as if war gods had descended. Inside the Sakura Nation's royal palace, in a quiet room not far from the nation's highest combat command center, the walls were lined with high-tech alloys and large screens, with liaison officers and analysts working tirelessly. However, this quiet room had a traditional style, with 3 cups of tea placed on the table, the rich aroma of tea wafting through the air. Along the walls sat dozens of powerful martial artists, though they did not drink tea. The tea was reserved for 3 influential officials, dressed in loose official robes, 2 men and 1 woman. They were the first, second, and third prime ministers of Sakura Nation, holding the reins of national power. First Prime Minister, this year's spring cherry blossom smell. So fragrant, I've never felt them this good before. The first Prime Minister picked up his teacup, gently blew on it, his face full of enjoyment. Third Prime Minister, the Huaxia Magic City already knows that Sakura Nation was involved in the ferocious beast invasion of the Black Coastline. First Prime Minister, let them know. After all, it was just an attack on the Black Coastline, not a full-scale assault on the entire Magic City coastline. We firmly deny it, and Huaxia won't launch a large-scale retaliation against us. The first Prime Minister waved his hand and continued, besides, the young clan leader of the Yamada no Orochi didn't intend to truly attack Magic City or head north to sweep through Huaxia's cities. He doesn't have the courage or the strength. The first Prime Minister's words made the other two nod slightly, feeling somewhat reassured. After all, Huaxia is not far from Sakura Nation. Huaxia's retaliation does pose some threat to Sakura Nation. Second Prime Minister, is Sakura Nation afraid of Huaxia's retaliation? What a joke! If Huaxia dares to retaliate, the Divine Nation backing Sakura Nation is not to be trifled with. The second Prime Minister snorted coldly, his face showing disdain. Yes, now the Divine Nation is the strongest in the world. With the Divine Nation backing us, we don't need to worry about Huaxia at all. Knowing is knowing. This time, it's just an attack on the Black Coastline, not a full-scale assault on the coastline of the Magic City. As long as we firmly deny it, Huaxia won't launch a large-scale retaliation against us. The Grand Chancellor waved his hand and continued. Moreover, the young clan leader of the Yamada no Orochi didn't even plan to truly attack the Magic City or head north to sweep through Huaxia's cities. He doesn't have the courage or the strength for that. The Grand Chancellor's words made the other two nod in agreement, feeling slightly relieved. After all, Sakura Nation is very close to Huaxia. Huaxia's retaliation could still pose some threat to Sakura Nation. Why should our Sakura Nation fear Huaxia's retaliation? If Huaxia dares to retaliate, the Divine Nation backing us isn't to be trifled with either. The two chancellors snorted coldly, their faces showing disdain. Now the Divine Nation is the strongest in the world. With the Divine Nation backing us, we don't need to worry about Huaxia's petty moves. If Huaxia dares to act, the Divine Nation will never sit idly by. Another chancellor nodded in agreement. The king's health is deteriorating. The national master said a special woman is needed to help the king through this crisis. You two must keep an eye out. Sakura Nation, Daiji Coast. In a combat command room, a man only 1.6 meters tall with a black mustache under his nose furrowed his brows, feeling a strong sense of crisis. How bold, daring to invade my Daiji Coast! He roared, immediately donning his battle armor and transforming into a swift figure rushing out of the command room. In the distance, a deep blue light was flying toward the command room. The closer it got, the clearer the sight of two massive creatures ahead became. These two giant beasts were enormous, tens of thousands of meters long, blotting out the sky and sun. In front of them, countless humans were as insignificant as ants. Wherever they passed, electric arcs flickered like a sea of thunder, leaving no grass behind, and all living beings perished. Not good. Kamita felt a surge of urgency, his face showing anger. These two beasts had destroyed the coastal defenses along the way, even high-level war gods couldn't escape. They didn't give anyone a chance to sound the alarm. Who knows how many innocent people had died? These were all citizens of Sakura Nation. He immediately turned into a beam of light, rushing toward the two beast emperors, followed closely by several powerful martial emperors. It wasn't until Kamita got closer that he realized, in front of these two giant beasts, there was actually a human martial artist, surrounded by electric arcs forming a massive thunder domain. Within this domain, almost no martial artist could escape death. Of course, someone as powerful as Kamita, a meteor-level martial artist, was unaffected. An 89th-level martial emperor? So it turns out, the one slaughtering Sakura Nation's martial artists and civilians isn't these two giant beasts, but this human martial artist in front of me. Kamita was somewhat puzzled. This guy is only an 89th level martial emperor. Where does he get the courage to storm the Daiji Coastline Command Center? He's completely insane. A meteor-level martial artist could crush him with just one finger. Kamita paid no attention to Li Qingshan, confident he could kill him within 3 moves, or even 1 if he was lucky. How audacious, daring to provoke. Sakura Nation. Which nation's martial artist are you? Why are you slaughtering innocent Sakura Nation martial artists and civilians? Kamita stood in the air, staring at Li Qingshan, who was surrounded by a thunderstorm, and asked, Huaxia martial artist, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stared at the meteor-level Kamita, his eyes revealing greed. A meteoric-level warrior from Sakura country, what a rare find. If I kill him, I can earn at least 6,000 merit points. With enough of these points, I can condense them into a golden sun of merit, and my dream will come true. I thought I'd have to wait a while longer, but luck has delivered itself right to my doorstep. A Huaxia warrior? Kamita frowned. As the commander of the Daiji coastline defense line, he was naturally aware of the invasion of Huaxia by the young clan leader of the Orochi. Sakura country had also cooperated in the effort. Could this be Huaxia's retaliation? The speed is too fast, and the methods are too blatant. He even directly declared himself a Huaxia warrior and gave his name. Kamita couldn't figure it out. And sending just one martial emperor for revenge? That's underestimating us too much. Is this retaliation, or is he here to die? Shorty, you look pretty good. Li Qingshan sized up Kamita, his gaze growing increasingly greedy, almost uncontrollable. Humph. Kamita felt an inexplicable chill under Li Qingshan's strange gaze, a bad premonition surfacing in his mind. Could this guy be a pervert? He could only snort coldly to express his extreme anger and continued, Li Qingshan, you've slaughtered so many innocent warriors and civilians of Sakura country and even occupied our coastal territories. Today, you will stay here. Your so-called innocent warriors and civilians of Sakura country? At this moment, Li Qingshan's eyes gleamed with greed, mixed with coldness and killing intent. Are the warriors and civilians of my Huaxia not innocent? Today, all of you will be buried here, as a sacrifice for the warriors and civilians of Huaxia. Swish! As soon as the words fell, Li Qingshan charged directly at the Sakura country warriors in front of him, brimming with murderous intent. Dragon fury. In the next moment, an intense killing aura and oppressive force erupted. Kamita clearly felt his strength drop by 3 levels, his expression changing drastically, shock flashing in his eyes. But he quickly suppressed his surprise. A mere martial emperor dares to challenge a meteoric-level warrior. Using your Huaxia saying, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I, Kamita, will suppress you right here. Contempt flashed in Kamita's eyes as his entire body surged with vitality. The surrounding peak martial emperors quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the battlefield. In Kamita's view, he was a level 92 meteoric-level warrior, while Li Qingshan was merely a level 89 martial emperor. A 3-level gap was impossible for him to overcome. The peak martial emperors behind him thought the same. Who gave him the courage to challenge the mighty Lord Kamita? He's simply courting death. Meanwhile, Sakura country quickly recorded and uploaded the battle footage, reporting it to the Western Combat Command. If it were an ordinary beast invasion, a simple report would suffice, but Li Qingshan was different. As an 89th level martial emperor from Huaxia, he had to be reported to the Western Coastal Defense Zone of Sakura country. The data was swiftly submitted. In the surveillance footage, the battle unfolded tensely. Is this Huaxia warrior insane? A martial emperor dares to challenge a meteoric level warrior? A Sakura country warrior frowned, puzzled. Huaxia warriors are just a bunch of fools. Consume 5,210 units of refined vitality, elevate main strength to level 90 meteoric level. Facing the approaching meteoric level warriors of Sakura country, Li Qingshan didn't hesitate and directly broke through his realm. Along the way, he had killed countless enemies, not only slaughtering a large number of Sakura country warriors and cultivators but also defeating many beast emperors and high-level beast gods in the sea. His dragon might extended far and wide, and many powerful underwater beasts hidden near Sakura country's coastline were affected. Therefore, his recovery speed of vitality and blood was astonishing. Not good. Has he broken through? Kamita also sensed Li Qingshan's surge in strength, his face showing shock, but he quickly regained his confidence. Even if he has broken through to level 90 meteor level, so what? As for himself, at level 92 meteor level, he was still the superior opponent. The two drew closer and closer. One was surrounded by the power of thunder, exuding a destructive aura. The other had surging blood energy, like a rolling blood cloud, sweeping towards Li Qingshan. It was a breathtaking scene. Bang! The thunder hammer struck Kamita fiercely, unleashing a torrent of thunder power. Kamita's alloy katana also slashed at Li Qingshan, producing a muffled explosion sound as powerful blood energy surged towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan only felt his arms tremble but quickly steadied himself. The thunder power within him erupted rapidly, pouring into Kamita. Kamita's arms instantly went numb. Then his entire body became powerless, and the last trace of energy completely failed. His whole body was sent flying by the residual force of Li Qingshan's thunder hammer. Swoosh! Li Qingshan turned into a shadow, charging towards several surrounding Beast Emperor peak-level warriors. The meteor-level warriors from Sakura country had already been killed by him, and these Beast Emperors could not be spared either, as they were all sources of merit points. Ah! The level 92 meteor-level warrior from Sakura country screamed, his face pale, arcs of electricity flickering, his hair standing on end and emitting black smoke. Li Qingshan's thunder power was different from ordinary attacks. Ordinary attacks at most injured the surface, leaving wounds or bruises that could be treated and healed. However, Li Qingshan's thunder power could penetrate deep into the enemy's body, causing extremely severe damage. Such injuries were extremely difficult to recover from. After all, once the internal organs of an ordinary person were injured, recovery was nearly impossible. Now, in the era of advanced martial arts, although some pills could treat common ailments, the stronger the warrior, the harder it was to heal their injuries. Similarly, injuries to once great warriors were even harder to recover from, requiring rare and precious natural treasures for healing. At this moment, Kamita felt that his internal organs had suffered varying degrees of damage, and he had no means to heal them. But without treatment, his life was in danger. He knew he probably wouldn't survive the day. The few peak-level Beast Emperors he had brought along couldn't even last a few rounds against Li Qingshan before being completely annihilated. This guy's strength was terrifying. Not only had he temporarily broken through to the meteor level, but his level 90 meteor strength could easily defeat him, a level 92 meteor. He had no power to fight back. The accompanying peak-level Beast Emperors were also quickly killed. Kamita's body crashed heavily to the ground, pain surging through him, and he couldn't help but let out a painful wail. The entire battle was fully recorded in the combat meeting room on the Desai coastline. Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape. Defeated? Lord Kamita was actually defeated? How could this be? Quickly, report this to the Sakura Country Western Coastline Defense Command and request reinforcements immediately. The adjutant, pale-faced, hurriedly issued the order. This is the Desai Coastline Defense Line. A powerful Huaxia warrior has invaded, requesting reinforcements. Sakura Country Western Coastline Defense Line. What is the strength level of the invading warrior? The liaison officer asked. Level 90, Meteor, came the reply. Received, noted. Reporting immediately and arranging reinforcements. The liaison officer quickly reported the news to the director. Upon learning that it was a Huaxia warrior invasion, the director immediately realized the gravity of the situation. He promptly reported to the minister of the Sakura Country Western Command. Not long after, the news reached the Sakura Kingdom's royal palace. A powerful warrior from Huaxia had begun invading the Sakura Kingdom, and the first invader's strength was at level 90 meteor star. The three chief ministers, we shall take our leave. The subordinates saluted and retreated. The third chief minister waved his hand to signal them away, then turned to the other two chief ministers and said, how did Huaxia's retaliation come so quickly? And they directly sent a martial artist to attack the coastline, even revealing their name? This statement made the first and second chief ministers frown deeply, their faces showing doubt. Indeed, while Huaxia might retaliate, it was unlikely to be so blatant. Right? The situation was truly unexpected. Perhaps Huaxia wanted to catch them off guard. Immediately issue orders to suppress this Huaxia martial artist, notify all coastal defense lines to strengthen their vigilance, and enter level 1 alert status. All martial emperors and meteor star martial artists, take your positions and prepare to confront the Huaxia invader. At the same time, notify the divine nation to strongly condemn Huaxia on the international stage. This time, Huaxia has truly suffered a defeat. Although we supported the Beast Clan's invasion of the Black Coastline, as long as we don't admit it, those people are not Sakura Kingdom martial artists. But this time is different. Huaxia directly admitted the identity of their martial artist. How laughable. The first chief minister's face showed mockery. Has Huaxia's demon suppression king lost his mind? Under the first chief minister's orders, the Sakura kingdom immediately took action. All coastal defense lines entered level 1 alert to prevent more Huaxia martial artists from invading. Meanwhile, a meteor star level squad rapidly flew toward Li Qingshan's location. 10 minutes to the target. Good luck, everyone, said a Sakura Kingdom meteor star level martial artist, piloting a meteor star level fighter jet. I heard this Huaxia martial artist defeated our Lord Kamita, who was at level 92, with just level 90 strength. His mastery of thunder power is extraordinary. It's a bit terrifying, said Yamamoto. Thunder techniques? No problem. Matsukami's armor in our team is specifically designed to counter thunder-based attacks. Matsukami is now at level 93, just right to deal with that guy. You and I only need to watch, said Jobin, his face full of excitement mixed with disdain. My armor can defend against all thunder techniques on this planet. I'd like to see if this Huaxia martial artist's thunder techniques can do anything to me, Matsukami said with a proud smile, then added, too bad the invader this time isn't a female martial artist. Otherwise, the three of us could have had some fun. We haven't yet experienced the strength of Huaxia's female meteor star martial artists. The way that Huaxia female martial emperor looked when she was dying last time was truly delightful. Once we conquer Huaxia, we can do whatever we want with their female martial artists. Huaxia occupies such a vast and resourceful land, and their martial artists are so scarce, it's the perfect opportunity for us in the Sakura Kingdom. I heard our Sakura Kingdom is planning to join forces with the Divine Nation to take over Huaxia's territory. Together. Good. Huaxia's female martial artists, I'm going to have a great time this time. At that moment, Li Qingshan acted without hesitation, directly eliminating all the martial artists in the Daiji Coast Command Room. He also realized that he had undoubtedly been exposed. No matter. He clicked the synthesize button. Synthesis successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the merit Golden Sunday. Once activated, a Golden Sun will appear behind the host, exerting suppressive power on attackers, reducing their lifespan, and bringing great misfortune. The effect is especially significant on those harboring hostility. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first merit Golden Sunday. Please condense the second merit Golden Sun as soon as possible. There are a total of 9 merit Golden Suns to condense. Condense the second merit Golden Sun, Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows slightly and glanced at the panel. It required 20,000 merit points. But that was no problem. 3 meteor-level warriors from Sakura country were rapidly approaching him. All of them were meteor-level experts. At level 93, 3 of them each could contribute 13,000 points, totaling 39,000. Wasn't that just enough? Just as drowsiness hit, a pillow was delivered to his door? These 3 meteor-level warriors weren't particularly strong, making this a heaven-sent opportunity for Li Qingshan in his current state. Without waiting for them to get close, he charged forward proactively, his face full of excitement and exhilaration. At this moment, Matsukami, Xiaoben, and Shanben were piloting meteor-level fighter jets, closing in on their target. Still some distance away, they suddenly noticed a figure flashing with thunderous light rapidly approaching. Enemy attack. Meteor level 90. The fighter jet immediately identified Li Qingshan's strength and reported it. Covered in thunder and also a level 90 meteor level warrior, could this guy be our target this time, Li Qingshan? Xiaoben stared at the data on the detector and said, he's got some nerve. Invading our Sakura country territory, and instead of hiding, he dares to come to us? Are all Huaxia warriors this arrogant? Shanben frowned slightly and said, no problem. We'll take him on. With my battle armor, his thunder techniques won't work at all. I want to see the look of despair and regret on his face. Matsukami sneered. Let's go. As soon as the words fell, the 3 of them jumped out of the fighter jets in unison, donned their armor, and charged toward Li Qingshan. The warrior ahead, is he Li Qingshan from Huaxia? Matsukami, clad in battle armor that gleamed golden under the sunlight and radiated a chilling aura, asked coldly. This icy armor contained immense power. I'm your daddy. Li Qingshan had no patience for nonsense. If it was a fight, then fight. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed in front of the 3, his entire body surging with blood and energy. Thunder. Arcs danced wildly around him, forming a terrifying thunder domain. The three fighter jets behind Matsukami, Xiao Ben, and Shan Ben were struck by lightning, instantly smoking and plummeting to the ground. The three of them turned pale. A domain? Very few warriors comprehend domains, but every one of them is incredibly powerful. It requires deep study to grasp. This means that this Li Qingshan before us has reached an extremely high level in thunder techniques. No problem. Matsukami waved his hand, a look of disdain on his face. My battle armor is made from the materials of a powerful meteor-level beast. This beast specializes in devouring thunder-type creatures and can counter thunder techniques. With that, he charged at Li Qingshan, wielding a high-grade alloy longsword. Xiao Ben and Shan Ben followed closely, preparing to flank him and prevent his escape. With the appearance of the domain, the trio's strength was somewhat suppressed. Golden Merit Sun. With a thought, a golden sun appeared behind Li Qingshan, radiating dazzling light. Facing Li Qingshan, the three meteor-level warriors from Sakura country clearly felt their strength being further suppressed. Under the pressure of Li Qingshan's dragon might and dragon fury, their power had already been reduced by 20%. Now, with the emergence of the Golden Merit Sun, their strength was suppressed by another 10%. The three were shocked. Their strength far exceeded Li Qingshan's. If they were of the same level, the suppression effect would have been even more exaggerated. This guy is indeed formidable. No wonder he could take down Kamita. But what shocked the three even more was that, in addition to their strength being suppressed, their lifespans were rapidly draining. His face instantly turned grim. That thing behind this guy can actually absorb our lifespan? Attack together, take him down quickly, we can't delay, or our lifespan will be drained before we even finish him off. These Huaxia martial artists have such strange techniques. Xiao Ben and Shan Ben exchanged a glance and swiftly attacked from two other directions. Bang! The next moment, the thunder hammer in Li Qingshan's hand fiercely collided with Song Shan's alloy longsword, producing an earth-shattering boom. The thunderous power instantly spread in all directions, surging toward Song Shang. Electric arcs danced, exuding a destructive aura. Heh, kid, your thunder can't break through my battle armor. Didn't expect that, did you? Song Shang sneered with excitement as he saw Li Qingshan attacking him with thunder. Crack! But in the next second, Song Shang's battle armor couldn't withstand the impact of the thunder and shattered directly. The terrifying thunder power surged into his body. Ha, your battle armor can't withstand my thunder power at all. Didn't expect that. Did you? Li Qingshan also revealed an excited smile, watching Song Shang, charred and scorched by the lightning, being blasted away. How is this possible? Song Shang's eyes widened in shock and fear. He couldn't understand how his armor, specifically designed to counter thunder-based martial techniques, could be so fragile against this young man. Bang! Taking the opportunity, Li Qingshan punched directly, shattering Song Shang's body. Song Shang died on the spot, completely finished. Successfully killed a level 93 meteor-class martial artist from Sakura country, gaining 13,000 merit points. This is impossible. Xiao Ben and Shan Ben's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, and they quickly fled into the distance. Song Shang's death made it clear to them that neither of them was a match for Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan had taken down Song Shang with ease, without even being blocked for a single move. This indicated that although Li Qingshan was a level 90 meteor-class martial artist, his true strength far exceeded theirs. If they didn't escape now, they wouldn't have another chance. How could Li Qingshan let them escape? Two level 93 meteor-class martial artists, each worth 13,000 merit points. Together, they would provide enough merit points for Li Qingshan to condense a powerful golden merit sun. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan immediately pursued Xiao Ben. Shan Ben, seeing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Unfortunately, their meteor-class fighter jet had just been destroyed, and their speed was not fast. Not good. While fleeing, Shan Ben's old injury suddenly flared up. He hurriedly suppressed it with his vital energy and blood, his face pale, and his speed significantly reduced. What bad luck, to have an injury relapse at such a critical moment. This is a life and death escape. He cursed inwardly, praying that Xiao Ben could hold Li Qingshan off for a while longer to buy him time to escape. This is Xiao Ben, requesting support, requesting support. Xiao Ben immediately contacted the command center of Sakura country's Western Coastal Defense Line, his voice urgent. This is the Western Coastal Defense Line of Sakura country. Please state the situation, the operator responded. My target is a level 90. Meteor-class martial artist from Huaxia, but his strength far exceeds the three of us. Song Shang and Shan Ben are already dead, and I am currently fleeing. I request immediate dispatch of a new Meteor-class team from headquarters. And it must be a top-tier Meteor-class team, or it will just be sending them to their deaths, Xiao Ben said. Urgently. Not good, he's catching up. How is he so fast? No. Beep, beep, beep. At the Western Coastal Defense line of Sakura country, the operator heard the busy tone and quickly reported the situation to the commander. The commander-in-chief of the Western Coastal Defense Line, the Duke of Sakura Kingdom, was shocked upon hearing that 3 Starfall warriors had been completely defeated. These 3 Starfall warriors were all level 93 experts, while their opponent was only level 90, accompanied by 2 level 89 Beast Emperor tamed beasts. They were all defeated? Not only was the Duke shocked, but all the Sakura Kingdom warriors in the command room showed expressions of astonishment and disbelief. Duke Matsukami reports that although this Huaxia's Li Qingshan is at level 90, his strength has already surpassed level 93. If we are to send a Starfall squad to eliminate him, it must be a top-tier Starfall squad, the liaison officer reported. Understood, I am aware. The Duke nodded and immediately ordered Command Squads number 168 and number 178 to head to the Daiji Coastal Defense Line immediately and hunt down this Huaxia warrior. Duke, isn't sending 2 top-tier Starfall squads a bit excessive? After all, Huaxia might retaliate, and it's not wise to divert too much high-level combat power right now, a deputy commander beside him asked. This person can fight across levels and defeat 3 level 93 Starfall experts, which indicates he has immense fortune. Backing him, the Duke replied solemnly. Moreover, I have seen footage of his battle at the Daiji Coastal Defense Line. This person is very young and has 2 powerful tamed beasts behind him, one of which resembles Huaxia's Divine Dragon. In addition, his lightning-based martial techniques are extremely formidable. You must know that warriors who can master lightning-based techniques are exceptionally talented and have extraordinary learning abilities. This kid's fortune is undoubtedly remarkable. When encountering such a genius, we must act swiftly, suppress him with absolute strength, and eliminate him. If we let him escape, he will inevitably become a greater threat in the future. 2 top-tier Starfall squads are enough to quickly resolve this and take down Li Qingshan. The Duke of the Sakura Kingdom's Western Coastal Defense Line added, at the same time, we must prepare for Huaxia's retaliation. Li Qingshan's actions at the Daiji Coastal Defense Line will soon be publicized by the Divine Kingdom on the Blue Star Network to discredit Huaxia and hold us accountable. Within the Sakura Kingdom's Western Defense Command, 2 Starfall squads, a total of 6 people, piloted Starfall-class fighter jets and quickly flew toward Li Qingshan's location. Each of them was above level 95 in strength. Meanwhile, footage of Li Qingshan suppressing Kamita at the Daiji Coastal Defense Line in the Sakura Kingdom quickly spread across the Blue Star Martial Artist Network, and the Divine Kingdom strongly condemned Huaxia's actions. The pressure brought by this video quickly fell upon the shoulders of the Demon Suppression King in the Magic City. Magic City. On the highest alloy skyscraper, a man stood overlooking the entire city, a vast forest of alloy and steel housing over 100 billion people. The alloy city walls of the entire Magic City were built to a height of 100,000 meters, towering and blocking out the sky, resembling a massive beast crouching in the east. In the office of this tallest alloy skyscraper, a man in military uniform stood. The stars on his shoulders had been replaced with 5 golden suns, his gaze deep and his aura terrifying. His strength was unfathomable. This man was none other than one of Huaxia's 3 great kings, the Demon Suppression King. Your Excellency Demon Suppression King, the Divine Kingdom has just publicly condemned Huaxia on the Blue Star Martial Artists Network, claiming that a Huaxia warrior invaded the Sakura Kingdom's coastal defense line and killed a Starfall warrior. They are now demanding an explanation from the Magic City. What are your instructions? A secretary asked. Li Qingshan? The Demon King paused slightly, furrowing his brows as he said, Li Qingshan, I remember him. He's a trusted aide of Duke Feng. Notify Duke Feng that Li Qingshan has now appeared in Sakura Nation. Find a way to summon him back. For someone to dare travel so far, he sure has guts. Yes. Secretary Zhang nodded solemnly and continued to ask, what instructions does the Duke have regarding the response to the Divine Nation? Wait a moment. You just mentioned that Li Qingshan killed some kind of martial artist in Sakura Nation? The Demon King suddenly recalled something and asked. A meteor-level martial artist. Secretary. Zhang nodded firmly in response. What is Li Qingshan's current strength? The Demon King continued to inquire. Level 90 meteor, according to information from Sakura Nation, the secretary replied. Meteor level? When did this kid break through to meteor level? The Demon King was instantly stunned. The name Li Qingshan had been mentioned by Duke Feng before. He was a young man with exceptional talent, hailed as the #1 prodigy in Huaxia. But his progression was simply too fast. How long has it been? At 18 years old, as a war god, the Demon King would nod in approval, thinking this child had great potential and was worth nurturing. He could become a pillar of Huaxia and a top-tier existence in the future. At 18 years old, as an advanced war god, the Demon King believed this child's future would undoubtedly be extraordinary, a precious asset to Huaxia. At 18 years old, as a martial emperor, the Demon King could only remain silent. But at 18 years old, reaching meteor level, the Demon King felt utterly shocked. What on earth had this guy experienced? Dominating Blue Star would be just around the corner. Instructions? Let them come at us. Inform the Divine Nation that Li Qingshan is a key prodigy nurtured by Huaxia. If Sakura Nation dares to make a move against him, Huaxia will never forgive them. Oh, and after notifying Duke Feng, don't let him send anyone. Dispatch the Sword Immortal personally to bring this troublemaker back. The Demon King's expression turned serious. Li Qingshan's talent was something the Demon King had never seen in his lifetime. It could be said that such an extraordinary prodigy had never appeared on the entire Blue Star. As long as Huaxia protected him well and nurtured him steadily, the entire Blue Star would become Huaxia's domain. At this moment, the Demon King was filled with excitement. After the secretary left, he immediately opened his communicator to contact several old friends, urging them to prepare. The news has already reached us. You folks in Magic City really know how to cultivate talent. Such an incredible prodigy has emerged from your place. Sakura Nation has been restless lately. They must be taught a harsh lesson. But for now, the most important thing is to find Li Qingshan and then formulate the next steps. That's right. Li Qingshan's safety is paramount, everything else can wait. Li Qingshan's future is Huaxia's destiny. Giving him the title of Divine Son is no problem at all. Indeed, the title of Divine Son suits him. With such heaven-defying talent, he must bear greater responsibility on his shoulders. However, I worry that the Divine Son title might bring danger to Li Qingshan. Magic City must quickly send reinforcements. After contacting the big shots from Kyoto and Divine City, the Demon King immediately felt invigorated and in high spirits. At the same time, they were deeply concerned about Li Qingshan's safety. After all, Sakura Nation's eyes were practically burning with rage toward Huaxia, and no one could predict what crazy actions they might take. Huaxia's response quickly reached Sakura Nation and the Divine Nation. Sakura Nation's royal palace. In the same ancient courtyard, 3 elders sat there, with a row of powerful martial artists standing by the wall. Huaxia actually conferred the title of Divine Son? This child looks young, but his strength has already reached the Meteor Star realm. His talent is truly astonishing. Grand Chancellor, should we expel him directly? Or take action? The second Chancellor and third Chancellor both turned their gaze to the Grand Chancellor, waiting for his final decision. Should we strike directly and resolve this cleanly, or let Li Qingshan go? Kill. The Grand Chancellor spoke without hesitation, immediately dispatched the Meteor Star Squad and the Falling Moon Squad to suppress him. He must not be allowed to return to Huaxia. At this moment, the Grand Chancellor exuded intense killing intent and disdain. With the Divine Nation backing us, we have no reason to fear Huaxia. If Huaxia's genius grows, it will inevitably threaten our Sakura Nation's interests. Besides, we haven't received any response from Huaxia, have we? After speaking, he swept his gaze toward the second and third chancellors. That's right, we haven't received any response from Huaxia. This guy must be killed. Sakura Nation immediately prepared to act, deciding to strike swiftly and suppress Li Qingshan, Huaxia's divine son. That title alone speaks volumes. For Huaxia to grant Li Qingshan such a life-saving title indicates that his talent and strength are already terrifying. His strength has reached the Meteor Star realm. As for his talent, though the details are unclear, he must be very young. Such a person cannot be spared. He must be killed. Does Huaxia think Sakura Nation will fear them? What a joke! Before long, our Sakura Nation warriors will step onto that land, seize their women, plunder their resources, and kill their men. Immediately, Sakura Nation's major strongholds dispatched large numbers of meteor star squads and falling moon squads, heading toward Li Qingshan's location. In a quiet courtyard in the Magic City, a military martial artist hurriedly arrived and saluted a man dressed in a traditional long robe. Sword Immortal, this is a mission personally issued by the Demon Suppression King. Please depart as soon as possible. Oh, an urgent mission? The Sword Immortal was slightly surprised and took the order. The last urgent mission was 10 years ago. I didn't expect another one now. The Sword Immortal was curious. What exactly is this mission? What? Divine Sun? When did Huaxia produce a Divine Sun? And he even went to the Sakura Nation coastal defense line? The Sword Immortal stared at the mission directive in his hand, frowning. Just recently granted, the military martial artist replied. 18-year-old meteor star? This kid is worth my action. The unruly Sword Immortal was shocked by Li Qingshan's profile and immediately retrieved a battle sword from his spatial ring, rushing toward Li Qingshan's direction. As for Li Qingshan, he was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He only knew that his system panel could now condense the second round of Merit Golden Suns. He immediately clicked Condense, consumed 20,000 merit points. Successfully condensed the second Merit Golden Sunday. The third Merit Golden Sun requires 40,000 merit points. Success? Li Qingshan was overjoyed, and with a thought, 2 Golden Suns indeed condensed behind him, one on the left and one on the right. If he could gather 9 Golden Suns, he wondered if weaker beasts or martial artists attacking him would be unlucky enough to be struck by heavenly punishment lightning. To be honest, Li Qingshan was somewhat skeptical. Just now, he suppressed 3 meteor star martial artists, each contributing 13,000 merit points, totaling 39,000. He only used 20,000 merit points, leaving 19,000. In other words, as long as he obtains another 21,000 merit points, he can condense the third Merit Golden Sunday. A 97th level meteor star martial artist from Sakura Nation. That should be enough. I wonder what level of meteor squad Sakura Nation will send next to eliminate me. Honestly, Li Qingshan couldn't help but feel excited. Come on, come and kill me. Li Qingshan didn't rush to leave, he stayed right where he was, waiting for those meteor experts to come and settle the score with him. Sure enough, within his dragon aura's range, 6 meteor martial artists from Sakura Nation quickly appeared. Level 96? 6 of them? Li Qingshan frowned. He was only a level 90 meteor. Although he could fight above his level, a 6 level gap was too much. These were upper level meteors. His 2 contracted beasts were also level 89 beast emperors. While they could fight above their level, they couldn't bridge such a large gap. So annoying. Why not send a few level 94 martial artists from Sakura Nation? Instead, they sent level 96 ones, and 6 of them at that. What a hassle. Li Qingshan ultimately decided to retreat for now, but not simply to run away. Instead, he headed deeper into the ocean. The sea was full of fierce beasts, and with his dragon aura, he could detect powerful beasts within thousands of kilometers. He planned to kill some beasts first to enhance his strength, then return to Sakura Nation to earn more merit. With that, he sped off toward the ocean. The target is moving quickly. Pursue immediately. Understood, heading out now. Meanwhile, in Magic City, inside a virtual training room, a young girl was drenched in sweat. She wore a camisole, revealing her fair shoulders, which were quite captivating. She paired it with ultra-short shorts, showing off her beautiful legs. She removed her virtual training goggles and alloy sword, took a deep breath, and felt the energy coursing through her body. Excitedly, she said, "This potion is amazing. I broke through so quickly, straight to level 19. The Golden Crow's sacred body is truly powerful. I really hope Li Qingshan didn't die in the beast tide. I'd love to see the look of despair on his face when he fights me. Humph. Qingsha, how's your martial arts training progressing lately?" At that moment, a beautiful woman entered the room. It was Wang Qingcha's mother. "Mom, I broke through to level 19 today," Wang Qingcha said confidently. "Level 19? So quickly?" That's wonderful. I'll have your father book a private room later so we can celebrate properly. Horror. Mother beamed with joy. Mom, there's no need to go to so much trouble. Breakthroughs might become a regular thing. We can't celebrate every time. Wang Qingxia said with a smile. No problem. At this rate, reaching the war god realm before you're 40 isn't a dream. With the Wang family and the Zhao family's support, we'll be able to establish ourselves firmly in Magic City. Her mother said. Don't worry. With my Golden Crow sacred body in the Zhao family's resources, I'll definitely break through to the war god realm, maybe even touch the threshold of the advanced war god level. Wang Qingxia said firmly. By the way, after Jiang City was cleansed by the beast tide, did Li Qingshan really not survive? The official report says so. He probably didn't make it, her mother replied. That makes sense. If he were still alive, I could finally vent my frustration. Wang Qingxia snorted coldly. But the 1-month deadline I set with Li Qingshan coincides with my engagement to the Zhao family's young master. I guess that's fate. Alright, my dear. Someone with Li Qingshan's lackluster talent isn't worthy of you. Focus on preparing for your engagement, joining the War God training camp, and working hard to improve yourself. Her mother smiled and added, remember, the stronger a man is, the more capable he is in many aspects. You need to keep up with them. Otherwise, you'll have to rely on others for help. You must work hard and not repeat your father's mistakes. After saying this, Wang Qingxia froze for a moment. What? Whose mistakes? Realizing she had misspoken, her mother quickly changed the subject. Come, let me see your training results. Wang Qingxia had a faint feeling in his heart that his father seemed to have some secrets about Sakura Nation. Li Qingshan sensed the 6 meteor level warriors behind him getting closer, a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth as he dove directly into the sea water. The Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon and the sky-swallowing Kuanping followed closely behind. Once deep in the ocean, Li Qingshan felt even more at ease, moving more freely, as if he was born to belong in the water. He could stay in the ocean for decades without any problem. He continued diving deeper. As he descended further, the light in front of him gradually dimmed until he could barely see anything. Blue Star was 10,000 times larger than Earth in his previous life, and its oceans were 10,000 times deeper, with depths reaching tens of thousands of meters. Under the shroud of dragon might, the creatures of the seabed could feel his presence, their eyes flickering with a profound blue light, and everything on the seabed was clearly visible to him. This was the ability brought by the Thunder Dragon divine body. It allowed him to see as clearly as daylight, no matter how deep he dived. Li Qingshan's trail was lost, escaping their surveillance, and it was estimated that he had dived into the depths of the ocean. Soon, Sakura Nation's technical department reported that the 6 meteor-level warriors tasked with hunting Li Qingshan had sent a message, should we return? Follow orders. Yes. In the Sakura Nation's royal palace, the 3 chief ministers turned grim upon hearing that Li Qingshan had actually dived into the ocean depths. Is this guy crazy? He actually dared to escape into the deep sea? To this day, humanity knew almost nothing about the ocean depths. Many powerful ferocious beasts were hidden in the ocean, and only a portion of them bore grudges against humans. The truly powerful beasts resided in the ocean depths and had no interest in the humans on land. After all, even if they wiped out all humans on land, they had no desire to come ashore. Only those with particularly peculiar tastes or those extremely hostile to humans would frequently attack. Some even speculated that the greatest secret behind the sudden appearance of ferocious beasts might lie in the ocean depths. However, the ocean was simply too deep. If the waters near Sakura Nation were not so deep, they could have explored. But Li Qingshan had already fled for a long time, diving only after reaching a location at least 1,000,000 kilometers away from Sakura Nation. This place was so deep that even Sakura Nation's strongest meteor-level warriors, or even Moonfall-level warriors above them, dared not dive easily. Swimming in the seawater was one thing, but diving into the ocean depths was entirely different. It was precisely because Li Qingshan had dived so deep that he could not be detected. The massive ferocious beasts of the seabed usually did not provoke anyone, but once angered, they would engage in a relentless battle to the death. These beasts had a strong sense of territoriality and did not welcome human intrusion. What a bold move! If he doesn't die at the hands of Sakura Nation, dying under the claws of The ocean's ferocious beasts would also be a good thing for us. At least it would save us the trouble with Dragon Nation, the three chief ministers said expressionlessly. What if this guy is lucky enough to escape? Since he is the divine son of Huaxia, with limitless potential, if we don't eliminate him early, he will undoubtedly pose a great threat to Sakura Nation in the future. We can't just rely on his bad luck to be killed by the ocean's ferocious beasts, we must take action as well, the second chief minister said coldly, lifting his teacup. Here's the plan. The team originally tasked with eliminating Li Qingshan should not return for now. Continue searching the sea surface where he disappeared and the waters leading to Huaxia. If he is found, kill him immediately. At the same time, prepare for a possible attack on Sakura Nation's coastline by Huaxia and any retaliation from them, the first chief minister ordered. Understood. At this moment, from the direction of Huaxia, a powerful warrior was rushing over at high speed. Wherever he went, his sword intent swept through like a tidal wave, intimidating all directions. Between the eastern coast of Huaxia and the western coast of Sakura country lay a vast ocean, and Sakura country's search area was nearby. After diving into the seabed, Li Qingshan did not linger in this region but planned to circle around to the eastern coast of Sakura country. That's right. Li Qingshan intended to catch them off guard. The eastern coast of Sakura country faced the vast ocean, teeming with ferocious beasts. The expanse was boundless, even piloting the fastest and most advanced fighter jets would take a significant amount of time to reach another landmass. The beasts on the eastern coast were fiercer and more dangerous, but this also meant more opportunities. Li Qingshan planned to first strengthen his power here and then directly attack the eastern coast of Sakura country, letting those bastards know his might. Look down on him for having a low cultivation level, huh? The dragons might spread outward as he began searching for suitable targets. Some beast emperor-level creatures were no longer within his sights. Too weak, offering too little blood essence. Especially those solitary beast emperors, he had no interest in them. However, groups of beast emperors were worth his effort. In the depths of the seabed, silence reigned. Only ferocious beasts swam about, stirring the currents, churning up silt, and concealing immense danger. But under Li Qingshan's dragon might, these dangers had nowhere to hide. Hey, not bad luck. At this moment, Li Qingshan discovered a promising target within the range of his dragon might. A massive shark, with a body length of 150,000 meters, swung its tail, creating towering waves that surged behind it. Its blood-red fangs were exposed in a gaping maw, exuding ferocity, with astonishing speed and unparalleled agility, undoubtedly one of the most fearsome predators in the ocean. A level 94 meteor-class beast. The Frenzy Fong Blood Shark. This beast was covered in blood-colored armor, and wherever it went, countless other beasts were torn apart and devoured. It was the overlord of the ocean. Even among beasts of the same level, those capable of hunting the Frenzy Fong Blood Shark were few and far between. Li Qingshan immediately charged forward with his Thunder Dragon and Kunpeng, his face alight with excitement and anticipation. If he could kill this beast, he could theoretically gain nearly 30,000 units of pure blood essence, allowing his strength to directly rise and break through to level 91. At the same time, his Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon and Devouring Kunpeng could further evolve into meteor-class beasts. Once he successfully broke through to level 91, the two avatars could complete their evolution directly. Upon evolution, their power would become even more terrifying. In the depths of the seabed, the Frenzy Fong Blood Shark was completely unaware, leisurely swimming and hunting its preferred prey. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared ahead, accompanied by terrifying thunder, radiating destructive energy. It was like a blue sun suddenly emerging before the Frenzy Fong Blood Shark. It was utterly dumbfounded. Yes, the Frenzy Fong Blood Shark was initially completely clueless about what was happening. Soon, it spotted a human figure within the blue light. Even more dumbfounded. This human warrior was unbelievably bold, daring to enter the sea to hunt it with only level 90 meteor-class strength? Truly courting death. To the Frenzy Fong Blood Shark, this was an enormous insult. If its old companions found out, how could it maintain its reputation? A surge of intense killing intent erupted from its body, rushing straight toward Li Qingshan. However, this pressure had no effect on Li Qingshan. His thunderous brilliance was blinding, the terrifying power of lightning sweeping all around. Many ferocious sea beasts were electrocuted, flipping belly up and floating to the surface. Dragon Clan Avatar. Seeing the target ahead, Li Qingshan's face lit up with excitement, as he immediately activated the Dragon Clan Avatar. In the next moment, his body rapidly expanded, growing from 2 meters tall to thousands, tens of thousands of meters. Finally, it stopped at 50,000 meters. As a level 90 meteor martial artist, Li Qingshan was surprised that using the Dragon Clan Avatar could transform his physical body into a massive 50,000 meter form. He felt like a ferocious beast himself. However, for human martial artists, body size was a significant disadvantage when fighting powerful beasts. But this disadvantage was not insurmountable. As long as the size gap was bridged, combat techniques could become more flexible and versatile. Dragon's Wrath. A terrifying aura awakened within Li Qingshan, like an ancient deity opening its eyes, brimming with killing intent. This power stemmed from the oppressive force of the Dragon Clan's bloodline, particularly effective against oceanic beasts, with an even stronger suppressive effect. The bloodline and soul of the ferocious beasts trembled in shock and fear. Their strength was instantly suppressed by 20%. As Li Qingshan's Thunder Domain activated and the dragon's might was added, the remaining 80% of their strength was further suppressed by another 10%, leaving only 70%. The aura was overwhelming. How could this bloodline be so terrifying? Who exactly was this human? How could his physical body be so powerful? Could it be that human martial arts had developed to such a frightening level? The frenzied Fong giant blood shark's eyes flashed with shock and fear, unable to believe it. A human's bloodline could suppress their frenzied Fong giant blood shark clan? This was simply humiliating. Human, I will kill you. The frenzied Fong giant blood shark roared, opening its massive jaws and lunging at Li Qingshan with incredible speed. Although the frenzied Fong giant blood shark was fast, Li Qingshan was faster and stronger, completely overwhelming it. Thunder Shadow 3000 strikes. Swish! In the next second, Li Qingshan had already flashed to the side of the frenzied Fong giant blood shark, leaving only an afterimage and turbulent water in his wake. The thunder hammer in his hand erupted with violent power, smashing fiercely toward the shark's head and the side of its eyes. Boom! The thunderous power surged, and the frenzied Fong giant blood shark was sent flying by Li Qingshan's strike, crashing heavily into massive coral and seabed rocks behind it. Countless bubbles quickly rose to the surface. The power of thunder rampaged through the frenzied Fong giant blood shark's body. This powerful level 94 meteor beast was severely injured by Li Qingshan's sudden attack. Its internal organs were torn apart by the damage from the thunder. My vitality, where has it gone? Before the frenzied Fong giant blood shark could react, Li Qingshan had already pounced again. Don't kill me. I am willing to serve you. The frenzied Fong giant blood shark felt an overwhelming killing intent, the shadow of death looming over its massive body. Its eyes were filled with fear as it hurriedly begged for mercy. You think you're worthy? Li Qingshan sneered coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the thunder hammed the Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon and the sky-swallowing Kunping swayed as they swam over, beginning to devour the fallen frenzied Fong giant blood shark in large gulps. By consuming the 94th level meteor-class beast, Li Qingshan gained 53,000 refined blood essence, the Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon gained 30,000, and the sky-swallowing Kunping gained 23,000. Li Qingshan's main body consumed 20,000 refined blood essence and successfully leveled up to a 91st level warrior. Next, he sought a new target. Li Qingshan continued to stealthily roam the ocean with the two divine beasts, searching for stronger prey. Time ticked by. Ordinary beasts were not worth Li Qingshan's attention, only meteor class and above were worth his effort. There's one here. Li Qingshan quickly spotted a 91st level beast and rushed over with the two divine beasts. It was a deep abyss lobster, its entire body covered in incredibly hard armor, almost impervious to external force. Especially its two fierce pincers, which boasted astonishing combat power. Its massive body stretched nearly 100,000 meters. Without the aid of thunder power, it would have been impossible to take it down. By consuming the 91st level deep abyss lobster, Li Qingshan gained 7,000 refined blood essence, the Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon gained 3,000, and the sky-swallowing Kunping gained 4,000. Another one. Li Qingshan discovered another meteor-class beast, feeling delighted, and swiftly led the two divine beast avatars to attack. This was a 93rd level Ghost Star Manta Ray. Its enormous body measured a staggering 110,000 meters, covered in dark star patterns, resembling a phantom. It moved at incredible speed and could emit piercing sound waves that weaken enemy attacks, similar to Li Qingshan's Dragon Fury and Thunder Domain. After some effort, they finally defeated it, and the Dragon King and Kunpeng King devoured it completely. By consuming the 93rd level Ghost Star Manta Ray, Li Qingshan gained 27,000 refined blood essence, the Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon gained 14,000, and the Sky-Swallowing Kunpeng gained 13,000. Time continued to pass. Li Qingshan relentlessly hunted in the ocean depths, and 2 days quickly went by, during which he and his avatars accumulated a large amount of blood essence. After killing a phantom Ray, Li Qingshan decided to first upgrade himself and his avatars to facilitate more efficient hunting later. Li Qingshan consumed 40,000 refined blood essence and successfully leveled up to a 92nd level warrior. Li Qingshan consumed 80,000 refined blood essence and successfully leveled up to a 93rd level warrior. The Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon consumed 5,120 refined blood essence, breaking through to meteor class and reaching level 90. The Sky-Swallowing Kunpeng consumed 5,120 refined blood essence, breaking through to meteor class and reaching level 90. The Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon consumed 20,000 refined blood essence, leveling up to a 91st level beast and beginning evolution, with an evolution time of 10 minutes. The Sky-Swallowing Kunpeng consumed 20,000 refined blood essence, leveling up to a 91st level beast and beginning evolution, with an evolution time of 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, evolution successful, the Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon transformed into the Dragon King. Evolution successful, the Sky-Swallowing Kunpeng transformed into the Kunpeng King. The Dragon King consumed 40,000 refined blood essence, leveling up to a 92nd level beast. The Dragon King consumed 80,000 refined blood essence, leveling up to a 93rd level beast. The Kunpeng King consumed 40,000 refined blood essence, leveling up to a 92nd level beast. The Kunpeng King consumed 80,000 refined blood essence, leveling up to a 93rd level beast. The system notifications kept ringing. Finally, Li Qingshan's Nine-Clawed Thunder Dragon and Sky-Swallowing Kunpeng both evolved, officially becoming the Dragon King and Kunpeng King. At this moment, the Dragon King had transformed into a massive monster, with a body length of 120,000 meters, so enormous it seemed endless, exuding an incredibly terrifying aura. However, on Blue Star, beasts of such size were not uncommon. Kunpeng King, its physical body is also 110,000 meters long, currently lurking in the seawater, looking incredibly fierce with equally formidable combat power. These two divine beasts are covered in terrifying electric light, exuding an aura of destruction that instills fear. Attack! Li Qingshan exchanged glances with the Kunpeng King and Dragon King, their bodies erupting with thunder that rapidly spread around. In an instant, a large number of fish, shrimp, and ferocious beasts were struck by lightning, flipping belly up and floating to the surface without even a chance to resist. These beasts didn't even understand who killed them. At this moment, Li Qingshan's dragon might had expanded to a range of 5,000 kilometers, a fivefold increase. As his strength grows, the dragon might will undoubtedly continue to expand. Now, he, the Dragon King, and the Kunpeng King have all reached level 93. If they encounter those level 96 warriors from Sakura Nation again, Li Qingshan wouldn't be afraid at all. At this moment, his power is shockingly strong. Let's continue hunting. With the blessing of dragon might, Li Qingshan can sense and avoid terrifying beasts in advance. Unless he encounters an extremely powerful opponent, otherwise, if the opponent discovers him first, it would be a dead end. Li Qingshan believes his luck wouldn't be that bad. Time passed minute by minute. Ferocious beasts in the seabed were continuously hunted by Li Qingshan. 3 days later, Li Qingshan slowly surfaced, appearing on the eastern coast of Sakura Nation. Sakura Nation, I'm back. The third merit golden wheel. Let's refine it today. Brothers, ask the author for attention. Sakura Nation. The Meteor Squad and Moonfall Squad sent by the 3 chief aides searched for days but still couldn't find any trace of Li Qingshan. Huaxia also sent a powerful warrior to intervene. Sword. Immortal. Not only from Huaxia but also one of the world's top combat forces. Sakura Nation immediately submitted the video of Li Qingshan diving into the seabed. Now, Sakura Nation couldn't find his whereabouts either. On the dark sea surface, a man with a sword-like spine stood, exuding a chilling killing intent, forming a powerful sword aura field around him. He stared at the video player submitted by Sakura Nation, the footage showing Li Qingshan disappearing after diving into the sea. If Li Qingshan were killed by Sakura Nation, they would either have to endure the consequences or cover it up. But now that Li Qingshan has gone missing underwater, the responsibility doesn't lie with Sakura Nation but with Li Qingshan himself. This matter must be clarified. Although Sakura Nation isn't afraid of Huaxia, they don't want to face retaliation for no reason. The three strong warriors of Sakura Nation looked at the Huaxia sword immortal in front of them, exchanging glances filled with caution and worry, fearing the sword immortal might suddenly strike. They considered themselves top experts in Sakura Nation, but facing this Huaxia sword immortal, they still felt uneasy. If it weren't for your Sakura Nation forcing him, why would Li Qingshan dive into the seabed? And now he's gone without a trace? The Huaxia sword immortal's gaze carried killing intent, waiting for the three Sakura Nation experts to provide a reasonable explanation. His imposing aura was overwhelming, making it hard for the Sakura Nation warriors to breathe. One of the Sakura Nation warriors frowned and retorted, "You Huaxia are being too unreasonable. Li Qingshan trespassed on our coast, killed many people, and destroyed the defenses. Wasn't it right for us to drive him away? We only drove him away without directly killing him, which already gave face to your Huaxia." Humph! The sword immortal roared angrily, and a surge of sword aura suddenly erupted, slashing toward the Sakura Nation warriors ahead. The speed was extremely fast. A series of sonic booms echoed in the air, and before the three Sakura Nation experts could react, the sword aura had already struck two of them. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed through the air. The battle armor of two martial artists was shattered by the sword energy, which pierced directly into their flesh. Blood and entrails splattered onto the ground in an instant, filling the air with the stench of iron. A single strike of sword energy. It killed two of Sakura Nation's top experts in an instant. Too fast. The two hadn't even had the chance to cry out or resist before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. These two men were the pinnacle warriors of the Sakura Nation. And just like that, they were gone? The last remaining warrior of the Sakura Nation, standing to the side, was utterly shocked. His eyes were filled with fear and astonishment as he struggled to regain composure. His heartbeat quickened, and his legs turned weak. This was the sword immortal of Huaxia. Truly living up to his name, his power was overwhelming, leaving no room for resistance. The opponent didn't even have to put in much effort. A single sword strike. He himself wouldn't even have the chance to react. Li Qingshan really has nothing to do with us in the Sakura Nation. He went to the depths of the ocean on his own. The last Sakura Nation warrior was so terrified he nearly wet himself. His voice, no longer firm, now carried a tone of flattery and feigned innocence. "Scram!" The Huaxia sword immortal said coldly, "Go back and tell the leaders and warriors of your Sakura Nation that Li Qingshan is dead, and so is the Sakura Nation." Even now, the alloy sword on the sword immortal's back remained completely still. "Why yes. Yes." The Sakura Nation warrior, seeing the opportunity, was overjoyed. He immediately turned and sprinted away, desperately trying to put as much distance as possible between himself and this god of death. The message from the sword immortal quickly reached the three grand advisors of the Sakura Nation. "Ha! What a joke! If we let Li Qingshan go, won't there be more terrifying figures like this Huaxia sword immortal in the future?" The first grand advisor decisively issued an order: immediately deploy all efforts to track down Li Qingshan. Once found, kill him without hesitation. "And what about the Huaxia sword immortal?" one of the three advisors asked. "Keep an eye on him. Let's hope Li Qingshan has already perished in the jaws of the beasts beneath the sea." Time ticked by. Days later, Li Qingshan appeared on the eastern coast of the Sakura Nation, while the entire nation's attention was still focused on the western coast. As soon as he set foot on the eastern shore, he began a spree of destruction, tearing down coastal defenses and eliminating Sakura Nation warriors. A steady stream of merit flowed into his body. Though each gain was minor, the accumulation was significant. He was now close to forming his third golden sun of merit. All it would take was for him to slay a level 94 falling star warrior from the Sakura Nation, and he would have enough merit to condense the third golden sun. Since it was Li Qingshan who had caused the destruction, the news quickly reached the Sakura nation's royal palace. What? Before the messenger had even finished speaking, the second Grand Advisor's face was filled with shock and confusion. Wasn't Li Qingshan on our western coast? How did he get to the eastern coast? Could it be that he circled half of the Sakura nation through the ocean depths, completely unharmed? The three advisors in the room were all stunned. There were surveillance devices on the surface of the sea, yet they had detected no trace of Li Qingshan for so long, which meant he had stayed deep underwater the entire time. If he had been in shallow waters, the devices would have spotted him long ago. In other words, Li Qingshan had traversed half of the Sakura nation's waters from the ocean depths, emerged unscathed on the eastern coast, and began his assault? This brat does have some luck, surviving such a dangerous situation, said the third Grand Advisor, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. But this isn't necessarily bad for us. The Huaxia sword. Immortal is on the western coast, while Li Qingshan is on the eastern coast. We'll keep this information hidden and dispatch our strongest warriors in secret to eliminate Li Qingshan. Silent and unnoticed. Continue to search for Li Qingshan's traces on the western coast. Don't let the Huaxia sword immortal catch wind of this. At the same time, immediately mobilize all nearby warriors above the upper falling star level to head to the east coast town and kill Li Qingshan. The Grand Chancellor issued the order. Yes. Tap tap tap. At this moment, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. A strangely dressed, castrated warrior entered, his voice sharp. Grand Chancellor, the Emperor summons you to the palace. All right, I'll go immediately. The Grand Chancellor's face instantly showed a respectful expression. The remaining two chancellors also prepared to take action. The Grand Chancellor cautiously followed the eunuch into a secluded palace. In the elegant room lay a man, dressed in imperial robes. His demeanor was extraordinary, but he was lying on the bed, clearly gravely injured. He was on the verge of death, aged and frail like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Your Majesty! The Grand Chancellor knelt down, his face full of respect. How is the progress on finding the medicinal ingredient? The Emperor of Sakura Kingdom asked weakly. We are searching globally. The female Buddha physique is extremely rare, but please rest assured, Your Majesty. If it cannot be found, this old servant is willing to atone with my life. The Grand Chancellor sighed deeply, his voice filled with helplessness and sorrow. Sigh. Matsuda-kun, you are the Grand Chancellor. If I cannot hold on, the country will rely on you for support. You must not atone with your life. No, I forbid it. If I do not make it, assist the new emperor well. Do not execute anyone because of my death. The country must retain enough strength. Do you understand? The Emperor of Sakura Kingdom said weakly. Understood. The Grand Chancellor solemnly nodded in agreement. I heard that a warrior from Huaxia has come to our Sakura Kingdom's coast to cause trouble. What is the situation? The Emperor continued to ask. Do not worry, Your Majesty. It's just a minor issue, it can be handled, the Grand Chancellor replied. I have high hopes for the fourth prince. I heard this Huaxia warrior is a divine son. Huaxia hasn't had a divine son appear in years. If the fourth prince can suppress and kill him, it will surely make the country stronger. The Emperor's tone was heavy. The Grand Chancellor frowned and said, Your Majesty. The matter of suppressing and killing Li Qingshan cannot be made public, it must be done quietly. Otherwise, it will definitely provoke retaliation from Huaxia. Even if the fourth prince kills him, it cannot be publicized. Moreover, doing so would put the fourth prince in danger. This is the path the fourth prince must take, as is the case for every genius. How can one achieve greatness? Through mediocrity? Suppressing and killing Huaxia's divine son is the best training. Huaxia's retaliation will also be a trial. For the fourth prince. The Emperor's tone was heavy. Understood. The Grand Chancellor nodded. That day, the fourth prince of Sakura Kingdom left the palace to suppress and kill Huaxia's divine son. If successful, it would surely go down in history and shock the world. East Coast. Li Qingshan had destroyed a large portion of the coastal defenses. As the Thunder Domain unfolded, countless Sakura Kingdom warriors were instantly turned to ash by lightning. Wow, what is that? A sea of thunder? Why is the sea of thunder surging toward us? I have a bad feeling about this. Before the words were finished, they were struck by an arc of electricity, and 4 or 5 people instantly turned to ash, scattering into the air. Boom, the coastal defenses breached by Li Qingshan. Were in complete chaos, ashes flying everywhere. Those were all Sakura Kingdom warriors. How bold, daring to attack the coast of my Sakura Kingdom. A furious roar rang out. A warrior responsible for that section of the coastline, clad in battle armor, rose into the air, glaring fiercely in the direction of Li Qingshan. 92nd level falling star. But upon seeing the vast sea of thunder, his expression changed drastically, filled with terror. A strong sense of crisis enveloped him. The opponent's strength far exceeded his own. There was no way to fight head-on. He immediately prepared to flee and seek reinforcements. My merit, and you still want to run? Li Qingshan would never let go of the merit. His body turned into a shadow and instantly appeared behind the fleeing martial artist. He threw a punch. No! Amidst the scream, the battle armor shattered, the body turned to ashes, and disappeared into the heavens and earth. Boom! When facing martial artists weaker than himself, Li Qingshan always resolved it with one punch, not even needing the thunder hammer. His combat power was astonishing. Eliminated a level 92 martial artist from Sakura Nation, gained 7,000 merit points. 7,000 merit points. Not bad, not bad. Now I've accumulated 30,000 merit points. 2. Condensed the third golden merit sun, I need 40,000 merit points. Still short by 10,000. But it's not difficult. When the system mentioned that 9 golden merit suns could be condensed, I was worried about whether there would be enough merit. Now it seems there's no need to worry. It will be completed soon. By then, with 9 golden merit suns, enemies will die from reversed blood flow. As soon as they make a move, they'll perish from depleted lifespans, be struck dead by divine punishment. Old injuries will resurface, leading to instant death. Just thinking about it feels exhilarating. If someone harms me, they'll suffer even more terrifying backlash. However, Li Qingshan was a bit worried about Wang Qingcha. If this woman sees me and makes a move, she might be killed directly by the backlash. I still need her to work for me. If she dies, that would be truly boring. Boom! 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 At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. 3 level 96 upper rank meteor martial artists were rushing over at high speed. They were a team, fully armed, exuding an imposing aura, their sharp eyes fixed on Li Qingshan. Damn bastard! You've killed so many of our Sakura Nation martial artists? If we hadn't arrived late, who knows how many more innocent comrades would have died. Li Qingshan, today is the day you die. After the 3 meteor-level martial artists appeared, they didn't hesitate to draw their alloy weapons, their blood energy surging as they charged toward Li Qingshan. Quick, precise, ruthless. Killing the divine son of Huaxia is a great achievement. If someone else kills him first, we'll suffer a huge loss. All 3 held marquee titles. This achievement of eliminating him would be enough to promote them to dukes. From then on, their descendants would have no worries, directly entering the core of Sakura Nation's power. Whether in resources or status, they would see a significant boost, staying ahead of martial artists of the same level. Marquee-level martial artists might even use these resources to break through to the Moonfall realm in the future. Innocent martial artists? Li Qingshan sneered. Does Sakura Nation even have innocent martial artists? Now you're even collaborating with fierce beasts to invade Huaxia's black coastline, killing so many Huaxia martial artists, and you dare to talk about innocence? What's even more infuriating is that you've colluded with fierce beasts. They are humanity's mortal enemies. Li Qingshan's killing intent surged. 3 level 96 martial artists? Forget condensing the 3rd golden merit sun today, even the 4th one won't be a problem. There's still one more to go, but rest assured, it'll be filled. The 3 level 96 meteor martial artists charged into Li Qingshan's thunder domain, their expressions changing drastically as their strength was partially suppressed. Electric arcs leaped around, ferocious and unstoppable. Once struck, they would be severely injured, their combat power greatly reduced. This domain power is too strong, one level 96 martial artist exclaimed in shock. If the divine son of Huaxia didn't understand domain power, that would be strange. Today, we must kill him here. This way, our future will be completely bright. Kill. The other 2 Sakura Nation martial artists unleashed their blood energy, increasing their speed as they charged toward Li Qingshan. Facing the 3 charging meteor martial artists, Li Qingshan's gaze was cold. These are all living merit points. The thunder hammer appeared in his hand, radiating intense thunder power, with an aura of destruction spreading. This thunder hammer was entirely formed by condensed thunder. The three drew closer. Li Qingshan's body suddenly vanished, leaving behind an afterimage, and instantly appeared in front of a meteor-level warrior. The thunder hammer struck out fiercely. Too fast. The Sakura Nation warrior was shocked, looking at Li Qingshan behind him, who was radiating two blazing suns, with fear in his eyes. He hurriedly swung his alloy longsword to block the thunder hammer. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the thunder hammer collided with the longsword, thunder power sweeping through the blade. Sizzle sounds arose, and the warrior's arms went numb, shocked by Li Qingshan's strength. But the truly terrifying part was yet to come. The thunder power of the thunder hammer surged into the longsword like a tide, directly conducting into the warrior's body. His battle armor was instantly shattered, and his vitality couldn't resist the erosion of the thunder. The warrior screamed miserably, his body sent flying, with black smoke rising from his battle armor, and his internal organs likely scorched. Only the warrior himself knew the extent of his injuries. His entire body lost sensation, with everything below his neck out of control. He fell heavily into the sea, dying on the spot. Successfully killed one Sakura Nation level 96 meteor warrior, earning 100,000 merit points. The other two Sakura Nati, the body convulsed. Flesh and blood turned to ashes, dissipating into the heavens and earth, leaving only the battle armor and spatial ring behind. Successfully killed a level 96 meteor star warrior from Sakura Nation, gaining 100,000 merit points. Successfully killed a level 96 meteor star warrior from Sakura Nation, gaining 100,000 merit points. Two system notifications sounded. The fleeing Sakura Nation warrior had just started running when the Kunpeng King leapt from the sea, transforming into a giant rock, grabbing him into the ocean and tearing his body apart. 300,000 merit points in hand. Li Qingshan's face was full of excitement and joy. The past days spent at the bottom of the sea had not been easy, but he had finally broken through to level 96 meteor star. Now, he could truly be considered a high-ranking meteor star warrior. Consumed 40,000 merit points, successfully condensed the third merit golden sun. Consumed 80,000 merit points, successfully condensed the fourth merit golden sun. Consumed 160,000 merit points, successfully condensed the fifth merit golden sun. 3 consecutive system notifications rang out. Li Qingshan directly condensed 5 merit golden suns. Sakura Nation truly is a great place. The merit points come so easily. Another delivery? Ha ha. At this moment, Li Qingshan noticed that within the range of his dragon aura, 2 more teams of Sakura Nation warriors were rushing toward him. Clearly, they were here to hunt him down. Charge! Li Qingshan roared, and 5 golden suns rose behind him, radiating dazzling brilliance. The surrounding azure lightning, under the illumination of the merit golden suns, was tinged with a layer of gold. The light was resplendent. His gaze was indifferent, like that of a deity. His eyes locked onto the direction from which the Sakura Nation warriors were charging. 2 teams, 6 people in total. Each one was a level 99 meteor star warrior, clad in battle armor, their combat power overwhelming, their aura covering the sky like a group of demons. Level 99. True high-ranking meteor star warriors, the strongest existence among meteor star warriors. The first realm below Falling Moon. Level 99. These 6 were just one step away from entering the Falling Moon realm. They wore various battle armors. Each one was a first-class marquis of Sakura Nation, and stepping into the Falling Moon realm would elevate them to dukes. At this moment, the 6 from Sakura Nation were staring at Li Qingshan, and Li Qingshan was staring back at them. The 6 stood high above, their gazes contemptuous, sneering as they looked at him. So this is the divine son of Huaxia? A meteor star warrior clad in golden battle armor sneered. Level 96 meteor star, this is all he's got? Any one of us could easily capture him. Looks like this big prize is ours. The 6 level 99 warriors showed excitement and eagerness on their faces, already calculating how much reward they would receive after killing the divine son of Huaxia before them. From then on, their names would be etched into Sakura Nation's history. Li Qingshan, drop your weapon. Kneel and beg for mercy. The level 99 warrior in golden battle armor exuded killing intent, his gaze arrogant as he stared at Li Qingshan. Like a top predator, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Kneel and beg for mercy? Ha ha, Li Qingshan sneered. If I kneel, would you let me go? Let you go? Dream on. But I can make your death quicker, less painful. Otherwise, I'll saw off your limbs, pull out your intestines, tie them around your neck, and slowly torture you, making sure you don't die peacefully. The Sakura Nation. Warrior in golden battle armor had a cold and ruthless gaze. Humph. Li Qingshan snorted coldly, his body surrounded by condensed lightning. Suddenly, a thunder hammer appeared out of thin air. Their eyes met. The six before him were all eager to kill Li Qingshan. After all, he is the divine son of Huaxia. As long as he is killed, one can become the greatest hero of the military department, at least earning a large amount of resources to help oneself break through to the Moonfall realm. Such a tempting reward, who could refuse? Li Qingshan also planned to kill these 6 level 99 warriors. With the system's merit rewards, killing each one would grant him 1,000,000 merits. 6 people meant 6,000,000 merits. That would be enough for him to directly condense 9 golden sons of merit, with some left over. Kill them all. Swish. In the next moment, Li Qingshan charged without hesitation toward the level 99 Sakura country warrior ahead, his entire body radiating golden brilliance. It was as if he had entered the realm of the gods. What is level 99? It's nothing, kill without mercy. Humph, an ant trying to shake a tree. The golden armored Sakura country warrior snorted coldly, drawing an alloy longsword from his spatial ring. The blade gleamed with dazzling golden light. In the next moment, he charged at Li Qingshan with murderous intent. Dragon fury within Li Qingshan, a mysterious and powerful aura awakened, akin to an ancient divine dragon. The supreme bloodline and authority of the dragon clan suppressed the opponent's strength. Combined with the thunder domain, the strength of the level 99 Sakura country warrior before him was suppressed by 30%. The golden armored warrior's expression changed drastically. What kind of martial technique is this? A technique specifically designed to enhance momentum and suppress enemies? The things on this kit are truly bizarre. Any slight carelessness could lead to a major loss. The golden armored warrior grew vigilant, his longsword gleaming coldly as he slashed fiercely at Li Qingshan's armor. His speed was astonishing. In just an instant, he was already in front of Li Qingshan, and the longsword struck heavily on Li Qingshan's shoulder. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the thunder dragon armor was slashed open, leaving a deep gash on his shoulder. Blood spurted out. The air was filled with the scent of blood. This was the first time Li Qingshan had been injured since stepping onto the martial path. The other 5 level 99 Sakura country warriors exchanged glances, shaking their heads with disdain written all over their faces. This is the so-called divine son of Huaxia? Just this? One person is enough to kill him, there's no need for anyone else to help. Ha! The golden armored warrior looked puzzled, staring at Li Qingshan. Strange, why didn't his arm get severed? Logically, it should have been cut off, right? What's the situation? The commander's voice came through the earpiece of the meteor. Squad leader. No big problem. This divine son of Huaxia is only level 96. One of our level 99 warriors has already severely injured him. We can take him down in just a few more moves. The meteor squad leader stroked his beard, his face full of excitement. Is there a chance to capture him alive? The commander asked again. Should be possible. We'll try. If not, we'll have to kill him directly, the leader replied. A living divine son of Huaxia is far more valuable than a dead one. Both the commander and the leader understood this. Good luck. The commander finished speaking and ended the communication. Inside the Sakura country general. Command. This is command room number 7. Has the 4th prince set out? Command room number 7's general commander, Onijiro, asked over the public channel. The territory of Sakura country was vast. When incidents like ferocious beast invasions occurred, a single general commander couldn't handle everything. After all, this land was equivalent to 10,000 times the size of Earth. Therefore, Sakura country was divided into 10 general command rooms. Each command room was guarded by a powerful upper-rank marquis, responsible for dispatching warrior squads and armies to resist various threats. The highest authorities of the 10 general command rooms were the 3 chief ministers and the emperor of Sakura country, wielding immense power. Every general commander was a formidable warrior. Kitsuru, the 4th prince, has already set off. Has something happened? Soon, the voice of the number 3 commander came through the communicator. My meteor squad has already located the Huaxia Divine Sun. If nothing unexpected happens, we can capture him within an hour and send him directly to the military headquarters. The fourth prince can be sent back. A look of excitement appeared on the face of number 8 Commander Kitsuru. As the person in charge of the number 8 command room, Kitsuru supported the faction of the Crown Prince of Sakura Kingdom. However, the Emperor's actions today were clearly paving the way for the fourth prince. How could he allow such a thing to happen? He made his stance clear immediately. Li Qingshan would soon be captured alive by them, and no matter what methods the other side used, it would be useless. As expected, just as the number 8 commander of Sakura Kingdom finished speaking, there was a long silence from the communicator in the number 10 command room, with no response. Meanwhile, in a command room in Sakura Kingdom, a man in a military uniform with a shining golden sun emblem on his shoulder exuded an aura of strength. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes burned with anger. Damn Kitsuru! Personally taking action to capture the Huaxia Divine Sun this time is crucial for the fourth prince. It could even be said that this is an important step for the fourth prince to ascend the throne. I didn't expect Kitsuru to beat us to it. Humph. Kitsuru, you're really fast, the number 3 commander muttered through gritted teeth. Ha, I'll be counting on your support in the future. Kitsuru's face showed a smug smile. He turned to his adjutant and said, inform the crown prince that the Huaxia Divine Sun has been captured alive by my meteor squad. No need to worry. Yes. The adjutant nodded and quickly left the command room. Sakura Kingdom's Eastern Palace. This was the residence of the Crown Prince of Sakura Kingdom, luxurious and quiet, with the scent of cherry blossoms lingering in the air. Inside the room, a woman was lying on the ground, drinking water placed on the floor. Her tail wagged occasionally, and the sound of silver bells was crisp and pleasant. She was extremely obedient. The Crown Prince of Sakura Kingdom was staring at the tablet in his hand, which displayed photos and videos of all the candidate women. He selected those he found suitable and finally clicked confirm. Soon, these women would be sent over for him to do as he pleased. After a while, the Crown Prince finally picked a few women who matched his aesthetic preferences and clicked confirm. Phew! The Crown Prince let out a long breath. Finally done. Your Highness, have you made your selection? A personal guard entered respectfully and asked. Yes, hurry up. It's been a long time since I've seen new faces. The Crown Prince nodded. Understood. The guard nodded, then glanced to the side. Your Highness, what should we do with this dog? The Crown Prince glanced at the pet dog and waved with a smile. Give it to the subordinates. Yes. The guard responded, leading the dog out on a leash. Not long after, another guard entered to report, Your Highness, the number 8 commander has sent word that the Huaxia Divine Sun has been captured alive and is being sent to the Sakura Kingdom military headquarters. The fourth prince has failed this time. Oh. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince's face lit up with joy. Well done, haha. Fourth brother, oh fourth brother, this is fate. Sakura Kingdom's eastern coastline. Huaxia Divine Sun, you're really nothing special. A warrior clad in golden battle armor looked at Li Qingshan in front of him with disdain. Li Qingshan remained motionless. He stared at the golden-armored warrior and said calmly, that strike really hurt. If it weren't for my special physique, my arm would have been severed by you. His tone was calm, his expression indifferent, as if he were not the one injured, leaving the golden-armored warrior slightly stunned and surprised. Put. The arrogant golden armor warrior suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest, his blood and energy surging uncontrollably, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The air was filled with the scent of blood. A relapse of an old injury? Impossible, I don't have any old injuries. The golden armor warrior looked bewildered, unable to understand why his energy and blood suddenly backfired. This feeling only occurred with the recurrence of old injuries, but he had none. His face turned pale, and his once formidable strength weakened further. His abnormal state shocked him, and the 5 other meteor-level warriors behind him were all stunned. What on earth was going on? As expected, the Merit Golden Sun is truly incredible. Even if someone is 3 levels higher than me, as long as they injure me, they won't come out unscathed. Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. That's right, all of this was him testing the effects of the Merit Golden Sun to see just how powerful it was. For this reason, Li Qingshan deliberately suppressed the thunder power on the Thunder Dragon ancient armor. Otherwise, with the golden armor warriors' strength, the alloy long blade striking the armor would have triggered a ferocious backlash of thunder power. He would have had no choice but to dodge the alloy blade actively. That strike not only tore through his Thunder Dragon armor but also cut into his flesh. Fortunately, it didn't reach the bone. Thanks to the dual blessings of his Thunder Dragon Divine Body and Kuanping Divine Body, his physical strength was astonishingly robust. He barely withstood the power of the alloy blade. If it had been an ordinary level 96 warrior, their arm would have been severed by that strike. What? The golden armor warrior heard Li Qingshan's words and looked puzzled. Merit Golden Sun? He was confused, sensing that something was off. I let you strike me on purpose, otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to touch me, the Divine Sun. It seems this backlash effect is quite effective. Li Qingshan sneered. It directly activated the old injuries hidden in your body for years and even affected your lifespan, cutting it by at least 20 years. Judging by your white hair, it seems to be true. Li Qingshan coldly stared at the strands of white hair on the golden armor warrior's head and said, the experiment is over. You can die now. Zzzzzzzzz. In the next moment, the thunder power within Li Qingshan erupted. His aura was terrifying to the extreme. The breath of death instantly enveloped the entire scene. Damn it! The golden armor warrior felt the sudden eruption of Li Qingshan's thunder power, and his expression changed drastically. Unfortunately, the relapse of his old injuries slowed his movements. What made him even more desperate was that Li Qingshan grabbed his wrist, and the overwhelming thunder power directly blasted into him. At this moment, Li Qingshan and the golden armor warrior became the center of a thunderstorm. Terrifying electric arcs danced, exuding a destructive aura. The 5 other level 99 warriors from Sakura country were horrified at the sight. They quickly raised their alloy spears and blades, preparing to assist. Their blood and energy surged as they swung their weapons, sending blade and spear energy straight toward the center of the thunderstorm. Ah! A scream came from the center of the thunderstorm but quickly disappeared. The blade and spear energy couldn't cause any substantial harm to Li Qingshan. They had to strike his armor directly with their alloy weapons. The energy alone wasn't enough. They couldn't even break through the defense of Li Qingshan's armor. In the center of the thunderstorm, the golden armor warrior's eyes were filled with despair, regret, and remorse. If he had known it would end like this, he would never have been the first to charge forward. Now, he was utterly finished. His physical body began to turn to ashes, drifting into the air as if dissolving. Soon, only a suit of battle armor remained, the body inside completely melted by the power of thunder. Boom! A 99th level meteor-class warrior from Sakura Nation was slain, earning 1.7 million merit points. The system's voice rang out, and Li Qingshan saw the number 1.7 million, his face lighting up with joy. Just as he had expected. Satisfying. He looked at the other 5, his gaze turning greedy and excited. Fallen, someone exclaimed in shock. This kid's eyes are terrifying, like a hunter staring at prey. Oomph, he's got some nerve. So what if he killed one 99th level warrior? There are still 5 of us. Attack together, don't give him any chance. No. Need to capture him alive, kill him outright, then we can brag about it later. 2 meteor-class squad captains exchanged a cold glance and immediately led their men to charge at Li Qingshan. Destiny slash. Falling Sakura Millennium Spear. Sky-splitting. Slash. Several meteor-class warriors from Sakura Nation wielded alloy weapons, launching fierce attacks on Li Qingshan from all directions. Sharp weapon edges surrounded him from every angle. If it were a one-on-one fight, Li Qingshan wouldn't be afraid at all. But facing simultaneous attacks, even he found it hard to fend off so many at once. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from the sea. The Dragon King and Kuanping King emerged, helping to relieve the pressure on him. Swish! Li Qingshan swiftly activated Thunder Shadow 3000 strides, skillfully dodging a barrage of attacks. The Dragon King and Kuanping King joined the battle as well. Is this the Divine Dragon of Huaxia? A 99th level meteor-class warrior sneered. So what? Today, I'll slay this dragon right here. I'll handle this dragon. You go deal with the Huaxia Divine Sun. One meteor-class warrior wielded an alloy longsword and charged at the Dragon King, the blade's energy shooting out for tens of thousands of meters with an imposing aura. I'll take care of this big bird. Another voice followed closely. Another 99th level meteor-class warrior roared and charged at the Kunpeng King, leaving Li Qingshan to face three 99th level meteor-class warriors alone. Dragon Clan Avatar. Thunder. Punishment. A cold glint flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. His originally 1.9 meter tall body rapidly expanded, instantly growing to a height of 50,000 meters. The thunder hammer in his hand also enlarged to a massive 80,000 meters. The power entwined around the thunder hammer was enough to destroy everything. How is this possible? His body grew larger? Is this guy a humanoid beast? The three 99th level warriors from Sakura Nation looked on in terror at Li Qingshan, who now towered into the clouds. His body had grown larger, but his speed hadn't slowed at all. On the contrary, his massive size made him even faster. Not only that, his strength and defense had also increased significantly. The three were so shocked they couldn't speak. Who exactly is this Huaxia divine son? They exchanged glances, seeing confusion and shock in each other's eyes. Rumble. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Powerful thunder energy churned within the clouds. The three warriors from Sakura Nation looked up at the sky, their expressions growing grim. Things were far beyond their expectations. Crack! A violent explosion sounded as a bright blue lightning bolt struck directly at the three warriors. The thunder hammer in Li Qingshan's hand also hurtled toward them. At high speed, its speed astonishing. Thunder roared in the air, the arcs of the thunder hammer flashing brilliantly, tearing through space as if it might collapse at any moment. Not good. The three warriors hurriedly dodged. Li Qingshan locked onto one of them, a warrior clad in white sakura-patterned battle armor, and brought the thunder hammer down with immense force. The thunder hammer was as massive as a mountain, and every time it struck the ground, the earth cracked, mountains trembled, and fissures rapidly spread. Lightning followed, scorching the land black and emitting smoke. Where the hammer fell, magma surged, showcasing terrifying combat power. The other two Sakura warriors secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling less pressure, but the warrior targeted by Li Qingshan found himself in dire straits. Lightning from the sky struck continuously, and Li Qingshan's thunder hammer pounded down one blow after another. The warrior could only keep dodging, occasionally paralyzed by electric shocks, looking utterly disheveled. Kenku Domoto's face turned pale as he cursed angrily. You two, stop dragging your feet. If you don't take him down soon, I'm done for. If I die, you'll be next. We've already been fighting with all we've got. This guy is too fast, his defense is too strong, his thunder power is astonishing, and that battle armor grows with his body. There's no way to deal with him. Ha ha ha, my merit, truly immeasurable merit. Li Qingshan's face lit up with excitement, his peripheral vision catching the other two Sakura warriors. Strands of white hair had already appeared at his temples, his vitality was rapidly draining. I am the chosen one of destiny now. Boom! 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 The thunder hammer, like a small mountain, repeatedly smashed down on the head of the targeted Sakura warrior, the oppressive force suffocating. Life and death hung by a thread. This was the first time this warrior had encountered such a perilous situation since stepping into the martial path. A single misstep would mean certain death. His two companions frantically attacked Li Qingshan with their weapons, but his massive body evaded repeatedly. Even when they managed to hit him, most of the force was absorbed by the Thunder Dragon armor he wore. With the combined power of the Thunder Dragon divine body and the Kunpeng divine body, Li Qingshan's physical form had become nearly invulnerable. More importantly, if they managed to harm Li Qingshan, heavenly thunder would strike them instead, severely affecting their vitality and spirit, making it impossible to sustain their attacks. The two level 99 meteor warriors were shocked to find their own vitality rapidly depleting. One of them, who was older, was losing his lifespan at an alarming rate, his hair turning completely white, his vitality plummeting, and his combat power declining. If this continued, either Li Qingshan would fall first, or they would perish. The three Sakura warriors wore grim expressions. Call for backup, call for backup. Finally, the warrior targeted by Li Qingshan opened his mouth to request assistance. In command room number 8, Anakuru had already instructed his subordinates to arrange the champagne in order, preparing to celebrate with the team upon their return. After all, if they could capture the divine son of Huaxia alive this time, not only would the team receive a massive resource reward, but he himself could use the opportunity to elevate his influence. Perhaps, in the future, he could even become the fourth assistant of Sakura Nation. After all, capturing the divine son of Huaxia alive carried immense strategic significance. Thinking of this, the excitement on Anakaru's face grew more pronounced, and he could barely suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. However, just as Anakaru was immersed in visions of a bright future, a distress call from the Meteor Squad suddenly came through to the command room. Requesting backup? Connect. Anakaru's expression changed, a foreboding sense of unease rising in his heart. What happened? He asked. The divine son of Huaxia is too powerful, and he has two contracted beasts assisting him. We are completely outmatched. We're at a life and death juncture, requesting immediate support. From the Falling Moon Squad. Uehara Yusuke's voice was urgent, sounding utterly desperate. What? Li Qingshan had just broken through to the Meteor Star realm. How could he possibly be a match for the six of you? Onijiro was stunned for a moment and quickly said, "Open the battle footage." The situation in Sakura country is different from that in Huaxia. Huaxia relies on powerful technological support, using advanced equipment to monitor the entire coastal defense line in real time, even having a clear grasp of the situation in the near seas. Moreover, they can calculate the number, strength, and arrival time of invading beasts through big data. But Sakura country cannot do this. As a small nation, they lack such advanced systems and can only rely on fixed cameras for monitoring. However, these devices had long been destroyed by Li Qingshan's Thunder Domain, rendering them completely useless. The entire coastal defense line had turned into ruins. Now, only the real-time battle footage from each warrior remained. The top 10 command centers have the authority to access the monitoring footage from any warrior. Onijiro, the head of the 8th Command Center, supports the Crown Prince. His team arrived early and naturally did not allow their subordinates to activate real-time monitoring, lest other command centers see the footage and cause trouble. But now, Onijiro really wanted to see what had happened on the scene. 6 top-level Meteor Star warriors at level 99 couldn't defeat a newly ascended Meteor Star realm Li Qingshan? Reinforcements? What a joke! If he sent a reinforcement team now, other reinforcement teams would have already arrived, and the 4th Prince would definitely get there first. If these two Meteor Star teams couldn't take down Li Qingshan, his chances would be completely gone. So, whether the battle footage was made public or not no longer mattered. Since Uehara Yosuke had requested reinforcements, it meant they couldn't handle the Huaxia Divine Son at all. He himself probably had no hope left. The battle footage was opened. On the large screen in the 8th Command Center, Uehara Yosuke's battle footage immediately appeared. The Huaxia Divine Son, towering at 50,000 meters, stood as tall as an abyss, wielding a thunder hammer tens of thousands of meters long, smashing it fiercely toward Uehara Yosuke. Each strike landed with earth-shaking explosions, the ground cracked, and the areas struck turned directly into magma due to the thunder and high temperatures. The scene was extremely terrifying. Uehara Yosuke had no chance to counterattack and could only desperately dodge. The other two team members' attacks on Li Qingshan grew increasingly feeble, almost entirely evaded by Li Qingshan. Even when their attacks landed, they could hardly break through his defenses, causing only minor injuries with almost no substantial threat. Meanwhile, two other Meteor Star level 99 warriors were dealing with the Dragon King and Kunpun King. Surrounding the battlefield, a powerful thunder domain spread, arcs of electricity leaping and exuding a destructive aura. Even Meteor Star level 99 warriors dared not touch it lightly, as the power of the arcs was extraordinary. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning flashing and thunder roaring, resembling an apocalyptic scene. From time to time, a bolt of heavenly thunder struck down with precision, all aimed at Uehara Yosuke, as if the thunderclouds were under Li Qingshan's control. The roars of dragons and the angry cries of ancient divine beasts echoed. Even within the 8th Command Center, weaker warriors felt their blood churn in their chests, their faces pale, and were extremely uncomfortable. When the battle footage was transmitted, all the warriors in the 8th Command Center, including Onijiro, were shocked. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. The battle scene was truly astonishingly spectacular. The Huaxia Divine Son, with a physical body towering 50,000 meters, wasn't this more like a ferocious beast? Otherwise, how could he be so enormous? Could the Huaxia Divine Son actually be a humanoid beast? Could it be that Huaxia had long been colluding with the beasts, but even for ferocious Beasts, no one has ever heard of a physical body that can freely grow larger or smaller, right? Could this be some kind of martial technique? What kind of martial technique could this be? In command room number 8, everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the incomprehensible battle scene before them. Onijiro couldn't believe it either. How could an ordinary person suddenly become so gigantic because of a martial technique? Even if they could grow larger, it couldn't be this exaggerated, growing from less than 2 meters to 50,000 meters tall? This is insane. A ferocious beast? That's even more impossible. No ferocious beast has ever been known to control its body size at will. Where is Tsuchibashi Kazutsugu? Onijiro stared at the battle footage, his voice trembling with shock. Tsuchibashi Kazutsugu has already fallen in battle. Uehara Yosuke, panting heavily after dodging an attack, said, "I can't hold on much longer. Requesting retreat." Someone's already dead? At this moment, Onijiro's face turned pale, and a surge of anger rose in his heart, with no outlet to vent it. The Huaxia Divine Sun was too powerful, completely beyond his expectations. But he had already promised the Crown Prince that he would capture the Huaxia Divine Sun alive and bring him back to the military headquarters. Now it seemed that capturing Li Qingshan alive was out of the question, even whether his 2 meteor squads could defeat the Huaxia Divine Sun was uncertain. Or rather, it was impossible to defeat him at all. This time, it was truly a disgrace. "Commander, I believe the current battle has already exceeded Uehara Yosuke and his team's limits. We should retreat immediately." At this moment, a female officer spoke up. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the female officer's body was sent flying. Onijiro exhaled deeply, his anger slightly subsiding. The female officer lay motionless on the ground, silent. The command room fell into dead silence. Not only command room number 8 but other command rooms also witnessed the battle footage in real time. Everyone was stunned, shocked beyond belief. It was unimaginable. How could a martial artist's body grow to 50,000 meters tall? Moreover, Li Qingshan was not a level 90 martial artist at all. He was already at level 96. In just a few days, he had risen to level 96? That speed was unbelievable. If left unchecked, he might reach the pinnacle level within a few years. At this moment, everyone understood why Huaxia had chosen him as the Divine Sun. His martial progress was astonishing. Soon, he would become a cornerstone of Huaxia's strength, posing a significant threat to Sakura Nation. Therefore, this person must die. This was the first thought in the minds of all the commanders. If they couldn't eliminate the Huaxia Divine Sun today, the future would only bring more trouble. All command room leaders immediately dispatched stronger martial artists to encircle and annihilate Li Qingshan. At the same time, they were curious about how Li Qingshan managed to make his body grow so large. No matter. Once Li Qingshan was killed, all secrets would be revealed. Fight to the death. Retreat is not an option. Right now, the leaders of the 10 command rooms, the 3 Grand Advisors, and the Great Emperor himself are all watching you. Even if you die, you must hold off the Huaxia Divine Sun, buy precious time for the reinforcements, and take him down. Onijiro's voice came through Uehara Yosuke's communicator, issuing the order to fight to the death. Uehara Yosuke instantly felt despair, his heart tightening. At that moment, Li Qingshan seized the opportunity when Uehara Yosuke was distracted, and the thunder hammer in his hand struck down fiercely. Not good. Uehara Yosuke's face changed drastically. This hammer strike was at such a tricky angle that it was impossible to dodge. He could only take it head on. He swung his alloy longsword, his entire body surging with energy and blood, desperately trying to block Li Qingshan's thunderous hammer strike. His eyes were filled with tension. Could he withstand this blow? It should be fine. After all, he was a level 99 meteor class warrior. How could he fail to block an attack from a level 96 warrior? Yes, it would definitely be fine. On the screens of all the commanders, everyone held their breath, clenching their fists as they watched the scene. Bang! A dull, heavy sound echoed, and a system notification rang in Li Qingshan's ears. Killed a level 99 meteor class warrior from Sakura Nation. Rewarded with 1.3 million merit points. Facing warriors of a higher level, it was difficult to kill them through evasion, especially with 2 other warriors constantly launching sneak attacks. Now, it was settled one was killed outright, and the other 2 were no longer a threat. A sly smile appeared at the corner of Li Qingshan's mouth as he looked at the remaining 2. One of them already had a head full of white hair, seemingly not long for this world. On the other side, the two Sakura Nation warriors thought the Dragon King and Kunpeng King would be easy to deal with. After all, they were only level 95 beasts. But once the fight began, they realized the combat power was nothing like level 95. They were unbelievably ferocious. No level 95 beast could last more than a few rounds against these two. Huff, huff, huff. Satake Yamaji took a deep breath, understanding that he had to end this quickly. He needed to kill the Chinese dragon in front of him first and then go support his teammates. Otherwise, they would all be defeated. Here today. He was unwilling to accept this. After struggling so hard to reach the pinnacle of martial arts, how could he fall here? When I consume the ghost blood fruit, it will be the moment you pests are completely eradicated. Satake Yamaji immediately took out an egg-sized fruit from his spatial ring. The fruit was blood-red and emitted an eerie power. He stuffed it directly into his mouth. The next moment, the ghost blood fruit burst in his mouth, and a terrifying power rapidly brewed and erupted within him. His aura surging. A powerful energy overflowed from his body, shocking everyone. It was clear that Satake Yamaji had become even stronger than before. This aura was overwhelming. No one expected him to have hidden a ghost blood fruit so well. After consuming the ghost blood fruit, his strength skyrocketed. Although it would only last for 10 minutes, it was enough to take down the Chinese Divine Dragon and then help his teammates kill the Chinese Divine Sun. No one had anticipated that this squad could turn the tide of battle. No one had expected Satake Yamaji to possess a ghost blood fruit, a rare treasure that only appeared once in a century. The last time it was seen, it had been gifted by the Emperor to the previous generation's Divine Maiden. In the Sakura Nation's top command room, everyone was discussing fervently. Onijiro's face lit up with excitement. All hope had seemed lost, but Satake Yamaji reignited it. Ghost blood fruit? Ha, this is fantastic. Today, we will kill the Chinese Divine Sun. Satake Yamaji's aura continued to climb, his body brimming with even more terrifying power. A trace of bloodthirsty killing intent flashed in his eyes. He looked like a demon emerging from hell, exuding endless murderous intent and karmic energy, his blood energy almost bursting from his body. There was still one more card to play, he just needed to wait a little longer. There had to be more. Swoosh! Just as Satake Yamaji's face was filled with excitement, ready to slay the dragon and then kill the Chinese Divine Sun to make a name for himself in Sakura Nation, a sudden whistling sound came from behind. He turned his head to look down. A massive thunder hammer, as colossal as a mountain, came crashing down on him. There was no way to dodge. Not good. Satake Yamaji's heart tightened. Completely unprepared for Li Qingshan to confront him barehanded, he glanced to the side. His three teammates had already disappeared, likely slain by the Huaxia Divine Sun before him. They had been so engrossed in battling this Huaxia dragon that they failed to notice their teammates had fallen. Ha! He roared furiously, his blood and energy surging as he swung his alloy spear fiercely at the thunder hammer. In the next moment, lightning filled the sky, and the once confident Satake Yamaji vanished from sight. Already fatigued and injured from his earlier clash with the Dragon King, he had no chance to react to the sudden hammer strike. His instant demise was inevitable. Successfully slew a level 99 fallen star warrior from Sakura Nation. Reward, 1.3 million merit points. The system's voice echoed. Li Qingshan turned his gaze to the last remaining Sakura Nation warrior, still locked in battle with the Kunpeng King, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Not good. The warrior sensed the danger, his pupils contracting as he frantically fled into the distance. Unfortunately, he couldn't outrun the Kunpeng King. With a flap of its wings, surrounded by crackling electricity, the Kunpeng King instantly appeared before the warrior, its iron-like claws striking fiercely. A sonic boom echoed through the air. Behind him, the Huaxia Divine Sun pursued, the thunder hammer in his hand unleashing an unimaginably terrifying power. A ferocious beast ahead, raging thunder behind. Despair and the scent of death enveloped the warrior. It's over. I'm not willing to accept this. The warrior let out a wail, only to be struck by Li Qingshan's thunder hammer in the next moment. Reduced to ashes. Successfully slew a level 99 warrior from Sakura Nation. Reward, 1.3 million merit points. 6 Sakura Nation warriors had been slain, earning Li Qingshan a total of 7.8 million merit points. Now, the merit had condensed into the 5th cycle, beginning to push toward the 6th cycle. consumed 320,000 merit points, successfully condensed the 6th cycle of the merit. Golden Sun. Consumed 640,000 merit points, successfully condensed the 7th cycle of the merit. Golden Sun. Consumed 1.28 million merit points, successfully condensed the 8th cycle of the merit. Golden Sun. Consumed 2.56 million merit points, successfully condensed the 9th cycle of the merit. Golden Sun. Finally, Li Qingshan successfully condensed 9 cycles of the merit. Golden Sunday. Congratulations, host, for successfully condensing 9 cycles of the merit. Golden Sun. Congratulations, host, with just 100 million merit points, you can condense the Merit Lotus platform. The Merit Lotus platform is an upgraded version of the Merit Golden Sun, capable of actively protecting the host and blocking enemy attacks. At this moment, the system's voice rang out again. With 100 million merit points, the Merit Lotus platform could be condensed. Its greatest difference from the Merit Golden Sun was its ability to actively defend. Li Qingshan had already witnessed the power of the Merit Golden Sunday. In previous battles against opponents older than himself, the fight would end before it was over, as the opponent's lifespan would be exhausted. Now, with 9 cycles of the Merit Golden Sun, if he could obtain the Merit Lotus platform, even against strong opponents in their prime, the battle might end with them aging rapidly and ultimately perishing. 100 million merit points. It seemed like a lot, but as the strength of Sakura Nation warriors increased, the merit points he earned also grew. As long as he could suppress Moonfall level warriors from Sakura Nation, it wouldn't take many lives to condense the Merit Lotus platform. After slaying those fallen star warriors, he had condensed 9 cycles of the Merit Golden Sun and still had over 3 million merit points remaining. Moreover, his current level was 96, while the Dragon King and Kunpun King were at level 95. Li Qingshan's gaze swept across the scene, only to see a wasteland, the ground cracked, lava splashing, not a blade of grass growing, devoid of any vitality. Not bad. He truly wished the entire Sakura Nation could look like this. These were the consequences of Sakura Nation's collaboration with fierce beasts to invade the Black Sea coastline of Huaxia. Inside the top command room of Sakura Nation, with the fall of several Sakura Nation meteor-level warriors, all live feeds were cut off, leaving everyone stunned. They could hardly believe the battle footage just transmitted was so real. The divine son of Huaxia was actually this powerful? It was unimaginable how terrifying he would become as he grew stronger. The situation on the eastern coast of Sakura Nation could still be concealed for now, but it was impossible to keep it hidden forever. Soon, Huaxia would undoubtedly notice. However, at this moment, Huaxia still did not know what had happened on the eastern coast of Sakura Nation and needed to continue investigating. At this moment, the entire Moto Front army, and even the 2 bigwigs from Kyoto and Shindu, were extremely worried about Li Qingshan's safety. Such a powerful aura. Just then, Li Qingshan sensed a strong presence rapidly approaching him. The speed was astonishing. There were quite a few of them, about dozens. Among them, the strongest one's power far surpassed his own, someone he absolutely could not contend with in his current state. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan immediately fled into the distance, diving into the deep sea and weaving through the seabed. The Dragon King and Kunpun King followed closely behind. The aura behind him was overwhelmingly strong, more formidable than anyone he had ever encountered. Even the Duke of Fone was not this terrifying. This could only mean one thing: the person chasing him had already surpassed the Falling Moon level and reached the legendary Devouring Sun level. Devouring Sun was the strongest level on the entire Blue Star, the pinnacle of martial cultivation. Below Devouring Sun was Falling Moon, and below Falling Moon was Meteor. And he, at only level 96 Meteor, was no match for a Devouring Sun expert. If he didn't escape now, he would surely be caught. Although Li Qingshan was arrogant, he wasn't brainless. The sound of the wind roared in his ears. This time, avenging the Black Sea coastline was enough. After all, he had already eliminated so much of Sakura Nation's high-end combat power. Inside Sakura Nation, Uncle Kimura, how's the situation? The 4th prince, dressed in a golden robe, asked from within a Devouring Sun-class fighter jet. His demeanor was noble and extraordinary. Though just entering middle age and still relatively young, he already exuded an aura of authority without anger, faintly carrying the bearing of an emperor. Every gesture and movement displayed a lofty demeanor, standing above all but one. Nothing more than this. He's fleeing. It doesn't matter. He's already within my control. I'll keep a close watch on him. As soon as the devouring sun warrior Kimura finished speaking, a nail seemingly condensed from blood and energy slowly appeared, emanating a sinister aura, with black mist swirling around it. With a thought, the nail instantly vanished, speeding toward Li Qingshan's location. Upon closer inspection, one would notice a strangely shaped insect hidden within the blood and energy condensed nail. At this moment, Li Qingshan was speeding through the seawater, faintly sensing something relentlessly pursuing him from behind. It was pitch black, shrouded in an eerie black mist. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a strange insect hidden within the black mist. Its body resembled a caterpillar, but it was entirely black, with 3 heads, thick arms, and covered in pustules that seemed ready to burst, emitting a strong stench. The skin was wrinkled and looked extremely disgusting. Whoosh! Li Qingshan waved his hand, and a lightning ball was swiftly thrown behind him. In the seawater, lightning flashed. However, just as the lightning was about to strike the bizarre insect, the insect's figure flickered and nimbly dodged. Li Qingshan's expression changed slightly. He showed shock and surprise, not expecting the insect to be so agile. Thunder Domain, activate. Instantly, the surrounding sea area turned into a sea of lightning, and the strange insect was enveloped within. But Li Qingshan quickly realized that the insect seemed to instinctively avoid danger, moving so nimbly that his thunder domain could hardly harm it. Immediately after, Li Qingshan tried various methods but found he couldn't suppress the strange insect. Fortunately, the insect did not actively attack him. That was no big deal. Your Highness, the 4th Prince, the Huaxia Divine Sun has already been locked onto by my divine insect. Next, as long as we follow the traces of the divine insect, we can corner him. Although his strength is nominally at the 96th level meteor star, his actual combat power should be equivalent to a 100th level falling moon warrior. Your Highness, the 4th Prince, is now at the 103rd level falling moon and is fully capable of dealing with him. At that time, I will trap him, and Your Highness can strike to kill him, broadcasting the entire process live to the top 10 command centers of Sakura Nation and His Majesty the Emperor. After this battle, Your Highness will surely gain a large number of followers, said Kimura, the Eclipse Sun Warrior. Thank you, Lord Kimura. The 4th Prince nodded, unable to hide his excitement. That was the Huaxia Divine Sun. As long as he killed him, he would be one step closer to the throne. Let's go. As Kimura finished speaking, he immediately piloted the Eclipse Sun-class fighter jet, pursuing Li Qingshan underwater together with the 4th Prince. The news of Li Qingshan killing 6 99th level meteor star warriors of Sakura Nation had already spread among the upper echelons of Sakura Nation, even reaching the Emperor. Moreover, it was known that the one currently hunting Li Qingshan was the 4th Prince. The Emperor felt relieved. The 4th Prince had Kimura's protection, along with several high-level falling moon warriors as guards, ensuring his safety. No matter how strong Li Qingshan was, he was no match for the 4th Prince. After all, the 4th Prince was at the 103rd level falling moon. Even if he couldn't win in a direct fight, Kimura was by his side. Rest assured, Your Majesty, with the 4th Prince taking action, Li Qingshan will surely be easily captured, the Grand Chancellor of Sakura Nation said confidently. Good, just as I hoped. The Emperor nodded and then asked, what is the situation on Huaxia's black coastline? The young chief of the Great Serpent clan is still commanding his ferocious beasts to attack. The Black Sea defense line is struggling to hold, and the beasts are beginning to spread toward the coastline. However, with Huaxia's strength, these beasts shouldn't pose too much of a threat, the Grand Chancellor replied. Apart from the Emperor in the palace, the leaders of the top 10 command centers also knew that the 4th Prince was hunting the Huaxia Divine Sun. To them, Li Qingshan was just a minor figure, with no chance of escape. Everyone believed that Li Qingshan wouldn't get away this time. Unexpectedly, he dove straight into the depths of the ocean, swimming close to the seabed, surrounded by reefs, corals, and various marine creatures. The Dragon King and Kunpeng King moved at incredible speed. Countless ferocious beasts lurked in unexpected corners, waiting for prey. But when they discovered that Li Qingshan was a high-level meteor star warrior, they all retreated in fear. These beasts let him go. Li Qingshan, however, had no intention of letting them go. With the power of the dragon's might, countless traces of underwater ferocious beasts appeared in his mind. A formidable enemy was pursuing him from behind. Li Qingshan had no time to deal with the powerful beasts and could only choose slightly weaker targets to quickly eliminate. He needed to kill in one strike without wasting time, lest the strong warriors from Sakura Nation caught up to him. Before long, a blue venom ghost octopus at the 95 meteor star level appeared ahead. Li Qingshan immediately changed direction and charged toward it. This blue venom ghost octopus, stretching tens of thousands of meters, was lurking in a coral reef, waiting for prey to approach. Suddenly, a powerful surge of thunder energy enveloped it, paralyzing its entire body. Before it could react, Li Qingshan's thunder hammer came crashing down. Boom! With a dull, thunderous sound, the octopus's head was smashed apart, and the thunder energy surged wildly into its body. Unable to withstand the terrifying power, it instantly lost all signs of life. Even after its death, its tentacles twitched a few times, but after being struck by Li Qingshan's thunder, even the tentacles stopped moving. Screech! Behind him, the Dragon King and Kunpeng King rushed forward, opening their massive mouths and devouring the octopus, each taking half. By consuming a 95 meteor star level beast, the Dragon King and Kunpeng King each gained 50,000 units of refined blood essence, while the host gained 100,000 units of refined blood essence. At this moment, Li Qingshan's strength had reached 96 meteor stars, just 64,000 units of refined blood essence away from breaking through to the 97 meteor star realm. Suppress. Devour. He then subdued and killed a black sword overlord fish, gaining a large amount of refined blood essence after devouring it. Next, he took down a raging wave seahorse, again obtaining a significant amount of blood essence. Following that was a thorn sea crab. Li Qingshan continued to subdue and kill powerful beasts ahead, devouring them to enhance his strength, while the Sakura Nation warriors relentlessly pursued him from behind. Fortunately, with the blessings of the Thunder Dragon Divine Body and Kunpeng Divine Body, Li Qingshan moved through the water like a fish. As for the Sakura Nation's Eclipse-class fighter jets, their speed was greatly reduced due to the pressure and resistance of the water. Especially when Li Qingshan dove into the deep sea, the pursuers' speed slowed even further. However, the distance between them was gradually closing, and it wouldn't be long before the pursuers caught up to Li Qingshan. 2 more chapters to come. 1 day later, the Sakura Nation pursuers were not far behind. Gritting his teeth, Li Qingshan charged directly toward a detected location within the range of the dragon's might. After searching all day, he finally found a suitable hiding spot. It was a deep-sea abyss, with mountain walls on both sides covered in numerous cave openings. The area was dark and eerie, exuding a chilling and sinister aura. At a glance, it was clear this place was dangerous. As Li Qingshan approached, a chill ran down his spine. But he had no other choice now. He immediately activated his thunder domain, and with the thunder hammer in his hand, he struck the top of the abyss fiercely. The vibrations and explosions echoed, causing massive collapses along the mountain walls. Seeing this, Li Qingshan quickly rushed forward without delay. Before long, a swarm of shadow sea centipedes emerged from the abyss. Each one possessed falling moon level strength, with a few even stronger at the upper falling moon level. Countless offspring of these creatures were startled by the thunderous noise of Li Qingshan's hammer and swarmed out of the caves, their scarlet eyes fixed on him, ready to hunt down the intruder who had disturbed their peace. At that moment, 2 Eclipse-class fighter jets suddenly appeared from behind. The Shadow Sea Centipedes revealed ferocious expressions and turned to attack the fighter jets, seemingly mistaking Li Qingshan and the Sakura Nation warriors behind him as a group of enemies. Among the Sakura Nation warriors chasing Li Qingshan was a powerful Eclipse-level warrior. Li Qingshan thought to himself, these Shadow Sea Centipedes won't hold them off for long. I need to escape quickly or find some powerful sea beasts to help delay the pursuers. Damn it, how did this Huaxia Divine Sun know there were so many terrifying beasts hidden here? Inside the Sun Eater-class fighter jet, the 4th prince looked at the sudden appearance of a large number of fierce beasts ahead and couldn't help but curse. Time continued to pass. Li Qingshan ran desperately, with the Sakura Nation warriors relentlessly chasing behind him. The deeper they dove, the more powerful the beasts they encountered. 3 days later, Li Qingshan's face was grim. He had been forced to the surface. Surrounding him were Sakura Nation warriors, 1 Sun Eater realm, 7 upper-tier Moonfall realm, and a middle-aged man in a golden robe, with an extraordinary demeanor. He was surrounded. Since obtaining the system, this was the greatest crisis he had ever faced. No way to escape. Like a bird in a cage, the hunters around him had already raised their guns, aiming at him. To think he managed to run for 4 days? The Sun Eater realm warrior, Kimura, smirked mockingly and continued, but in the end, you were still caught. Weren't you? Did you think your little tricks in the deep sea would work? Kimura thought of the encounters in the deep sea and couldn't help but curse inwardly. This kid seemed to know exactly where those powerful beasts were hiding. Over the past 4 days, he had killed many fierce beasts, all tricked by this kid. But finally, they had caught up and cornered him. This time, the Huaxia, Divine Sun, would definitely not escape. Sakura Nation really has guts. A mere falling star realm warrior like me actually warrants a personal hunt by your Sun Eater realm warriors? Li Qingshan sneered. What, is the younger generation of Sakura Nation all this useless? Useless? Huaxia Divine Sun, do you know who I am? The man in the golden robe spoke with authority, his eyes fixed on Li Qingshan. Who? Li Qingshan frowned and asked. I am the Prince of Sakura Nation. Upon seeing me, why do you not kneel? The fourth Prince of Sakura Nation revealed a confident smile. Kneeling to beg me is your honor. Kneel? Prince? This tiny country really has some nerve. You want me to kneel to you? Are you worthy? Not even your father is worthy. Li Qingshan chuckled lightly and retorted, your father's dragon robe is embroidered with a 5-clawed dragon, isn't it? Ha, that's nothing but a low bloodline dragon. My father's dragons all have 9 claws. Roar! As his words fell, the Dragon King behind him let out a thunderous dragon roar, its aura sweeping across the surroundings with overwhelming pressure. How dare you? Kimura's face immediately turned furious upon hearing Li Qingshan's words. You dare to be so rebellious, defying our Sakura Nation Emperor, and even dare to arrogantly provoke us? Today, I will sever one of your arms and let you taste some pain first. As his words fell, Kimura's eyes filled with killing intent. He suddenly drew the samurai sword from his waist, and an overwhelming blade intent erupted instantly. At this moment, Li Qingshan felt as if the sky was filled with blade light, dazzling and unavoidable. This strike, he couldn't dodge. He knew the power of this blade, but his eyes revealed a trace of unwillingness. Today, was he really going to fall here? At this moment, Sakura Nation had already transmitted the scene before them to the 10 supreme commanders and the Emperor of Sakura Nation. After all, this was an important achievement for the fourth prince to ascend the throne. Huaxia Divine Sun, in the end, you can't stir up any waves. With our Sakura Nation's Lord Kimura taking action, the Huaxia Divine Sun is doomed. With the Lord's skills, capturing him alive won't be a problem. The gap between Sun Eater and Falling Star is like heaven and earth. Kill him, and it will count as avenging us. He dared to massacre so many innocent warriors of our Sakura Nation, he deserves it. Inside the command room of the top 10 generals, numerous warriors were engaged in fervent discussion, and many high-ranking officers burst into hearty laughter. Everyone seemed to anticipate the same outcome. The Son of God from Huaxia would soon be crippled. Today, we slay the Huaxia Son of God. Tomorrow, we annihilate Huaxia. The Sakura Emperor, lying on his dragon bed, watched the battle on the screen, his face brimming with excitement and exhilaration. Swish, the gleam of a katana sliced through the air, accompanied by a fierce whistle and explosive roar. Clang, just as the blade was about to strike Li Qingshan's shoulder, a crisp sound echoed, and the terrifying glow of the blade disappeared instantly. A Huaxia warrior clad in battle armor appeared behind Li Qingshan, draped in a white cape and donning white armor. His entire presence exuded an ethereal and transcendent aura. His imposing energy left Li Qingshan astonished. It's Shiri, the Shiri warrior of Huaxia. The despairing pallor in Li Qingshan's eyes instantly transformed into a yearning for survival. A mere Sakura Nation dares bully our Huaxia people? Humph. The newcomer let out a cold snort, and a monstrous killing intent surged outward. Several Moonfall-level upper-ranked warriors nearby immediately channeled their energy to retreat, their faces filled with shock. So strong. A sword immortal. The sword immortal of Huaxia. The warriors of Sakura Nation were stunned to see him. How did the sword immortal of Huaxia find this place? In the Sakura Nation's top 10 command room, generals and commanders all stood up, their gazes locked on the large screen. The Sakura Emperor nearly leaped off his bed in astonishment. Kimura, a level 117 Shiri. Sword Immortal, a level 117 Shiri. Their strengths are comparable, both being the pinnacle combat power of their respective nations. Sword Immortal of Huaxia, how did you find this place? Kimura asked, slightly taken aback as he scrutinized the sword immortal before him. There's no need to ask. Today, I've come to take this kid away. Do you intend to stop me? The sword immortal of Huaxia spoke coldly. Ha ha, take him away? He rampaged unchecked along the coastline of my Sakura nation, massacred countless warriors, and left the coastline in utter ruin. If I were to let you take him away, how would I ever face anyone again? Kimura's tone was icy. Then let's fight. A murderous glint erupted in the sword immortal's eyes. Wait. Kimura suddenly raised his voice to halt the situation, saying, if you and I were to fight, our powers are far too overwhelming. The aftermath alone would not spare my prince, and your son of God wouldn't escape death either. The shockwaves of such a battle would be enough to annihilate this entire region. Why not settle this another way? Let my nation's fourth prince and your Huaxia son of God duel one-on-one. Life or death will be their own responsibility. You and I shall not intervene. Kimura's reasoning was sound. When warriors at the Shiri level clashed, the scene would be unimaginably catastrophic, practically flipping the heavens and earth. In such a scenario, the younger combatants present wouldn't stand a chance of surviving, which was not an outcome anyone desired. Letting the two younger warriors face off against each other seemed like a more reasonable solution. You want me to fight this guy? Are you serious? Li Qingshan asked, glancing at the Sakura nation's fourth prince with a faint smile. Among everyone here, the two of you are the weakest, the other retorted coldly. You. Li Qingshan was momentarily taken aback. Fine, then let's fight. Life or death, no complaints after all, this was your idea. A flicker of excitement flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes as he stared at the Sakura nation's fourth prince. He actually agreed? So decisively? Even Kimura and the fourth prince hadn't expected this. The two exchanged glances, both somewhat surprised. Li Qingshan, there's no need to agree to such a duel. With me here, these people wouldn't dare harm you, the sword immortal of Huaxia said, frowning deeply. Li Qingshan's rate of growth had far exceeded his expectations. An 18-year-old boy has already reached this level and will soon step into the sun-eclipsing realm. By then, Li Qingshan will become the true pillar of Huaxia. Nothing can go wrong here, keeping him is Huaxia's only hope. Thank you, senior. Li Qingshan said gratefully. However, I am very confident in fighting this person in front of me. I will definitely win. Ignorant brat. The fourth prince of Sakura Kingdom sneered. Do you think you can defeat me? Don't make me laugh, he said disdainfully. The next moment, his entire body erupted with energy and blood. From his spatial ring, he drew out a golden katana, his body enveloped in a golden radiance. The blade looked exquisitely crafted, containing astonishing power, undoubtedly forged from advanced alloys. This is the royal blade of my family. The fourth prince of Sakura Kingdom sneered. Sakura Kingdom poured the strength of the entire nation into forging only 7 of these, each one extraordinary. Brat, dying under this royal blade will be the greatest honor of your life. As he spoke, he gripped the hilt tightly, his gaze fixed on Li Qingshan. Nation stabilizing technique, Sakura Tears. Attack! As soon as the words fell, the fourth prince of Sakura Kingdom charged forward like lightning, cherry blossoms trailing behind him, a faint floral fragrance permeating the air. But hidden within this fragrance was a deadly killing intent. This move was astonishingly fast yet incomparably elegant. This was the nation-stabilizing technique of Sakura Kingdom. Years ago, a certain warrior used a katana to spread cherry blossoms across the entire nation, becoming the first emperor of Sakura Kingdom. Sakura Tears represents the pinnacle of martial techniques. As the fourth prince's move took shape, the pressure of his combat power was immense. At this moment, even the air seemed to freeze. Whether it was the elite warriors of Sakura Kingdom, the bedridden emperor, or even Huaxia's sword immortal, all were tensely focused on the battle before them. Can Huaxia's divine son hold his ground? Huaxia's sword immortal worried inwardly. After all, Li Qingshan's energy level was only at 96, while the fourth prince of Sakura Kingdom was already a level 103 Moonfall Master. Li Qingshan sneered. Against that sun-eclipsing realm guy, I might be a bit lacking. But against you? I don't even need to go all out. Facing the charging fourth prince of Sakura Kingdom, Li Qingshan's face showed contempt. He instantly activated Thunder Domain, Dragon Fury, suppressing his opponent's speed and strength by 30%. But the fourth prince had already reached Li Qingshan, his golden katana aimed straight at his head. Bang! Li Qingshan's body instantly turned into an afterimage. The golden katana struck empty air as he had already flashed to the opponent's side. One hand suddenly pressed against the fourth prince's neck, and thunderous power erupted, penetrating the armor and causing the opponent to lose control in pain. Li Qingshan grabbed the opponent's neck and lifted him high. The golden katana, losing its strength, fell from his hand to the ground. The opponent was defeated. The fourth prince of Sakura Kingdom was effortlessly captured by Li Qingshan in just one move. At this moment, Li Qingshan's true strength was revealed. Level 103 Moonfall Realm. Against opponents of the same level, he showed no mercy, defeating them in a single strike. A mere prince of Sakura Kingdom dares to defy me, the Divine Sun? Li Qingshan roared in a low voice, thunderous power erupting and pouring entirely into the fourth prince's body. The opponent instantly turned to ashes, disappearing into the world. You dare kill my prince? You're courting death. Kimura roared furiously. Li Qingshan's movements were too fast for him to react, and the fourth prince was reduced to ashes in an instant. Rage burned in his heart. Losing all reason, he charged directly at Li Qingshan. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. In the next moment, 9 golden halos suddenly appeared behind Li Qingshan. The light was dazzling beyond compare, radiating boundless virtue. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You dare to challenge me? Someone said the pace is slower than before? What do you all think, fast or slow? If it's slow, I'll speed up right away and blow your minds. The 9 golden halos shone brilliantly, illuminating the entire sky with their dazzling golden light. Li Qingshan hovered in midair, his eyes gleaming with golden brilliance. The blue arcs of electricity around his body had been transformed into gold by the power of virtue, as if a deity had descended. A powerful and irresistible aura instantly enveloped the entire scene. Swish! Just as Kimura was about to strike, his heart tightened, and he stopped. He suddenly felt that if he swung his blade, he would definitely face backlash, possibly even severe injury. He began weighing the pros and cons. This was a powerful ability that could only gradually be sensed after entering the Eclipse Sun realm. If he killed Li Qingshan, he himself would likely be gravely injured. Even if it were just a minor injury, the Sword Immortal of Huaxia would never let him go and would surely kill him. When power is evenly matched, even the slightest external or internal force can determine life and death. The fourth prince was already dead. Even avenging him wouldn't bring him back to life. And Kimura himself was the hope and protector of his family. If he died here today, his family would undoubtedly face disaster. Kimura hesitated. The fourth prince had fallen. Huaxia's Divine Sun, level 103 Moonfall Realm? At this moment, in the command room of the top 10 generals of Sakura Nation, everyone was stunned, shocked to the point of disbelief at the scene before them. They were dumbfounded. The fourth prince had actually fallen? How was that possible? Wasn't Huaxia's Divine Sun only level 96 Meteor Realm? How could he have broken through to level 103 Moonfall Realm in just a few days? Rising 7 levels in such a short time? How did he do it? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength all along? With someone like this in Huaxia, Sakura Nation's future could be in danger. A new generation of leaders had emerged in Huaxia. Staring at Li Qingshan on the big screen, the martial artists in Sakura Nation's command room were all dumbfounded. Everything happening to Li Qingshan was beyond their imagination, simply unbelievable. Inside the palace, on the solemn dragon bed, splat. The Sakura Nation Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorted with rage and fury. Old 4. My most beloved son, the one most like me, is gone just like that? Damn it! This guy deserves to die. The Sakura Nation Emperor stared intently at the screen showing Li Qingshan, his eyes filled with hatred. At the same time, he feared Li Qingshan's rapid progress. This young man seemed to be quite young, and in the future, he would surely challenge the upper ranks of the Eclipse Sun realm, perhaps even stand at the true pinnacle of martial arts. As the nation closest to Huaxia, Sakura Nation's situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. Ha ha! What fourth prince of Sakura Nation? Nothing special after all. The Sword Immortal of Huaxia was overjoyed at the sight, standing in front of Li Qingshan. Are you not planning to retreat? Humph. Let's go. Kimura snorted coldly and turned to leave. Unable to kill him, staying here to be humiliated? No way. Let's leave too. The Sword Immortal of Huaxia, seeing this, pulled out a Sun Eclipse-class fighter jet. The interior space of the Sun Eclipse-class fighter jet was enormous, capable of carrying his 2 divine beasts. After all, the beasts of the Eclipse Sun realm had body sizes of up to 100,000 meters. Of course, there were a few born with smaller sizes, but they were rare. The beasts of the Eclipse Sun realm were even larger. Sometimes it is necessary to capture these fierce beasts alive, and even some powerful natural treasures are extremely large in size. For example, the 7-star fruit. Hearing the name, one might think it is a fruit the size of an egg, but in reality, the tree is 1,000,000 meters tall, and a single fruit is larger than a school playground. This also involves the origin of the fierce beasts. Many years ago, there were no fierce beasts on Blue Star. Suddenly, someone discovered a strange giant tree, a species never seen before on Blue Star, with a height exceeding 1,000 meters. It was undoubtedly the tallest tree on Blue Star. Countless experts and scholars went to study it. However, no one expected that the tree would continue to grow taller. Moreover, human experts discovered a powerful and mysterious force in the tree's sap. Through experiments, they found that this sap was extremely beneficial to living organisms, attracting many pharmaceutical companies to study it in hopes of breaking through existing technological bottlenecks. As time passed, humans discovered a second strange plant, followed by a third. These plants grew at an astonishing rate. The first tree discovered had already grown to tens of thousands of meters, eventually reaching 450,000 meters before stopping. Meanwhile, humans gradually mastered martial arts, and some began to become martial artists. This process lasted a long time. Later, ferocious beasts appeared and gradually evolved into their current forms. Humans speculated that these fierce beasts were definitely not native to Earth, otherwise, traces would have been left after so many years. It was as if a void gate had suddenly opened, connecting to another world. Initially, only some seeds drifted over, and at that time, living beings could not pass through the gate. Later, living beings began to cross, and these fierce beasts entered Blue Star through the gate. These fruits, since they come from the world of the fierce beasts, naturally conform to the environment of that world, which is why they grow to such enormous sizes. Of course, the larger the fruit does not necessarily mean better medicinal effects. Sometimes, concentration is the essence. Li Qingshan suppressed the fourth prince of Sakura Kingdom and left safely. This matter was immediately reported to the highest level of Huaxia, the Han Pavilion. The Huaxia Han Pavilion is composed of 8 members, including the King of the Capital, the King of Magic City, and the King of Divine City. Besides these 3, there are 5 others, one guarding the southern barbarian insect domain, one guarding the snow domain of 10,000 borders, and 3 who reside in the capital alongside the King of the Capital. All matters related to martial artists and fierce beasts in Huaxia are under the unified command of the Han Pavilion. It is also Huaxia's top martial artist command department. Each member has reached the peak of the 119 Sun erosion level in strength, representing the strongest humans on Blue Star. At this moment, the Sword Immortal's large screen was connecting with these 8 top experts of Huaxia. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan was checking the system alone. After this breakthrough to Falling Moon, the system underwent new changes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a talent ability selection. 2 options: 1. Ancestral Dragon Talent, Dutian Divine Thunder Blood Chi. 2. Ancestral Kunpeng Talent, Universe Within Dutian Divine Thunder Blood Chi, a mysterious and powerful divine thunder inherited from ancient gods, possessing the power to create and destroy worlds. Universe Within, I possess a universe of Chi, capable of containing mountains and seas within my abdomen. Looking at these 2 new talents, Li Qingshan fell into deep thought. He wanted both talents very much. First, Dutian Divine Thunder Blood Chi could replace his current thunder Blood Chi, making it undoubtedly stronger and more powerful. Universe Within was also very tempting, able to contain mountains and seas, but can it hold living creatures? This is a capability that no spatial ring possesses. Wait, 2 choices? There are 2 options. Li Qingshan was a bit stunned. 2 choices. What is there to hesitate about? Just choose both directly. Congratulations on obtaining the innate abilities All Heaven Divine Thunder Blood and Universe Within. The system's voice echoed. Open the data panel. Main body, Li Qingshan height, 22 centimeters strength, level 103 Moonfall Merit, 13.3 million/100 million, Merit Lotus Platform, Refined Blood, 1.5 million/80 million innate traits, Dragon Divine Body, Kunpeng Divine Body, 9 Wheels of Merit Golden Sun innate abilities, All Heaven Thunder Blood, Universe Within, Thunder Hammer, 3000 Thunder Shadows, Thunder Domain, Thunder Dragon Armor, Thunder Punishment, Dragon Dharma Form, Dragon Fury, Dragon Might Clone, Ancestral Dragon Length, 200,000 meters Strength, Level 102 Refined Blood, 1.5 million/40 million can evolve again at level 121, with different evolution branches available. Clone, Ancestral Kuanping Length, 200,000 meters Strength, Level 102 Moonfall Refined Blood, 1.8 million/40 million can evolve again at level 121, with different evolution branches available. Contractor, Phoenix Hatchling Name, Subaijo Strength, Level 4 Martial Artist. Innate Trait, SSS Level Daily Contribution, 8 Blood Points. Phoenix Divine Body unlocks at level 10 after defeating the 4th Prince of Sakura Kingdom. Li Qingshan gained 10 million merit points, bringing his total to 13 million merit points. Targets like the 4th Prince, if 10 of them are defeated, would allow him to condense the Merit Lotus platform. Aside from these, in terms of innate abilities, he newly acquired All Heaven Thunder Blood and Universe Within. Additionally, there are the 2 clones, Ancestral Dragon and Ancestral Kuanping. Li Qingshan originally thought these were the final forms of the clones, but now it seems things are not as simple as they appear. Both Ancestral Dragon and Ancestral Kuanping have the potential to continue evolving. However, the next evolution requires reaching level 121, which is the post-Solar Devourer realm. On Earth, the strongest martial artist can only reach level 119, the Solar Devourer realm. Therefore, for Ancestral Dragon and Ancestral Kuanping to break through further, they must seize certain opportunities. After the next evolution, different evolution directions can be chosen, which made Li Qingshan very curious. On the data panel, there was also information about Su Baizhou. Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly. This girl is progressing too slowly, only a level 4 martial artist? However, once she breaks through to level 10 and unlocks the Phoenix Divine Body, her strength will surely increase much faster. Besides these basic details, the system provided a special option that had never appeared before. Li Qingshan hid in a corner and carefully examined the data panel. Detected that the host possesses immense power. Would you like to activate the planetary army system? Yes, no tip. Once activated, the system will assist the host in building a planetary army to protect the planet from ferocious beasts and external threats. Li Qingshan clicked yes without hesitation. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the planetary army system. Generating a brand new army panel. Generation successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 2 types of troops, Dragon Army and Kuanping Army. Dragon Army, those with S-level or higher aptitude and no special physique can transform into Dragon Army by consuming 1 drop of dragon blood, greatly enhancing combat power and unlocking limitless potential. At the same time, gain the power of thunder and blood energy. Subsequent abilities will awaken from the bloodline based on personal comprehension. Kuanping Army, for those with qualifications above S-level and no special physique, consuming a drop of Kuanping's fresh blood can transform them into the Kuanping Army, greatly enhancing combat power with unlimited potential. At the same time, gain the power of thunder and blood energy. Subsequent abilities will awaken from the bloodline based on personal comprehension. Note, the process requires system assistance to complete. The Planetary Army System panel displays Dragon Army, 0 out of 10,000 Kuanping Army, 0/10,000. There is also a summary of the strength of the Planetary Army at various stages, even including vitality data. The Planetary Army System clearly intends for Li Qingshan to take full control of Blue Star. But something feels off. This system is meant to resist ferocious beasts and external invasions. This means that, apart from ferocious beasts, Blue Star faces other external threats. However, Li Qingshan is still unclear about what these threats are. In any case, focusing on improving strength is always the right choice. Li Qingshan? At this moment, a voice came from not far away. Li Qingshan stepped out of the shadows and asked, "Senior, what's the matter?" "The 8 elders of the Huaxia Han Pavilion want to see you," the Sword Immortal said. The 8 elders of the Han Pavilion? The highest-ranking figures managing Huaxia martial artists? Sure enough, the large screen ahead was divided into 8 sections, each showing a video with 8 individuals. Each of them was a peak-level powerhouse at level 119, representing the pinnacle of combat power on Earth. They had spent their lives fighting ferocious beasts, their gazes sharp and their presence imposing. "Respected elders, I am Li Qingshan." He greeted the elders on the screen. "Li Qingshan, we've heard of your name. We didn't expect to meet you so soon." The 3rd elder on the 3rd screen spoke first. You should already know about being granted the title of Huaxia Divine Son, right? The first elder asked. I know. Li Qingshan nodded. This time, you killed the fourth prince of Sakura Nation, which is a great achievement and has significantly boosted our nation's prestige. After our discussion, we've decided to grant you the title of first-class marquis. When you return to the country, we'll hold a conferment ceremony at an appropriate time, the first elder announced. A marquis. That's a very high title. With such a starting point for the Mengyin family, his son could at least become a second-class marquis. With strong resources, his achievements wouldn't be poor. His grandson could obtain the title of third-class marquis, and his great-grandson could become a first-class duke. This is true family legacy. Even if there are many useless descendants in 18 generations, as long as someone works hard, the title still has a chance to rise. Although Li Qingshan didn't care much for such superficial titles, he was still quite pleased with the honor and treatment. First elder, let's skip the conferment ceremony. I don't like complicated ceremonies. Just the medal and title will do, Li Qingshan said. His priority now was to improve his strength, and ceremonies were a waste of time. It would be better to use that time to hunt ferocious beasts and grow stronger quickly. The 8 elders nodded in satisfaction, showing pleased expressions. 18 years old and already without vanity, truly rare. Just imagine if the 8 elders of Huaxia's Han Pavilion were suddenly told that Huaxia had unified the entire Blue Star. They would surely be unable to resist showing off and celebrating. However, I want to form an army, Li Qingshan said. Form an army? As soon as he spoke, the 8 elders of the Han Pavilion were momentarily stunned, their faces showing confusion. This kid, why did he suddenly want to form an army? Li Qingshan, if you want to be a commander, you can choose any army in Huaxia. Consider it an opportunity for you to gain experience, the Grand Elder said. That's right. Forming an army is too troublesome. Wouldn't it be easier to directly take command of an existing one? Elders, I want to form an extraordinary army, with an initial size of 20,000. I'll draft a plan first, and you can decide after reviewing it, Li Qingshan said. This isn't a trivial matter. You need to write a feasibility report, submit it for review, and only start after it's approved. 20,000 people? Yes, 20,000 initially. Li Qingshan nodded. Then forget about writing any documents. Just go ahead and select the personnel and location. As for what this army will do, that's up to you, the Grand Elder said casually, not taking it seriously at all. He thought Li Qingshan was planning to form some powerful army, but it turned out to be just 20,000 people. It was just like what Li Qingshan had said before. I want to form an army, but besides me, I only need 2 other people. Just 2 people? Then go ahead and form it yourself. It doesn't matter what it's for. What kind of commotion can 20,000 people cause? Alright. Li Qingshan hadn't expected the Grand Elder of the Han Pavilion to agree so easily. He immediately accepted the request, a trace of excitement appearing on his face. Li Qingshan, are you currently confirmed to be at the first level of the Falling Moon Realm, without hiding your strength? On the big screen, the second elder of the Han Pavilion suddenly asked. Second elder, I've never hidden my strength. It's just that my progress has been too fast, Li Qingshan said, slightly stunned. Indeed, he hadn't hidden his strength, people misunderstood because his improvement was too rapid. However, this statement did sound a bit arrogant. Young people, indeed a bit arrogant. The second elder smiled helplessly. At the same time, he felt relieved. Fortunately, such a genius was in Huaxia and not in another country. Otherwise, it would truly be a headache. Elders, I have a question I don't quite understand. Could you help me with it? Li Qingshan asked. Go ahead. The Grand Elder nodded. The ferocious beasts on Blue Star, where exactly did they come from? Why has no one in the world ever heard of their origins? Li Qingshan had searched domestic and international websites and could only find various information about ferocious beasts and medicinal materials. But as for the origin of the beasts, there was not a single piece of information. The ferocious beasts had been around for so long. Human martial artists had already reached the terrifying strength of the sun-eroding realm. How could no one know where they came from? Li Qingshan didn't believe it. There must be some secret being concealed. As his words fell, the 8 elders of the Han Pavilion remained silent for a long time. Finally, the Grand Elder spoke. This matter is not something we can tell you in principle, but since you are the divine son of Huaxia and will eventually reach that realm, there's no harm in letting you know. Among the nations on Blue Star, although there are disputes, there is an organization called the Human Alliance that invites all top sun-eroding martial artists to join. The Sword Immortal of Huaxia by your side, and the 8 of us are all members. The information about the origin of the ferocious beasts has been sealed by this organization and is not allowed to be disclosed, because once leaked, it would inevitably cause public panic. Back then, the appearance of these ferocious beasts was due to a passage. According to our research, this passage was not naturally formed but was created by intelligent beings. This passage connects Earth to another place, which could be another world or another star domain. At first, there was only one passage, but over time, a second and third appeared. Now, there are already 38 such passages on Earth. Some are on land, while others are in the ocean. From what we know about the ferocious beasts, they lack the intelligence to create these passages, which indicates that there must be more intelligent beings controlling or guiding them. Regardless of the speculation, it poses a significant threat to humanity. Once made public, it would inevitably cause panic. Panic is a powerful force. It can strip people of their courage to fight, their confidence, and even their will to live. Therefore, this information has never been disclosed. For example, the snowfields of northern China and the southern insect domain are actually passages where ferocious beasts appear, which is why 2 elders are stationed there to guard them. In addition, there is also a passage in the waters near Sakura country. Then, the Grand Elder revealed many secret pieces of information, and Li Qingshan finally gained a general understanding of the origins of the ferocious beasts. Afterward, the elders encouraged him and urged him to break through to the solar eclipse realm as soon as possible. Currently, Huaxia's top combat power is still far from sufficient. After the call ended, Li Qingshan quietly stayed in the cabin, waiting to return to the Magic City to begin forming the interstellar army. But before that, he slowly opened his eyes and dove deep into the ocean. Splash! With a muffled sound, Li Qingshan's body quickly plunged into the seawater. If his guess was correct, the ferocious beast in the sea was the culprit behind the Black Coast invasion, Yamata no Orochi. As for the woman beside it, Li Qingshan had no idea who she was. In the dark waters, Yamata no Orochi immediately sensed the presence of a human warrior, its tone full of disdain and anger. How bold, to dare ambush our clan leader. Swish! In the next moment, Yamata no Orochi turned and fled, as the terrifying aura was something it could not withstand. The Sakura country goddess beside it was momentarily stunned, a trace of confusion flashing across her face, but she quickly reacted and prepared to flee as well. Crackle! A powerful surge of lightning struck, paralyzing the Sakura country goddess. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot, her body convulsing uncontrollably. Even as she lost consciousness, she never saw who defeated her. She only felt as if her entire body had been electrocuted, twitching incessantly, completely numbed by the electricity. As for Yamata no Orochi, it didn't get far before Li Qingshan caught up to it. Fortunately, it was a high-ranking meteor realm ferocious beast, so it wasn't electrocuted to death outright. As for the Sakura country goddess, although she was only at the martial emperor realm, the reason she wasn't killed by the electricity was that Li Qingshan had controlled his power at the time. He had only used ordinary lightning blood energy, not the immensely powerful Dutian Divine Thunder blood energy. Dutian Divine Thunder blood energy was too overwhelming and unnecessary to use. Ordinary lightning blood energy was more than enough to subdue these two. Li Qingshan broke through the water's surface, one hand gripping Yamata no Orochi and the other holding the Sakura country goddess, and returned to the solar eclipse class fighter jet of the Huaxia Sword Immortal. He threw them in front of Zulong and Zukenpeng. In the eyes of Zulong and Zukenpeng, Yamata no Orochi looked like a small cub. Even if it woke up, it wouldn't dare to move recklessly. Why did you capture it alive? The Huaxia Sword Immortal looked at Yamata no Orochi, slightly stunned, and asked. The battle at Black Coast is still ongoing. This creature caused the deaths of countless innocent warriors. I will take it back for a public execution. To seek justice for the fallen warriors of Black Coast, Li Qingshan said, his eyes filled with killing intent and anger. Back in Black Coast, Li Qingshan witnessed firsthand what a true hell on earth looked like. Once the defensive line lacked the protection of powerful warriors and was breached by ferocious beasts, almost no one could escape. Everyone was torn to shreds and thrown into their bloodthirsty maws filled with sharp teeth. The scene was unbearable to watch. Behind those warriors were ordinary families. A 3-year-old child was still calling out, "Where did Daddy go?" Well, alright then. The Huaxia Sword Immortal nodded, piloting the Sun Eater class fighter jet toward the black coastline. Usually indifferent, the Huaxia Sword Immortal surprisingly chatted quite a bit with Li Qingshan today. This was mainly because Li Qingshan's strength had deeply impressed him. The black coastline. Many parts of the coast had already been destroyed. Under the command of the Yamata no Orochi, the ferocious beasts were still attacking madly, breaking through the defensive line and beginning to invade the cities. Huaxia's coastline was very long. The threats were not just from the Yamata no Orochi but also from countless other ferocious beasts. Before the black coastline completely fell or caused even greater destruction, no defensive forces from other areas would be redeployed to assist. Huaxia had too few warriors. Especially strong ones, they were extremely scarce and far from sufficient. This was a common problem faced by all nations. The ferocious beasts came in endless waves, seemingly requiring no growth period, attacking the defensive lines frenziedly every night. There were also numerous ferocious beasts inland. For instance, in the northern frontier snowfields and the southern barbarian insect domain, powerful beasts constantly emerged from those two passages. These beasts all required warriors to suppress and eliminate. At this moment, on the black coastline, Marquis Jun Ding personally took to the battlefield. Clad in battle armor and wielding an alloy longsword, he was fiercely battling three high-ranking meteor-level ferocious beasts. These three beasts were on par with Jun Ding in strength. They were all just one step away from breaking through to the Moonfall realm. The battlefield instantly became chaotic, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Jun Ding swung his longsword, its terrifying blade light stretching tens of thousands of meters, slashing fiercely at a saber-toothed sky turtle. The blade light whistled through the air, creating a shocking scene. The saber-toothed sky turtle let out a low roar, retracting its head to avoid the blade light. The blade struck its hard shell, producing a crisp metallic clang without leaving any marks. Immediately after, a four-winged sea bat flapped its wings violently, stirring up a gale, and appeared behind Jun Ding in an instant. A sinister grin on its face as it swung its sharp claws. A deafening sonic boom echoed through the air. Boom! With a muffled sound, Jun Ding was struck hard, his entire body sent flying backward. His already damaged battle armor was now riddled with cracks, completely losing its defensive capability. He crashed heavily into a tall building behind him, raising a cloud of dust. The over 100-meter-tall building instantly crumbled into ruins. Cough, cough. Jun Ding coughed, his face showing exhaustion and despair. In the distance, warriors fighting other ferocious beasts saw this scene and felt a pang of unease. Was Marquis Jun Ding about to fall? Ha ha ha. Human warrior, die. The high-ranking meteor-level beast, the thorny seahorse, brandished its coral-like blade, stabbing fiercely at the struggling Jun Ding on the ground. Its killing intent was overwhelming. The shadow of death loomed over Jun Ding. Was he really about to fall? Jun Ding gritted his teeth, enduring the pain coursing through his body, and slowly stood up. Clutching the alloy longsword tightly in his hand, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Even in death, he would die standing, wouldn't he? How dare you? Just as everyone thought Marquis Jun Ding was doomed, a thunderous voice suddenly echoed from afar, like the toll of a massive bell. Immediately after, a figure rushed over at lightning speed, with 9 golden halos suspended behind him, his entire body crackling with thunder and lightning. His demeanor was extraordinary, yet he carried a power capable of destroying the heavens and earth, like a god descending to the mortal realm. Who was it? The thorny seahorse looked in astonishment toward the source of the sound. A lightning-like figure streaked past. The thorny seahorse was sent flying, its body entangled in thunder, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. The other two high-ranking meteorite beasts were terrified at the sight, hastily turning to flee. Li Qingshan left behind an afterimage, instantly appearing in mid-air, and unleashed a powerful punch. The space trembled, and even the void began to distort. Boom! 2 loud explosions followed, and the other 2 meteorite beasts were slain. Marquis Jun Ding, are you alright? Li Qingshan approached Jun Ding with concern. I'm fine, Marquis Jun Ding stammered, staring at Li Qingshan, whose aura was as vast as the sea, too shocked to speak. This young man had already reached the Moonfall realm? How was that possible? When he first arrived at the Black Sea defense line, this guy was just a rookie who had barely stepped into the ranks of advanced war gods. In such a short time, he had broken through the Martial Emperor realm and entered the Moonfall realm? If given a few more days, could he even challenge the Eclipse Sun realm? At this moment, Marquis Jun Ding truly understood what it meant to be a genius among geniuses. There's still hope today. But with my severe injuries, I probably can't continue fighting, Marquis Jun Ding said, shaking his head helplessly. No problem. Li Qingshan confidently patted his chest. I'll guard the Black Sea coastline. His gaze turned to the distance, where a graceful figure silently stood nearby, unnoticed. This was the sword immortal of Huaxia, someone Marquis Jun Ding recognized, and his heart tightened as his pupils contracted. This was a figure even his superior, Duke Feng, would bow to. A high-ranking Eclipse Sun realm expert, holding the title of Duke, and one of Huaxia's true top-tier powerhouses. Sword Immortal, I am Jun Ding. Marquis Jun Ding forced himself to stand, saluting with excitement. The Huaxia Sword Immortal merely nodded slightly. If not for Li Qingshan, the Sword Immortal would not have come here at all, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Sword Immortal, shall we guard this stretch of the Black Sea coastline together? Li Qingshan asked, looking at the Huaxia Sword Immortal. As the Son of God commands, the Sword Immortal nodded. The next moment, he soared into the sky, flying into the distance, his path filled with sword energy. Whether ordinary beasts or meteorite-level enemies, none could withstand his sword energy. A single strike was enough to kill. Wherever he passed, no beasts dared to rampage further. Li Qingshan rushed out like the wind, eliminating ferocious beasts wherever he went. A Huaxia Son of God and a Huaxia Sword Immortal joined forces to begin clearing all the beasts along the Black Sea coastline. Countless warriors below watched the two figures streaking across the sky, their hearts filled with awe. One day later, a large number of beasts along the Black Sea coastline had been eradicated. The remaining beasts were so terrified that they retreated deep into the ocean. Li Qingshan even personally slew the young clan leader of the Yamada no Orochi on the Black Sea coastline before returning to the Magic City. In a villa in the Magic City, Li Qingshan reunited with his father Li Taijun, his mother, and his uncles. After spending a day together, he went to the office of the Demon Suppression King in the Magic City. Years ago, Li Qingshan had seen this man on the screen of the Huaxia Sword Immortal's Eclipse Sun-class fighter jet. Now, he finally met him in person. That overwhelming aura and pressure were impossible to ignore. Several dazzling golden sun medals hung on his shoulders, radiating brilliance. On the desk lay a set of warrior military uniforms, stored in a special alloy box, with 6 shining golden sun medals placed on top. 2 golden sun medals, hanging on the shoulders, represent a third-class royal title. 4 golden sun medals signify a second-class royal title. 6 golden sun medals denote a first-class royal title. What Li Qingshan received was this highest title, the first-class royal title, also the highest honor in Huaxia. The top authority in the Magic City, the Demon Suppression King, was currently looking at Li Qingshan, nodding in satisfaction and saying, from today onwards, you are the 9th first-class royal titleholder in Huaxia, the Divine Son of Huaxia. To ensure your safe growth, we have specially arranged 2 guards for you. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 figures walked into the office from outside. Li Qingshan recognized one of them. It was the Huaxia Sword Immortal. The other was unfamiliar but exuded an equally powerful aura, with an overwhelming sense of oppression, and appeared to be of a similar age. You should know these two. The Huaxia Sword Immortal, a level 117 Eclipse Sun Realm Warrior. The other is also a level 117 Eclipse Sun Realm Warrior, the Huaxia Blade Emperor, whose mastery of blade techniques is unparalleled. From now on, these 2 will be your guards, the Demon Suppression King said, pointing to the 2 behind Li Qingshan with a serious expression. 2 Eclipse Sun Realm guards? And both are high-level Eclipse Sun Realm? Li Qingshan felt Huaxia's immense regard for him. A first-class royal title. Even for high-level Eclipse Sun Realm warriors, it is extremely difficult to obtain. One must reach level 119 in the Eclipse Sun Realm to even have a chance at this title. Across all of Huaxia, only 8 people hold it. They are the 8 members of the Han Pavilion. And Li Qingshan is the ninth prince. What's even more astonishing is that he was assigned 2 Eclipse Sun Realm guards. Even the most favored 4th prince of the Sakura Kingdom's royal family only has 1 level 117 Eclipse Sun Realm guard. Yet, Li Qingshan has 2 by his side. Your Highness, the Divine Sun. The Sword Immortal and Blade Emperor exchanged glances and respectfully addressed him. Toward this Divine Son of Huaxia, they showed not a trace of disdain but rather genuine admiration. Across the entire Blue Star, no one of this age has reached the Falling Moon realm, nor will anyone in the future. Such a genius left even the Sword Immortal and Blade Emperor feeling powerless and awestruck. Thank you, Demon Suppression King. Li Qingshan said. No need to thank me, this is a collective decision by the Han Pavilion. By the way, regarding your plans to form an army, we take it very seriously. Take a look, this is a full map of the Magic City. Where do you plan to set up the military camp? As the Demon Suppression King finished speaking, a large screen behind him lit up, displaying the entire map of the Magic City. The area was vast. The entire Magic City was even larger than Earth in his previous life, as Blue Star is 10,000 times bigger than Earth. The Demon Suppression King naturally wanted to keep Li Qingshan close. It would be best if he stayed in the Magic City. In the future, when Li Qingshan inevitably reaches the pinnacle, his presence in the Magic City would ensure its safety. Li Qingshan stared at the map and pointed to the central area, right here, but the area must be large. The central area. The Demon Suppression King frowned but eventually nodded and said, no problem, I will arrange for the residents and companies in this area to relocate as soon as possible. Within 3 days. Li Qingshan said. 3 days? The Demon Suppression King was slightly taken aback. Yes, 3 days. I feel that something major is about to happen, and time is tight. Li Qingshan nodded. Something major? The Demon King shook his head, not understanding Li Qingshan's meaning, but still agreed, alright, 3 days it is. In addition, I want the information of all martial artists nationwide with S-level talents or above, aged no more than 23. Li Qingshan continued. A 23-year-old person would have practiced martial arts for at most 5 years, but they still have greater opportunities and potential in the future. If you were to find a martial artist over 100 years old, even if their physique has changed, their lifespan wouldn't be much longer, right? After becoming a martial artist, lifespan is significantly extended. The stronger the power, the longer the lifespan. Moreover, there are still 4 hours left today. For example, martial artists in the Sunny-Roding realm can live up to 300 years. Those in the Moon-Falling realm can live about 240 years. Star-Falling realm martial artists can live 200 years. Martial Emperor realm can live 170 years. Advanced War Gods can live 150 years. War Gods can live 130 years. And War Kings can live 120 years. These are average lifespans. Some martial artists die early, while others live longer. There are also differences in levels within each realm. For instance, a Sunny-Roding realm martial artist at level 110 definitely won't have the lifespan of one at level 119. A level 119 Sunny-Roding realm martial artist's lifespan far exceeds 300 years. Just like Li Qingshan now. He is in the Moon-Falling realm. But he has just entered the Moon-Falling realm, so his lifespan is approximately 220 years. He is currently 18 years old. With 200 years left to live, he can be considered immortal. Regarding the list of martial artists with S-level or above qualifications, the Demon King nodded and said, this is not a big problem, but whether these people are willing to join your army depends on themselves, they cannot be forced. Of course. Li Qingshan nodded solemnly and continued, besides these, I also need top-tier resources to train the army. Rest assured, Han Pavilion, I will give you a surprise. As for resources, Han Pavilion still needs to discuss and determine the annual quota, the Demon King said. Understood. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement. After all, resources are the foundation of the nation. The allocation of each resource must be carefully planned and clearly recorded. After Li Qingshan left the office, the Demon King immediately made a phone call to contact the other 7 elders of Han Pavilion, informing them of Li Qingshan's requests. What new ideas has this kid come up with again? Does he want to create an elite special forces unit? We already have plenty in Huaxia, including a war god training camp. It's normal for young people to have ideas, but most of them are somewhat naive. What do you all think? The God King frowned and said, young people are passionate and want to form special forces to achieve earth-shattering feats. But in the end, reality always gives them a loud slap in the face. Young people's ideas are indeed naive, but I think Li Qingshan should be viewed from a different perspective. At 18, he has stepped into the Moon-Falling realm and even has the potential to enter the Sunny-Roding realm at 18. I think we shouldn't criticize whatever he does. Because what he has achieved is simply a miracle to us, something impossible. Perhaps he really can create a special army. We should trust him, the Grand Elder spoke. That's right, I agree. Stepping into the Moon-Falling realm at 18 is something we thought impossible. If someone had told me before that they could enter the Moon-Falling realm at 18, I would have laughed at them. But now it's different, he has truly done it. Creating an army is the same. I support Li Qingshan, and resource support should be fully provided. Well, Li Qingshan's strength speaks for itself. He created miracles, who can say he can't create more? We should give him our full support. Other elders also expressed their support, willing to allocate resources to Li Qingshan. Breaking through the Moonfall realm at the age of 18 proves he has the ability to build an extraordinary army. In the end, after careful consideration, the remaining 2 elders also nodded in agreement to support Li Qingshan. The location Li Qingshan chose for the army's construction was quickly cleared and leveled, and the construction of the barracks began, set to be completed within 3 days. The current buildings are all made of alloy materials, and entire structures can be directly transported. The entire magic city was in an uproar over this demolition, as the site was right in the city center. Being able to demolish and start construction here was undoubtedly a major event. At the same time, a list of all eligible S-level and above martial artists nationwide was delivered to Li Qingshan. After a rough screening, he found that there was no need to select S or SS level talent martial artists, just the SSS level ones were sufficient for his needs. Thus, Li Qingshan sent invitations to these 20,000 martial artists. In case some declined and the numbers fell short, he selected another 10,000 to send invitations to. Selecting these 20,000 people was not difficult, it only required setting the conditions to complete a one-click filter. Recently, ever since leaving Jiangcheng, he hadn't sought out Su Baizhou. If he had time today, it might be a good opportunity to meet his contractor. Besides that, his bet with Wang Xingcha should also be nearing its conclusion, with only a few days left. When the time comes, should he use ordinary thunder to shock her, or the Dutian divine thunder? He was a bit conflicted. In the depths of the ocean, within an underwater cavern, countless terrifying sea beasts roamed, each exuding an overwhelming and fearsome aura. In the deepest part of the cavern, a ferocious beast with 8 heads was coiled. Compared to the young clan leader of the Yamada no Orochi, this Yamada no Orochi was even larger in size and more terrifying in presence, radiating murderous intent. It was a beast at the sun-eclipsing realm. A sea beast crouched on the ground, trembling slightly as it recounted the fate of the young clan leader of the Yamada no Orochi. What? My son, he's dead? As the words fell, the coiled Yamada no Orochi clan leader's eyes widened instantly, glaring viciously at the reporting sea beast before letting out a roar. The terrifying sound waves caused the surrounding seawater to boil, and a strange force spread in all directions. The reporting sea beast in front felt dizzy, its head throbbing and blood rushing to it. Its blood vessels nearly burst under the pressure, but fortunately, the Yamada no Orochi stopped roaring. Its ferocious eyes locked onto the sea beast as it demanded, "Tell me, how did my son die? Who killed him? Who did it?" News from Sakura country says it was Huaxia's divine son, Li Qingshan. Besides the young clan leader, their 4th prince was also killed, and their goddess was taken away, the sea beast below hurriedly reported. There will be 3 more updates today, it added. A bunch of useless trash from Sakura country. Tell them that our clan demands 1 billion blood sacrifices this time, or I won't be able to quell the anger in my heart, the Yamada no Orochi growled through gritted teeth. Yes. The sea beast below quickly nodded. Go inform Huaxia to hand over their divine son. From now on, my Yamada no Orochi clan will never invade Huaxia again. Otherwise, don't blame me. Personally leading his subordinates, invading Huaxia, slaughtering Huaxia citizens. A hint of confidence flashed across the face of the Yaki Orochi clan leader as he continued, also, send a letter to that old turtle and old snake, saying that this clan leader invites them to gather together. In Sakura country, the 3 chief advisors immediately received the letter from the Yaki Orochi clan. What? They actually want 1 billion blood sacrifices? The 2nd chief advisor was slightly stunned, his face showing a trace of anger as he said, "Isn't the Yaki Orochi clan being too shameless? His son died, what does that have to do with us? Moreover, the attack on Huaxia's black coastline was proposed by his son, asking our Sakura country to cooperate. Now his son is dead, and our goddess has also been abducted. Furthermore, our 4th prince has already fallen. To blame all of this on our Sakura country is simply outrageous. We absolutely cannot agree to this matter. Indeed, we absolutely cannot agree to this matter. The Yaki Orochi clan is too excessive," the 3rd chief advisor also nodded solemnly. 1 billion blood sacrifices. Although for Sakura country as a whole, it is not much, probably just one person from a town after All, whether it is Huaxia or Sakura country, both are vast. Of course, compared to Huaxia, Sakura country has a much smaller population. But 1 billion citizens as blood sacrifices is still entirely feasible. After all, since the appearance of Yaki Orochi, Sakura country has sent at least hundreds of billions of citizens as blood sacrifices to Yaki Orochi. This matter is only known to a small portion of Sakura country's high-level officials. Impossible. However, the words of the second and third chief advisors were immediately sternly rejected by the first chief advisor, who said, if the Yaki Orochi clan invades Sakura country, the number of citizens killed and injured in our Sakura country will definitely far exceed this amount. After all, Yaki Orochi and his two ferocious beast friends are all level 119 Sun Eclipse realm beasts. Once they invade, our Sakura country will face the risk of national extinction. At this moment, we cannot act impulsively. As the first chief advisor finished speaking, the second and third chief advisors exchanged a glance, a trace of helplessness flashing across their faces, and they could only nod in agreement. In the Magic City, inside a luxuriously decorated private villa, White Porridge, dress nicely today. Mom is taking you to meet someone. Han Xunyu, wearing a black strapless skirt and high heels, said to Su White Porridge, who had just gotten out of bed. Meet someone? Who? Su White Porridge was slightly stunned and asked. Someone you've been thinking about. Hurry up, it's already arranged, don't be late, Han Xunyu urged. Someone I've been thinking about? Su White Porridge's mind immediately conjured up the image of Li Qingshan. But, hasn't Jiancheng already fallen? Could he still be alive? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If he were alive, he would definitely come to find me first. How could he possibly go to my mom first? Does my mom have some kind of relationship with him and then tell me about it? But besides him, who else could be the person I've been thinking about? Could it really be him? Su White Porridge's expression became somewhat dazed, and Li Qingshan's image kept appearing in her mind. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up! Han Xunyu saw Su White Porridge's delayed reaction and urged again. Oh, I'm going right away. Although Su White Porridge didn't hold much hope, she still hurriedly returned to the dressing room and chose an outfit she thought looked the best. She hurriedly came out and urged, Mom, shall we set off quickly? Look at you, I'm already getting impatient. Let's go, let's head out now. Han Xunyu smiled and immediately took Su Baijiu out the door, heading towards a very famous restaurant in Modu. This restaurant, located in the central area of Modu, is expensive and specializes in using the finest ferocious beast meat, making it unaffordable for most martial artists. Mom, who is it exactly? Along the way, Su Baijiu couldn't help but feel anxious, like a little cat scratching at her heart, both excited and restless. Don't worry about it, you'll know when you see them, Han Xunyu said confidently. Trust your mom. When you see him, you'll definitely be surprised. Surprised? Could it really be Li Qingshan? Su Baijiu thought to herself. Unexpectedly, the area had been demolished so quickly. I wonder what they're building here. Han Xunyu looked out the window at the nearly cleared central area of Modu, now just a large empty space. Seems like a military base? Su Baijiu responded instinctively. She vaguely remembered hearing at school that this area was to be developed into a military base. And the announcement had already been made, so it wasn't exactly a secret. A military base? Building a military base in the center of Modu? Such prime land, are they crazy? Han Xunyu shook her head, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. However, to establish a military base in the heart of Modu and to relocate and demolish so many buildings, it must be something significant. The car soon stopped in front of a hotel. Han Xunyu led Su Baijiu into the hotel, and under the guidance of a staff member, they headed towards a private room. The door to the private room opened. A familiar figure appeared before Su Baijiu. It was indeed a familiar face, but not the one Su Baijiu had hoped to see. Her expression immediately dimmed. Baijiu, it's been years, and you've grown into such a fine young lady. A middle-aged woman, much like Han Xunyu, looked at Su Baijiu with a joyful expression. Behind her stood a man slightly older than Su Baijiu, his gaze scanning her from head to toe, revealing a hint of excitement and satisfaction. It was clear he was very pleased with Su Baijiu. This must be your son, Li Chen, right? It's been years, and he's grown into a fine young man too. Please, have a seat. Han Xunyu immediately led Su Baijiu to sit down. Mom, I have something to take care of, so I'll leave first, Su Baijiu said, her mood low, as she tried to get up and leave. Sit down. However, Before she could leave, Han Chunyue pressed her shoulder and said, "Don't be so rude. Besides, don't you know Li Chen? Stay." Left with no choice, Su Baizhou reluctantly gave her mother some face and sat back down, her expression slightly displeased. "Xin Shui, your son Li Chen should have graduated by now, right?" Han Chunyue looked at her friend and her friend's son, asking. "My son graduated long ago. He's currently attending the War God training camp. In a few years, when he graduates from the camp, he'll surely reach the War God level." The beautiful woman, Xin Shui, spoke with a proud expression. She then turned to Su Baizhou and said, "Chunyue, if I remember correctly, Baizhou just started at Martial Arts University, right?" "That's right, just started school this year." Han Chunyu nodded and said, "What kind of aptitude?" "SSS level aptitude. SSS is great. My son Li Chen also has SSS level talent. These two kids already look like a golden couple, and they've been childhood friends since they were little. Now that they're of age, why not arrange an engagement? What do you think?" "Ha ha," Li Chen's mother said with a laugh. "Mom, we don't even know if Baizhou is willing." "Don't start matchmaking." Li Chen pretended to retreat to advance. "You've been childhood friends since you were little. How could Baizhou possibly disagree, right?" "Baizhou?" Li Chen's mother turned her gaze to Su Baizhou again. At this moment, as long as Su Baizhou nodded, the matter would be settled. The three people in the private room all turned their eyes to Su Baizhou, their gazes mixed with urgency and anticipation, waiting for her response. "I have a boyfriend." However, Su Baizhou's words were shocking. "A boyfriend?" As soon as Su Baizhou finished speaking, not only did Li Chen and his mother across from her change their expressions, but even Han Xinyu, sitting beside her, showed a slight change in expression. "When did you get a boyfriend? Why didn't I know? Who is it?" Han Xinyu asked repeatedly. Su Baizhou remained silent, but Han Xinyu immediately thought of something. This stubborn girl. Could she still be thinking about that Li Qingshan? "Yes, that young man did cure my daughter's leg condition, but he was already lost in the beast tide. My daughter can't possibly spend her life waiting for someone who's gone, can she? I didn't expect that after a few years, Baizhou already has a boyfriend." "Well, that's good, that's good," Li Chen's mother said. "Baizhou, has your boyfriend graduated yet?" "He's in the same year as me, so he hasn't graduated yet," Su Baizhou replied. "Oh, the same year as you? What about his aptitude? Does he have SSS level aptitude?" Li Chen's mother asked again. "No," Su Baizhou shook her head. "Li Qingshan's aptitude seemed to be quite poor." "Then SS level?" "Also no. Don't tell me he doesn't even have S level?" Li Chen's mother smiled, visibly more relaxed. "Also no," Su Baizhou shook her head. Again. "Oh, not even S level." "Baizhou, don't blame Auntie for being curious. Your boyfriend, he wouldn't happen to not even have A level, would he?" Li Chen's mother continued to probe. Sitting to the side, Li Chen, who had initially looked dejected, suddenly perked up again, sitting up straight. It seemed that he still had a great chance. A boyfriend without even S-level aptitude wouldn't be in the same league as him in the future, nor would he be in the same league as Su Baizhou. Once they truly stepped into the martial path, they would naturally realize the gap in their talents and strengths and break up on their own. Because they wouldn't be a good match. A swan in the sky and a toad on the ground, how could they possibly be together? A-level? Su Baizhou continued to shake her head. Sigh. Li Chen's mother let out a long sigh. Without even A-level aptitude, it will be difficult to achieve much in the future. By the way, what do his parents do? Does his family have any Starfall level martial artists, like Li Chen's father and your father, who are both Starfall level martial artists? His parents are just ordinary workers, Su Baizhou replied. Ordinary workers? If it weren't for seeing Han Xunyu and Su Baizhou right in front of them, Li Chen and his mother would have almost burst out laughing, thinking he was some young master from a wealthy family. Turns out, his parents are just ordinary workers, and his talent isn't even at an A level. Someone like this, is he even worthy of dating Su Baizhou? Does Su Baizhou have water in her brain or something? But, no matter. All they need to do is let Su Baizhou see who is more outstanding between her boyfriend and their son, Li Chen. Then, let Li Chen spend more time with Su Baizhou on a daily basis. This daughter-in-law should be within reach. But he's very impressive. Su Baizhou thought for a moment and then spoke. Indeed, very impressive. In the entire grade, no one is his match, even though his talent is extremely poor. If he were still alive, he would surely have achieved something remarkable. Impressive? Without even reaching A-level talent, how impressive could he be? Li Chen's mother chuckled and said, "My son Li Chen is the truly impressive one. He's about to enter the special training at the War God training camp, and when he comes out, he'll be at the War God level. In the future, he even has the potential to achieve his father's accomplishments and become a powerful meteor warrior. Oh, by the way, Li Chen's father will be here soon. It seems there was some issue at the military camp a few days ago that needed handling. Oh, Zhonglin is coming too? I heard Zhonglin is about to step into the upper-level meteor rank?" Han Shunyu interjected, steering the conversation away from Su Baizhou's boyfriend. "Yes. He should be able to break through to the upper-level meteor rank by the end of this year." "Right. Now, he's only a third-class marquis, but once he breaks through, he should be able to earn the title of second-class marquis. In the future, even if Li Chen doesn't achieve anything, he'll still have the title of third-class marquis." Li Chen's mother spoke with a proud expression. "Of course, I believe my husband can go even further and claim the title of first-class marquis. As for becoming a duke, well, that's a bit too ambitious to think about. Ha, Shunyu, your husband isn't bad either. I heard he's also about to break through to the upper-level meteor rank?" Knock, knock, knock. Just as the two women were chatting happily in the private room, a knock suddenly came from the door. "Come in." Han Shunyu, thinking it was the waiter outside, called out. The door to the private room opened, and Li Qingshan's figure appeared in the doorway. His eyes scanned the room. He had just gone to Su Baizhou's house, only to find she wasn't home. After having someone check, he discovered she was at this hotel, so he hurried over. "She really is in this private room," he thought to himself. It had been a long time since he last saw Su Baizhou. Su Baizhou? Sure enough, inside the private room, Li Qingshan saw Su Baizhou and called out to her. Sitting in her chair, Su Baizhou's body trembled slightly. She turned her head in shock and disbelief, looking in Li Qingshan's direction. The next moment, the shock in her eyes turned into excitement and joy. "Unbelievable! Li Qingshan, you're still alive?" Swoosh! Before anyone else could react, Su Baizhou immediately stood up from her chair, rushed into Li Qingshan's arms, and hugged him tightly, as if afraid he would escape. Her beautiful eyes were now brimming with tears, and soft sobs came from her embrace. Li Qingshan even felt a warm sensation on his chest, which must have been her tears. "You're still alive?" Han Shunyu also widened her eyes, looking at Li Qingshan in shock. "Beast-tide cleansing. Who would have thought this guy actually survived? I have to say, his luck is incredible." Han Shunyu didn't feel any dislike toward Li Qingshan. On the contrary, she had a bit of a favorable impression of him. First of all, Li Qingshan had healed her daughter's legs. Besides that, this young man's massage skills were excellent and quite enjoyable. However, the expressions of the other two people in the private room changed instantly. Especially Li Chen, whose eyes seemed as if they wanted to devour Li Qingshan. Su Baizhou. He hadn't even held her, yet this trash, whose talent wasn't even at an A-level, had? Why? What was he lacking? In the future, Su Baizhou was definitely going to be his wife. It was practically set in stone. A woman with SSS-level talent could never be with a man who wasn't even A-level. From the moment Li Chen first saw Su Baizhou, his possessive desire had already marked her as his future wife, his untouchable treasure. But now, his wife was actually being held in another man's arms, and with such affection. Who knew what might have happened between them behind the scenes, if that were the case? Thinking of this, Li Chen felt even more heartbroken, and the anger in his eyes as he looked at Li Qingshan burned even brighter. Li Chen's mother felt the same way. Seeing her future daughter-in-law throwing herself into another man's arms, her anger flared up instantly. She gritted her teeth. "Qingshan, is it really you?" Even now, Su Baizhou couldn't quite believe what she was seeing. She reached out to touch Li Qingshan's face and said. Li Chen and his mother felt as if they had been struck by a million blows, almost spitting blood from anger. In the future, when he brought her home as his wife, he would have to properly discipline this woman. It was truly infuriating for her to be so intimate with another man right in front of him. The murderous intent in Li Chen's eyes was almost tangible. "Of course. Don't worry, I didn't die in that beast-tide," Li Qingshan said. "By the way, have you eaten? Sit down and have something to eat. There's so much food on the table, it would be a waste not to eat." Su Baizhou suddenly said. "Aunt Shunyu, is that okay?" Li Qingshan looked at Han Shunyu and asked. "Of course, sit down and join us." Han Shunyu nodded, feeling a mix of emotions. Who would have thought this young man was still alive? Would today's banquet be a bit awkward? Fortunately, it wasn't under the pretense of setting up a blind date for the two youngsters but rather a gathering of close friends. Otherwise, it would have been truly awkward. Qingshan, try this, and this too. After pulling Li Qingshan to sit down, Su Baizhou began turning the table and picking out dishes she thought were good, placing them on Li Qingshan's plate. In no time, Li Qingshan's plate was piled high with all kinds of fish and meat. Are you Su Baizhou's boyfriend? Li Chen's mother looked at Li Qingshan, who had just sat down, and asked. Li Qingshan nodded. I just heard Baizhou mention your situation. Do you have any plans to join the military after graduation? Li Chen looked at Li Qingshan, a graceful smile appearing on his face. The jealousy and anger from earlier were well concealed. Of course. I'm already a military warrior. Li Qingshan nodded solemnly. Oh, although your talent is average, your awareness is commendable. I didn't expect you to sign up so quickly. In a few days, I will be registering at the War God training camp. Once I come out of the camp, I should reach the War God realm. By then, I will also join the military. Of course, I won't be just a regular soldier, I will be a commander. With my War God strength, it won't take long to secure a Baron title. After 2 years of experience, I should be able to take command of a military unit. Do you have any thoughts about joining under me? Rest assured. 4. Su Baizhou Sake, I will definitely take good care of you in the military camp. Li Chen looked at Li Qingshan with a proud expression and asked. That's not necessary, is it? Li Qingshan chuckled lightly, a trace of helplessness appearing on his face. He turned to Su Baizhou and asked, Baizhou, who are these two? Li Chen, and that is Li Chen's mother. They used to be our neighbors, Su Baizhou explained. Young man, don't be too quick to refuse. Sometimes, no matter how capable a person is, background and connections are far more effective. Take me, for example. My esteemed father is about to break through to the upper falling star realm. By then, a second-class marquis title will definitely be within reach, and in the future, there will certainly be opportunities to obtain a first-class marquis title. Even if I do nothing, I can inherit the second-class marquis title from my father and enjoy the support of Huaxia. And you? My friend, even if you work hard your entire life, you probably won't even get a baron title, let alone a viscount, count, or marquis above that. This is determined by bloodline. Having someone to look after you in the military camp is something many people dream of. Young man, you should know how to appreciate kindness. Li Chen looked at Li Qingshan and continued to persuade him earnestly, hoping that Li Qingshan would agree. If Li Qingshan agreed, it would prove that he was far superior to Li Qingshan. If this kid really came to his military camp in the future, he would make sure to crush him. Damn it, daring to mess with his woman was simply courting death. Reckless and audacious. I believe that strength can sometimes break through everything. Li Qingshan thought for a moment and replied. Naive. Li Qingshan, right? Your statement sounds quite childish. At your age, you shouldn't be so immature, should you? Li Chen chuckled and continued to belittle Li Qingshan. Immature? Where does that come from? Li Qingshan's face showed a calm smile, and he seemed intrigued. Because in the face of bloodline and connections, so-called strength is utterly worthless. Just take the example I just gave. I don't need to put in any effort in my life, and I will still be a second-class marquis, while you, even if you work hard your entire life, will never surpass my achievements. So, am I right or not? Li Chen saw Li Qingshan preparing to speak and directly raised his hand to stop him. Listen to me first. This is assuming I don't put in any effort, and you still can't surpass me in your lifetime. But I won't be idle. My martial talent is SSS level. As long as I work hard, surpassing my father in the future is not impossible, and I might even have the chance to aim for the Duke title. My talent is SSS level, and if I find a wife with the same SSS level martial talent, our child's talent won't be bad either. It should also be SSS level. With the resources I have as a Duke, my son's future achievements won't be too shabby either. And you, my friend? Still struggling at the bottom, yearning for the day you rise. Little do you know, your day to rise is right here, at this very meal. Stand up now, toast me with 3 glasses of wine, and from this day forward, you'll be my trusted confidant, working under me. I guarantee you'll soar to heights you could never imagine in this lifetime. Of course, a large part of this is because of my childhood friendship with Su Baizhou. Understand? A toast, 3 glasses? Li Chen, you're going too far. Before Li Qingshan could speak, Su Baizhou immediately stood up and said, Li Qingshan was her boyfriend. Well, although Li Qingshan hadn't agreed to be her boyfriend yet, in Su Baizhou's heart, he already was. She had just made that clear as well. But what did Li Chen mean by those words just now? Was he insulting Li Qingshan? How despicable. Although Li Qingshan's talent wasn't great, his true strength was still formidable. Too far? How is this too far? Li Chen shrugged, a hint of helplessness on his face, and said, besides, I'm doing this for your boyfriend's good, aren't I? Such a great opportunity today because of your relationship with me, he can latch onto my coattails. Isn't that a good thing? How could it be an insult? My boyfriend doesn't need to latch onto your coattails. With me around, he can just stay home and take care of the kids in the future. Su Baizhou said, shedding her usual innocent demeanor and glaring fiercely at Li Chen. Stay home and take care of the kids? Su Baizhou's words caught Li Qingshan off guard. Was she really this bold? She'd even planned out who would take care of the kids. To Li Qingshan, Su Baizhou's words were incredibly heartwarming. But to Li Chen and his mother, they were like a stab to the heart, as if their hearts were bleeding. You're going to be my wife in the future. How can you say such things to another man? Li Qingshan, are you planning to live off a woman? If that's the case, just forget everything I said earlier. Ha, in this day and age, there are still men who live off women. Li Chen sneered, looking at Li Qingshan. Of course not. Li Qingshan shook his head and said, as for staying home and taking care of the kids, that's something Baizhou can handle. As for the fighting and killing outside, I'll take care of that. I'm better at those things. Indeed. Just the other day, didn't I just kill the 4th prince of Sakura Kingdom? And the young clan leader of the Orochi clan. Oh, right. I even have the Sakura Kingdom's goddess in prison right now. Don't mind what others say about you living off me. I just like you living off me. Su Baizhou clung to Li Qingshan's arm, her innocent eyes fixed on him. This was truly what Su Baizhou thought. Li Qingshan's talent was too poor. While he might find ways to grow quickly for now, in the future, he would undoubtedly be left far behind by someone like her, with an SSS-level talent. Staying home to take care of the kids and being a full-time dad didn't sound so bad, did it? She could handle the storms outside. Damn it! Watching Su Baizhou fawn over Li Qingshan like this, Li Chen was so furious he wanted to curse. Li Chen's mother glanced at him, her eyes also flashing with anger. How could Su Baizhou be so shameless, so young, yet already embracing a man like this? Once the dinner is over, I must privately talk to Han Xunyu about this. Even if they're dating, they shouldn't be this intimate. However, seeing how close these two are now, unwilling to separate, could it be? A sudden bad thought crossed Li Chen's mother's mind, and she froze. Wouldn't her son be marrying second-hand goods? I think Brother Li is right. A man should face the storms outside. How can he let a woman stand in front? How about this, add me as a contact. We can stay in touch, and when you come to my team, I'll definitely take good care of you. Li Chen finished speaking, took out his phone, and looked at Li Qingshan in front of him. Forget it. I have a lot going on, so I won't add you, Li Qingshan frowned and replied. What do you mean? Li Chen froze slightly, his hand holding the phone stiffened, and he asked. You're not worthy. Li Qingshan sighed helplessly, feeling forced to make things clear. He had so much to deal with every day, and now he was busy forming a special army. Where would he find time to mess around with this group of fools? Besides, this kid's tone earlier was a bit arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that he was Su Baizhou's neighbor and flipping out might affect Su Baizhou, he would have already beaten this kid up. Wait, who do you think you are? Why am I not worthy of adding your contact? Aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Is this the attitude you have when asking someone to take care of you? Li Chen suddenly felt his mind explode, stood up, and angrily rebuked Li Qingshan. What attitude is this? At that moment, a loud voice came from outside the private room. A middle-aged man in military uniform walked in, exuding an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Dad, you're here? Li Chen's heart lit up with joy, and he quickly stood up to greet him. Then he turned to Li Qingshan and said, Didn't you say you joined the army? When you see the commander, why aren't you saluting? Li Chen's father noticed there were military personnel and martial artists in the room, and his gaze naturally fell on Li Qingshan. The next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. He immediately stood at attention and saluted, saying, Greetings, sir. 2 chapters owed, will repay tomorrow, sob sob sob. Greetings, sir. Li Chen's father straightened his back, his eyes filled with admiration. As for the young man in front of him, perhaps many people in China were still unaware of him, as the publicity hadn't started yet. But he knew. After all, he was a commander on the Black Coastline, and he was among the first to learn that Li Qingshan had become China's divine son. His rank was naturally higher than his own. Addressing Li Qingshan as Sir was entirely appropriate. Back when Li Qingshan came to the Black Coastline to assist Marquis Jun Ding in suppressing those ferocious beasts, the strength he displayed was terrifying, overturning the heavens and earth. Even star-level beasts were no match for him. His true strength must have already reached the moonfall level. Li Chen's father never expected that today he would encounter China's divine son here. Judging by the scene, it seemed his wife had some connection with Li Qingshan. This was truly wonderful. He could now latch onto a powerful figure. If he could serve China's divine son, it would be his honor, a blessing so great it felt like his ancestors' graves were emitting smoke. As for Li Chen and his mother, and even Han Xunyu and Su Baizhou, they were all utterly confused. What was going on? Li Chen's father actually saluted Li Qingshan? And respectfully called him sir? Was the world turning upside down? Dad, why are you calling this spirited young man sir? Li Chen asked, bewildered, as he slowly stood up. Spirited young man? Slap! As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, a crisp slap echoed through the private room. Li Chen's father glared at him with wide eyes and angrily rebuked, "Shut up! What nonsense are you spouting?" That slap left everyone in the room stunned, their faces full of confusion. What was going on? Li Chen, even more bewildered, spun around several times from the force of the slap, his face full of disbelief. "Old Li, what are you doing?" Li Chen's mother, distressed at seeing her son slapped, stood up from her chair and spoke. "Hit him? Hitting him is already lenient. Do you even know who is standing before you?" Li Chen's father angrily retorted. "Oh no! Did they provoke someone powerful?" At that moment, a sense of foreboding rose in Li Chen's heart. Covering his swollen face, he tentatively asked, could it be the second generation of some duke? Slap! As soon as the words left his mouth, another crisp slap rang out, and Li Chen received another hard hit. Li Chen's father glared fiercely at his son and said, "If you don't understand, don't speak nonsense. This is none other than the divine son of Huaxia." Divine son? Dad, are you out of your mind? Where would Huaxia have a divine son? It's been so many years since the last one. Li Chen covered his increasingly swollen face, feeling a surge of frustration. Why was he only being slapped on one side? Exactly, old Li, you're saying he's the divine son? How is that possible? Isn't he just a martial artist from a small city? His martial arts talent isn't even A-level. How could he be Huaxia's divine son? Li Chen's mother also looked surprised, scanning Li Qingshan up and down, unable to believe that the person before her was the divine son of Huaxia. This news hasn't been officially announced yet. Because I work at the Black Coastline under Lord Jun Ding, I learned about it in advance. Apart from some people on the Black Coastline, no one else knows. Isn't it normal for you not to know? Li Chen's father glared at his son and said, "Stop talking nonsense and come over to apologize to the divine son." The divine son? At that moment, everyone in the private room looked at Li Qingshan with changed expressions, filled with fear and astonishment. No one had expected that the spirited young man they all thought he was would turn out to be Huaxia's divine son. Li Chen thought back to his arrogant behavior in front of him earlier, jumping around and showing off, and suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment and awkwardness. No wonder he didn't argue back. Would you argue with a fly? No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't even bother to acknowledge it, it would just disgust you. If you're annoyed, you'd simply swat it dead. Li Chen secretly felt relieved. Luckily, he had restrained himself earlier, otherwise, if he had been slapped to death, it would have been a pointless death. Still, such a young divine son of Huaxia was truly unbelievable. Divine son, I'm sorry. I was too arrogant earlier. Please just treat my words as nonsense and let them go. I promise I won't do it again, Li Chen quickly apologized. Slap! As soon as Li Chen finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain on his face as his father slapped him hard again, looking at him with a disappointed in you expression and said, "Kneel down and apologize." Li Chen obediently complied, not daring to show any defiance. He wasn't a brainless second-generation heir, he knew very well who could be offended and who couldn't. The divine son of Huaxia, his status was only below the elders of the Han Pavilion. Not to mention himself, even his Father could be eliminated for any reason without anyone being able to find fault with it. Han Shunyu was stunned speechless by the scene before her. Back in that small town, Li Qingshan was just a martial artist who had just stepped into the martial path. Wait, could it be that even back then, Li Qingshan was already the divine son of Huaxia? Otherwise, how could a novice martial artist have managed to cure her daughter's crippled leg when all the doctors in the city were helpless? Looking at her daughter and Li Qingshan's intimate demeanor, Han Shunyu felt as if joy had descended from the heavens. The divine son of Huaxia was her son-in-law? Your Highness, divine son, does this apology satisfy you? If not, I can have my son. Apologize again, Li Chen's father said respectfully. Take him back and discipline him properly. Don't let him buzz around like a fly outside. If someone gets annoyed one day and swats him dead, it'll be too late for regrets, Li Qingshan said calmly, looking at Li Chen kneeling before him. Alright, I'll take him back and discipline him properly. Hurry up and leave, Li Chen's father said, grabbing Li Chen and heading out of the private room. Wait a moment. Let your wife stay, Li Qingshan suddenly said. Boom! As the words fell, both Li Chen and his father froze, a bad premonition rising in their hearts. Let his wife stay? Let his mother stay? What was the divine son planning to do? Li Chen and his father had read those stories before, and at this moment, leaving his mother behind couldn't possibly mean anything good, could it? It must be. Li Chen and his father felt as if the sky was falling. That vulgar curse, was it about to come true? What are you two still standing there for? Get out! Li Chen's mother blushed slightly, hurriedly urging them, and somehow pulled out a hair tie, already tying her hair up. No way! Li Chen and his father felt a pang in their hearts, dazedly walking out of the private room, feeling utterly defeated. They didn't even know how they left the private room or the hotel. Li Chen glanced at his father's head, which seemed to have a hint of green. Sigh, my mom has suffered. Li Chen sighed deeply and said helplessly, Dad, I'm sorry. You really are my good son. Li Chen's father cried while pulling out his 9 wolves belt. Aunt Shunyu, isn't this your friends' gathering? If this lady leaves, wouldn't it be inappropriate? You all continue chatting, I'll take white porridge to the private room next door and open another table, Li Qingshan said. Oh, is that what you meant? Li Chen's mother, who had just tied her hair up, said. This is my address. If you ever need help in the future, you can come find me. After all, you're Aunt Shunyu's friend. After Li Qingshan finished speaking, he handed a piece of paper with an address written on it to Li Chen's mother, along with his contact information. Alright. If I encounter any difficulties, I will definitely come to you. Li Chen's mother blushed slightly, quietly taking the paper from Li Qingshan's hand, her eyes showing a hint of charm. Li Qingshan and Su Baizhou then went to the private room next door. In the next room, the hotel quickly served its most expensive dishes and wine. The service at this hotel was excellent. The private room not only had a dining table but also a bathroom, a media room, a large bed, and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a vast view of the city of Modu. Tonight was bound to be an enjoyable evening. In the next room, Shunyu, I really envy you. From now on, with a son-in-law as your support, won't you be soaring to great heights? Li Chen's mother said with a hint of envy on her face, staring at Han Shunyu. Sigh, what's there to envy? Although I have a good son-in-law, it's not like you, who has a husband that listens to your every word. Han Shunyu replied with a trace of sorrow on her face. What, is Su Baishan still in contact with that second-generation noble lady? Li Chen's mother was slightly startled and asked, with concern, what do you mean by still in contact? They've never stopped. I haven't seen Baizhou's father in a long time. Han Shunyu said with a hint of loneliness in her eyes. If you ask me, you might as well divorce him. You're strong enough on your own, and divorcing him would save you from all these troubles, Li Chen's mother said. I have thought about it, but I'm just worried Baizhou won't be able to accept it, Han Shunyu replied helplessly. In the private room, Han Shunyu vented about various matters with her close friend. While in the next room, Li Qingshan and Su Baizhou were sweetly enjoying each other's company. The next morning, when Li Qingshan opened his eyes, Su Baizhou was already sitting at the table outside, eating breakfast, her face now showing the charm of a mature woman. Sitting nearby was Han Shunyu. Han Shunyu was dressed in silk pajamas, soft and form-fitting, accentuating her graceful figure. The hem of her black silk nightdress fell just at her thighs, and she wore a pair of black hotel slippers, revealing a stretch of fair, slender legs, round and smooth. A classic beauty. Awake? The hotel sent breakfast over, come and eat some. Su Baijiu said with a sweet smile, pulling Li Qingshan to sit beside her. The breakfast at this hotel is quite good. Compared to the previous life, the food here tastes better because of the larger population, more chefs constantly developing new dishes, and the abundance of various fierce beasts, which has led to the creation of many new recipes. After breakfast, Su Baijiu looked at Li Qingshan with anticipation and asked, "Do you have any work plans today?" Having spent a sweet night with Li Qingshan, Su Baijiu naturally felt nostalgic and wanted to spend more time with him. Li Qingshan thought for a moment. It seemed he really didn't have much to do today. The people joining his planetary army hadn't arrived yet, and it would be at least 2 or 3 more days. Moreover, the military camp was still under construction. He hadn't seen Su Baijiu in a long time, and he couldn't just focus on hunting fierce beasts or accumulating strength. Sometimes, he needed to release some pressure. Spending 2 days with Su Baijiu seemed like a good idea. I don't have any plans, Li Qingshan said, shaking his head. That's great. Su Baijiu felt a surge of joy in his heart and said, let's go home first later. Yesterday, I thought we'd just have a meal and come back, so all our clothes and things are from yesterday. Let's go back and tidy up, then we can go out and have a great day together? Alright, I'll listen to you, Li Qingshan said, patting the obedient Su Baijiu. Han Xunyu's face also revealed a meaningful smile. Beyond Blue Star, in an unknown starfield to humanity, there was a massive planet. Compared to it, Blue Star was as insignificant as an ant. Inside an office made of cosmic alloy, a stunningly beautiful woman was holding a cup of delicious drink, staring at the virtual screen in front of her. Her skin was snow white, her legs extremely long, and her chest prominently full. Behind her grew a pair of pure white wings. With golden hair, blue eyes, and delicate features, she was breathtaking. At this moment, her jade-like feet were resting on a nearby table, playfully twisting, exuding a lively and adorable charm that was irresistibly captivating. Xing Yun. In the desolate star, a resource officer was observing the virtual screen in front of her, which was divided into 2 parts. One part showed an extremely primitive world filled with terrifying beasts, bloodshed, and brutal slaughter, a scene of complete savagery. The other part displayed Blue Star. However, the view of Blue Star was incomplete, only showing the area near the Void Gate. There were as many as 38 of them. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, footsteps sounded from outside the door. The lazy Xingyan quickly put on her high heels and stood up respectfully, saying, "Sir." The person who entered was also a man with wings on his back, dressed in a uniform, his eyes filled with cold severity. "This sea-level resource planet hasn't been taken yet?" "Reporting, sir, the construction of the Void Gate is being finalized. This sea-level resource planet can be taken within a year," Xingyun replied crisply. "Good, speed it up. The pressure on us is immense. If it's not taken within a year, you know the consequences," the man said, then turned and left, leaving the woman trembling all over. She dared not slack off and hurriedly began strategizing to conquer the resource planet in front of her. On Blue Star, inside a private villa, a strong man, seemingly close to 50 years old, was holding a seductive young woman in her early 20s in his arms. 3 chapters owed, 1 chapter will be delivered in 15 minutes, the remaining 2 will be made up with 1 late at night and 1 tomorrow during the day to finish it. Completely. Darling, when are you going to divorce your wife? Zhang Yalan asked softly, looking at the man in front of her. This time I came back just to divorce that old woman. Once I divorce her, I'll marry my little baby and bring you home. How about that? Su Baishan said, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes as he looked at Zhang Yalan in his arms. There's no rush. My family hasn't agreed yet. After all, I'm the legitimate daughter of my family. You're only a 3rd-class marquis right now. You need to work harder to raise your title to 1st-class marquis so I can convince my parents, Zhang Yalan pouted, a bit displeased. Can't you work a little harder? Baby, I've been working hard. Don't worry, I'll definitely become a 1st-class marquis as soon as possible and then propose to your family, Su Baishan said with determination. Alright. Then I'll trust you for a little longer. But you need to divorce your wife first. Otherwise, what are we doing being together like this, all unclear and messy? Zhang Yalan said, of course. No matter who is wronged, my precious baby must not be wronged. Su Baishan nodded solemnly and said, by the way, I remember you seem to have another daughter, right? Zhang Yalan suddenly asked. That's right. Su Baishan nodded. I've seen her photo, she looks pretty good, and her talent is decent too. It's an SSS level talent, isn't it? Zhang Yalan said. That's correct. That's great. To be honest, my second uncle thinks your daughter's talent is impressive and has potential for cultivation. When the time comes, let your daughter work as an assistant by my second uncle's side. You know my second uncle has significant influence in my family. As long as your daughter performs well and wins my second uncle's favor, our marriage will definitely be secured. Plus, your daughter will learn a lot and gain access to resources she could never have before. In the future, reaching the meteor realm won't be a problem. If she serves well and my second uncle provides extra guidance, even reaching the moonfall realm isn't impossible. Zhang Yalan said seriously. So, what do you think? Would you consider it? Consider? Consider what? Such a great opportunity is being offered. What is there to consider? I'll talk to my daughter, and it will definitely be fine. Su Baishan patted his chest and assured. Su Baishan naturally knew exactly what his daughter would be doing. However, it didn't matter much. Zhang Yalan's second uncle was a truly influential figure. For his daughter to be noticed by Zhang Yalan's second uncle was a blessing for the girl. The key was his marriage to Zhang Yalan, which would be solidified. In the future, he would be part of the Zhang family and would undoubtedly gain more resources. The most important thing was the young woman in his arms, far surpassing Han Shunyu, that old woman, by 1,000-fold. Looking ahead to his future, Su Baishan saw a bright path. After breakfast, Li Qingshan, Su Baizhou, and Han Shunyu drove back home. Qingshan, come to my room, okay? Su Baizhou pulled Li Qingshan along. Alright. Li Qingshan nodded and followed Su Baizhou into her bedroom. As soon as he entered, a sweet, girlish fragrance enveloped him. Li Qingshan swallowed secretly, his predatory gaze falling on the pure Su Baizhou beside him. Ah, what are you doing so early in the morning? Su Baizhou, seeing the look in Li Qingshan's eyes, reacted like a startled little lamb, fully aware of his intentions. Meanwhile, what Li Qingshan didn't know was that most of the martial artists he had recruited had already clicked to agree to join. In an instant, the number of recruits exceeded 20,000. The selected martial artists urgently booked tickets to head to the Magic City. Early in the morning, some martial artists who lived closer to the Magic City had already arrived at the registration point to sign up. However, since the new military camp was still under construction, everyone had to find nearby hotels to stay in, filled with confidence for the days ahead. This selection was exclusively for SSS-level talented martial artists, all around 20 years old, with only 20,000 chosen across all of China. What kind of concept is this? It's incredibly strict. It's equivalent to only selecting 2 people from the entire planet in the previous life, considering Blue Star is 10,000 times larger than the previous world. This is undoubtedly a plan to cultivate these individuals into peak martial artists, comparable to the War God training camp. Moreover, it's said that this time, a first-class duke will personally oversee the training. In the entire Huaxia, there are only 8 first-class dukes, right? Excitement, exhilaration. Everyone was anxiously awaiting the day they could enter the military camp. The Su family. Han Shunyu had spent the entire evening venting to her best friend last night. Coupled with having a decent son-in-law, she was in a good mood as she walked toward her room. Due to years of living apart from her husband, Han Shunyu's room hadn't had a man in it for a long time. She had endured this kind of lonely life for many years. When she opened the door, what greeted her was not her clean and tidy room. Instead, it was a complete mess. Black strappy high heels, torn black stockings, disheveled clothes, and crumpled bedsheets. Even most of the decorations in the room were in disarray. Han Shunyu's gaze fell on a man, and she felt a wave of suffocation and disbelief. This man had actually come home today. The key point was that he was holding another woman in his arms. Zhang Yalan. Su Baishan? Han Shunyu knew about her husband's affair with Zhang Yalan, but she never imagined he would dare to do this in front of her. And in her own room, no less. The two of them acted so affectionate, as if they couldn't live without each other. Su Baishan also heard the door open. He let go of Zhang Yalan, who was applying makeup, and smirked, saying, "You're back. That's my stuff. Who gave you permission to touch it?" Han Shunyu stepped forward, snatched the makeup from Zhang Yalan's hands, and, feeling disgusted, crushed it forcefully. "Oh my, why is big sister so fierce? No wonder Baishan doesn't like you. You're nothing like me, so gentle and understanding of what Baishan wants." Zhang Yalan chuckled lightly, looking at Han Shunyu with disdain. "And you, what kind of status do you have? Do you even deserve to speak to me, a lady of the Zhang family, like this? Do you? Seeing this, Su Beishan's face darkened as he glared at Han Shunyu. Shunyu, apologize to Miss Zhang immediately. Apologize to Zhang Yalan? Apologize to this woman? At that moment, Han Shunyu felt a surge of anger explode within her. Her eyes reddened as she pointed at Zhang Yalan and said, Su Beishan, are you insane? You want me to apologize to this woman? Slap. The next moment, Su Beishan slapped Han Shunyu across the face and said, I think you're the one who's insane. How dare you speak to Miss Zhang like that? In Su Baizhou's room. It sounds like there's an argument in your mother's room, Li Qingshan said. Immediately after, the sound of a slap echoed. Li Qingshan and Su Baizhou exchanged glances and hurriedly ran downstairs. When Li Qingshan and Su Baizhou rushed into the room, they saw Han Shunyu with her hair disheveled, looking utterly miserable. On her fair face, there were 5 bright red finger marks. Fortunately, Han Shunyu's martial arts skills were not weak, otherwise, such a slap might have shattered her bones. Looking at Su Beishan in front of her, Han Shunyu felt a deep sense of despair. She had never imagined that one day, her own husband would slap her so hard for another woman. Ha! She could only blame her younger self for being too naive, for choosing a man like Su Beishan. She truly regretted it now. Dad, why did you hit my mom? Su Baizhou rushed in hurriedly, standing in front of Han Shunyu, looking at her with a face full of distress, tears welling up in her eyes. Naturally, her gaze also fell on Zhang Yalan behind Su Beishan. Everything was already clear. Su Baizhou had long known about her father and mother's situation. But since her mother didn't bring it up, Su Baizhou didn't want to mention it either. She had always assumed her father had found a mistress outside, but she never imagined he would bring this woman home and even slap her mother. Oh, so this is Baizhou? She's indeed quite pretty, just perfect to be my second uncle's secretary. Zhang Yalan sized up Su Baizhou with satisfaction, nodding approvingly before continuing, as for why I hit your mom, it's because she's shameless. What's her status to dare call me a filthy slut? Tell me, should she be hit or not? Of course, she should. As Su Beishan's words fell, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, crushing toward Han Shunyu and Su Baizhou. Han Shunyu was so furious she couldn't speak, and Su Baizhou felt a wave of despair. My God, this is her father. The two women didn't care about what Zhang Yalan said, but Su Beishan's words completely shattered the hearts of Su Baizhou and Han Shunyu. At this moment, Han Shunyu gave up her last shred of hope. But you are a filthy slut. At this moment, Li Qingshan's voice rang out as he looked at Zhang Yalan and Su Beishan with displeasure. Kid, who the hell are you? How did you get into my house? And you Su Beishan, since you are willing to be with this woman, I will grant your wish. From today onwards, we are divorced. Han Shunyu said firmly. Fine. You said it yourself. Su Beishan was overjoyed and quickly took out his phone to make a call. Not long after, 2 staff members arrived to finalize the divorce agreement. After the divorce, my daughter stays with me. This villa, which I bought, also belongs to me. Su Beishan said assertively. Why should that be? Han Shunyu immediately retorted. Fine, the daughter stays with me, and the villa goes to you. Is that acceptable now? Su Beishan had been waiting for this moment, aiming to secure custody of his daughter first. Impossible. I don't want the villa, but my daughter must stay with me. Han Shunyu immediately responded. It's not up to you. The daughter must stay with me. Su Beishan insisted firmly. Shouldn't we ask Su Baizhou's opinion? Li Qingshan interjected at this moment. Immediately, both of them turned their gazes toward Su Baizhou. Daughter, as long as you are willing to stay with me, I will provide you with abundant cultivation resources to help you reach the falling star realm as soon as possible. Your mother, on the other hand, can offer you nothing. For the sake of your future happiness and prospects, you should know who to choose, right? I even have a 3-flavored tiger strength pill here. If you choose to stay with me, it will be yours. With that, Su Beishan took out a pill, a coveted treasure even among falling star martial artists, something Han Shunyu could never provide. I am already an adult. I can live on my own, but I will choose to stay with my mother. Take your things away. Su Baizhou's expression was cold and resolute. Su Beishan was about to say something when Zhang Yalan whispered behind him, don't rush. First, finalize the divorce, then deal with Han Shunyu. Won't your daughter still end up with you? After that, plan to have her work as a secretary for my second uncle. She's just a little girl, how could she outplay us? Su Beishan found her words reasonable and immediately signed the divorce agreement. Han Shunyu, take care of yourself. Su Beishan snorted coldly, took the divorce certificate, and then looked at Su Baizhou. Daughter, as long as you are willing, you are always welcome here with me. Han Shunyu, you can leave now. Of course, my daughter is welcome to stay if she wishes. Baizhou, let's go. Han Shunyu snorted coldly, then prepared to leave with Su Baizhou. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her expression pitiful. She had never suffered such humiliation in her life. At this moment, Han Shunyu felt utterly alone, with no one to rely on. She couldn't help but envy that Zhang Yalan, who at least had a man supporting her. Wait. The next second, Li Qingshan grabbed Han Shunyu's soft, delicate hand and said, just now, you were still married, so I held back. But now you're not. Su Beishan, that slap from earlier, you owe her one in return. Su Beishan, that slap, you owe her one. As Li Qingshan's words fell, the villa fell into complete silence. Su Beishan stared at Li Qingshan in shock, unable to believe that a young man dared to speak to him in such a tone. Was he insane? Most importantly, he was standing up for his ex-wife? Although Su Beishan and Han Shunyu were now divorced, seeing another man stand up for her still made him feel uncomfortable. A trace of killing intent flickered in his eyes as his blood surged within him. Han Shunyu was also startled, never expecting that at this moment, the one standing up for her would be Li Qingshan? A trace of warmth rose in her heart. Regardless of whether Li Qingshan could restore her dignity just now, Han Shunyu felt comforted, knowing that in this world, there was still someone willing to stand up for her, someone willing to shield her, was enough. The rest no longer seemed so important. Her beautiful eyes turned to Li Qingshan, now carrying a mix of complexity and dependence. Get it back? Ha ha. Su Beishan sneered, looking at Li Qingshan with disdain. What are you, to talk to me like this? When I was slaying fierce beasts, what were you? A nobody? Ha, dear, it seems your ex-wife couldn't bear the loneliness. Isn't she quite unrestrained? Just divorced, and already there's a man standing up for her? What a joke. Zhang Yalan sneered, mocking aloud. Zhang Yalan, right? You'll pay the price for what you just said. As for what I am? Li Qingshan snorted coldly and kicked toward Su Beishan in front of him. The air was filled with whistling and sonic booms. The force was immense. A shadow trailed behind him, and before Su Beishan could react, Li Qingshan's foot had already slammed into his chest with terrifying, unstoppable power, like a falling meteor. Su Beishan felt a fiery pain in his chest. Immediately after, he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the alloy wall of the villa behind him, producing a dull, resounding noise. The thick alloy wall was directly smashed open by Su Beishan, creating an outward gap. The entire villa trembled slightly, and it wasn't until he collided with the alloy courtyard wall behind that his body finally came to a halt. His body fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. On the alloy courtyard wall behind him, a human-shaped outline appeared. If Li Qingshan had used a bit more force just now, even the second wall might not have been able to stop Su Beishan's body. His chest surged with blood and energy. A sweetness rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood, his eyes filled with shock and horror. This kid, so strong? Su Beishan could only vaguely sense that Li Qingshan's realm was very powerful, but he hadn't had time to discern the specifics before his body was sent flying. Now his head was still spinning. Inside the room, silence reigned. Whether it was Su Baizhou, Han Shunyu, or Zhang Yalan, all of them stared at the scene before them in shock, unable to believe it. Su Beishan, a martial artist at the Meteor Realm, had been sent flying by this young man with a single kick? Judging by the aura and energy emanating from him, Li Qingshan's strength clearly crushed Su Beishan's. How old was this guy? Zhang Yalan didn't know, but Su Baizhou and Han Shunyu did. 18. That's right, Li Qingshan was only 18 this year. At this age, other martial artists were just starting their freshman year at Martial Arts University. If they were exceptionally talented, they might have the chance to skip to sophomore year in 3 or 4 months, or even hope to graduate within a year. But never before had anyone been able to crush a Meteor Realm martial artist less than a month into their freshman year. At this moment, Su Baizhou and Han Shunyu finally understood why Li Qingshan could become the divine son of China. Such terrifying breakthrough speed, this wasn't just China, but the entire world. I'm afraid no one can compare. The world's greatest genius. Is that all there is to it? Su Baizhou's heart raced as she looked at the powerful Li Qingshan before her, a trace of worry rising in her heart. Li Qingshan was too strong. so strong that it exceeded Su Baijiu's imagination. A man like this would likely stand at the pinnacle of the martial arts world in no time. And herself, was she worthy of him? She wasn't. This was something Su Baijiu could answer herself without needing anyone else to say it. She wasn't worthy of Li Qingshan. In the future, Li Qingshan would surely meet women far more outstanding than her. Forget it. A man standing at the peak of martial arts, how many of them didn't have multiple wives and concubines? She would silently support him from behind. As long as she could be with Li Qingshan, as long as Li Qingshan considered her his woman, Su Baijiu felt that would be enough. Without Li Qingshan, she might still be a cripple. It was Li Qingshan who brought light into her world and stood up for her in moments like this. Thinking of this, Su Baijiu's gaze toward Li Qingshan became even more infatuated. So strong. Han Chunyu looked at Li Qingshan, whose presence was as towering as a dragon's spine and whose back was deep and unfathomable. Her long-sealed heart finally broke free and began to stir. There was still someone who could stand up for her. Ba Shan. Zhang Yalan snapped out of it and hurriedly rushed out of the broken hole to help Su Baishan, who was slumped against the wall. Are you okay? Senior, I apologize for any offense just now. I hope you can forgive us. Su Baishan, knowing when to yield, no longer had his earlier arrogance. He cupped his fists toward Li Qingshan and said softly, "Quick, help me leave." Are we just going to leave like this? Zhang Yalan said, clearly unwilling. Neither of us is his match right now. Why stay? Let's leave first, and then have the Zhang family's experts deal with him. After all, as the young lady of the Zhang family, surely you can summon at least one martial artist at the Moonfall realm, right? Su Baishan said. Fine. Once we return, I'll have the family's experts take action. With a bit of planning, we can completely cripple this guy. When the time comes, I'll make sure to break the leg he used to kick you. Amirant dares to oppose the Zhang family. Zhang Yalan's eyes gleamed with pride as she mentioned the Zhang family. To Zhang Yalan, the Zhang family was a colossal entity in China. And indeed, the Zhang family was a massive force, with deep roots and numerous powerful retainers. After discussing their plan, Su Baishan and Zhang Yalan turned to leave the villa. Wait, did I say you could leave? Seeing Su Baishan and Zhang Yalan preparing to leave, Li Qingshan frowned slightly, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Did I say you could leave? Su Baishan froze mid-step, turned around, and frowned as he looked at Li Qingshan. What else do you want, senior? Return the slap you gave Aunt Chunyu. Li Qingshan's tone was icy, leaving no room for negotiation. Senior, why are you being so unreasonable? Didn't you already kick me just now? Doesn't that settle it? Su Baishan said. That kick was because I found you annoying. It doesn't count. Li Qingshan replied. Because you found me annoying? Su Baishan felt a surge of frustration, his chest tight with anger. If only you had said, because of your earlier disrespect toward me, I taught you a lesson. Su Baishan could have accepted it and felt a bit better. But this, because you found me annoying, you kicked me. The Su Baishan felt deeply humiliated but dared not retort. Han Chunyu. It was my fault just now. Come and slap me. Su Baishan looked at Han Chunyu and said. Oh, who told you that a slap would settle everything? You slapped Aunt Chunyu, and do you naively think that letting Aunt Chunyu slap you back will end this matter? Li Qingshan sneered. Isn't that the case? Zhang Yalan asked. If a dog bites me, I won't bite it back, I'll beat it to death. You slapped Aunt Chunyu. Naturally, it won't be so simple to let you go. Otherwise, wouldn't my dignity be worthless? Li Qingshan said firmly. Su Baishan's anger flared up. Instantly. Was Li Qingshan implying he was a dog? He wanted to act several times. However, recalling Li Qingshan's terrifying strength just now, his urge to act immediately subsided. Endure it. Once back, he would have the Zhang family's experts deal with this guy. Senior, I am the young lady of the Zhang family, and this man is the future son-in-law of the Zhang family. I hope you will consider the Zhang family's elders and not pursue this matter further. Otherwise, the Zhang family will surely come to demand an explanation. Zhang Yalan said, with a hint of threat in her tone. The Zhang family? What does that amount to? Ha! Li Qingshan sneered. How dare you insult the Zhang family? Zhang Yalan's eyes widened in disbelief. That Li Qingshan would dare to say such a thing. Is this guy crazy? Does he think he can insult the Zhang family? Li Qingshan, unwilling to continue entangling with this pair of despicable people, said, Su Baishan, break one of your arms yourself. Zhang Yalan, right? Disfigure yourself. Break an arm and a leg? Disfigure myself? Li Qingshan's demand was practically a death sentence for Su Beishan and Zhang Yalan. As a martial artist, losing an arm or a leg was no different from being crippled. As a woman, being disfigured was worse than death. Sure enough, as soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, Zhang Yalan and Su Beishan's expressions changed drastically, their eyes filled with resentment and fury as they looked at him. Senior, this is unreasonable. I only slapped Han Chunyu once, and you're asking for my life? Su Beishan exclaimed, his eyes wide. This is an order, not a negotiation. Since you refuse, I'll do it myself. As Li Qingshan's words fell, his body left a shadow in place, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Zhang Yalan. I am the young lady of the Zhang family. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, a sharp alloy-long knife swung, accompanied by Li Qingshan's heavy punches landing on Zhang Yalan's face. Blood splattered. Horror. Once fair face was now a bloody mess, with even the bones beneath her skin displaced and shattered by Li Qingshan's blows. However, Li Qingshan controlled his strength perfectly. She wouldn't die, nor would she lose consciousness. He wanted this pair of despicable people to live a life worse than death. Ah! My face! My face! Feeling the pain on her face and the fractures and dislocations of her bones, Zhang Yalan's screams were slurred as she hurriedly covered her bloodied face with her hands. As for the other side, Su Beishan, seeing this, shivered. All over in fear, his blood surging violently. It wasn't resistance, but turning around and fleeing with all his might. This guy actually dared to lay hands on Miss Zhang. Naturally, he would dare to lay hands on him as well. Where are you running? The next moment, Li Qingshan had already appeared behind Su Beishan, grabbing his neck with one hand. With a slight exertion of force, the power within Su Beishan was instantly drained, leaving him as limp as a chicken, unable to move. Spare me, spare me. I beg you, please spare me. Su Beishan's face turned pale with fear. If one of his arms and legs were truly broken, he would be completely crippled from then on. Crack! Li Qingshan had no time to listen to this old man's pleas. Daring to bully Aunt Chunyu? He deserved to die. A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed as Li Qingshan forcibly tore off Su Beishan's arm, causing blood to gush out wildly. Ah! Su Beishan let out a painful howl, but before he could react, his other arm was also ripped off, with a large amount of blood spurting out. Immediately after, it was one of his legs. As a meteor-level martial artist, such injuries did not harm his internal organs, so Su Beishan wouldn't die. However, from now on, he was a cripple. As for why an extra arm was broken, Li Qingshan simply found him unpleasant to look at. Get lost! With a furious shout, Li Qingshan kicked Su Beishan in the groin, sending him flying. Bang! His body landed heavily beside Zhang Yalan, stirring up a cloud of dust. Crippled. Su Beishan was completely crippled. Whether as a martial artist or as a man, he was now a ruined person. Ah! Damn it, damn you! I won't let you go, and neither will the Zhang family. Just you wait, just you wait. The Zhang family's wrath will soon descend. Ah! Han Chunyu, you wretched woman. I should have listened to Zhang Yalan's suggestion earlier, killed you, and sent your daughter to Zhang Yalan's second uncle as a plaything. Kill me, kill me. Su Beishan roared, venting his anger and unwillingness. Han Chunyu and Su Baizhou felt an icy chill in their hearts. They never imagined that Su Beishan had already planned to deal with them in such a way. His current fate was self-inflicted. Li Qingshan, let's go. Han Chunyu's face was cold as she reached out to pull Li Qingshan, heading toward the villa's exit. Let's leave this filthy place. Aunt Chunyu, if you have nowhere to go, you can stay at my place. It's quite spacious. Li Qingshan offered. Time passed. Zhang Yalan and Su Beishan recovered from their pain, their eyes filled with killing intent, coldness, and deep resentment. The Zhang family. After receiving treatment, Zhang Yalan and Su Beishan appeared in a high-end conference room. Zhang Yalan, after all, was the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. With such an incident, the Zhang family, for the sake of their reputation, could not let it slide. In the solemn and serious Zhang family hall, two elders of the Zhang family were seated. Zhang Yalan's father and second uncle. At this moment, their faces were grim, and anger flickered in their eyes as they listened to Zhang Yalan's account. What audacity! Not even a shred of respect for the Zhang family? Su Beishan being crippled is one thing, but Zhang Yalan is the Zhang family's young lady. This is a slap in the Zhang family's face. Dad, second uncle, that Li Qingshan even said our Zhang family is nothing, and if he wanted, he could wipe out the Zhang family with a wave of his hand. In the future, if he encounters anyone from the Zheng family, he should destroy them one by one. They're simply too arrogant. Zhang Yalan said painfully. Humph. Such audacity. At that moment, an angry voice of an elderly woman echoed in the solemn hall. An old woman, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, appeared. Her steps were steady, her hair completely white, her face full of wrinkles, yet her cloudy eyes revealed a hidden murderous intent. Despite her age, the aura of authority emanating from her remained as strong as ever. This woman was the wife of the Zhang family's ancestor and now the secret master of the Zheng family, Madame Zhang. The cane in her hand, the dragon-headed cane, symbolized not only honor, but also supreme power. This was one of the reasons the Zheng family had flourished in China, becoming a colossal force within a mere century. Grandmother! Zhang Yalan's face lit up with joy upon seeing her and quickly stepped forward. Mother, why are you here? My second brother and I can handle this small matter. The eldest master of the Zheng family also hurried forward, showing a respectful expression as he spoke. My granddaughter has been disfigured by someone, and you call this a small matter? Someone dared to point at the nose of a Zheng family lady, insult our family, and even threaten to flatten our household. Is this still a small matter? Humph. Our Zheng family has been silent for too long, and some people have forgotten our power. Now, any random riffraff dares to come to our doorstep and act insolently? Madame Zhang's face showed a trace of anger as she spoke. This matter is indeed not trivial. Let Wu Chang handle it. No matter the method, ensure that Li Qingshan disappears from this world completely, said the eldest master of the Zhang family. I trust Wu Chang. To handle this, Madame Zhang nodded. Upon hearing the name Wu Chang, Zhang Yalan's heart was filled with joy, and her face showed excitement as she said, with Wu Chang taking action, Li Qingshan is doomed. Black and white Wu Chang, these were the Zheng family's key retainers, their ultimate weapon. They were twin sisters with extraordinary talent, now top-tier moonfall experts, and their coordination was impeccable. They could easily assassinate and eliminate other top-tier moonfall experts. Many of the Zhang family's dirty work was handled cleanly by these sisters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have earned the title of Wu Chang, and there was even a saying about them, Wu Chang claims lives, never overnight. These two were not employed in the military but were privately kept retainers of the Zhang family. In China's upper circles, they were especially renowned. Inside the villa, Li Qingshan arranged for Han Chunyu to stay in the room next to his, while Su Baizhou stayed in the room on the other side. After dinner, the three of them enjoyed a harmonious family moment. Han Chunyu wore a black sleeveless half-length nightdress that fell just above her thighs, revealing a pair of long, fair legs, slender and straight. She curled her soft body on the sofa, her toes painted with dark red nail polish, adding a touch of charm. Su Baizhou, on the other hand, wore a white nightdress of the same style, also curled up on the sofa, resembling a pure little kitten, incredibly obedient. Li Qingshan sat on the sofa as well, while the television in front of them played a large-scale action movie. The plot was intense and thrilling, leaving a lasting impression. Of course, this world didn't have the gunfight scenes of his previous life. Most movies depicted martial artists battling fierce beasts. During the movie, some news was interspersed, which somewhat affected the mood. The latest news from the Huaxia channel: the ferocious beasts in the northern frontier snow region and the southern barbarian insect region have been unusually active, with their numbers surging. They have even attempted several large-scale breaches of the defenses, all of which have been repelled by the stationed martial artist armies. In response, the elders of the Huaxia Han Pavilion have decided to deploy martial artists stationed in various regions to support the northern frontier snow region and the southern barbarian insect region. According to global reports, similar situations have been observed at void gates worldwide, with large numbers of ferocious beasts emerging and attacking defenses. All nations are investigating what might have happened in the world of these ferocious beasts. Li Qingshan stared at the news on the TV, his brows slightly furrowed, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. He felt that something was not quite right. The simultaneous emergence of ferocious beasts in large numbers from all the void gates worldwide, followed by their assaults on defenses, seemed highly unusual. Li Qingshan searched his phone for similar incidents but found no records of such occurrences. I'll make a call, Li Qingshan said, then took his phone and went to the villa's rooftop to make a call. Hello, Grand Elder, what's the situation with the northern frontier snow region and the southern barbarian insect region? Li Qingshan asked first. A massive number of ferocious beasts emerged simultaneously, an unprecedented amount, causing heavy casualties, but fortunately, we managed to hold them off. Moreover, this isn't just happening in Huaxia. Among the 38 void gates worldwide, apart from the 20 located deep under the sea, the remaining 18 have experienced similar situations. 2 countries even failed to resist today's powerful surge of ferocious beasts, allowing them to spread across their territories, resulting in significant civilian casualties. The Grand Elder's resonant voice came through the phone. Has this ever happened in history? Li Qingshan probed. No. While there have been instances of large numbers of ferocious beasts emerging, the scale has never been this vast. And the simultaneous emergence of such a massive number of ferocious beasts from all the void gates on Earth has never occurred before. In the past, at most, 3 or 4 void gates would see a surge of ferocious beasts, which might have been coincidental. But for so many void gates to simultaneously release an unprecedented number of ferocious beasts, this is definitely no coincidence, the Han Pavilion Grand Elder replied. As the Grand Elder of Huaxia's martial artists, he absolutely did not believe in coincidences or take an optimistic view of such events. Today's 3rd update delivered, with one more update at midnight to settle the ode. Updates. Perfect, asking for some free gifts and follows. Understood. Li Qingshan nodded, then hung up the phone, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The balance between martial artists and ferocious beasts on Blue Star might soon undergo some changes. He hoped that before chaos erupted, he could grow strong enough, or that the martial artists he was nurturing on his planet could become powerful enough. By the way, the military camp will be completed tomorrow. Should we notify the martial artists you've recruited to move in tomorrow? The Han Pavilion Grand Elder asked. All right. Li Qingshan nodded. I'll visit the military camp tomorrow. Late at night, Su Baizhou, barefoot, tiptoed out of her room silently and sneaked into the room next door. The next morning, Li Qingshan was quite satisfied with Su Baizhou's behavior the previous night. Han Chunyu was in the kitchen preparing breakfast, the calf. At the slit of the skirt was faintly visible, fair and flawless. Her delicate feet, wrapped in smooth skin, rested on slender high heels. Su Baizhou sat beside him, having breakfast together. After breakfast, Li Qingshan headed straight to the center of the Magic City. The sign was already up. Divine Beast Military Division. The name carried a domineering aura. Li Qingshan had already changed into a military uniform. Shining badges adorned his shoulders, exuding an air of authority and dominance. Your Highness, Divine Sun. Your Highness, Divine Sun. Your Highness, Divine Sun. Inside the military camp, some passing martial artists saluted in unison upon seeing him. Yesterday, they had already learned some information about this military camp. It was personally established by the 9th First-Class Marquis of Huaxia. The 9th Marquis, the Divine Son of Huaxia. When everyone heard this news, they were all stunned. How could Huaxia suddenly have another Divine Son? Later, they found out that it had just been confirmed and hadn't been officially announced yet. Now, seeing Li Qingshan's attire in the military camp, how could they not know who he was? Naturally, they saluted in unison. Is this the legendary Divine Son? He looks so young, a martial artist said, gazing at Li Qingshan's back. So tall and imposing, he must be at least 1.9 meters tall, right? So handsome. I wonder what realm the Divine Son is in now. At such a young age, could he already have reached the Martial Emperor realm? He's too young, he doesn't even seem older than me. If he's a Martial Emperor, that's just too extraordinary. Most likely, he's a high-level war god. The surrounding martial artists discussed among themselves, including some female martial artists. Your Highness, Divine Son. Several martial artist commanders approached respectfully and said, "We are from the Han Pavilion, here to assist Your Highness in forming the Blue Star Army." Li Qingshan glanced at the commanders before him, about 20 of them, each at the Moonfall realm. As for the Sword Immortal and Blade Emperor, they were secretly protecting him and wouldn't easily reveal themselves. Notify everyone to gather at the plaza within the Divine Beast military camp, Li Qingshan ordered. Next, he would transform everyone's physique, turning them into the Dragon Army or Kunpeng Army. After the transformation, every martial artist would have enhanced cultivation talent, akin to those with special constitutions. Like Wang Qingcha. That girl, it's almost been a month, who knows how far she's progressed in her cultivation now. Yes. The leading commander nodded and immediately began instructing all the martial artists in the Divine Beast military camp to gather at the plaza. At the Divine Beast military camp plaza, all the martial artists who had come to enlist stood in neat rows, waiting for the divine son of Huaxia to address them. The scene was silent, not a sound to be heard. After all, everyone present was an adult and a martial artist, with absolute discipline. Everyone was filled with anticipation, eager to see the appearance, strength, and age of the divine son of Huaxia. From this, they could envision the future and the bright prospects of this army. On the plaza, 23,000 people stood in orderly rows, awaiting Li Qingshan's arrival. Please welcome His Highness, the Divine Son. As a commander's voice fell, Li Qingshan stepped out from behind the platform at the front of the plaza, dressed in his noble attire. This was the uniform of a first-class marquis. The well-fitted outfit bore dazzling sun emblems on the shoulders, and a five-clawed divine dragon was embroidered on it. Although Li Qingshan's beasts were ancestral dragons far more terrifying than the nine-clawed ones, but the uniform he wore still exuded an imposing aura. Young, handsome, and overwhelmingly powerful. As soon as Li Qingshan appeared, he unleashed his terrifying presence, sweeping across the more than 20,000 people in the square. In the next moment, the 20,000 martial artists in the square felt a suffocating pressure, their gazes toward Li Qingshan filled with awe. So strong, far beyond their own abilities. As for exactly how strong he was, the 20,000 martial artists present naturally couldn't discern. However, the stronger His Highness the Divine Son was, the more terrifying the future strength of this army would be, and the brighter its future. Good morning, comrades. I am your future Commander-in-Chief, Li Qingshan. Starting today, you are all proud warriors of the Divine Beast Military Division. Currently, the Divine Beast Military Division is divided into two armies, the Dragon Army and the Kuanping Army. Just as you might imagine, one represents a dragon, and the other a mighty Kuanping. The original purpose of establishing the Divine Beast Military Division was not to engage in minor skirmishes with other nations or to defend against ferocious beasts, but to counterattack the world of ferocious beasts, venture into the stars, and plunder resources from other planets. Perhaps what I say now may sound like wild boasting to you, but I believe that one day in the future, you will come to believe in my words. Enough talk. Those who wish to withdraw may still do so now. For those who choose to stay, based on your rankings, a commander will call your name, and you will come to the stage to receive a pill that can change your life forever. After Li Qingshan finished speaking, he glanced at a commander nearby. Next, a commander began calling names rapidly, and one by one, martial artists stepped onto the stage in unison. Li Qingshan sat to the side, where two boxes were placed. Inside the boxes were a large number of pills, 10,000 each. These pills were ordinary qi and blood pills, but they were infused with a drop of Kuanping blood or dragon blood. The qi and blood pills themselves were not the key, it was the blood that mattered. Following this, with the help of the system, these individuals would undergo a complete transformation, becoming martial artists with powerful physiques, and then rapidly enhance their cultivation and strength. Counterattack the world of ferocious beasts? Venture into the stars? Plunder resources from other planets? Li Qingshan's words left many martial artists on the scene astonished. Most of them thought Li Qingshan was exaggerating. Was he joking? 3 goals, forget the last two, even the first one seemed impossible. Everyone was still busy defending against ferocious beasts. This divine son might be boasting a bit too much. However, no one voiced their doubts aloud. They simply adjusted their expectations for the future slightly lower in their hearts. Some even began to feel a tinge of regret. Li Qingshan, sitting on the chair at the podium, naturally knew what these people were thinking. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but he said nothing more. Next, your worldview will be shattered. You will witness something that truly surpasses your understanding of the world, the mass production of martial artists with powerful physiques. All the ode chapters have been made up. Please send some rewards. Finally, a collection of bonus images. Under the commander's roll call, over 100 martial artists stepped onto the stage one after another, a hint of confusion flashing across their faces, unsure of what His Highness the Divine Son intended to do. Those willing to join the Dragon Army, stand on the left. Those willing to join the Kuanping Army, stand on the right. As Li Qingshan's words fell, the 100 martial artists began to form lines. However, more people still chose to stand on the Dragon Army's side, perhaps due to cultural influences. The other warriors in the square also looked puzzled, not knowing what Li Qingshan was planning, including the commanders. Whoosh! Immediately afterward, a helicopter landed nearby, and several powerful warriors carried a machine down from the large helicopter. A talent detection machine? Why would His Highness the Divine Sun bring this here? The warriors of the Divine Beast camp were even more confused. Li Qingshan saw the talent detection machine in place, nodded in satisfaction, and patted the boxes placed on both sides, saying, "Dragon Army, come to my left to collect the pills. Kuanping Army, come to my right to collect the pills. Take them immediately after receiving them." Pills? The warriors and commanders of the Divine Beast camp looked puzzled but still followed Li Qingshan's orders. After receiving the pills, though doubtful, they swallowed them. Detected that 100 people have consumed Divine Beast blood pills. Does the host agree to let the system assist these 100 people in transforming their physiques? Yes, no, Li Qingshan clicked, yes, to begin the transformation. A mechanical voice sounded, and Li Qingshan suddenly found his body out of his control, standing up from his chair. Thump, 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 thump. In the next moment, 9 golden wheels of merit behind him emitted dazzling brilliance, enveloping the entire platform, his whole body radiating a sacred glow of power. Blessing! A deep voice resonated within Li Qingshan, like the toll of a great bell echoing through the river of time. Profound and enduring. Li Qingshan's body was directly suspended in mid-air, completely out of his control. Sacred and inviolable. In the square, the warriors of the Divine Beast army stared at the scene before them, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Is this also a warrior's technique? How could a warrior possess such abilities? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Swish, 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 swish. Golden rays of light surged from the golden wheels behind Li Qingshan, entering the bodies of the 100 Divine Beast warriors who had consumed the pills. Ah! It hurts so much. Help, help. Ah, it hurts. Save me, save me. Ah! What have you done to us? At that moment, painful screams echoed as the warriors of the Divine Beast camp who had just taken the pills fell to the ground, writhing in agony. Their flesh seemed to be burning with flames, the pain unbearable. What's going on? The nearby commanders' expressions changed drastically as they rushed forward to check the situation. No harm. Li Qingshan's voice fell, and the commanders could only watch helplessly as the 100 warriors lay on the platform, writhing in pain. The harrowing screams lasted for a full 10 minutes, during which the previously silent square became noisy. What is His Highness the Divine Sun doing? What kind of pills did he give them? Could it be poison? Luckily, my name wasn't called earlier. But I feel this place is dangerous. Should we leave? The future may be promising, but compared to our lives, I think staying alive is more important. Let's wait and see. If His Highness the Divine Sun asks us to take those pills later, we just won't take them. Exactly, we absolutely must not take those pills later. At worst, we'll just leave. What is going on? Is our Divine Sun a bit crazy? Apart from the warriors in the square, even some commanders couldn't hold back and wanted to rush forward to check the situation, but they were all stopped by Li Qingshan. The 100 warriors on the podium, whose skin had been normal, gradually turned blood red, resembling burning charcoal, and even their pupils shone with a scarlet hue. 10 minutes later, finally, one of the warriors from the Divine Beast camp completed the transformation, lying on the ground gasping heavily, a look of relief on his face. 2 minutes later, all the warriors from the Divine Beast camp stopped screaming, and some slowly got up from the ground, though their gazes toward Li Qingshan carried a hint of hostility. You, come here. Li Qingshan extended his hand, pointing at a female warrior who was relatively close to him. Me? The female warrior was slightly stunned, glancing around to confirm that Li Qingshan was indeed pointing at her. Though she felt somewhat unwilling or even fearful, Li Qingshan's command seemed irresistible, his aura intimidating. It was as if refusing his order would lead to a tragic death in the next moment. The female warrior gritted her teeth and walked toward Li Qingshan. Go, test your aptitude. Li Qingshan said. Your Highness, my aptitude is SSS level. The female warrior hesitated slightly before speaking. I know. Test it again. Li Qingshan nodded and said. Test it again? The female warrior was puzzled but dared not question him. She walked to the aptitude testing machine and placed her palm on the panel below. A laser shot out. Immediately after, a drop of crimson blood fell into the aptitude testing machine. Aptitude test countdown. 10 seconds. Aptitude test countdown, 9 seconds. Everyone curiously looked at the aptitude testing machine, wondering what His Highness was trying to do. Aptitude test countdown, 1 second. Test successful warrior aptitude level, unknown constitution. The database has not collected information or names for this type of constitution. Unknown constitution? Staring at the 4 large characters on the aptitude testing machine, the female warrior's eyes widened, filled with surprise and excitement. A warrior's constitution at SSS level is already at its peak. Beyond that, only special constitutions exist. On Blue Star, a total of over 340 constitutions have been discovered, each named based on its unique characteristics, such as the Golden Crow's sacred body. However, more constitutions continue to be discovered over time. An unknown constitution is one that has never appeared before, an existence yet to be named. Any constitution surpasses SSS level. Even the lowest level Black Wolf constitution is far superior to SSS level talent. The female warrior was stunned. The many warriors from the Divine Beast camp in the square were also stunned. Even the commanders were stunned. All the warriors participating in the Divine Beast camp were SSS level warriors, but now an unknown constitution had suddenly appeared. What was going on? 2 more updates will be posted before morning. I got carried away watching a drama, sob. You, go test as well. Li Qingshan ignored the reactions of the many warriors present and pointed at a second warrior. The named warrior was slightly stunned but still obeyed Li Qingshan's command and stepped forward to test his aptitude. He placed his hand on the testing machine. The laser scanned, and a drop of blood fell as the machine began its detection. Aptitude test countdown, 10 seconds. Aptitude test countdown, 9 seconds. Test successful. Martial artist qualification level, unknown physique. This type of physique and name have never been recorded in the database. Another unknown physique? In the square, many martial artists sighed, their faces showing surprise. One SSS level talent martial artist turning into an unknown physique was already surprising, but now there were 2 SSS level talent martial artists who had turned into unknown physiques? This was simply unbelievable. Then, Li Qingshan tested the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th. He tested dozens in a row. All of them were uniformly unknown physiques, leaving all the martial artists present stunned. This situation, the result speaks for itself, doesn't it? The pill that Li Qingshan just used for everyone could actually change a martial artist's talent, elevating an SSS level talent martial artist to a terrifying special physique possessor. Everyone, as you can see. Anyone who uses this Divine Sun's pill, with my assistance, can have their physique elevated to that of a special physique possessor. Just now, the physiques chosen for the Dragon Army martial artists were all dragon physiques. The physiques chosen for the Kuanping Army martial artists were all Kuanping physiques. With my help, you will possess the most powerful physiques, the most top-tier resources, and I will quickly train you to break through to War God, Advanced War God, Martial Emperor, Falling Star, Descending Moon, even Eclipse Sun, and beyond. To resist the fierce beasts, counterattack the beast world, venture into the universe, and plunder other resource planets. Let me tell you all. My true name is Li Qingshan, I am 18 years old, and at the Descending Moon realm. Li Qingshan raised his arm and said, "Do you believe me?" Silence. The square. A dead silence, not a sound, as everyone stared at Li Qingshan in shock. Their expressions were calm, but deep inside, waves of astonishment surged. The idea of improving qualifications. Since the rise of martial arts, no one had ever been able to achieve this. Whatever qualification you tested for as an adult, that was your qualification for life. There had never been an exception. But now, a young man had appeared who could change the talent of human martial artists, even transforming them into powerful special physiques. Dragon physique, Kuanping physique. In addition, there was another statement that left the martial artists on site utterly shaken. 18 years old, Descending Moon realm. What the heck? 18 years old, that's the age when one has just tested their qualifications and entered martial arts university. China has strict requirements for martial artist enrollment. At 18, you test your qualifications, and only after enrollment can you begin systematic martial arts training. Now, it's been less than a month since the start of the first year of martial arts university. Could it be? Even in a game, it wouldn't be possible to level up over 100 levels this quickly. At this moment, the martial artists in the Divine Beast camp felt that perhaps Li Qingshan really could counterattack the beast world. Perhaps he really could venture into the universe. The martial artists in the square looked at Li Qingshan with eyes full of admiration. Some female martial artists even looked at Li Qingshan with a mix of complex emotions, wishing they could rush forward and devour him whole. Divine Sun, Divine Sun, Divine Sun. Divine Sun. Divine Sun, Divine Sun. Divine Sun, Divine Sun, Divine Sun, Divine Sun. In the square, over 20,000 martial artists shouted. In unison, their voices filled with excitement and passion, as well as the worship that came from being deeply convinced by Li Qingshan. Especially when they thought about it, next, you can also become a special physique holder yourself. This thought made his heart surge with excitement. Special physique holders start at the realm of war gods, and this is just the lowest level of physique holders. Dragon Physique, Kunping Physique. These names sound domineering, and their ranks must be high. 100 people will go to test your physique. Then register, choose your elixirs, receive your identity badges and military uniforms, and from now on, you will be members of my Divine Beast Military Division. As for the rest, after the commander calls your names, follow the order to step onto the podium for physique transformation. Li Qingshan immediately issued the order. The scene began to operate in an orderly manner, and everyone, filled with excitement, started undergoing physique and bloodline transformation. Your Highness, may I report this matter to the Grand Elder? After all, your ability to transform physiques is truly extraordinary. A commander from the Falling Moon realm approached, his face showing a mix of excitement and joy, and asked for Li Qingshan's opinion. Yes. Li Qingshan nodded. There's nothing to hide about this. On the contrary, I need to expand the influence to gain the support of the Han Pavilion and acquire more resources to cultivate my Divine Beast Military Division. After receiving Li Qingshan's permission, the commander immediately contacted the Grand Elder of the Han Pavilion and informed him about the Divine Beast Military Division. Calm and composed, the Grand Elder, known for his deep scheming and steady emotions, stood up straight from his chair upon hearing the news. His tone tinged with shock. What you said, is it true? It's true. The Falling Moon Realm commander nodded solemnly. The Grand Elder of the Han Pavilion took a deep breath to calm his inner excitement and disbelief. He had thought that Li Qingshan's rapid improvement in strength was already surprising enough. But he never expected that this young man held a heaven-defying method to enhance others' physiques. For China, the implications of this were crystal clear to the Grand Elder. The fact that Li Qingshan requested a military quota of over 20,000 people indicated that these 20,000 individuals could all become physique holders. In the future, they would be capable of overwhelming most countries on Blue Star. It was simply unbelievable. In the future, these warriors, nurtured with abundant resources, would grow into an unimaginably terrifying force, especially since the cultivation resources for the Divine Beast Military Division's warriors were currently the most top-tier, entirely due to the Han Pavilion's proactive resource allocation. Unbelievable. Even now, the Grand Elder of the Han Pavilion still found it hard to believe and immediately notified the Demon Suppression King to verify the authenticity. Upon hearing the news, the Demon Suppression King was so shocked that he almost fell off his chair. He immediately piloted a Sun Eater fighter jet and flew to the Divine Beast Military Division. Upon arrival, what he saw was Li Qingshan completing the transformation of the last batch of warriors, 20,000 in total. 10,000 Dragon Army, 10,000 Kunping Army. As for the remaining 3,000, they were reserved as backup forces, and the quota for the Divine Beast Military Division would undoubtedly increase in the future. The Demon Suppression King quickly verified the authenticity of the news. On the entire square, randomly pulling someone for testing revealed unknown physiques, almost without exception. Your Highness, what do you think? Li Qingshan's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at the Demon Suppression King. Your Highness, this title in China is held by only 9 individuals, one of whom is Li Qingshan. Not he is both a divine son and a prince. Only a first-rank prince is worthy of being called a prince. This is truly unbelievable. Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, just how many things have you been hiding from us? The Demon Suppression King's gaze swept over Li Qingshan repeatedly, as if trying to see through him, feeling that this young man was hiding many secrets. I really don't hide anything, Li Qingshan said with a calm smile. He truly wasn't hiding anything. For example, his breakthroughs in cultivation were all made on the spot, not something he deliberately concealed. The same goes for enhancing the talents of martial artists. Enhancing a martial artist's talent, this is something unprecedented. Li Qingshan, let me ask you, how many people can you enhance at most? The Demon Suppression King looked at Li Qingshan seriously. He was well aware of the importance of this matter. Currently, I can Only enhance 20,000 people, but as time goes on, I should be able to gain even greater power and change the fate of more martial artists, Li Qingshan said confidently, a glimmer of self-assurance in his eyes. Good, good, good. The Demon Suppression King nodded solemnly and continued, the entire military camp is filled with individuals possessing special constitutions. And this is unique to you in all of Huaxia. This matter is of great importance. I will contact the elders of the Han Pavilion to discuss how to handle it. With that, the Demon Suppression King hurriedly returned to his Sun Eater class fighter jet and reported the situation to the Grand Elder, as well as the other elders one by one. What? Are you joking? The elder guarding the snowy northern borders exclaimed in shock. The situation is, of course, real. It has already been verified, the Demon Suppression King affirmed. This is astonishing. To think someone can enhance the talents of martial artists? Do you all realize what this means? 100 years from now, the world will truly revere Huaxia. I don't think we'll have to wait 100 years. With the speed at which our divine son advances and the number of miracles he creates, I'd say 10 years at most. 10 years? Judging by the speed of his advancements and the miracles he's already achieved, I think 3 years will be enough for his divine beast army to soar to unprecedented heights. This news is simply too extraordinary. If the high-ranking martial artists abroad learn of this, they will undoubtedly make every effort to assassinate Li Qingshan. We must guard against this. Indeed, while rapid power growth might also put him on the foreign martial artists' most wanted list, the worst-case scenario would just be Huaxia gaining another level 119 martial artist. That wouldn't pose a significant threat to foreign powers. But the ability to enhance martial artists' talents, this is truly extraordinary, especially turning them into individuals with special constitutions. If this leaks, one can only imagine the terrifying assassination attempts Li Qingshan will face. Therefore, this information must be sealed. At this moment, the king of the capital suddenly proposed, agreed. I second this motion. I also strongly agree that Li Qingshan must be protected, and this information must not be leaked. Otherwise, it will spell trouble. The spread of this news is still limited and can be controlled. Several elders of the Han Pavilion proposed that this matter must be contained. It was simply too significant, too extraordinary. 20,000 individuals with special constitutions unimaginable. The elder of the Han Pavilion nodded and immediately ordered, the divine beast barracks will be sealed off from the outside world from now on. All soldiers and martial artists are prohibited from leaving or contacting the outside world. All commanders must remain within the divine beast barracks to assist Li Qingshan in training these martial artists. Anyone who knows about this is forbidden to disclose even a single word to the outside. If discovered, it will be treated as treason. The order is issued. The Divine Beast Military Department is directly sealed off, and no one is allowed to contact the outside world. At first, there was some resistance among everyone, but after understanding the importance of the matter, they all expressed their understanding. Most importantly, the resources for cultivation here are all top tier. Many of the potions and resources are things that even wealthy heirs have never seen before. Yet here, they can be used without limit, ensuring that the martial artists' strength will grow rapidly in the future. Divine Beast Army, Dragon Army, 10,000 soldiers, average loyalty, 90, 60 and above is qualified. Kuanping Army, 10,000 soldiers, average loyalty, 91, 60 and above is qualified. On this day, above the Sea of Huaxia, a Moonfall Realm ferocious beast appeared in front of the White Sea defense coastline. The Meteor Star level commander stationed there looked at the towering beast, over 10,000 meters tall, with a resolute expression and said, Huaxia territory, ferocious beasts are forbidden to enter. Go, inform your Han Pavilion. Your divine son killed the young clan leader of our Yamata no Orochi clan. Our clan leader demands that you hand over the Huaxia divine son. Otherwise, prepare to face the wrath of the Yamata no Orochi clan, the four-eyed demon lord said heavily. Yamata no Orochi clan? The strongest among them is a Sun Eclipse realm ferocious beast. Huaxia divine son? What Huaxia divine son? The commander looked puzzled, as Li Qingshan's reputation as Huaxia's divine son had not yet been publicized. He hurriedly reported the Moonfall Realm ferocious beasts demands to his superiors. The superiors reported to their superiors, and so on, until the matter reached the Han Pavilion's conference room. Latest news. The clan leader of the Yamata no Orochi clan demands that we hand over His Highness the Divine Son because he killed the young clan leader of their clan. If we cannot hand over the Huaxia Divine Sun, the Yamada no Orochi clan, along with 2 other sea beast clans possessing Sun Eclipse realm ferocious beasts, will invade Huaxia territory, a liaison officer said. On the conference room's big screen. Hand over the Divine Sun? On the screen, 8 of Huaxia's peak martial artists exchanged glances and then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha! Nonsense from the Yamada no Orochi clan. His son is dead, and that's that. He still dares to think about touching our Huaxia Divine Sun? Ridiculous. Even if he's dead, there's no way we'll hand over our Huaxia Divine Sun. Go tell the Yamada no Orochi clan that even if all 8 of us old men die, Huaxia will never hand over the Divine Sun. What are they thinking? Ha ha. The 8 elders of the Han Pavilion let out a series of mocking laughs. How important Li Qingshan is now, how could they not know? On the White Sea coastline, a sun eclipse. Martial artist personally delivered the message. Tell your clan leader that his son isn't even worth a single finger of our Divine Sun. Get lost. As the words fell, a terrifying, killing intent swept out, scaring the Moonfall realm ferocious beast into fleeing in panic, saying, I was just here to deliver a message. After a busy day, night fell. Li Qingshan returned to the villa and saw the pure Su Baizhou and the charming Han Xingyu. 2 figures were hidden in the darkness, they silently appeared in Li Qingshan's villa. One dressed in white, the other in black. 2 lines of words were embroidered on their chests, gift, please. Follow, please. They were ready. This time, the target was here, right? Bai Wuchang looked at the villa in front of her and the photo displayed on her phone and spoke. The photo was taken by surveillance at Su Baishan's villa. Let's move. Hei Wuchang's voice fell, and the 2 immediately sneaked toward the villa ahead. Sister, after we finish this job in exchange for the detoxification pill with the Zheng family, where do you plan to go? Bai Wuchang asked. Nowhere. Hei Wuchang replied calmly. Why? Haven't you always wanted to go back to our hometown? Bai Wuchang was slightly stunned, a trace of confusion appearing on her face. Sigh. Hei Wuchang sighed helplessly after hearing her sister's naive words. We've handled so many dirty tasks for the Zheng family and know so many of their secrets. The Zheng family won't let us leave. After this mission is over, don't mention leaving to the Zheng family patriarch. If we want to survive, we can only choose to stay and join the Zheng family. Do you understand? My sister has exceptional talent and beauty, but her personality is extremely innocent. If I weren't by her side, she would have been taken advantage of long ago. Ah, so that's how it is? Bai Wuchang's face showed a trace of shock after hearing her sister's words. She never expected there to be so many twists and turns behind it. By the way, I'm getting married to one of the Zheng family's young masters, Hei Wuchang said calmly. Oh, married? What? You're getting married? Sister, you don't even have a boyfriend. A young master from the Zheng family? Zhang Ji? Bai Wuchang looked at her sister Hei Wuchang in surprise and asked. That's right. Hei Wuchang nodded. But you hate Zhang Ji the most. Is this the method you mentioned to join the Zheng family? Bai Wuchang was slightly stunned, then exchanged a glance with Hei Wuchang. The 2 women fell silent. Bai Wuchang, though innocent, was not stupid. Some things could be figured out. If they wanted to join the Zheng family, simply saying so wouldn't work, they had to take some practical actions. For example, marrying one of the Zheng family's young masters, or becoming a mistress to one of the Zheng family's elders. As for continuing to let the Zheng family control them with pills, that was unrealistic. After all, the Zheng family had more than just Hei and Bai Wuchang as their tools. If they did that, it would be like telling some tools that the path they hoped for completing enough tasks was a dead end. At that point, there might not be so many tools willing to serve the Zheng family wholeheartedly. Of course, besides those controlled tools, the Zheng family also had many willing or interest-bound tools. Hei Wuchang knew very well that for her and her sister to survive, one of them had to make a sacrifice. She decided it would be her. With her sister's innocent personality, if she married one of the Zheng family's young masters, her fate would certainly not be good. Hei and Bai Wuchang remained silent, standing quietly outside a room door. Click, a card touched the door lock, silently unlocking it. The 2 women pushed the door open and walked into the room without a sound. Their graceful figures were clad in light, flexible battle armor, offering extremely high mobility. The curvaceous figure was accentuated to the fullest, with an extremely slender waist and long, straight legs. The battle armor worn on the body added a touch of allure. The 2 women held extremely sharp cicada wing alloy long knives in their hands, their restrained glow in the dark silently approaching the large bed. Their breaths were restrained. They exchanged a glance, a flash of killing intent in their eyes, and their blood surged explosively, transforming into a shadow as they charged toward the bed. Bang! The next second, a muffled sound suddenly rang out, and the two women suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of their necks, followed by a powerful electric current sweeping through them. Their bodies went limp, losing all ability to resist. The long knives in their hands fell to the ground with a crisp metallic clatter. Electric arcs flickered, illuminating the entire room brightly. Black and white impermanence's bodies twitched uncontrollably, their eyes rolling back, transforming from terrifying assassins into helpless lambs awaiting slaughter. Li Qingshan, seeing that it was enough, stopped the input of electricity. Only then did the two women feel their bodies gradually regaining sensation, and the room lights turned on brightly. Li Qingshan looked over at Black and White Impermanence. Black and White Impermanence also looked at Li Qingshan. Detected Special Physique Holder, Black Impermanence Strength, Level 107 Falling Moon Realm Physique, Impermanence Divine Body Physique Holder, White Impermanence. Strength, Level 107 Falling Moon Realm Physique, Impermanence Divine Body Hint. Contract them, each can provide the host with 1.28 billion refined blood essence daily. Li Qingshan stared at the prompt before him, his heart stunned, then his face lit up with joy. One person, daily providing him with 1.28 billion refined blood essence. Currently, he was at level 103 Falling Moon Realm. To break through to level 104, he needed 80 million refined blood essence, to level 105, 160 million refined blood essence, to level 106, 320 million refined blood essence, and to level 107, only 640 million refined blood essence. Yet these two assassins in his hands could provide him with 25.6 billion refined blood essence daily. In just 2 days, he could break through to level 108? 2 days. From level 103 to level 108. Becoming a superior falling moon? The killing intent in his gaze toward the Black and White Impermanence sisters now turned into a fiery heat. The captured Black and White Impermanence showed a trace of despair in their eyes. Mission failed, doomed to die. Now, seeing Li Qingshan's fiery gaze toward them, their hearts sank even further. Could it be that this guy was going to do something unspeakable to them? The atmosphere of fear enveloped Black and White Impermanence's hearts. Just the two of you trying to assassinate this divine son? What a joke! Li Qingshan looked at the beauties in each hand, a cold smile appearing on his face. As he said, "Speak, who sent you?" Long before the two women arrived, Li Qingshan's dragon might had already detected them. When dragon might is activated, it not only intimidates enemies but also detects their location and approximate strength. Of course, the intimidating aura can be restrained. When restrained, dragon might becomes a terrifying surveillance radar, allowing him to easily detect anyone within its range of this divine son. Who exactly are you? Black Impermanence heard the self-reference in Li Qingshan's words, and a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes as he asked. Divine son. Generally, it refers to an extremely important figure of a nation, the goal and representative of the younger generation. Huaxia has no divine son. Then who is this person? When did it become your place, a mere prisoner, to question this divine son? Li Qingshan sneered coldly, staring at Black Impermanence as he said. However, this divine son finds you two somewhat pleasing to the eye, so I might as well tell you both. I am the divine son of Huaxia. Do you know the crime of assassinating the divine son of Huaxia? Not only will you be punished, but your families behind you will also have to pay the price. Now speak, who are you? Why have you come to assassinate this divine son? But even if you don't speak, it won't matter. Two martial artists at the upper Falling Moon Realm, I'm sure you're quite famous throughout Huaxia. I don't believe no one knows who you are. We don't even have a divine son in Huaxia. You're lying to me. Black Impermanence frowned slightly, his tone firm. Humph. Li Qingshan snorted coldly, tossing the two women to the ground like garbage. He took out the appointment letter, badge, military uniform, and other items from his spatial ring and placed them in front of the two women. If it weren't for the fact that these two women were quite attractive and that the contract provided a daily return of vitality, he wouldn't have had the patience to explain to them. Since entering the Demon City, he hadn't seemed to offend anyone, right? The Zhao family? That would be Wang Qingche's fiancé's family? It's possible, but not very likely. The Zhang family? Zhang Yalan? The family behind Su Baishan's lover, whom he had just taught a lesson yesterday. This was much more likely. Other than these two families, he hadn't offended anyone else. Among them, The Zhang family was the most probable. Black and white impermanents stared at the items Li Qingshan placed before them, slightly stunned. What was going on? They were assassins, weren't they? Once caught, they should either be tortured for information or killed outright. Why was he proving his identity to them? Black impermanence was a bit dumbfounded. White impermanence was also a bit dumbfounded. However, curiosity got the better of them, and they began to examine Li Qingshan's appointment letter, badge, and other items. The appointment letter and badge couldn't be faked. They bore serial numbers and were made of special materials. In fact, just a glance at the special material would reveal their authenticity. It was rumored that the appointment letters for divine sons and first-class dukes were made of heavenly snow alloy. Heavenly snow alloy was incredibly precious. Apart from being used to make appointment letters, it never entered the civilian market. Moreover, it was extremely unique. Only a max-level falling sun expert could use their vitality in conjunction with a furnace to melt it. And the golden solar gem on this badge. It was absolutely genuine. This meant that the man before them was either the divine son of Huaxia or the ninth duke of Huaxia. But Huaxia doesn't have a divine son, does it? Black impermanence still found it hard to believe and asked. There wasn't one before, but now there is. It just hasn't been announced to the public yet. Besides, seeing how young I am and how I was able to capture you two women so easily, isn't my talent enough to prove that I am qualified to be the divine son of Huaxia? Li Qingshan looked at the black and white impermanence sisters before him and asked. This. Black and white impermanence exchanged glances and nodded. The strength of the man before them, at level 103 in the Falling Moon realm, possessed terrifying thunder power. Up until now, the two women's physical bodies were still unable to muster the energy and blood for a counterattack, only regaining some sensation. This level of proficiency in controlling thunder, combined with the comparison of age and strength, was indeed enough to qualify as the divine son of Huaxia. There was no faking it. Sis, the target of our assassination this time turned out to be the divine son of Huaxia, and they didn't even tell us. Bai Wuchang looked at He Wuchang with innocent eyes. The strategic significance of the divine son to a nation was immeasurable. Although the two women were tasked with handling dirty work for the Zhang family, they were naturally unwilling to commit such a treasonous act. Assassinating the divine son was almost equivalent to treason. Oh, the Zhang family didn't tell you? I am the divine son, Li Qingshan said with a slight smile, looking at Bai Wuchang. If we had known you were the divine son, my sister and I would never have come to assassinate you. Bai Wuchang nodded solemnly. Sister. He Wuchang hurriedly tried to stop her, but it was too late. Her sister, Bai Wuchang, had already exposed the Zhang family. You don't have the Zhang family's bloodline, do you? Li Qingshan asked, looking at the two in front of him. Your Highness, what exactly do you want? He Wuchang frowned. This doesn't seem like the way to deal with assassins. I ask, you answer. As long as your answers meet my requirements, I can spare your lives. You wouldn't want your sister to die, would you? And you wouldn't want your brother to die, would you? As Li Qingshan's words fell, He and Bai Wuchang exchanged glances, a flicker of bond passing between them. Compared to their own lives, both He Wuchang and Bai Wuchang hoped more for their sibling to survive. Yes, we don't have the Zhang family's bloodline. We were merely chosen and trained as assassins by the Zhang family. For this mission, they only gave us an address, a photo, a name, and approximate strength. Beyond that, we didn't know the identity of the divine son, He Wuchang said. The Zhang family sent assassins after me, the divine son. Unforgivable. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly and said, back then, when Zhang Yalan offended me, I only punished her personally and didn't involve her family. After all, it was her mistake alone, and punishing her family would have been excessive. Moreover, she was just a young lady of the Zhang family, not the patriarch. But to think that the Zhang family would go so far as to send two upper-level Falling Moon martial artists to assassinate me. It seems the Zhang family no longer has a reason to exist. The Zhang family has no reason to exist? What an arrogant tone. The Zhang family is a giant in Huaxia. Even with your highness's status, it's impossible to destroy them, isn't it? After all, the Zhang family's first and second masters are devouring sun experts, and their old master was once an upper-level devouring sun expert. The Zhang family has countless disciples, and with the old Madame Zhang still alive, even the Han Pavilion wouldn't act recklessly against them out of respect for her. He Wuchang said. You'll soon find out. That I, the divine son, never boast, Li Qingshan chuckled lightly, looking at the He and Bai Wuchang's sisters in front of him. I find you two quite decent. Would you be willing to submit to me and become my contract servants, my attendants? Attendants of the divine son? As the words fell, a gleam flashed in the beautiful eyes of black and white impermanence, but they sighed helplessly, somewhat resigned. What's the trouble? Li Qingshan asked. One more chapter, coming in 10 minutes. Both of us have taken a certain pill from the Zhang family. Every year, we need to take a temporary antidote. Without it, we will undoubtedly die. Even if we follow the divine son, we won't survive more than a year. Black Impermanence said. Helplessly. Oh, I see. A pill that can control Moonfall martial artists. Seems like the Zhang family has some terrifying methods. Besides you two, I suppose there are others who are also being controlled, right? Li Qingshan continued to ask. Yes. Black Impermanence nodded in response. No matter, these are minor issues. Later, I will personally go to the Zhang family to resolve this for you. Now, what I want to ask is, are you willing to become my attendants? Li Qingshan asked. If that's the case, we are naturally willing. Black and White Impermanence exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. They were in the Zhang family, not only handling the dirty work for them but also unable to show their faces. That was tolerable. But now, with the mission's deadline reached, they couldn't leave freely and had to sacrifice their bodies, marrying a Zhang family young master they utterly despised, just to survive. Black Impermanence had long harbored great resentment toward the Zhang family. Now, if they could follow the divine son, who was even willing to help resolve all their worries, Black Impermanence was naturally willing to follow. As for White Impermanence, her reason for following was even simpler. Staying in the Zhang family meant her sister had to marry someone she didn't like. Moreover, Li Qingshan wouldn't kill them for their assassination attempt, sparing their lives. That alone was enough. Following the divine son promised a boundless future. Black and White Impermanence were no fools, they naturally knew how to choose. Qualified martial artists have agreed to the contract. Would the host like to activate the contract? Yes, no, Li Qingshan immediately clicked, yes. The next moment, a golden radiance emerged from Li Qingshan's body and floated toward the heads of the two women before him. Don't resist, Li Qingshan said. Black and White Impermanence looked puzzled but still obeyed Li Qingshan's words, not resisting as the golden radiance entered their bodies and disappeared. Contract successful. Contractor, Black Impermanence, Loyalty, 96, Strength, Level 107 Moonfall, Talent, Impermanence Divine Body, Daily Blood Essence Contribution, 1.28 billion. Refined Blood Essence, Contractor, White Impermanence, Loyalty, 97, Strength, Level 107 Moonfall, Talent, Impermanence Divine Body, Daily Blood Essence Contribution, 1.28 billion. Refined Blood Essence, congratulations to the host for successfully contracting and receiving today's feedback of 2.56 billion Refined Blood Essence, a loyalty of 96 and 97, not bad. Once it reaches 100, it will be permanently locked. For example, Su Baizhou is like that, his loyalty doesn't even display anymore because it's permanently locked. From then on, he will never betray me. As long as I resolve the poison in Black and White Impermanence's bodies, their loyalty will surely increase further. What excites me the most, of course, is the blood essence feedback from the two women. It's amazing. Congratulations, host. Successfully consumed 80 million refined blood essence and upgraded to level 100 for Moonfall Warrior. Congratulations, host. Successfully consumed 160 million refined blood essence and upgraded to level 105 Moonfall Warrior. Congratulations, host. Successfully consumed 320 million refined blood essence and upgraded to level 106 Moonfall Warrior. Congratulations, host. Successfully consumed 640 million refined blood essence and upgraded to level 107 Moonfall Warrior. Congratulations, host. Successfully consumed 1.28 billion refined blood essence and upgraded to level 108 Moonfall Warrior. Li Qingshan's blood energy surged continuously, finally stopping at the level of a level 108 Moonfall Warrior. The parasite eggs in the contractor's body have been completely removed. The next moment, another system notification sounded in front of Li Qingshan. What the hell, removed? But why were parasite eggs removed? A trace of doubt flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. Not only did Li Qingshan see the notification, but even Black and White Impermanence noticed the issue. The sisters looked at Li Qingshan with shock and disbelief in their eyes because they discovered that the toxins in the blood sea within their bodies had disappeared. Completely disappeared. That's right, The golden light just now helped you expel the toxins. I thought the Zhang family had some impressive methods, but it turns out to be nothing special. Li Qingshan snorted coldly, a trace of disdain flashing across his face. Thank you, Your Highness the Divine Sun. Thank you, Your Highness the Divine Sun. Immediately, Black Impermanence and White Impermanence knelt on the ground, their faces full of excitement and exhilaration. Loyalty +1. Loyalty +1, loyalty +1. Li Qingshan casually glanced at the panel, and the loyalty of the two women had reached 100, then directly locked. Not bad. From now on, Black and White Impermanence will never betray me. Stand up. Li Qingshan gestured with his hand and then said, by the way, are you sure what was in your bodies was a toxin and not something else? Recalling the mention of parasite eggs in the earlier notification, Li Qingshan felt that things might not be so simple. It was toxins. Back then, the Zhang family made us take some kind of pill. Black and White Impermanence exchanged glances and nodded solemnly. Toxins? Parasite eggs? The system wouldn't make a mistake. There must be something more to this. If the Zhang family poisoned you, that would be understandable. But planting parasite eggs, that's a bit strange. There are no such things as goo worms in China. Pack up, we're heading out. Li Qingshan said. Heading out? Your Highness the Divine Sun, where are we going? Black and White Impermanence were slightly stunned, a trace of confusion flashing across their faces. Of course. To crush the Zhang family. Li Qingshan's lips curled into a cold smile. Your Highness the Divine Sun, you mustn't. The Zhang family has sun-eroding warriors, we are definitely no match for them. Black and White Impermanence hurriedly tried to dissuade him. No worries. Li Qingshan waved his hand casually and said, I have someone to assist me. Let's go. At this moment, in a high-rise building not far from Li Qingshan, a Moonfall warrior opened his phone and said, mission failed. Black and White Impermanence did not appear. What? The Black and White Impermanence sisters failed? How is that possible? After the Black and White Impermanence sisters entered, there was no movement in the villa. It's been too long, they must have met with misfortune. The target must be even stronger or have powerful assistance. Should I retreat? Retreat. Understood. Bang, just as the Zhang family's falling moon warrior was about to leave, Li Qingshan had already appeared behind him. Terrifying arcs of electricity danced, shattering all electronic devices. Leave? You can't leave anymore. Hey, what's happening? Are you still there? Zhang family. The liaison officer for this mission kept calling out but received no response, quickly reporting the situation. Upwards. The message soon reached the hands of the Zhang family patriarch. In the main hall, Zhang Yalan, whose face was wrapped in layers of bandages, asked excitedly, Dad, what's the situation? The Zhang family patriarch frowned deeply as he looked at the information on his phone, his face showing a trace of gloom. The atmosphere in the room instantly became tense. A sense of foreboding swept over everyone present. Big brother, what exactly happened? Zhang family's second master asked curiously. The mission failed, the patriarch replied. Failed? How is that possible? The Black and White Impermanence sisters are at the 107th level of the upper Falling Moon realm, while Li Qingshan has only just entered the Falling Moon realm. The difference in strength is vast, and it was a joint assassination attempt. How could it fail? Zhang Yalan's face showed disbelief. Could it be that this Li Qingshan was hiding his true strength all along? The second master of the Zhang family frowned as well. This mission's failure is too strange. It's not as if the assassins were evenly matched with the target or weaker than him. The Black and White Impermanence sister's strength far surpasses the target. Whether he was hiding his strength or not is no longer important. The mission has already failed. Tomorrow, arrange for personnel to investigate this person's background and true strength. Ensure that the next assassination attempt is foolproof, the patriarch said in a low tone. Damn it! Zhang Yalan's eyes revealed a trace of venom as she said, as long as we can kill Li Qingshan, Han Xunyu will no longer pose a threat. Then, second uncle's long-cherished Su Baizhou can be brought into the house, trampled day and night, avenging me. But for now, it seems we'll have to delay for a few days. Su Baizhou. Indeed, with Zhang Yalan's reminder, the second master of the Zhang family immediately showed interest and said, It's not that I particularly fancy Su Baizhou, it's mainly to vent my niece's anger. Big brother, I think we shouldn't wait until tomorrow. Let's act tonight, investigate this kid's identity and background, his true strength, and then arrange for personnel to deal with him. The patriarch looked at his younger brother and daughter, fully aware of their thoughts, but he did not refuse and nodded in agreement. At this moment, Li Qingshan was aboard a fighter jet, heading toward the Zhang family. As a colossal entity in China, the Zhang family naturally resided in the core area of the Magic City, so the distance wasn't far. Ahead, a massive structure resembling a city came into view. It was the Zhang family. Indeed, the area of the Zhang family's estate could no longer be measured in square meters, acres, or hectares. Its vast expanse was comparable to the size of a small city, filled with various buildings and houses of all sizes. It could be said that the Zhang family was like an independent kingdom within the Magic City. Beneath this cluster of alloy buildings, no one knew how much power and bloodshed were hidden within. This was the Zhang family. But the outer area was merely where some non-family members and less important guests and employees lived. The true Zhang family resided at the very center of this kingdom. The Black and White Impermanence sisters spoke. This place is the Zhang family's forbidden zone. Who are you? Just as Li Qingshan, accompanied by the Sisters of Black and White Impermanence, was about to enter the Zhang family estate, a warrior clad in battle armor, whose strength had already reached the level of an advanced war god, shouted from atop the towering city gate. Surrounding him were numerous other warriors serving as guards, all of whom turned their sharp gazes toward Li Qingshan. This Zhang family really thinks of themselves as local emperors? Li Qingshan chuckled lightly. In an instant, a terrifying aura erupted from within him, spreading and sweeping across the area. It was utterly horrifying. Dragon's wrath. The warrior atop the city wall immediately felt an immense pressure descend upon him, as if a massive mountain was crushing his shoulders, making even breathing difficult. It was as though a terrifying abyssal beast was standing before him, staring him down like a divine beast, sending chills down his spine and causing cold sweat to pour from his back. Any slight movement would result in this monstrous beast tearing his body apart and devouring his flesh and blood. The once arrogant warrior now found himself completely immobilized, as if frozen in place, losing all control over his body. This was the manifestation of extreme fear, utterly petrified. Not only the leading warrior but also the surrounding guards experienced the same reaction. Their pupils contracted as they looked at Li Qingshan with eyes full of dread and terror. It was as if they were not Black and White Impermanence removed the cloak, covering the body and armor of the god, revealing the face and armor underneath. A cold smile appeared at the corner of their mouth as they said, "Such arrogance. Not good." This martial artist who had just stepped into the falling moon realm naturally recognized Black and White Impermanence. Upon realizing that the figures standing behind Li Qingshan were Black and White Impermanence, he was so terrified that his entire body went numb. He hurriedly tried to turn and flee, but unfortunately, Black and White Impermanence had already struck, directly wiping out his entire team without leaving a single survivor. Li Qingshan and Black and White Impermanence proceeded unimpeded, continuing toward the Zhang family. At this moment, in the main hall, discussions were underway about the current crisis of ferocious beasts facing China, the pressure from various countries, and how the Zhang family could benefit from the situation. Suddenly, a message was sent to the phone of the Zhang family patriarch. The patriarch didn't pay much attention at first, as his assistant secretary sent him numerous matters daily for him to handle. However, upon seeing the contents sent by his assistant secretary, his pupils suddenly contracted. He hurriedly stood up from his chair, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief as he exclaimed, "Li Qingshan, the target of our assassination, has actually broken into our Zhang family? Such audacity! A newborn calf truly behind Li Qingshan." Two level 109 Moonfall warriors were already lying on the ground, which truly startled the Black and White Impermanence sisters. Their gaze toward Li Qingshan changed slightly. The master had hidden his strength. They had thought he was a level 103 Moonfall warrior, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be level 108. No, could it be that the master is truly level 108 Moonfall? Perhaps he is still concealing his true power? The Black and White Impermanence sisters exchanged a glance, believing this possibility to be highly likely. Their eyes now held deep admiration and reverence as they looked at Li Qingshan. This master is quite formidable. A mere Moonfall warrior daring to trespass into the Zhang family, what audacity! At that moment, a loud voice came from ahead, deafeningly loud. A man dressed in a traditional Chinese long robe, leaning on a cane, was walking step by step toward Li Qingshan. With each step, his aura grew more terrifying, contending with Li Qingshan's powerful dragon fury. This man was, of course, the Zhang family's elder master. Beside him stood the second master of the Zhang family, Zhang Yalan, 2 Sun Erosion Realm warriors, and numerous other Zhang family experts, all of whom were Moonfall Realm warriors. Their presence was intimidating. Father, that man ahead is Li Qingshan. He's the one who ruined your daughter's face. Zhang Yalan, upon seeing Li Qingshan ahead, gritted her teeth in hatred, wishing she could tear him apart. Li Qingshan? The elder master of the Zhang family scrutinized Li Qingshan, feeling slightly surprised. Li Qingshan didn't look very old. His face still carried traces of youthful innocence. As for his exact age, it was hard to tell, but he couldn't be very old. Yet his strength had already reached the Moonfall realm, indicating exceptional talent. However, his arrogance had reached its peak, daring to trespass into the Zhang family alone? Courting death. Anyone who offends the Zhang family never meets a good end. You must be the elder master of the Zhang family? Li Qingshan's tone was calm, unaffected by the elder master's imposing aura, as he asked. Indeed. I am the elder master of the Zhang family. You have trespassed into my Zhang family and killed so many of our warriors. Do you know what crime you've committed? The elder master of the Zhang family said. What crime? Li Qingshan's tone remained calm and unperturbed. You've surely heard the saying a life for a life, haven't you? Let's not even talk about your trespassing into the Zhang family. Just the fact that you've killed people, shouldn't you pay with your life? The elder master of the Zhang family said. A life for a life? Killing dogs doesn't require paying with one's life. Besides, if they hadn't attacked me, why would I have attacked them? We are all warriors. You, the elder master of the Zhang family, are a Sun Erosion Realm warrior. Don't bring up such foolish questions. I came here merely to ask you a few questions. Were black and white impermanents sent by you to kill me? Li Qingshan didn't want to waste time talking with the elder master of the Zhang family. If the Zhang family hadn't tried to assassinate him, would he have had any reason to come here? If the Zhang family hadn't tried to kill him, would he have needed to act in self-defense? Those who aid the wicked deserve death. Humph. You two wretched women. Failing the mission is one thing, but you even defected and betrayed the Zhang family. Do you know that the poison in your body still remains? The elder master of the Zhang family's face showed a trace of anger as he looked at the black and white impermanents. Sisters. Black and white impermanence sisters are my attendants. To insult my attendants like this, what audacity! Li Qingshan snorted coldly and said, such audacity. Li Qingshan, I've tolerated you for long enough. A mere falling moon, what are you pretending for? And you dare to act arrogant in my Zhang family? Courting death. Zhang family's second master shouted angrily, his blood and energy surging explosively as he charged at Li Qingshan first. Level 112. Eclipse Sun Realm. Vajra Furious Fist. Behind Zhang family's second master, a terrifying Vajra Buddha statue appeared, enveloped entirely in blood and energy, exuding the might of a Vajra. He threw a punch, and the surrounding area resonated with Buddhist chants. The terrifying gusts of wind wreaked havoc, directly shredding nearby alloy buildings into pieces. The ground cracked as if the apocalypse had arrived. So strong. The black and white impermanence sisters were horrified at the sight, their faces filled with worry as they looked toward Li Qingshan. This is bad, our master has been too arrogant. Zhang family. As for any martial artist, this is an extremely difficult chasm to cross. But for Li Qingshan, it was within reach. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded, and Li Qingshan felt a powerful force sweeping over him. Even the Thunder Dragon armor on his body showed signs of damage. But he held on the first time, and then completely held on. Second Master Zhang did not feel an overly terrifying blood energy force, and a trace of mockery flashed across his face. Although this person's strength was much stronger than that of a falling moon realm martial artist, to contend with a devouring sun realm martial artist was nothing but wishful thinking. Yet in the next second, when the terrifying Dutian divine thunder blood energy entwined him, Second Master Zhang's expression changed drastically, his face full of shock and disbelief. Those golden, flickering bolts of thunder directly pierced through his defensive armor and entered his flesh. His entire body, every bone, every drop of blood, every strand of hair, was filled with this terrifying thunder power. His physical strength was lost, and he was directly blasted away by the thunder hammer in Li Qingshan's hand. His internal organs were severely damaged, his throat felt sweet, and a mouthful of old blood sprayed out in midair. His body, like a cannonball, landed heavily on the ground, looking utterly disheveled, covered in ash and scorched black. Defeated. Second Master Zhang was defeated. He ended up severely Injured, while Li Qingshan only had some a figure dressed in flowing white robes had already appeared before Li Qingshan. Supreme Sun Devourer. The pinnacle of Huaxia. Swish. The cold gleam of the alloy longsword in the hand of the Huaxia sword immortal flashed as it swung out gracefully. A crisp metallic clash was heard. The black alloy long blade in the hands of the Zhang family elder was directly sliced into two by the sword immortal's longsword. The terrifying sword energy did not lose its momentum, heavily striking the elder's battle armor. Bang! Another dull sound echoed as the elder's battle armor shattered completely, sending him flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground. A sweetness rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face flashed with a hint of horror as he forced himself to climb up from the ground and said, "Huaxia sword. Immortal, aren't you being a bit excessive?" Huaxia sword immortal's expression remained indifferent, his eyes full of disdain, showing no regard for the Zhang family's elder. The appearance of Huaxia sword immortal not only shocked the two elders of the Zhang family but also left the rest of the Zhang family wide-eyed with a hint of terror. Level 117. Upper. Sun-eroding realm. Just 2 small steps away from the pinnacle of Huaxia, the realm of the 8 princes. The key point was that Huaxia sword immortal was still very young, with a high possibility of crossing that threshold. Not only did he appear at the Zhang family, but it was also because Li Qingshan had injured the Zhang family's elder? Could it be that Li Qingshan was Huaxia sword immortal's disciple? The Zhang family, it seems, is nothing special. Li Qingshan stepped forward, a trace of disdain flashing across his face as he said, "Humph. Do you really think my old lady is dead? How dare you bully my Zhang family?" At that moment, an elderly woman's voice sounded from behind. The frail old woman, leaning on a dragon-headed cane, walked forward step by step with a look of anger on her face. Beside her, 2 maids supported her. The Zhang family matriarch. The wife of the late Zhang patriarch, now the true ruler of the Zhang family. Zhang matriarch? Even Huaxia sword immortal couldn't help but respectfully address her. Huaxia sword immortal? Quite the grand entrance. Back in the war god training camp, my late husband was your instructor, wasn't he? And now, you storm into my Zhang family causing trouble? Injuring my eldest son? Zhang matriarch said coldly. Huaxia sword immortal fell silent instantly, his heart conflicted. The late Zhang patriarch had indeed been an instructor at the war god training camp, but his duty was to protect the divine son, ensuring no harm came to the divine son's highness. The two matters conflicted. Though Huaxia sword immortal chose the latter, he couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt about the former. Such is human nature. I don't have time to listen to your reminiscing. When the time comes, let the sword immortal burn more paper offerings for your Zhang family, won't that suffice? Li Qingshan stepped in front of Huaxia sword immortal, his entire body erupting with vitality and blood. Golden lightning flickered as he spoke, one by one, or all at once. Boy, such arrogance. Do you know that my Zhang family is under the protection of royal nobility? My eldest son holds the title of second-class marquis. Do you think you can bear the consequences of attacking my Zhang family? Zhang matriarch said. Swish. In the next moment, Li Qingshan wasted no words, his body transforming into a blur as he charged forward. Dragon Clan Dharma form. Whoosh. His body instantly expanded to tens of thousands of meters, with 9 golden suns of merit radiating dazzling brilliance behind him, resembling 9 great suns in the dark night. The surrounding alloy buildings collapsed instantly, crushed into scrap metal. Terrifying golden lightning raged around him. Dragon's fury. Thunder domain. Boom. A terrifying force swept outward, sending sand and stones flying, cracking the earth, and reducing countless alloy buildings to rubble, as if the apocalypse had arrived. It was utterly terrifying. Thunder hammer. A massive hammer formed of condensed lightning appeared in his hand, and he charged toward the Zhang family members ahead. What the hell? When Li Qingshan revealed the Dragon Clan Dharma form, the Zhang family members' expressions changed drastically, staring in shock at Li Qingshan, who resembled a ferocious beast. A human martial artist? How could his physical body grow so massive? How is this possible? This guy, could he be a humanoid beast? Even the well-informed elder of the Zhang family widened her eyes at this moment, her mouth twitching slightly. Attack together. This boy is merely at the falling moon realm, and we Zhang family have warriors at the eclipsing sun realm. Can we not take him down? Yes, attack together. Avenge the master. As the words fell, several eclipsing sun realm warriors of the Zhang family immediately turned into shadows and charged toward Li Qingshan, a hint of crimson flashing in their eyes. Are you being controlled by insect eggs? Looking at the few eclipsing sun realm warriors charging at him, a trace of doubt flashed across Li Qingshan's face as he asked. Logically speaking, with the Zhang family's master and second master already crippled by him, the Zhang family was akin to a setting sun. At this moment, as eclipsing sun realm warriors, they should be turning to flee rather than continuing to fight him desperately. Insect eggs. Sure enough, as Li Qingshan's words fell, the few eclipsing sun realm warriors hesitated slightly, but were immediately filled with madness and continued to charge at him. Could it really be that they are controlled by insect eggs? Sword Immortal, I command you to immediately slay the elder of the Zhang family without fail. Li Qingshan ordered. As long as the elder of the Zhang family is slain, presumably no one will be able to control those insect eggs anymore. As for the so-called antidote, it should be something that suppresses those insect eggs. These eclipsing sun realm warriors still have some use for the current Huaxia. If they are truly being controlled by the Zhang family and have no choice, and they are not part of the Zhang family, I can spare them to serve. Huaxia. At your command, Divine Sun. The Huaxia Sword Immortal turned into a shadow and charged toward the elder of the Zhang family. Good, good, good. You wish to destroy my Zhang family today, then my Zhang family will destroy the demon city. As the elder of the Zhang family spoke, her blood and energy erupted, instantly crushing the cane in her hand. Countless fragments scattered. The previously calm ground suddenly trembled. A worm tens of thousands of meters long burst out from the ground, its body covered in heavy armor, with a black horn growing at the front, exuding intense killing intent. As soon as it appeared, it let out a deafening screech. A level 119 eclipsing sun realm beast. As soon as the worm appeared, both the Huaxia Sword Immortal and the Zhang family members couldn't help but change their expressions. The Zhang family actually raises beasts? The next moment, another figure descended. In front of Li Qingshan, it was the Blade Emperor. The Huaxia Sword Immortal quickly retreated, guarding Li Qingshan. Ha! Since you destroy my Zhang family, then my Zhang family will make the entire demon city accompany us in death. The elder of the Zhang family said with a crazed expression. What audacity! A loud voice rang out from afar, and the next moment, a figure appeared before everyone. It was the Demon Suppression King, clad in a neatly arranged battle armor. Level 119 Eclipsing Sun Realm. Demon Suppression King? The elder of the Zhang family sneered coldly, her face flashing with anger. When my Zhang family was about to be destroyed by this little brat, you didn't show up, but now you appear so quickly? I just happened to arrive, the Demon Suppression King said calmly. Happened to arrive? What a joke! Back then, when my husband sacrificed himself to seal the Void Gate, how did you promise? My Zhang family? To protect my Zhang family for 300 years? Ha, what a ridiculous joke. How long has it been, and now it no longer counts? The elderly woman of the Zhang family spoke with a ferocious expression. Protect the Zhang family for 300 years. As her words fell, the Demon Suppression King fell silent, and both the Sword Immortal and Blade Emperor of Huaxia were subdued. However, only Li Qingshan stepped forward and said, agreeing to protect your Zhang family for 300 years does not mean allowing your family to act lawlessly. Your Zhang family sent black and white impermanents to assassinate me, the Divine Sun, and now you won't even let me seek justice at your doorstep? Divine Sun? Since when does Huaxia have a Divine Sun? The elderly woman of the Zhang family was slightly stunned, her gaze falling on Li Qingshan. This man is Huaxia's new Divine Son, Li Qingshan. Your Zhang family has gone too far. Of all people, you chose to target His Highness the Divine Sun. Do you realize that he is the future of Huaxia? At just 18 years old, he has already reached the Falling Moon Realm. It won't be long before he steps into the Eclipse Sun Realm. Give him 3 years, and he will be the youngest level 119 Eclipse Sun powerhouse in Huaxia, and even the world. He might even break the Eclipse Sun curse and reach an even higher realm. The responsibility of repelling the fierce beasts and unifying Blue Star already rests on this young man's shoulders. If you had provoked anyone else, I might have been lenient with your Zhang family. But this time, no, absolutely not. Attempting to assassinate the Divine Sun is an unforgivable crime. Moreover, your Zhang family has been raising a fierce beast that has already reached level 119 in the Eclipse Sun Realm. If it loses control, it will be a disaster for the entire Magic City. Over the years, your Zhang family has acted recklessly, controlling powerful martial artists, assassinating competitors, and planting your people everywhere. All of that could be overlooked. But these two matters cannot be ignored. The Demon Suppression King let out a long sigh and looked at the elderly woman of the Zhang family before him, saying, "Now, immediately kill this fierce beast and apologize to His Highness the Divine Sun. From now on, your Zhang family descendants are forbidden from practicing martial arts. Huaxia can protect your Zhang family for 300 years. What do you say?" "What? An 18-year-old in the Falling Moon realm? How is that possible? Unbelievable." The members of the Zhang family couldn't help but gasp, their eyes filled with shock. An 18-year-old in the Falling Moon realm. It completely overturned their worldview, like a newborn baby punching a divine dragon and stepping on the celestial palace. If it were true, they couldn't imagine how terrifying the Divine Sun would become in the future. The hope of Huaxia's future truly rested on this person's shoulders. The elderly woman of the Zhang family was greatly shocked upon hearing the Demon Suppression King's words. No wonder this person, despite only being in the Falling Moon realm, was protected by Huaxia's Sword Immortal and Blade Emperor. Such talent! A trace of resentment rose in her heart. Does having talent mean you can do whatever you want? Although the Zhang family attempted to assassinate him, they failed, and the two assassins were even subdued by him. Couldn't he just come and explain things clearly? Was it necessary to act so harshly against the Zhang family? How hateful! Since this boy's talent is so extraordinary, if we could capture him, it would be like holding Huaxia's Achilles' heel. At that point, if the Zhang family took control of Magic City, finding another way to break the deadlock wouldn't be impossible. Kill! As the elderly woman of the Zhang family finished speaking, the massive fierce beast insect swallowed her into its abdomen to protect her, then spread its wings. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A swarm of beetles flew out from under the wings of the level 119 fierce beast, forming a vast black cloud that blotted out the sky as they charged toward Li Qingshan. Each of these sub-insects possessed strength above the falling star level. Among them, there are quite a few Moonfall and even Sun Devourer level sub-insects, incredibly powerful. As for the black nether insect mother, it charged straight at the true Demon King. In an instant, the battle erupted without warning, a life and death struggle as it always is. Sword Immortal, Blade Emperor, help me block those few high-level Sun Devourer sub-insects. As for the rest, leave them to me. As Li Qingshan's words fell, his massive body soared into the air, flying into the distance, followed by countless beetles rushing to kill him. Sword Immortal and Blade Emperor exchanged glances and immediately moved to suppress those high-level Sun Devourer sub-insects. Ancestral Dragon and Ancestral Kuanpeng let out a long roar and quickly charged toward Li Qingshan's direction. The thunder domain opened wide. Around Li Qingshan, the air was instantly filled with intense thunder power, causing some meteor-level sub-insects to fall directly, crashing to the ground below. Ancestral Kuanpeng opened its massive mouth and swallowed all the fallen sub-insects, including quite a few lower-level Moonfall sub-insects. Li Qingshan swung the thunder hammer in his hand, the air filled with whistling sounds, smashing fiercely at the lower-level Sun Devourer sub-insects in front of him. For Li Qingshan, as long as those high-level Sun Devourer sub-insects were blocked, this place became his buffet. One by one, sub-insects were killed by Li Qingshan and then swallowed by the Ancestral Dragon and Ancestral Kuanpeng below. In another part of the sky, the Demon Suppression King was locked in a fierce battle with the 119 level Sun Devourer Black Nether Insect Mother. Sword Immortal and Blade Emperor were blocking several high-level Sun Devourer sub-insects split off by the Black Nether Insect Mother. Clone devoured a 103 level Moonfall Beast, gaining plus 13 million refined blood essence. Main body gained plus 13,000 blood essence. Clone devoured a 105 level Moonfall Beast, gaining plus 53 million refined blood essence. Main body gained plus 53,000 blood essence. Clone devoured a 106 level Moonfall Beast, gaining plus 110 million refined blood essence. Main body gained plus 110 million refined blood essence. Clone devoured a 109 level Moonfall Beast, gaining plus 1.6 billion refined blood essence. Main body gained plus 1.6 billion refined blood essence. System notifications flashed continuously before his eyes, and Li Qingshan's blood essence began accumulating rapidly, soon reaching the amount needed to enhance his strength. Consumed 2.56 billion refined blood essence. Host successfully advanced to 109 level Moonfall Warrior. On the other side, bang! A muffled sound rang out as one of the Black Nether Insect Mother's pitch black claws struck heavily against the Demon Suppression King's armor. His arms went numb, and his entire body was sent flying backward, smashing several alloy buildings into rubble before landing on the ground with a heavy thud. The earth cracked, and the ground trembled. The armor on the Demon Suppression King's chest even showed slight cracks, and his internal injuries were severe. Looking at the black nether insect mother before him, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. So strong. Ha ha ha, what Demon Suppression King? Turns out you're nothing special, unable to even deal with the beast controlled by my Zhang family. It seems my husband had some foresight when he left this beast hidden beneath our Zhang family all those years ago. After eating so many people over the years, it's finally time to show its strength. Demon Suppression King, today this old lady will kill you here. Do you accept your fate? From within the black nether insect mother came the arrogant voice of the Zhang family matriarch. The Demon Suppression King swallowed a bottle of potion. The injuries within the body quickly recovered, but returning to the original state was naturally impossible. The most critical issue was the damage to the battle armor. However, he had to hold off this Black Phantom Queen, or the situation would escalate. His gaze glanced to the side, and he immediately contacted his liaison, quickly mobilized the sun eroding experts in Magic City to come to the Zhang family, and arrange for the Divine Sun Li Qingshan to immediately withdraw from the battle and head to the capital. Report the battle situation here to the capital and request the elders to be dispatched for assistance. Yes. The liaison immediately began organizing the tasks, contacting the sun eroding experts within Magic City. The entire Magic City instantly became lively. The Zhang family was designated as a restricted area and sealed off, with all nearby residents evacuated. Such occurrences were not unusual, but people were curious about what had happened to the Zhang family. However, apart from high-level sun-eroding martial artists, most would remain unaware. Even some lower-level sun-eroding martial artists were not contacted to assist in the battlefield, as their arrival would only mean certain death. The battle was unimaginably fierce. Black and white impermanents, watching the fight before them, were utterly stunned and quickly sought a place to hide. As for the instigator of all this, Zhang Yalan, her mouth hung open in shock, frozen in place, not daring to move. She could never have imagined that the Zhang family behind her could be so insane. Terrifying. Too terrifying. Absolutely horrifying. After consuming 5.12 billion units of refined blood essence, the host successfully broke through the realm, stepping into level 110, the Falling Sun realm. Finally, Li Qingshan, after eliminating enough offspring of the Black Phantom Queen, successfully entered the sun-eroding realm. Unfortunately, for the ancestral dragon and ancestral Kuanping to evolve again, they would need to reach level 121, which is beyond the sun-eroding realm, and at that point, they would choose new and distinct branches. The ancestral dragon and ancestral Kuanping, after devouring a large amount of flesh and blood, continued to enhance their strength. Currently, they had reached level 109, the Falling Moon realm, just one step away from entering the sun-eroding realm. With Li Qingshan stepping into the sun-eroding realm, his strength greatly increased. His gaze turned toward the Sword Immortal and Blade Emperor. At this moment, the Sword Immortal and Blade Emperor had already slain 2 high-level sun-eroding offspring and were battling the remaining 6 high-level sun-eroding offspring. As for the Demon King, he was being relentlessly beaten back by the Black Phantom Queen, his battle armor severely damaged, seemingly unable to hold on much longer. He was in a pitiful state. Boom! Another dull sound echoed as the Demon King's body was once again sent flying, crashing to the ground like a meteor. Before he could get up, the Black Phantom Queen charged at him again. Boom, boom, boom. Several long, hard black legs repeatedly struck down at the Demon King below. Each impact on the ground sent terrifying shockwaves rippling outward, shredding numerous alloy skyscrapers. The Demon King, in his dire state below, could only keep dodging the attacks, with no chance of counterattacking. His face grew increasingly anxious. The capital was still some distance from Magic City, and reinforcements couldn't arrive quickly. The old matriarch of the Zhang family knew the importance of Li Qingshan and would certainly not let him go, while Li Qingshan was the future of China. This was truly troublesome. Boom! The Demon King's body was sent flying again, crashing heavily into the rear, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The high-level sun-eroding martial artists within Magic City finally began arriving one by one. Sizzle, sizzle, the black nether insect queen let out a strange sound, and from beneath its wings, a large number of offspring insects flew out once again. These offspring were all at the upper-level sun-eroding realm. They began to gang up on the sun-eroding realm warriors who had come to provide support. He. You lot, forcing my insect queen to release so many offspring, truly detestable. But it doesn't matter. Once these offspring kill all of you and devour your flesh and blood, my insect queen will surely recover quickly, came the voice of the Zhang family matriarch from within the black nether insect queen. The black nether insect queen's habits were peculiar. Any offspring that left the queen for too long would automatically transform into queens themselves. If not for this battle, these offspring would have remained inside the queen. Once they grew to level 118, just one level below the queen, they would be directly devoured by the queen, becoming part of its power. This might even allow it to break through to level 120, realm that had never appeared on Blue Star. Therefore, the black nether insect queen was reluctant to release too many offspring. Once this battle ended, it could draw a circle as its domain and control the entire magic city. However, the stalemate wouldn't last long. The matriarch had to find a way to quickly enhance the queen's power. As long as the queen reached level 120, what nonsense was Huaxia? What was Blue Star? Everything would have to obey the Zhang family. The Zhang family would become the only true god on Blue Star. As for ferocious beasts, they would all become food for the black nether insect queen. Over the years, countless flesh and blood had been fed to the queen for its growth. Those who offended the Zhang family would all die. The battle above the Zhang family was unimaginably fierce. Although new upper-level sun-eroding realm warriors joined the fray, they had little impact on the battlefield. Go! Li Qingshan immediately commanded the ancestor Kuanping and ancestor dragon to devour two upper-level sun-eroding offspring insects. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the Zhang family matriarch seemed eager to end the battle quickly and avoid further delays. Three upper-level sun-eroding offspring insects charged straight at Li Qingshan. Their speed and strength were overwhelming. Li Qingshan was no match for them and could only flee desperately. Seeing this, the Sword Immortal and Blade Emperor hurriedly stepped in to shield him. The Huaxia Sword Immortal and Blade Emperor even burned their own vital blood to forcibly raise their strength to level 118, ensuring Li Qingshan's safety. However, after the battle, their physical bodies would undoubtedly suffer severe damage. The clone devoured a level 116 ferocious beast, gaining 210 billion units of refined blood essence, while the main body also gained 210 billion units of refined blood essence. The clone devoured a level 115 ferocious beast, gaining 110 billion units of refined blood essence, while the main body also gained 110 billion units of refined blood essence. Although the Huaxia Sword Immortal and Blade Emperor burned their vital blood to protect Li Qingshan, two upper-level sun-eroding offspring insects still managed to break through. Two of them, both at level 116 in the sun-eroding realm. Brothers, I need some free gifts, please. Not good, dodge quickly. The Huaxia Sword Immortal's face showed a trace of urgency as he urged Li Qingshan. Several nearby sun-eroding warriors tried to rush forward to protect him, but they were tightly entangled by the offspring insects in front of them, making it impossible to provide support. Courting death. The Demon Suppression King roared furiously, his body surging with an increasingly terrifying energy and blood aura. He began to burn his vital essence and life force, breaking free from the entanglement of the Black Abyss Worm Mother, and charged straight toward Li Qingshan. Boom! However, in the next moment, a dull sound echoed as excruciating pain struck from the Demon Suppression King's back. His entire body was sent hurtling downward like a cannonball, smashing violently into the ground below. Like a falling meteorite, the impact created a massive crater. The soil on the ground, subjected to the terrifying speed and force, generated intense heat, melting into molten lava that began to spread outward. The sight was horrifying. The battle armor on the Demon Suppression King's back was utterly shattered, and two of his ribs were broken outright. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his once black hair was now half white. It's still no use, he thought bitterly. Looking toward Li Qingshan, his eyes were filled with deep regret and hatred. If only I had known earlier, I should have destroyed the Zhang family sooner. To think they would raise such terrifying beasts, I can't imagine how many citizens of Magic City have fallen prey to them. They deserve to die. Li Qingshan was the future of Huaxia. Killing him would sever Huaxia's future, extinguishing the hope of resisting the beasts, let alone retaliating against them. I can die, but Li Qingshan cannot. Unfortunately, it was too late now. Watching as the two high-tier sun-eclipsing realm subworms charged rapidly toward Li Qingshan, a sense of despair washed over everyone. Jia. So this is the so-called son of Huaxia? The true demon king of Magic City? They are nothing more than this. From now on, the entire Magic City will belong to my Zhang family. The Zhang family will be the true emperors of Magic City. An excited and ecstatic expression appeared on the face of the old matriarch of the Zhang family, her voice emanating from within the black abyss worm mother. Consuming 10 billion units of refined energy and blood, host's power successfully elevated to level 111 of the Sun Eclipsing Realm. Consuming 20 billion units of refined energy and blood, host's power successfully elevated to level 112 of the Sun Eclipsing Realm. Consuming 40 billion units of refined energy and blood, host's power successfully elevated to level 113 of the Sun Eclipsing Realm. Consuming 80 billion units of refined energy and blood, host's power successfully elevated to level 114 of the Sun Eclipsing Realm. Consuming 160 billion units of refined energy and blood, host's power successfully elevated to level 115 of the Sun Eclipsing Realm. Level 115 Sun Eclipsing Realm. At this moment, Li Qingshan felt his physical body becoming terrifyingly powerful. Even the lightning energy surrounding him grew denser, the flickering arcs of electricity radiating devastating destructive power. His aura surged instantly. It was as if an ancient god had awakened within him. The two high-tier Sun Eclipsing Realm subworms clearly felt as though their bodies were sinking into a quagmire. The arcs of electricity surrounding them carried an intense, threatening force, and any contact would surely result in severe damage. Hiss. 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 The two Sun Eclipsing Realm subworms screeched as they reached Li Qingshan, their wings flapping like two terrifying meteors. The air around them howled, sonic booms erupted, and the heat they generated swept outward ferociously. Boom. Boom. Yet, as the two high-tier Sun Eclipsing Realm subworms appeared before Li Qingshan, two dull thuds resounded. Li Qingshan seized each of the worms with one hand, gripping them firmly. Terrifying power surged toward his arms, his muscles and bones enduring immense pressure. The Thunder Dragon armor on his body strained under the overwhelming force. A series of creaking sounds echoed. The next moment, divine thunder surged from within Li Qingshan into the two subworms, a terrifying, destructive force forcibly flooding their bodies and destroying their internal organs. Their once sturdy bodies lost all strength, even emitting black smoke and convulsing, completely losing the ability to resist. This was merely Li Qingshan's ordinary thunder and blood energy, without utilizing the Dutian Divine Thunder blood. Like trash, the subworms were thrown toward Zulong and Zukenpeng. Clone devoured a level 116 ferocious beast, gaining 210 billion refined blood energy. The main body gained 210 billion refined blood energy. Clone devoured a level 116 ferocious beast, gaining 210 billion refined blood energy. The main body gained 210 billion refined blood energy. Two consecutive system notifications sounded. Li Qingshan immediately clicked to upgrade, further enhancing his strength. Consumed 320 billion refined blood energy. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading to level 116 Sun Eclipsing Realm. Hiss. The surrounding martial artists couldn't help but gasp, their eyes flashing with shock and disbelief. What was going on? Defeating a higher-level Sun Eclipsing opponent with one hand? Wasn't the Chinese Divine Sun at the Moon-Falling Realm? But judging by his earlier moves, it was clear he had already reached the higher-level Sun Eclipsing Realm. Could it be that the Chinese Divine Sun had been hiding his strength all along? Even the Demon Suppression King was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, his eyes full of astonishment. This guy? What level of strength does he truly possess? The Black and White Impermanence sisters were even more shocked. No wonder their assassination attempt on Li Qingshan had failed so miserably back then. The two of them were merely at the higher-level Moon-Falling Realm. But now, Li Qingshan was already at the higher-level Sun Eclipsing Realm? The gap in realms was simply too vast. He had hidden his strength so deeply. Damn it, how is this possible? Came the incredulous voice of the Zhang family matriarch from within the Black Nether Worm Queen. Old hag, you've been arrogant for so long, it's time to shut up. Li Qingshan's lips curled into a cold smile as his body transformed into a golden streak of light, charging toward the Black Nether Worm Queen. The sound of crackling arcs of electricity echoed in his ears. The next moment, Li Qingshan appeared before the Black Nether Worm Queen, swinging the thunder hammer down fiercely. Jia, so what if you're at the higher-level Sun Eclipsing Realm? Even the mighty Demon Suppression King was left battered by my precious worm. How dare you take the initiative to fight? Perfect, it saves me the trouble. As the Zhang matriarch's voice fell, the Black Nether Worm Queen charged ferociously at Li Qingshan. It's Elongated claws were incomparably hard, stabbing forward with immense force. The sonic booms in the air were deafening, and due to its extreme speed, a high-temperature meteor-like trail formed around it. The power was terrifying. If it struck the ground, it would immediately create a massive crater, turning the surface into molten lava, reducing everything around it to dust. Li Qingshan, leave this place quickly. You are no match for it. The Demon Suppression King's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly tried to stop him. He, the dignified Demon Suppression King, a level 119 martial artist, was no match for it. How could Li Qingshan, a mere level 116 martial artist, possibly stand a chance? If he were to lose, it wouldn't just mean Li Qingshan's death, but also the future of China. The surrounding martial artists also clenched their fists tightly, their hearts in their throats as they watched Li Qingshan charge toward the Black Nether Worm Queen. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Li Qingshan's thunder hammer clashed fiercely with the Black Nether Insect Mother, unleashing a terrifying force. A level 119. Sun-eclipsing realm ferocious beast was indeed horrifying. Li Qingshan's body was sent flying backward. However, he was not as disheveled as the Demon Suppression King, though judging by the battle, Li Qingshan was clearly at a disadvantage. Heh, I thought you might surprise me, but it turns out you're just a so-so. From today onward, the Demon City will belong to my Zhang family. My Zhang family will be the overlords of the Demon City. As for the so-called son of China, kneel and submit. Spare your life. Kneel. The angry voice of the Zhang family matriarch rang out, tinged with excitement and agitation. She had long known how terrifying her insect was. She should have acted sooner. However, the Zhang matriarch failed to notice that because of her attack on Li Qingshan, her insect's vitality seemed to weaken and age slightly. This, of course, was the terrifying effect of Li Qingshan's merit golden sun. All heaven divine thunder vitality, the vitality within Li Qingshan's body surged as he directly activated the all-heaven divine thunder vitality. The already terrifying power of thunder now reached a new level, becoming even more fearsome than before. His body transformed into a streak of light, charging straight toward the Black Nether Insect Mother, courting death. Seeing that Li Qingshan dared to attack her again, the Zhang matriarch's tone revealed a hint of disdain. The battle between the two sides resumed. Boom! A dull sound rang out as both sides were forced back. Li Qingshan was evenly matched with the Black Nether Insect Mother, but it was clear that he held a slight advantage. Most crucially, the 9 merit golden suns behind Li Qingshan radiated dazzling golden light. As the Black Nether Insect Mother continued to attack Li Qingshan, a large amount of its essence, blood and lifespan began to drain away, leaving it in an increasingly dire state. The Zhang matriarch remained oblivious to all this. In her mind, she was about to slay the Son of God before her, decapitate the Demon Suppression King, and claim the entire Demon City as the Zhang family's domain. The entire Demon City would become the slaves of her family, and her precious insect's blood feast. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ancestral dragon and ancestral Kunpeng were frantically slaughtering and devouring the insect offspring. Their powers were also continuously growing. Clone devoured a level 115 sun-falling realm ferocious beast, gaining 100 billion essence vitality. Host gained 100 billion essence vitality. Clone devoured a level 114 sun-falling realm ferocious beast, gaining 50 billion essence vitality. Host gained 50 billion essence vitality. Clone devoured a level 116 sun-falling realm ferocious beast, gaining 200 billion essence vitality. Host gained 200 billion essence vitality. As the two divine beasts continued to slaughter and devour the insect offspring, the essence vitality on Li Qingshan's data panel kept increasing. In a short time, it had already reached the amount needed for another breakthrough. Consumed 640 billion essence vitality. Main body successfully broke through to level 117. Level 117. The same realm as the Chinese Sword Immortal and Blade Emperor, but in terms of actual combat power, he was far superior to the two. Die. A cold glint flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes as his combat power surged. Instantly, his body turned into a streak of icy light, charging toward the Black Nether Insect Mother. The Thunder Hammer in his hand crackled with even more terrifying thunder power. Boom! The sound of explosions from collisions erupted, and terrifying power instantly invaded the flesh of the Black Nether Worm Mother, beginning to destroy its internal organs and flesh. This time, Li Qingshan did not retreat at all, while the Black Nether Worm Mother's body staggered backward. He continued to charge forward, wielding the thunder hammer in his hand, striking the black nether worm mother's flesh repeatedly, unleashing powerful thunder. Boom! 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 Muffled explosions echoed continuously, and with each explosion, golden arcs of electricity splattered in all directions. Sizzle! The black nether worm mother let out agonized screams, its body increasingly losing control, swaying under Li Qingshan's relentless attacks. Inside its body, the Zhang family matriarch seemed to realize something was wrong. What's happening? What's happening? Kill him! Kill him! Die! Finally, with a furious roar from Li Qingshan, the thunderous energy within him reached its peak and heavily struck the head of the black nether worm mother. A battle between level 117 and level 119. For the black nether worm mother to hold out this long was enough for it to be proud. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded, and the black nether worm mother ultimately could not withstand Li Qingshan's storm-like assault. Its body collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, the Zhang family matriarch seized the opportunity to escape through a hole in the black nether worm mother, cautiously attempting to flee into the distance. Swish! In the next moment, Li Qingshan's gaze locked onto the Zhang family matriarch, and his body instantly charged forward without hesitation. You want me dead? Want the Zhang family dead? I will make sure you suffer as well. The Zhang family matriarch screamed hysterically, immediately twisting a bracelet on her wrist, then revealed a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. What Hua Xia divine son! If I die, someone will come to kill you. Boom! Li Qingshan punched the Zhang family matriarch, killing her instantly. The Zhang family completely annihilated. The ancestral dragon and ancestral Kuanping rushed forward, tearing into the flesh of the black nether worm mother and other ferocious beasts that had died along with the worm mother and its offspring. All the Zhang family's assets, including the defense map of Huaxia and other confidential information, were instantly transmitted across the ocean to the divine nation. This was the Zhang family's final move, betraying the nation thoroughly and completely. The clone devoured a level 119 ferocious beast, and the two clones together gained 17 trillion refined blood energy, while the host gained 170 trillion refined blood energy. After consuming 12.8 trillion refined blood energy, the host successfully advanced to level 118 martial artist. Almost there. Just one more step to reach level 119 and become the true martial pinnacle of Blue Star. Li Qingshan believed that in this martial world, there were few who could rival him. Open the data panel, main body. Li Qingshan length, 25 cm strength, level 118 moonfall merit, 13.3 million/1 billion, merit lotus platform, refined vital energy, 1 trillion/2.56 trillion innate talents, dragon clan divine body Kuanping divine body merit golden sun 9 cycles innate abilities, Dutian divine thunder vital energy universe within thunder hammer thunder shadow 3000 speed thunder. Domain Thunder Dragon Armor Thunder Punishment Dragon Clan Dharma Aspect Dragon Fury Dragon My Clone, Ancestral Dragon. Length, 200,000 meters Strength, Level 117 Refined Vital Energy, 96 billion/1.28 trillion can evolve again at Level 121, with different branches available for selection Clone, Ancestral Kuanping Length, 200,000 meters Strength, Level 117 Moonfall Refined Vital Energy, 90 billion/1.28 trillion can evolve again at level 121, with different branches available for selection. Contractor, Subaijo Strength, Level 5 Martial Artist Talent, SSS Level Daily Contribution, 16 Vital Energy Points Phoenix. Divine Body unlocks at Level 10 Contractor, Black Wuchang Strength, Level 107 Moonfall Talent, Wuchang Divine Body Daily Contribution, 1.28 billion Refined Vital Energy Contractor, White Wuchang Strength, Level 107 Moonfall Talent, Wuchang Divine Body Daily Contribution, 1.28 billion Refined Vital Energy on the data panel. A large amount of data had been updated. Apart from the realm, Li Qingshan was still eager to condense the Merit Lotus platform. This thing was truly heaven-defying. Any enemy who fought against him would experience a massive decline in vital energy and lifespan, terrifying indeed. Sakura Nation. It seems he needs to make another trip there. Also, Subaijo has broken through to level 5 martial artist, which is quite impressive. He wondered what realm Wang Qingcha had reached now. Calculating the time. It seemed that tomorrow marked the 1 month dual deadline, right? He still didn't know where she was. No matter. With his status, investigating would make it clear. He Wondered what expression Wang Qingcha would have upon seeing his strength. Regardless, he would humiliate her thoroughly, to avenge his grudge. What Li Qingshan was thinking, the 50-plus upper-level Sun-eroding realm martial artists present were unaware of. They only knew that the divine son of Huaxia was truly good at hiding. What nonsense Moonfall realm! He had long reached the Sun-eroding realm, even capable of killing a level 119 Sun-eroding realm ferocious beast. The demon suppression king was also dumbfounded. Just how much strength was Li Qingshan hiding? Reporting this to the other old fellows, who knows what expressions they would have. Now, the divine son must already have the ability to protect himself, so it was time to publicize Li Qingshan's identity. Huaxia currently needed a figurehead for promotion, and Li Qingshan was the most suitable candidate. Justice had been served, and I'll head back first. As for the matters here, the Demon Suppression King can handle them. Li Qingshan said this, called upon the black and white Wuchang sisters, and left the place directly, leaving behind the ruins of the Zhang family. The Demon Suppression King looked at the ruins before him, let out a long sigh, and immediately began organizing departments to handle the aftermath. The Zhang family was completely finished. After returning to the villa, Su Baizhou and Han Xunyu were waiting anxiously, dressed in thin silk nightgowns. Now, Li Qingshan was the small shelter, shielding this mother-daughter pair from the storm. Seeing Li Qingshan return, they hurriedly went up to him with concern and asked, "Qingshan, are you hurt?" Looking at the two charming beauties before him, Li Qingshan assured them he was fine and then arranged rooms for Heibai Wuchang. Currently, Heibai Wuchang were only at the 107th level of the Falling Moon realm, so they were certainly incapable of helping him. They weren't even qualified to be his bodyguards. Even Sword Immortal and Blade Emperor were no longer fit to be his bodyguards. Coincidentally, Heibai Wuchang were both women, making them perfectly suited to protect Su Baizhou and Han Xunyu. Night had fallen. Li Qingshan looked at Su Baizhou, who had fallen asleep beside him. From exhaustion, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. The next day, a hotel in the heart of the Magic City became bustling with activity, as it was the engagement day of Zhao family's young master, Zhao Ziqian, and the Wang family's daughter. The entire hotel had been booked by the Zhao family. At the entrance, a large sign displayed photos of Wang Qingcha and Zhao Ziqian, along with engagement blessings written above. The Wang family was busy and nervous. Wang Qingcha's makeup was already done, and she wore a fitted silk gown that accentuated her graceful figure. On her feet were a pair of high-heeled shoes with thin heels. Her heels were tender and pink, and her small feet were as smooth and flawless as warm jade. It had to be said, Wang Qingcha was indeed a natural beauty. Dressed like this, she not only attracted the attention of young men but even stirred the hearts of some older, less proper individuals. "Qingcha, once you marry into the Zhao family, your good days will begin," said Wang Qingcha's mother, adorned in jewels, her face showing a trace of excitement as she looked at her daughter. Marrying into the Zhao family. For some reason, Li Qingshan's face suddenly appeared in Wang Qingcha's mind. If it weren't for the troubles in the Li family, she would have married Li Qingshan, right? But there were no ifs. She was a golden crow sacred body and shouldn't have been confined to a small city like Jiangcheng. She belonged in the Magic City. Only the Magic City could accommodate a true genius like her. Understood, Wang Qingcha nodded. If this marriage alliance succeeds, our Wang family will have firmly established itself in the Magic City. With your father focusing on developing the business, we can surely provide your brother with a better future. In the future, if your brother can reach the level of advanced war god or even the martial emperor realm, he could earn the title of Viscount or even Earl. Only then will our Wang family truly bring glory to our ancestors. Wang Qingcha's father said excitedly, then called out, "Yaozu, come here." "What?" A boy lying on the sofa nearby, playing games, responded impatiently, "It's just an engagement. Can you stop bothering me? This child, your mother, has spoiled you too much." Wang Qingcha's father frowned, then turned to her and said, "Daughter, after you marry into the Zhao family, you must help your brother more. He is the future of our Wang family, understand?" "Understood," Wang Qingcha replied, her brows slightly furrowed at the mention of her brother. She nodded without saying much. The Zhao family's betrothal gifts to the Wang family were exceedingly generous, including some cultivation resource potions. Wang Qingcha knew exactly what they were for. They were meant to pave the way for her brother. In other words, the Wang family had sold her. Fortunately, it was the Zhao family After marrying into the Zhao family, she would also have better opportunities for development however. In daily life, the parents' favoritism towards her younger brother had already made Wang Qingcha quite displeased. Master, the car is here. At this moment, a driver hurried over and said, "Oh, hurry up, don't keep the Zhao family waiting. This marriage is a climb for us." Immediately, Wang Qingcha's father began urging her to get in the car and head to the hotel. Tianqing Hotel. This is an extremely luxurious hotel in the Magic City, usually only accessible to high-ranking officials and wealthy elites. Besides requiring a significant amount of money, one also needs the appropriate status to be allowed entry. Inside the hotel lobby, it was already packed with over 1,000 people. These were all business and family partners of the Zhao family, each wielding considerable power. Among them were numerous marquises, earls, and even some viscounts. If not for their exceptional potential, they wouldn't even qualify to attend. The Zhao family patriarch, the eldest master, the second master, and Zhao Ziqian, the son of the eldest master and the protagonist of today's engagement, were all present. Today's engagement banquet must be well organized. Besides the guests here, there's also a heavyweight figure coming. Do you understand? The Zhao family patriarch looked at his two sons and grandson and instructed. A heavyweight figure? The eldest and second masters of the Zhao family exchanged glances, curiosity flashing in their eyes. Father, who is it? He's an old comrade of mine. Haven't you always wanted to know who stands behind our Zhao family? Now you can find out. The Zhao family patriarch's face showed a hint of pride, while the two masters of the Zhao family grew even more curious, looking at him expectantly for an answer. Grandfather, who is it? Zhao Ziqian couldn't hold back and asked. Grand Duke's son. The reason I'm willing to reveal him to everyone this time is that Grand Duke's son has just broken through to the upper falling moon realm this year. Level 106. The Zhao family patriarch said slowly. Thank you to the big shot, Eureka from the racetrack, for the generous reward of 100 yuan. I'm so moved I'm crying. Grand Duke's son? This figure is renowned throughout the Magic City, a truly prominent figure. As the Zhao family patriarch finished speaking, the faces of the two masters of the Zhao family immediately showed excitement and joy. Father, is Grand Duke's son really the one supporting our family? Yes. The Zhao family patriarch nodded proudly. Speaking of this old comrade, the Zhao family patriarch had a rare memory to share. Back then, his wife was still charming and coincidentally happened to be this old comrade's first love. He had facilitated their secret relationship as a couple. Unfortunately, his wife passed away early. Otherwise, the Zhao family could have risen even higher. Father, Grand Duke's son is a major figure in the Magic City. With him as our backing, the Zhao family's business will surely become more stable and promising. The eldest master of the Zhao family said with excitement. Indeed, now that we have Grand Duke's son's support, along with Zhao Ziqian as a promising child and Wang Qingcha's entry into the Golden Crow sacred body, the Zhao family is bound to thrive. The second master of the Zhao family added. The Zhao family men began envisioning the future, their faces full of hope. The engagement banquet soon began. The Zhao family patriarch and the elder of the Zhao family, along with members of the Wang family and others, arrived one after another. Old Master Zhao, congratulations, congratulations. Wishing Zhao Gongzi a happy union. Old Master Zhao, I heard the fiancé is a Golden Crow sacred body. The Zhao family has truly gained an enviable granddaughter-in-law. The hall instantly became lively. Some people were offering blessings to the Zhao family, while others who knew each other were chatting, their faces beaming with smiles. Grand Duke's son has arrived. A loud voice rang out from outside the hall. Those who had been chatting turned their gazes toward the door, their faces showing a hint of surprise. Grand Duke's son. He's a prominent figure in the Demon City. Who would have thought he would attend the Zhao family's engagement banquet? The Zhao family truly has prestige. For a moment, the entire hall fell silent, and all eyes turned toward an elderly man walking in. The man appeared to be around 80 years old. Of course, the lifespan of martial artists is significantly longer than that of ordinary people. At 80, he was equivalent to a 40-year-old in prime condition. As Grand Duke's son appeared, the crowd's faces showed respect and awe. Members of the Zhao family hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. Grand Duke, I never expected you to take time out of your busy schedule to attend my grandson's engagement banquet. The Zhao family is truly honored. The Zhao family patriarch's face showed excitement and joy as he spoke. Indeed, it is appropriate. Grand Duke's son nodded. At the patriarch's invitation, he took the main seat. Xingcha, Ziqian, come quickly to greet Grand Duke's son, the Zhao family patriarch urged. Being able to make an impression in front of Grand Duke's son would be beneficial for their future. Grand Duke, Wang Qingcha and Zhao Ziqian stepped forward and greeted respectfully. Grand Duke, this is my grandson Zhao Ziqian, and this is my granddaughter-in-law Wang Qingcha. The Zhao family patriarch introduced them. Grand Duke's son's gaze fell on Zhao Ziqian and Wang Qingcha, but in the next moment, he was captivated by Wang Qingcha's aura and appearance. His long-sealed heart suddenly skipped a beat. This is Grand Duke's son's heartbeat accelerated, and a fiery look flashed in his eyes. Her face, her figure, her legs, her jade-like feet, her aura, every aspect gripped Grand Duke's son's heart tightly. Compared to the Zhao family patriarch's wife, Grand Duke's son was far more drawn to Wang Qingcha before him. The greed and heat in his eyes were perfectly caught by the Zhao family patriarch, who thought to himself, this look is just like back then. Your granddaughter-in-law is quite remarkable. Grand Duke's son stared at Wang Qingcha and nodded solemnly. All right, you may step back now. I have some matters to discuss with the Grand Duke, the Zhao family patriarch said, sensing he had grasped something, perhaps the Zhao family's new hope for rising. The surrounding crowd dispersed, and the Zhao family patriarch exchanged glances with Grand Duke Sunday. Everything was understood without words. Grand Duke, this matter cannot be rushed, but it is well within control, the Zhao family patriarch said confidently. Indeed, sensible. Grand Duke's son nodded in satisfaction. Immediately, the Zhao family patriarch called Zhao Ziqian over and had him stand beside him. Grandfather, does the Grand Duke have something to discuss? Zhao Ziqian asked with a faint smile. Ziqian, sometimes, when walking, one must not narrow the path, understand? The Zhao family elder said with a serious expression. Grandpa, what does this mean? Zhao Ziqian asked, confused, not quite understanding what his grandfather was saying. Your fiancée is quite good. Not only do you like her, but the Duke also likes her, the elder continued. Thank you, Duke. Zhao Ziqian quickly replied. Sigh. You don't need to thank the Duke should be thanking you instead. You like your fiancé very much, and the Duke also likes your fiancé. So, shouldn't your fiancé accompany the Duke just as she accompanies you? The elder's eyes flashed with a meaningful look as he gazed at Zhao Ziqian. On the wedding night, the Duke will replace you in doing certain things you love to do, such as the bridal chamber. Do you think this is a joke? As the words fell, the elder and the Duke both turned their gazes sharply toward Zhao Ziqian. Zhao Ziqian could no longer fail to understand the meaning behind his grandfather and the Duke's words. His eyes revealed a trace of struggle. Allowing his wife to be ravaged by an outsider would be unacceptable to anyone, and Zhao Ziqian was no exception. His brows furrowed tightly. No matter, take your time to think about it, but don't take too long, the elder said upon seeing Zhao Ziqian's reaction. Grandpa, there's no need to think about it, Zhao Ziqian said firmly, his face showing determination. The Duke has supported the Zhao family from behind, and he has been a great benefactor to us. For him to take a liking to my fiancée is an honor for her. Rest assured, Duke, whatever you desire, my fiancée will do her utmost to cooperate. Damn it! Who would have thought this wretched woman would be so appealing? No matter. Trash is still trash, but I need to figure out a way to ensure this trash can't get pregnant. Otherwise, it would be too disgusting. The entire Zhao family and all its assets would be taken away. Behind the scenes, I'll just have a few illegitimate children. Myself. Good, sensible. You have the same spirit as you did back then, the Duke said with satisfaction, nodding confidently. Rest assured, as long as this matter is settled, I will protect the Zhao family for 3 generations. Protect the Zhao family for 3 generations? The elder's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly expressed gratitude to the Duke alongside Zhao Ziqian. The 3 of them smiled at each other, having already decided Wang Qingcha's future. The auspicious day arrived, and the bride was invited to the stage. At that moment, the host's voice echoed on the stage. The hall fell silent, and all eyes turned to Zhao Ziqian and Wang Qingcha. It began. As the music played, the 2 walked together onto the stage, ready with the engagement rings. All that remained was for Zhao Ziqian to propose, completing the ceremony. Zhao Ziqian picked up the ring box beside him, his face showing excitement, though his heart was already cursing. Wretched woman. Dressed up so well. Who are you trying to seduce? Now look at this. You're about to be ravaged by an old man. Truly despicable. Wang Qingcha, I've finally found you. At that moment, a man's voice suddenly rang out from the hall's entrance. In the quiet hall, the abrupt voice instantly drew the attention of everyone attending the engagement ceremony. All eyes turned toward the door, curiosity flashing in their gazes. Who is this guy? Whether it was Zhao Ziqian or the elder of the Zhao family, both frowned slightly. Here. To cause trouble? However, the Wang family and Wang Qingcha's expressions changed, revealing a trace of shock and disbelief. Li Qingshan? How is that possible? Wasn't this guy already dead during the beast tide in Zhangcheng? Li Qingshan? How are you still alive? Wang Qingcha asked, her tone mixed with shock. Our bet isn't over yet. How could I die so easily? Wang Qingcha, do you still remember the bet we made back then? Li Qingshan's lips curled into a faint smile as he asked. Bet? In Wang Qingcha's mind, the bet she had made with Li Qingshan that day immediately surfaced. 1 month later, the two would compete. If Li Qingshan lost, he would no longer pester Wang Qingcha and would apologize. If Wang Qingcha lost, she would willingly become Li Qingshan's concubine, obedient and submissive, accepting any punishment. Counting the days, it was exactly 1 month today. The people around, seeing Wang Qingcha and Li Qingshan talking and seemingly knowing each other, did not call security to throw Li Qingshan out. Of course, I remember. But today is my big day. After my engagement is over, I'll settle the bet with you, Wang Qingcha said. She hadn't expected Li Qingshan to still be alive. But it didn't matter. With her current strength, defeating Li Qingshan would be as easy as turning her hand. Now, Li Qingshan and she were completely people from 2 different worlds, 2 different levels. No. Li Qingshan shook his head and refused. Our bet was that the 2 of us would fight. If you lose, you'll become my concubine. If you get engaged to this guy, how can you still be my concubine? Let's fight. First, if I win, you can cancel this engagement banquet. If I lose, so be it. Become a concubine if I lose? As Li Qingshan's words fell, the people in the hall were slightly stunned, then revealed a trace of astonishment. Playing this big? What kind of joke is this? My daughter's wedding day, and you want a duel? Security. Where's the security? Wang Qingche's father shouted loudly. Shut up. However, just as Wang Qingche's father was calling for security, Li Qingshan's displeased voice came through, sharp as a blade in the cold sun, instantly pressing against Wang Qingche's father's throat. The chill was bone-piercing. Wang Qingche's father immediately felt a shiver run down his spine, his scalp tingling, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. The words he was about to say were inexplicably swallowed back, completely intimidated by Li Qingshan's aura. Wang Qingcha, make your move. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as he spoke. What kind of thing are you? How dare you cause trouble at my Zhao family's engagement banquet? Zhao Ziqian's eyes flashed with a trace of hostility as he stared at Li Qingshan. His wife, Wang Qingcha, he might not even have the right to her for the first time, and perhaps in the future, he might never touch her body. This already made Zhao Ziqian extremely displeased. A fire of anger in his heart had no outlet, and now that Li Qingshan had delivered himself to the door, he could no longer suppress his inner rage, wanting to rush forward and kill Li Qingshan on the spot. This Li Qingshan. The Zhao family had also figured out who he was. He was just the poor boy who was once engaged to Wang Qingcha. But later, his family fell into decline, and the Wang family broke off the engagement. Who would have thought it would escalate to this point? Truly detestable, this kid. Why does he look so familiar? In the hall, Second Master Zhao stared at Li Qingshan ahead, his brows slightly furrowed, feeling that this guy seemed familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. A bit like, yet not quite. Second Master Zhao had indeed met Li Qingshan before. Back when he and Jun Ding went to meet the Duke of Feng, the Second Master Zhao had brought a young martial artist along, and there was a conflict. However, the current Li Qingshan was a completely different person compared to back then. Though Li Qingshan of that time was just a naive, immature boy. But now, Li Qingshan exuded a steady aura of authority and a sense of benevolence and virtue. This change was most deeply felt by Wang Qingcha. After all, the last time she saw Li Qingshan was when he was still at Zhangcheng Martial Arts University. Compared to the Li Qingshan of now, it was as if he had become a completely different person. One had to admit, the current Li Qingshan did have a certain charm that could attract women. It was said that this girl from the Wang family, who came from a small city, had been engaged to a small family in her hometown before coming to the Magic City, but later broke off the engagement. Presumably, it was this young man, right? It should be. But one had to admit, this young man was indeed quite handsome. The only question was his strength. To dare to come here to demand an explanation, or to fulfill some kind of bet in a place like this kid already showed a lot of courage. Wang Qingcha had climbed to higher social circles, but who would have thought this young man also had some backbone? Today, there would surely be a good show to watch. Courageous, but unfortunately not very smart. A small family from a small city, and a declining one. At that, daring to cause trouble at the Zhao family's engagement banquet, would the Zhao family let him off? Exactly. After this incident, this young man would likely disappear from the world. TSK, such a good-looking young man. If he could be taken under my wing and become my little lover, that wouldn't be bad at all. Becoming your little lover? I'm afraid he won't have the chance. Forget the Zhao family, even the Wang family, or those trying to curry favor with the Zhao family, have already set their sights on him. As soon as this kid leaves this place, his life will probably come to an end. The hall was abuzz with discussion. Many people thought Li Qingshan had some courage, but even more believed he was foolish. To dare to cause trouble at the Zhao family's event at this time, did he have a death wish? Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, the sound of brisk footsteps echoed from outside the door. Several martial artist security guards walked straight toward Li Qingshan, intending to take him away. Wait! Wang Qingcha stopped the guards who were about to act. She stared at Li Qingshan in front of her and said, "All right, in that case, before the engagement, let's settle the bet first with a duel." Li Qingshan had caused such a scene. If they simply threw him out, who knew how the outside world would comment on the Zhao family, the Wang family, or herself? In the future? In that case, it would be better to have a fight with Li Qingshan. Agreeing to it would mean both sides mutually acknowledged the annulment of the engagement, leaving no room for criticism. Besides, it would also serve as a proper farewell to the past. Let's begin. Wang Qingcha, dressed in a strapless evening gown that accentuated her graceful figure, took a few steps forward and looked at Li Qingshan. If I strike first, you probably won't have a chance to fight back. Do you want to reconsider and make the first move? Li Qingshan said calmly, a joke. I, Wang Qingcha, am now a level 21 martial artist. What do you amount to? Wang Qingcha snorted coldly, a trace of pride flashing across his face as he spoke. Breaking through to level 21 martial arts within a year at Martial Arts University was indeed something to be proud of. Even in the prestigious Martial Arts University of the Magic City, he was considered an absolute genius. By the age of 30, Wang Qingcha had hopes of breaking through to the War God realm and becoming a truly powerful martial artist. And as for Li Qingshan standing before him, in the future, he would merely be a low-level martial artist, relegated to doing dirty and menial work. Are you sure you want me to make the first move? Li Qingshan smiled and said, Level 21 martial artist. Not bad. Stop wasting time. Wang Qingcha urged impatiently. All right then. Li Qingshan thought for a moment, a trace of blood energy surging within him, and a lightning ball flickered in his palm. This power, it shouldn't kill Wang Qingcha outright, right? Lightning. Martial technique? Wang Qingcha's expression changed drastically upon seeing the lightning ball in Li Qingshan's hand, a trace of astonishment flashing across his face. Lightning martial techniques are incredibly difficult to comprehend through sheer effort alone, they can only be understood through innate talent. Unexpectedly, Li Qingshan seemed to have some talent for lightning techniques. But it didn't matter. In front of a level 21 martial artist like himself, it was all trash. Still, Wang Qingcha was somewhat curious about Li Qingshan's actual strength. Whoosh! In the next moment, a trace of blood energy erupted from Li Qingshan's body, no more, no less, level 20. It wasn't that Li Qingshan didn't want to reveal stronger blood energy. He was just afraid of accidentally killing Wang Qingcha outright. From the lightning ball in his hand, countless tendrils extended instantly, rushing toward Wang Qingcha. Arcs of electricity flickered in the air. This was merely Li Qingshan's most basic lightning blood energy. He had no choice, he was afraid of electrocuting Wang Qingcha to death. Swish! A whistling sound echoed through the air as the lightning tendrils appeared in front of Wang Qingcha, flickering with arcs of electricity and containing terrifying power. Wang Qingcha's heart sank, and he hurriedly dodged. But he hadn't expected that these tendrils weren't rigid sticks, they could change direction and bend. The tendrils curved directly to the side and immediately attached themselves to Wang Qingcha, unleashing a torrent of lightning power. The previously arrogant Wang Qingcha suddenly felt his entire body go numb, his movements stiffen, and a sharp pain coursed through him. He fell heavily to the ground, utterly disheveled. Just as he was about to get up from the ground, another lightning tendril lashed toward him. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the terrifying lightning power poured into Wang Qingcha's body once again. His body, which had just risen, fell to the ground once more. The terrifying lightning power swept through his entire body, causing him to involuntarily tremble slightly. Having drunk too much water earlier, he almost lost control. His eyes burned with fury, and he now had the urge to kill Li Qingshan. Crack! Crack! Crisp sounds echoed continuously as Wang Qingcha tried to get up each time, only to be whipped back down by Li Qingshan's lightning whip. He was in unbearable pain. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances, a trace of astonishment flashing across their faces. This young man from a small city did have some skills after all. At the scene, not only did the Zhao family's expressions look grim, but even Sun Guogon's face was extremely unpleasant. Watching his beloved little sweetheart being whipped into such a state, it was impossible for him not to feel displeased. However, it wasn't appropriate to act at this moment. Wang Qingcha, do you admit defeat or not? Li Qingshan looked at the pitiful Wang Qingcha, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. On any other day, Wang Qingcha would have surely admitted defeat, but not now. Admitting defeat would be equivalent to losing, and the consequence of losing was becoming Li Qingshan's concubine. This was a consequence she could not bear. She had to win this battle. I won't admit defeat. Wang Qingcha gritted her teeth and said, Li Qingshan, how dare you treat my fiancé like this? You're courting death. On the side, Zhao Ziqian saw the situation and erupted with a surge of blood energy, intending to intervene and put an end to this farce. Otherwise, the Zhao family's reputation would be utterly ruined. Taking action now to eliminate Li Qingshan was far better than watching his fiancé be humiliated repeatedly. Whoosh! Zhao Ziqian's blood energy burst forth, far more terrifying than Wang Qingcha's. He was already a level 40 martial artist, and his age was also greater than Wang Qingcha's. What are you? Li Qingshan frowned slightly, casually condensing a thunder sword and throwing it toward Zhao Ziqian. Whoosh! In the next moment, the thunder sword pierced through Zhao Ziqian's body, unleashing a terrifying surge of thunder energy. Then, everyone saw a wisp of black smoke flash through the air. Zhao Ziqian disappeared. That's right, when Li Qingshan's thunder sword passed through Zhao Ziqian's body, Zhao Ziqian vanished without a trace. Inside the hall, the spectators were momentarily stunned, their faces showing a hint of confusion. What's going on? Where's Zhao Ziqian? Why is he gone? At this moment, Li Qingshan stepped forward, picked up Wang Qingcha, who was drooling, rolling her eyes, and convulsing all over, and walked out of the engagement banquet hall. Stop! Suddenly, the Zhao family patriarch appeared in front of Li Qingshan, blocking his path, and demanded, Where is my son? Thank you to Lu Gu, who loves fish-flavored lotus root slices for the 128 yuan gift of the Grandmaster certification. Thank you so much. Thank you to Billy Ka from the racetrack for the gift that destroyed my Dao heart. This chapter is somewhat special, a 7,000-word-long chapter, so the thanks won't be in the chapter title. Tomorrow, the 3 readers will be thanked in the titles of the 3 chapters. Thank you all. Your son? He transmigrated, I suppose. Li Qingshan chuckled lightly, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Wang Qingcha, whom he was holding, was still trembling, rolling her eyes, clearly paralyzed by Li Qingshan's electric attack. Stop! Never mind where you've sent my son, but now you've turned my Zhao family's future granddaughter-in-law into this state. Do you think you can leave here today? The Zhao family patriarch glared at Li Qingshan, his eyes filled with killing intent. I remember now, this guy is the one from back then. Annoying. Li Qingshan frowned, instantly condensing a flying sword of thunder and shooting it toward the Zhao family's second elder. Electric arcs flickered in the air, carrying a terrifying power that inspired fear. Humph! The Zhao family's second elder snorted coldly, disdainfully, staring at the flying sword shooting toward him. His blood energy erupted, and his body swiftly dodged to the side. Boom! Unexpectedly, just as the flying sword was about to pass by the second elder, it suddenly exploded. The terrifying thunder energy swept outward in all directions. The second elder felt an overwhelming force engulf him, and his entire body was sent flying backward. Finally, heavy impacts struck the alloy wall behind, leaving the hall in complete disarray. A massive hole appeared in the alloy wall, and only after smashing through 2 alloy walls did the force finally stop at the third wall, leaving a huge dent. Zhao family's second master fell heavily to the ground. The injuries were not just from the powerful impact, more critically, it was the force of the thunder that directly destroyed his body, leaving little hope for survival. Silence. The hall was filled with stunned onlookers. As for Zhao family's first master, he finally understood where his son had gone. It seemed that the thunder-infused flying sword just now had directly obliterated his son, reducing him to ashes and vanishing without a trace. Grand Duke's son, save my Zhao family. Zhao family's patriarch immediately knelt before Grand Duke's son, pleading loudly for help. No one knew how Li Qingshan had become so powerful, to the point where even martial artists of meteorite level strength were no match for him. In the entire banquet hall, the only person capable of subduing Li Qingshan was Grand Duke Sunday. A high-ranking Falling Moon Realm expert, Grand Duke Sun was immensely powerful and on the verge of entering the ranks of China's peak martial artists. With him present, he could surely kill Li Qingshan. Humph! Such audacity! Put that woman down! Grand Duke Sun was furious. In his life, he had only loved 2 women, Zhao family's matriarch and Wang Qingcha. How could he allow Li Qingshan to take Wang Qingcha away? In the next moment, his body turned into a blur and appeared before Li Qingshan. His tone laced with anger. Grand Duke Sun? Grand Duke Sun has made his move. Grand Duke Sun, a high-ranking Falling Moon Realm expert, was one of China's top martial artists. The Zhao family had truly lost face this time. His granddaughter-in-law had been humiliated, and both his son and grandson had been killed. Humph! Li Qingshan shouted angrily, his aura erupting violently, surging toward Grand Duke Sun like an ancient fierce god awakening. At this moment, Grand Duke Sun felt a chill down his spine, a sense of dread creeping over him. Cold sweat broke out as if he were being stared down by a terrifying entity, knowing that any move he made would result in his death. Confronting the man before him, Grand Duke Sun could hardly imagine how Li Qingshan's aura could be so terrifying, as if staring into an abyss. Similarly, a thunder-infused flying sword shot toward Grand Duke Sunday. To kill Zhao Ziqian, Li Qingshan had used a thunder-infused flying sword. To kill Zhao family's second master, he had also used a thunder-infused flying sword. Today, to kill Grand Duke Sun, Li Qingshan employed no elaborate techniques, just another thunder-infused flying sword. For Li Qingshan, it was merely a casual strike. But for Grand Duke Sun and the surrounding guests, it was an earth-shattering blow. Compared to the previous 2 thunder-infused flying swords, this one was even more terrifying, as if it would tear through space itself, instantly reaching its target. Swish! Grand Duke Sun didn't even have a chance to resist and was directly obliterated into dust by Li Qingshan. Silence! The hall fell into complete silence, not a sound to be heard. To cut the weeds, one must remove the roots. Li Qingshan thought for a moment, and suddenly, countless thunder-infused flying swords appeared around him. Zhao family's first master, Zhao family's patriarch, and their direct descendants were spared. However, anyone who harbored hatred toward Li Qingshan was completely annihilated without exception. Dead, the Wang family, when Jiangcheng fell, as the Wang family of Jiangcheng, not only did not protect Jiangcheng, but fled early upon hearing the news with the assistance of the Zhao family. The laws of Huaxia. The crime is equivalent to treason, and the relevant authorities have already confiscated your family assets. Surrender obediently, and you might still save your life. Otherwise, After saying this, Li Qingshan grabbed Wang Qingche's body and walked out of the hall. Wang Qingche's father, mother, and others were left in a state of blankness, overwhelmed by extreme fear. Back then, leaving Jiangcheng was with the help of the Zhao family, who smoothed over some matters. But now, the Zhao family is gone. From Li Qingshan's words, it seems the authorities have already started confiscating the Wang family's assets. Treason! It's usually a capital crime. Even if they surrender, as a family guilty of treason, they would face lifelong imprisonment. Surrender, go, hurry. And surrender. Wang Qingche's father finally reacted. If they didn't surrender now, there would be no chance later. Li Qingshan's strength was so terrifying that he could even suppress and kill a duke. This completely overturned Wang Qingche's father's worldview. If Li Qingshan wanted the Wang family destroyed, the Wang family would surely be destroyed. If they didn't surrender, now, the Wang family would truly be doomed. Li Qingshan left the hotel. Ding 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 ding. At this moment, all citizens across Huaxia received the same message on their phones simultaneously. Huaxia Daily. After discussion and approval by the Han Cabinet, Huaxia citizen Li Qingshan has been elected as Huaxia's divine son and granted the title of first-class marquis. Li Qingshan, currently 18 years old, has reached the upper sun-eroding realm, a role model for Huaxia's youth. Additionally, there was a picture of Li Qingshan attached below. Guests in the engagement hall also noticed the message on their phones, and their expressions changed dramatically. No way? That person just now was Huaxia's divine son? An 18-year-old in the upper sun-eroding realm? How is that even possible? Even with rocket-like speed, it shouldn't be possible to break through so quickly. Everyone was stunned. Doesn't this mean that Huaxia has directly gained another martial arts peak-level figure? The crowd thought of the Wang family, who had just broken off the engagement with Li Qingshan. Now, the Wang family must be regretting it deeply, right? In front of Huaxia's divine son, the Zhao family is nothing. They probably wouldn't even have the chance to meet Huaxia's divine son. Within Huaxia, countless citizens looked at the message on their phones and celebrated. For these citizens, the addition of a peak-level powerhouse to Huaxia meant greater security. More than that, there was doubt and disbelief, which turned into shock and awe, admiration, and worship. An 18-year-old in the upper sun-eroding realm. How could someone break through so quickly? No one could possibly achieve this. But the country wouldn't report false information, especially in Huaxia Daily. To date, Huaxia Daily has never published false reports, and this was approved after discussion by the Han Cabinet. So it must be true. An 18-year-old in the upper sun-eroding realm, it's just too unbelievable. This was followed by endless admiration. Some parents even printed out Li Qingshan's photo and pasted it in their children's rooms, urging them to work hard. Some girls, looking at Li Qingshan's handsome face, had other thoughts about him. Inside Li Qingshan's villa, he casually threw Wang Qingche onto the ground. After some time on the way, Wang Qingche's body had somewhat recovered. But regarding Li Qingshan's thunderous actions, still shaken with lingering fear, a trace of panic and regret flashed in Wang Qingche's eyes as she looked at Li Qingshan. How did this guy suddenly become so strong? Perhaps breaking off the engagement back then was a mistake. Li Qingshan looked at Wang Qingche, who was lying on the ground in a sorry state, and said, "Do you admit defeat?" "I admit defeat," Wang Qingche weakly replied. "Admitting defeat is the right choice. Since that's the case, according to our bet, from now on, you will be my concubine. As a concubine in the household, you will serve tea and water, and take good care of things. Do you understand?" Li Qingshan said, pinching Wang Qingche's delicate and alluring face. Yes. Faced with Li Qingshan, Wang Qingche had no power to resist. After all, even the Zhao family and Duke Sun had been subdued. She had only just broken through to a 21st level martial artist. How could she be a match for this guy? Contract? Yes, no. Originally, Li Qingshan hadn't planned to contract Wang Qingche, but after some thought, he decided to do so. After all, the contract wouldn't take up a slot. Li Qingshan had discovered that as long as someone had strong talent, reaching SSS level or above, and possessed a gifted constitution, he could contract them. Perhaps lower-level constitutions couldn't be contracted, but those with a certain level of talent could. Once the contract was successful, not only could it provide daily benefits to him, but the most important aspect was that he could monitor loyalty levels. Having won this gamble, Li Qingshan naturally wanted to humiliate Wang Qingche, this little green tea, thoroughly. He planned to keep her in his household, making her work and serve him daily, like raising an obedient dog. The loyalty level would allow him to monitor Wang Qingche effectively. If her loyalty ever reached -100, it would mean she harbored murderous intent toward him. At that point, it would be time to intensify her torment. Yes, immediately, Li Qingshan clicked yes. A golden light surged from his body into Wang Qingcha's, and he said, "Don't resist. Let it enter your body." Wang Qingcha frowned slightly, watching the golden light enter her body with a nervous and horrified expression, but she obeyed Li Qingshan's command and did not resist. Contractor, Wang Qingcha loyalty level, 20 strength, 21st level martial artist talent, Golden Crow's sacred body daily blood. Energy provided, 2 million. Looking at Wang Qingcha's data panel, Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Wang Qingcha's loyalty level to be 20. Normally, a person wouldn't have any loyalty toward another, which would be 0. If there were any conflicts between the two, the loyalty level would be negative. Yet Wang Qingcha's loyalty level toward him was 20, which indicated that she was accepting her identity as his concubine. This was something Li Qingshan hadn't anticipated. This little green tea is quite sensible. Li Qingshan originally planned to find a dog leash but decided against it, considering the overwhelming censorship of the heavenly Tao. Instead, he let her follow behind him, crawling on all fours, as they headed toward a room. Creak, creak, creak. The heavy alloy door in front of them opened, revealing a woman dressed in cherry blossom attire, suspended inside. She was the goddess of Sakura country. However, the goddess looked rather disheveled, her mouth gagged with a cloth by Li Qingshan ever since he had captured her imprisoned here. At first, he asked whether she was willing to betray her country and join his ranks. Not willing? Well then, punishment it is. From then on, Li Qingshan gagged her mouth and visited her daily to ask if she was willing to submit to him. But this Sakura nation goddess was truly stubborn, refusing to say a single word. Left with no choice, he resorted to thunderous punishment, just like he had disciplined Wang Qingcha in the engagement hall. If this Sakura nation goddess were willing to submit to him, she would be of great use. Moreover, she possessed a special constitution, making her eligible for a contract. Moom. Upon seeing Li Qingshan push the door open and enter, the Sakura nation goddess struggled violently, but her mouth was gagged, preventing her from speaking. Wang Qingcha was on all fours, lying on the ground with a bewildered expression. Then, a thunderball suddenly appeared in Li Qingshan's palm, radiating terrifying power. Wang Qingcha stared at the thunderball in Li Qingshan's hand, and unpleasant memories surfaced in her mind, her eyes showing a trace of fear. Whoosh! 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 From the thunderball, countless tendrils shot out, dancing wildly and landing on the Sakura nation goddess. In the next moment, the terrifying power of thunder swept over her, causing her entire body to go numb and a sharp pain to surge from head to toe. Her suspended body began to convulse violently, her eyes rolling back. Behind Li Qingshan, Wang Qingcha looked up at him, her gaze flashing with fear. Loyalty +1. Loyalty +1, loyalty +1, loyalty +1, loyalty +1, loyalty +1. As expected, the stronger he became, the more Wang Qingcha was awed by his power, developing loyalty, and not daring to betray him. Interesting. Your mouth is really stubborn, still unwilling to submit to me? Li Qingshan asked, looking at the suspended Sakura nation goddess. Moom. The Sakura nation goddess was on the verge of tears. Her mouth was gagged by Li Qingshan. How could she express her willingness to submit? What a joke. She couldn't even speak. The Sakura nation goddess felt like she was about to break down. The pain from the thunderous punishment was unbearable. She had long wanted to surrender, but her gagged mouth prevented her from agreeing every time. This man kept tormenting her body over and over. It was too painful. Master, this girl has a cloth stuffed in her mouth. She can't speak, can she? Finally, Wang Qingcha, standing behind Li Qingshan, reminded him. Oh, is that so? Li Qingshan glanced at the Sakura nation goddess again, then nodded and said, there is indeed a cloth. How careless of me. Thank you for the reminder. Li Qingshan reached out and patted the obedient Wang Qingcha's head, then waved his hand, sending out a surge of energy. The cloth in the Sakura nation goddess's mouth finally fell out. Are you willing to submit to me? Li Qingshan asked. I am willing. The Sakura nation goddess immediately nodded in agreement. Contract? Yes, no, this time, Li Qingshan finally clicked, yes, no longer continuing to humiliate the Sakura nation goddess. In the next moment, a golden light flew out from Li Qingshan's body and shot toward the Sakura nation goddess. Do not resist. Li Qingshan said, contract. Successful contractor, Neko loyalty value, 98 strength, level 96 falling star talent, divine flower physique daily blood essence. Provided, 640,000. Looking at the data before him, Li Qingshan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the loyalty of this Sakura Nation goddess to be so high, already reaching 98. Just 2 more points, and it could be completely locked in. It seemed that silencing the Sakura Nation goddess was indeed a very wise decision. Li Qingshan released the Sakura Nation goddess. Immediately after, he glanced at Wang Qingcha's loyalty value, which had successfully jumped from 20 points to 40 points. The effect was quite good. Li Qingshan summoned the Sisters of Black and White Impermanence, instructing them to take the Sakura Nation goddess and Wang Qingcha to clean up. Then, he returned to a room. Li Qingshan planned to study universe within the belly. This was the talent ability he had chosen at the time, but he had never used it and didn't know its effects. Universe within the belly. Li Qingshan had self-examined it. The area was vast, roughly the size of several cities, almost equivalent to a province from his previous life. 3 parts mountains, 3 parts water, 4 parts plains. Misty clouds surrounded it, making it almost indistinguishable from a small world. Next, he wanted to test whether universe within the belly could accommodate living creatures. These were the few ferocious beasts he had purchased: 3-tailed white fox, green-eyed black tiger, earth-splitting bear. Li Qingshan waved his hand, directly opening the cages, then activated his internal blood essence, initiating the talent ability. Universe within the belly. A terrifying suction force emerged, and the bodies of the ferocious beasts before him seemed to be compressed by space, or perhaps the space itself was compressed, directly pulling them into his belly, into universe within the belly. He examined universe within the belly. On the plains, mountains, rivers, and lakes, the ferocious beasts he had placed inside seemed to be unharmed. Li Qingshan continued to observe. If universe within the belly was indeed suitable for living creatures to survive, then in the future, if he encountered danger, he could use it to protect his family. However, there were no other creatures inside universe within the belly. After a few days, once he confirmed there were no issues with universe within the belly, he planned to clear out these ferocious beasts and then purchase some poultry and non-ferocious wild animals from his previous life to raise inside universe within the belly. It might as well be called a peach blossom land. While changing clothes, Wang Qingcha opened her phone and stared at the news on the screen, her pupils suddenly contracting. God! Divine Son? Li Qingshan turned out to be the divine son of Huaxia? My heavens! 18-year-old Eclipse Sun realm. What had this guy gone through after being bullied by her back then to reach such a terrifying realm? At this moment, Wang Qingcha felt deep regret. If she hadn't broken off the engagement back then, wouldn't she have become the wife of the Divine Son? Now, being the concubine of the Divine Son seems not bad either. Loyalty +2 loyalty, +3 loyalty +1. When she married into the Zhao family, Wang Qingcha wasn't foolish. She naturally knew the business dealings between her Wang family and the Zhao family. It was nothing more than selling herself to the Zhao family in exchange for a bright future for the Wang family's son. Her younger brother was someone who would drain her dry, wanting to suck her blood. Now, this guy, he seemed much better than marrying into the Zhao family. Even if she had married into the Zhao family, it is inevitable to be coerced by the Wang family, thereby paying a price, which led to her low status in the Zhao family. But now, although she was a concubine, she was the concubine of a divine son. If word got out, wouldn't she be envied by those women who could only dream of being with Li Qingshan? What's more, Li Qingshan was becoming increasingly divine and handsome. Gradually, Wang Qingcha realized she had brainwashed herself and was thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan looked at Wang Qingcha's loyalty value, which kept jumping higher, with a bewildered expression. In a short time, it soared to the heavens, reaching 80, and continued to climb. 84, 85, 92, 98, 100. The loyalty value was locked, never to betray. This. Li Qingshan was utterly dumbfounded. In Sakura Kingdom, 3 uninvited guests arrived at the Imperial Palace. The leader, dressed in black, had a sinister glint in his eyes. Behind him were 2 men, one with a simple and honest appearance, a sturdy build, and dressed in blue, while the other exuded a ruthless aura at all times, clad in fiery red. When the 3 appeared, the atmosphere around them became oppressively heavy as they headed straight into the Sakura kingdom's imperial palace. Their bodies constantly emitted a foul stench. Your esteemed presence is an honor, forgive us for not welcoming you sooner. The three chief ministers of Sakura Kingdom hurried out to greet them, their faces showing a trace of respect as they spoke. No need for formalities. The leader waved his hand and said, let's get straight to the point. We of the Ferocious Beast clan dislike beating around the bush. Today, the three of us are going to attack Huaxia to seek justice for my son. You three chief ministers of Sakura Kingdom will accompany us. How about it? The chief minister of Sakura Kingdom was slightly taken aback, not expecting the Yamata no Orochi to be so straightforward. Indeed, the three before them were ferocious beasts in human form. However, after transforming into human form, they faced significant limitations there. Strength was greatly reduced, and they felt extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, even after transforming, some features couldn't be fully concealed. For instance, the black-clad man before them still had patches of snake scales on his face, and the other two also had peculiar appearances, resembling humans only to some extent. The foul stench on their bodies was ever present. Under normal circumstances, ferocious beasts would never take human form unless the situation was as special as today. The chief minister furrowed his brows, feeling conflicted. No need to hesitate. The three of us, along with you three, make 6 in total, all at level 119. Although Huaxia has 8 level 119s, 2 of them are stationed at the Void Gate. Another is in the Divine Capital, and 1 in the Demon Capital. In the capital city, there are only 4 level 119s. If the 6 of us quickly eliminate those 4, the remaining 4 peak level 119 martial artists in Huaxia can be taken down one by one. From then on, the people of Huaxia will become the blood food of our Ferocious Beast clan, and the land will belong to your Sakura Kingdom. This is a deal that's easy to calculate, Yamata no Orochi said. Hearing Yamata no Orochi's proposal, the chief minister of Sakura Kingdom was indeed tempted. The land of Huaxia was fertile. If they could conquer it, not only would they gain territory, but also a vast amount of resources such as alloys and potions and immeasurable treasure trove. 6 peak martial artists. It did seem feasible, especially since 2 of Huaxia's peak martial artists were already fixed in place. The remaining 6 were scattered. As long as the 4 supreme martial artists of the capital can be swiftly killed, or even just 2 of them, it would already be too late for the supreme martial artists of Shindu and Modu to come to their aid. The prime minister of Sakura Nation was indeed somewhat tempted, but at the same time, he was also worried. Within the entire Sakura Nation, the 3 strongest martial artists were none other than the 3 supreme martial artists, including himself. If the 3 of them were to fall, the entire Sakura Nation would instantly collapse. This was a gamble, and a solo gamble with the nation at stake. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive in his heart. Seeing a trace of worry flash across the face of the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, the Orochi spoke up. Do you know that Huaxia has announced their new divine son? New divine son? The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation was slightly taken aback, a trace of confusion appearing on his face. The intelligence of your Sakura Nation is far too delayed. Huaxia has just announced their divine son, the one who killed my son. Li Qinshan, 18 years old, a rising sun eater. I believe your Sakura Nation understands what this represents, right? In other words, within 3 years, this divine son will undoubtedly become a new supreme martial artist of Huaxia. In less than 10 years, this boy will become one of the supreme beings of Blue Star, with few capable of matching him. If I don't take revenge, I can't rest. But your Sakura Nation faces the risk of annihilation. Weighing the pros and cons, I believe you understand. Do I need to continue explaining what to do next? The Orochi sneered coldly, staring at the 3 prime ministers of Sakura Nation before him. What? As the Orochi's words fell, the prime minister of Sakura Nation was slightly stunned, and then a look of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. He hurriedly ordered his subordinates to verify the information. A member of the intelligence team quickly came to report that Huaxia had indeed made such an announcement, and it had already been declared nationwide. Sakura Nation had verified its authenticity. The news was true. As the words fell, the faces of the 3 prime ministers of Sakura Nation instantly turned grim. What the Orochi had just said made a lot of sense. After a long period of contemplation, the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation finally nodded solemnly and agreed to take the risk with him. An hour later, the three prime ministers of Sakura Nation, along with the Orochi and two other ferocious beasts, appeared directly on the coast of Huaxia. Without any hesitation, they launched an attack, heading straight for the capital. In an instant, Huaxia went on full alert, issuing a nationwide warning. The Demon King of Shindu and the God King of Moda rushed to provide support. As for the two martial artists guarding the southern barbarian insect domain and the northern snow region, they were also under immense pressure and unable to leave their posts. Within the capital, a battle among 10 supreme experts erupted. The three supreme ferocious beasts had physical forms exceeding 200,000 meters, terrifying and overwhelming, blotting out the sky and sun. The three supreme martial artists of Sakura Nation revealed their murderous intent without reservation. You dare invade Huaxia? Have you considered the consequences? The Grand Elder of the Han Pavilion, clad in battle armor, his entire body surging with blood and energy, exuded a terrifying aura as he roared with boundless battle intent. Consequences? Heh, the consequence is that you will all be slaughtered by us. Then, our armies will invade, turning Huaxia into a breeding ground for ferocious beasts. All resources within Huaxia will belong to Sakura Nation. By then, the martial artists of Sakura Nation will undoubtedly reach new heights. The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation sneered coldly, immediately coordinating with the Orochi to attack the Grand Elder of the Han Pavilion. While observing Li Qingshan, who harbors great plans, he suddenly received a call from the Demon Suppression King. 3 chief ministers of Sakura Nation and 3 level 119 ferocious beasts have invaded our capital city of Huaxia. The capital urgently needs support. The God Suppression King and I are already on our way. You must guard the magic city and ensure its safety. Do you understand? The urgent voice of the Demon Suppression King came through Li Qingshan's phone. What? Li Qingshan's heart leaped with joy, and he said, "Is this for real? I was just dozing off, and now this opportunity comes knocking?" 3 peak martial artists from Sakura Nation. 3 peak ferocious beasts. I've long wanted to condense the Merit Lotus platform. If I can suppress and kill all 3 peak martial artists from Sakura Nation, the merit gained will easily allow me to condense the Merit Lotus platform, with plenty left over. I've seen the effects of the Merit Golden Sunday. And as for the 3 ferocious beasts, if I suppress and kill them and let my avatars devour them, my strength can directly break through to level 119. Where else could I find such a great opportunity? Li Qingshan was thrilled. Why do I sense some excitement in your tone? The Demon Suppression King was slightly taken aback and asked. Normal people faced with such a situation would be anxious, worried, angry, and resentful. Why? Cough, cough, I'll head out to support right now. Li Qingshan said, then immediately hung up the phone, piloting his Sun Eclipse class fighter jet and speeding toward the capital. Hey, hey, hey! I told you to stay in the magic city. Hey, hey, hey! The Demon Suppression King stared at his phone, now emitting a busy signal, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He shouldn't have told this guy the information. Now things were going to get troublesome. Li Qingshan immediately summoned his 2 avatars, the Ancestral Kunpeng and the Ancestral Dragon, and swiftly flew toward the capital. In an instant, the news of the 3 peak martial artists from Sakura Nation invading Huaxia spread like wildfire across the entire country. After all, there were 3 giant beasts, each tens of thousands of meters tall, and several powerful peak martial artists. The aftermath of their battles caused significant impact on the surroundings, and many citizens captured footage and uploaded it online. Naturally, the entire Huaxia quickly became aware of the events unfolding in the capital. Boom, a muffled sound rang out, and the body of the 3rd Elder of the Han Pavilion was sent flying backward, smashing several alloy buildings behind him into rubble. His body hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of dirt. The ground cracked extensively, spreading outward, with the center forming a terrain resembling molten lava. The 3rd Elder of the Han Pavilion was in a miserable state. His battle armor was covered in large scars and was shattered. A sweetness rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Despair flickered in his eyes. Not far from him, the 4th Elder of the Han Pavilion was also severely injured, his battle armor damaged and unable to resist. The only ones still capable of fighting were the 1st Elder and the 2nd Elder. The 3rd and 4th Elders were essentially incapacitated. On the opposing side, the 3 peak level ferocious beasts and the 3 peak martial artists from Sakura Nation remained unscathed. The 3 Chief Ministers of Sakura Nation and the three ferocious beasts, Sakura Nation's Grand Chief Minister and the Yamata no Orochi, were fighting against the first and second elders of the Han Pavilion. The other four were besieging the third and fourth elders. Everyone was a peak martial artist, and the difference in strength wasn't significant. Defeat for Huaxia's side was almost inevitable. Now, with the third and fourth elders having lost their combat abilities, the defeat of the first and second elders was practically a foregone conclusion. Even if the Demon King and the God King could arrive now, it would be of little help. Today we shall slay the pinnacle warriors of Huaxia. From now on, Huaxia will be at our mercy, and all its people will become food for the ferocious beasts. Kill! The second assistant of Sakura Nation's face was full of excitement as he immediately launched an attack, charging toward the Grand Elder with a hint of madness in his eyes. The remaining first assistant of Sakura Nation and the ferocious beasts, seeing this, also launched their attacks, heading toward the other two pinnacle warriors of Han Pavilion. What is the status of the evacuation of the people in the capital? The Grand Elder of Han Pavilion gritted his teeth and asked. Reporting to the Grand Elder, they are leaving in an orderly manner, came the voice of a liaison officer through the communicator in the battle armor. Have the individuals on the capital's genius list been notified and arranged? The Grand Elder continued to inquire. They are also evacuating in an orderly manner, but it will take time, the liaison officer replied. Good, I will buy you time. The individuals on the genius list must evacuate the Demon City as quickly as possible, and all Moonfall and Sun Eclipse Realm warriors must also leave. They must not stay in the capital to resist further. Understood? The Grand Elder of Han Pavilion, with a look of determination, had already prepared for sacrifice. The warriors on the genius list, as well as the powerful warriors in the capital, would evacuate toward the northern frontier snowfields or the southern barbarian insect domain. Even if the warriors of Sakura Nation went mad, they would not attack these two places guarded by pinnacle warriors. If these two places were to fall, a large number of ferocious beasts would quickly spread across all of Huaxia, leaving little for Sakura Nation to plunder. The same goes for ferocious beasts like the Yamata no Orochi. If these two places were to fall, the ferocious beasts would devour all the people in Huaxia, leaving no food for the oceanic beasts. Therefore, the northern frontier snowfields and the southern barbarian insect domain would be safe. Additionally, two pinnacle warriors were stationed there. Furthermore, arrangements had been made for the God King to head to the southern barbarian insect domain. At that time, the southern barbarian insect domain and the northern frontier snowfields would abandon one void gate, allowing the three pinnacle warriors to converge. With the powerful warriors who had left Huaxia and the geniuses on the list, there was still a chance for Huaxia to turn the tide. Oh, and there is also a genius divine child. Once this individual matures, they are bound to become a pinnacle warrior. Such arrangements could preserve the last spark of Huaxia. As for themselves, escape was no longer an option. They could only face death with resolve and fight to the end. Old man, are you scared? The Grand Elder looked toward the second elder and asked. Scared? I have never known what fear is. Today, we will have a good fight with these bastards. The second elder of Han Pavilion, with a cold tone and a glint of killing intent in his eyes, replied. For Huaxia. For the last spark of Huaxia. Let us two old men buy them some more time. As the Grand Elder's words fell, a terrifying surge of blood energy erupted from his body, clearly indicating that he had begun burning his essence blood. Doing so would not only damage his cultivation but also shorten his lifespan. However, at this point, there was no room for hesitation. Seeing this, the second elder did not hold back either and immediately began burning his essence blood. Whoosh! In the next moment, the two pinnacle warriors of Huaxia once again engaged in battle with the warriors of Sakura Nation and the ferocious beasts before them. Explosions echoed continuously in the air. You dare invade Huaxia? Today, you shall be slain here. Finally, the Demon Suppression King hurried over, as the first elder and second elder were already struggling to hold on. Seeing the vast collapse of buildings in the capital, the tragic state of the third and fourth elders, and the first and second elders fighting while burning their vital essence, along with the orderly evacuation of the citizens, how could the Demon Suppression King not understand what was happening? Kill! Without hesitation, he immediately burned his vital essence and charged into the battlefield to join the fight. For a moment, the first and second elders indeed felt some relief from the pressure. Within the capital, the citizens were evacuating in an orderly manner. There were no screams or chaos, nor the desperate situation seen in other countries where people fought for survival, stealing vehicles, killing, and causing disorder. Everything was orderly, with the spirit of facing death with dignity. Some say that China is the best nation in the world, with the best citizens. In the face of any disaster, as long as the country does not forget them, they will obediently follow arrangements and not create trouble for the nation. And now, it was the same. Old man, why are you still standing at the door? Hurry up and pack your things to leave the capital. A staff member rushed over and urged him. Leave? I won't leave. The old man shook his head, gazing heavily at the battle in the distant sky. Not all the citizens of the capital will have time to leave. The first elder and second elder are also close to their limits. The roads are blocked, and there's a shortage of transportation. At this moment, if I live, it means someone else has to die. I'm just an old bag of bones, so I won't leave. Let the hope of survival be for the other children. The staff member fell silent, a trace of helplessness showing in his eyes. Child, don't go further into the city. Leave here quickly. You're still young, as long as you live, there's always hope. The old man looked at the staff member and spoke. Old man, soldiers cannot die behind the citizens. The staff member's face lit up with a brilliant smile, and the military medal on his chest shone brightly. Soldier, where's your uniform? The old man was slightly stunned. Retired soldiers are still soldiers. With that, the old man could only see a figure rushing into the depths of the city, heading toward death. Mom, take care of the child. Your son can't fulfill his filial duty to you. A young man looked at his mother holding his daughter in her arms, his face showing a trace of affection and reluctance. However, the child is only 100 days old. She can't be without her mother. Let your wife leave with her. The elderly woman's cloudy eyes glistened with tears. Mom, I'm staying. So the child has even a sliver of hope to survive. In this war, no one can retreat. The young man's wife's eyes also showed a trace of determination. Then, after one last reluctant glance at the child, she rushed toward the depths of the city. Within the capital, there were many offensive and defensive weapons that could be operated. Any effort that could slightly hinder the pursuit of these supreme martial artists was valuable. Bang! Just as the couple had left the elderly woman and were preparing to rush into the depths of the city, a fragment of a shattered alloy building, like a cannonball, was swept over by the aftermath of the battle between the supreme martial artists. It shot toward them. With a muffled sound, the armor on the young man's wife shattered instantly, and her body was reduced to a bloody mess. Dead! Xian'er! The man roared in fury, staring at his wife's tragic death. His eyes showed a trace of crimson and hatred, yet he did not retreat in the slightest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! In the capital city, fighter jets flew out of the arsenal one after another, charging fearlessly, as if heading to their deaths, directly toward the supreme warriors and ferocious beasts of Sakura Nation. Artillery roared. These attacks might not cause any real harm to the enemy, but as long as they could make them hesitate for a second or delay them slightly, it was worth it. The entire capital began its counterattack. Meanwhile, the seeds of hope for Huaxia were being evacuated in an orderly manner, with no congestion or chaos along the way. In the skies above, countless fighter jets appeared, resembling tiny black dots. Humph! The Grand Chancellor of Sakura Nation roared, swinging his alloy longsword, unleashing a terrifying blade light that stretched tens of thousands of meters. In an instant, thousands of fighter jets were destroyed, each one representing a life. As the battle continued, the Grand Elder and Second Elder of the Han Pavilion began to struggle to hold on, a trace of panic appearing on their faces. It was too fast. Their defeat was happening too quickly. Huaxia's geniuses and powerful warriors barely had time to escape. The Demon Suppression King was no exception. Although he joined the battle later, he was now being besieged by two supreme warriors. His battle armor had suffered significant damage and was gradually breaking apart. It was clear he wouldn't last much longer. Boom! Finally, a dull sound echoed as the Second Elder's battle armor cracked and exploded, his body crashing heavily onto the ground below, forming a terrifying crater. However, the warriors and beasts of Sakura Nation did not kill the Second Elder, Third Elder, or Fourth Elder. Instead, they used alloy cages to imprison them. Alloy spikes pierced through their clavicles and other critical bones, rendering them immobile. This alloy was special and incredibly tough. Even a warrior at the sun-eclipsing realm would struggle to break free once trapped. These powerful warriors were a great source of nourishment for the beasts. Consuming them all at once would be a waste, it was better to savor them slowly. Some beasts even enjoyed imprisoning strong warriors, periodically draining their blood to sustain themselves. A fate worse than death. Yamata no Orochi was one such beast with such a twisted preference. 5 Supreme Warriors. Yamata no Orochi would not let a single one escape, imprisoning them all to serve as a continuous source of blood. Boom! Boom! The Grand Elder and the Demon Suppression King also fell in succession. The Grand Elder and Second Elder had already been struggling, so their swift defeat was not surprising. Like the others, they were all imprisoned in alloy cages, destined to become Yamata no Orochi's endless supply of blood bags. Heh, so this is what Huaxia's warriors amount to? Now, Huaxia is nothing more than a feast for us. Ha ha ha. Yamata no Orochi's face twisted into a maniacal grin. Kikik, soon all the resources within Huaxia will be transported to Sakura Nation, and our strength will undoubtedly reach new heights. Yamata no Orochi, when the time comes, could we perhaps allocate some of Huaxia's beautiful women to Sakura Nation? The Grand Chancellor of Sakura Nation suddenly spoke, for you beasts, men and women are the same, aren't they? When the time comes, Sakura Nation can provide you with some rare treasures and spiritual medicines beneficial to beasts. How about that? The women of Huaxia are beautiful. Keeping them here for the enjoyment of the men of Sakura country would be most fitting. No problem. Today, I will first take these 5 pinnacle warriors of Huaxia back, then notify the beasts under my command to begin invading Huaxia. You of Sakura country should also send 1 pinnacle warrior back to notify your own warriors to join us when the time comes. As for the 4 of you, quickly pursue the Huaxia people who escaped from the capital. As for Brother Turtle and Brother Snake, rest assured, these 5 pinnacle warriors will be handled by us, 1 beast and 2 men. We just need to capture 1 more person alive, which shouldn't be a problem, right? Yamata no Orochi looked at the imprisoned Grand Elder of Han Pavilion and others, a glint of greed and desire flashing in his eyes, already impatient to taste the blood of pinnacle humans. No problem. The other 2 beasts nodded, trusting that Yamata no Orochi wouldn't go back on his word over these 2 blood meals. No problem. The Grand Advisor of Sakura country also nodded, arranging for the second advisor to return to Sakura country to mobilize warriors and cooperate with Yamata no Orochi's Beast Clan in invading Huaxia. ZZZZZ. Just as the people of Sakura country and the beasts had finished discussing how to divide Huaxia, a sudden surge of intense thunder power appeared around them. A sense of crisis swept over them instantly, their hearts trembling. They looked into the distance and saw a figure speeding toward them. Behind him, 9 golden wheels of merit shone brightly. Electric arcs flickered around him, his aura transcendent, and a terrifying presence akin to an ancient god emanated from Li Qingshan's body. Divine radiance illuminated everything, peaceful and benevolent. Divine thunder descended, destroying all. Li Qingshan? This person seems to be the Huaxia divine son, Li Qingshan. The Grand Elder of Sakura country immediately recognized Li Qingshan and spoke. What? The one who killed my son is this person? Yamata no Orochi was slightly stunned, then his eyes filled with overwhelming hatred. His entire body erupted with blood energy, and a massive amount of hostility swept outward as he roared, "No one fight me for him, I will personally tear this guy apart." As his words fell, Yamata no Orochi charged toward Li Qingshan. First, his ferocity boundless. Not good. The elders of Han Pavilion, locked in a metal cage, and the Demon Suppression King saw Li Qingshan charging from the horizon, their pupils contracting sharply. Why is this guy here? He is the future of Huaxia. Whether Huaxia can reignite its blazing flames depends on this young man. If he doesn't quickly head to the northern snowy region or the southern insect domain, coming to a place like this to face 6 pinnacle warriors is nothing short of suicide. Madness. At this moment, the elders of Han Pavilion showed a trace of despair in their eyes, and the Demon Suppression King was deeply regretful. If he had known this would happen, he should have abandoned support and sent Li Qingshan away first. Seeing the battle situation here, he still dares to charge in. What kind of thinking is this? Li Qingshan looked at the approaching Yamata no Orochi, his gaze incomparably calm. He merely activated ordinary thunder and blood energy, and a thunder hammer appeared in his hand. His physical body expanded to hundreds of thousands of meters. Although his size was still smaller than Yamata no Orochi's, the thunder hammer in his hand was over 200,000 meters long, even more intimidating. The gap was thus compensated. Calm, relaxed, leisurely. As he swung the hammer, the air was filled with the sound of thunderclaps and the sight of electric arcs dancing. The wind howled, sonic booms exploded. It was as if the void itself was being crushed. The thunder hammer and the body of the Yamata no Orochi collided heavily, producing a muffled sound. Li Qingshan's thunder hammer was unstoppable, smashing through everything in its path. It directly sent the Yamata no Orochi's body flying, shattering 3 of its 8 heads, and inflicting severe damage on its body. The powerful thunder energy ravaged it, causing serious internal injuries. When it landed on the ground, it was already in a miserable state, covered in blood, struggling even to get up. At this moment, the ancestral Kuanping and ancestral dragon charged forward, roaring, letting out a dragon's cry as they attacked the Yamata no Orochi's body. What? Seeing Li Qingshan so easily subdue the Yamata no Orochi, both the 3 chief advisors of Sakura Nation and the other 2 level 119 apex beasts were utterly shocked and horrified. They couldn't believe that Li Qingshan's strength was so overwhelming, capable of instantly defeating an opponent of a higher level. The 3 chief advisors of Sakura Nation exchanged glances, a hint of retreat evident in their eyes. Li Qingshan's power far exceeded their expectations. The Yamata no Orochi was the strongest among the 6 of them. Even if the remaining 5 joined forces, the 3 chief advisors of Sakura Nation were not confident they could defeat Li Qingshan. After all, the scene of him instantly killing the Yamata no Orochi was too shocking. Unless that strike just now was Li Qingshan's all-out effort, sacrificing something in the process, and could not be used a second time. This possibility was high as secret technique. But the remaining 5 apex beings were hesitant, and none of them wanted to be the first to test it. We beasts have already lost one. Next, it's your turn, people of Sakura Nation, to test him. A massive turtle-like beast turned its gaze toward the 3 chief advisors of Sakura Nation. Whoosh! However, without a second thought, the 3 chief advisors of Sakura Nation turned and fled into the distance, leaving the 2 beasts dumbfounded and furious. Deceitful Sakura Nation warriors, you will meet a bad end. If we 2 beasts manage to escape alive, we will not spare you. The 2 beasts roared angrily and also fled into the distance. However, they hadn't gone far before they were caught up by the ancestral Kuanping, an ancestral dragon, who engaged them in battle and completely overpowered them. After all, the ancestral dragon and ancestral Kuanping, though not at the level 118 Sun Eclipsing Realm, were at level 117 Sun Eclipsing Realm. The difference between them and the 2 apex beasts was only 2 levels, which could easily be bridged by the powerful bloodlines of the ancestral dragon and ancestral Kuanping. As for Li Qingshan, he had already appeared in front of the 3 chief advisors of Sakura Nation, blocking their path. Gentlemen, after tormenting our Huaxia warriors like that, do you now think you can just leave? Li Qingshan's eyes revealed a trace of coldness as he stared at the 3 chief advisors before him. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. We were deceived by the Yamata no Orochi's slander, which led us to attack Huaxia. We now realize our mistake. As the saying goes, better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. How about we shake hands and make peace? From now on, we 3 can guarantee never to offend Huaxia again. What do you think? One of the Sakura Nation chief advisors glanced behind him and saw that the 2 beasts were being completely overpowered by Li Qingshan's beasts. A chill rose in his heart as he spoke. It seems we've gotten ourselves into trouble today. The strength of this Huaxia divine son is formidable enough, but the 2 ferocious beasts accompanying him also seem not to be trifled with. The 3 chief advisors of Sakura Nation were rapidly calculating their options, thinking of escape routes and countermeasures. Give me a reason or condition for your survival, or else, the 3 of you won't leave here today. Li Qingshan said with a smile. 3 level 119 martial artists from Sakura Nation could probably earn him 5.12 trillion merit points. How many merit points are needed to condense a merit lotus platform? 1 billion. By eliminating these 3 people, he could condense 50,000 merit lotus platforms. How could he let them go so easily? Unless they offered something even more enticing than these merit points. Let the 3 of us leave, and from now on, Sakura Nation will. No, we will crown you as king. How about that? Sakura Nation's chief advisor thought for a moment and proposed. Oh, what you 3 mean is to sell out the entire Sakura Nation in exchange for your survival, right? Li Qingshan asked. That's right. Sakura Nation's chief advisor nodded sullenly, his eyes revealing a desperate desire to live. After all, he had worked hard to reach this level of cultivation in his lifetime. If he were to die like this, wouldn't it be a pity? As for the people of Sakura Nation, this would be their honor. Whoosh! Li Qingshan's body instantly transformed into a blur, arcs of electricity flickering around him, and a sea of thunder appeared out of nowhere. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Sakura Nation's chief advisor. These guys truly deserved to die. To save their own lives, they were willing to abandon their country and people. Li Qingshan had little interest in the people of Sakura Nation. Moreover, now, as long as these three died, he could do whatever he wanted in Sakura Nation. Wait! Without its peak-level warriors, could Sakura Nation withstand the invasion of the underwater beasts? Not good. Save me! Seeing Li Qingshan charging at him, Sakura Nation's chief advisor's face changed drastically, and he cried out for help. The other two, seeing this, immediately fled in two different directions. Li Qingshan's thunder hammer in his hand shone with intense arcs of electricity, heavily striking the alloy longsword of Sakura Nation's chief advisor. A terrifying force swept through, successfully stabilizing the blow. Immediately afterward, an immensely powerful thunder force erupted, beginning to destroy the body of the chief advisor before him. The sound of explosions rang out. Sakura Nation's chief advisor felt a tearing pain throughout his body, down to every cell. His entire body went numb, losing all strength, and he was sent flying backward, ultimately crashing heavily into the alloy city wall behind him. His body was already charred black, barely clinging to life. Li Qingshan, relentless, continued his assault until he completely subdued and killed him, eliminating one level 119 martial artist from Sakura Nation earned him 1.7 trillion merit points. A data notification flashed before his eyes. As expected, it was not far off from his estimation. After eliminating one chief advisor from Sakura Nation, he gained 1.7 trillion merit points. As for the remaining two, he certainly wouldn't let them escape. He immediately pursued one of them. The clone devoured a level 119 ferocious beast, earning 1.7 trillion refined blood essence, and the host gained 1.7 trillion refined blood essence. The clone devoured a level 119 ferocious beast, earning 1.7 trillion refined blood essence, and the host gained 1.7 trillion refined blood essence. The sound of 3 consecutive system notifications rang out. Li Qingshan's ancestral dragon and ancestral Kuanping successfully subdued and devoured 3 peak-level ferocious beasts. Li Qingshan directly gained 5.12 trillion, consuming 2.56 trillion essence blood energy. The host's realm successfully advanced to level 119, the Sun Eclipsing Realm. Another system notification sounded. After Li Qingshan's realm advanced, his speed increased significantly, quickly catching up to the second assistant of Sakura Nation ahead. Spare me, spare me. I am willing to do anything for you, I am willing to serve Huaxia. The second assistant of Sakura Nation, seeing Li Qingshan approaching closer and closer, had a look of terror flash in his pupils and hurriedly begged for mercy. Li Qingshan wasted no words and directly struck him down. Dead. Successfully killed a level 119 martial artist from Sakura Nation, gaining 1.7 trillion merit points. After eliminating the second assistant of Sakura Nation, Li Qingshan quickly headed toward the location of the third assistant of Sakura Nation. Merit points, these are all my merit points. Dominating Blue Star is just around the corner. Next, there is only one divine nation left. Looking globally, there are no other opponents. Has Li Qingshan already grown to this level? Was this guy already at level 119 long ago, just hiding his strength until today when he could no longer conceal it, so he revealed it? One person taking down 6 peak level opponents? Such an achievement is dazzling even across the entire Blue Star. With such a young talent in Huaxia, how could we not prosper? Everyone, I think we can consider retiring and entrusting the great responsibility of Huaxia to this young man. Watching Li Qingshan display his divine might, subduing ferocious beasts and martial artists from Sakura Nation, the elders and the Demon Suppression King were filled with astonishment, unable to calm their inner excitement for a long time. At the same time, they saw the rising star of Huaxia and the hope of its resurgence. Successfully killed a level 119 martial artist from Sakura Nation, gaining 1.7 trillion merit points. Finally, after spending a significant amount of time, Li Qingshan successfully caught up to the third assistant of Sakura Nation, subdued him, and gained a large amount of merit points. Consuming 1 billion merit points, he began to condense the Merit Lotus platform. 10, 9, 8, 7. Condensation successful. With a thought, Li Qingshan saw a golden lotus platform appear beneath his feet, radiating brilliance. sacred and inviolable. If anyone harbored killing intent toward him and acted against him, they would suffer divine retribution, leading to a loss of lifespan and weakening of essence blood. The more merit items he possessed, the stronger they became. The greater the opponent's realm, the more significant the impact. With 10 billion merit points, a merit golden lotus could be condensed, with an upper limit. Just as Li Qingshan finished condensing the merit lotus platform, another system notification sounded in his ears, and a transparent panel appeared. Merit golden lotus? What is this? Whatever it is, with such an expensive merit point cost, it must be something good. Condense. Consuming 10 billion merit points, successfully. Condensed 1 merit golden lotus. Consuming 10 billion merit points, successfully condensed 1 merit golden lotus. Consuming 10 billion merit points, successfully. Condensed 1 merit golden lotus. One system notification after another sounded. In the end, with 5.12 trillion merit points, Li Qingshan directly condensed 5,120 merit golden lotuses. Circulate essence blood. Behind Li Qingshan appeared 9 golden suns of merit, and beneath his feet rose a golden lotus of merit. On the ground, golden lotuses of merit emerged one after another. Flowers fell from the sky, and golden lotuses of merit continuously appeared around him out of thin air, blooming and descending. Like a snowfall. The surroundings were directly enveloped by golden lotuses of merit. Some emerged from the ground, some floated around, and some appeared out of nowhere, resembling a truly peaceful and benevolent deity. Any enemy who dared to attack Li Qingshan would face terrifying divine retribution. So powerful. Feeling the golden lotuses of merit around him, which seemed like special effects, Li Qingshan was ecstatic. His gaze suddenly fell on the Sakura Kingdom ahead. Since he was already here. Without hesitation, Li Qingshan charged toward the Sakura Kingdom ahead. Who dares invade the Sakura Kingdom? State your name. As the voice of a guard on the Sakura Kingdom's coastline fell, Li Qingshan's figure had already disappeared, soaring through the sky and heading straight for the Sakura Kingdom's royal palace. Who dares invade the Sakura Kingdom's royal palace? Such audacity. State your name. Bang! As the voice of a sun-eroding realm martial artist fell, his body instantly turned into a charred corpse and was sent flying backward. Killing a level 118 Sakura Kingdom martial artist earned 8 trillion merit points. Strong enemy invasion. Attack together. This is bad, this person's strength is too overwhelming, run quickly. No, don't kill me. Who are you? When did our Sakura Kingdom provoke such a terrifying existence? Damn it, taking advantage of the absence of our 3 chief advisors, you dare invade our Sakura Kingdom. Wait until they return, and you will surely be slain here. Within the Sakura Kingdom, Li Qingshan's dragon might spread out directly. Any martial artist above the sun-eroding realm would not be spared. All were slain. Killing a level 116 Sakura Kingdom martial artist earned 3.1 trillion merit points. Killing a level 115 British martial artist earned 1 trillion merit points. Time flew by. After one day, all martial artists above the sun-eroding realm in the Sakura Kingdom were wiped out by Li Qingshan, earning a total of 15 trillion merit points. Consuming 1 billion merit points, he successfully condensed 1 golden lotus of merit. Consuming 1 billion merit points, he successfully condensed 1 golden lotus of merit. Consuming 1 billion merit points, he successfully condensed 1 golden lotus of merit. In the end, Li Qingshan directly condensed 15,000 golden lotuses of merit. Adding the previous 5,000 golden lotuses of merit, the total reached 20,000 golden lotuses of merit. Now, as his vitality circulated, the surrounding golden lotuses of merit fell like rain. Later on, Li Qingshan didn't even need to act himself. Any Sakura Kingdom martial artist who dared to attack him would see their combat power directly halved, their lifespan rapidly drained. Some unlucky ones even died directly from exhaustion of their lifespan, without him needing to lift a finger. Within the Sakura Kingdom, there were no more sun-eroding realm martial artists. Now, in the Sakura Kingdom, all martial artists above the sun-eroding realm had perished. Countless ferocious beasts in the ocean, upon discovering the situation in the Sakura Kingdom, would bring catastrophic disaster to the entire nation. Therefore, Li Qingshan no longer needed to act against the Sakura Kingdom. The ferocious beasts in the ocean would handle it for him. After all, actions like destroying a nation would be dealt with by the historical void crab divine beast of the Heavenly Tao website. Upon returning to his own country, several elders of the Han Pavilion were lying in the quiet meditation room recuperating. The injuries this time were indeed quite severe, and it would likely take some time for them to recover. The King of Suppression arrived from the southern barbarian insect domain to take charge of the situation. In a place within the capital, representing the pinnacle of power, the two met face to face. Your Highness, the Divine Sun, were you injured during your pursuit of the three chief ministers of Sakura Nation? The King of Suppression looked up and down at Li Qingshan before him. Even with his usual composure, unshaken by the collapse of mountains, he couldn't help but feel a slight excitement and thrill at this moment. After all, he was well aware of Li Qingshan's feat of single-handedly suppressing and killing 6 peak-level warriors. In other words, Li Qingshan now had the ability to take on 6 peak-level warriors alone, and they still wouldn't be his match. This meant that Li Qingshan's upper limit might not just be 6 but 7, or even 8. Even if all 8 peak-level warriors of Huaxia joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was no longer just the number 1 prodigy of Huaxia, he was now the number 1 martial artist of Huaxia. Apart from the Divine Nation, there was likely no other country capable of contending with Li Qingshan. The Divine Nation, located across the ocean, seemed to have inherited some kind of legacy, possessing extraordinary talent in martial arts. Within the Divine Nation, there were as many as 100 peak-level martial artists. 100. What kind of concept was this? Globally, the Divine Nation accounted for half of all peak-level martial artists. Fortunately, other countries had formed an alliance, preventing the Divine Nation from taking action against any single country. Otherwise, they would surely face a united retaliation. At the same time, the Divine Nation was also concerned about losing too many peak-level martial artists, leaving them unable to withstand the onslaught of ferocious beasts. This balance was what allowed Blue Star to maintain its current state. Within the Divine Nation, power was held by the priests, and martial artists at level 119 were granted priestly positions. However, there were only 10 grand priests among them. The strength of these grand priests was terrifying, and if they joined forces, even Li Qingshan might not be their match. It's nothing, Li Qingshan waved his hand and said, the 3 chief ministers of Sakura Nation have been suppressed and killed. Additionally, all martial artists within Sakura Nation above the eclipsing sun level have been eliminated. I believe it won't be long before Sakura Nation faces a catastrophic disaster. All of them were eliminated? Hearing Li Qingshan's words, the King of Suppression, though he had anticipated it, couldn't help but take a sharp breath, his tone tinged with shock. Right now, in martial arts, you truly stand above all others. Second to none. The first step has yet to be taken. We still have a long way to go. Young comrade King of Suppression. Li Qingshan sighed deeply and sat on the ferocious beast leather sofa nearby, while the King of Suppression stood obediently to the side, counterattacking the world of ferocious beasts, venturing into the vast universe, and seizing resources from other planets. We haven't even taken the first step yet. What is there to boast about? Such ambition. The King of Suppression couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly, looking at Li Qingshan with a different gaze. Without Li Qingshan, just achieving the first goal of counterattacking the world of ferocious beasts would take not just hundreds or thousands of years, it would be utterly impossible. The seal of the Void Gate was loosening. More and more. Level 119 ferocious beasts were pouring in at an increasing rate. Yet human martial artists were all stuck at level 119, unable to advance to level 120. Perhaps this was the pinnacle of martial arts. But within the world of ferocious beasts, there must be even stronger beings. Once the Void Gate allowed even more powerful ferocious beasts to pour in, it would spell the end of Blue Star. Therefore, counterattacking the world of ferocious beasts was something they didn't even dare to think about, not to mention the other 2 things. But now that Huaxia has Li Qingshan, everything is different. At just 18 years old, he has already broken through to level 119. Maybe in a while, he will directly break through to level 120 and lead human warriors to resist the fierce beasts and counterattack them. Your Highness, you are right. The God King nodded solemnly and continued. Because several of our peak warriors in Huaxia are recovering from injuries, there is currently a gap in our peak combat power. I'm afraid we'll need you to guard either Modu or the capital. You can choose one of these 2 cities, Modu and the capital. Li Qingshan naturally leaned more towards Modu. After all, his family was there, and the Divine Beast Army was also stationed there. He would definitely return to Modu. Knock. Knock, he *. At this moment, a series of urgent knocks suddenly sounded outside the office. "Come in," said the God King. "God King, we've just received the latest news from the southern barbarian insect domain. The Void Gate has opened, and countless powerful fierce beasts have surged out, breaking through the defense line. Among them, the elder guarding the southern barbarian insect domain has been seriously injured. According to the report, there are at least 10 level 119 fierce beasts that have emerged from the Void Gate." A military warrior entered and reported the news. "What?" As soon as the warrior finished speaking, both Li Qingshan and the God King exclaimed in unison. Li Qingshan even stood up from the sofa in shock. 10 level 119 fierce beasts? The God King said, 10 level 119 fierce beasts appearing together, no one in all of Huaxia can stand against them. Even Li Qingshan may not be able to handle 10 level 119 fierce beasts, let alone the possibility of more emerging from the Void Gate. This is the end. I never expected such a large number of level 119 fierce beasts to appear from the Void Gate in Huaxia. Has heaven given Huaxia a genius only to destroy it? The God King's expression was filled with despair. Li Qingshan, 10 level 119 fierce beasts, at least 15 trillion units of pure blood energy. If I devour all of that, I'll definitely break through to level 120, and I might even have a chance to reach level 121. Amazing! Once I break through to level 121, my 2 divine beasts will also definitely break through to level 120. 10 beasts? That's too few. If there were more, it would be even better. My divine beasts could directly break through to level 121. Then, they could start evolving again. After all, my 2 divine beasts haven't evolved in a long time. Who knows, I might even take this opportunity to counterattack the Void Gate and enter the fierce beast world. Thinking of this, a glint of excitement and greed flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. As he said, this couldn't have come at a better time. I'll head there right away. With that, without waiting for the God King to stop him, he walked straight out of the office and said, "Get Feng Qinyu online and have her report the locations of the level 119 fierce beasts. She gives the coordinates, and I'll go suppress them." She gives the coordinates, and I'll go suppress them? The God King stared at Li Qingshan's departing figure, his mouth twitching slightly. What an arrogant statement. Li Qingshan, if you can't handle it, retreat immediately and preserve your strength. Don't fight recklessly, the God King called out. Watching Li Qingshan's retreating figure, the God King frowned deeply. He realized that his words might have been unnecessary. If it were a typical ferocious beast incident, conserving strength would naturally be no issue, but not now. The southern barbarian insect domain has emerged with so many peak level 119 ferocious beasts. This indicates that the Void Gate has undergone some changes, becoming more solid. Next, more ferocious beasts will emerge from the Void Gate. If Li Qingshan alone can suppress and kill these dozens of level 119 ferocious beasts, it would mean he has the chance to single-handedly suppress the entire southern barbarian insect domain. If even Li Qingshan cannot handle these 10 ferocious beasts, it would signify the fall of Huaxia, leading to it becoming the point of collapse for Blue Star, first Huaxia, then Blue Star. Temporary retreat and conserving strength would be utterly useless. "Good morning, Your Highness. Feng Qinyu is online." A familiar woman's voice came from Li Qingshan's communicator, and in his mind immediately appeared the image of a voluptuous young woman wearing a white shirt that accentuated her graceful figure. "Report the latest information on the southern barbarian insect domain," Li Qingshan said. "The southern barbarian insect domain has now fallen. The elder guarding the domain is severely injured, and tens of thousands of nearby cities have been ravaged by ferocious beasts, with countless civilian casualties. 10 level 119 ferocious beasts are currently dispersing to attack human cities. The central fallen zone is affected by mysterious forces, causing signal and satellite monitoring failures, making communication impossible. If you enter the central fallen zone, please contact me immediately to report." Feng Qinyu reported the current situation. "Alright, no problem. These 10 level 119 ferocious beasts are not in the central fallen zone, correct?" Li Qingshan asked. "Correct. The signal and visibility in the central fallen zone have already failed detection, so I have a grim hypothesis that new level 119 ferocious beasts may have appeared in the central fallen zone. As for the number, it is unknown," Feng Qinyu said with a heavy tone. As Li Qingshan's liaison officer, Feng Qinyu was privy to much information unknown to many high-ranking officials. This battle is not just about this Void Gate, it concerns the survival of Huaxia, and even the survival of Blue Star and all humanity. If level 119 ferocious beasts can freely emerge from this void gate, no one knows how many more will appear next. Therefore, Feng Qinyu's mood was extremely heavy. Coordinates for the first ferocious beast. Li Qingshan, already impatient, urged anxiously. Currently, his refined blood energy had reached 2.5 trillion, just over 2 trillion short of breaking through to level 120, which could be achieved by devouring the blood energy of 2 level 119 ferocious beasts. Naturally, he was eager. As a level 119 martial artist, Li Qingshan could not confidently claim to be the strongest on Blue Star. However, once he reached level 120, it would almost certainly confirm his status as the number 1 on Blue Star. Suppressing all 10 level 119 ferocious beasts would make level 121 no problem. Linnan City, level 119 ferocious beast scorpion-tailed venomous insect. Feng Qinyu reported. Got it. Li Qingshan nodded, quickly inputting the coordinates into the sun-eroding level fighter jet and speeding toward Linnan City. Capital city, the God King was somewhat restless. The current situation in Huaxia was truly a case of misfortune piling on top of disaster. Several martial arts supreme masters had been severely injured due to the issues with Sakura Nation and a few ferocious beasts, and were still recovering. Meanwhile, the void gate in the southern border insect domain had undergone a major upheaval, unleashing a large number of level 119 ferocious beasts, causing the defensive line to collapse. The martial arts supreme master guarding the southern border insect domain was also heavily injured. Nearby cities had already been significantly affected. Numerous videos had flooded the internet, all showing scenes of ferocious beasts emerging from the southern border insect domain, attacking cities, slaughtering civilians, and battling martial artists. Everyone was speculating about what had happened in the southern border insect domain, and public sentiment was growing restless. The God King knew that he had to act now. As the saying goes, it's better to channel than to block. Even if all the videos and discussions online were suppressed, it would be meaningless. When ferocious beasts rampage across all of Huaxia, everyone will know. At this moment, if this news is announced nationwide and Huaxia's divine son is sent to suppress the beasts, it might unite the people. If Li Qingshan fails, then there would be no point in Huaxia's existence anymore. The ferocious beasts would tear everyone apart. In other words, Huaxia's ultimate hope now rests on Li Qingshan. Go, issue a report. The God King hurriedly instructed his assistant in front of him. Huaxia Daily, latest emergency update. The void gate in the southern border insect domain within our nation has fallen, and a large number of level 119 ferocious beasts have emerged, threatening nearby cities. The Huaxia Han Cabinet has urgently dispatched Huaxia's divine son to suppress the beasts. As the divine son of our nation, His Highness of the Han Cabinet, the 9th Prince, has previously achieved the terrifying feat of single-handedly slaying 3 level 119 ferocious beasts, alongside the 3 chief advisors of the Han Cabinet. Everything is under control. Citizens are urged to remain calm, cooperate with local military and martial artists in evacuation efforts, transport supplies, treat the injured, and resist the ferocious beasts. As soon as the report was released, its viewership skyrocketed, and online discussions and uproar instantly became lively. What? Our divine son's achievements are this impressive? No way, didn't you see yesterday's news? It was trending online, and there were even some short videos. Sakura Nation has already lost 3 chief advisors, they're probably doomed now. These achievements are just too terrifying. One person is equivalent to the entire combat power of our Huaxia Han Cabinet. With Huaxia's divine son here, the southern border insect domain issue shouldn't be too big of a problem, right? Everyone, I'm currently in one of the cities near the southern border insect domain. This time, the situation is a bit different. From what I know, there are already dozens of level 119 ferocious beasts confirmed. Besides that, it's still unknown whether there are more level 119 ferocious beasts in the central signal blocked area, but there are definitely quite a few. Our divine son, after all, is just one person. Whether he can handle so many powerful ferocious beasts is really uncertain. What I'm more worried about is whether this upheaval in the Void Gate will lead to the emergence of level 120 or higher ferocious beasts. If that really happens, level 120 or higher ferocious beasts? If that's the case, Huaxia would truly be in danger. Online discussions were heated. Most people's concerns revolved around whether the upheaval in the Void Gate would lead to the emergence of level 120 ferocious beasts. However, they were unaware that Li Qingshan's plan wasn't to eliminate all the ferocious beasts that had emerged, but rather to directly launch a solo counterattack into the ferocious beast world. These damn ferocious beasts. They come to Blue Star to wreak havoc every day. It's about time I visit the world of ferocious beasts. The update is a bit late, the rest will come later. Divine Nation. This is the strongest martial artist nation on Blue Star, guarded by over 100 peak martial artists, holding nearly half of Blue Star's high-end combat power. On this day, the 10 high priests all felt something, as if they had touched a critical point of breaking through their shackles. Inside a grand hall, a trial meeting of the Divine Nation was being held. The 10 high priests, dressed in black robes, faced hundreds of ordinary priests in red robes, each at level 119. Regarding the events between Dragon Nation and Sakura Nation, the Divine Nation had received definite news. Huaxia had actually annihilated all martial artists above the Eclipse Sun Realm and Sakura Nation. Damn it! Do these Huaxia people not know that Sakura Nation is backed by the Divine Nation? Now, by exterminating all Eclipse Sun Realm martial artists in Sakura Nation, they are slapping the Divine Nation in the face. If this matter is let go so easily, the Divine Nation will lose all its dignity on Blue Star in the future. This matter must be dealt with seriously. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. The ones to be judged this time. All martial artists within Huaxia's borders. Huaxia martial artists slaughtered all Eclipse Sun Realm martial artists in Sakura Nation, an act that enrages both gods and men, unforgivable. Our Divine Nation hereby represents Blue Star to judge them. Those in favor of exterminating all martial artists within Huaxia's borders, raise your hands. A high priest of the Divine Nation, dressed in black robes, exuding an aura of mystery and power at all times, looked down at the crowd and spoke. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, almost without exception, all the priests in red robes in the hall raised their hands in agreement. Judgment passed. Exterminate all martial artists within Huaxia's borders. A high priest responsible for this matter nodded in satisfaction and continued, announced the judgment results globally. Recently, dozens of us have felt something in our hearts. We vaguely sense the opportunity to break through level 120 is right before us. This opportunity and enlightenment cannot be missed. Therefore, once we break through level 120, we will immediately head to Huaxia to exterminate all martial artists within its borders. The opportunity to break through level 120? As the words of the dozens of high priests fell, the hundreds of priests below showed great joy, their faces flashing with excitement. Since martial artists appeared on Blue Star, people gradually discovered a pattern. At first, martial artists were stuck at level 9, and for a long time, no one could break through to level 10. Until a genius emerged, breaking through to level 10 martial artist realm in one fell swoop, and then it became unstoppable. A large number of martial artists on Blue Star began breaking through to level 10. But as everyone's realms grew, they found themselves quickly encountering bottlenecks again, only this time at level 19. Years passed. Another genius emerged, breaking through to level 20, and subsequent martial artists began breaking through to level 20. Levels 29, 39, 49, 59, 69. Later, people discovered that at every 9th level, there would inevitably be a bottleneck, as if a powerful force between heaven and earth was suppressing everyone's strength, leaving them unable to move. However, the longer the bottleneck lasted, when the breakthrough occurred, there would be consecutive breakthroughs. For example, in the past, when the 109th level was stuck, a genius from the Divine Nation emerged, breaking through to the 110th level. Following this, an old martial artist who had been stuck at the 110th level for over 200 years directly leaped 7 levels in a single day, reaching the 116th level and becoming a high-level sun-eclipsing realm warrior, the strongest martial artist on Blue Star. Their lifespan greatly increased. This time, dozens of high priests from the Divine Nation sensed the opportunity for a breakthrough and realized that somewhere on Blue Star, a genius was likely breaking through to the 120th level. Once this breakthrough is completed, all martial artists at the 119th level on Blue Star will have the potential to break through to the 120th level. At that time, everyone's lifespan will continue to increase, and some martial artists with deep foundations may even break through multiple levels consecutively, significantly extending their lifespans. For all martial artists on Blue Star, this is a grand feast. As for the genius martial artist who first breaks through to the 120th level, no one pays much attention to them because, based on past experiences, after breaking through the Ninefold barrier. This genius will quickly decline, finding it difficult to even reach the next ninefold realm. Why this happens to martial artists on Blue Star remains unknown, but the fact is that the entire Blue Star has been stuck at the 119th level for thousands of years. Today, someone has finally broken the barrier, which is a cause for celebration among the 119th level martial artists. Yes. Hundreds of priests nodded in agreement and then left the hall. The dozens of high priests began focusing on their own opportunities to break through to the 120th level. This time, among the 10 high priests of the divine nation, several are expected to break through more than one level. At that time, the entire Huaxia will pay the price for their foolishness. The divine nation's judgment was quickly disseminated across Blue Star. Swan Nation Emperor, has Huaxia gone mad? How dare they provoke the divine nation? Sakura Nation is the most loyal lapdog of the divine nation, and they only have a mere 8 peak level martial artists. Madness, absolute madness. Skystick Nation Emperor, foolish Huaxia. How dare they provoke my great divine nation? This time, they will surely be completely annihilated. Sky 3 Nation Emperor, with Huaxia's demise, my nation can march straight in and take over Huaxia. My Sky 3 nation is the greatest nation in the world. What lizard? For a time, all the emperors of the world believed that Huaxia had gone insane for daring to provoke the divine nation. Moreover, the divine nation had seized the opportunity to hold them accountable. Many emperors had already begun mourning for Huaxia. In recent years, any nation that the divine nation found an excuse to wage war against had almost no survivors. All high-level combat forces were annihilated. The remaining ordinary people were unable to resist the attacks of powerful beasts and could only have their bodies torn apart by them. Huaxia, Elder, the divine nation's judgment document has just arrived. Please take a look. The assistant of the God-suppressing king quickly handed over a document, which was the freshly printed judgment from the divine nation. Looking at the contents of the judgment, the God-suppressing king's expression grew increasingly grim. He couldn't help but angrily exclaim, "The divine nation is utterly shameless. It was clearly those damned Sakura Nation people who invaded us first. We were merely defending ourselves, yet they sentenced all martial artists within Huaxia to death? Damn it!" The king of the divine realm quickly informed the elders who were recovering from their injuries about the matter, as he couldn't make a decision on his own. Upon hearing the news, the elders' expressions changed drastically. The strength of the divine nation was something the elders of the Han Pavilion were well aware of. Enjoying the moment, asking for some free gifts, brothers. The elders of the Han Pavilion had mixed expressions, uncertain about what to do. Should they bow down? In the end, one elder broke the silence and spoke up. No. If our China bows down, we will never be able to stand tall again. We would become like Sakura Nation, mere lackeys of the divine nation. The Grand Elder immediately rejected the idea. So what do we do now? The divine nation is aggressive and will likely lead their peak martial artists to invade soon. If we can't come up with a solution, China will face a catastrophic disaster. What is there to fear? At worst, we fight them to the death. China has never bowed down before. Exactly, at worst, we go down fighting, taking as many of them with us as we can. Alas, the fear is that even if we fight to the death, we might not be able to kill a single person from the divine nation. They will come to China in large numbers. 1-on-1, we are not afraid, but what about 1-on-3, 1-on-4, 1-on-5, or even 1-on-10? The elders fell silent again. Indeed. What do we do next? It doesn't matter if we die, but China still has so many citizens. Could it be that the long-standing heritage of China will be destroyed by us? The atmosphere grew increasingly somber, and everyone's faces were filled with helplessness. Finally, the Grand Elder let out a long breath and looked at his colleagues before saying, "We old men and the future of China may ultimately have to rely on Li Qingshan." Li Qingshan! Sure enough, as the Grand Elder finished speaking, everyone exchanged glances, a glimmer of hope flashing in their eyes. But soon, that hope dimmed again. Li Qingshan, can he do it? He can. He is a man who creates miracles. He can't. The divine nation has so many peak martial artists, one person alone cannot be their match. Among them, the Grand Elder's mood was the heaviest. He had a premonition that he was about to have the opportunity to break through level 120. Such a situation only occurs for one reason: a genius is about to break the Blue Star martial artist's limit and surpass level 120. This genius is most likely Li Qingshan. But don't assume that Li Qingshan is about to soar. Based on past history, geniuses who break through such limits seem to suffer some kind of punishment. From then on, they make no further progress. Meanwhile, others benefit from it, especially martial artists who have been stuck at level 119 for a long time. With accumulated strength, they will break through several levels in succession, and their lifespan will increase. The Divine Nation holds a significant advantage because they have the most peak martial artists, and their strength will increase the most. This is very bad news for China. However, given the current atmosphere, the Grand Elder chose not to bring this up. What if Li Qingshan is among those who benefit and is not the one breaking the limit? Let's place our hope in Li Qingshan. China must not kneel. At least, I cannot kneel. After I die in battle, well, I won't be able to care anymore. The current Grand Elder feels burdened with countless responsibilities and can only place a sliver of hope on Li Qingshan. The rest is preparing to die in battle. The other Han Pavilion elders are the same, ready for the imminent sacrifice. Lin Nan City. A venomous insect, tens of thousands of meters long, is swaying its massive, ghostly, blue poison tail as it crawls toward the city ahead. The towering alloy city walls appear insignificant before this scorpion-tailed venomous insect and are quickly breached, turning large sections of the city into ruins. Countless cries of despair echo. Civilians are fleeing in panic, while martial artists and soldiers charge forward to fight. A father shields his child beneath him, only to be pierced through the heart by the ferocious beast. The entire Lin Nan city instantly becomes a living hell. Severed limbs, broken bodies, blood, and entrails are scattered everywhere. A large number of ferocious beasts begin feasting. The beasts here differ from those elsewhere. The ones pouring in through the void gate in this area are all insect-type beasts. This is the only void gate on Blue Star that spawns a massive number of insect-type beasts. My blood and energy, stay put. I'm coming. Li Qingshan roared. The Dragon Clan Dharma form activated, and his body reached a height of 100,000 meters. His entire being shimmered with arcs of lightning, radiating destructive power, resembling a meteor descending from the heavens. Wielding a terrifying thunder hammer, he swung it heavily at the scorpion-tailed venomous insect. The thunder hammer in his hand struck fiercely. Hiss! The scorpion-tailed venomous insect let out a screech, its tail resembling a lightning-fast shadow, stabbing toward the approaching Li Qingshan. The venomous stinger on its tail was incredibly sharp. Even beasts of the same level would meet their end if pierced by this stinger. This was the scorpion-tailed venomous insect's ultimate weapon. Any powerful enemy would perish under its venomous stinger. Moreover, as an insect-type beast, it possessed an incredibly terrifying hard-shell armor for protection, something other beasts lacked, making it nearly invincible. The human before it, though of the same level, was doomed to die against this terrifying insect-type existence, destined to become its food. A level 119 human would undoubtedly be delicious and provide a massive energy boost, aiding its breakthrough. Boom! A muffled sound rang out as Li Qingshan's thunder hammer struck heavily against the venomous stinger of the scorpion tail. The terrifying venomous stinger created a massive dent in the thunder hammer, showcasing its sturdiness. As for its venom, it remained unknown, as the terrifying lightning within Li Qingshan's thunder hammer surged like a tide into the scorpion-tailed venomous insect's body. The powerful lightning force bypassed the insect-type beast's proud armor and attacked its internal organs, causing severe damage. The previously arrogant scorpion-tailed venomous insect immediately collapsed to the ground, convulsing and spewing green liquid, soon falling silent. Electrocuted to death. Next. Coordinates. Li Qingshan directly spoke to Feng Qingyu. As for the scorpion-tailed venomous insect behind him, Zhu Kuanping and Zhu Long had already rushed forward to devour its flesh and blood. What? You just arrived in Lin Nan City, and already? Upon hearing Li Qingshan's voice, Feng Qingyu was slightly stunned, a look of confusion flashing across her face. Just half a minute ago, Li Qingshan had been on the phone with her, discovering the scorpion-tailed venomous beast. And now, only half a minute had passed? This was way too fast. Of course, this referred to the speed of killing the ferocious beast. As for other aspects, well, that would need to be tested to know. After devouring a level 119 ferocious beast, the clone gained plus 1.7 trillion units of refined blood essence, and the host also received plus 1.7 trillion units of refined blood essence. Another 1.7 trillion units of refined blood essence were credited, accumulating to a total of 4.2 trillion. Breaking through to level 120. Required only 5.1 trillion units of refined blood essence. Killing one more level 119 ferocious beast would allow a direct breakthrough to level 120. The nearest city to His Highness the Divine Sun, Ganquan City, had 3 level 119 ferocious beasts. Feng Xingyu reported. 3. Li Qingshan was delighted and immediately controlled the Sun Eater class fighter jet, heading toward the nearest Ganquan City with the ancestral dragon and ancestral Kuanpeng. The citizens of Linan City watched Li Qingshan leave, their eyes filled with shock that they couldn't calm down. So powerful. A level 119 ferocious beast was subdued just like that? 10 minutes later. Ganquan City. Among the 3 terrifying level 119 ferocious beasts, 2 had already fallen in pools of blood. The victorious beast was roaring toward the sky. The King Kong Overlord. Beetle. Its entire body was covered in armor that shimmered with golden light, appearing incomparably dazzling and imposing under the sunlight. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. The citizens within the city were all suppressed by this terrifying aura, trembling and unable to move. A large number of insect-type ferocious beasts were rampaging wildly, harvesting the lives of the city's inhabitants. The other 2 level 119 ferocious beasts lay on the ground, their bodies shattered and their shells broken. The relationships between ferocious beasts were not always friendly, as evidenced by the scene before them. The King Kong Overlord Beetle had already subdued the other 2 beasts and was feasting on the flesh and blood of the city's inhabitants alone. The numerous insect-type ferocious beasts, after tearing apart and killing the citizens of Ganquan City, would carry the flesh and blood to feed the King Kong Overlord Beetle. To ferocious beasts, human flesh and blood were incredibly delicious and could also enhance their own blood essence power. Your Highness, this King Kong Overlord Beetle has killed 2 beasts of the same level, which means that even among the peak level 119 ferocious beasts, it is a top-tier existence. It is far more ferocious than the beasts we subdued before. The King Kong Overlord Beetle is the king of strength. Judging by the wounds on the other 2 beasts, it seems this King Kong Overlord Beetle used its terrifying strength to tear their bodies apart. Please, be extremely cautious. Feng Xingyu warned. At this moment, the King Kong Overlord Beetle also noticed Li Qingshan charging toward it. It let out a screech and immediately swung its massive pincers, attacking Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan did not dodge at all. He directly swung the terrifying thunder hammer, smashing it fiercely onto the giant pincers of the King Kong Overlord Beetle in front of him. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded as the thunderous power within Li Qingshan's body poured out like a raging tide, instantly transforming the surroundings into a sea of thunder. It was utterly terrifying. As for the previously ferocious Overlord Beetle, it was directly engulfed by Li Qingshan's sea of thunder. The powerful and terrifying shell was completely ignored as the thunder invaded its flesh and blood, destroying its internal organs. The extremely arrogant King Kong Overlord worm suddenly went limp, collapsing to the ground, emitting a burnt meat aroma from its body. Dead. Instant kill. The ancestral dragon and ancestral Kuanpeng immediately rushed out and began devouring the flesh and blood. Next. Li Qingshan's cold voice reached Feng Qinyu's ears. Next? Already dealt with? Feng Xingyu felt almost numb. Wasn't this speed a bit too fast? She had just finished introducing the opponent, and Li Qingshan had already ended the battle? Feng Xingyu now even suspected that Li Qingshan's true strength was still being concealed, publicly declared as level 119, but in reality, it was far beyond that. In Hongyun City, a level 119 ferocious beast was wreaking havoc. Devouring a level 119 ferocious beast, the clone has gained 1.7 billion refined blood essence, and the host has gained 1.7 billion refined blood essence. Devouring a level 119 ferocious beast, the clone has gained 1.7 billion refined blood essence, and the host has gained 1.7 billion refined blood essence. Devouring a level 119 ferocious beast, the clone has gained 1.7 billion refined blood essence, and the host has gained 1.7 billion refined blood essence. 3 consecutive notifications sounded. All 3 level 119 ferocious beasts were completely devoured. Li Qingshan gained a total of 5.1 trillion refined blood essence, adding to the previous 4.27 trillion refined blood essence, making a total of 9.37 trillion refined blood essence. Breaking through to level 120 required only 5.12 trillion refined blood essence. Consuming 5.12 trillion refined blood essence, congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to level 120, becoming a planetary level warrior. Just as Li Qingshan saw the panel appear, a strange force suddenly invaded the depths of his soul. Vast and terrifying, it stretched endlessly, appearing out of nowhere in the depths of his soul, impossible to dispel. It radiated a terrifying and overwhelming power, making him feel incredibly insignificant in its presence, like an ant gazing up at a towering mountain. This entity was entirely azure, spherical in shape, with a slightly uneven surface, emitting a faint divine glow. What is this? A trace of confusion appeared in Li Qingshan's eyes. Congratulations! To the host, the spirit of Blue Star has successfully entered your body. Please refine the spirit of Blue Star as soon as possible. Once the spirit of Blue Star is fused, the host will become the master of Blue Star. Fusion conditions: subdue and kill creatures from other planets to plunder their divine essence, thereby refining the spirit of Blue Star. Fusion conditions: use blood essence for refinement, but the process is too slow and not recommended. The next moment, a series of notifications echoed in Li Qingshan's ears, causing his eyes to light up. Damn! Master of Blue Star? That powerful? Looking at the flashing words on the panel and the accompanying descriptions, Li Qingshan quickly understood what was going on. Every life-bearing planet produces a planetary spirit, an extremely important entity. Once refined, it signifies complete control over the planet. Originally, Blue Star lived in peace and harmony. Later, its coordinates were discovered by a powerful planet, which opened a void gate to plunder Blue Star's resources and planetary spirit. As for how they plundered, they naturally had their methods. Humanity on Earth began to resist, continuously giving rise to powerful warriors. However, every planet can establish its own rules, such as Blue Star. The previous planetary rule prohibited the existence of warriors above level 119. Initially, to provide humanity with some breathing room, the rules on Blue Star were altered, disallowing warriors above level 10. As time passed, the spirit of Blue Star discovered a prodigious talent and intended to refine them, allowing them to break the level 10 rule. This would enable the spirit of Blue Star to operate within the rules and be refined. Unfortunately, this genius lacked Li Qingshan's system and could only use blood and energy for refinement, exhausting their lifespan. Because the spirit of Blue Star changed the rules, a large number of warriors above level 10 appeared on Blue Star, solidifying the coordinates of the Void Gate, which led to the emergence of numerous ferocious beasts above level 10. Whether it was the beasts emerging from the Void Gate or the warriors on Blue Star, they were ultimately stuck at level 19, unable to progress further. Time flew by, and many years later, another genius emerged, breaking through realms consecutively and reaching level 19. With their extraordinary talent and the assistance of the spirit of Blue Star, they successfully broke the rules, allowing the spirit of Blue Star to merge into their body and be refined. From then on, ferocious beasts and warriors above level 20 appeared on Blue Star. Unfortunately, this genius ultimately failed to refine the spirit of Blue Star. Each failed attempt led to successive efforts by other prodigies, but all ended in failure. Before Li Qingshan, 11 prodigies had already tried. Li Qingshan was the 12th, but he now had the system's assistance. The question was how many creatures from other planets he would need to kill and how much divinity he would need to plunder to fully refine the spirit of Blue Star. Li Qingshan was already growing impatient. Hongyun City. The Divine Sun has arrived. In the Han Pavilion, several elders were anxiously awaiting news, hoping Li Qingshan could quickly resolve the issue of the southern border. Insect Domain. Elder. At that moment, outside the meditation chamber, the Blade Emperor of China hurriedly entered, seemingly with urgent news to report. What is it? Speak, the God King asked. Reporting to the elders. His Highness, the Divine Sun, has already slain a level 119 ferocious beast, the scorpion-tailed venomous insect. In Linan City, the Blade Emperor of China reported. He's slain one already? Upon hearing this, the elders secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They knew this young man would surely succeed. However, only one ferocious beast had been slain so far, so it was too early to celebrate. After all, some of these ferocious beasts traveled in groups. Upon realizing Li Qingshan's strength, they might band together to attack him. Additionally, there was the issue of whether new level 119 ferocious beasts might emerge from the core fallen zone. These were all major concerns. Elders, the latest news about His Highness, the Divine Sun. At that moment, the Sword Immortal of China hurriedly entered and spoke. Speak, the God King urged. The other elders in the Han Pavilion also turned their gazes toward the Sword Immortal of China. Just Now, His Highness, the Divine Sun, slew 3 level 119 ferocious beasts in Ganquan City, the Sword Immortal of China said excitedly. What? So quickly? As soon as the Sword Immortal finished speaking, the God King's eyes widened, and he said, there's quite a distance between the two cities. These were all reported by Feng Chun Yu. The Blade Emperor didn't finish listening earlier and rushed to report. The Sword Immortal of China explained, directly connect to Feng Chun Yu's communication screen and coordinate with her directly. The Divine King ordered. Yes. The Sword Immortal of Huaxia responded promptly and went to contact Feng Chun Yu. On the large screen in the meditation room, Feng Chun Yu's image quickly appeared, and the images of several elders also appeared in front of Feng Chun Yu. Feng Chun Yu, what is the current situation? The Divine King asked. Reporting to the elders. His Highness the Divine Sun has already subdued 2 more level 119 fierce beasts, making a total of 6. Only 4 more need to be subdued to complete the task of subduing all 10 level 119 fierce beasts. Feng Chun Yu replied with a hint of joy on her face. Good. Excellent. The Divine King was overjoyed, and the others in the meditation room also showed expressions of excitement. What about the Grand Elder? Quickly report this good news to the Grand Elder, the Demon King said. The Grand Elder has gone into seclusion and instructed not to be disturbed under any circumstances, the Sword Immortal of Huaxia replied. That old guy, why choose this time to go into seclusion? In the meditation room, the elders of the Huaxia Han Pavilion were all visibly excited. In the Divine Nation. Boom, 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 boom. A series of muffled explosions resounded, and blood energy surged into the sky like 11 blood pillars reaching the heavens. The 10 great priests of the Divine Nation had all broken through to level 120, stepping into the realm of planetary level warriors. From now on, Blue Star could no longer confine their steps. As long as they possessed sufficient blood energy, they could leave Blue Star and roam the vast universe. Within their bodies, they could form their own world. Even in the harshest conditions, they could survive. This was the planetary level. And in the Divine Nation, due to Li Qingshan breaking the operational rules of Blue Star's spirit, 11 people had consecutively broken through. Congratulations to the 10 great priests on their breakthrough. Congratulations to the 10 great priests on their breakthrough. In the Divine Nation, any warrior who saw the signs of blood energy surging into the sky knelt down, pleading for their great priests to emerge from seclusion. All priests in the Divine Nation, assemble. A loud voice swept across the surroundings, and the communication departments began contacting all priests to gather. Soon, over 100 priests were assembled, with the 10 great priests standing at the forefront. Oh my God! Planetary-level warriors are so impressive. I wonder when I will be able to break through to such a realm. Subjugating Huaxia begins today. Little Huaxia is nothing in the eyes of our Divine Nation. Our Divine Nation's journey is the vast universe. The women of Huaxia are the most beautiful. After subjugating Huaxia this time, I must select a few good ones to be my pets. I want to pick a few too. I heard there are some women in Huaxia at the solar eclipse realm who are quite attractive. The men of our Divine Nation are in for a treat. Soon, they will have plenty of Huaxia women to play with as they please, huh? One by one, the priests showed excited smiles. Great priest, when will we head to subjugate Huaxia? One priest asked. Leave 30 priests behind. The rest, follow me to conquer Huaxia. Head to Huaxia. Judge their sins. As one of the great priests finished speaking, they immediately stepped into the air, heading toward Huaxia across the ocean. Behind them, numerous solar eclipse peak-level warriors began boarding solar eclipse-class fighter jets, heading toward Huaxia. Among the 10 individuals who broke through in the Divine Nation, this time, the strongest one, it has already broken through to 125 planetary levels, and the remaining people have also made significant progress, breaking through to 124, 123, 122, 121, and 120. Such strength. They are confident they can suppress Huaxia. As for the dozens of peak martial artists from the Divine Nation breaking through in the expedition matters, they are quickly being sent to the relevant departments, preparing to be distributed to every country globally, including Huaxia. Inside the Han Pavilion of Huaxia, reporting to the elders, His Highness the Divine Sun is currently suppressing the last 119-level ferocious beast. As Feng Chun Yu finished speaking, joy appeared on everyone's faces. A towering figure entered the meditation chamber at this moment. It was the Grand Elder, who had just completed his seclusion. His realm had already broken through to 123 planetary levels. Grand Elder, you've broken through? The Demon Suppression King was the first to react. A mix of shock and excitement flashing in his eyes as he stared at the Grand Elder of the Han Pavilion before him. Broken through? The legendary planetary level? Being capable of traversing the universe? In an instant, the remaining elders of the Han Pavilion widened their eyes, their faces full of delight. Elders, the situation is dire. His Highness the Divine Sun, while pursuing that 119-level martial artist, has entered the core fallen zone. The signal has been completely blocked, and we can no longer contact him, Feng Shenyu suddenly said. The core fallen zone must be entered eventually. Let's just hope there is no danger inside. That boy always manages to create miracles. On this point, I am still willing to believe in him. He will surely fulfill the expectations of all Huaxia. We old men are no longer capable. We can only place our hopes on this boy. He absolutely cannot fail. If Li Qingshan fails, Huaxia will fall as well. Wait, the Grand Elder has broken through to 123 planetary levels? At this moment, the Demon Suppression King suddenly realized something and spoke. That's correct. The Grand Elder nodded solemnly, quickly stepping forward and saying, Feng Shenyu, immediately send a signal to Li Qingshan, ordering him to withdraw at once. My breakthrough to 123 planetary levels signifies that the meteorite rules of Blue Star have been broken, and the Void Gate has become more stable. It is possible that ferocious beasts exceeding 120 levels may emerge from the Void Gate. Li Qingshan is currently only at the peak of martial arts. If he encounters a powerful ferocious beast, he will undoubtedly die. Have him withdraw immediately, and then we can figure out a plan. Understood. Feng Shenyu's expression changed drastically upon hearing this and hurriedly began calling for Li Qingshan. Unfortunately, there was no sound or signal from Li Qingshan, who had entered the core fallen zone. Inside the meditation chamber, the elders of the Han Pavilion also showed anxious expressions on their faces. At the same time, they were shocked at who had broken the meteorite rules of Blue Star. Grand Elder, do you think it could be Li Qingshan who was the first to break through to the planetary level, and he is the one who broke the operational rules of Blue Star, the Demon Suppression King asked. I do have this suspicion. There is a high probability it was him, but I hope it wasn't. Every martial artist who first breaks the meteorite rules ends up with somewhat unsatisfactory strength in the end. If this matter wasn't caused by Li Qingshan, given his potential, I believe it won't take long for him to break through to the upper planetary level. At that time, Huaxia will be safe. But based on experience, the probability that it was Li Qingshan is extremely high. A trace of helplessness appeared on the Grand Elder's face. Seeing this, the surrounding elders couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Great Elder, the latest news from the Divine Kingdom has arrived. At this moment, a liaison officer hurriedly walked in and spoke. What news? The Great Elder felt a sense of foreboding rising in his heart and asked. Dozens of high priests from the Divine Kingdom have broken through their realms. The strongest high priest has already reached level 125 planetary realm. Moreover, they are already on their way to Huaxia, preparing to suppress Huaxia and judge Huaxia. The liaison officer continued, the Divine Kingdom has already notified all countries on Blue Star about this matter. The atmosphere in the meditation room gradually became silent. Everyone's expressions were grim. 10 planetary level individuals. The strongest has already reached level 125, the Great Elder is absolutely no match. As for the others? Not even worth mentioning. Could it be that what Huaxia is about to face next is truly national annihilation? At this moment, Li Qingshan had successfully slain the last level 119 ferocious beast. Main body, Li Qingshan. Body length, 25 cm. Strength, level 120. Merit, 20000/1 billion. Merit Golden Lotus, Blue Star Spirit Fusion Degree, 0.01/1 million. Essence Vitality, 16.15 points/10 points. Planetary level vitality, upgradable. Li Qingshan opened his personal panel and glanced at it. His vitality had already reached the requirement, allowing him to upgrade again and step into level 121 planetary realm. He immediately clicked upgrade. Congratulations to the host for successfully consuming 10 points of planetary level vitality and breaking through to level 121 planetary level warrior. A system voice sounded, and a screen appeared. Immediately after, Li Qingshan upgraded his 2 ferocious beast avatars accordingly, both breaking through to level 120 planetary level beasts. Just one more level. The Ancestral Dragon and Ancestral Kuanpeng can complete their evolution again. After evolving, the Ancestral Dragon and Ancestral Kuanpeng will undoubtedly become even stronger. In addition, the panel now displayed a Blue Star Spirit Fusion degree. Despite having just slain so many ferocious beasts, it only added 0.01 points. And to refine Blue Star, it requires 1,000,000 points. How long would it take to achieve that? However, the beasts he had just slain were only at the sun-eroding realm, so the points given were low. If he were to slay planetary-level beasts, the points would likely be much higher, right? Immediately, Li Qingshan began searching in the Fallen Zone. As time ticked by, Li Qingshan once again slew a level 119 ferocious beast, and the signal blockade in the Fallen Zone disappeared. Li Qingshan then appeared in front of the Void Gate. This was a place where no warrior had dared to appear before, as it constantly spawned ferocious beasts. But now, it had transformed into a sea of thunder. Any beast emerging from the Void Gate would undoubtedly perish. Ding, the system has detected the cosmic positioning of the Void Gate. It can assist the host in eliminating the Void Gate and reverse positioning. Reverse positioning time is 7 days. At this moment, a panel appeared before Li Qingshan. Eliminate positioning. This means directly destroying the Void Gate here, ensuring that ferocious beasts will no longer emerge from this location. This is a good thing. If he were to refine Blue Star and these Void Gates remained, wouldn't that mean enemies could appear in his backyard at any time? On this point, Li Qingshan felt the system was truly extraordinary. As for reverse positioning, it should directly open a coordinate to the opponent's planet, allowing him to go there. However, this coordinate will disappear after 7 days. One must return within 7 days. Your Highness, I finally got in touch with you. At this moment, Feng Xinyu contacted Li Qingshan and informed him about the current situation facing Huaxia, including matters concerning the Divine Kingdom. The High Priest of the Divine Kingdom is at level 125. Besides the High Priest, the Divine Kingdom also has a Supreme Divine Priest. According to the Grand Elder's estimation, this Divine Priest is at least level 126 planetary, possibly even level 127. Li Qingshan frowned deeply. He was only at level 121, while the opposing Divine Priest was at level 127, a gap that was simply too vast. Although he could fight across levels, as the realm increases, the gap between each level becomes more significant. He feared he wouldn't be able to defeat someone at level 127. Advancing his strength on Blue Star was too slow. Level 119 beasts were no longer enough for him to kill. The best option was to directly counterattack into the beast world, where there must be a large number of terrifying beasts. Immediately, Li Qingshan informed Feng Xinyu to have the Grand Elder hold off for 7 days, waiting for his return. He then clicked the system to confirm. The Void Gate was eliminated, then reverse located, and he stepped into the Void Gate. Humanity. The first counterattack against the beast world had begun. Never disappointing the readers, rest assured and continue reading about the Divine Kingdom. On a secret altar in the Divine Kingdom stood a Void Gate. Only the most powerful priests of the Divine Kingdom knew of its existence, passing the knowledge down through generations. The Divine Priest, dressed in a white robe, with a devout expression on his face, stood before the Void Gate on the altar, waiting. Time flew by. An hour later, the Void Gate flickered with light, and an alloy box was thrown out from within. The Divine Priest was overjoyed and quickly caught the alloy box in his hands. Opening the box, it was filled to the brim with potions. Each bottle was encased in a mysterious transparent alloy, and even through the bottles, they emitted a powerful and mysterious aura. Besides these potions, there was also a transparent crystal-like stone, cut into a gem shape, with black matter flickering in the center. A deep voice emanated from it. This is the Tian's domain. Is everything on Blue Star normal? Reporting to the Great Father. The operational rules of Blue Star have been broken. Many of us have already broken through to the planetary realm. It is expected that planetary-level beasts will soon emerge from the Void Gate. The crystal remains silent for a long time. Tian's domain is aware, and will immediately arrange personnel to assist Blue Star. If manpower is insufficient, we will increase the distribution of martial artist potions to Blue Star. The deep voice from the crystal spoke again. On behalf of Blue Star, we thank Tian's domain for its generosity. The Divine Priest was overjoyed and quickly replied, Blue Star is a life planet within our Tian's domain. Naturally, we cannot allow it to be invaded by forces from outside the domain. The voice from the crystal continued. The desolate star is consolidating the Void Gate, preparing to send a large number of beasts to flood Blue Star, occupy it, and plunder its resources. Xingyun, who was overseeing the operation, suddenly noticed that the Void Gate she had arranged had disappeared. A trace of doubt flashed across her delicate face. Wearing high heels with thin heels, her long legs slender and graceful, she began using instruments to investigate what had happened on Blue Star. The virtual screen in front of her flickered continuously. Xingyun quickly obtained the results she wanted. A void gate at a coordinate on Blue Star had been destroyed by a mysterious force, causing a hint of displeasure to appear on her face. This was because every time she set up a coordinate void gate, all of these require consuming some resources, and the consumed resources will be calculated into one's assessment. Damn it! Xingyun cursed inwardly and had no choice but to start consolidating other void gates. As long as the consolidation succeeds, a large number of planetary-level ferocious beasts can emerge, invade Blue Star, plunder resources, and compete for the spirit of Blue Star. This is a life planet. It can definitely be sold at a high price. Xingyun's location was on the desolate star of the Great Wilderness Domain, serving a powerful family on the desolate star. Crack! Just as Xingyun began consolidating the void gate, the sound of a door being pushed open suddenly came from outside. Turning to look, he saw a man in a military uniform, imposing and domineering, now bowing and scraping as he invited a graceful and slender young woman inside. She was clad in alloy battle armor, exquisite and powerful. Her golden hair was dazzling, her skin fair and radiant, her features far more refined than Xingyun's, and especially those slender long legs simply perfect. Her entire being exuded an aristocratic aura, clearly not an ordinary inhabitant of the desolate star. "Sir!" Xingyun quickly greeted. Respectfully. This is Miss Xingyu, someone close to the second miss, holding the rank of junior general," the officer introduced. "General!" Xingyun was shocked, and immediately saluted. A junior general. This was undoubtedly the highest-ranking official Xingyun had ever seen. Even his immediate superior, the officer standing before him, was merely a junior lieutenant. Above junior lieutenant were middle lieutenant, senior lieutenant, junior colonel, and middle colonel. Apart from this junior general before him, Xingyun believed he would never encounter such a high-ranking general in his lifetime. Moreover, this was someone close to the second miss. The desolate star was entirely controlled by the four great families, and the second miss was the daughter of the Xing family, one of the four great families, holding a position of high authority and noble status. Someone like Xingyun, a person from the lower ranks, could never have any interaction with her, like an ant gazing up at the stars in the sky. Xingyun was incredibly excited because his ancestors had once been a branch of the Xing family, sharing the same surname. However, as time passed, they gradually became ordinary people. The desolate star was the main star of the Great Wilderness Domain. The Great Wilderness Domain was controlled by the desolate star. Blue Star was just an ordinary planet, and above Blue Star, there were legendary galaxies. For example, the Milky Way galaxy, which contained hundreds of billions of stars. Above galaxies were galaxy clusters, which also contained numerous galaxies. Beyond galaxy clusters were superclusters. Superclusters directly encompassed vast numbers of galaxy clusters. Above galaxy clusters were the legendary star domains, such as the Great Wilderness Domain of the Desolate Star or the Tian's domain where Blue Star was located. The second miss, one of the four most powerful forces in the Great Wilderness Domain, was clearly of great significance. "Have you discovered any native geniuses?" Miss Xingyu asked, her face showing a trace of nobility. Reporting to Miss Xingyu. "On Blue Star, which I am responsible for, a martial artist has just forcibly broken through Blue Star's meteorite rules and is now planetary level. I wonder if this meets Miss Xingyu's requirements." Xingyun asked respectfully. "A planetary level capable of breaking the planet's operational rules?" Xingyu frowned slightly, then continued to ask, "What is their age?" "Based on feedback from the ferocious beasts on Blue Star, they should be 18 years old." Xingyun replied. 18 years old and planetary level, barely meets the requirements, Xingyu said. Xingyu nodded and continued, "This matter must not be disclosed, understand?" "Understood." Xingyun and Xiao Junwei exchanged a glance, then nodded solemnly. "Seek out some indigenous geniuses. This is the young lady's task." I've heard that the young lady wants to cultivate a group of loyal slaves. I don't know what she's thinking. There are so many geniuses on the desolate star, yet she insists on selecting from those indigenous planets. As the young lady's maid, I can only follow orders. Strengthen the Void Gate. I'll first head to a few of the indigenous planets to capture the selected indigenous geniuses, then come back for this. 1. Once the indigenous geniuses are captured, you'll be credited for this achievement. After saying this, Xingyu stepped out of the studio in her high heels, leaving Xingyun with a respectful expression, though her heart was filled with excitement and exhilaration. To gain credit without doing anything, this was practically a blessing from the heavens. At this moment, Li Qingshan felt a wave of dizziness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unknown world. Towering ancient trees stretched skyward, bizarre and eerie. Each broad leaf resembled a palm fan, exuding a pungent stench. The soil beneath was loose, the air humid, perfect conditions for insect parasites. Is this also a life-bearing planet? Li Qingshan wondered. It seemed similar to Blue Star, yet the towering ancient trees here were truly towering. Brothers, if you're enjoying this, send some free gifts. The towering ancient trees started at tens of thousands of meters tall, and even a single blade of grass was at least 1,000,000 meters high. After all, a powerful planetary-level ferocious beast could reach a height of 300,000 meters. Of course, the Zerg planetary-level beasts were shorter, but even they could reach nearly 100,000 meters. Such phenomena seemed relatively normal here. In this world, Li Qingshan's body was as insignificant as an ant, perhaps even smaller. Dragon Clan Dharma Form. Immediately, Li Qingshan activated the Dragon Clan Dharma Form, forcibly enlarging his physical body to hundreds of thousands of meters. Satisfied, he nodded and began wandering through the jungle, searching for his prey. Unleashing his dragon might, no ferocious beast in the vicinity could escape his pursuit. At the same time, he was deeply shocked. He hadn't expected the world of ferocious beasts to be like this. There it is. Soon, within the range of Li Qingshan's dragon might, a powerful ferocious beast appeared. Fang Thorn Insect. A level 120 ferocious beast. The creature was 120,000 meters long, its entire body covered in wrinkled skin, a bluish-green hue adorned with black spikes. Its body was immensely fat, moving at an incredible speed. It was covered with hundreds of massive mouths, each filled with terrifying fangs. Li Qingshan activated the universe within his abdomen, releasing the ancestral dragon and ancestral Kuanpeng. This level 120 ferocious beast could provide 26 points of planetary-level blood energy. If he could subdue one more beast of similar strength, it would be enough for him to break through to level 122 planetary level 2. At the same time, after devouring this fang thorn insect, both the ancestral dragon and ancestral Kuanping would also break through, reaching level 121 planetary level 1. Once their strength improved, according to the system's prompts, he could choose different evolutionary branches to continue advancing. Li Qingshan unleashed his full power, charging forward. He attacked the tusked stinger insect ahead. Whistling sounds echoed in his ears as the thunder hammer rapidly condensed in his hand, radiating a terrifying thunderous power, incredibly intimidating. The writhing tusked stinger insect quickly sensed the impending danger and, with its agile body, charged toward Li Qingshan. Its entire body was soft and adhesive. Once entangled, the terrifying stingers on its body would pierce into its prey. Looking at those sharp, fearsome spikes, Li Qingshan had no doubt they could penetrate most defenses. Fortunately, he had a weapon to assist him. Having lived in this world for a lifetime, the tusked stinger insect had never encountered a beast like Li Qingshan, instinctively relying on its innate combat methods. Bang! A muffled sound rang out as Li Qingshan's thunder hammer struck heavily against the beast's body, producing a dull explosion. As expected, of a level 3 planetary beast, its power was terrifying. Li Qingshan, a level 1 planetary being, felt immense force surging through his arms. The tusked stinger insect twisted and writhed its body, preparing to wrap around Li Qingshan, intending to pierce all its barbs into his body. Li Qingshan wasn't sure if these barbs were poisonous, but he had clearly witnessed their sharpness and piercing ability. His thunder hammer was punctured with massive holes by these barbs. Fortunately, the thunder hammer was formed by the power of thunder and did not collapse. Before the beast could entangle him, the terrifying thunderous power within the thunder hammer erupted, surging into the beast's body. Zzzzz. The terrifying thunder rampaged, causing the tusked stinger insect's body to convulse, twist, and spew large amounts of green fluid. Soon, it stopped moving, completely silent. Dead. Successfully slaying a level 122 beast. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering 0.026 points of divine power, which can refine 0.026 points of blue star spirit. The ancestral dragon and ancestral Kuanping rushed forward and devoured its body. Devouring a level 122 beast, the clones collectively gained plus 26 points of planetary blood energy, and the host gained plus 26 points of planetary blood energy. Entity, Li Qingshan height, 25 centimeters. Strength, level 121 sun eroding merit, 20000/1 billion, merit golden lotus, blue star spirit fusion, 0.046/1 million refined blood energy, 26.1540 planetary level. Blood energy innate talents, dragon god physique, Kuanping god physique, merit golden sun, 9 rounds, merit lotus platform, merit golden lotus, 20,000 pieces, innate abilities. Dutian divine thunder blood energy, universe within, thunder hammer, thunder shadow 3000 speed, thunder domain, thunder dragon armor, thunder punishment. Dragon aspect, dragon fury, dragon might. Li Qingshan opened the panel and glanced at it. He was still 14 points short of planetary level blood energy. If he could slay a level 122 beast and luck favored him with abundant blood energy, it would be enough. Oh, there it is. Soon, within the range of Li Qingshan's dragon might, he located a new target and immediately charged toward its location. Truly, this is the world of beasts. The number of powerful beasts here is overwhelming. As long as he continues to kill to his heart's content and quickly enhances his strength, the crisis on Blue Star will no longer be a crisis. This was also a level 120 snake-eyed, venomous bug, with a massive body spanning over hundreds of thousands of meters. Li Qingshan did not pause at all and directly charged forward. 2 minutes later, the battle was resolved. He subdued a level 120 ferocious beast. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering 0.027 points of divine power, which can refine 0.027 points of blue star spirit. By devouring a level 120 ferocious beast, the clone gained plus 27 points of planetary level vitality, and the host gained plus 27 points of planetary level vitality. Similarly, 2 panels floated before him. With the addition of 27 points of planetary level vitality, the blood energy within Li Qingshan was now sufficient for him to break through his realm. Consuming 40 points of planetary level vitality, he successfully broke through to level 122, second level planetary realm. The clone ancestral dragon consumed 20 points of planetary level vitality, successfully breaking through to level 121, first level planetary realm. The clone ancestral Kuanping consumed 20 points of planetary level vitality, successfully breaking through to level 121, first level planetary realm. Please select an evolution direction for the ancestral dragon. 1, Strength 2, Time 3, Space 4, Blessing 5, Luck 6, Life 7, Causality 8, Creation. A multitude of evolution directions were directly listed before Li Qingshan. Staring at the options in front of him, Li Qingshan was completely stunned. This wasn't just choosing an evolution direction, it was selecting the path of merging with the Great Tao. Once an evolution direction was chosen, it would undoubtedly grant terrifying enhancements from that Tao, making combat power even more formidable. Li Qingshan felt his hands trembling slightly. The rules of the Great Tao. These were things that only supreme beings could come into contact with. Congratulations to the host for successfully selecting the evolution direction for the ancestral dragon. Strength. Evolution begins, duration, 10 minutes. Please select an evolution direction for the ancestral Kuanping. 1, Time 2, Space 3, Blessing 4, Luck 5, Life 6, Causality 7, Creation. Shortly after, as Li Qingshan prepared to select an evolution direction for the ancestral Kuanping, he discovered that the strength branch had disappeared. It seemed that one branch could only be fused with one clone. After careful consideration, Li Qingshan ultimately chose the branch he favored most. Congratulations to the host for successfully selecting the evolution direction for the ancestral Kuanping. Space. Evolution begins, duration, 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the ancestral dragon successfully evolved into the ancient thunder dragon, strength branch. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the feedback talent, Extreme Power. Extreme Power, the ultimate strength capable of breaking through all space, time, elements, causality, life, curses, and other forces. The ancestral Kuanpun successfully evolved into the ancient Thunder Kuanpun. Space Branch. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the feedback talent, Spacelock. Spacelock, utilizing the power of rules, it can directly lock space against enemies, unless special or immense power is used to break it. System notifications continued to ring out, accompanied by flashing panels. Li Qingshan felt that his current self seemed terrifyingly powerful. The surprises brought by these two clones were simply overwhelming. With new talents emerging, Li Qingshan felt the immense power surging within him and couldn't resist the urge to test it out, his eyes revealing a hint of killing intent. Within the range of dragon might, a level 124 ferocious beast quickly appeared on Li Qingshan's must-kill list. The hurricane mantis, a massive body of 150,000 meters, slender and thin, exuding a deadly threat. As Li Qingshan approached, the hurricane mantis immediately became highly alert, detecting Li Qingshan and instantly emanating a powerful killing intent that spread in all directions. Extreme power. A trace of crimson flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. The power of the thunder hammer in his hand was several times stronger than before. Now entwined with a formidable force of extreme power, capable of destroying anything in its path. The thunder domain unfolded, instantly transforming the surroundings into a sea of thunder. Arcs of electricity danced and continuously struck the hurricane mantis, leaving large areas of charred wounds. Swish, the hurricane mantis was completely unaffected, reacting swiftly as one of its beast blades slashed fiercely toward Li Qingshan's head. A whistling sound echoed through the air. A cold gleam flashed and appeared right in front of Li Qingshan. 3,000 thunder shadows. Fortunately, Li Qingshan's speed was not to be underestimated. His body suddenly left an afterimage in place, and the thunder hammer was already closing in on the ferocious beast. Seeing this, the hurricane mantis swung its other beast blade to clash with Li Qingshan's thunder hammer, unleashing a terrifying storm of thunder. The power was even more overwhelming than before. Hiss, the hurricane mantis let out a miserable cry as its beast blade was forcibly shattered by Li Qingshan's hammer, and its body was sent flying backward. What incredible power! Li Qingshan was astonished. In the past, his combat style relied on withstanding the enemy's attacks before countering with powerful thunder strikes. But now, things were different. With a single hammer strike, even opponents with a higher realm than his own were no match. In terms of strength, he completely crushed beasts stronger than himself. This meant that he could now defeat even more powerful beasts, as long as he could withstand their initial attack. Once the terrifying thunder power swept through, no beast could endure it. The hurricane mantis, realizing the situation, turned to flee. Spatial lock. In the next moment, the space around the hurricane mantis twisted. As it tried to rush forward, it found the space ahead distorted, trapping it in the middle. Its eyes filled with even greater terror. The power of rules. Before the hurricane mantis could fully feel fear, Li Qingshan had already struck. Slain a level 124 ferocious beast, plundered 0.53 points of divinity, 3 minutes later. Devoured a level 124 ferocious beast, gaining a total of 53 planetary level vitality for the clone. Looking at the rapidly increasing vitality, Li Qingshan's face grew even more excited. In the world of ferocious beasts, it wouldn't take long for him to directly break through to level 129 planetary level. Perhaps even stronger, stellar level. Blue Star, Huaxia. On this day, the 10 high priests of the Divine Kingdom, leading over 70 level 119 priests, appeared on Huaxia's territory, heading straight for the capital. Along the way, there was no resistance, no one dared to stop them. This was also due to the Grand Elder's orders. Huaxia warriors were not to resist, to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. The capital, within the imperial palace, blood clouds stained the blue sky. All the citizens within the capital looked up in unison at the high priests of the Divine Kingdom in the sky. The terrifying aura of the Divine Kingdom's high priests spread across the entire sky, plunging the citizens of the capital into a state of fear. The high priests of the Divine Kingdom have arrived. Why has the Huaxia elder not come out to kneel and seek an audience? The Grand Priest of the Divine Kingdom, Mike, revealed a trace of arrogance and disdain in his gaze as he looked down at the palace of Huaxia and said, "It won't be long before this place turns into ruins, or even a colony of the Divine Kingdom. Why have your Divine Kingdom warriors come to our Huaxia territory?" Several elders of the Han Pavilion stepped into the air, standing before the priests of the Divine Kingdom, and spoke. When the two sides stood together, a stark contrast, an oppressive atmosphere immediately formed. On the Divine Kingdom's side, there were 70 warriors at level 119, and even 10 at the planetary level. As for Huaxia's Han Pavilion, it was somewhat lacking in comparison, with only one planetary level warrior. Many citizens within the capital city were nervously watching, as the voice of the Divine Kingdom's priest was loud, seemingly intentional, to let more people know. Behind him appeared a massive blood energy shadow, enormous in size. This allowed more Huaxia citizens to see and realize Divine Kingdom judgment. Huaxia, heed the decree. The Grand Priest of the Divine Kingdom took out a roll of alloy scroll, looking down at the elders of Huaxia's Han Pavilion with disdain and said, "Why do you not kneel upon seeing the decree? Kneel, kneel, kneel." The overwhelming aura of more than 70 priests and dozens of Grand Priests from the Divine Kingdom, as vast as a galaxy, pressed down on the elders of Huaxia. The faces of the Han Pavilion elders instantly turned pale, especially the Grand Elder of the Han Pavilion, whose expression was particularly grim. Huaxia had never suffered such humiliation before. Hurry up and deliver the judgment decree, then eliminate these old fools. I still need to spend some time selecting beautiful female warriors from Huaxia to handle properly. Don't waste time, one impatient Grand Priest urged. Huaxia wantonly slaughtered the sun-eroding realm warriors of Sakura Kingdom, violating the laws of the Divine Kingdom. The crime is severe. Therefore, the judgment is as follows: all Huaxia warriors are sentenced to death. The Grand Priest of the Divine Kingdom revealed a trace of killing intent on his face. Behind him, numerous priests of the Divine Kingdom released powerful blood energy, preparing to take action and annihilate all warriors within Huaxia's territory. Wait! The Grand Elder of the Han Pavilion spoke. Does the Divine Kingdom know the location of the first void gate that emerged with planetary-level ferocious beasts? The first void gate that emerged with planetary-level ferocious beasts? As the Grand Elder's words fell, the Grand Priest of the Divine Kingdom indeed showed interest, scrutinizing the Grand Elder before him. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Is it in Huaxia?" The location of the first void gate that emerged with planetary-level ferocious beasts was indeed quite important. Once the void gate stabilized, it would produce 9th-level planetary beings, and at this time, Blue Star did not have any 9th-level planetary beings. If the location of this void gate could be known in advance, preparations could be made ahead of time. That's right, it's in Huaxia. It's the void gate in the southern border insect domain. Currently, the strongest warrior in Huaxia should be me, at level 123 planetary, while the others are still at level 119. Naturally, we are no match for your Divine Kingdom. If the Divine Kingdom were to act against Huaxia, we would be nothing more than fish on the chopping block, at your mercy. However, if the Divine Kingdom intends to annihilate all Huaxia warriors, it would be time-consuming and labor-intensive, delaying the breakthrough in strength and the suppression of planetary-level ferocious beasts emerging from the Void Gate. How about this? You spare the lives of Huaxia warriors, and we will do our utmost to resist the numerous ferocious beasts emerging from the southern border insect domain. This way, the ferocious beasts emerging from the Void Gate in the southern border insect domain would at least have to step over the corpses of Huaxia people before they could threaten the Divine Kingdom. Huaxia can buy a significant amount of time for the Divine Nation, or even Blue Star. I trust you can weigh the pros and cons of this, right? The Grand Elder looked at the imposing group of priests from the Divine Nation ahead and spoke in a low tone. 7 days. The Grand Elder chose to believe in Li Qingshan, trusting that he would return in 7 days to save Huaxia. As expected, as soon as the Grand Elder finished speaking, the high priests of the Divine Nation fell silent. This proposal was indeed quite good. A good proposal. Resisting the ferocious beasts is Huaxia's way of atoning. Of course, my Divine Nation will not stand by and watch Huaxia face extinction. All women under the age of 30 in your territory will be handed over to our Divine Nation for protection. The first batch will consist of 100 billion eligible women sent to the Divine Nation. Subsequently, they will be sent in batches. How about that? The High Priest of the Divine Nation revealed a hint of smugness on his face and asked. 100 billion eligible women could perfectly meet the needs of the men in the Divine Nation. Of course, not as wives. How could Huaxia's women be worthy of Divine Nation men? Naturally, they would serve as female slaves, the kind that could be beaten and abused at will. This would be a grand celebration for all the men in the Divine Nation. No problem. 100 billion is far too few. How about this? The first batch will consist of 500 billion, and there's no one. The key is that they are sent under the guise of protection, but what will these girls ultimately face? Will they become female slaves to those dog men of the divine nation? Or prostitutes? Damn it, if it comes to it, we might as well fight the divine nation to the death rather than endure such humiliation. This matter is mandatory. The list has already started being drafted, and once selected, they must go. In ancient times, losing a war meant compensating with land, gold and silver, cattle and sheep, which was humiliating enough. But now, we haven't even started fighting, and we've already lost? This time, we're directly compensating with women? Might as well just bash our heads in and die. Yes, it's too humiliating. For a time, within the borders of Huaxia, public outrage surged, and citizens strongly resisted. Yet, despite these voices of opposition, the Han Pavilion persisted as always, sending 5 billion young women to the divine nation. After the divine nation's high priest returned to the divine nation, he immediately announced this matter nationwide. Oh, this is wonderful. Huaxia's women are the most beautiful. This time, we can truly enjoy ourselves. I will lock them in my iron cages. These lowly Huaxia women can only crawl in my house. They absolutely cannot lift their heads, just like the dog in my home. That's right, this time we can have some real fun. Huaxia is truly cowardly. They already need to use women to please my great divine nation? They've always been a nation of cowards. Once we've taken all their women, we'll destroy their country and plunder their resources. This is just perfect. Beast world. Li Qingshan felt the powerful energy surging within him and nodded in satisfaction. With his current strength, he should be able to suppress and kill the divine nation's powerful high priest, right? He wondered how things were in Huaxia now. He needed to return quickly. After all, the coordinates of this place had already been marked by the system, and he could open the void gate to enter at any time in the future. Now that he had the strength, he must first stabilize his home on Blue Star. Constructing Blue Star Void Gate. Start. Pause. Retrieve. Li Qingshan immediately clicked start, preparing to return and leave this place. Void Gate construction initiated. Estimated time, 7 days. Explanation: constructing a void gate from Blue Star to this location is extremely fast due to the foundation of the southern border insect domain void gate. However, constructing a void gate from this location to Blue Star requires time as there is no existing void gate foundation. Explanation: the system will automatically collect planetary coordinates based on the host's location. Looking at the content displayed on the panel, Li Qingshan couldn't help but curse. He still had to wait 7 days? What kind of joke is this? Who knows what those divine nation people will do to Huaxia during this time? However, since the void gate to this location was an improvement based on the previous void gate, and returning now required constructing a new void gate, Li Qingshan could understand. It was just that the time required was a bit too long. After carefully reading the more detailed explanation, he felt slightly better. Once the void gate is successfully constructed, it can be set up at any time in the future, unless powerful or strange forces erase the coordinates. Does he really have to stay here for 7 days? Fine. 7 days it is. Within the dragon's might, another level 7 planetary beast appeared. A flash of killing intent crossed Li Qingshan's eyes, and his body instantly transformed into a blur, disappearing as he charged forward to kill. Now, Li Qingshan, having reached level 126, it is considered a 6th level planetary realm. The refining of the Blue Star spirit is also advancing rapidly, and it is believed that it won't take long to complete the process. Once successfully refined, the entire Blue Star will become private property. It could even be said that one would become the deity of Blue Star. Li Qingshan's large-scale hunting in the Beast World naturally alarmed the Zerg king of the local tribe in the Beast World. Inside a majestic and magnificent cave, a terrifying Zerg, with a fiery red body, nearly 300,000 meters long, was fiercely chewing on a 9th-level planetary realm beast. Its armor was incredibly hard, seemingly indestructible. It was none other than a lava golden centipede. In front of this lava golden centipede, numerous Zerg beasts were crawling, neatly arranged, awaiting its command. A beast reporting intelligence stood cautiously in the grand hall of the massive cave, not daring to move. A mere planetary realm, such audacity! How dare you come to my lava Zerg kingdom and recklessly slaughter my citizens? Truly unforgivable. Mammoth Earth stubborn bug, go and bring back this beast from the neighboring kingdom. For me. I want to personally crush his bones. As the lava golden centipede's words fell, a massive mammoth earth stubborn bug stepped forward, its deep voice filled with boundless killing intent. Rest assured, King, I will definitely bring this enemy from the neighboring kingdom back to you. Immediately, the mammoth earth stubborn bug left the cave, heading toward Li Qingshan's location. The strength of the mammoth earth stubborn bug had already reached the third-level stellar realm, far surpassing Li Qingshan's power. After finishing off the beast in front of it, the lava golden centipede began to move its hundreds of giant legs, quickly crawling toward the rear of the cave. The rear of this cave was strictly forbidden to any other male beasts. The cave walls were filled with numerous holes, each housing a female Zerg beast, waiting for the favor of the lava golden centipede. Some female beasts had even transformed into human forms because their deity resembled such appearances. However, even after transforming into human forms, many beasts retain some of their original traits, the most common being horns. The lava golden centipede quickly passed through this area and arrived at the next section. Outside this area, a group of beasts stood guard. Each beast exuded an incredibly terrifying aura. King. Several beasts quickly lowered their heads, their faces showing a hint of reverence. The lava golden centipede passed by these beasts, pushed open a stone door towering over 1,000,000 meters high, and entered the final section of the cave. On the open ground, a colossal statue, also 1,000,000 meters tall, stood majestically and magnificently. Before it, with slender, beautiful legs, wearing delicate stiletto heels, soft wings growing from its back, and a graceful figure, upon closer inspection, one would find that the appearance of this statue was none other than Xing Yun from the Desolate Star. Yes, Xing Yun, the plunderer who specializes in seizing resources from life planets. The lava golden centipede prostrated itself on the ground and began a devout prayer. Before long, the statue emitted waves of golden light. A voice followed. In 2 days, a supreme figure will pass through the void gate here to head to Blue Star. Do not disturb them. Otherwise, I will crush you. Inside the statue, the voice of Xing Yun echoed, rest assured, my lord, the humble subjects will handle it. The lava golden centipede quickly assured, I guarantee it. Hearing the lava golden centipede's words, Xing Yun nodded in satisfaction. The radiance on the massive statue gradually dimmed and dissipated. Only then did the lava golden centipede secretly breathe a sigh of relief. I hope these lowly insects in the breeding ground won't disturb General Xingyu. Inside the studio, Xing Yun frowned, a trace of worry appearing on his face. If I can serve General Xingyu well, perhaps I might replace the officer in the future, or even become a mid-level commander. The Fierce Beast World is also a life-bearing planet. However, compared to Blue Star, this planet is much more vast and powerful, housing a large number of fierce beasts, specifically bred to plunder resources from other planets. Xing Yun is the person in charge of this fierce beast planet. There are many plunderers like Xing Yun on the Desolate Star, all belonging to the official organization of the Desolate Star. Similarly, there are many planets like the Fierce Beast planet. Generally, the local warriors of the Desolate Star rarely take action personally. Only when battles between domains are initiated with the warriors of the Tiance domain will powerful warriors be dispatched, and only the strong within the Great Desolate domain will take action. Meanwhile, on Tiance Star and the Tiance domain, a prominent figure also entered a studio, her face carrying a solemn and serious expression, followed by a group of female guards. The woman wore a pale yellow short skirt, her jade-like feet adorned with a pair of transparent high heels, perfectly showcasing her delicate and alluring feet. Her legs were straight, her figure graceful, and her features exquisite, exuding the demeanor of a noble lady. The guards following behind her were all incredibly powerful, clad in battle armor, their eyes gleaming with sharpness. The studio door opened. A staff member of Tiance Star, who was working, looked shocked. Upon seeing the visitor's appearance, his voice trembled slightly as he stammered, Princess. He quickly lowered his head, not daring to look directly. So, this is the site of my trial mission? Blue Star. What a beautiful planet. The Tiance Star. Princess gazed at the image on the screen, her bright, watery eyes flashing with a glimmer of light. Reporting to the princess. This planet is indeed your trial planet. The operational rules of Blue Star have just been broken, and currently, only planetary-level warriors are allowed to enter. Therefore, when the princess heads to this planet, you will need to suppress your strength to the planetary level. Blue Star has already been targeted by the Desolate Star, and its coordinates have been marked. To open a void gate, we have sent some potions to the natives of this planet to help them resist the fierce beasts, and even counterattack them. However, the natives of Blue Star have extremely poor talent, and to this day, they have not been able to launch a counterattack. Based on past experience, it is highly likely that these natives, with their current strength and talent, will not be able to withstand the next attack from the Desolate Star. Therefore, the princess must go alone, eliminate the powerful fierce beasts on this planet, and destroy the Void Gate. Mission: refine the Blue Star spirit of this planet, making it the princess's private property. In the future, it can be compensated and become the princess's personal force. The guard behind the 9th princess of Tyant's star spoke. Humph. These people truly look down on this princess, assigning me such a barren planet with such inferior native talents. Even if I refine the planet's spirit, so what? Could this planet possibly produce a few powerful warriors? The 9th princess gazed at the blue star on the screen, no longer finding the planet appealing, her beautiful eyes revealing a trace of grievance. Why? Her elder sisters were assigned resource-rich planets with highly talented natives as their tasks, becoming their private assets. And she? She could only receive a planet like Blue Star? In the future, her sisters would quickly cultivate a group of powerful warriors from these native planets. And herself? A trace of helplessness flashed across the 9th princess's face. Yet, she had no choice but to accept it. If she didn't, she might not even have the chance to obtain Blue Star. Having something is better than having nothing. As the 9th princess finished speaking, several female guards lowered their heads. Although they felt indignant on her behalf, they were also somewhat powerless. Make arrangements. I need to head to Blue Star as soon as possible to complete the task. In the end, though the 9th princess felt helpless, she could only choose to accept and gave the order. Yes. The guards behind her secretly breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that their princess might throw a tantrum. After all, having a native planet was indeed better than having none, wasn't it? On Blue Star, in the Divine Kingdom, when the Divine Priest learned that the Void Gate had appeared in Huaxia, and that Huaxia was the first to resist it while also agreeing to send 50 billion young maidens, he nodded in satisfaction. Dressed in a white robe, he stood out starkly in the black and red-filled temple, symbolizing power and sanctity. The matter has been handled well. As the Huaxia people say, it's winning without a fight. But who knows if this is Huaxia's delaying tactic? The Divine Priest looked at the 10 high priests before him and said, a delaying tactic? Your Excellency, that seems unlikely. Huaxia no longer has the ability to defeat our Divine Kingdom. Even if they delay for a few days or even months, what difference would it make? One high priest replied. We cannot be careless. 2 of you will now head to Huaxia. One will investigate Huaxia's true intentions, and the other will urge them to quickly select the 50 billion young maidens and take full responsibility for this matter. Ensure that they are all delivered to our Divine Kingdom within the stipulated time. This is a grand event for our entire nation, the Divine Priest ordered. Yes. The 2 high priests exchanged glances and left, heading once again toward Huaxia. Time flew by. When the 2 high priests of the Divine Kingdom arrived in Huaxia again, the news was immediately reported by the coastal defense generals to the Han Pavilion. A trace of doubt appeared on the face of the Han Pavilion's Grand Elder, unsure of the purpose behind the Divine Kingdom sending high priests again. He had no choice but to lead several other elders of the Han Pavilion to greet them. In the capital, the 2 high priests of the Divine Kingdom were invited into the reception room of the Imperial Palace, with several elders of the Han Pavilion hurrying in after them. I wonder what brings the 2 of you to Huaxia this time, the Grand Elder of the Han Pavilion frowned and asked. Humph. You Huaxia people are the most cunning. To prevent you from deceiving the Great Divine Kingdom, therefore, the Divine Priest specifically sent the 2 of us to oversee and take full charge of all affairs within Huaxia. Everything in Huaxia is under our control. One of the high priests revealed a trace of disdain on his face, looking down at a group of Han Pavilion elders in front of him. Full authority over all affairs in Huaxia. As the words of the 2 divine high priests fell, the faces of several elders on the Huaxia Han Pavilion side instantly turned grim. Everyone naturally understood the meaning of these words. The Demon King couldn't help but stand up, his tone tinged with anger. The 2 of you, are you planning to become emperors of Huaxia? Humph. As the Demon King's words fell, one of the high priests suddenly erupted with a terrifying surge of energy and blood, his body transforming into a red light as he charged toward the Demon King to kill him. The grand conference room at the scene, though made of special alloy, could not withstand this terrifying force and was directly destroyed. Large amounts of alloy were shattered by the energy, an utterly horrifying sight. The divine high priest charged straight at the Demon King, his killing intent overwhelming. The Demon King's expression changed drastically. A level 122 planetary realm warrior, he himself was only a level 119. Sun-eroding realm warrior, completely outmatched. The Han Pavilion's chief elder, seeing this, also erupted with energy and blood, rushing to block the attack. However, just as he rose, the other divine high priest appeared before him, speaking with a hostile tone. "Do you want to die, you lowly Huaxia scum?" The Han Pavilion's chief elder looked at the Demon King with eyes full of unwillingness and anger. When had Huaxia ever been humiliated like this? "We in Huaxia have already agreed to your demands. If you insist on provoking trouble and even harming people, then we will fight to the death, even if it means allying with those fierce beasts." As his words fell, the Han Pavilion's chief elder activated his battle armor, wielding an alloy warblade and slashing fiercely at the divine high priest before him with an imposing momentum. Humph! The divine high priest snorted coldly, drawing his long blade to block the attack. Clang! A crisp metallic collision echoed, and the terrifying shockwaves swept in all directions, with explosive sound waves reverberating in the air. It was a horrifying scene. The alloy long blade in the Han Pavilion chief elder's hand could no longer advance. Boom! On the other side, the divine high priest punched the Demon King, sending him flying. His battle armor shattered, and a sweet taste rose in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. His face turned pale, and pain was written all over his expression. "So strong." The divine high priest snorted coldly, a trace of mockery and disdain flashing across his face. "A bunch of lowly scum, daring to defy this priest? Courting death." As his words fell, his entire body erupted with energy and blood once more, charging toward the Demon King with killing intent. The Demon King's heart sank, his eyes filled with fear and despair. It's over. As a sun-eroding realm warrior, he was no match for a planetary realm warrior. Was he really going to die here? "Mike, stop." At this moment, Mark, who was fighting the chief elder, shouted. "Teaching them a lesson is enough." Humph! Lowly Huaxia scum. Mike, who was about to deliver a killing blow, stopped, turning to look at Mark. "Why can't we kill them? Leave his wretched life so he can fight the fierce beasts. For us." After Mark finished speaking, he turned his gaze to the Grand Elder of the Han Pavilion and said, "Will your Huaxia agree to the demands of my divine kingdom?" The elders of Huaxia's Han Pavilion all showed a trace of anger, but faced with the unreasonable demands of the divine kingdom, there seemed to be no better option than to agree. "Fine. We agree." The Grand Elder nodded solemnly. He had just tried to gauge the strength of the divine kingdom's high priest and realized he was no match. After all, there was still a gap in their levels. If things were to escalate now, it wouldn't matter if a few old men like him died, but the key issue was the fate of other martial artists in Huaxia, who might face unknown consequences. Hopefully, Li Qingshan will truly return in 7 days, otherwise, it will be troublesome. Huaxia's hope lies in him. Ha ha! Huaxia people are indeed all cowards, pathetic cowards. One of the high priests of the divine kingdom burst into an excited laugh, his face full of disdain for Huaxia. At the same time, he let down his guard against Huaxia. Such a weak nation could never stir up any trouble. Next, the two high priests of the divine kingdom began monitoring Huaxia's actions, for instance, whether they were truly selecting young maidens, preparing transport, and sending these maidens into the divine kingdom, as well as arranging martial artists to resist the beasts from the Void Gate. Huaxia did indeed arrange martial artists to resist the Void Gate in the southern border's insect domain, but soon a piece of news arrived that made Huaxia's Grand Elder's heart race. The Void Gate in the southern border's insect domain had disappeared. That's right. The Void Gate that had once unleashed countless beasts had vanished. The elders of the Han Pavilion immediately held a secret meeting to discuss this matter, and every face showed shock and disbelief. The disappearance of the Void Gate was unprecedented. If this had happened in the past, it would have been a great thing for Huaxia, but now it was not good news. The Divine Kingdom refrained from attacking Huaxia because they needed Huaxia to resist the beast invasion. But now that the Void Gate was gone, where would the beasts come from to resist? Huaxia had lost a significant bargaining chip. This matter must be kept secret, and a false appearance must be created, showing Huaxia's martial artists continuing to resist the beasts. Fortunately, the two high priests sent by the divine Kingdom never considered the possibility of the Void Gate disappearing, which was understandable because the disappearance of the Void Gate defied common sense. It was like a powerful country sending 2 ministers to monitor another country, and these ministers could never imagine that the monitored country could produce soldiers out of thin air. What? Are you kidding? How could soldiers appear out of nowhere? This is akin to the sudden disappearance of the Void Gate. Therefore, the 2 high priests did not suspect this matter. Perhaps this is something Li Qingshan orchestrated, thinking that destroying the Void Gate could alleviate Huaxia's pressure? The Demon Suppression King speculated. Other than him, I can't think of anyone else. I also estimate it was him. If Li Qingshan truly has a way to destroy the Void Gate, wouldn't that mean Huaxia, and even all of Blue Star's Void Gates, could be destroyed, freeing us from the harassment of the Void Gates forever? No, the strength of us martial artists is inseparable from the materials on these fierce beasts, especially after stepping into the planetary realm, where we can soar through space and even have the opportunity to explore other planets. I think destroying some uncontrollable Void Gates while leaving behind some controllable ones is the most appropriate approach. When Li Qingshan returns, he will surely turn the tide and slay those scum from the divine nation. The elders of the Han Pavilion have great confidence in Li Qingshan. At the same time, they are somewhat worried about whether Li Qingshan might encounter some difficulties and never return. May the heavens bless our Huaxia. Among the people of Huaxia, the actions of the Han Pavilion have long been cursed to the skies. These bastards of the Han Pavilion, why don't they send their own daughters to the divine nation? It's utterly outrageous. When has our great Huaxia ever stooped to such servility and cowardice? These cowards of the Han Pavilion have no right to face our ancestors. My daughter, now that you're gone, how can your mother live on? Within the divine nation, many men have already popped champagne in advance, waiting for the young women of Huaxia to be delivered to their land. Then, the various toys they prepared will come into play. By that time, even the homeless on the streets will be assigned a fine young woman to toy with as they please. In the beast world, Miss Xingyu of the Desolate Star had quietly descended behind the statue of the lava golden centipede, exuding an aura of sacred inviolability. Welcome, great deity of the divine hall. The lava golden centipede prostrated itself on the ground, a look of devout reverence on its face, not daring to lift its head. Before this, the lava golden centipede had already received instructions that the deity descending this time held an esteemed status, even higher than the star rhythm deity. Swish, swish, swish. However, immediately after, 2 more figures emerged from the Void Gate behind Xingyu. One of them was none other than the excited and thrilled Xingyun. To be able to act alongside a young general was an incredible opportunity. As long as she took good care of him and caught his eye, her future would be limitless. She might even have the chance to obtain a private life planet. From then on, she could become the true deity of a private life planet, doing as she pleased, living in comfort and luxury. Just thinking about it filled her with energy. As for this beast world, it was merely a tool provided by the organization for plundering Blue Star, not her private planet. Every year, she still had to report on the combat power of various levels and the number of fierce beasts on this planet. She couldn't afford to ruin a perfectly good private life planet, could she? As for the other figure, it was a male martial artist from the Desolate Star, clad in battle armor, exuding nobility and formidable combat power. Jinj, why are you here? Xingyu frowned deeply upon noticing Jinj behind her, her tone rather displeased. This Jinj was a member of a family who persistently pestered her. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to sleep with her. She had no interest in him, yet he kept pestering her. With some influence in his family, he was like an annoying shadow. Utterly irritating and detestable. Miss Xingyu, you've just captured a few geniuses from primitive planets. You must be a bit tired, right? I'm here out of concern for your safety, offering to be your free bodyguard. Jinj said with a flattering expression. Xingyu snorted coldly, ignoring Jingu and the lava golden centipede below, and hurried out of the cave, preparing to head to the Void Gate to enter Blue Star and hunt down Blue Star's genius, Li Qingshan. The Desolate Star's hunt for Blue Star, a life-bearing planet, naturally wouldn't involve building the Void Gate directly between the Desolate Star and Blue Star. Instead, the Void Gate was constructed between Blue Star and the Beast World. If any issues arose in the future that couldn't be resolved in time, they could simply abandon the Beast World. After all, to the Desolate Star, the Beast World was like a kennel. If it perished, so be it. It would only mean the loss of some assets. Therefore, to enter Blue Star, one must first pass through the Beast World and then enter Blue Star. After Xingyu, Xingyun, and Jinge left the area, they quickly headed toward the Void Gate leading to their target. According to the latest information, the Void Gate leading to a place called the Huashan Nation on Blue Star had been damaged. Fortunately, there was another one nearby. The three of them traversed through the dense forest, where terrifying ancient trees soared into the sky, creating a stunning sight. Below them, terrifying beasts occasionally passed by, each with a massive body spanning hundreds of thousands of meters. The lava golden centipede watched the departure of the three deities. Even at this moment, its hundreds of legs were still somewhat weak. Although the strength of those three deities was inferior to its own, deities were deities. With just a word, they could unleash incredibly powerful weapons to destroy everything, or even summon indescribably terrifying beings to annihilate everything. These three were likely just the offspring of deities. Just as Miss Xingyu and the others had left the cave and traveled some distance, they suddenly noticed the sounds of battle ahead, accompanied by a terrifying aura of thunder and a very unfamiliar beastly presence. This aura was something they had never felt before. It was definitely not from the beasts of this area. What a strange aura, why had they never sensed it before? Xingyun, following behind, felt the aura in the air and said, could it be foreign invaders? The Desolate Star was the most powerful planet within the Great Desolation Domain and its ruler. However, within the Great Desolation Domain, there were many planets like the Desolate Star, though none as powerful. These planets also plundered other life-bearing planets, some of which were quite strong. Impossible. Who would dare to plunder the life-bearing planets of my Desolate Star? Let's go take a look. Miss Xingyu's curiosity was piqued, and she quickly approached the area ahead. Just as Li Qingshan had finished slaying two beasts, the ancient Thunder Dragon and the ancient Kunpeng were in the midst of devouring them when three unexpected guests suddenly appeared within the range of the dragon's aura. Similarly, when Li Qingshan noticed the aura and general physical structure of these three individuals, a look of confusion appeared on his face. Angels? Humanoid bodies with two pairs of wings, and their strength was quite formidable. As the ancient Thunder Dragon and ancient Kunpeng had just finished devouring the two beasts, the three figures quickly approached and appeared directly in front of him. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed, radiating an intense and aggressive expression. Whoa! Top-tier exotic beauties. Whether it was the one in front or the one behind, their figures and appearances were absolutely stunning. Blonde hair, blue eyes, long slender legs, graceful figures, and soft little wings on their backs, all of it stirred something within Li Qingshan. Images even began to flash through his mind. Grabbing his two wings, he soared above the heavens and earth. Truly remarkable. Li Qingshan felt a surge of excitement. You're not a creature from the Fierce Beast planet? Xingyan glanced up and down at Li Qingshan before taking the lead to ask, what kind of creatures are you? Li Qingshan did not answer but instead asked in return. We are warriors of the Desolate Star. How dare you recklessly intrude upon our Desolate Star's slay Fierce Beast planet and hunt fierce beasts at will? Do you know the crime you've committed? Jinge looked down at Li Qingshan with disdain and said, hell with you, are you asking for it? Li Qingshan was slightly stunned. If he were questioned by two little beauties, he wouldn't mind. But for a big, burly brute to disrespect him? Damn it, are you looking for death? What did you say? Jinge immediately shouted angrily, never expecting Li Qingshan to insult him so brazenly. He spread his wings and flew, terrifying battle armor instantly forming around his body, charging straight at Li Qingshan. From within his spatial ring, a golden long spear appeared out of thin air, exuding a murderous aura from head to toe. His fighting spirit was fierce. Jinge's strength had already reached the 6th level stellar realm. Beyond the planetary realm is the stellar realm, and he was in the upper stellar realm. Jinge was confident he could crush this disrespectful guy right here and now. I'm your father, Li Qingshan. Remember that. Li Qingshan snorted coldly, glaring at the approaching Jinge, cursing angrily as his body instantly donned the Thunder Dragon armor. Li Qingshan? When Li Qingshan revealed his name, Xingyun and Xingyu exchanged glances, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. This name? Blue Star's Li Qingshan? The target slave guard for the second Mrs. Hunt this time? How did he appear here? The Void Gate built by the Fierce Beast world could only lead from the Fierce Beast world to Blue Star, but not from Blue Star back to the Fierce Beast world. At least not at this stage. Then how did this guy appear in The fierce beast world from Blue Star? General, I don't know either. Xingyan shook her head, her delicate face full of confusion and bewilderment. No matter. Since the target has already delivered himself to us, I won't need to make a trip to Blue Star. Xingyu spoke. Oh, so it's this guy. He doesn't look like much. How could he be worthy of becoming a slave under the second miss of the Xing family? Oomph, kid. You've really hit the jackpot. Not only will you not die under my spear, but you also get to serve as a slave for the second miss of the Xing family. Your ancestors must be smiling in their graves. Jingu said, slightly reducing the force in his hand to avoid injuring Li Qingshan. However, as Jingu approached, Li Qingshan remained motionless, exuding only silence and coldness. Has this kid been scared stiff by my aura? Ha ha. Jingu saw that Li Qingshan was unmoved and immediately showed a smug and proud expression. Bang! The next moment, as Jingu was about to strike Li Qingshan's armor, Li Qingshan's body left behind a shadow in place, effortlessly dodging the golden spear's attack. Instead, he appeared directly in front of Jingu, a hint of death flashing in his eyes. Seeing this, Jin Ji's heart sank. A sense of foreboding instantly surged within him. Not good. Li Qingshan thrust both hands directly into Jin Ji's chest. The expensive battle armor material was utterly insignificant before Li Qingshan's hands. Extreme Dao power. Terrifying beyond measure. Damn. You little birdman, dare to dance in front of me again? Die. Li Qingshan roared angrily, his hands suddenly exerting force. With a ripping sound, Jin Ji's body, along with his battle armor, was torn in half by Li Qingshan's sheer strength. Blood splattered everywhere, horrifying to behold. Jin Gu. Level 6 Stellar Realm. Dead. Slaying a level 6 Stellar Realm warrior, reward, plus 210 stellar level merit points. After killing Jin Gu, Li Qingshan turned his gaze toward the two other birdmen. Ahead, Xingyun and Xingyu. Xingyun's face changed drastically in fear, a look of panic flashing across her face, turning her complexion deathly pale. So strong. Level 6 Stellar Realm. I didn't expect you to have already reached level 6 Stellar Realm strength. Not bad. You might catch the second Mrs. I. Xingyu looked Li Qingshan up and down, excitement flashing in her beautiful eyes. I was just wondering how to report back to the second Mississippi. The talents hunted from this primitive planet are all so mediocre. You've saved me a lot of trouble. I won't kill you. I'll just tie you up. As her words fell, Xingyu's terrifying aura erupted instantly, sweeping across the surroundings and covering the entire sky. Great Stellar Realm. Xingyu's strength was directly at level 3 Great Stellar Realm. Planetary Realm. Stellar Realm, Great Stellar Realm. Planetary Realm starts at level 120. Stellar Realm starts at level 130. Great Stellar Realm starts at level 140. Xingyu's strength was at level 143, far surpassing Jin Ji's earlier strength. Xingyu was also younger than Jingu, otherwise, she wouldn't have been by the second Mrs. side. Ha! Little girl, who ties up whom is still up in the air. Before Xingyu could make a move, Li Qingshan's body disappeared instantly, leaving only an afterimage. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Xingyu, holding a massive hammer radiating golden lightning. The surrounding domain of thunder and dragon fury erupted, smashing fiercely towards Xingyu. At this moment, his previously hidden aura also fully exploded. Level 1 Great Stellar Realm. A level 141 warrior. Indeed, after slaughtering to his heart's content in the ferocious beast world, even wiping out several beast nests, Li Qingshan's strength had grown rapidly by using dragon might to hunt beasts continuously. The nearby beasts had been completely exterminated by him. Finally, on the 7th day, he successfully advanced to the Great Stellar Realm. Even the fusion rate with the Blue Star Spirit had reached 40,000, leaving only 960,000 to fully refine it to become the Master of Blue Star. Li Qingshan roughly calculated that by the time he broke through to level 6 Great Stellar Realm, he would be able to completely refine the Blue Star Spirit and become the ruler of Blue Star. Level 1 Great Stellar Realm? When Xingyu sensed the powerful force erupting from Li Qingshan, she was startled. This native genius seemed to defy the heavens. Judging by his age, he should only be 18 years old, yet he had already reached the Great Stellar Realm. But that wasn't the most important thing. The key was that this was a primitive planet, lacking resources and mentors. To reach this level of strength on his own was truly unbelievable. If the second Miss knew about this, she would definitely be interested. Fortunately, this guy's strength is only at the first level of the Great Star Realm. The advantage is mine. Capture him and let the second miss. Train him well, he would surely make an excellent death warrior. Bang! In the next moment, the thunder hammer in Li Qingshan's hand collided with Xingyu's long blade. Terrifying power swept forth. Li Qingshan's entire body surged with blood and energy, enduring the impact. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Next, it's my turn, isn't it? The terrifying thunder power instantly poured out, rushing toward Xingyu in front of him. Immediately after, Li Qingshan saw Xingyu's expression change. A trace of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Twitching, rolling his eyes. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he was directly smashed away by Li Qingshan's hammer. When he landed on the ground, the residual thunder power on his body destroyed the surface, turning it into magma. Run! The desolate star warrior Xingyu poured a bottle of potion into his mouth, his aura visibly recovering, then took out a metal sphere. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, the metal sphere instantly expanded, enveloping him within, transforming into a shadow that fled into the distance. The speed was incredibly fast, completely uncatchable. Spacelock, however, when Li Qingshan used this move, it was already too late. He escaped too smoothly. Damn it, this! Li Qingshan was somewhat speechless, his gaze falling on the petite beauty Xingyun beside him. You can't escape now, can you? As his words fell, Li Qingshan had already appeared behind Xingyun, knocking her unconscious with a slap. Looking at the delicate body in his arms, Li Qingshan swallowed secretly. Time's up. Return to Blue Star. Clone devoured a level 136 ferocious beast, gaining plus 210 points of stellar level. Blood energy, host gains plus 210 points of stellar level blood energy. Void gate successfully constructed. Would the host like to activate it now? Yes, no. Li Qingshan chose yes and began activation. Activation successful. In the next moment, a towering void gate appeared out of thin air before Li Qingshan. Behind the gate lay deep darkness, like the bottom of an abyss, leading to an unknown destination. He stepped inside. A wave of dizziness hit his mind, and before long, a light appeared before his eyes. Blue Star, finally back. However, this time, he returned not alone but with a woman of angelic beauty in his arms. Xingyun. Detected contractable. Angel physique, warrior Xingyun. Would you like to initiate the contract? Yes, no. Angel physique. Sounds not too impressive. Li Qingshan felt this woman was somewhat unusual. From the earlier conversation, he could infer that this group of people likely wasn't from the ferocious beast world. At present, both Blue Star and himself had far too little understanding of the universe. Humans only knew about Blue Star and a small portion of ferocious beasts, not even fully understanding the ferocious beast world. It was a good opportunity to learn more about the universe through this woman. What is Desolate Star? What are native planets? Xingyun was still unconscious, making it unsuitable to initiate a contract. Once a contract is initiated, resistance is inevitable, leading to contract failure. She must be properly trained. First, open the personal system panel. Main body, Li Qingshan length, 26 centimeters. Strength, 141. Great Star merit, 21 trillion/1 billion. Merit Golden Lotus, Blue Star Spirit. Fusion, 40,000/1 million. Great Star Vitality, 1/20th Talent. Extreme Power. Space Lock. Merit Golden Sun 9 cycles. Merit Lotus Platform. Merit Golden Lotus 20,000 pieces. Innate abilities, Du Tian Divine Thunder Vitality Universe within Extreme Thunder Sword Space Leap Thunder Domain Thunder Dragon Armor Thunder Punishment Dragon Clan. Dharma Aspect Dragon Fury Dragon My Clone, Ancient Dragon Emperor Length, 1 million meters. Strength, Level 140. Great Star Vitality, 5 out of 10 at Level 141, Evolution can be completed again, with the direction being the ancestor of Power Clone, Ancient Kuanpung Emperor Length, 1 million meters. Strength, Level 140. Falling Moon Great Star Vitality, 5 out of 10 at Level 141, Evolution can be completed again, with the direction being the ancestor of Space. Li Qingshan rampaged through the ferocious beast world, successfully stepping into the Great Star Realm. His two clones also evolved into the Ancient Dragon Emperor and Ancient Kuanpung Emperor. His entire body flickered with terrifying thunder, exuding an ancient and wild aura that instilled fear. At a glance, these were two ancient divine beast deities. Similarly, upon stepping into the Great Star Realm and breaking through the Star Realm, Li Qingshan directly received two innate abilities in return: Extreme Thunder Sword. Space Leap. Extreme Thunder Sword. A terrifying thunder sword nurtured by the extreme power of the universe, capable of destroying all forces, including time, space, and void. Space leap allows jumping within space, making it difficult to trace its whereabouts. Each use consumes a large amount of vitality. These two innate abilities directly replaced Thunder Shadow 3000 speed in Thunder Hammer. The panel shows that once the Ancient Dragon Emperor and Ancient Kunpeng Emperor's strength advances again to level 141, they can evolve once more. As for what kind of terrifying existence they will evolve into, it is not described. The final evolution paths are one as the Ancestor of Power and the other as the Ancestor of Space, seemingly heading toward the fusion of the Great Tao. If that is truly the case, then it would be incredibly powerful. Once they reach level 141, Li Qingshan will be able to gain 2 more innate abilities again. That's right, initially, it was a choice between 2 options. But now, since selecting the evolution paths for the 2 clones, each time he can receive 2 innate abilities in return. Li Qingshan is somewhat looking forward to when he can obtain a 3rd clone. Apart from these, the vitality panel has undergone changes. First is planetary level vitality. 1 point of planetary level vitality equals 10 trillion refined vitality. 1 point of star level vitality equals 10,000 planetary level vitality. 1 point of great star vitality equals 10,000 star level vitality. In addition, merit has reached a terrifying level of 21 trillion. In the ferocious beast world, Li Qingshan has slain countless ferocious beasts but has not gained merit. Only by waiting for the clones to devour them can he receive vitality in return. Such a massive amount of merit all came from Jinj, the male angel from Xingyun's group. After devouring him, Li Qingshan also gained a wave of vitality. In other words, by slaying such individuals, he can not only gain vitality but also merit. Truly exhilarating, if it weren't for the fact that the angel in his arms looked quite beautiful, that he had never tried an angel before, and that there were some things he needed to understand, he would have ended it right now. The merit Golden Lotus costs only 10 billion per flower. He actually obtained 2,100 trillion merits. Without saying anything, he directly began condensing merit Golden Lotuses. Consuming 10 billion merit points, he successfully condensed 1 merit Golden Lotus. Consuming 10 billion merit points, he successfully condensed 1 merit Golden Lotus. Consuming 10 billion merit points, he successfully condensed 1 merit Golden Lotus. The system's voice echoed repeatedly. In the end, Li Qingshan directly condensed 2.12 million merit Golden Lotuses, adding to the previous ones, totaling 2.12 million. Once the merit Golden Lotuses were activated, it was as if countless Golden Lotuses fell like snow, spreading across the entire sky. Of course, if these many lotuses were at human height, they would still appear majestic and imposing. But once he activated the Dragon Clan's Dharma aspect, standing at a height of 100,000 meters, these 2.12 million merit Golden Lotuses didn't seem like much. He didn't know the ultimate limit of the merit Golden Lotuses, but now, killing a single star-level warrior could condense 2 million merit Golden Lotuses. If he killed a great star-level warrior, wouldn't he be able to condense 20 million merit Golden Lotuses? Billions of merit Golden Lotuses were within reach. The merit Golden Lotuses weren't just for show, their function was incredibly powerful. After closing the panel, Li Qingshan directly contacted Feng Qingyu. Feng Qingyu, are you there? In a secret contact location, the despairing Feng Qingyu's pupils suddenly contracted, and a hint of surprise and excitement appeared in her eyes as she said, "Divine Son, is that you?" "Divine Son, I'm here, I'm here." Today was already the final deadline promised to the Divine Nation, and even now, the deadline had passed. She had thought the Divine Son might have met with misfortune and couldn't return. When China was about to be suppressed by the Divine Nation, with all warriors killed and all young women sent to the Divine Nation as slaves, Li Qingshan's voice was like a heavenly melody. Feng Qingyu couldn't help but feel excited, her eyes even brimming with tears. "Thank you to all the book friends for your support, love you all. How is the situation in China now?" Li Qingshan asked. "Not good. The Divine Nation demands that we send 50 billion young women to their nation for protection within 7 days. Several elders of the Han Pavilion agreed temporarily to buy time, but now the time is up. 2 high priests of the Divine Nation are pressing step by step, and it seems a fight is about to break out. They're already in the capital. Currently, the Divine Nation's situation is that all 10 priests have broken through to the planetary realm, and these 2 high priests have even reached the 4th level of the planetary realm. Feng Qingyu quickly explained. "All right, I'll head over immediately." Li Qingshan's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent as he swiftly rushed toward the capital. After stepping into the Great Star Realm, Li Qingshan's speed was even faster than before. In the capital, the two high priests of the divine nation looked down arrogantly at the elders of the Han Pavilion, and the atmosphere on site was particularly heavy. When will China's 50 billion young women set out? Or is it that you never intended to send these 50 billion young women to our divine nation for refuge? The high priest of the divine nation revealed a cold glint in his eyes and spoke in a hostile tone. There were some minor issues still being dealt with. Please be patient. All right, great elder. Fengshen Yu nodded solemnly, feeling a sense of relief for Huaxia while also filled with curiosity about the fate of these two high priests of the divine kingdom. Our divine son has returned. You shall await your doom. However, the other elders of the Han Pavilion were unaware of this and showed expressions of worry, though they had already made up their minds. If things spiraled out of control, they would rather go down fighting. Even if it meant death, they would assist the Grand Elder in taking down one of the high priests of the divine kingdom. Huaxia could endure for greater interests, but it was not without backbone. A minor issue? What? Minor issue? Tell me, and I'll resolve it. The high priest of the divine kingdom snorted coldly, clearly displeased with the excuse provided by the Grand Elder of the Han Pavilion. However, at the moment, this high priest was still focused on sending the 50 billion young women to the divine kingdom. Once all the suitable aged women from Huaxia were sent to the divine kingdom, Huaxia would lose its value. If they dared to provoke him again, he would kill them all without hesitation. Moreover, he would torture them slowly, cutting off their fingers and legs bit by bit, so they would understand the consequences of offending the divine kingdom. Due to some scheduling issues and limited transport capacity, it's difficult to take off all at once. Please wait a little longer, just a little longer. 2 days? The two high priests of the divine within the borders of Huaxia. Countless citizens watched as their daughters, girlfriends, and fiancés were gathered at the airport, wailing loudly and roaring in anger, cursing incessantly. The women being gathered had faces full of fear, forced to comply under the escort of martial troops, heading to the divine nation. The martial troops, looking at the innocent Huaxia women before them, felt reluctant, but military orders were absolute and had to be carried out. For now, they were only being gathered, transportation had not yet begun. Within the divine nation, a large number of men had already been waiting at the airport. 5 billion Huaxia women. Though it sounded like a lot, it was actually not much. Once they landed, the men had to rush forward to purchase one quickly, preferably a beautiful one. Only those with good looks could stir their emotions. Huaxia women were exceptionally beautiful. Meanwhile, in a grand hall within the divine nation, the divine priest, standing at the pinnacle of power in the divine nation, was currently bowing respectfully, prostrating on the ground, welcoming the arrival of the deity. The deity was a young maiden, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old if judged by blue star standards. She wore a short goose-yellow skirt that barely covered her thighs, revealing slender, jade-like legs beneath, exquisite and unparalleled, like a rare treasure. On her feet were crystal-heeled sandals, encasing her fair and delicate feet. Though her petite frame was only about 1.5 meters tall, she was graceful and alluring. At this moment, she exuded an aura of superiority, her terrifying power completely overwhelming the divine priest before her. An hour passed quickly. The two divine priests of the divine nation slowly stood up, their eyes cold and stern, saying, "Time is up. Why haven't we departed yet?" In the next moment, they donned their battle armor, their blood energy erupting like two towering mountains, crushing toward the elders of the Han Pavilion. Boom! The next moment, the buildings in the area could no longer withstand the pressure, with large amounts of alloy shattering, twisting, and flying in all directions. Several elders of the Han Pavilion felt the terrifying oppressive force, their bodies seemingly trapped in a swamp, unable to extricate themselves. The suffocating and panicked feeling followed immediately. Especially the Demon King, who had already been injured before, now. His face turned pale, and sharp, tearing pain emanated from his chest. Beads of sweat dripped continuously. "Great Elder, I'm back." Just as the two divine priests of the divine nation were about to strike, a youthful voice rang out from afar. To the ears of the Han Pavilion elders, it sounded like heavenly music. Their gazes instantly turned toward the distance. Li Qingshan had already landed before them, and the invisible pressure and aura around them dissipated instantly. "Oh, Li Qingshan? You're the divine son of Huaxia?" After hiding for so long, you've finally shown yourself. Perfect timing, let's kill you together so we don't have to search for you. The two divine priests of the divine nation sneered coldly. However, before they could act, they suddenly noticed someone appearing beside them. Ha! One of the divine priests of the divine nation was slightly startled, but before he could react, Li Qingshan had already grabbed one of his arms. Rip! With a sudden force from both hands. The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed. Immediately, the air was pierced by the agonizing screams and struggles of the high priest, his face contorted in pain. What are you screaming for? Li Qingshan bellowed, his voice thunderous. He grabbed the high priest's other arm with one hand and spoke coldly, Elder, these two must be the high priests that Feng Qinyu mentioned, right? No need to confirm, it's definitely them. How dare you come to Huaxia and act recklessly? Your audacity knows no bounds. Since you've come, neither of you will leave here alive. Rip! The sound of flesh tearing echoed once more. Li Qingshan ripped apart the high priest's other arm, exposing stark white bones, a horrifying sight. The agonized screams were endless. Not good. The other high priest from the divine kingdom finally came to his senses. His face paled as he instinctively turned and fled into the distance. He knew that Li Qingshan's current strength had far surpassed what he could contend with. If he didn't run now, he would surely die here today. Trying to escape? Spatial lock, Li Qingshan's blood surged within him. The fleeing high priest suddenly realized that the space around him had distorted. Black lines appeared, flickering unpredictably, as if the entire space was being warped. Trying to escape was like slamming into an invisible wall he couldn't break through no matter what he did. How is this possible? The high priest's face twisted with terror and disbelief. Gripping his alloy longsword, he slashed forward with all his might. However, the moment the alloy blade touched the spatial barrier, it shattered instantly. Fragments of the alloy scattered in all directions, ricocheting off the spatial lock and flying back. The high priest was utterly dumbfounded, despair filling his eyes. He turned back to look behind him, only to see his companion already dismembered by Li Qingshan, reduced to just a head and torso. Humph! Li Qingshan let out a cold snort. The terrifying power of his blood energy destroyed the meridians within the high priest's body, obliterating them entirely. Even the sea of blood within his dantian was ground to nothing. Like a piece of trash, Li Qingshan tossed him to the Grand Elder of the inner cabinet and said, Grand Elder, I leave this one to you. Turn him into a living statue and display him in the square for all to mock. The high priest, now completely crippled, was no different from a lifeless shell. He had only 7 days left to live. After 7 days, the power Li Qingshan had left in his body would erupt and obliterate his physical form. Kill me. Just kill me, the high priest howled in despair. As for you. In the next moment, Li Qingshan's gaze shifted to the other high priest from the divine kingdom. His eyes were filled with coldness and murderous intent. What? What are you going to do? I am a high priest of the divine kingdom. There are 8 others just as powerful as me. Aren't you afraid of retaliation? The high priest's voice trembled as fear overwhelmed him. Was it you who injured the demon-suppressing king? Li Qingshan chuckled lightly. Taking a step forward, he instantly appeared before the high priest. I'll make sure you live a little longer, he said with a chilling grin. Half a minute later, Li Qingshan tossed the high priest to the Grand Elder of Han Pavilion. This one, same treatment. Display him in the square for public scorn. He'll die in 10 days. At the scene, several elders of the Han Pavilion stared at Li Qingshan, their eyes filled with shock, disbelief, and utter bewilderment. Was this really the same divine child who had left before? Now. His power was unimaginably terrifying. That was a 4th-level planetary realm, yet it couldn't even last a single round against Li Qingshan, who crushed it effortlessly. Terrifying. Now, with the blood and energy strength Li Qingshan has revealed, the elders of the Han Pavilion can no longer guess his realm. Since I left, has there been any sacrifice in Huaxia? Li Qingshan asked the Grand Elder of the Han Pavilion after dealing with the 2 high priests. None. After you left, only the demon suppression king suffered a heavy blow, but it wasn't serious. With some rest, he can recover. As for the women we were supposed to send, it was merely a stalling tactic, the Grand Elder of the Han Pavilion replied, his voice trembling. Good. Inform the people of Huaxia that their divine son has returned and has already slain 2 high priests of the divine nation. As for now, I must make a trip to the divine nation. Some grudges must be settled. They oppressed us when we were weak, but now that Huaxia is strong, we will reclaim everything, one by one, leaving none behind. With these words, Li Qingshan strode away, heading toward the divine nation. The divine sun is so powerful. It's almost frightening. The problems that our entire Huaxia couldn't solve were resolved just like that? A Huaxia elder looked at the two high priests of the divine nation lying on the ground. Yes, resolved. Go, notify the media to inform the entire nation. Announce that our Huaxia divine son has returned. Slain two high priests of the divine nation, and that Huaxia women no longer need to seek refuge in the divine nation. Huaxia women naturally have Huaxia men to protect them. At this moment, the Grand Elder of the Han Pavilion felt an unparalleled sense of relief, as if breaking through some kind of shackle. In an instant, his blood surged to the peak, directly breaking through to the fourth-level planetary realm. Without any losses, Huaxia suffered no harm, except for the unfortunate Demon Suppression King who took a hit. But next, the martial artists of the divine nation will face misery. The divine sun has returned, crippled two high priests of the divine nation, and now their bodies are placed in the capital square, allowing the people of Huaxia to spit on and curse them. 5 billion Huaxia girls no longer need to go to the divine nation. The divine son of Huaxia will personally go to the divine nation to demand an explanation. These three pieces of information quickly spread and were announced throughout Huaxia. Seeing the media reports, countless Huaxia citizens felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The mountain weighing on the hearts of Huaxia's people had been lifted. What? My daughter doesn't need to be sent to the divine nation anymore? Good, good, this is wonderful. The divine sun is truly incredible. The mountain that has been pressing down on Huaxia has been removed so easily. Ha, our divine sun has backbone. What kind of nonsense divine nation dares to act above us in Huaxia? This is great. I'm going to the capital square myself to spit on those two high priests of the divine nation. Spit for me, too. Compared to those old folks in the Han Pavilion, it's still the divine sun who stands out. I think our Huaxia martial artists should follow the divine sun's lead. The divine sun is actually heading to the divine nation to demand an explanation. That's bold. But the divine nation has many powerful martial artists, especially their divine priests, who are incredibly strong. I wonder if our divine sun can match them. Yes, it's a bit concerning. According to the divine nation's own propaganda, their divine priests have reached level 126, which is the 6th level planetary realm. I wonder how strong our divine sun is? I think our divine sun, being able to defeat these two high priests and having the courage to go to the divine kingdom to demand an explanation, must have at least level 125 or even level 126 strength, right? His Highness the Divine Sun is only 18 years old this year, which is truly terrifying. If given more time, wouldn't the title of Blue Star's #1 fall upon our divine sun? Indeed, our divine sun's talent is unparalleled. Even if his current strength is not yet comparable to the divine priests of the divine kingdom, as long as the gap isn't too large, he can escape. After further cultivation, he will surely crush the divine kingdom completely. Upon witnessing our divine son's talent, the divine kingdom will also have some reservations. I've heard that His Highness the Divine Sun is still unmarried. I wonder what kind of woman he likes. In the Huaxia region, the people were enthusiastically discussing. After learning about Li Qingshan's actions, everyone felt a sense of pride, as if, at this moment, they had truly stood tall. This news was directly announced by Huaxia, so intelligence organizations from the Divine Kingdom, as well as martial artists from countries around the world, could all see it. Swan Country, Huaxia's Divine Sun is truly bold. Isn't this completely offending the Divine Kingdom? Killing two high priests of the Divine Kingdom is no small matter. Skystick Country, Huaxia is being too foolish. What good outcome can come from offending the Divine Kingdom? Today, they dare to kill two high priests of the Divine Kingdom. Tomorrow, when the 100 high priests of the Divine Kingdom descend upon Huaxia, I wonder if they'll be so scared they'll kneel and beg for mercy. Ha ha. Sky Third Country, humph, what Xia. Their level is just SOSO. Recklessly bold, seeking their own demise. I suppose their extinction isn't far off. Monkey Country, is this Huaxia Divine Sun crazy? After killing two high priests of the Divine Kingdom, he still dares to go to the Divine Kingdom to demand an explanation. Does he think he's not dying fast enough? The strength of the Divine Priests is currently at the 6th planetary level, making them the top martial artists of Blue Star. Netizens from various countries were posting their opinions online, expressing their confusion over Huaxia's actions, deeming them completely suicidal. The matter of the 2 high priests of the Divine Kingdom was quickly reported by intelligence departments to the priest hall. All the priests, including the remaining 8 high priests, showed expressions of shock and anger upon hearing the news. They wished they could rush to Huaxia immediately, tear all Huaxia martial artists to pieces, kill all Huaxia men, and abduct all Huaxia women back to the Divine Kingdom as prostitutes. Huaxia is truly audacious, daring to come to our Divine Kingdom to demand an explanation? I want to personally crush him, like crushing a chick. No, I want to peel his skin off and hang it up to dry. As for all the men in Huaxia, not a single one should be spared. A bunch of lowly bastards, daring to defy the Divine Kingdom and deceive the Divine Kingdom, deserve to face the judgment of the great Divine Kingdom. A group of priests and high priests in the priest hall angrily rebuked. As for their divine priest, he was currently receiving a deity descending from Tian's star. Oh, so this is the current state of Blue Star? The 9th princess of Tian's star quickly learned about the current situation of Blue Star from the divine priest and nodded in satisfaction, saying, "You may leave now. Once I refine the spirit of Blue Star, I will assist the Divine Kingdom in annihilating Huaxia and Swan Country, who have allied with the beasts. Thank the great deity." The divine priest finished speaking and carefully retreated, not daring to make the slightest sound. His face was full of reverence. The woman before him came from another world, and calling her a deity was entirely appropriate. For so many years, the divine nation had maintained its position as the strongest country on Blue Star because of the martial artist potions sent from the divine world. These potions, originally meant to be distributed among all the geniuses of Blue Star, were intercepted by the divine nation for its own exclusive use. This allowed it to rise rapidly, and among the world's mere 200 or so martial artists at the sun-eroding realm, the divine nation astonishingly accounted for half of them. Without intercepting these potions in advance, the divine nation would have at most a dozen peak martial artists. Neither the world behind this deity nor the deity herself was someone the divine nation or anyone else could afford to provoke. As for the spirit of Blue Star, what was that? The divine priest did not know and dared not ask further. After leaving the area, he quickly learned of news from Huaxia. Instantly, his face twisted in rage. He had already prepared to welcome the 5 billion girls from Huaxia, yet at the last moment, Huaxia dared to play tricks and even dared to kill 2 of the divine nation's high priests, truly courting death. Upon arriving at the priestly hall, the divine priest immediately issued orders. The remaining 8 high priests and 80 priests were all dispatched, first to kill Li Qingshan, then to annihilate Huaxia. This time, there was no need for reasoning or judgment, all Huaxia martial artists were to be killed directly. As for the ferocious beasts that had emerged, they would naturally be dealt with by the powerful ally the divine nation had just secured, the great goddess who had descended in the rear hall. This goddess appeared young, and in the divine world, she was likely still immature in mind. If she could be coaxed in, let the subordinates handle it, no big deal. Time flies. Li Qingshan had already appeared on the coastline of the divine nation. The 8 high priests and 80 priests of the divine nation walked through the air one after another, appearing opposite Li Qingshan. Their entire bodies exuded a terrifying aura, as if a group of gods had descended. Every face was filled with anger and hatred, because it was this very Huaxia divine son before them who had subdued 2 high priests of the divine nation. No, not subdued, he had crippled their vitality, severed their limbs, and placed them in Huaxia's square to endure the humiliation from those lowly mongrels of Huaxia. This matter could not be settled lightly. They must make an example of him. They must let all the martial artists and nations of Blue Star know that offending the divine nation would lead to consequences no less than descending into hell. Thus, along with the appearance of the 8 high priests, there was also a global live broadcast. Every nation on Blue Star with internet access could watch the broadcast online, including the citizens of Huaxia. The Huaxia divine son was indeed ferocious, he had directly offended the divine nation to the death. What good outcome could there be? Wouldn't it lead to the destruction of his nation? Damn Huaxia people, you're all liars. What happened to the promised 50 billion girls? Why did you go back on your word? I even prepared tools to torment your women. Humph, our nation's divine son will show you the terror and might of Huaxia. Ha, is it this yellow-haired boy? No matter how strong he is, even if he could subdue 2 high priests, could he possibly be a match for 8 high priests and 80 priests combined? Among the 8 high priests of our divine nation, there are more than one stronger than those 2 priests, not to mention the presence of the divine priest to oversee the situation. Huaxia divine son, you'd better kneel and surrender obediently, beg for the forgiveness of our divine nation, and perhaps we can let your Huaxia martial artists die a quicker death. Huaxia martial artists, don't jump around. When our divine nation's high priests subdue your Huaxia divine son and those powerful martial artists of the Han Pavilion, I'll personally come to crush your skull. Mighty divine nation fathers, crush one for me too. At this moment, the priests of the divine nation exuded a terrifying aura, staring at Li Qingshan with disdainful expressions. Their eyes were full of contempt. These 100 people indeed had the confidence to look down upon the world. No nation on Blue Star could withstand the attack of these 100 people. It could be said that these 100 people were the rulers of Blue Star, the absolute rulers. So, you are Li Qingshan, the Huaxia divine son? The leading high priest said with a contemptuous gaze. Extreme Thunder Sword, die. As Li Qingshan's words fell, his entire body erupted with vitality. A long sword formed of thunder appeared in his hand out of thin air, and his physical body instantly vanished from its original position, leaving only a shadow behind. When he reappeared, he was already in front of one of the divine nation's high priests. What? The high priest of the divine nation hadn't even reacted before realizing Li Qingshan was right in front of him. A sense of crisis immediately surged in his heart. But before he could resist, the extreme thunder sword in Li Qingshan's hand swung directly. Zzzzz. Electric arcs flickered on the extreme thunder sword, cutting through without any resistance, directly slicing the high priest's body into 2 halves. Blood and internal organs splattered in all directions. But in the next moment, they were touched by the electric arcs jumping on the extreme thunder sword and instantly turned into ashes, disappearing without a trace. Dead. Swish, Li Qingshan's body flickered and reappeared in front of another high priest of the divine nation. This high priest was still in a daze. Before he could react, the extreme lightning sword in Li Qingshan's hand had already slashed down. Swish, swish, swish. Li Qingshan's figure kept flashing in mid-air, leaving behind countless afterimages. In less than 3 seconds, he sheathed his sword. The 8 high priests of the divine nation, along with 80 priests, had all fallen. Their corpses plummeted toward the ground below. This entire scene was captured in its entirety by the cameras. Humph. Li Qingshan snorted coldly and continued heading toward the divine nation's hall of priests. He had come here to demand an explanation, not to waste time arguing with these people. They had the audacity to ask if he was Li Qingshan? So much nonsense, he killed them all. Just a bunch of trash, daring to bully Huaxia. Before his eyes, rows of merit panels appeared, but Li Qingshan couldn't even be bothered to look at them. The entire blue planet, upon witnessing how easily Li Qingshan annihilated the priests of the divine nation, collectively rubbed their eyes in disbelief. No way! The priests who ruled the entire blue planet, just like that, were wiped out? This was too unbelievable. Online, the citizens of the divine nation were all rendered speechless, no longer daring to voice any opinions. Oh my god, has Huaxia become this terrifyingly powerful? A single man capable of destroying an entire nation? I think it would be wise for our country to submit to Huaxia as soon as possible. Ha ha, divine nation's trash, weren't you all so arrogant just now? Come on, show us more arrogance. Didn't you say you wanted to crush my head? Don't worry, I'll soon crush yours. Heh, I bet the divine nation ladies are quite tasty, huh? You've been committing sins for so long, now it's time for retribution, huh? Huaxia, don't get cocky. Our nation's divine priest hasn't appeared yet. Once our divine priest takes action, he will surely crush your little Huaxia brat. That's right. Our divine priest hasn't appeared yet. We haven't lost. We haven't lost. In the Hall of Priests, Li Qingshan's gaze swept across, and within his intimidating aura, a powerful presence emerged. However, it wasn't from the divine nation's divine priest, but from a completely unfamiliar figure. It was a woman. Strange. Could the divine nation have a new powerful warrior? That shouldn't be possible, right? Huaxia? Just as Li Qingshan stepped outside the Hall of Priests, the divine priest appeared before him, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes as he asked, Huaxia's divine son, Li Qingshan? How are you here? Swish! In the next instant, before the divine priest could finish speaking, Li Qingshan had already appeared before him. Reaching out a hand, he instantly grabbed the divine priest by the throat. Crack! A crisp, loud sound rang out. The divine priest dead. Li Qingshan did not linger and strode toward the rear hall. Dead? Your divine priest is a bit too useless, isn't he? Divine Nation brats, didn't you say that once your divine priest made a move, he'd crush Huasha's divine son? But he died so quickly? Was he just cannon fodder? This is worse than cannon fodder. Li Qingshan didn't even spare him a glance, just killed him and left. That's a bit heartless, don't you think? Our divine son is too ruthless. Savage. Divine Nation brats, why aren't you saying anything now? Did your internet connection drop? Li Qingshan soon appeared in the rear hall and saw the ninth princess from the heavenly strategy star, Chunxiao. The mysterious female warrior exuded a powerful aura from head to toe. She wore a goose-yellow short dress, revealing a pair of slender, beautiful legs. Her facial features were exquisite, especially her bright, lively eyes, which were particularly captivating. She wore thin-heeled high heels that encased her flawless jade-like feet, incredibly alluring. However, her figure was somewhat petite. Judging by her appearance, she was probably only about 1.5 meters tall. In front of this female warrior floated a machine resembling a mountain, emitting a faint buzzing sound as it operated. The alloy used in the machine was something Li Qingshan had never seen before. This petite female warrior was shrouded in an air of mystery. Who are you? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Shut up. As soon as Li Qingshan spoke, he was interrupted by the cold voice of the ninth princess. Ding! The screen of the machine in front of the ninth princess changed, and as she looked at the displayed coordinates, her gaze returned to Li Qingshan. Frowning slightly, she said, "The spirit of Blue Star is actually within you?" The spirit of Blue Star? Li Qingshan's heart tightened. It seemed that this woman before him was not from Blue Star. You're not from Blue Star, are you? Li Qingshan probed. Correct. I am from Tian Star. My mission is to travel to Blue Star, refine the spirit of Blue Star, become the deity of the entire Blue Star, and turn it into my private planet. The ninth princess retrieved the machine beside her into her spatial ring and looked at Li Qingshan. I cannot let the spirit of Blue Star go. Come on, it's either you die, or you die. Li Qingshan's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness and ferocity as he spoke. The spirit of Blue Star held immense significance. Once refined, one could become the master of Blue Star, essentially its deity. For instance, the simplest ability would be to use vital energy to control the planet's weather and terrain, trigger disasters, or ensure favorable conditions in certain areas. One could even actively alter the rules of Blue Star, such as ensuring that warriors on Blue Star could never surpass level 10. If Li Qingshan refined the spirit of Blue Star would remain as it was. But if someone from another planet refined it, Blue Star might no longer be the same. Ha! The ninth princess looked at the serious Li Qingshan and chuckled lightly. If you encountered other task executors, you would undoubtedly die. But you're lucky to have met me. Blue Star, this barren life planet, doesn't interest me. Moreover, judging by your appearance, you've already refined part of the spirit of Blue Star. In that case, I'll leave this planet to you. As the ninth princess of Tian Star, a barren life planet like this is dispensable and insignificant. However, these words stirred up a storm in Li Qingshan's mind. She doesn't even care about this? Who exactly is this woman? Tian Star? Is it really that powerful? Are you confused? The ninth princess asked. Yes, Li Qingshan nodded. I come from Tian Star, the main planet of the Tian's domain, which governs the entire Tian's domain. Blue Star is merely a resource-poor planet within the Tian's domain. In the universe, the Tian's domain is considered a star domain. Below a star domain are superclusters, clusters, galaxies, stars, and planets. A single galaxy contains billions of planets and stars, with countless life planets among them, akin to the dust on this planet. Sigh, why am I explaining so much to a native like you? I have no interest in Blue Star, and since you've already refined part of it, you can continue refining it. The ninth princess finished speaking, and her earrings flickered out of nowhere. A void gate appeared directly in front of her. What is your name? Li Qingshan asked. Chunxiao. The ninth princess thought for a moment before replying. Thank you. If I have the ability in the future, I will definitely repay your kindness. Li Qingshan said. If it came to a fight, Li Qingshan believed he would definitely not be a match for the girl in front of him. It could be said that this girl had directly gifted him a planet, and it was even his matriarchal planet. She also mentioned that if someone else had come to carry out the mission, they would certainly not hand over the Blue Star Spirit willingly. To obtain the Blue Star Spirit, they would have to kill him. Is there anything fun on this native planet? Just as the ninth princess was about to step into the void gate, a curious glint suddenly flashed in her large, watery eyes. She turned to look at Li Qingshan and asked, "Ah?" Li Qingshan was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, "Yes. Since I'm already here, going back would be bothersome. Why don't you take me around this planet?" the ninth princess said. "All right." Li Qingshan was delighted and immediately nodded solemnly, leading the ninth princess, one in front and one behind, flying toward the direction of Huaxia. As for the ancestral dragon and ancestral Kunping, they directly emerged from the universe within Li Qingshan's abdomen and began suppressing all martial artists above the meteor star level in the Divine Kingdom. Once all the martial artists above the meteor star level in the Divine Kingdom were suppressed, the next challenge would be the counterattack of numerous fierce beasts. It wouldn't take long before it would be similar to in country. Of course, Li Qingshan was not a heartless person. Next, Huaxia would dispatch fighter jets to receive the people of the Divine Kingdom who wished to seek refuge in Huaxia. However, there were some conditions. For example, 1. Under 30 years old. 2. Female only. 3. Must meet appearance standards. How they treated Huaxia in the past, today they would repay it bit by bit. Back then, a powerful martial artist from this country said, "Your Huaxia has allied with the fierce beasts of the Desolate Star." Is that true? The ninth princess looked at the gradually receding Divine Kingdom and asked, "Of course not. I'm about to refine the Blue Star spirit. How could I choose to ally with the fierce beasts of the Desolate Star? I can't kill them fast enough." Li Qingshan replied, I thought so too." The ninth princess nodded solemnly and continued, "The Desolate Star belongs to the Great Wilderness Domain, while Tiant's Star belongs to the Tiant's Domain. Our two domains have been fighting each other for many years." "I see." Li Qingshan asked curiously, "Miss Chunxiao, are all the people of the Desolate Star like this?" As he finished speaking, Li Qingshan took the unconscious Xingyun out from the universe within his abdomen and asked. The ninth princess glanced at Xingyun, her expression indifferent, and shook her head, saying, "Just one of the races." On the Desolate Star, Xingyu, a young general with the rank of Major General, narrowly escaped death and ultimately fled the world of fierce beasts, returning to the Desolate Star. Although the battle with Li Qingshan left her injured, she also received good news. On Blue Star, a highly talented genius had appeared. If captured to serve as the second young lady's slave bodyguard, it would surely win her favor. In the young lady's boudoir, a faint fragrance lingered. The second young lady of the Xing family reclined on a lounge chair, leisurely resting. Beside her stood several close maidservants, waiting for her orders. Her fair jade-like feet were half hidden by her skirt. "How are the tasks I assigned you coming along?" the second young lady of the Xing family asked. "Second miss, this is the list and information of indigenous geniuses captured by the servant." "Second miss, please take a look." Several maids hurriedly brought out the prepared materials and handed them to the Star family's second miss, who was lying on a rocking chair. After receiving the materials, the second miss of the Star family began to carefully select. This one from Mahaxing is not bad, with beast bloodline, though the appearance is a bit rough. This one is also good, but the humanoid form is too poorly shaped. What is this trash? Are you trying to fool me with this? The second miss looked at the information of an indigenous genius on the document and said in a displeased tone, "Spare me, miss, it was my negligence." Immediately, a beautiful maid hurriedly knelt beside the second miss and pleaded. Smack! The next moment, the second miss's bare jade foot pressed against the maid's face, her tone icy. "If you dare to fool me again, I will throw you to my filthy beast slaves." The second miss's originally drowsy gaze gradually cleared, and she spoke. "Where is the person? Bring them to see me." As soon as the second miss finished speaking, Xingyu hesitated and said with difficulty, "The hunt was unsuccessful." "Unsuccessful? Xingyu, are you trying to deceive the second miss?" As Xingyu finished speaking, a maid immediately interjected, "That's quite a convenient excuse. You just need to say you failed the hunt, and then you can claim the opponent's talent level as whatever you want." "Xingyu, are you trying to deceive the second miss?" Another maid chimed in. "If you failed to capture the indigenous genius required for the task, just say so. There's no need for such deception. This is disloyalty to the second miss and deserves punishment with the paddle." After the maids finished speaking, Xingyu shuddered. She had experienced the pain of being paddled before. It was unbearable. The alloy paddle was no ordinary paddle, it contained terrifying thunderous power. A single strike felt as if every part of her flesh and blood was being torn apart. No one would want to endure it again. Thus, when Xingyu heard the mention of the paddle, her body trembled slightly. What level is that indigenous genius in the Great Star Realm? The second miss of the Xing family asked again. Level 1 in the Great Star Realm. Xingyu replied. I remember you are level 3 in the Great Star Realm. How could you fail the hunt? The second miss of the Xing family showed a hint of doubt on her face. Although the opponent's realm is low, their combat power is formidable. I was no match. Xingyu lowered her head, a trace of embarrassment flashing across her face. I'll give you one more chance. An indigenous planet has produced a warrior with 6-star talent. That's quite interesting. After Mother's birthday celebration, I will personally visit this indigenous planet to see what kind of place can nurture a warrior with 6-star talent. The second miss of the Xing family expressed her interest. Second miss, absolutely not. Your esteemed body is precious. If any accident were to occur, I would be guilty beyond redemption. Such a trivial matter should be left to me to handle. Xingyu was startled and quickly tried to dissuade her. Are you so afraid of me going? Could it be that everything you just said was a lie to deceive me? The second miss of the Xing family frowned slightly. I dare not deceive the second miss. Everything I said is true. Xingyu quickly replied. A decision made by me, your master, is not for a mere servant to defy. Also, what you said had better be true. On Blue Star, the news of Li Qingshan annihilating all priests of the Divine Nation and all warriors above the falling star level spread rapidly across the entire planet. Currently, in the Divine Nation, all priests had already fallen, and the warriors above the falling star level were being slaughtered by 2 avatars. It wouldn't take long for the task to be completed. The other nations on Blue Star, upon witnessing the fate of the Divine Nation, were terrified and quickly chose to offer tributes to Huaxia, hoping Huaxia would accept their offerings. Now, Huaxia stood at the pinnacle of Blue Star, becoming the #1 nation on the planet. As for Li Qingshan's strength, it was undoubtedly the most powerful among all warriors on Blue Star. Next, Li Qingshan's task was to enhance his strength, refine the spirit of Blue Star, and properly accompany the young lady from Tian's Star. By the time he returned to Blue Star, night had already fallen. She directly arranged for Chunxiao to stay at her home, planning to let this Chunxiao girl explore Blue Star tomorrow. For the 9th princess, this trip felt more like visiting a unique place for a relaxing vacation. On Tian's Star, she had to stay on high alert every day, dealing with the schemes and calculations of her brothers and sisters. A single misstep could lead to her utter destruction. She also had to train diligently every day to improve her cultivation level. Otherwise, she would face terrifying punishment from her strict father and blame from her mother. In the family, her father's lineage had over a dozen offspring, and she ranked 9th. To her father, her existence was dispensable. From birth, the 9th princess was raised by servants. Once she became sensible, various teachers were arranged to educate her. She had never experienced any of the emotions that exist in the world, not even a trace. Without emotions, this upbringing shaped her calm and indifferent personality. The decor on your Blue Star is quite unique. The 9th princess looked around the room and said, among the myriad races of the universe, everyone pursues power. So whether it's ornaments, clothing aesthetics, or interior design, the focus is on the rugged, extreme, and cold pursuit of strength. Something like this, with a touch of gentleness, is rare. But standing in a place like this, I feel very comfortable. As long as you like it. By the way, do you bathe here? Li Qingshan suddenly asked curiously. What is bathing? The 9th princess looked at Li Qingshan and asked. You don't know what bathing is? As expected, the cultural differences between planets are vast. It's about cleaning the dirt off your body. Li Qingshan explained. On Tian's Star, there are special devices. You just walk through them, and the dirt on your body is removed, Chunxiao said. I see. Li Qingshan's mouth twitched slightly. He had to admit that the technology on Tian's Star was indeed advanced. He continued, would you like to try it? Sure. The 9th princess replied indifferently, nodding. Experiencing the customs and culture of Blue Star was precisely the reason she stayed. Li Qingshan prepared warm water in the bath, adding petals of shaman flowers. The entire bathroom was soon filled with a faint floral fragrance. Take off your clothes and soak in the bath. After 40 minutes, you can put on the clothes placed here. By the way, do you have any specific preferences for food? Li Qingshan asked, glancing at the petite 9th princess. No, the 9th princess shook her head. Li Qingshan quickly left the room. Her fair jade-like feet stirred the warm water in the bath, splashing droplets everywhere, creating a different kind of sensation. On Tyen's star, water sources rarely had this kind of warmth. The temperature was usually lower, and as a powerful martial artist, she didn't need to drink water often. For convenience, they even developed water potions. One bottle could last for years without the need for drinking water. As a result, the ninth princess had little interaction with water. She only knew that on some less evolved primitive planets, water was somewhat important. Her petite body silently submerged into the bathwater. A wave of warmth immediately swept over her. Her tense body unexpectedly began to relax at this moment. The ninth princess let out a soft hum, her face showing a hint of surprise and curiosity. She hadn't expected that the bathing described by the natives of Blue Star could be so comfortable. Really, not bad. Quite a surprise. As her body relaxed, the ninth princess found herself feeling a bit drowsy and unknowingly drifted off for a nap. It wasn't until the wind chime beside her rang that she slowly opened her eyes and glanced at the time. Unknowingly, 2 hours had passed. So long? As a powerful warrior, the ninth princess actually required very little sleep. But unexpectedly, this time she had slept for so long. Her previously tense and anxious body finally felt relaxed at this moment. After tidying up her clothes, she stepped out of the room. Finished washing? Hearing the sound of the bathroom door opening, Li Qingshan came over, but his gaze was immediately drawn to the ninth princess's delicate little feet. Too tempting. Flawless. Smooth as jade, simply a rare treasure. What? Why aren't you wearing shoes? Li Qingshan suddenly realized that earlier he had only given Chunxiao clothes and seemed to have forgotten to provide shoes. But it didn't matter. After all, his home was carpeted, and walking barefoot was quite comfortable. Most importantly, he got to enjoy the view. Very comfortable. The ninth princess nodded and said, "Sit down for a moment, wait here," Li Qingshan said, then hurried off to the kitchen. The ninth princess obediently sat at the dining table, where a virtual screen appeared before her, displaying information about Tyen's star. But after thinking for a moment, she turned off the screen. Better to avoid looking at bothersome things and take a few days to rest. Li Qingshan soon returned with the dishes he had prepared: braised pork, spicy shrimp, lion's head meatballs, and fish ball soup. Within 2 hours, Li Qingshan had cooked over a dozen dishes in the kitchen, thanks to the spacious kitchen and multiple stoves. With his current reflexes and speed, it wasn't a problem. Smells good. The ninth princess sniffed the food in front of her, a look of anticipation appearing on her face. She picked up her chopsticks and took a piece of braised pork, placing it in her mouth. It melted instantly, and the unique flavor exploded in her mouth. The sweetness combined with the rich aroma continuously stimulated her taste buds, bringing a sense of complete satisfaction. She followed it with a bite of fragrant rice. The ninth princess's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected this red-colored meat to be so delicious. She then tried the other dishes, and the light in her eyes grew brighter and brighter. Her gaze toward Li Qingshan now carried a mix of shock and amazement. Li Qingshan was equally shocked and dumbfounded. Was this a joke? Could it really be this delicious? Tyen's star, with its advanced technology and governance over so many life planets, surely couldn't lack good food, right? Is it really that good? Li Qingshan asked. It's so delicious, much better than those nutritional potions. I never thought Blue Star's food could be this good. The ninth princess's eyes sparkled, and she no longer had time to pay attention to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stared in astonishment at the ninth princess devouring the food like a whirlwind. It wasn't until all the dishes on the table were cleared that the ninth princess wiped her mouth and looked at Li Qingshan with eager anticipation, asking, "Is there more?" No wonder she was a powerful warrior, she could eat so much. Is it really that good? Li Qingshan still couldn't quite believe it. Of course. The ninth princess nodded seriously. Don't you have food like this on Tyen's star? Li Qingshan asked curiously. No. From childhood to adulthood, I have grown up consuming specially formulated potions, which contain powerful vitality and energy. Everyone on Tyen's star is the same. As for other native planets, I have visited quite a few, but most of them focus on vitality and strength, rarely paying attention to taste. Perhaps this is what makes this planet different from others, the ninth princess said. The pursuit of all races in the universe is strength. Everything serves the purpose of achieving great power. A place like Blue Star. This is the first time I've encountered it, and along the way, I've discovered many creatures and plants on Blue Star that I've never known before. This planet seems somewhat special. I see. Li Qingshan nodded. So you've never had good food, he said, and went back to the kitchen to get busy again. 2 hours later, the ninth princess devoured the food like a whirlwind and finally stopped. Blue Star is truly wonderful. What else can we do next? The ninth princess looked at Li Qingshan with a hint of anticipation on her face and asked, well, there is. Massage, do you know it? Li Qingshan nodded and said, come on, let's go to your room. Massage? All right. Although the ninth princess didn't know what massage was, she assumed it must be something good and hurried to her room. Next, Li Qingshan began to use all his skills. The ninth princess's face immediately showed relaxation and enjoyment, filled with surprise and disbelief. Ah, so comfortable. The ninth princess's tone fluctuated, and she thought to herself whether she should take this man back to Tian's star when she returned. Li Qingshan, where did you discover Blue Star's spirit? The ninth princess asked while enjoying the massage. Does it make a difference? Li Qingshan was slightly stunned and asked. Of course. The spirit of different planets represents different potentials. The location where the planet's spirit is discovered is also somewhat related to its quality. Naturally, the color is the easiest way to distinguish the spirit of a planet. For example, the most common white planet spirit, followed by green, blue, gold, and red, the ninth princess explained. However, based on Blue Star's scale and experience, it should be a white planet spirit, with a very small chance of producing a green planet spirit. The Blue Star spirit wasn't something I obtained. When I first broke through to the planetary realm, it naturally appeared within me, Li Qingshan said. What? As Li Qingshan finished speaking, the ninth princess, who was lying down enjoying the massage, suddenly sat up and scrutinized Li Qingshan, her beautiful eyes flashing with curiosity. But then she lay back down again and said, I've never heard of a planet spirit actively appearing in a living being's body. Your situation is truly unheard of, very strange. The universe is vast, full of wonders. Li Qingshan said. True. Ah. The ninth princess softly moaned again, her face showing a look of enjoyment. By the way, besides white, green, blue, gold, and red, are there any other colors for Blue Star's spirit? Li Qingshan asked curiously. There is one more, purple. Purple is above red, but even Tian's star only has red. Blue Star couldn't possibly produce a purple planet spirit, even green is highly unlikely. The ninth princess responded. Above the red. Li Qingshan's pupils suddenly contracted, but the strength in his hands remained unaffected. Although he couldn't extract the planetary spirit within his body, he could observe it internally through his blood and energy. Purple. How could Blue Star have a purple planetary spirit? A sense of crisis arose in Li Qingshan's heart. As the saying goes, a man without sin may be guilty for possessing treasure. This principle was something Li Qingshan understood very well. The quality of Blue Star's planetary spirit was even more extraordinary than that of the Tian's domain's planetary spirit. If this young lady were to find out, she would certainly not let him keep it. Not only her, but if knowledgeable people discovered it in the future, they would all try to seize Blue Star's spirit from him. Is there a difference between high-quality and low-quality planetary spirits? Li Qingshan asked indirectly. Of course. The ninth princess nodded solemnly and said, the higher the quality of a planetary spirit, the larger the planet's size. It can bear more divine power, generate more high-quality resources, and nurture enough powerful warriors to plunder divine power from other life planets to nourish itself. In that case, does Blue Star, if it has a white planetary spirit, still have growth potential? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Of course. The upper limit of a white planetary spirit can at least allow this planet called Blue Star to expand its size by about 1,000,000 times. The ninth princess explained, however. By that point, Blue Star would have reached its limit. To continue expanding its size and nurturing high-quality warrior resources, it would need to plunder green-level planetary spirits to nourish Blue Star. This method is called ascending steps. However, for a white-level planetary spirit to plunder a green-level planetary spirit is almost impossible due to the vast difference in power. Ascending steps. Li Qingshan learned a new term again. 1,000,000 times. However, Blue Star is not a white planetary spirit but a purple planetary spirit. This means that moving forward, he wouldn't need to ascend steps, he would only need to continuously plunder divine power from other life planets. He didn't know how warriors from other planets plunder divine power, but for him, it was simple, just kill the warriors on other planets, and he could obtain the corresponding divine power. Soon, Li Qingshan also learned from the ninth princess how other planets plunder divine power. They invade the enemy's home planet and refine the enemy's planetary spirit. In other words, seizing a stronger planetary spirit is called ascending steps, while seizing a planetary spirit of the same level is called plundering divine power. Then he was like a loophole. He only needed to kill the warriors on that planet to plunder divine power. Is Blue Star about to rise? This planet seems to exude an eerie aura, vastly different from other planets. Time flew by. The ninth princess and Li Qingshan talked about many things regarding the Tian's domain and the great wilderness domain, and then she gradually fell asleep comfortably. The next day, when the ninth princess woke up, a warm sun shone in the sky, and her body felt a sense of comfort. Living on this planet seemed quite nice. A white sleeping dress. The hem of the dress just covered the base of her thighs, revealing a pair of fair, beautiful legs. Her jade-like feet stepped on the carpet. Come, try some breakfast. Li Qingshan looked at the ninth princess stepping out and couldn't help but swallow secretly. Smells so good. The ninth princess's eyes lit up as she looked at the delicious food on the table. Sometimes, not overly pursuing power is also a good choice. Li Qingshan's breakfast was very local. Considering the ninth princess's appetite, he bought a large variety of breakfast items available on Blue Star: soy milk, tofu pudding, bean curd, fried dough sticks, meat buns, beef buns, lamb buns, vegetable buns, crayfish buns, fish-flavored shredded pork buns, pan-fried dumplings, pot stickers, spicy soup, Chinese crepes, donkey meat sandwiches, lump soup, meatball soup, soup dumplings, satay noodles, corn cakes, hot dry noodles, rice noodle rolls, wontons, rujiamo, and crossing the bridge noodles. One table couldn't fit everything. So, Li Qingshan brought up another table from downstairs, filling it completely, with steam and aroma wafting up. It was simply amazing. So sumptuous. The ninth princess's eyes sparkled as she looked at the breakfast spread. She immediately sat down on a chair, eating one bun in a single bite and finishing a fried dough stick in 3 bites. Like a whirlwind, the dining table instantly turned into a battlefield, with large amounts of breakfast continuously being stuffed into her mouth. The satisfaction brought to her taste buds was endlessly stimulating, making her enjoy it immensely. So comfortable, truly so comfortable. Time ticked by, and the breakfast on the table was quickly devoured by the ninth princess. As expected of a powerful warrior, this stomach can really hold a lot. An hour later, the ninth princess stuffed the last bun into her mouth, her face showing a hint of satisfaction. Full? Li Qingshan couldn't help but click his tongue and asked. Not bad. The ninth princess patted her stomach and replied, Let's go, I'll show you the customs and culture of our Blue Star. Li Qingshan said. All right. The ninth princess immediately tidied up, wearing a simple white dress that highlighted her clean and elegant demeanor. Li Qingshan originally planned to take the ninth princess to an amusement park, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. Amusement parks are mainly about thrills, but for the ninth princess, wouldn't those games be child's play? Forget it. Better to experience the history of Blue Star. Instead, in the ancient Jiangnan town full of classical charm, there were small bridges and flowing water, with moss growing along the edges of the bluestone pavement, white walls, and black tiles. The place was filled with classical culture and atmosphere. Standing on this street, one's heart immediately calmed down. Various women dressed in traditional Chinese attire walked with their boyfriends, their faces brimming with joy, experiencing the stirrings of youth. Some couples were rushing with their suitcases, ready to check into a hotel and start their long-awaited sweet trip. Li Qingshan followed behind the ninth princess, opening his payment app, already understanding her nature. He knew that he would soon be unable to take a single step without spending money. The ancient town was bustling, with various snacks on both sides of the street steaming and emitting strong aromas: stinky tofu, giant squid, iron plate tofu, spiced potatoes, tripe, starch sausages, crab roe buns, rice cakes. In an instant, Li Qingshan entered payment mode. Li Qingshan, I want to eat this. The ninth princess's eyes sparkled as she pointed at the stinky tofu. Boss, 5 servings. Li Qingshan immediately scanned to pay. Alright, you're generous. The vendor's face showed a hint of joy as he hurriedly started preparing the dish. Li Qingshan kept scanning QR codes. The ninth princess was ahead, enjoying her food heartily, while Li Qingshan, in the process of scanning, was also carrying a large amount of snacks. This place is great. The ninth princess took a bite of a crab roe bun, a hint of joy appearing on her face. Li Qingshan, what is this? It looks delicious. The ninth princess discovered a new snack and pointed at the rice cake in front of her, asking, "Boss, 5 portions." Li Qingshan waved his hand generously, already transferring the payment to the vendor. Doesn't matter what it is, just eat it. Got it, boss. The vendor's eyes lit up upon hearing the notification of payment, and he quickly began packing the rice cakes for Li Qingshan. At the same time, he glanced at Li Qingshan and the ninth princess, saying, "Young man, your girlfriend is really beautiful and has a good appetite." "You're lucky." "Girlfriend? Boss, that's not." "Move aside, thank you, boss." Before Li Qingshan could explain, the ninth princess pushed him aside, happily taking the 5 portions of rice cakes and heading to the next stall. "Wait for me." Seeing this, Li Qingshan gave up on explaining and hurriedly followed behind. Fortunately, the ninth princess was entirely focused on eating and hadn't paid attention to the vendor's earlier comment. After all, the ninth princess held a noble status. The reason she was willing to stand beside him now was simply because she was interested in Blue Star and wanted to stay and explore. If she were displeased, not only he but the entire Blue Star might face danger. The entire morning, Li Qingshan and the ninth princess devoured various snacks like a whirlwind. Luckily, the ancient town was large enough, and the variety of snacks was abundant, with over 1,000 types from all over the country gathered here. Even after eating all morning, they hadn't even finished a fifth of it. Rustle! Just as the sun was shining brightly, an untimely cloud drifted in, and the ancient town instantly transformed into a misty, rainy Jiangnan. Raindrops began to fall continuously, landing on their dry clothes and feeling quite uncomfortable. After all, summer clothes were thin, but the ninth princess didn't mind such things. Forget rain, she wouldn't even care about being drenched in lava. It was just that her previously dry clothes now felt a bit uncomfortable when wet. On the streets of the ancient town, the previously leisurely strolling crowd quickly began searching for shelter from the rain. Couples shared umbrellas, their faces filled with both urgency and laughter. How nice! The rain has stopped. The ninth princess looked up. Oh, it wasn't that the rain had stopped. A paper umbrella was now shielding her head. Li Qingshan spoke, "Chunxiao, let's find a place to take shelter from the rain." The ninth princess nodded. Just like the ancient town before her, where people were walking normally, the ninth princess suddenly lifted her skirt and started running. "Don't run!" Li Qingshan was startled, and quickly followed behind with the umbrella. Clink, clink, clink. The crisp laughter, like silver bells, echoed through the alleys of the ancient town. The ninth princess ran ahead, splashing water with her steps, while Li Qingshan hurriedly followed behind with the umbrella. In the end, he managed to catch up to her. The two of them, sharing a single paper umbrella, hurriedly took shelter in a restaurant within the ancient town. Sitting on a chair, they looked out the window at the misty rain, small bridges, paper umbrellas, and white walls with black tiles. It was like a painting. "This is called framed scenery." Using the window as a frame, Li Qingshan said, It is quite beautiful. There's nothing like this on Tian's star. Over there, everything is about the pursuit of ultimate power, with everything serving strength and efficiency." The ninth princess rested her arms on the table, gazing at the scenery outside the window, a look of enjoyment rising on her face. "I told you not to run." Li Qingshan's nagging voice reached her ears, followed by the sensation of a coat being draped over her shoulders. She was slightly startled and looked at Li Qingshan in surprise. "Boss, 1 bowl of brown sugar. Ginger tea," Li Qingshan said to the shop assistant, then turned to the ninth princess and said, "On a rainy day, when it's cold and windy, a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea to warm your stomach is the best." The ninth princess felt the coat Li Qingshan had placed on her and nodded obediently. A strange feeling arose in her heart. It was like tasting something delicious, like rice cakes, so sweet. The coat also carried the warm scent of Li Qingshan. The ginger tea entered her mouth. The sweetness, accompanied by a hint of spiciness, swept away the chill from her body. The rain has stopped. The ancient town after the rain had even fresher air. Li Qingshan continued to accompany the ninth princess, indulging in all the snacks of the ancient town and exploring various aspects of Huaxia's culture. You Blue Star people have quite the imagination, even coming up with the concept of immortals. If they truly existed, they must be incredible, the ninth princess secretly marveled. Time passed quickly. The time they spent together was only a single day. As the sky gradually darkened, the ninth princess looked at the message on her communicator and said, I originally planned to stay here for 2 more days, but it seems I should return now. Something has come up at home. Blue Star will always welcome you to come back and enjoy the food, Li Qingshan replied. By the way, take this. We can stay in touch anytime in the future, the ninth princess said. She immediately took out something resembling a phone from her spatial ring and handed it to Li Qingshan. Although it looked like a phone, the alloy used was much sturdier. This material didn't exist on Blue Star. Alright. Li Qingshan nodded. I really enjoyed spending time with you. Goodbye, Li Qingshan, the ninth princess said, reluctantly glancing back at the ancient town behind him. This was the first place that made her feel comfortable and relaxed. She turned and walked into the void gate. Her figure disappeared. The ninth princess had left. However, everything she had done during her 2 days on Blue Star had been recorded. Watching the footage playing on the screen in her hand, the ninth princess carefully reviewed it, a sweet smile occasionally appearing on her face. Bathing? My massage skills are excellent. Good morning. This is called a bun. How does it taste? Stinky tofu may smell bad, but it has a fragrant taste. Look, a giant squid. It's even bigger than your face. How about 10 portions? Young man, your girlfriend is so beautiful. The ninth princess stared at the screen, her heart tightening. Unconsciously, she bit her thumb and held her breath, as if waiting for something. Boss, wait for me. For some reason, the ninth princess suddenly felt a sense of relief. She stretched out her slender, delicate, and fair hand, gently dragging the progress bar back a bit. Boss, 1 bowl of brown sugar ginger tea. Li Qingshan's face showed a doting smile as he looked at the obedient ninth princess in front of him. After sending off the ninth princess, Li Qingshan went to the Han Pavilion. The Grand Elder, along with the other elders, the Demon Suppression King, the God Suppression King, and the Capital Suppression King, were all present. Your Highness, the Divine Sun. Upon seeing Li Qingshan enter, the elders sincerely addressed him as Your Highness. Although the name Li Qingshan is somewhat inappropriate now, since a new title has not yet been decided, let's use this for now. Your Highness, Divine Sun. Immediately afterward, the hundreds of busy staff members in the conference room stopped their work and respectfully called out to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan nodded and gestured for the busy staff in the conference room to calm down. Then, he turned his gaze to the elders and asked, Elders, what is the current situation on Blue Star? Your Highness, Divine Sun, the situation on Blue Star is not optimistic. A large number of sun-eroding realm ferocious beasts are launching a frenzied counterattack. The void gates in various places are gradually solidifying, and a massive number of planetary-level ferocious beasts are emerging. This is different from before. Previously, the void gates solidified one by one, but this time, they are solidifying all at once. Therefore, in addition to the sun-eroding realm beasts, a large number of planetary-level beasts are also pouring out. Fortunately, our Huaxia is relatively lucky and has not yet encountered planetary-level beasts. However, some countries have already faced them. The situation is dire. These countries are also seeking aid from Huaxia. What does Your Highness think about this? As the elder finished speaking, the other elders all turned their eyes toward Li Qingshan. Huaxia should focus on managing its own affairs. Other countries will have the capability to handle their crises. Of course, Huaxia is willing to accept those seeking protection, but there must be conditions. Suitable age and appearance for women. Li Qingshan replied. With the emergence of a large number of planetary-level beasts, Li Qingshan had no intention of meddling in the affairs of other countries. After all, if a nation were to face extinction, the Heavenly Tao's harmony system is incredibly powerful, and the celestial texts would be suppressed and blocked. All right. The elders nodded in agreement. This proposal was the most appropriate. How are the Dragon Army and Kuanping Army doing now? Li Qingshan asked. They are doing very well. They are using the best resources available, and everyone's cultivation level is advancing rapidly. I believe it won't be long before they can take on major responsibilities, the elder reported. It must be said that Li Qingshan's Dragon Army and Kuanping Army are indeed terrifying, with their cultivation levels skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. I have some heavenly treasures here. The heavenly treasures on Blue Star are too inferior. Distribute these immediately and use them right away. I believe the elders' cultivation levels will soon break through to the planetary level, and the cultivation growth of my Dragon Army and Kuanping Army will certainly accelerate, Li Qingshan said as he took out a large number of heavenly treasures from his spatial ring. These were all scavenged from the ferocious beast nests in the beast world. This is red scale fruit? And spirit herb grass. The 8 elders stared wide-eyed at the pile of heavenly treasures in front of Li Qingshan, their expressions filled with shock. Red scale fruit and spirit herb grass. These two are among the top 3 spiritual medicines on Blue Star, yet in this mountain-like pile of heavenly treasures, there were quite a few of them. Moreover, in this heap of heavenly treasures, red scale fruit and spirit herb grass were not even considered top-tier spiritual medicines, they were merely average. Compared to the other spiritual medicines, they were far inferior. The 8 elders were stunned, their mouths agape. These natural treasures are actually just a portion of what Li Qingshan took out, the relatively inferior ones. Inside his spatial ring, there are even more treasures of higher quality. However, the martial artists of Huaxia currently have no use for them. Qingshan, where did all these natural treasures come from? The Grand Elder was stunned, staring at the abundant treasures before him. They were looted from the fierce beast world. Isn't there still a void gate on Blue Star? When I have time, I'll destroy it. As for the other void gates, we'll wait a bit longer and destroy them all when the time is right, Li Qingshan said. Destroying the other void gates would have to wait, as the timing depended mainly on other countries. Destroy the void gates? His Highness the Divine Sun actually has such power? The demon suppression king was shocked. Who would have thought that the Li Qingshan before them, just a month ago, was an ordinary student at Martial Arts University? And now, he suddenly stood at the pinnacle of Blue Star. That's right. Besides being able to destroy void gates, I can also construct void gates leading to the fierce beast world. Elders, you must quickly improve your strength. When the time comes, I'll take you to the fierce beast world to plunder treasures and resources, Li Qingshan said. All right. The elders nodded solemnly after hearing Li Qingshan's words, rubbing their hands together with excitement on their faces. After leaving the Han Pavilion, Li Qingshan, unable to wait any longer, directly constructed a void gate, entered the fierce beast world, and began his hunting journey. What a great place! Li Qingshan looked at the towering ancient forest and the powerful fierce beasts darting back and forth before him, a trace of excitement appearing on his face. Dragon might erupted. Like a radar, it quickly spread in all directions. There it is! A flash of joy crossed Li Qingshan's eyes as his body turned into a blur and disappeared from the spot. Slayed a level 141 skeleton ghostworm, successfully. Plundered 7,000 points of divinity, and refined 7,000 progress points of Blue Star's spirit. Devoured a level 141 skeleton ghostworm, host successfully gained plus 7 points of Great Stellar Vitality, with clones collectively gaining plus 7 points of Great Stellar Vitality. Slayed a level 140 fierce beast, successfully plundered 3,000 points of divinity, and refined 3,000 progress points of Blue Star's spirit. Devoured a level 140 fierce beast, host gained plus 3 points of Great Stellar Vitality, with clones collectively gaining plus 3 points of Great Stellar Vitality. Time passed second by second. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had gone by. Fierce beasts in the fierce beast world fled in panic as Li Qingshan hunted them down, all while actively staying in contact with the 9th princess. Sometimes, while slaying fierce beasts, Li Qingshan would also communicate with the 9th princess. By the end of his hunt, Li Qingshan discovered that the strongest being in the fierce beast world seemed to be a level 149 fierce beast. In other words, the strongest was at the 9th level of the Great Stellar Realm. After the Great Stellar Realm comes the Galactic Realm, but unfortunately, it doesn't exist in the fierce beast world. During these 7 days, the elders, after consuming the natural treasures provided by Li Qingshan, all broke through and stepped into the planetary realm. A large number of planetary-level fierce beasts appeared on Blue Star. Huaxia was safe. Seeing that the time was about right, Li Qingshan directly used the system to destroy all the void gates on Blue Star. From now on, it would be impossible for the fierce beast world to enter Blue Star. However, Blue Star could enter the fierce beast world at any time to hunt. Main body, Li Qingshan body length, 26 centimeters strength, 150 galaxy realm merit, 7/1 billion, merit golden lotus, Blue Star spirit fusion, successfully refined galaxy. Vitality, 3 out of 10 talent, extreme power space lock merit golden sun 9 cycles merit lotus platform merit golden lotus 2.12 million pieces innate abilities, Du Tian divine thunder. Vitality universe within extreme thunder sword space jump forbidden thunder domain forbidden thunder armor thunder punishment dragon clan dharma aspect dragon fury dragon might. Li Qingshan's panel underwent a massive transformation, starting with the complete refinement of the Blue Star spirit, along with the addition of a new panel. On this new panel, Li Qingshan could control everything on Blue Star, including but not limited to weather, volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and tsunamis. He could even lock the upper development limit of a certain race or release it. From now on, he was the deity of Blue Star. Li Qingshan discovered that as Blue Star became his planet, its increasing strength would regularly feed back mysterious power to him, which could be converted into vitality. As his avatars continued to break through and evolve, one transformed into an ancient ancestral dragon, and another into an ancient Kuanping ancestor. These respectively fed back two innate abilities, Forbidden Thunder Domain, Forbidden Thunder Armor. Compared to the previous Thunder Domain and Thunder Dragon Armor, these were far more powerful. Once the Forbidden Thunder Domain was unleashed, it could directly cover the entire Blue Star. All creatures within the Forbidden Thunder Domain could be instantly destroyed by him. After refining the Blue Star spirit, Li Qingshan continued to suppress the fierce beast world, constantly plundering divine power to nourish Blue Star. As expected, Blue Star's size was increasing, and the probability of heavenly treasures appearing in various places was also rising, which greatly motivated Li Qingshan. After all, from now on, Blue Star was his private planet. On the desolate star. Second miss, we need to pass through the fierce beast world first before heading to Blue Star. Xingyu stood respectfully before the Xing family's second miss, looking at the young lady clad in battle armor, with a trace of arrogance and coldness in her eyes. Behind her stood several maids, each incredibly powerful, and even a guard squad. These guards were all immensely strong, and belonged to the Desolate Star's elite guards. Xingyu, I hope you didn't deceive second miss a few days ago, or you know the consequences, one of the personal maids reminded Xingyu. Every word I said is true. Xingyu replied firmly. Let's go. Set off. I want to see what a 6-star genius from a native planet is really like, the Xing family's second miss said. With that, the group entered the Void Gate and first arrived at the fierce beast world. But soon, the group discovered a serious problem. No way. That's right, all the Void Gates in the fierce beast world leading to Blue Star had been destroyed, not a single one remained. Miss, all the Void Gates have been destroyed. We need to rebuild them, one of the maids said. Understood. The Xing family's second miss nodded, and her maids immediately began constructing new Void Gates. Xingyu, the destruction of the Void Gates in the fierce beast world wouldn't happen to be your little trick, would it? At this moment, one of the maids, Xing Xuan, who had long disliked Xingyu, spoke up. As her words fell, the other maids and the Xing family's second miss all turned their gazes toward Xingyu, their eyes filled with a hint of suspicion. Miss, it wasn't me. Star Rain's expression froze slightly, and she hurriedly defended herself. Who else could it be besides you? Could it be those natives on Blue Star who caused the damage? They don't have such means. Starfrost continued to press her step by step. Miss, I absolutely had no intention of damaging the Void Gate on this planet. Star Rain immediately responded. Enough, all of you, shut up. The second young lady of the Star family waved her hand, her face showing a trace of impatience. The maid who was building the Void Gate looked at the data displayed on the instrument, her brows furrowed, and a hint of doubt flashed across her face. How is this possible? Miss, the coordinates of Blue Star cannot be found. The maid responsible for constructing the Void Gate hurriedly reported. The coordinates of Blue Star cannot be found? As the maid's words fell, everyone present froze, their faces showing a trace of surprise. Is it shielded for protection, or is it truly untraceable? Starfrost asked. Shielding for protection and being untraceable are completely different concepts. Shielding for protection, for example, like Desolate Star and Sky Strategy Star, as the two main stars of the Desolate Domain, and Sky Strategy Domain, their coordinates are certainly publicly known. Does that mean either side can freely construct Void Gates? Of course not. To prevent enemies from freely constructing Void Gates, there are naturally instruments to interfere and shield the construction of Void Gates. Moreover, once a Void Gate is constructed, the planet's owner will detect the location and arrive first, waiting for the prey to deliver itself. But a shielded and protected coordinate planet, a planet whose coordinates cannot be found. There are only 3 reasons. First, the planet exploded, turning into dust. Second, the planet moved away. Third, unknown circumstances. Among these 3, the most likely is the first, or a very small probability of the third. As for the second reason, it's unlikely. But regardless of the reason, the second young lady of the star family knew that her 6-star talent slave was gone. Untraceable. The maid immediately responded, untraceable? How is that possible? Starfrost furrowed her brows and said, could it be that blue star exploded? Miss, what should we do next? The atmosphere on site instantly fell silent. Disappointment was evident on everyone's faces. The 6-star talent slave was their target for this hunt, or rather, their prey. But now, they were suddenly told that the prey was gone. Anyone would feel a bit disappointed, especially Star Rain, who furrowed her brows, losing the chance to prove she wasn't lying, thus creating a layer of estrangement between her and the second young lady. Miss, there are some situations on this planet. At this moment, another close mate hurriedly ran over and reported, all beasts above the stellar realm on this planet have been slaughtered. All beasts above the stellar realm have been slaughtered? As the maid's words fell, the scene fell silent again, with a pin-drop silence. Everyone's faces showed a trace of shock. Who did it? Second miss, at that time, the maid and Blue Star's Li Qingshan encountered each other on the beast planet, indicating that this person already has a way to enter the beast planet. Could it be that the disappearance of the beasts on the beast planet was all his doing? Star Rain immediately reminded. Star Rain, stop making excuses. For yourself. What Li Qingshan? He probably never existed, right? Let me ask you, when you encountered Li Qingshan, what realm was he in? Had he just stepped into the great stellar realm? Starfrost snorted coldly and asked. Yes. Xingyu nodded, but soon frowned, realizing something was wrong. Li Qingshan had just stepped into the great star realm. However, the strongest ferocious beasts on this planet were already at the 9th level of the great star realm, which is level 149. How could Li Qingshan possibly be there? Match? Let alone suppress and kill so many powerful ferocious beasts. Are you suggesting that Li Qingshan, within just 7 days, managed to suppress and kill numerous level 149 ferocious beasts here with his level 141 strength? Ha, what a joke. Xing Shuang sneered coldly and mocked. Xing Yu was speechless. Miss, this person cannot become your slave simply because he lacks the fortune. Otherwise, staying by your side, with your immense resources, his future would be limitless. Even the smoke from his ancestral grave would only rise to this point, said Xing Shui, the cold-eyed personal maid. Miss, the instruments have detected a human being not far from here, currently fighting a level 148 Golden Fong Howling Moon Wolf. Just as everyone was about to give up and leave, a guard suddenly approached and reported. A human being? Fighting a level 148 ferocious beast? As the guard finished speaking, everyone's gaze instantly fell on Xingyu, their eyes filled with astonishment and shock. On the ferocious beast planet, it was absolutely impossible for there to be other humans. Unless a thought surfaced in everyone's mind. Could it be that this person is really the Li Qingshan Xingyu mentioned? Impossible. To fight a level 148 ferocious beast, even if it's a cross-level battle, the combat power must be formidable. At the very least, it would require level 146 or 147 strength, right? The last time Xingyu saw Blue Star's Li Qingshan, how long ago was that? Less than 10 days, right? How could he possibly break through from level 141 to level 146 in such a short time? How could it be possible? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Could it really be Blue Star's Li Qingshan, the prey that the second young lady has her eyes on? Xing Shui, the personal maid, spoke. Impossible. How could a human break through so quickly? Even we, the Orthodox Angel clan, cannot achieve such rapid breakthroughs. Xing Shuang immediately refuted. Go after him, don't let him escape, ordered the second young lady of the Xing family. Yes. As her words fell, the guards behind the second young lady of the Xing family immediately sprang into action, rushing swiftly toward the location where Li Qingshan was detected. At the same time, they began using large instruments to directly activate spatial confinement, trapping Li Qingshan in place, unable to move. One of the guards retrieved a large machine from the spatial storage and took out some black crystals, which were considered the currency circulating in the universe starstones. These contained terrifying and immense power, which martial artists could directly absorb and convert into vitality. After embedding several starstones, the machine was activated, emitting a deep rumbling sound that swept across the surroundings. On the battlefield, Li Qingshan was fighting the ferocious beast in front of him when he suddenly noticed the collapse and confinement of the surrounding space. His expression changed, and a sense of crisis appeared on his face. Not good. Something's wrong. He immediately prepared to construct a void gate to leave the ferocious beast world. Unfortunately, the temporary construction of a void gate would take about 10 minutes. Building a new void gate from Blue Star to the ferocious beast world would also take approximately 10 minutes. The new void gate is not being constructed for the first time. If Li Qingshan does not retract this void gate, he can directly enter next time without needing to construct it again. However, if he retracts this void gate, it will take 10 minutes to construct it again the next time he comes returning from the beast world to Blue Star works the same way. To prevent beasts from the beast world from entering Blue Star through his constructed void gate, Li Qingshan always uses the system to retract the void gate after entering the beast world. If he wants to return, he must construct a new void gate again. If the previous void gate has not been retracted, he can directly return to Blue Star through it. Unfortunately, not only was the previous void gate retracted, but the location also makes it impossible to rush back, leaving him no choice but to construct a new void gate. When constructing the void gate, 2 void gates will appear out of thin air in the beast world and Blue Star. Behind them lies an abyss in darkness. Although the system constructs the gates automatically without requiring his intervention, if the system constructed void gate is damaged, the construction will fail and need to be restarted. Roar! The golden-toothed howling moon wolf noticed Li Qingshan was planning to construct a void gate to leave, and with the surrounding space collapsing and sealing off, it immediately realized something. It began to destroy the void gate Li Qingshan was constructing. As one of the most powerful beasts in the beast world, the golden-toothed howling moon wolf was well aware of its role either as a henchman for a mighty deity or as a domesticated dog, specifically used for resource plundering and hunting. In this situation, its master had arrived, and its task was to stall this human as much as possible. Within Li Qingshan's dragon might range, numerous powerful creatures quickly appeared, sprouting wings on their backs. There was no need to think further, they were undoubtedly angel warriors from the desolate star. Among them, one angel even had 4 golden wings growing from its back, indicating noble blood. A sense of foreboding struck Li Qingshan. These angels were incredibly strong, each possessing strength above the Great Star Realm, with many Galaxy Realm warriors and even terrifying forces beyond the Galaxy Realm. Currently, Li Qingshan was only at level 150 in the Galaxy Realm, having just stepped into it. Facing these enemies, he was completely powerless to fight back. Li Qingshan was well aware of this, so escaping was the best option. Void Gate under construction. As Li Qingshan's Void Gate was being constructed, the golden-toothed howling moon wolf roared and charged at the Void Gate, seemingly intent on destroying it. Courting death. Li Qingshan shouted angrily, unleashing his ultimate power and throwing a punch. Boom! In the next moment, Li Qingshan's fist collided fiercely with the golden-toothed howling moon wolf, producing a muffled explosion. The wolf's body instantly shattered, turning into broken limbs that fell heavily to the ground. Dead. Originally, Li Qingshan had planned to capture this golden-toothed howling moon wolf alive to use it as a breeding wolf, bringing it back to Blue Star to breed some powerful and controllable beasts for Blue Star's warriors to train with. Unexpectedly, it refused to cooperate and truly thought it could be his opponent. Universe within the abdomen. Immediately, the Ancient Dragon Emperor and Ancient Kunpeng Emperor emerged from the universe within Li Qingshan's abdomen and began devouring the remains of the golden-toothed howling moon wolf below. Successfully devoured a level 148 ferocious beast. The host gained plus 900 points of Grand Star Vitality, and the clone also gained plus 900 points of Grand Star Vitality. Li Qingshan attempted to escape in all directions, but unfortunately, the sealed and collapsed spaces were too numerous, and the distance of spatial jumps was insufficient. Escape was nearly impossible. If it were an ordinary planetary warrior, even with such space-sealing devices, Li Qingshan could have escaped. Unfortunately, Li Qingshan encountered the second young lady of the Xing family, Tian's domain. The second young lady of one of the strongest families, naturally using the best and most powerful space-sealing device. For a galaxy-level warrior like Li Qingshan, escape was simply out of the question. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Li Qingshan was attempting to flee, a large number of powerful Tian Star Guards had already surrounded him. Each one was a galaxy-level warrior. Even the few with Grand Star-level strength were far stronger than Li Qingshan. This force was enough to easily destroy the entire Blue Star. No, even sending just one of them would suffice. Thinking about his own strength, which was only level 150, a sense of anxiety and urgency rose in his heart. But now, he was more concerned about how to escape this predicament. Suppress! Thousands of guards shouted in unison, their terrifying voices like the tolling of a great bell, sweeping toward Li Qingshan, making his head spin and his mind reel. The momentum was incredibly intimidating, causing his hair to stand on end and his scalp to tingle. A sense of utter despair enveloped Li Qingshan. Each guard before him was like an insurmountable mountain or an unfathomable abyss. How could someone like him deserve to face such a scene? Then, in the distance, a few women finally arrived leisurely. The one leading them, clad in golden battle armor, with four wings fluttering behind her, a graceful figure, and a proud silhouette. Most striking of all were her slender, perfectly shaped legs, seemingly longer than his own life. Exposed to the air, they were incredibly alluring. On her feet, she wore high heels crafted from golden crystals, dazzling and radiant, accentuating her flawless jade-like feet. To perfection. She was simply a work of art. This woman exuded a powerful aura, her gaze carrying an air of superiority. She was undoubtedly the leader of this operation. As for the few angelic women behind her, all were stunning beauties, and Li Qingshan even recognized one of them. His former defeated opponent. It seemed her name was Xingyu. Could it be that everything before him was orchestrated by her? Really a galaxy level? Xingyu glanced at the vitality power emanating from Li Qingshan and, with a hint of surprise in her eyes, said, "No wonder I lost to him last time. I thought it was just a case of fighting above my level. Turns out, this guy has been hiding his strength all along. A Grand Star level warrior contending with a Galaxy level 1. Losing was only natural." At this moment, Xingyu's heart immediately felt at ease. It seemed she wasn't too weak after all. It was just that this guy was too cunning, hiding his true strength. A Galaxy level human? How is that possible? Is this person really only 18? Standing beside Xingyu, Xing Shuang's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief and jealousy. She never expected that this B***tch Xingyu would encounter such a genius. Even the second young lady of the Xing family looked at Li Qingshan with a glimmer of admiration and appreciation in her eyes. 8-star talent. If he were to become my slave guard, he would be a great asset in the future. Most importantly, having a slave with an 8-star talent would bring great prestige in front of other young masters and ladies. After all, on the Desolate Star, young masters and ladies often use their slaves to fight for entertainment, naturally choosing warriors with similar talent and age. This Li Qingshan uses thunder-based martial techniques. His combat power must be impressive, making him quite suitable for such occasions. Xingyu, how did you learn this person's age? As soon as Xing Shuang finished speaking, she urgently questioned again. The other maids also turned their gazes toward Xingyu. The information returned by the Blue Star beasts indicates that this person is 18 years old and is a divine child of a nation called Huaxia. Xingyu replied. Those beasts are incredibly stupid. What if they made a mistake? If this guy is truly at the galactic realm, wouldn't his talent be at least 8-star level? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xing Shuang immediately questioned. Second miss, to prevent misinformation, we should use an instrument to test this person's real age. Alright. The second miss of the Xing family nodded, looking down at Li Qingshan with a condescending gaze and asked, Li Qingshan, how old are you this year? Answer seriously, this concerns whether you live or die. Age? If I answer, does that mean I can leave? Li Qingshan sneered coldly. Are you willing to submit to me and become my slave? The second miss of the Xing family sized up Li Qingshan and asked again. Submit? Slave? What a joke, you want me to be a slave? Being a slave is essentially being a dog. If I just focus on developing myself, my future strength will surely be significant. But if I become a dog, if this dog is too remarkable, its life will be in danger. After all, if the master discovers that the dog they raised can cultivate into a demon, their first thought wouldn't be to control it but to kill it and eat its meat. Help! Chunxiao girl, save me! Li Qingshan used the communicator left by the 9th princess to call for help. I'm trying to find a way to escape, you need to stall for time. The 9th princess immediately responded. Silence. Silence, stalling for time is useless. Because no one can save you today. Take him down. The second miss of the Xing family snorted coldly and immediately ordered the surrounding guards to capture Li Qingshan alive. With thousands of guards surrounding him, Li Qingshan had no way to escape, as these guards were almost all galactic realm warriors. Damn it! After enduring countless Hardships, I finally became the pinnacle of Blue Star, the ruler of the planet. Only to find out that I'm just an ordinary guard in someone else's household. Li Qingshan felt a deep sense of disparity. I must work hard, I must quickly improve my strength. Wait. Seeing the second miss of the Xing family about to act, Li Qingshan immediately shouted to stop her. If I am 18 years old and at the galactic realm, does that mean my talent is excellent, as you said, an 8-star talent? That's correct. As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, Xing Xuan, the maid beside the second miss, nodded and said, but how could you possibly be only 18 years old? I don't like the way you talk. Woman. How do you verify it? Li Qingshan asked. He still needed to stall for time until Chunshao arrived. Galactic realm? Miss? All of you can go to hell. The verification method is simple, just take 1 drop of your blood. Xing Xue spoke up. All right. Li Qingshan nodded, immediately squeezing out a drop of blood from his fingertip and flicking it toward Xing Xue. Xing Xue used her qi and blood to catch Li Qingshan's blood, then handed it to a maid nearby who specialized in operating various machines, including those for spatial sealing. This maid placed Li Qingshan's blood onto an instrument that had just been taken out of a spatial ring. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the instrument, patiently waiting for the results. Xing Xuan, could this kid really be 18? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xing Yu, that be ******, couldn't possibly have such good luck. No way. Xing Yu, 18, it must be 18. As long as he's 18, the fact that I discovered Li Qingshan will surely earn me a great reward from the second Mississippi. But is Li Qingshan really 18? Could my luck really be this good? Xing Xue, among human warriors, it seems rare to see an 8-star talent. Even on resource-rich Desolate Star, it's the same. Human bloodlines are simply too inferior, and the probability of producing geniuses is extremely low. That's why, on Desolate Star, humans have always served as the lowest slaves, mere cattle and horses. Second miss of the Xing family, I hope it's an 8-star talent. The last 8-star talent warrior perished during a duel with another miss, and I haven't had a new talented slave since. This Li Qingshan would perfectly fill my needs. But I hope this human warrior is truly 18. Guard, could it really be 18? Impossible, it shouldn't be possible. How could a lowly bloodline species like humans produce an 8-star talent warrior on a remote, primitive planet? Everyone harbored different thoughts in their hearts, pondering silently. However, most of them didn't believe Li Qingshan was truly 18. Detection successful, 18 years and 2 months. The next moment, Li Qingshan's test results appeared on the instrument, and everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Their faces were filled with astonishment. 18-year-old human warrior at the galactic realm with 8-star talent? Such talent, even among the guards, would be considered outstanding. Even the current captain of the guards doesn't have 8-star talent, does he? The lowly bloodline of humans has truly undergone a mutation. The gazes of several personal maids toward Li Qingshan, aside from their initial emotions, now carried another feeling, greedy desire to possess him. That's right. The second miss of the Xing family wanted to possess him, intending for Li Qingshan to become her slave guard. But the maids around the second miss had different thoughts, they wanted to become Li Qingshan's companions. An 8-star talent warrior had limitless potential. As mere maids serving the miss, if they could have an 8-star talent husband and wait for him to grow, their own status would rise accordingly. The greed in the maid's eyes was burning hot, almost impossible to conceal. The guards surrounding Li Qingshan furrowed their brows, their faces showing a mix of envy and jealousy. A human warrior, why him? Where did they lose to him? Damn it, an 8-star talent warrior. This human warrior's luck is truly remarkable, even the captain of the guards leading the team this time, the trusted aide of the second young lady, is merely a 7-star talent martial artist. If this boy grows up, wouldn't he replace the captain? Of course. The strength of the captain of the guards far surpasses Li Qingshan. At this moment, a trace of killing intent flashed subtly in his gaze toward Li Qingshan. He was currently selecting a suitable mate from the few maids around the young lady to be his companion. If Li Qingshan were taken in as a slave by the young lady, it wouldn't take long before he replaced his position. By then, wouldn't the beautiful maids around the second young lady be at his disposal? Thinking of this, the killing intent in the captain's heart became even more resolute. Indeed, an 8-star talent. Would you be willing to become my slave? The second young lady of the Xing family asked, her eyes flashing with admiration. If you want me to willingly become your slave, it's not impossible. First, the two palace maids were so frightened that their faces turned pale, not daring to speak further, only anxiously waiting. Inside the room behind the alloy door, a large machine was operating, brewing terrifying power within. The ninth princess was placing a large number of star stones into the machine to enhance its power. Too slow. Although they had Li Qingshan's coordinates, the beast world was a new planetary coordinate. Constructing a new void gate required a significant amount of time, but there simply wasn't enough time now. Not to mention whether Li Qingshan could hold on, even the palace maids outside calling at the door would keep urging. After some thought, the ninth princess directly constructed a new void gate leading to her private planet, where no one would disturb her, allowing her to quietly build the new void gate. Once the void gate appeared, the ninth princess took the machine and immediately left the room, her body appearing on a private planet outside Tian's star. She continued to take out the machine and began constructing the void gate. A large number of star stones were continuously placed into the machine, but unfortunately, the machine still required a lot of time to construct the void gate. This was the best equipment for constructing void gates in the Tian's domain. 10 days. It would still take 10 days, and by then, Li Qingshan would likely only have a corpse left, or perhaps not even that. In the end, the ninth princess gritted her teeth and took out a delicate alloy box from her spatial ring. Upon opening it, a dazzling golden crystal appeared before her eyes, containing terrifying power. Painfully, she placed the crystal into the machine constructing the void gate. This Huangji star crystal was something her mother had left her before passing away, and she had always been reluctant to use it. Today, it finally served its purpose. Sure enough, with the addition of the Huangji star crystal, the speed of constructing the void gate increased significantly. Li Qingshan, I hope you can hold on. Time flew by. The two palace maids called out to the ninth princess inside the alloy giant door again, but no response came. Watching the time grow tighter, the two palace maids had no choice but to wait outside. Not long after, a noblewoman with an elegant demeanor, wearing a black evening gown that accentuated her graceful figure and revealed her fair shoulders, hurriedly approached. Her brows furrowed, and she looked displeased as she said, "What's going on? At this hour? Why hasn't ninth sister gone to get dressed and change?" Seventh princess. The two palace maids exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts, and quickly bowed respectfully. "I'm asking you, why hasn't ninth sister come out to change clothes?" the seventh princess asked. Reporting to the seventh princess, the ninth princess is currently in the meditation chamber in seclusion and has reached a critical moment, so she may not be able to come out for a while, one of the palace maids responded. Seclusion? At this time, seclusion? Are you two joking? Upon hearing this, the seventh princess immediately stepped forward, preparing to push the door open and enter. Seventh princess, absolutely not. The ninth princess is in seclusion, and forcibly entering will surely interrupt her cultivation. This is extremely dangerous during cultivation and can easily lead to a decline in her abilities, or even cause backlash in inner demons. Seeing this, the two palace maids hurriedly blocked the alloy door, anxiously pleading, "How dare you?" The seventh princess, seeing the two palace maids daring to block her path, immediately showed a trace of anger on her face and shouted furiously. Then, two slaps rang out in quick succession, and two palace maids were directly knocked to the ground, 5 finger marks instantly appearing on their fair faces. The two maids, seeing this, dared not step forward to stop her again. For now, it was just a slap, but if they continued to obstruct her, they might lose their lives. Two lowly palace maids, if you're going to act like dogs, at least recognize who you're biting. Humph. The seventh princess snorted coldly, the terrifying power of her blood and energy gathering at her slender fingers as she lightly pointed at the alloy door before her. Just a light touch. Yet it unleashed an overwhelming and terrifying force. The seventh princess was someone who could easily destroy half of Blue Star. Staring at the alloy giant door before her, a trace of venomous resentment rose in the seventh princess's heart. "My dear sister, you'd better be at a critical moment in your seclusion. Suddenly opening the door like this will surely startle you, won't it? If it could lead to a backlash of power, or the birth of inner demons, causing your realm to fall, that would be even better." Boom! The next moment, a muffled explosion sounded, and the alloy giant door before her was directly pulverized into dust by the seventh princess's swirling blood energy, scattering in all directions. That's right. The alloy was directly reduced to dust, such terrifying power. The meditation chamber before her immediately appeared in front of the 7th princess and the 2 palace maids. However, in the vast meditation chamber, there was no trace of the 9th princess. She was long gone. Where is she? Where is the 9th princess? The 2 palace maids looked at the empty meditation chamber, exchanged glances, and a trace of panic flashed across their faces. The 9th princess had disappeared. The 2 of them were certainly responsible for this. It's over. Didn't you 2 say the 9th princess was here? Where is she? The 7th princess looked at the empty meditation chamber before her, first showing a hint of disappointment, but then, as if realizing something, a faint trace of excitement appeared on her face. She stared at the 2 palace maids and said, "Well, we don't know. Please spare us, 7th princess." The 2 maids were startled and hurriedly knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "Humph. You don't know? Whether I spare you or not isn't up to me. This matter still needs to be reported to father." The 7th princess sneered. As for 9th sister, if she didn't want to get engaged, she could have told father in advance. Why did she have to run away right before the engagement banquet? Now look at this mess, it can't be salvaged at all. If father finds out, he will surely be furious. Enough, I'll go report to father first and let him decide. A trace of excitement appeared on the 7th princess's face. In her mind, she was already imagining the scene of father punishing the 9th princess. That wretched woman, she had given her the perfect opportunity to catch her in the act. 7th princess, please show mercy and speak kindly on behalf of our princess. Surely our princess must have had something important to attend to. The 2 palace maids, pale-faced, knelt on the ground and pleaded. "Ha! Osmanthus branch, you 2 have been with 9th sister for quite a while, haven't you?" The 7th princess looked at the 2 maids on the ground, slowly squatted down, and asked. "Yes." The 2 maids exchanged glances and nodded. "You've been with 9th sister for so long, you must have developed feelings for her and are surely loyal to her. Truly, 2 good servants. In my palace, there are many servants, but none as loyal as you 2. However, you are so loyal to 9th sister, yet she has never considered you. At this moment, she has fled, leaving the engagement banquet. But the 2 of you cannot escape responsibility. If the emperor is displeased, you 2 will hardly escape death. If 9th sister cared about you, she would have taken you with her at this time, but she didn't, which shows that your lives are utterly worthless in her eyes. Such a master is not worth risking your lives for, is she?" The 7th princess looked at the palace maids in front of her, her face showing sympathy as she spoke. The 2 maids exchanged glances but said nothing. "This princess sees that you 2 are quite good and is willing to spare your lives. Later, when you face the emperor, just say that 9th sister often complained in front of you about not wanting to be engaged to the young master of the Long family. I will plead for you in front of the emperor to save your lives. From now on, you 2 will follow me and serve as my personal maids. Rest assured, I will treat you much better than 9th sister ever did. What do you say?" The 7th princess looked at the 2 maids in front of her, speaking sincerely. The 2 maids exchanged glances again and finally nodded helplessly. "That's more like it. Get up quickly and follow me to see the emperor." The 7th princess, seeing this, flashed a trace of excitement on her face and hurriedly led the 2 maids toward the front hall of the palace. The palace of Taiant's Star, vast beyond measure, as the main planet of the Taiant's domain and its true ruler, the place for residence and governance was naturally the best. In the expansive grand hall, the emperor of Taiant's Star was currently seated in the main position, hosting some important ministers and generals, waiting for the engagement ceremony to begin. This engagement was a royal union between the Taiant's Star royal family and the prominent Long family of Taiant's Star. The Long family, second only to the royal family of Taiant's Star, was the most elite family. The patriarch of the Long family had even entered the Star Pavilion of Taiant's Star, becoming a true elder of the Taiant's domain. He also controlled a significant portion of Taiant's Star's military forces, making the family a colossal power. Among the important ministers and officials invited by the emperor, the Long family's ministers and retainers alone occupied more than a dozen seats, showcasing the strength of this family. The key figure of today, Elder Long, was seated beside the emperor, waiting for the engagement banquet to begin. The patriarch of the Long family, dressed in the court attire of Taiant's Star, had his robe embroidered with various stars. Each star varied in size and brilliance. These stars, on the court attire, every single one, represented a supercluster controlled by the Taiant's domain, densely covering the entire robe. The middle-aged man, with sharp eyes, exuded a sense of pride and nobility, as if he looked down upon all things in the world, deeming them unworthy of his attention. His presence radiated an aura of decisive power, capable of destroying stars and annihilating clans. A slight displeasure from him could easily crush a planet. The Long family was the most elite family on Tyant's star, and this man's strength was also among the top on Tyant's star. Your Majesty, once the 9th princess marries my son, I will immediately lead the army into the Demon Abyss battlefield. It won't be long before I bring back a triumphant report for your Majesty. Elder Long spoke with a stern face, maintaining his dignified demeanor. Oh, is that so? Then I shall await Elder Long's good news. The Emperor replied. Emperor Tian Xing heard the news, and a trace of joy and excitement appeared in his heart. He quickly responded. Tian Xing. It is composed of various families, large and small, with the strongest one becoming the Emperor and ruling the entire Tian Xing. However, behind the scenes, everyone develops their own forces and a portion of martial artist armies. The Demon Abyss battlefield. It is the most intense battleground between Tian's domain and Great Wilderness domain. Recently, the Tian's domain army has been growing increasingly fatigued here, retreating step by step, and showing signs of losing ground. If this place falls, it will threaten a large area of Tian's domain, and countless superclusters may be plundered. If Elder Long is willing to lead his private army along with a portion of Tian's domain's forces to suppress the enemy, it would undoubtedly act as a stabilizing force, securing the battlefield. After all, whether it is Elder Long's private army or his own strength, they are top tier. And all of this began with a marriage alliance. Of course, behind the marriage alliance lies the exchange of interests between families, with the 9th princess and the young master of the Long family serving as the bond. Sacrificing one 9th princess, sacrificing one daughter, this deal is very worthwhile for the Emperor. The young man behind Elder Long also showed a trace of excitement and thrill on his face. Among the princesses in the palace, this son of Elder Long had his eyes set on the 9th princess. Petite and delicate, with a graceful figure. Her features were exquisite, her legs slender and straight, flawless. She was simply the epitome of a perfect young beauty, especially those big, sparkling eyes, brimming with natural charm. Just one glance, and this young Master Long was utterly captivated. Soon, once the 9th princess marries him, he would see how he could enjoy playing with this royal princess. Father Emperor, something terrible has happened. Just as everyone was waiting for the auspicious day for the engagement banquet to begin, a voice suddenly echoed in the hall. Everyone was momentarily stunned, a trace of confusion flashing across their faces. It wasn't until the 7th princess explained everything in detail that everyone's expressions changed drastically. Especially Elder Long, whose face turned grim, with a flash of anger and resentment in his eyes. Was this a test from the Emperor? Or did the 9th princess look down on my Long family? Immediately, the Emperor ordered an investigation to find out what had happened. The final result was as the 7th princess had said. The 9th princess had disappeared from the palace, presumably sneaking out. What surprised the 7th princess was that the two palace maids had not betrayed their mistress. They did not reveal that the 9th princess often complained in their presence about disliking the young master of the Long family, being dissatisfied with the engagement, and wanting to sneak away. The Emperor flew into a rage. That damned little 9th. Not only had she humiliated him and disgraced the royal family, but she had also disrupted his plans. Go! Find the 9th princess and bring her to me for punishment. The Emperor's face twisted in fury, and a terrifying aura instantly erupted from his body, sweeping across the surroundings. The ministers in the hall, except for a few, could not withstand this terrifying force. Some quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look directly. Others even fell to their knees, trembling all over, their eyes filled with fear. It was as if, in the next moment, they would be dragged out by the Emperor and executed. A trace of hostility flashed in Elder Long's eyes. He understood that the Emperor was forcibly trying to regain his dignity and assert authority, but the actions of the 9th princess also made him feel utterly humiliated. If nothing is done today, people might think the Long family is easy to bully. Your Majesty, the 9th princess clearly looks down on my Long family. If she does, she could have said so earlier. Why did she have to flee on such an occasion today? Elder Long left the rest unsaid, but the Emperor sitting in the main seat naturally understood his meaning. Elder Long, rest assured. This matter is indeed my daughter's fault. I will certainly give your Long family an explanation. Once I bring her back, She will be severely punished, harshly punished, the Emperor said. Firmly. Below, the seventh princess revealed a trace of a smile in her heart. Ninth sister, you finally have your day. As for the ministers of the heavenly strategy domain present, they knew that the ninth princess's fate would likely not be good. The Long family also has its dignity to uphold. At this moment, the ninth princess was staring at the instrument constructing the void gate in front of her, a sense of urgency rising in her heart. For some reason, while preparing for the engagement in the palace, the ninth princess felt as if something was suppressing her heart, even making it difficult to breathe. She resisted the idea of marriage and even felt a bit of disgust toward the young master of the Long family because the way he looked at her didn't seem like he was looking at a person, but rather at a plaything. Thus, the ninth princess had long wanted to escape, but unfortunately, there was no precedent for such a thing. All the princesses had followed the established path of arranged marriages. She had always struggled to muster the courage. Until now. When the ninth princess appeared here and realized the engagement banquet had already been delayed, she felt a sense of relief instead. Next, she focused on the task at hand. As for what she would face upon returning, she would deal with it later. Doing what makes her happy and what feels right is the most important thing. Beast World. Alright. I agree to your condition. The second young lady of the Xing family thought for a moment and immediately agreed. A martial artist from a native planet. Although his talent was decent, it merely meant his cultivation speed was fast. He likely didn't possess any impressive weapons, armor, or foundation. Compared to the elite guards of my desolate star, he is far inferior. The second young lady of the Xing family didn't care and casually said, among the 150-level elite guards, who was willing to fight? Post some good-looking pictures, image thread. Second young lady, I am willing to fight. In the next moment, among the elite guards surrounding Li Qingshan, an angelic martial artist stepped forward, holding a spear, with a confident expression on his face. Li Qingshan's talent was indeed excellent, but that only meant his realm advanced faster, which had nothing to do with combat power. The combat power of martial artists from native planets. The combat power of martial artists from desolate star. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. For example, the armor I'm wearing is among the top tier even on desolate star. Martial artists from native planets probably haven't even seen such equipment. And the alloy weapon in my hand is also top tier. My martial techniques are equally top tier. In battles between martial artists, 3 factors determine the outcome: realm, equipment, and martial techniques. Talent, however, plays no role. That's why a 150-level angelic martial artist couldn't wait to step forward and accept the challenge. This battle was almost without suspense. If we win, we will surely receive the second Mrs. reward. The surrounding 150th level Galaxy Realm warriors immediately showed a hint of regret on their faces. They were one step too late. Someone had already seized the opportunity. Fine. You will fight. The second Miss of the Xing family nodded. Her personal guards were more than capable of easily defeating Li Qingshan. As for why Li Qingshan made this request, it was probably to save face. Directly. Pledging allegiance and becoming her slave guard might be too humiliating for him. She understood. Thank you, second miss. The guard's face revealed a trace of joy as he soared into the air, appearing opposite Li Qingshan. Overlooking him from above, his gaze showed disdain for the native planet, and he sneered, "Kid, the battles of warriors from desolate star will completely overturn your understanding of combat." Whoosh! In the next moment, his blood and energy erupted violently, and the battle armor surrounding him adhered tightly to his body, exuding terrifying defensive power, seemingly indestructible. The spear in his hand emitted a chilling sharpness, as if it could easily tear through the heavens and destroy any obstacle in its path. This warrior from desolate star was indeed strong. The second miss of the Xing family and her maid nodded in satisfaction, brimming with confidence for the upcoming battle. Victory was inevitable. Martial skill, heavenly fire spear. As the desolate star angel warrior finished speaking, the spear in his hand instantly transformed into a flame-wrapped weapon, brimming with hostility, and his combat power surged again. Whoosh! In the next moment, Li Qingshan's physical body left a residual shadow in place, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the angel warrior. His speed was astonishing, leaving onlookers secretly amazed. Behind him, arcs of electricity danced, radiating destructive power. So fast! The desolate star warrior exclaimed inwardly, realizing the danger. He hurriedly thrust his spear toward Li Qingshan. Too fast. Li Qingshan's attack was too abrupt. Normally, battles between warriors begin with preparation, building up to their strongest moves. There's a wind up. But this guy was different. One moment he showed no signs of preparation, and the next he was already in your face. Damn! Such a barbaric fighting style. Faced with Li Qingshan's sudden attack, the warrior could only instinctively thrust his spear toward him. Extreme Dao power. At this moment, any of Li Qingshan's strength contained terrifying extreme Dao power, infused within his blood and energy. Facing the spear of the desolate star warrior, he reached out and grabbed it forcefully, instantly extinguishing the blazing flames on the spear with the extreme Dao power and thunderous energy. The reason extreme Dao power is so formidable lies in one characteristic: no technique can invade it. Crack! As the desolate star warrior was horrified that Li Qingshan dared to grab his spear, a crisp sound reached his ears. His expression changed drastically, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. Sure enough, the alloy spear in his hand was directly destroyed by Li Qingshan, shattered into fragments that shot toward the angel warrior. Before him, whoosh whoosh whoosh, the alloy fragments of the spear continuously struck the battle armor, producing crisp metallic collision sounds. Fortunately, the armor was sturdy enough and remained unharmed. But immediately after, Li Qingshan's fist landed on the desolate star warrior's battle armor, producing a dull thud. The supposedly invincible armor cracks immediately appeared, and the desolate star warrior was momentarily startled. However, seeing that he had blocked the punch, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had managed to block it. But in the next second, the terrifying thunderous power within Li Qingshan's fist surged like a raging storm, sweeping into the body of the desolate star warrior. Zzzzz. The destructive thunderous power directly ignored the defense of the battle armor, destroying the warrior's internal organs and flesh. His body flew backward, convulsing continuously, already devoid of any signs of life. Bang! Li Qingshan kicked out, sending the angel's corpse flying straight into the mouth of his avatar, the ancient dragon emperor. Killing a desolate domain galaxy-level warrior earned him enough merit to condense 1 trillion merit golden lotuses. The avatar successfully devoured a level 150 ferocious beast, granting the host 3 points of galaxy blood energy, while the ancient dragon emperor also gained 3 points of galaxy blood energy. Successfully consuming merit, he condensed 1 trillion merit golden lotuses. The merit lotus platform reached its condensation limit. By condensing 100 strands of merit, the 1 trillion merit golden lotuses could successfully be transformed into low-grade merit golden lotuses. Low-grade merit golden lotus attribute, immortal. At that moment, a large number of new panel entries appeared before Li Qingshan. The one he was most interested in was naturally the last entry, low-grade merit golden lotus. Although low-grade merit golden lotus didn't sound particularly impressive, it was important to note that its attribute was immortal. Its power was undoubtedly extraordinary. Merit had shifted from being measured in points to strands. However, it was unclear how many merit points were required for 1 strand of merit. On the other side, the second young lady of the Xing family and her maid, upon witnessing Li Qingshan kill an angel warrior from the desolate star and throw the body to the ferocious beast behind him, were first shocked, then angry. Of course, their anger wasn't because the angel had been fed to a dragon. What angered the second young lady of the Xing family was that a high-ranking desolate star warrior had been defeated by a warrior from a native planet of a lower realm. Useless. Miss, this Li Qingshan is too arrogant, throwing the guard to the beast behind him to be devoured. The captain of the guard showed a trace of anger on his face and immediately complained. No problem. The second young lady of the Xing family waved her hand dismissively, becoming even more intrigued by Li Qingshan. A warrior from a native planet could actually tear apart a desolate star warrior with his bare hands. His combat prowess was terrifyingly strong. If he were trained as a desolate star warrior, what would happen then? His future would be limitless. In the future, when she gambled with those little bitches, she would have a slave she could show off. As for that angel warrior, he deserved to die. Miss doesn't need to say anything. You there, dare to fight me? The next moment, Li Qingshan appeared directly in front of a level 151 warrior, speaking arrogantly. A level 1 galaxy realm warrior. A level higher than his own strength. Li Qingshan's provocation and arrogance, combined with the scene of him killing a companion and throwing the corpse to the beast to be devoured, had already ignited endless fury in the heart of this warrior. Unfortunately, as a level 151 warrior, it would be inappropriate to initiate a challenge, as winning would not be honorable. Now, this kid dared to provoke him and challenge him to a fight. Wasn't this delivering himself on a silver platter? Fine. The desolate Star Warrior's heart was filled with joy, but he had already secretly made up his mind the young lady took a liking to this boy mainly because of his talent. However, if he were to be crippled, he would become worthless, and the young lady would no longer be interested in a piece of trash. At that point, avenging his comrade would not be too late. As Li Qingshan challenged a stronger warrior, the crowd's gaze instantly turned to him, their eyes filled with a hint of solemnity. Could he still manage it? Swish! As the desolate Star Warrior finished speaking, Li Qingshan didn't wait for his opponent to react. His body left behind a shadow in place and charged forward. Behind him, numerous arcs of lightning shadows were left in his wake. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the desolate Star Warrior, his entire body exuding a terrifying aura of hostility, full of oppressive force. Not good. The desolate Star Warrior hadn't expected Li Qingshan to strike so quickly and was completely unprepared. He finally understood what his comrade had just faced. He could only dodge to the side, trying to avoid Li Qingshan's fist. Ha! Li Qingshan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. As he approached the desolate Star Warrior, a supreme lightning sword suddenly materialized in his hand. That's right, just like the Thunder Hammer, it was directly condensed out of blood energy. The range of a fist attack is limited and can be dodged. However, once Li Qingshan's supreme lightning sword appeared, there was no room to evade. The warrior could only watch helplessly as the lightning and admiration in the eyes of the second young lady of the Xing family grew even stronger. Truly impressive, formidable combat power, boundless potential, the most suitable candidate to become her slave. As for the guards present, their gazes toward Li Qingshan were filled with endless fury. If it weren't for the second young lady's protection, the thousands of guards from the desolate star would have already rushed forward to tear Li Qingshan apart. Everyone stared intently at Li Qingshan, their eyes brimming with hatred. Meanwhile, the maid beside the second young lady of the Xing family had a different thought. Li Qingshan's strength and talent were remarkable. If she could marry him, her status in the future would undoubtedly rise. This was an opportunity she had to seize. Moreover, if this man developed well under the second young lady's wing, he would surely become a trusted confidant in the future, and her own position would continue to rise as well. Are the warriors of the desolate star only this capable? Second young lady, let me pick another one to see the upper limit of your desolate star warrior's strength. Li Qingshan looked at his enhanced strength realm, his heart filled with joy, though he kept his expression concealed, not revealing his true vitality. His body turned into a blur, appearing before a level 153 angel beast, and said, "Kid, it's you. Dare to fight me?" The angel beast before him had a physique more slender than other angels and was currently meditating with closed eyes. Li Qingshan couldn't stand this pretentious act. He had to take him down. Li Qingshan, are you sure you want to challenge him? Before the angel guard could respond, the maid Xingyu's voice rang out. What, is there a problem? Li Qingshan asked. This one is known for his speed. Although he's only level 153, his speed rivals that of a level 154. If he goes all out and unleashes his vitality, he could even escape the pursuit of a level 155 warrior. Fighting him is no less than battling a level 154 warrior. Are you really sure? Xingyu said gravely. At this moment, Xingyu's reminder was merely an attempt to curry favor with Li Qingshan and gain his goodwill. After all, Li Qingshan was bound to become the young lady's slave. This was the best time to build rapport. Scheming wench. Green. Tea. Shameless. However, as Xingyu's words fell, the other maids beside the second young lady of the Xing family secretly cursed her in their hearts. At the same time, they felt regretful. Why hadn't they thought of reminding him earlier? Xingyu, that shameless woman, had seized the opportunity. Damn it! Too late. Before Li Qingshan could respond, the level 153 warrior he had chosen left a blur in place and charged straight at Li Qingshan. His speed was astonishing. As expected of someone known for his speed, his combat power had directly reached the level of a 154 warrior. As the distance between them closed rapidly, the long spear in the hands of the guard warrior revealed a bloodthirsty desire. All the guards felt a surge of joy in their hearts. This speed was indeed terrifying, and the distance between the two was now extremely close. Escape was unlikely, the only option was to face it head-on. However, at this moment, Li Qingshan didn't even have time to use any defensive measures. He could only defend by attacking. In such a situation, a hasty counterattack would only expose greater weaknesses, leading to his defeat. Coming up and seizing the initiative, this is something I learned from you, a native. Learning and applying immediately. Space jump. However, in the face of the sudden attack from the Angel Warrior Guards, a trace of ease flashed across Li Qingshan's face, showing no concern at all. His blood and energy surged within. A large amount of energy was consumed, and his body disappeared from its original spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Angel Warrior Guard. That's right. In front of thousands of guards, they all watched as Li Qingshan's figure vanished from his original position and reappeared behind the guard. How is this possible? The level 153 Angel Warrior's expression changed drastically. The terrifying power coming from behind filled him with an intense sense of crisis. There was no way to dodge. Swish! Li Qingshan, holding the Extreme Thunder Sword in both hands, directly stabbed it into the back of the Angel Warrior. The terrifying power of the Extreme Thunder Sword radiated intense lightning energy. The physical body was instantly destroyed. Dead. Then, he directly threw the body to the ancient Dragon Emperor behind him. Successfully killed a desolate star beast, gaining 0.25 strands of merit. Successfully devoured a level 153 beast, gaining 25 points of galactic vitality. The ancient Dragon Emperor's avatar gained 25 points of galactic vitality. Successfully consumed 20 points of galactic vitality, and the host's strength advanced to level 152 Warrior Realm. Looking at the flashing entries before him, a trace of excitement appeared on Li Qingshan's face. Such rapid progress. If I stay here and bide my time. Ha! Space laws? How is this possible? He actually comprehended space laws? This native actually grasped space laws? Unbelievable. Without being a divine king, one cannot comprehend laws, yet this kid has already grasped the power of laws at the galactic realm. Truly terrifying. Damn it, how many more trump cards does this guy have? When the angels on the scene saw Li Qingshan use space jump, they were all stunned. The power of laws. Only when one reaches the Divine King realm can they even begin to touch upon it, and only absolute geniuses can comprehend some laws at that stage. Moreover, most laws comprehended by Divine Kings are relatively crude and simple. Yet this kid directly comprehended a top-tier law, space laws. It's utterly shocking. The guard captain's heart tightened. If the second miss of the Xing family recruits him, his own position will immediately be at risk. Damn it. Why must I encounter someone like this? Awkwardly enough, the second miss of the Xing family, upon seeing Li Qingshan reveal the power of laws, had an even brighter gleam in her eyes. What a fine servant! If I recruit him, he will undoubtedly become a capable assistant in achieving my grand ambitions. Thinking of this, the second miss of the Xing family grew even more excited. She turned to Xingyu and said, "You did very well. When we return, I will reward you generously." "Thank you, miss." Xingyu had never imagined that Li Qingshan's strength and talent had reached such a terrifying level. If she had been slower last time, she might not have survived. No, wait. With such strength, if he hadn't wanted her to escape back then, he could have easily caught up and killed her. But he let her go. Could it be that when he saw her back, then, he already had a favorable impression of her and spared her? Thinking of this, a blush rose on Xingyu's face. What a perfect husband, what an exceptional husband indeed. At this moment, the maids beside the second young lady of the Xing family looked at Li Qingshan with eyes full of greed. This man, no matter what, must be hers. What are you? 3 idiots looking at? Yes, you. Get in there, trash. Just then, Li Qingshan suddenly extended his hand, pointing at 3 level 150 angel guards. 3 against 1? Come on. If the 3 angel guards faced Li Qingshan individually, they might hesitate to act, as everyone vividly remembered how Li Qingshan had killed one of their comrades. But now, Li Qingshan dared to challenge all 3 of them alone? Was he seeking death? Immediately, they formed a triangular formation and charged at Li Qingshan. This formation made it difficult for Li Qingshan to launch a sneak attack using spatial laws. After all, if he attacked one, the other 2 would instantly react and counterattack, ensuring his demise. Forbidden Thunder Domain. Forbidden Thunder Armor. In the next moment, Li Qingshan revealed his level 150 blood vitality strength, with thunderous power flickering around him. forming a set of high-quality armor. As for its exact quality, only a clash could determine that. As the Forbidden Thunder domain activated, the void around Li Qingshan instantly transformed into a thunderous domain, with arcs of electricity radiating destructive power, hindering the enemy's movements. Under the oppressive aura, the opponent's strength sharply declined, and they were restricted in every way. The three angel warriors immediately fell into the Forbidden Thunder domain, their expressions slightly changing as their movements were indeed impaired. At this moment, Li Qingshan's body turned into a shadow, appearing before the three angel warriors, with the extreme thunder sword in his hand flashing with a chilling killing intent. The three angel warriors tried to use their domain powers but found that Li Qingshan's domain was far stronger, directly suppressing theirs. Bang! 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 Under Li Qingshan's Forbidden Thunder domain, the three warriors barely lasted a few rounds before being killed on the spot. Killed 1 level 150 Angel of Desolate Star, gained 0.25 strands of merit. Devoured 1 level 150 Beast of Desolate Star, gained 25 points of Galactic Blood Vitality. Killed 1 level 150 Angel of Desolate Star, gained 0.25 strands of merit. Devoured 1 level 150 Beast of Desolate Star, gained 25 points of Galactic Blood Vitality. Let's have some white silk pictures, share some benefits image thread. Hiss. After Li Qingshan's victory in the 1-against-3 battle, the second young lady of the Xing family and others gasped again, their eyes flashing with shock and astonishment. Cross-level combat was naturally possible, but most people could only manage 1 or 2 levels at most. Li Qingshan, however, had forcefully crossed 3 levels. That alone was impressive, but the key was that he fought 3 opponents at once. The combat power of a warrior is reflected in 3 aspects: realm, martial skills, and equipment. Among these, Li Qingshan's realm was fixed at level 150 Galactic Realm. As for equipment, he seemed to have none. Only a set of armor condensed from blood vitality with terrifying defensive power. However, this couldn't really be considered equipment, it was more like a unique martial skill of his own, including the extreme thunder sword. Therefore, Li Qingshan actually had no advantage in terms of realm or equipment. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. However, the key to Li Qingshan's ability to turn the tide lies solely in martial techniques. That's right. Martial techniques. The terrifying extreme thunder sword, spatial leaps, thunderous power, and the unstoppable, terrifying force. Even his domain is more fearsome, highly advanced, completely unlike something a Galaxy Realm warrior should be qualified to comprehend. Li Qingshan, relying solely on his advantage in martial techniques, achieved such a performance, truly astonishing the second young lady of the Xing family. Her gaze toward Li Qingshan was filled with admiration. Excellent, truly excellent. If this slave is properly trained, he will undoubtedly become a powerful confidant and assistant in the future. Her luck is truly remarkable. Li Qingshan's future strength might even reach the level of a true god, perhaps even a domain lord level powerhouse. Of course, no matter how strong Li Qingshan becomes, he will ultimately remain her slave. The slave of the Xing family's second young lady. Consuming 40 points of Galaxy Vitality, the host successfully upgraded to level 153 Galaxy Realm. A panel entry flashed before his eyes, and Li Qingshan's strength advanced further, successfully breaking through to level 153 Galaxy Realm. However, the strength Li Qingshan revealed remained at level 150 Galaxy Realm. Apart from himself, the ancient Dragon Emperor and ancient Kunpeng Emperor behind him could also break through and evolve again, enhancing their innate abilities. To avoid drawing attention, Li Qingshan did not activate the 2 Divine Beast avatars but quietly awaited reinforcements. A level 153 warrior from Desolate Star is nothing special. Even with 3 people joining forces, they are no match for me. This time, I want to challenge someone stronger. You, step forward. Without waiting for the Xing family's second young lady and others to arrange the match, Li Qingshan directly pointed at a level 154 angel warrior and spoke. Whoosh! As soon as Li Qingshan finished speaking, the level 154 angel warrior cunningly charged at him in an instant. The powerful alloy spear in his hand seemed capable of piercing through the void. His combat power surged. His strength indeed far surpassed that of a level 153 warrior, and his aura was even more fierce. Extreme Force Spacelock Spatial Leap Extreme Thunder Sword Forbidden Thunder Domain Forbidden Thunder Armor. Li Qingshan activated all 6 martial techniques, his combat power skyrocketing. As for Thunder Punishment Dragon Fury Heavenly Thunder Vitality, these three martial techniques were not used, mainly because the power of Thunder Punishment and Dragon Fury paled in comparison to the newly acquired innate abilities, and Heavenly Thunder Vitality was too overwhelming to be used unless in a desperate situation, reserved as a trump card. As for the Merit Golden Sun, Lotus Platform, and Golden Lotus, facing this level 154 warrior, he ultimately felt the pressure and activated them instantly. In the next moment, the previously unremarkable Li Qingshan was suddenly surrounded by dozens of Golden Suns behind him, with a Lotus Platform emitting the power of merit appearing beneath his feet. Golden radiance spread all around. In the surrounding void, countless golden lotuses bloomed from the ground in the void, falling and then disappearing. A total of 1 trillion merit golden lotuses continuously emerged, blossomed, and covered an immense area. The thunder within the forbidden Thunder domain was directly illuminated into gold by the merit golden lotuses. The merit golden lotuses shimmered alongside the destructive thunder. At this moment, Li Qingshan appeared like a divine being, sacred and inviolable. This, when Li Qingshan's power of merit was unleashed, both the second young lady of the Xing family and the surrounding guards were momentarily stunned, a trace of confusion flashing across their faces. What kind of martial skill is this? Why have they never seen it before? However, this martial skill doesn't seem to have any offensive power. What is Li Qingshan up to? It does look rather flashy. The people around didn't sense anything particularly amiss, but the level 154 martial artist who had attacked Li Qingshan felt something was wrong. The originally smooth flow of blood and energy suddenly became stagnant. Moreover, he could feel the life force within his body rapidly draining away, withering, and his combat power was somewhat impaired, not as strong as usual. Strange, what's going on? The level 154 martial artist looked puzzled, and as he tangled with Li Qingshan, he gradually fell into a disadvantage, feeling as if his body's essence and blood were being drained dry. In the end, he was no match for Li Qingshan and was killed on the spot. This was the Galaxy Realm, and he had managed to cross several levels to kill his opponent. Even Li Qingshan himself felt the terror and dread of his own power. Generally, in battles that surpass levels, one might only cross 1 or 2 levels, but he had directly crossed 4 levels. The corpse of the level 154 angel was directly thrown by Li Qingshan into the ancient dragon lake, where it was devoured. Killing a level 154 martial artist from the Desolate Star earned him 0.5 strands of merit. Successfully devouring a level 154 ferocious beast angel granted the host plus 50 points of galaxy blood and energy, while the ancient Dragon Emperor gained plus 50 points of galaxy blood and energy. Now, with the 50 points of galaxy blood and energy obtained, combined with the previously remaining 43 points, the total reached 93 points. To enhance his strength, only 80 points of galaxy blood and energy were needed. Successfully consuming 80 points of galaxy blood and energy, the host's strength was elevated to level 154 in the galaxy realm. Level 154? Li Qingshan suppressed the urge to smile. If he continued to play it safe like this, as long as he wasn't discovered and kept advancing step by step through diligent cultivation, who knows? Level 154. Even that was defeated? However, it was clear that when Li Qingshan killed the level 154 angel, he had already reached his limit. It was unlikely he could challenge any higher levels. The martial artists of Desolate Star finally saw Li Qingshan's upper limit. Crossing 4 levels to kill was already formidable enough. But today, it ends here. You three, come at me together. Li Qingshan extended his hand, pointing at the 3 level 154 angel martial artists ahead. Another 1 against 3. As Li Qingshan's words fell, the faces of the 3 Desolate Star angels revealed a hint of joy. They hadn't expected Li Qingshan to choose them. If it had been earlier, they might have felt some concern about whether they could match Li Qingshan. But now, it was different. After witnessing Li Qingshan's battle with the level 154 comrade just now, everyone had seen the upper limit of his combat power. He could barely manage to kill 1 level 154 martial artist. To kill 3 level 155 martial artists, Li Qingshan's strength was likely insufficient. Since Li Qingshan had chosen them, they would take this opportunity to completely end this brat's glory here. As the 3 martial artists who defeated Li Qingshan, they would surely receive rewards from the second young lady. Thus, the 3 martial artists wore expressions of joy and excitement, eager to fight. It's about time to end this. Watching the battle before her, the second young lady of the Xing family had a hint of excitement in her tone. This Li Qingshan truly kept surprising her time and time again, challenging warriors stronger than himself and repeatedly showcasing his formidable martial skills. Congratulations, miss, you are about to gain an excellent slave guard. Xing Shui, standing beside her, was the first to offer. Congratulations. Congratulations, miss. Congratulations, miss. Congratulations, miss. The other maids also expressed their congratulations to the second young lady of the Xing family. The battle was almost over. This was the consensus in everyone's hearts. No one believed Li Qingshan could defeat the three opponents before him. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Li Qingshan chose three warriors at level 154, the battle began instantly. The three warriors immediately drew their alloy spears and charged at Li Qingshan. Golden wings flapped behind them at incredible speed, leaving an afterimage in their wake. When they reappeared, they were already in front of Li Qingshan. A terrifying storm of power surged around them, even distorting the void to the point of fragmentation, showcasing their overwhelming combat strength. Facing the full force attacks of the three angels, Li Qingshan could only keep dodging while looking for opportunities to counterattack. Bang! Finally, one of the level 154 angel warriors seized an opportunity and landed a heavy punch on Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan's body was sent flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the ground and forming a massive crater. The three desolate Star Angel warriors exchanged glances, their faces showing disdain and contempt for Li Qingshan. 1 against 3. Such arrogance. Today, we'll teach this kid how to behave properly. Is it over? The surrounding warriors exchanged glances, believing the battle was about to end. Judging by the situation on the field, Li Qingshan was clearly being completely overwhelmed. This mission was ultimately completed, and everyone witnessed the rise of a new star, soon to join the Xing family and the Desolate Star. The first person to be replaced, naturally, was the captain of the second young lady's guards, whose expression was extremely grim. Swish! However, just as everyone thought Li Qingshan had been defeated, the sound of dirt scattering came from the ground where he had crashed. A figure slowly emerged from beneath the surface. His face showed anger and fury as he roared, "Break for me!" In the next moment, his entire body surged with energy and blood, instantly reaching level 151. He had broken through. He broke through. At this moment, this guy really has incredible luck. How is this possible? Damn! The many desolate star warriors present widened their mouths in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Swish! After breaking through, Li Qingshan wasted no time and charged directly at the three level 154 warriors before him. Ha ha ha, now it's my turn to crush you. All die for me. With a punch, a terrifying gust of wind swept in all directions, chilling and overwhelming. The killing intent was boundless. Damn it, fight to the death. Go for it. How is this possible? The three level 154 warriors were stunned, but they had no choice. Li Qingshan was already upon them. Now, they could only grit their teeth and fight head-on. This guy really keeps surprising me. The second young lady of the Xing family looked at Li Qingshan, who had broken through once again, with a hint of surprise on her face. Her expectations for Li Qingshan grew even higher. Truly worthy of being an 8-star talent martial artist. Bang! 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 A series of muffled sounds kept echoing. When Li Qingshan broke through to level 151, the three level 154 martial artists could no longer withstand his attacks and fell one after another. Killed one. Level 154 Angel from the Desolate Star, gaining 0.5 strands of merit. Killed one level 154 Angel from the Desolate Star, gaining 0.5 strands of merit. Successfully devoured one. Level 154 Ferocious Beast, the host gained plus 50 points of galactic vitality, and the ancient Kuanping Emperor gained plus 50 points of galactic vitality. Successfully devoured one. Level 154 Ferocious Beast, the host gained plus 50 points of galactic vitality, and the ancient Dragon Emperor gained plus 50 points of galactic vitality. From the three level 154 angels, Li Qingshan successfully gained 150 points of galactic vitality, plus the previous 13 points, totaling 163 points of galactic vitality. Just enough. Breaking through the realm required 160 points of galactic vitality. Consuming 160 points of galactic vitality, he successfully broke through to level 155 galactic realm. Main body, Li Qingshan body. Length, 26 cm. Strength, 155 Galactic Realm Merit, 3.1 strands/10000 strands, low-grade Merit Golden Lotus, Blue Star Spirit Fusion, successfully refined Galactic Vitality, 3/320. Talent, Extreme Power Spacelock Merit Golden Sun 9 rounds Merit Lotus Platform Merit Golden Lotus 1 trillion blossoms Innate abilities, Heavenly Thunder Chi. Universe within Extreme Thunder Sword Space Leap Forbidden Thunder Domain Forbidden Thunder Armor Thunder Punishment Dragon Clan Dharma Image Dragon Fury Dragon. Might with the breakthrough in Realm, Li Qingshan's merit also successfully accumulated to 3 strands. Although not much, it was still an improvement. After all, that was a celestial grade treasure. Moreover, for the next breakthrough, only 320 points of galactic vitality would be needed. Just a little more patience, and he might successfully break through to level 156, stepping into the upper galactic realm. Whoosh! However, just as Li Qingshan secretly completed his breakthrough, a gust of wind suddenly sounded from afar, and several figures quickly flew toward this place. Judging by their appearance and looks, they were not the 9th princess but a new group of angel martial artists from the Desolate Star. For some reason, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Closer. Li Qingshan finally saw the group of newcomers, more than 10 angels, each with an incredibly powerful aura. However, the leader was not of the angel race. Instead, it was a burly figure with 2 horns growing on its head, an unusually large nose, and eyes like copper bells. That's right. It was a minotaur. Moreover, it was a green-skinned minotaur, even the hair on its head was green. But such a minotaur mixed with a group of angels seemed somewhat incongruous and strange. Ans? The second young lady of the Xing family clearly recognized the leading minotaur and frowned slightly, saying, "This is a private planet of my Xing family. How did you end up here?" "Ha! Little Ning, isn't it simple? Just ask your uncle casually, and you'll know, won't you?" "But little Ning, what are you doing here? And who's this human? Looks so rustic, must be from a primitive planet, right? Did this guy offend little Ning?" "Rest assured, leave it to me. I will make sure. This brat can neither live nor die." As the words fell, a powerful aura of hostility erupted from the Minotaur and Zay, sweeping towards Li Qingshan. The oppressive gust surged forward with an overwhelming presence. "Stop!" The second young lady of the Xing family frowned and said displeased, "I want to make him my slave, but I need to defeat him first." "Oh, is that so? Little Ning, are you saying that your subordinates still haven't managed to defeat a martial artist from a primitive planet? What a bunch of useless fools. Wait, that can't be right. You have martial artists at the Divine General level under your command. How could they possibly lose to a level 151 martial artist?" And Zay seemed to realize something, patted his head, and asked with a puzzled expression. The second young lady of the Xing family looked in Zay up and down, a plan forming in her mind, and said, "Nonsense. When I take slaves, if I send a Divine General to crush a martial artist at the galactic level, how could they possibly submit willingly? The difference can only be 3 levels at most. And Zay, let me tell you, none of your subordinates at level 154 or below can defeat this Li Qingshan. Humph. A useless master with useless subordinates." She snorted coldly, her face full of disdain. As a loyal admirer of the second young lady of the Xing family, and Zay had never been so provoked, he immediately retorted, "Impossible. I happen to have a level 154 warrior under my command who can absolutely crush and suppress this martial artist from a primitive planet. I don't believe it. Let's make a bet. If your subordinate can really do it, I'll agree to one request from you. But if your subordinate can't defeat this Li Qingshan, it's simple, give me one unrefined planet spirit. And it must be at least a blue-grade planet spirit." The second young lady of the Xing family, confident in her advantage, asked with a smirk. "Planet spirits are categorized as white, green, blue, and gold. Normally, a blue planet would have a white planet spirit, but for some reason, it had turned purple. Planet spirits have 2 main functions. First, they are usually found on life-bearing planets, and refining a planet spirit allows one to become the deity of that planet. The second function is to ascend in rank. By refining a planet spirit and feeding it to another, the consuming planet spirit becomes stronger. As the planet spirit strengthens, the resources and other aspects of its planet also improve, with the most direct effect being an increase in size. A blue-grade planet spirit. For Zay, this was a painful price to pay. Although he was the young master of the top tier and family from the Desolate Star, he only had 1 blue-grade planet spirit. if he lost to the second young lady of the Xing family? No, that was impossible. He couldn't lose. Beast Fong's strength was terrifying. Although he was at level 154, he could fight across levels and defeat level 156 martial artists. This martial artist from a primitive planet was only level 151. How could he possibly be a match for his subordinate? Moreover, if he won, he could make the second young lady of the Xing family agree to one request. And Zay's gaze lingered on the second young lady's graceful figure, her alluring curves, her long, slender legs, her enticing jade-like feet, and her delicate features tinged with a hint of charm. His heart was already racing with anticipation. One request, how could I possibly let go of such a great opportunity? Bet it is, then. Alright, little Ning, you said it yourself, no backing out, okay? The Minotaur Ans was almost drooling as he nodded solemnly. In his mind, scenes of his own outrageous demands were already beginning to form. Li Qingshan, if you win this round, I will gift you a green-grade planetary spirit. Your blue star is likely a white-grade planetary spirit, right? As long as you refine this green-grade planetary spirit, it can instantly ascend to become a green-grade planetary spirit. By then, the resources, the probability of producing rare treasures, and the size of the planet will all be enhanced. But if you lose, even if I take you back as a slave, I will never let you off easily. You will face severe punishment. Do you understand? At this moment, the second young lady of the Xing family had not yet taken Li Qingshan as her slave, but she was already deciding his fate and initiating a gamble. A blue-grade planetary spirit. For the Xing family's second young lady, it was an extremely valuable item. If she could obtain it from the Minotaur Ans in this way, why not? A green-grade planetary spirit, huh? A glint of light flashed in Li Qingshan's eyes. Although the planetary spirit of blue star was purple, Li Qingshan felt something was off. A purple planetary spirit, how could blue star be so weak? As he continued to hunt fierce beasts in the beast world, plundering divine power and nourishing the planetary spirit, Li Qingshan made a significant discovery. As the divine power and planetary spirit of the beast world were plundered and devoured by blue star's purple planetary spirit, the purple planetary spirit began to grow denser. Initially, it was very faint, but now it was becoming richer, and the color was turning deeper purple. Moreover, Earth's size had indeed been increasing recently. In addition, the probability of rare treasures appearing and the speed at which martial artists advanced their realms were also correspondingly improving. Li Qingshan had a bold hypothesis. Blue star might have once been a purple-grade planetary spirit, but due to some reason, it declined. Essentially, it suffered severe damage. As he used planetary spirits and divine power to heal it, it gradually recovered. If he could obtain a green-grade planetary spirit and refine it all at once, he could directly verify whether his hypothesis was correct. Divine power is planetary spirit. Besides that, brothers, let's post some black silk photos today to let everyone enjoy image thread. If I win, will you give it immediately? Li Qingshan thought for a moment and then asked. No problem. The Xing family's second young lady frowned slightly but still nodded in agreement. She then turned to the green-haired Orc Ans and said, if he wins, you must give it immediately. Is that okay? Of course. But I don't believe a martial artist from a native planet can defeat one of my fierce warriors. An's face showed a hint of pride as he said, Beast Fong, suppress him. Yes. As the words fell, a golden-winged angel stepped forward, clad in golden armor and exuding a strong, ferocious aura. In the desolate star, it wasn't just angels as a single race. Ans must have replaced his guards with angels to please the Xing family's second young lady. At this moment, the burly Minotaur stood towering over Li Qingshan, his gaze filled with disdain and contempt. In his eyes, a martial artist from a primitive planet like Li Qingshan wasn't even qualified to carry his shoes. Even if someone became outstanding on a primitive planet, once they entered the desolate star, they were nothing more than slaves and expendable resources, cannon fodder sacrificed for nobles like him, or tools used in their power struggles or resource plundering. Their sole value was to serve nobles like him. Therefore, neither the second young lady of the Xing family nor the sensei had ever regarded someone like Li Qingshan as an equal being. At best, he was just a fierce dog raised in their household. Nothing more. Miss Ning, my subordinate here possesses the bloodline of a berserker. His combat prowess is unparalleled, his strength immense, capable of easily crushing martial artists of the same level. Though he appears to be at level 154, his true combat power has already reached level 156. if he chooses to burn his Berserker bloodline essence. During battle, his combat power could even soar to level 157. The martial artist from the primitive planet you've chosen, he probably won't stand a chance, will he? And Zay, seeing the battle about to begin, spoke with a trace of pride and excitement on his face. Whoosh! From the Beast-Tooth spatial ring, a massive warhammer was immediately retrieved. Made entirely of alloy, it consumed far more high-grade alloy than a spear, making it naturally more precious. As the alloy warhammer was drawn, a fierce and oppressive aura surged directly toward Li Qingshan, striking fear into the hearts of those present. In the next moment, the attack on Li Qingshan began. The alloy warhammer in the Minotaur's hand exuded a primal aura, like two unstoppable meteors crashing down. The air was filled with a whistling sound. The originally black alloy warhammer turned fiery red from the friction in the air, even distorting the surrounding void slightly. So strong. This combat power is at least level 156. From the very first move, it was an all-out attack, leaving no room for Li Qingshan to maneuver. This was the mark of a truly smart fighter. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it uses its full strength. If one strike can kill, there's no need to raise the hand a second time. Not good. The second young lady of the Xing family, seeing the terrifying combat power suddenly unleashed by the Minotaur, felt a sense of foreboding. A wave of unease swept over her. Even if Li Qingshan could defeat a level 156 opponent, if what Zay said was true and this angel possessed a Berserker bloodline capable of unleashing Berserker power, his combat strength would reach level 157. Would Li Qingshan still stand a chance? If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have been so greedy and gambled so much. The maids surrounding the second young lady of the Xing family all looked at Li Qingshan with worried expressions, hoping he would come out unscathed. After all, in their lifetimes, they wouldn't have many opportunities, especially while they were still young, to encounter a martial artist as talented as Li Qingshan. If something happened to Li Qingshan, if he were crippled or ruined, they would lose a good husband. Each maid's heart was on edge. Even if Li Qingshan lost the battle, he absolutely couldn't be injured. As for the angel guards present, each of them wished for Li Qingshan's immediate demise to vent their frustrations. Otherwise, their days ahead would likely be far from pleasant. Space jump. Faced with Beast Fong's sudden attack, Li Qingshan did not engage directly but chose to use space jump to appear behind Beast Fong. The extreme thunder sword in his hand emitted terrifying lightning power, slashing fiercely at Beast Fong before him. Arcs of electricity danced in the air, containing destructive power. If this strike landed on Beast Fong, it would undoubtedly deal heavy damage. Beast Fong immediately reacted, flipping his hand to swing a giant hammer at Li Qingshan. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and the level 151 Li Qingshan was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a mountain behind him. Dust filled the sky. The entire mountain was smashed into powder, with dust drifting everywhere, an awe-inspiring sight. The ground trembled, large cracks appearing. Can't even withstand one hit? Haha, mess. Ning, is this trash from a primitive planet the one you've been struggling with for so long? I think you should marry me sooner and let your husband handle these troublesome matters for you, don't you agree? The green-haired Minotaur's face showed a hint of excitement as he looked at the graceful and noble second miss of the Xing family, unable to resist swallowing hard again. Second Miss Xing frowned deeply, her gaze fixed nervously on Li Qingshan beneath the dust, a trace of anxiety surfacing in her heart. Defeated? So quickly? The guards, seeing this, maintained a calm expression on their faces, but inwardly they were elated. This guy better be done for. As for the maids beside second Miss Xing, they all showed expressions of concern, their eyes constantly scanning the spot where Li Qingshan had fallen. Bang! At that moment, a muffled sound rang out, and Li Qingshan burst out from beneath the ground, his vitality even stronger than before. A breakthrough. Level 152? Ha, I must thank you for helping me achieve a breakthrough under extreme pressure. Li Qingshan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Internally, he felt a surge of dramatic flair, thinking how even battles required some acting skills. What a challenge to maintain composure. Li Qingshan's breakthrough once again caused second Miss Xing, her maids, and the surrounding guards to change their expressions drastically, showing surprise and shock. Just moments ago, Li Qingshan had already achieved one breakthrough, and now he had done it again. 2 breakthroughs in one day, during battle? This is simply defying the heavens. It seems the value of an 8-star talent needs further re-evaluation. Oh, breaking through during battle? Not bad, you do have some skills. But unfortunately, you're still just level 152 trash. Beast Fong, crush him. Faced with Li Qingshan's unleashed potential, the green-haired Minotaur snorted coldly and immediately gave the order. Swish! The green-haired Minotaur, wielding two alloy giant hammers, charged at Li Qingshan once again, his aura still overwhelmingly powerful. Li Qingshan showed no fear. The two immediately engaged in a fierce fight, exchanging blows back and forth, their combat strength nearly evenly matched. However, Li Qingshan began to show signs of weariness. Bang! Li Qingshan was sent flying again. This time, to make it look more convincing, he even allowed his battle armor to shatter. His body crashed heavily into the ground, causing the earth to tremble and yellow dust to fill the air. Defeated? Second Miss Xing's heart skipped a beat, an ominous feeling instantly enveloping her. The green-haired Minotaur's gaze was filled with greed and plunder. If Li Qingshan lost, her fate was undoubtedly sealed. She would surely be tormented by this foul-smelling Minotaur. Her pure and untouched body had never been touched by a male. How could she allow this green-haired Minotaur to defile her? Damn it, truly damn it. Ha ha. So what if you break through during the fight? Won't you still be suppressed by my subordinate Beast Fong? Nothing more than that. Little Ning, get ready. Later, I'll make sure to pamper you properly. Hee hee hee. The green-haired Minotaur's face was full of smugness as he stared intently at the figure of the second young lady of the Xing family, involuntarily swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Rejoicing a bit too early, aren't you? At that moment, Li Qingshan's voice rang out again, and his figure slowly emerged from beneath the ground. The blood energy emanating from him caused the expressions of the Xing family's second young lady and others to change drastically. Another breakthrough. Level 153? This guy broke through 3 times in a row during the fight? How is that possible? The Xing family's second young lady stared at Li Qingshan, who had once again completed a breakthrough, her voice tinged with shock and astonishment. As Li Qingshan's future master, the Xing family's second young lady was naturally overjoyed. After all, the stronger Li Qingshan's abilities, the greater the benefit to her as his master. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Congratulations, Mississippi. With this slave under your command, today, he will surely become a powerful general in the future. Congratulations, Miss. Behind the Xing family's second young lady, several maids spoke up to offer their congratulations. The stronger Li Qingshan became, the happier not only the Xing family's second young lady was, but also her maids. If nothing unexpected happened, Li Qingshan, as the future confidant of their mistress, would inevitably marry one of them. The stronger he was, the higher their future status would be. Each of them looked at Li Qingshan with eyes filled with a mix of allure and longing, hoping to win his favor at this moment. Hee hee, Ans, aren't you rejoicing a bit too early? The Xing family's second young lady relaxed slightly and looked at the newly strengthened Li Qingshan as she spoke. So what? Although my subordinate Beast Fong's strength is only at level 154, his true combat power has already reached level 156. The martial artists of this primitive planet are only at level 153 at best. How could they be a match? Besides, my Beast Fong can always burn the essence blood of his berserker bloodline, even if it costs him some foundation. As long as I can enjoy little Ning's beauty, it will all be worth it. Ans snorted coldly, still confident of his victory. Go all out, leave no reserves. Yes. Beast Fong nodded, and his entire body erupted with a surge of blood energy, a fierce killing intense sweeping in all directions. The berserker bloodline within him was instantly awakened. His blood energy seemed to burn in pulse, and his combat power rapidly soared. Beast Fong let out a wild roar, parts of his skin cracking open, with large amounts of blood continuously flowing out. Yet his fighting spirit did not waver in the slightest. So strong. His combat power had already surged to level 157. Li Qingshan, with his level 153 strength, could easily crush this enemy, but he was unwilling to do so immediately. He planned to stage another display of power enhancement. After suppressing this Beast Fong, his strength would reach level 154. At that time, he would directly challenge a level 159 warrior, then quickly reveal his true combat power, which is level 155, and suppress them. By then, he would surely gain a large amount of vitality and continuously break through realms. Breaking through to level 157 shouldn't be a problem, and if he could continue the act, he naturally would. Swish! This time, without waiting for Beast Fong to attack him, Li Qingshan took the initiative to launch an attack, his vitality surging from within. Bang! 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 A series of muffled explosions echoed as Li Qingshan's extreme thunder sword clashed repeatedly with the alloy giant hammer. In the end, Li Qingshan's external battle armor shattered once again, and his body was sent flying backward. As expected, just as everyone anticipated, Li Qingshan completed another breakthrough, transforming into a level 154 warrior. Could this guy's talent be that he breaks through every time he's on the brink of death? The second young lady of the Xing family twitched slightly at the corner of her mouth, feeling utterly numb toward Li Qingshan. This was simply too defiant of the natural order. Moreover, the maids around her were all dumbfounded. Breaking through during battle was already an extremely rare occurrence, but for Li Qingshan to break through once during battle was one thing. Breaking through twice? Still acceptable. A genius, perhaps? Breaking through 3 times? Are you kidding? Who does that? But breaking through a 4th time? Could it really be possible? How could it be? Beast Fong stared at the newly ascended Li Qingshan, a trace of horror flashing in his eyes. The berserk vitality within his body was already pushing his physical form to its limits. But now, the opponent had broken through again. Too troublesome. Swish. After the breakthrough, Li Qingshan instantly disappeared from his original position. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Beast Fong, wielding the extreme thunder sword to strike. Beast Fong was startled and hurriedly used his giant hammer to block. In an instant, the thunderous power within Li Qingshan surged toward Beast Fong. So strong. Beast Fong felt a numbness all over his body, and his battle armor was completely ineffective, directly pierced by the terrifying thunderous power, which began invading his internal organs and flesh. No! This guy had been hiding his true thunderous combat power from the very beginning. He hid it so deeply, so cunningly. Just as he was about to warn his master, the terrifying thunder surged wildly, causing him to lose consciousness. Dead. Beast Fong was killed. Li Qingshan did not spare the corpse, directly tossing it to the ancient dragon emperor behind him. Suppressing a level 154 warrior from the Desolate Star, he successfully gained 0.5 strands of merit. Successfully. Devouring a level 154 ferocious beast angel, the host gained 50 points of galactic vitality, and the ancient dragon emperor gained 50 points of galactic vitality. 50 points of galactic vitality. The harvest was mediocre. Of course, this time, the beast fire was not just about galactic vitality. The most important thing was the planetary spirit. Ans, the native planetary genius that this young lady has her eyes on, is not someone you can take down. Enough nonsense, hand over a blue-grade planetary spirit. The second young lady of the Xing family revealed an excited expression. The more she looked at Li Qingshan, the more thrilled and delighted she felt. She hadn't expected such a harvest. Today. Truly her lucky star. Humph, the Orcans gritted his teeth, feeling as if his heart was being torn apart, but in order to catch up with the second young lady of the Xing family in the future, he resolutely took out a blue-level planetary spirit and threw it to the second young lady of the Xing family ahead. This blue-level planetary spirit was trapped within a crystal stone, emitting a mysterious and powerful azure glow. The second young lady of the Xing family carefully received the item. Once refined, it could be used to nourish her private planet, making it even stronger. After receiving the planetary spirit from the Orcans, the second young lady of the Xing family was not stingy. She immediately took out a special crystal stone from her spatial ring, which also contained a green-level planetary spirit, and tossed it to Li Qingshan. Your performance is quite good, and I am very satisfied. This green-level planetary spirit is yours. Li Qingshan was delighted and carefully stored the green-level planetary spirit in his spatial ring. The 9th princess had once explained to him about planets. Blue Star, in fact, was very small. Even though it was 10,000 times larger than the planets of his previous life, it was still very small, too small. In the universe, the largest planet capable of producing a white-level planetary spirit was one that was about to be upgraded to a green-level planetary spirit. Its size was at least 1,000,000 times that of Blue Star. What does that mean? It means that once he refines this green-level planetary spirit and integrates it into Blue Star's planetary spirit, Blue Star's size could increase by at least 1,000,000 times, possibly even tens of millions of times. At first glance, the numbers seem high in millions of times. But upon closer thought, Blue Star's upper limit would only allow it to nurture planetary-level powerful warriors. To nurture. Stronger warriors, Blue Star's resources would be insufficient, requiring plundering from other planets. Expanding by 1,000,000 times would merely increase the number of planetary level warriors by tens of millions, or perhaps tens of thousands of stellar-level warriors, or a few thousand great stellar-level warriors. It wouldn't even be able to nurture galactic-level warriors. Calculating this way, expanding by 1,000,000 times isn't particularly exaggerated. Even expanding to tens of millions of times might not produce hundreds of great stellar-level warriors. Single digits might be the upper limit. From today onward, you will be the captain of my personal guard. Sign the slave contract. How about it? The second young lady of the Xing family was in a good mood because the blue-level planetary spirit was extremely precious. She currently only had one blue-level private planet, which was left to her as a dowry by her mother. As her words fell, many guards on site looked at Li Qingshan with eyes full of envy. The second young lady of the Xing family then produced an ancient decree in her hand. Although Li Qingshan didn't know what it was, he could guess it wasn't anything good. It would surely restrict his life. Once signed, his life and death would be controlled by others, leaving him as helpless as a fish on a chopping board. Li Qingshan understood this well because he himself had several contractees, including Su Baizhou, He Wuchang, Bai Wuchang, Wang Qingxia, and Neko. With just a thought, the system would operate and instantly crush and obliterate any contractee who betrayed him. Of course, these contractees were 100% loyal to him, so such a situation would never occur. The decree that the second young lady of the Xing family took out likely had the same function. Subject: Li Qingshan, body length 26 centimeters, strength 155, galaxy realm merit 3.6 strands/10000 strands, low grade merit. Golden Lotus, Blue Star Spirit Fusion, successfully refined galaxy vitality 150 out of 320 talent, extreme power, space lock, 9 rounds of merit. Golden Sun merit, Lotus platform 1 trillion merit. Golden Lotus's innate abilities: Du Tian, Divine Thunder, Vitality, Universe within, Extreme Thunder, Sword, Space Jump, Forbidden Thunder, Domain, Forbidden Thunder, Armor, Thunder, Punishment, Dragon Clan, Dharma Form, Dragon Fury, Dragon Might. Li Qingshan opened his personal panel and glanced at it. His galaxy vitality had already accumulated to 150 points, but to break through, he needed 320 points. In other words, he was still short of about 170 points of galaxy vitality. Killing a level 156 martial artist would be enough for him to break through to level 156. Being a slave? That was impossible. Time to pull another trick. Miss, as we agreed before, defeat me, and I will become your slave. Until you defeat me, I naturally cannot be your slave. You there, make your move. How about a fight? After saying this, without waiting for the second young lady of the Xing family to react, Li Qingshan immediately pointed to a level 160 martial artist. Level 160. Divine General Realm. This was a realm beyond the galaxy realm. Once one stepped into the Divine General Realm, it meant that even in the vast universe, one was a Divine General capable of suppressing an entire starry sky. The might of a Divine General was beyond words. Even on the desolate star, a Divine General was absolutely considered high-level combat power. And the one Li Qingshan chose was one of the weaker Divine Generals present, an angel under An's command. A Divine General, ha! The second young lady of the Xing family nodded, understanding that this was Li Qingshan giving her face and a way out. If he loses, he becomes my slave. Everyone had heard this sentence, but just now, Li Qingshan had not lost. If he hadn't lost, how could he become her slave? Directly choosing high-level combat power in the Divine General Realm was clearly to lose. This way, her face would look good. She would have lost to someone in the Divine General Realm, which was not shameful. At the same time, it gave her face, as it would appear that after suppressing Li Qingshan, he willingly submitted as a slave. It wouldn't seem like she was bullying him with her status or numbers. It was legitimate. Li Qingshan was only level 154, while the Divine General was level 160, a gap of 6 levels. But that wasn't the key. The realms within the galaxy realm were minor tiers, and the difference in combat power might not be significant. However, the gap between level 159 and level 160, that is, between the galaxy realm and the Divine General Realm, was a massive chasm. The difference in combat power was an absolute divide. Li Qingshan wanted to lose. Naturally, he had to fulfill that wish. A good slave indeed, very thoughtful, not bad. Let's have some ancient-style illustrations here. Image thread. Ands, since my Future slave has chosen one of your divine generals, let this divine general fight Li Qingshan. The second young lady of the Xing family looked at the green-haired minotaur. Anzan spoke. Go, teach that kid a good lesson. Anz looked at his divine general and said angrily through gritted teeth. Li Qingshan had killed one of his talented martial artists. Of course, that wasn't the main issue. The main issue was that it had caused him to lose a blue-grade planetary spirit. But for the sake of pursuing the second young lady of the Xing family, it was all worth it. However, as for this Li Qingshan, he must also be properly taught a lesson. Yes. As Zay's words fell, the divine general under his command, who had been named by Li Qingshan, immediately responded. The divine general had witnessed Li Qingshan's combat performance just now. To prevent this guy from suddenly breaking through again, the divine general planned to end the battle quickly, directly suppressing Li Qingshan to avoid future troubles. However, the gap between a divine general and a galaxy realm warrior was inherently vast. Even if this kid temporarily broke through his realm, he wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. Swish! In the next moment, the divine general drew a long sword from his spatial ring and charged toward Li Qingshan. His aura was terrifying. As expected of a divine general, his oppressive presence was overwhelming, far beyond what a galaxy realm warrior could compare to. Once one steps into the realm of a divine general, theoretically speaking, they are capable of dominating a small region of the universe, becoming the true overlord of that area. Li Qingshan dared not underestimate him. After all, there was a gap of 5 entire realms between them. Extreme Thunder Sword, Forbidden Thunder Domain, Forbidden Thunder Armor, Merid Golden Sun, Merid Lotus Platform, Merid Golden Lotus Spatial Leap. Li Qingshan unleashed his full power, holding nothing back except for not revealing Heavenly Thunder Blood Chi. His full strength was on display. A Blood Chi level of 155 was instantly exposed to everyone present. 155? When did this kid break through again? The second young lady of the Xing family showed a trace of confusion on her face. She was already somewhat numb to Li Qingshan's rapid breakthroughs. If he continued to break through at this rate, wouldn't that mean he could become invincible in the universe today? What a joke! Aside from the second young lady of the Xing family, the others were also shocked, though they were already somewhat desensitized. A 155-level Galaxy Realm warrior still wouldn't be a match for a divine general, so it didn't matter. However, breaking through during battle like this was truly a show-off to everyone. Boom! 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 A series of dull explosions echoed as Li Qingshan and the divine general clashed repeatedly in fierce combat. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength was too great. Li Qingshan quickly fell into a disadvantage, almost being completely overpowered. After a few exchanges, Li Qingshan could clearly feel that he was about to lose. If he didn't come up with a solution, he definitely wouldn't last through the next few clashes. The crowd on site also saw this scene and nodded in satisfaction. Now this was more like it. If this Li Qingshan guy could even defeat a divine general, that would truly overturn everyone's worldview. Very soon, this will be my slave. The second young lady of the Xing family looked at the valiant Li Qingshan, her face showing a satisfied expression. As for the few maids around her, they exchanged glances, secretly thinking to themselves, very soon, this will be my husband. Wait. At this moment, Li Qingshan suddenly stopped fighting and said, after so many battles, my blood chi is somewhat depleted. Otherwise, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Do you dare to wait for 10 minutes? Let me rest a bit, and then we'll fight again? As Li Qingshan's words fell, the crowd on site showed a trace of confusion on their faces, not knowing what Li Qingshan was planning. However, they still agreed. 10 minutes? What could he possibly do? No one believed that Li Qingshan, as a 155-level Galaxy Realm warrior, could break through a few more times and ultimately defeat a divine general. If that were the case, well, it wouldn't take long. The great desolate domain. Just take his surname then. Evolution consumes 10 points of galactic-level blood energy. The ancient Dragon Emperor begins to evolve. Consumes 10 points of galactic-level blood energy. The ancient Kuanping Emperor begins to evolve. Evolution successful. The ancient Dragon Emperor successfully evolves into the ancient Ancestral Dragon. The ancient Kuanping Emperor successfully evolves into the ancient Ancestral Kuanping. Consumes 20 points of galactic-level blood energy. The ancient Ancestral Dragon successfully breaks through to level 152. Consumes 40 points of galactic-level blood energy. The ancient Ancestral Dragon successfully breaks through to level 153. Consumes 80 points of galactic level blood energy. The ancient ancestral dragon successfully breaks through to level 154. Consumes 20 points of galactic level blood energy. The ancient ancestral Kuanpung successfully breaks through to level 151. Successfully obtained talent feedback. Forbidden Thunder Punishment successfully obtained talent feedback. Wild Fury. As the two avatars completed their evolution again, Li Qingshan regained two talent abilities, namely Forbidden Thunder Punishment and Wild Fury. Compared to the previous Dragon Fury and Thunder Punishment, the power is naturally even more terrifying. Kid, 10 minutes are up, how is it? A divine general under Ren Zhe's command looked at Li Qingshan with disdainful eyes and asked. Whoosh! The next moment, Li Qingshan's body instantly disappeared from its original position, directly using space jump to launch an attack on this divine general. Forbidden Thunder Punishment. Wild Fury. An overwhelming ancient aura instantly erupted from Li Qingshan, as if an ancient god was awakening, filled with an eternal and unstoppable presence, terrifying beyond measure. It seemed to shake the deepest part of the soul. Even a martial artist at the divine general realm felt as if countless wild beasts were staring at them, causing their scalp to tingle and their hair to stand on end. A sense of foreboding surged in their heart as Forbidden Thunder Punishment was unleashed. In the void, a massive amount of thunder power suddenly condensed out of thin air, crazily descending bolts of lightning, striking towards the divine general martial artist below. The power was terrifying. Each strike of Forbidden Thunder Punishment was no less than Li Qingshan's full force attack. At the same time, Li Qingshan finally utilized the Dutian Divine Thunder blood energy, which was far more ferocious than ordinary blood energy, erupting violently and spreading destructive power in all directions. Courting death. Seeing Li Qingshan dare to take the initiative to attack and launch a sneak attack on him, a trace of disdain flashed across the face of this divine general under Ren Zhe's command. Although his combat power was affected by some of Li Qingshan's methods, suppressing Li Qingshan in front of him was no challenge at all. This divine general was confident. He swung his longsword towards Li Qingshan. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded as the extreme thunder sword collided with the alloy longsword of the divine general. The terrifying Dutian Divine Thunder blood energy poured out madly, surging towards the divine general in front of him. Under the triple suppression of Li Qingshan's Forbidden Thunder Punishment, Wild Fury, and Forbidden Thunder Domain, the divine general's strength was already partially impaired. Now, with Li Qingshan utilizing the Dutian Divine Thunder blood energy, even this divine general martial artist's expression changed drastically, clearly feeling the terrifying thunder ravaging his flesh and internal organs, directly ignoring his armor. Just now, this kid was holding back. Not good. Boom! Immediately after, a muffled explosion sounded, and the divine general under Ren Zhe's command was directly blasted away, his entire body covered in intense thunder power, terrifying destructive power. It easily destroyed the physical body of the divine general, with all internal organs severely damaged. That strike just now, Li Qingshan delivered a full-force blow. If he were defeated and the ninth princess had not yet arrived, he would have had no choice but to compromise. Fortunately, this divine general is finished. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingshan threw the corpse of the angel directly to the ancient ancestral dragon. Killed a level 160 desolate star warrior, gaining 100 strands of merit. Devoured a level 160 angel beast, the host gained 3,300 points of galactic level vitality, and the ancient dragon emperor gained 3,300 points of galactic level vitality. Consumed 320 points of galactic level vitality. The host successfully broke through to level 156 galactic warrior. Consumed 640 points of galactic level vitality. The host successfully broke through to level 157 galactic warrior. Consumed 1,260 points of galactic level vitality. The host successfully broke through to level 158 galactic warrior. Open personal panel. Main body, Li Qingshan body length, 26 centimeters. Strength, level 158 galactic realm merit, 103.1 strands/10,000 strands, low-grade merit golden lotus, blue star spirit fusion, successfully refined galactic vitality, 1,100/2,560 talents, extreme power space lock 9 sons of merit lotus platform merit golden lotus, 1 trillion blossoms innate abilities, heavenly thunder vitality. Universe within extreme thunder sword space jump forbidden thunder domain forbidden thunder armor forbidden thunder punishment dragon clan dharma form savage. Fury Dragon might. At this moment, Li Qingshan had successfully broken through to level 158 Galactic Realm, and even accumulated over 100 strands of merit. It may not seem like much, but given the current situation, as long as he kills enough Desolate Star Warriors in the Divine General Realm, it should be enough for him to condense a low-grade Merit Golden Lotus. This is an immortal grade treasure. How exhilarating. Level 158. Now, if that Divine General were to fight him again, he could absolutely crush and annihilate them instantly. You're next. While everyone was still in shock over Li Qingshan taking down a Divine General, unable to recover for a long time, Li Qingshan wasted no time. He directly used Space Jump. In the next moment, he appeared behind a level 160 Divine General, and the Extreme Thunder Sword struck fiercely. What are you doing? The Divine General was slightly stunned, a trace of fear appearing on his face. Especially after sensing the vitality emanating from Li Qingshan, his face turned pale, and the aura of death enveloped him. But Li Qingshan's Extreme Thunder Sword was already in front of him, leaving him no choice but to block with all his might. Unfortunately, Li Qingshan's combat power now far exceeded what a level 160 Divine General could withstand. Boom! Terrifying power poured out, and a massive amount of heavenly thunder vitality unleashed. Destructive force, surging forward. The Divine General targeted by Li Qingshan had his armor instantly pierced, his physical body and internal organs completely destroyed. His body, bathed in thunder, was kicked away by Li Qingshan, landing in the mouth of the ancient ancestral Kuanpun. Killed a level 160 Desolate Star Warrior, gaining 100 strands of merit. Devoured a level 160 Angel Beast, the host gained 3,300 points of galactic level vitality, and the ancient ancestral Kuanpun gained 3,300 points of galactic level vitality. Successfully consumed 2,560 points of galactic level vitality, breaking through to level 159 Galactic Realm. Level 159. What are you doing? The Minotaur and saw this and immediately opened his mouth to angrily rebuke. At the same time, the power of blood and chi within his body erupted violently. He was also a Divine General Martial Artist. Whether it was the battle armor on his body or the alloy weapon in his hand, they were far superior to those of the subordinate warriors. Li Qingshan's sudden action also made everyone react, and the second young lady of the Xing family felt that something was amiss. Had this guy broken through temporarily again? Or had he been hiding his strength all along? No matter what, Li Qingshan, what is your true strength? Was everything just now hidden power? The second young lady of the Xing family angrily questioned. Thousands of elite guards also unleashed terrifying auras, including a large number of Divine General martial artists. Swish! Li Qingshan wasted no words and struck again, his body instantly disappearing from its original position. When he reappeared, a level 161 martial artist's expression changed drastically, hurriedly pulling out an alloy shield to block. Clang! But in the next moment, a metallic clash rang out. Although Li Qingshan's Extreme Thunder Sword couldn't shatter the alloy shield before him, the terrifying thunder power poured out at this moment. The martial artist managed to block Li Qingshan's strength but couldn't withstand the terrifying thunder, which instantly invaded his body, mercilessly ravaging his flesh and internal organs. Dead! A level 161 martial artist is no longer a match for Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan directly threw him to the ancient ancestral dragon for devouring. Killing a level 161 martial artist from the Desolate Star successfully earned 200 strands of merit. Devouring an angelic beast, the host successfully gained 7 points of Divine General Chi and Blood, and the ancient ancestral dragon gained 7 points of Divine General Chi and Blood. 1 point of Divine General Chi and Blood equals 10,000 points of galactic Chi and Blood. Consuming 5,120 points of galactic Chi and Blood, the host successfully broke through the realm, becoming a level 160 martial artist. Divine General Realm. At this moment, Li Qingshan did not hold back, unleashing all his power. The Chi and Blood of the Divine General Realm were fully exposed before the Xing family's second young lady and Anne's Divine General Realm? A human at 18 years old, reaching the Divine General Realm. If this is true, doesn't it mean this guy's talent has reached the legendary 9-star level? What? A human with max level talent has appeared? How is this possible? For billions of years, no, since the establishment of the Great Desolate Domain, it seems no human has ever become a 9-star talent martial artist. This guy has been hiding his strength, isn't he just trying to toy with us? No wonder. He can keep breaking through on the battlefield. It turns out he was concealing his power. This kid's thunder power is somewhat strange. Everyone, attack together and kill him. Full army assault. The Xing family's second young lady's eyes revealed a hint of coldness. To conquer a beast, one must first subdue it. Her elite guards were no pushovers. And many of them were divine general martial artists. Thunder! It can exhaust Li Qingshan to death. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, thousands of elite guards, including all of An's divine general martial artists, charged toward Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan's two clones also broke through to level 159, fighting side by side with him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of muffled impacts kept ringing out, accompanied by the rampant explosions of thunder. Li Qingshan continuously utilized spatial jumps, his body traversing through space. Each time he appeared, a low-level divine general martial artist would fall, then the corpse was thrown by Li Qingshan to the ancient ancestral dragon or the ancient ancestral Kuanpeng. It must be said, the warriors on the Desolate Star still have some capabilities. His two avatars quickly suffered severe injuries, but fortunately, as the ancient ancestral dragon devoured these angels that had been suppressed, it could rapidly gain vitality and strength. Suppressing a level 160 Desolate Star angel beast earned 800 strands of merit. Successfully devouring a level 160 angel beast granted plus 27 points of divine general vitality. Suppressing a level 162 Desolate Star angel beast earned 400 strands of merit. Successfully devouring a level 162 Desolate Star angel beast granted plus 13 points of divine general vitality. Successfully consuming 10 points of divine general vitality, the host's strength broke through to level 161. Successfully consuming 20 points of divine general vitality, the host's strength broke through to level 162. Successfully consuming 40 points of divine general vitality, the host's strength broke through to level 163. Successfully consuming 80 points of divine general vitality, the host's strength broke through to level 164. Successfully consuming 160 points of divine general vitality, the host's strength broke through to level 165. Successfully consuming 320 points of divine general vitality, the host's strength broke through to level 166. The ancient ancestral dragon consumed 10 points of divine general vitality and began evolving. Evolution successful. The ancient ancestral dragon successfully evolved into the middle thunder dragon. The ancient ancestral Kuanpeng consumed 10 points of divine general vitality and began evolving. Evolution successful. The ancient ancestral Kuanpeng successfully evolved into the middle Kuanpeng. Gained innate feedback ability, Forbidden Dragon. Might gained innate feedback ability, Dragon God manifestation. In front of Li Qingshan, transparent panels continuously appeared, allowing his strength to successfully break through to level 166. 6th level Divine General Realm. Looking around, the so-called guards of the Desolate Star had long been completely slaughtered by Li Qingshan. Even the guards around the green-haired Minotaur ants had all been suppressed by Li Qingshan without exception. The only ones left were the second young lady of the Xing family, a group of maids, and the Minotaur ants. Silence. The scene was utterly silent, not a sound to be heard. Whether it was Anne's or the second young lady of the Xing family, their gazes toward Li Qingshan had transformed from initial disdain and contempt to shock and fear. How could this guy possibly do this? How did he achieve it? A human, 18 years old. This point was absolutely confirmed by the tests. However, his realm was level 166, something unprecedented in the history of the human race. Furthermore, there was an even bolder possibility. The strength of this guy before them far exceeded that of a level 166 warrior. This strength was also a concealed power. Just moments ago, they were still thinking about how to suppress him and take him as a slave. But now, their lives were already firmly in the hands of Li Qingshan. Anne's and the second young lady of the Xing family were only level 162 warriors. They were absolutely no match for Li Qingshan before them. Protect the young lady, charge. Seeing that there was no one left, Xingyu, Xing Shuang, and several other maids directly charged at Li Qingshan. The strength of these maids was not strong, merely at the galaxy realm. Boom! 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 In the next moment, the wild rage within Li Qingshan erupted violently, and the maids who had just charged at him instantly fell to their knees. A trace of panic flashed across his face. Li Qingshan, I am the young master of the Yin family in the Great Wilderness Domain. If you kill me, my family will never forgive you. The Minotaur in Zay's face turned pale, immediately. bringing up his family in hopes of intimidating Li Qingshan before him. Swish! This time, Li Qingshan didn't even use spatial teleportation. His physical body instantly transformed into a shadow. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the Minotaur and Zay, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Without saying a word, bang! The next moment, a muffled explosion sounded, and Zay's bullhead was directly smashed by Li Qingshan, blood scattering in all directions. Dead. Successfully killed a level 162 Minotaur on the Desolate Star, earning 400 strands of merit. Successfully devoured a level 162 Ferocious Beast. The host gained 13 points of Divine General Vitality, and the Ancient Thunder Dragon gained 13 points of Divine General Vitality. The next moment, Li Qingshan's gaze turned to the second young lady of the Xing family. Don't kill me. I can be your slave. I can sign a contract. Please don't kill me. The Xing family's second young lady was so frightened that her face turned pale, hurriedly pleading. Detected. Angel Holy Body. Would you like to sign a contract with the contractor? Sign. Without any hesitation, Li Qingshan directly chose to sign. Li Qingshan had some understanding of the Xing family's second young lady's background. The Great Wilderness Domain was controlled by several major families, and the Xing family was one of them. The Xing family's second young lady was the new generation's second young lady of this family. Although the family had been passed down for a long time and had many members, the second young lady of the Xing family still held a certain status. If he were to contract her, all the good resources in the future would belong to him. Moreover, through the Xing family's second young lady, he could accomplish things that were previously unimaginable. She would be his insider on the Desolate Star, and naturally, he couldn't let her go. Once the contract was signed, the Xing family's second young lady's loyalty would undoubtedly be low, but that didn't matter. If she dared to act against him, he could directly use the system to eliminate her. Besides the system, Li Qingshan would use another method to sign a contract as well. Don't resist. As Li Qingshan's words fell, he successfully signed the contract with the trembling four-winged angel, the Xing family's second young lady. The information of the Xing family's second young lady also successfully appeared on his personal panel. In addition, he used the slave scroll of the Xing family's second young lady to sign another contract, making it a double contract, which did not conflict. This was to prevent her from doubting his methods. Loyalty, 60. Whoa, that's quite high. Li Qingshan was somewhat surprised, as he hadn't expected this. Could it be that the Xing family's second young lady developed admiration and loyalty after being conquered by him? Such a personality does exist, and people like this often have a characteristic, masochism, developing affection for the one who conquered them. As for the maids, Li Qingshan contracted all of them, as their talents were quite good, and then stored them in his inner universe. How dare you? At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly came from beyond the heavens. Post a picture of the Xing family's second young lady. Image thread. The voice from the distant horizon was incomparably majestic, seemingly piercing through the void and directly into the soul, making one involuntarily feel a sense of awe. The next moment, Li Qingshan and the remaining Xing family's second young lady simultaneously turned their gazes toward the distant horizon. A magnificent angel appeared. At this moment, it was flapping its two dazzling golden wings, flying swiftly toward this place, leaving trails of afterimages behind. At the same time, an overwhelming aura surged toward this location. Behind this warrior floated an object resembling a black hole, seemingly capable of absorbing powerful energy from the universe. A divine king. The warrior who had just appeared was indeed a powerful divine king. Above his head, the black hole-like object was the special ability of a divine king. Divine kings. Celestial domain. Once a warrior steps into the divine king realm, the concept of exhausting vitality no longer applies. The celestial domain above their head continuously absorbs energy from the universe, converting it into vitality. Therefore, every attack from a divine king is a full-force strike, with almost no concern for depletion. The realm above. Divine general is divine king. Even in the boundless universe, a divine king is undoubtedly a true overlord. Judging by appearance alone, this divine king was from the Desolate Star. The second young lady of the Xing family was slightly stunned, a trace of regret flashing across her face. If she had delayed a little longer earlier, waiting for this divine king to arrive, she might not have been bound by the contract. Now, trouble was inevitable. Regardless of the outcome, her fate would not be favorable. If Li Qingshan was not a match for this divine king, he would undoubtedly use her as leverage. Even if she returned to the desolate star, knowing she had been contracted by a warrior from a primitive planet would be akin to being thrown into disgrace. Yes, from then on, the nobles of the desolate star would only look at her with endless ridicule and disdain, as if viewing an animal. As for Li Qingshan, a trace of vigilance flashed in his eyes. Cross-level battles between divine kings Li Qingshan could manage. Cross-level battles below the divine king realm Li Qingshan could also manage. However, as a divine general level warrior, to cross levels and fight a divine king, this second young lady, I am Xing Shinzhong, a warrior of the Xing family, the divine king from the desolate star said respectfully, looking at the second young lady of the Xing family. So it's divine King Shinzhong. Fortunately, you arrived in time, or I would have been in trouble, the second young lady of the Xing family said, her previously awkward expression immediately easing. She continued, I see this guy has decent talent and strength. As a mere human from a primitive planet, a warrior who managed to break through to the divine general realm at the age of 18. Among the humans on our desolate star, someone with such talent, this person before us, should be the first, right? Oh, an 18-year-old divine general, and a human from a primitive planet? As the second young lady of the Xing family finished speaking, the divine king opposite her was slightly stunned, a trace of surprise flashing across his face as he asked, an 18-year-old divine general, a human from a primitive planet. Such an existence is indeed the first of their race, especially among humans. Of course, if placed among the angel race, it's not unheard of. However, on the desolate star, this would definitely qualify as a genius, he said. Indeed. The second young lady of the Xing family nodded again. If that's the case, then this person is undoubtedly the most talented human on our desolate star, Shinzhong. Nodded and said. However, his gaze toward Li Qingshan remained proud, and his tone was still authoritative, the divine king realm. There was no need to lower oneself before anyone. Not even the second miss of the Xing family. With the immense power possessed by every divine king, they could surely find a place to call their own in the vast universe. That's right, I see great potential in this person before me, and that's why I want to make him my slave, said the second miss of the Xing family. She then turned her gaze to Li Qingshan and asked, Li Qingshan, are you willing to become my slave, to serve as my personal bodyguard? All right. Li Qingshan nodded. At this moment, his only option was to agree first and then find an opportunity to escape later. No, on second thought, there might not even be a need to leave. After all, he held the life and death of the second miss of the Xing family in his hands. Staying by her side might actually make his life easier. Good. In that case, let's sign the slave contract, said Shinzhong, the divine king realm warrior, upon hearing Li Qingshan's agreement. Sign the slave contract. As these words fell, a glint of light flashed in the eyes of both Li Qingshan and the second miss of the Xing family. Li Qingshan had already signed a slave contract with the second miss once before, and he had also signed an additional contract through the system. However, signing another slave contract with her was not impossible. Of course, it was permissible. The slave contract did not literally mean becoming someone's slave or exclusive possession. It was more akin to handing over the switch that controlled one's life and death. Whoever held this switch could control your fate. Even if you were contracted to someone else, you could still hand over the switch to the one who contracted you, allowing both parties to hold each other's life and death in their hands. That was the nature of the slave contract. As for the system contract, Li Qingshan was not entirely sure about it, as he had no prior experience or attempts with it. If he handed over the switch controlling his life and death to the second miss of the Xing family now, he couldn't guarantee she wouldn't activate it the very next moment to erase him completely. If she were to eliminate him entirely, she would no longer be at risk. The second miss of the Xing family felt a tension rise in her heart. She knew this method was not viable. If she pushed Li Qingshan too far, her own life might also be in danger. Forget it. The second miss waved her hand and said, a genius with such talent, if forced to sign a slave contract, might harbor resentment in his heart, which could hinder his cultivation progress. After all, geniuses are inherently prideful. No. Shinzhong, the divine king warrior, retorted firmly. All slaves under the Xing family must sign slave contracts. No one is an exception. This is a rule set by the clan leader, especially for you, second miss. You are a direct descendant of the Xing family. If you don't sign a slave contract with this human from a primitive planet, any unforeseen situation in the future could be disastrous. Therefore, the slave contract must be signed. Otherwise, I will report this to the clan leader. Surely you're aware of the Xing family's rules, aren't you? As his words fell, the second miss of the Xing family turned pale, a look of urgency flashing across her face. Then we won't sign the slave contract. I'm merely a friend of the young lady, Li Qingshan interjected. Silence. In the next moment, Xinzhong's face contorted with ferocity, and a murderous aura surged toward Li Qingshan, his tone filled with disdain and pride. You, a mere warrior from a primitive planet, dare call yourself a friend of the second miss of the Xing family? Ha! What do you think you are worth? By the way, second miss, the family received your distress signal, which is why they sent me to rescue you. But up until now, who is the enemy? Where is the danger to you, miss? The awkwardness on the face of the second miss of the Xing family deepened. Indeed, it was she who sent the distress signal to the family, prompting them to send him. However, the second miss of the Xing family never expected that Li Qingshan would eliminate her subordinates so quickly. In such a short time, they were all annihilated. Even the Minotaur ants, who also fell here. Not even a corpse was left behind. Where are Mrs. Guards and Maids? I remember Miss brought guards and maids with her? This is the information provided by the family. Xinzhong, the God King, frowned deeply, his doubts growing. Then, his gaze swept over Li Qingshan, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes as he said, could it be that Mrs. Guards and Maids have already died at the hands of this human martial artist? But just now, Miss was speaking on behalf of this human martial artist from this primitive planet. Why is that? Could it be that Miss has some leverage? Held by this person? Signed a slave contract? As expected of a God King, he quickly deduced the underlying situation. Immediately, his gaze toward the second miss of the Xing family became more complex. If this were true, wouldn't it mean that as long as he forcibly signed a slave contract with Li Qingshan, making this human from the primitive planet his slave, indirectly, the second miss of the Xing family would also become his slave? In the future, wouldn't he be able to use this move to gain a large amount of resources and unimaginable treasures from the Xing family? Even the high and mighty second miss of the Xing family could be his to enjoy. Thinking of this, the light in Xinzhong's eyes became almost impossible to conceal. Her slender, long legs were straight and graceful, smooth and flawless, especially the pair of crystal-heeled high heels on her feet, wrapping her beautifully arched jade-like feet, as if they were works of art. One couldn't help but want to hold them in their arms and admire them closely. And that stunningly beautiful face was undoubtedly a rare gem in the world. If he could have a story with the second miss of the Xing family, it would be a life well lived. Thinking of this, Xinzhong's gaze grew even more intense. Impossible. Of course not. The second miss of the Xing family immediately retorted. Alright, it inevitably felt as if a planet was pressing down on one's shoulders, rendering them immobile. However, at this moment, when it fell upon Li Qingshan, he felt nothing at all. This was because, ever since he had acquired the Thunder Dragon avatar, all oppressive auras had no effect on him. Seeing that Li Qingshan was completely unaffected, Xinzhong, the God King, became even more furious and roared, "In that case, I'll sever your two arms first." Swish! As his words fell, a long alloy blade appeared out of thin air and slashed toward Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was merely a medium for controlling the second young lady of the Xing family. Therefore, whether his arms were severed or not was of no consequence. When the time came, he could use him to threaten the Xing family's second young lady into signing a slave contract, which would directly lead to his death. From then on, the body of the Xing family's second young lady, as well as all the resources she could mobilize, would belong entirely to him. What a stroke of fortune this was! Although Xinzhong was merely a dog of the Xing family, when a dog discovers the possibility of becoming the master, it will undoubtedly cling to it tightly. The alloy blade moved at an astonishing speed, sharp beyond measure, carrying an aura of death and destruction that was terrifying to behold. The Xing family's second young lady's face was filled with anxiety. She knew that this God King had already deduced her current predicament and was fully aware of his intentions. Compared to Xinzhong, the God King, the Xing family's second young lady would rather become Li Qingshan's slave than Xinzhong's. This Xinzhong God King had lived for countless years. In this lifetime, at most, he might break through one more realm, but beyond that, there was no hope. However, Li Qingshan was different. An 18-year-old god general, a martial artist from a native planet, given sufficient resources in the future, he would undoubtedly be able to reach even greater realms and power. Even as his slave, her future strength and status would not be too low. Most importantly, Li Qingshan in front of her was extremely handsome and aligned with her aesthetic preferences, unlike other humans who were often thin and small. Li Qingshan noticed that ever since he embarked on the martial path, his height had been continuously increasing. He used to be only 1.83 meters tall, but now his height had surpassed 2.3 meters. Yes, 2.3 meters, and it was still growing. Normally, for an ordinary person to grow to such a height, there would inevitably be some issues, such as physical deformities or bones unable to bear the weight. But Li Qingshan was different. As a martial artist, when he activated his dragon god manifestation, his height reached several million meters, not an illusory body, but a real, physical one. At over 2 meters tall, Li Qingshan could easily bear the height, and his proportions were exceptionally perfect, with muscles that were both fierce and aesthetically pleasing. Even a woman around 1.7 meters tall would appear incredibly petite in front of Li Qingshan, a full 60 centimeters of difference. It was like a robust man of 1.8 meters standing before a petite woman. You can imagine the contrast. Of course, the angel race generally had a height of around 2.1 meters, and the Xing family's second young lady was also 2.1 meters tall. This was why she found the height of ordinary humans to be very short. But when she looked at Li Qingshan, she felt that he was perfectly suited. This must be due to the physical body of the dragon race. As his strength grows, because of the dragon race's physique, Li Qingshan feels that his physical body will continue to grow, especially in length. However, right now, the heavy alloy long blade is getting closer and closer. If Li Qingshan is successfully contracted, his master will change from Li Qingshan to Xinzhong. This is something the second young lady of the Xing family does not want to see. But now, it seems there is no way to stop it. Bang! Just as Xinzhong's alloy long blade was about to strike Li Qingshan's arm, a crisp sound suddenly rang out. In the next moment, Xinzhong's alloy long blade shattered instantly, and a brand new alloy long blade returned to a delicate jade hand. A graceful figure appeared behind Li Qingshan at this moment. A short goose-yellow skirt fell just at the base of her thighs, revealing a pair of slender legs. Her petite frame, standing at 1.5 meters, exuded a gentle and refined charm, making one want to hold her in their arms and pamper her. However, atop this petite woman's head appeared a divine king's domain. Divine king. Realm. The ninth princess had finally arrived. Li Qingshan, upon realizing he had help, couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. If she hadn't come, he might truly have met his end here. However, while Li Qingshan knew the ninth princess was powerful, he hadn't expected her to be a divine king warrior. No wonder she had told him before that he was no match for her. Thinking back now, it was indeed true. His former self, even tied up 10,000 times, would not have been a match for the ninth princess. At the same time, Li Qingshan was somewhat surprised that the ninth princess was actually willing to come to his rescue. Divine king? Who are you? Xinzhong frowned, sizing up the ninth princess. Humph. The ninth princess wasted no words. The alloy long blade transformed into a silver arc and slashed toward the divine king realm warrior ahead. Swish! The alloy long blade condensed into a line in the void. It seemed to have no power, showing no aura at all. Xinzhong dared not underestimate it. He immediately summoned his defensive alloy shield and swiftly dodged to the side. From his spatial ring, he also gathered several alloy long blades to attack the ninth princess. Bang! However, in the next moment, before Xinzhong's alloy long blades could be controlled to strike, a crisp sound rang out. The alloy shield in his hand shattered, and a large amount of metal fragments splattered, surging toward his armor. Clang! 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 A series of intense metal collision sounds echoed continuously. Accompanying this was the ninth princess's alloy long blade, which instantly pierced through the chest of the divine king realm warrior, causing blood to splatter everywhere. No! Xinzhong stared at the wound on his chest, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Unfortunately, there was no time left for him to regret. Xinzhong dead. A one-hit kill. Incredibly fast. Swish! After killing Xinzhong, the alloy long blade did not pause and immediately slashed toward the second young lady of the Xing family. Ninth princess, please don't act. This person is already my slave. Li Qingshan quickly spoke to stop her. Now, the second young lady of the Xing family was already his slave. In the future, when sneaking into the desolate star to find an opportunity, he would still need the second young lady of the Xing family to help cover for him. If the second young lady of the Xing family were killed here, then he truly wouldn't even have a place to cry. Fortunately, the ninth princess stopped in time. The armor on this person is quite extraordinary. Even on a desolate star, they must not be an insignificant figure, right? The ninth princess sized up the second miss of the Xing family before asking. Indeed. This person is the second miss of the Xing family, Xing Xiaoning. Li Qingshan nodded and replied. Oh, so it seems the Xing family has gained another spineless one. After saying this, the ninth princess immediately withdrew her alloy saber and said, Is there anything else? Nothing. Li Qingshan shook his head. Ha! They're here again. 3 divine kings. The ninth princess frowned and looked at Li Qingshan, saying, I can't handle these 3 divine kings. Should we take this woman along? No need. Li Qingshan waved his hand and then looked at the second miss of the Xing family, saying, I will find a way to contact you in the future. Master, see you in the future. The second miss of the Xing family understood Li Qingshan's meaning and immediately fled into the distance. As for the whereabouts of those 3 divine kings, the second miss of the Xing family had no idea. She just needed to find a place to run. What she needed to do now was come up with an excuse to deal with the family's questioning. However, as the miss of the Xing family, the family wouldn't question their master. The ninth princess pulled Li Qingshan along and immediately disappeared from the spot. I need to return to Tian's star, but there are some matters to handle there, so I won't invite you this time. If you have time in the future, you can visit on your own. The nearest cosmic station isn't far from Blue Star. I've already sent you the location. This is the commonly used currency in the universe. Consider it travel expenses. After saying this, the ninth princess threw a spatial ring to Li Qingshan and left through the void gate. Li Qingshan watched the ninth princess's departing figure with a hint of gratitude, then opened the void gate and returned to Blue Star. Second miss, are you alright? A bunch of useless people, why are you only here now? As the second miss of the Xing family finished speaking, a trace of displeasure flashed across the faces of the 3 divine kings, but they dared not retort. Blue Star. Looking at the familiar world around him, Li Qingshan let out a long sigh. Finally, he was back. He never expected that this journey would feel like a rebirth through fire. Main body asterisk Li Qingshan height asterisk 27 cm strength asterisk 166. Galactic realm merit asterisk 6,300 strands / 10,000 strands. Inferior grade merit golden lotus. Blue Star Spirit Fusion Rate asterisk successfully refined Divine General Vitality asterisk 65 / 640 Talon asterisk Extreme Power Space. Lock Merit Golden Sun 9 Cycles Merit Lotus Platform Merit Golden Lotus 1 Trillion Blossoms Innate Abilities asterisk Dutian Divine Thunder Vitality Universe within Extreme Thunder Sword Space Jump Forbidden Thunder. Domain Forbidden Thunder Armor Forbidden Thunder Punishment Dragon God Manifestation Wild Fury Forbidden Dragon Might Open Personal Panel. Looking at the data displayed, Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. Now, he could be considered a minor overlord in the universe, right? Of course, the most important gain was the green-level planetary spirit. He was eager to see what Blue Star would become after refining it.